Within the god-touched world on the western continent and the kingdom of Iron within the highlands stood Lakeberg Castle. A young man who had crossed over from Earth was diligently practicing thrusting techniques with a spear in the training yard. The spear was thick at the base, tapered towards the tip, and its shaft was perfectly straight. The young man stood tall with a handsome face. The spear in his hands moved like a serpent striking its tongue or like a crossbow bolt released, leaving 3 gashed marks on the wooden target in the blink of an eye. Ha! The young man let out a soft shout. His body arched like a great bow, his hands spun like iron wheels, and the spear flew like a meteor, piercing straight through the wooden target. Wood chips scattered like snowflakes. Excellent! Brother is mighty. The young lord has divine strength. At that moment, whether it was the young children of the servants, or the squires already in training, all cheered for Enlin's spearmanship. The young man on the training ground was named Enlin. In his previous life he had been a citizen of Zhonghua. As for why he had crossed over, it was nothing more than the usual tales of sudden death, car accidents, and the like. In this life he was the 3rd son of Baron Lake. His eldest brother was warm and outgoing, currently studying at the Knight Academy of the Iron Kingdom. His second brother was a year older than him, but was naturally lazy and lackadaisical in his knight training, determined to be a parasite in the future. His future goal was simply to become a knight. That was essentially the only profession available to him. What satisfied Enlin most was his appearance. Unlike the Europeans and mixed-race people he had seen in his previous life, in this life he had the same typical Eastern features as before: black hair and black eyes. According to the servants, Enlin had inherited his ancestors' noble bloodline, receiving his father's black hair and his mother's black eyes. Since he had become conscious, Enlin had been actively training his body in order to survive in this world. As soon as he could walk, he walked laps inside the castle. When he could run, he jogged along the inside of the city walls. As for whether there were malicious serfs or slavers, think about it. They would only pray that Enlin grew up healthy and strong every day so that the territory would gain another powerful knight to protect them. Today was Enlin's 15th birthday, and also the day he was to become a knight. After finishing his spear practice, Enlin went to the archery range to practice with the longbow until nearly noon, then returned to his bedroom, bathed, and took a nap. Around 2 in the afternoon, Enlin woke up, got dressed, and ran towards the city gate. Standing at the gate, he endured the scorching sun, gazing down the distant road. He could endure it, but Chuck, the little follower who had been following him, couldn't. "Master, wait here for a while. I'll go get a stool and a parasol," Chuck said as he started to run home. "Chuck, I'm waiting for an elder. How would it look if I sat under a parasol like some lord?" "Just get an umbrella, no stool needed," Enlin turned to say, but his peripheral vision caught several carriages rolling in from the end of the road. "Uncle Dorg, I'm here," Enlin shouted and waved at the distant convoy. After nearly 10 minutes the convoy finally arrived at the front of Lakeberg. The burly man leading the convoy jumped down from the carriage in one leap and gave Enlin a bear hug. "Ha! My dear nephew, did you miss me? I've been missing you a lot, you know." "Uncle Doge, you're finally back. Were you hurt on the road? Any danger? Let me see." Enlin was about to step forward when the burly man pulled him aside. Uncle Doge said mysteriously, "My little nephew, I've got something great for you." With that he shoved a long rod-shaped black bag into Enlin's arms and winked. "Open it when you get back to your room, it's a surprise." Afterward Enlin declined Uncle Doge's suggestion to return to the castle together because there was still an uncle waiting for him. 3 hours later a troop of cavalry appeared from the end of the road. "Uncle Jean, welcome home." Enlin stepped forward, greeting the tall knight on horseback. "Little nephew, where's your second brother?" Jean's first words were exactly that. "I don't know. He should be in the training ground," Enlin said, sincerity in his eyes. But that so-called training ground in reality was probably where the second brother was off slacking in some shady corner of the fortress. "Fine, let's not worry about him for now. Let's head back." "Don't say I don't take care of him," Uncle Jean said, dismounting and walking toward Enlin. "Come here, let me see what that old scoundrel prepared for you." Jean reached out and took the black bag from Enlin's hands. "By the feel of it, it's not a lance shaft, and not a sword either." "That settles it, it must be a longbow." Uncle Jean didn't tear the black bag open. Instead he ran his hands over it as if feeling what was inside. "Little nephew, that old scoundrel is quite good with a bow. Learn from him when you have time. This thing will definitely be a great help to you later." With that Uncle Jean shoved the black bag back into Enlin's hands. Then he took Enlin by the arm and led him straight into the castle. Inside the castle hall, Enlin's father Baroness Lark was seated in the seat of honor discussing the gains from the trading expedition with Uncle Doge, while his mother directed the servants in moving tables and arranging a grand feast. Seeing Enlin and Uncle Jean enter, Uncle Doge spoke first. "Pretty boy, I heard you went to buy a horse for my nephew. Did those horse bandits on the road scare your pants off?" Hearing Doge's provocation, Uncle Jean didn't rush to retort. Instead he crossed his arms and said smugly, "This trip to the Rhine grassland I managed to get quite a lot of good stuff. When you see it later, don't be so shocked that your chin drops off, you old brute. Hey pretty boy, who are you calling a brute? Uncle dodged down the fruit wine and one gulp slammed the two-handed sword from his back onto the table, and shouted, "Today is my nephew's big day, so I won't argue with you. Otherwise I'd show you that my great sword is not just for show." Seeing the two about to come to blows, Baronet stood up and said with a smile, "Today is my beloved son's class change day. If you two insist on fighting, why not spar with me first?" Hearing Baronet's words, the two immediately backed down, even pouring each other wine. "Haha, brother Doge, was your trip to the capital to apply for the knight class course successful?" "Not at all, not at all. Brother Jean, your trip to the Rhine grassland to buy horses was the real hard work. I for one must toast you. No, I'm not tired. I must toast you." Although both burly men were sturdy and imposing, if it truly came to a fight, neither would be a match for Baronets. Moreover, once Baronets joined a fight, he would not stop until he had beaten the crap out of them. To avoid being beaten to a pulp in front of their juniors and to save their old faces, they decisively chose to be cordial and harmonious. Baronets glanced at Lin standing behind Jean, then scanned the hall. Noticing that his second son Ming was absent, he frowned slightly and looked at the Baroness. "Where is Ming? Why hasn't he shown up at a time like this?" Just then a youthful voice rang out, "Father, Mother, I'm here." The arrival was none other than the second brother Ming. Although he still seemed somewhat unreliable, it was a vast improvement over his previous behavior. Baronency had intended to scold him, but he felt some relief at his son's transformation and decided to hold his tongue for now. Mother was busy inviting Ming to sit down and eat. Once everyone was seated, the servants began to bring the delicacies to the table. The cuisine at Lake Castle had a distinctly Western style. Each person was served a piece of black bread and a large mug of apple cider, while the men's table had an extra portion of fatty pork chops and pork knuckles. For the women, specifically Lin's mother, there was a dish of jam and a slice of cream white bread. This was in celebration of Lin and Ming, the two brothers. They had also specially prepared an entire roast chicken. As for the men's table manners, they were nothing like the elegant, pretentious Versailles-style aristocrats of a past life. Instead, they were utterly wild and unrestrained. Uncle Doge devoured an entire pork chop in one bite. Uncle Jian, not to be outdone, finished the pork knuckle on his plate in just a few mouthfuls. They spat the bones directly onto the floor without any regard for decorum. The two of them ate like children in a competition, juice splattering everywhere, veritable gluttons incarnate. Lin, on the other hand, was far more refined. He at least cut his meat into small pieces small enough to fit into his mouth. The stewed meat was quite good, and the chicken was delicious too. Just as Lin was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt a gaze filled with deep affection. Turning toward the source, he saw his second brother Ming looking at everyone at the table with a strange expression that seemed to say, "Everyone is still here." Yes, everyone. Not only Lin's relatives were present, but also the knights' attendants and their sons. Naturally, such a gaze drew the attention of many. When you are stared at while eating, what do? Answer: stare back. So those who felt the gaze all turned their eyes to Ming, wondering what he was up to now. Ming clearly felt the attention. To avoid awkwardness, he stood up, raised his glass, and said to his parents, "Father, Mother, I have been foolish all these years. From today onward I will train diligently, and bring glory to the Lake family throughout the world." Baronency nodded first, evidently approving of his second son's words. Regardless, his attitude was positive. As for the sudden change, he would find out the truth after the meal. Then Lin knew it was time for him to step forward. "Father, Mother, from today on I am a grown noble knight. I pledge to expand the domain and bring honor to the family with sword and fire." Hearing Lin's words, Baronency burst into laughter. Good. Truly, my son. But I am still young, you don't need to fight for the family's glory. Your most important task is to stay alive. I only hope you can survive. Even if I die, you must not die. However, Baronency shifted his tone and said to the two brothers, "The Lake family has a long history, but the Lake surname is merely a disguise. The truly ancient and venerable name is the clan." Seeing the calm gazes of Lin and Ming, he silently praised in his heart, "Truly my blood." Then he continued, "We don't know why, but we suddenly appeared on this continent. But to survive better, our ancestors had to scatter the family members and integrate them into the local nobility. Over time we became the backbone of the kingdom. And because of this, aside from the fief surname, the first character of every family member's name is N." After hearing Baronen's words, Lin was somewhat surprised, but what astonished them even more was the reaction of the two elders Duo Ge and Gn. Noticing their astonishment, Baronen merely said, "Do not be disappointed. These secrets are known only to the descendants of the clan. The aim is to one day return to our homeland. You are benefiting from these two brats." Seeing everyone had finished eating, Baronen rose to his feet and clapped his hands lightly. Immediately 10 knight squires stepped forward before Lin and Ming. "The kingdom grants you the blade, slay your foes, and you shall give the kingdom your protection. The kingdom bestows upon you the surcoat shielding your form, you shall become the kingdom's bulwark. The kingdom grants you the steeds swift as lightning, you shall serve the kingdom's charge. The kingdom grants you the lance piercing through darkness, you shall uphold the kingdom's sky. Upon finishing these 4 declarations, the squires had already equipped Enlin with his knightly sword, surcoat, steed, and long lance. Though they were in the Lord's hall and could not immediately ride, Enlin was still as joyful as a fool. Baronin concluded. The divine bestows the vocation elevating my body beyond the mortal realm, you shall give your life in return. As the words fell, the final squire presented the class crystal core. Enlin took the crystal core into his hand, then used a small knife to cut his finger, letting his blood drip onto the crystal core. In the instant the blood touched the crystal core, it burst into a brilliant radiance, drawing Enlin into an otherworldly space. Within this space everything was hollow, as though time itself had grown still. Yet Enlin could clearly sense he was being watched by an unknown presence. A cold gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion, as though it had penetrated through both body and soul. Just as Enlin felt on the verge of losing his mind, terror and confusion flooding his heart, a voice like thunder erupted. How much longer do you intend to stare? Should I come over and open your eyes myself? The moment those words faded, the gaze instantly softened and grew kind. Then 4 powerful talents, Beast Affinity, Magic Mastery, Physique Fortification, and Squire's Loyalty, were directly implanted into Enlin's body. The instant his class advancement succeeded, Enlin's consciousness returned to his physical body. His head felt swollen and dizzy, an inexplicable fullness coursed through his body, and he could barely stand without leaning on his lance. This was Enlin's current state. Child, sit down and rest. Dizziness is normal. Uncle Duoga dragged over a chair, helped the still recovering Enlin onto it, and thoughtfully handed him a cup of fruit wine. Damn it, Duoga, at a time like this, and you're offering the boy wine. Jian snatched the wine bowl away and softly said to Enlin, Relax, child. Breathe deeply. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Enlin, a sudden thud drew their eyes to the other candidate undergoing the advancement, and Ming, who had already fainted. The class transformation itself was draining, and the night class was especially taxing, a high burst damage class that demanded immense vitality. Yet everyone had assumed the younger Enlin would be the one to collapse, which is why all their attention had been on him. But who would have guessed that Enlin, relying on his physical strength, managed to endure, while his older brother Ming had simply fainted. Without comparison, there would be no contrast. Those relatives who had already held poor impressions of Ming saw their goodwill plummet to rock bottom. After Baronin, Enlin's father, who rarely showed such paternal warmth, tucked his son into bed, the celebration continued with hearty drinking, toasting to the Like family's future another outstanding knight and an exceptional manor lord. Still in the prime of his growth, Enlin slept for a full day and night before regaining his vitality. Meanwhile, Ming stirred awake after only half a day's slumber. Yet, while Enlin lay unconscious, a pivotal conversation unfolded between his father Baron and C of Like Castle and his second son Ming. Knock, knock, knock. Nen. Enter. Nen and Ming pushed open the door and asked directly, Father, what is it you wish to discuss? In the dim lamplight, Baron and C sat upright at the head of the chamber, polishing a fine blade with casual detachment. Second son, he said, take up what lies upon the table and examine it. Upon the wooden table rested only 2 parchment scrolls, one bearing the deed to an estate, the other a marriage contract with the daughter of a merchant. Your future now rests entirely in your own hands. I know you have always been carefree, but your performance at the awakening ceremony revealed something far deeper. So I grant you this one chance, to choose the path that will define your life, declared Baron C, gesturing toward the 2 parchments. Should you choose the estate deed, you shall inherit a manor we acquired years ago, not opulent yet sufficient to ensure comfort and ease for all your days. But should you choose the marriage contract, you shall gain the unwavering support of a wealthy merchant to raise your own cavalry regiment, though fortune favors no man and death may claim you unceremoniously in some forgotten ditch. Without hesitation, Ming replied firmly, Father, I choose the marriage contract. And then Baron C nodded calmly and said, Very well. You may withdraw. As Ming rose, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave, just as he reached the castle gate, Baron C suddenly called out, You are not Ming. Ming stiffened, yet answered steadily, Father, I do not understand your meaning. I am Ming. Humph. Though your habits remain unchanged, I am your father, and I sense you have become profoundly different. Speak plainly, what has wrought such transformation? Baron C said. And then Ming sighed deeply before replying, Since you have already perceived it, I shall speak without reserve. Father, do you believe in reincarnation? And then, rather than questioning him, Baron C simply nodded and murmured softly, Indeed, if no other explanation suffices, then reincarnation remains the only plausible truth. What? Father, you are not astonished. And then Ming was visibly startled by his father's composure, for surely any parent hearing their son declare himself reborn would dismiss it as delirium. Yet Baron C did not scoff or doubt, he accepted the claim without reservation. Rising from his chair, the Baron stretched his neck and said, If the family itself could appear so abruptly upon this world, why should reincarnation seem implausible? Moreover, if you truly are reborn, tell me what fate awaits like Castle. Relieved that his father did not regard him as a body-snatching demon, and Ming continued. Within 1 year, like Castle will fall to a surging tide of goblins. You, father, will succumb to a stealthy goblin ambush, exhausted from prior battles and weakened by a relapse of your old wound. And Ming glanced at Baron and Si, whose face betrayed neither joy nor sorrow, and pressed on. And mother will take her own life within the Lord's Hall after the castle falls. As for the bodies. And then before Ming could finish, Baron and Si interrupted. I am well acquainted with goblin behavior, but never could such vermin breach this citadel built over nearly 3 centuries of the like family's devotion. And I am a grand knight of level 52. Even with my old injuries unhealed, I could never fall to such rabble. Yet Ming showed no sign of panic, instead meeting his father's gaze squarely. Then what if I tell you the goblin host includes goblin mages and a goblin sovereign? The Baron's earlier confidence dissolved into silence. Goblin mages and goblin sovereigns were elite goblin cultivators above level 40. Should they truly lead the assault, like Castle's fall would be inevitable. Very well, I have heard your account. Now tell me what becomes of your elder brother and younger brother. First, my elder brother, the knightly academy he attends will dispatch students, including him, to purge goblin incursions. He saves the second daughter of the Grand Baron during the campaign and earns her father's favor, eventually marrying into the Grand Baron's household. And then my younger brother, however, becomes separated from me during the city's collapse. By chance he gains the patronage of the king's second prince, and soon becomes entangled in scandalous rumors. Ultimately he incites the prince's rebellion. When the king imprisons the prince, my brother is branded a traitor and forced into exile, fleeing to the kingdom of Tyrith. There he engineers another coup, this time successfully installing the crown prince, and is elevated to duke, granted sovereign dominion over vast lands. Beyond that I know nothing more. Baron and Si fell silent upon hearing his son's destinies, one reduced to a mere consort unable to preserve the family name, the other perpetually dancing on the edge of treason. Neither path aligned with his deepest hopes. After a long pause he spoke. I understand. From tomorrow onward you and your youngest brother shall oversee conscription and fortress repairs. So long as like Castle stands, none of these futures shall unfold. Furthermore, I shall write to your elder brother, urging his immediate return. Now go rest, replenish your strength. And then Ming offered no further words, opened the door, and departed. In truth, he had left unsaid that among the 3 brothers the eldest, though bound as a consort, would never want for sustenance or security, and the youngest, though ever conspiring, would ultimately rise to wealth and power as a duke. He alone had returned through rebirth. In his former life he squandered every last coin of his family's exiled fortune, then clung desperately to a provincial merchant eager to purchase noble status. Later implicated in rebellion, he lost his title and lingered in wretched obscurity, until Frost claimed him outside a tavern. Neither Lin nor his elder brother Wei ever found their fallen kin again. The next morning Lin awoke from his bed feeling utterly refreshed. The surge of strength within him made him believe he could kill an ox with a single punch. Though this was merely an illusion caused by the sudden spike in power after his class change, the growth in his strength still filled Lin with immense satisfaction. After the class change there was no system panel, or anything of the sort. Instead, deep within his mind 2 methods of utilizing demonic energy were etched like indelible engravings. One method involved condensing demonic energy into a sigil to contract with a beast, channeling the energy into the creature to transform it into a semi-demonic beast. The other method also condensed demonic energy into a sigil, but this time to forge a contract with a human. The contracted individual would have a psychological suggestion of unwavering loyalty implanted in their heart, and could also use simple knight skills. Lin understood instantly. These were the skills for a knight to contract with a mount and attendants. The majority of a knight's combat power derived from these bonds. After dressing he prepared to head out for breakfast first, then go to contract with his warhorse. However, the moment he stepped outside his companions swarmed him. Big brother, my father insists I become an attendant to that wastrel, but I don't want to. He even beat me. I only want to be your attendant. A burly youth shouted impatiently. Right. Didn't he say my father's attendant was just a watchdog kept by that family? Now he should stand his ground. Exactly. Does he think everyone wants to be his dog? Even if I have to be a dog, I'll only be Big Brother's dog, said a freckled yellow-haired youth. Unexpectedly this remark caused everyone to clamor. Right. If we have to be dogs, we'll only be your dogs. No one can change that. Lin looked at the youths before him, feeling a surge of warmth. All those years of sincere camaraderie had not been in vain. At least at the start of his journey he would have a group of elite cavalry attendants with deep loyalty and devotion. Seeing the youth's determined expressions, Lin soothed them. All right, you all want to be my attendants, but I, one man, have limited capacity. I can't take too many. Let's go to the training ground first, we'll discuss the rest there. Thus Lin led the group toward the training ground. On the way they happened to encounter Ming earnestly trying to persuade someone to join. That person made excuses and tried to escape but couldn't break free. Seeing Lin's arrival, the man looked as if he had seen a savior. He slipped away from Ming's side and quickly moved behind Lin. Though his second brother's expression was not pleasant, brothers should not be too distant. He stepped forward. Second brother, since there's no war or disaster, why are you recruiting attendants? Ming saw the crowd behind Lin, while he had only managed to recruit a few who were willing to follow him out of respect for his father. Frustration welled up inside him. Third brother, you don't know. Father ordered us to start recruiting attendants and militia today to prepare for the goblin siege a year from now. But I don't know why whenever I mention this, these people make all sorts of excuses to refuse. Ming decided to temporarily conceal his experience of being reborn into a new life. As long as his father didn't bring it up, he would bury the secret deep in his heart. Lin could only force a smile. Obviously, who would risk their life for someone based on empty words? What did they stand to gain by following him? Did they really think he displayed his spear skills just to show off, or galloped wildly for mere fun? A few years ago, when Lin, a transmigrator, led a group of children in war games, was it truly out of childlike innocence? Nonsense. Attendants were also discerning in choosing their masters. To them, Lin was skilled in martial arts, proficient in archery and horsemanship, and possessed strong leadership. Following such a master was far better than following Ming, who was lazy, cunning, and poor in martial skills. Following the path, a short walk from the city lord's mansion led to the training ground's gate. At the center of the training ground, Lin was selecting his attendants. On one hand, troops are valued for quality over quantity, an ancient truth passed down. On the other hand, the number of personal attendants was strictly limited. Generally, a newly class-changed person is considered a level 1 professional. Each time they level up, they feel a warm current envelop them, followed by an increase in physical strength and demonic energy reserves. As for the method of leveling up, it was widely believed that combat professions mainly advanced through battle, while tempering the body and performing actions aligned with the profession also contributed. A level 1 knight could have at most 20 personal attendants. For every 10 levels, the number increased unpredictably. As for Lin's criteria for attendance, there were only two: first, absolute obedience to his commands; second, reliable character. When Lin called out names, those chosen were thrilled, while those not chosen were filled with disappointment, but could do nothing. There were 50 attendants in the castle who served his father. Each attendant had at least 3 children, and the most had 5. Choosing 20 out of nearly 200 was a massive task. First, Chuck, as Lin's standing deputy, was the first to be called out. Chuck had anticipated this. He stepped up, received the seal and sword, then stood quietly behind Lin as a fitting backdrop. Those who followed were all individuals who absolutely obeyed Lin's commands and possessed a steady temperament. As for those who were merely strong and reckless, none were chosen. Though some hot-headed individuals felt resentful, they dared not act rashly due to Lin's usual authority. Soon a 20-man attendant squad was freshly formed. They might not have been the most valiant, but they were absolutely the most obedient. In other words, this was Lin's most satisfactory foundation. After all the seals were bestowed, Lin could clearly feel a strong connection with every member of the attendant squad. This was not an illusion, but a characteristic of the personal attendant bond. After recruiting squires, Lin turned to Chuck and said, "Chuck, I'm giving you 9 men. Your task is to go to the mountains and cut down as much bamboo as you can. Afterwards, gather hunters to transport all of it back." Indeed, bamboo existed in this region, but due to its hollow nature it broke easily once imbued with magical energy, so common folk used it only for daily necessities. The reason Lin wanted these materials was that a general from his past life had turned this humble resource into something extraordinary. Besides, he only needed to train a militia, not an elite force, so he didn't require high-quality equipment. Meanwhile, Lin, accompanied by 10 squires, rode swiftly towards the villages near the castle. The soil beneath their hooves had been packed solid by centuries of travelers, so the horses' steps rang out with crisp clatters. They rode hard, and thankfully no horse stumbled on the firm ground, unseating its rider. The village was enclosed by a crude wooden fence, and from its depths came the faint sounds of domesticated fowl. Some half-grown children approached curiously, hoping to touch the war horses, but were quickly scooped up by village women who scolded them while tugging their ears. Since the autumn harvest had passed, the soybeans and rye were already gathered, leaving the village's able-bodied men idle at home. Hearing the hoofbeats, they emerged from their houses. The village headman stepped forward first. After glimpsing the family crest of Lin's party, he spoke with a fawning tone, "Noble knight, what matter brings you to our humble village? I recall there's still a month and 5 days before the tax deadline set by Lord Lake. Of course, if you wish to collect taxes early, please grant us a little more time." Lin looked at the elderly man who, despite his coarse linen shirt and grime, was more presentable than the other peasants. He said directly, "Old Jerry, I am the son of Baron Lake. With his permission, I am here to conscript soldiers from the village. All you need to do is gather the village's young men and wait for my selection. Old Jerry hurried back into his house, retrieved a brass gong, and began striking it with a small stick, producing a clanging clamor. Conscription. Conscription. The son of Baron Lake is recruiting. The loud voice, accompanied by the gong's clangor, echoed through the village, drawing many spirited young men eager for adventure to the village square. The young men's parents knew they couldn't hold them back, so they hung precious cured meat around their children's necks, hoping to keep them from going hungry on the march. Soon the village square was filled with young men of similar age awaiting Lin's choice. The village had 53 eligible youths, and he needed to select 15 to 20 from among them. Being novices, the squires had no idea how to pick recruits. But who was Lin? In his past life he was a true descendant of the Han nation, and while he never personally selected soldiers, he'd certainly heard of how it was done. Many remember the film Chi Jiguang, hero of the resistance against Japanese pirates. General Chi emphasized 4 criteria when selecting soldiers: dark complexion, tall stature, rugged looks, and strong build. And those who think that means something else, get your mind out of the gutter. According to the Annals of Genoa, from his past life, Genoese mercenaries were primarily drawn from landless peasants, bandits from mines, city gang members, and impoverished knights. This was largely in line with General Chi's standards. In short, dark skin, tall stature, rugged features, and robust physique. Being farmers, their skin and builds were naturally similar. So to select qualified soldiers, Lin dismounted, stood before each youth, and commanded them to meet his gaze. Those who lowered their heads or averted their eyes were rejected. Only those who held his stare with unwavering resolve were chosen. Next came the matter of brothers. Even if a younger brother showed timidity, if his elder brother displayed a firm gaze, the younger was also taken under his command. Thus Lin successfully recruited 18 men from the first village. 15 were brothers, and the remaining 3 were an uncle and his nephews. Afterwards he traveled 3 li eastward and recruited 11 more from Kongta village using the same method. Finally, from Inca village, also under Lake Castle's jurisdiction, he enlisted 25 men in one go, bringing the total to 54. Without giving them time to rest, he led them straight back. By the time dusk deepened, Lin had recorded the names, ages, and home addresses of all 54 men on a single piece of parchment. While registering them, he explained to these illiterate peasants the purpose of the document. This is for merit rewards and for settling accounts with your families. Hey, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your families, would you, peasants? Before darkness fully set in, he housed the recruits in empty buildings, 5 per room, conditions far better than a university dormitory. Once the recruits were settled and asleep, dreaming of the god of pleasant dreams, Lin and his squires finally had a moment to catch their breath. If you wonder why such haste, it's a profound lesson. General Chi once said that those who enlist often do so on a surge of bloodlust or peer pressure, steeling themselves with a shout, "I'm joining the army." That fervor would wane within an hour or two, and by the next day at least half would have fled. So for the quality and efficiency of conscription, speed was paramount. Finish recruiting quickly, get them to bed soundly, and avoid any trouble. In short, never delay what can be done in one night, just as one never delays a day of updates. Only through speed can everyone have a bright future. But Lin was utterly exhausted. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. At the first light of dawn, Lin was jolted awake by a sudden clamor. Instantly all drowsiness vanished. He sprang upright from his bed, disregarding the dizziness and blurred vision, hastily draped his cloak over his shoulders, seized his longsword, and dashed out the door. With a heavy thud, Lin barreled headlong into Jacques just outside the threshold. Before Jacques could catch his breath, Lin seized him by the arm and dragged him straight toward the source of the commotion. Racing barefoot across the muddy path, they arrived at the scene of uproar, only to discover that the agitated laborers were not Lin's recruits, but those enlisted by Ming. Yet Ming, a wastrel noble whose life had ended in destitution in his past life, lacked Lin's lightning-swift recruitment discipline. His conscripts were haphazardly chosen and wildly uneven in quality. Indeed, barely a day had passed before many began clamoring to return home. Lin's own men had already fractured into 3 factions. One group lounged idly beside the cottages he'd assigned them, watching the chaos unfold with detached amusement. Another gleefully fanned the flames, shouting provocations, while the third, swayed by the cries of home, stood apart, quietly scheming their own escape. Seeing that it was not his own men attempting to flee, Lin exhaled in quiet relief. He ordered Jacques to assemble all his henchmen and lead them to the armory for bamboo poles and axes, while he himself strode purposefully toward the unruly laborers. "Hey, you lot! Is spectating truly so entertaining? Get to the training ground, now! Do you wish to die?" Lin bellowed, then swung his sword's flat edge without pause, delivering sharp, stinging blows to those who had incited the unrest. Human nature is peculiar. Speak with 3 parts menace, 3 parts ferocity, and 3 parts outlaw's audacity, and others will revere you, fear you. Only then offer 1 part benevolence, and they'll be overwhelmed with gratitude. His fierce lashing did not ignite rebellion, it stiffened every spine. No one dared protest hunger or exhaustion. Instead, they fell into line and jogged obediently behind Lin toward the training ground. Truly, not a single word was uttered. The distance from the cottages to the training ground was neither short nor arduous. So he alternated, sometimes sprinting ahead to set the pace, sometimes doubling back to strike the stragglers who slackened their speed. Thus a journey normally requiring 15 minutes was completed in just 10. Once assembled within the yard, Lin instructed castle servants to bring forth all the bamboo Jacques had cut the previous day. The poles ranged from 3 to 5 meters in length. Some newly appointed knights henchmen eager to expend energy even hauled in bamboo exceeding 8 meters. Below the platform the villagers watched in bafflement. "Brother, what on earth does this lord intend for us?" asked a broad-shouldered but simple-faced laborer, turning to his elder sibling. "I've no idea, brother. Surely he doesn't expect us to chop bamboo," replied the elder, his brow furrowed in doubt, but answering nonetheless. Before their confusion could deepen, and Lin declared plainly, "Behold, this is your task for today. Split these poles into uniform shafts using the axes." He then selected a tall, burly laborer as the standard for proper technique. Fortunately the castle's armory held ample axes, otherwise the moment would have been deeply awkward. Once the poles were cut to length, he directed them to split half into thin strips, retaining only the thick hollow base of each stalk to form bamboo tubes, while binding the strips tightly with coarse hemp cloth into cudgel-like rods, then sharpening their tips. In just a few deliberate steps a serviceable bamboo spear was forged. Yet the gravest weakness of these raw levies lay not in skill but in frailty. Raised on hoe and plow, malnourished since childhood, thrusting a spear demanded strength they lacked, and a splinter tip could cripple their combat efficacy instantly. That was when the heretical art of the sleeve lance, a technique Lin once studied, proved indispensable. And indeed, had they not just fashioned countless bamboo tubes, wrapped both hand and tube tightly in coarse hemp cloth, and then wielded freely, thrusting and withdrawing with brutal efficiency. Though condemned as heresy by every orthodox spear school, the sleeve lance method remained the most practical system for training and deploying levies. As for the remaining half of the shafts, he instructed them to invert the poles, sharpening the thicker end, tapering the thinner, transforming them into blunt hammer-like impact weapons. Upon completion of both spear types, Lin dispatched his henchmen to fetch baskets of black rye bread and 2 barrels of fermented fruit wine to the training ground, then distributed each loaf personally, 1 per villager. The fruit wine served as reward for diligence. Those who labored hardest received a full bowl, those who contributed less only half. Though the wine had long soured, their delight was unfeigned. Those granted full bowls bowed deeply in profuse thanks, while those receiving half gazed upon them with quiet, radiant pride. Shhhhhhhh, hic. Ah, this bowl of wine coats the soul in sweetness. Oof, this soft black bread lingers on the tongue like perfume. Strangely, those who'd earned full bowls could not resist flaunting them before the idle ones, some too weak to work, others simply shirking duty. Yet regardless of reason, each resolved inwardly tomorrow they would exert themselves more, so as to earn greater rewards. After the meal, Lin sent all laborers back to their cottages for midday rest. Sated and content, they dispersed without complaint, vanishing swiftly into their quarters. Only then did Lin turn his attention to his newly appointed henchmen. Having become his henchmen only the day before, their bodies now surged with volatile arcane energy and raw physical might, untamed, untrained, and utterly incapable of unlocking its full potential without disciplined guidance. Each stood beside a continental horse gifted by baronetcy upon their appointment, a token bestowed by their fathers. Their drills could not unfold within the confines of the training yard. Instead, they would ride beyond the city walls, into the open fields. Lin divided them into 2 cavalry units of 10 men each, the first under Jacques' command, the second led by a young man named Lin. Their training focused solely on 2 maneuvers: wall-mounted charge drills and instantaneous directional pivots, governed by 2 distinct auditory signals: the rhythmic thump-thump of sword striking shield and the ringing clang of blade striking helmet. At the thump-thump, Unit 1 advanced while Unit 2 withdrew. At the clang, Unit 2 charged and Unit 1 fell back. Once mastery of these fundamentals was achieved, Lin joined all 20 men in practicing the knight's skill, charge, a technique accessible only through synchronized arcane energy. The skill was deceptively simple: link the knight's and henchmen's arcane energies, then channel power continuously into the knight, the focal point, building momentum as they closed upon enemy ranks until their advance became an unstoppable mountain-shattering force. In theory, any knight-henchman pair could execute it. In practice, however, energy linking proved fragile, easily disrupted by distraction, fatigue, or misalignment, resulting either in prolonged wasteful charging or catastrophic linkage collapse, preventing any meaningful accumulation of force. Lin understood this well. Only through repeated rigorous rehearsal, forging unspoken synchrony, could their connection stabilize, and only then would the charge coalesce into true devastating reality. After training with the retainers for an hour, he had them return the horses to the stable. Then a group of them burst into the cottages, brandishing horsewhips, shouting curses, and lashing out at anyone who moved too slowly. When those laborers were roused from their sleep, they too felt a surge of anger. Being subjected to a torrent of abuse and a flogging would stir even a clay figure's temper. Yet, facing the retainers who wore long swords at their waists and held horsewhips in their hands, they dared not show any defiance. One by one they obediently rose from their straw piles and shuffled out of the house. Lin looked with great satisfaction at the crowd of laborers who dared not speak their anger. Training soldiers, especially in feudal times, began with cultivating a measure of anger, then transforming it into malice, and finally into ferocity. Those born under the red flag and raised in the warm spring breeze will never understand how precious an army is that does not loot, pillage, rape women, or commit heinous crimes. Some feudal generals even took pride in their personal guards' readiness to fight and kill, and some even condoned their men's looting. Though the retainers serving Baron Ansi in the castle were very polite to Lin, it was only because Lin was their young master, and perhaps their own children would one day rely on him for a living. These men, when they followed Ansi in war, killed when they needed to, raped when they wanted to, committing no fewer atrocities than bandits. Do you know why I had my men beat you? Because you are worthless. You deserve it. Lin began with an opening statement, clearly not a pleasant topic. Yet not a single person present objected, because they truly believed they were born lowly and deserved, yes, the beating. Slavery is not about oppressing people or ordering them to hand over their property. That's damn robbery. True slavery is making people feel that they are born lowly, born to work for the landlord, and born to give everything they have to the landlord. Only a few had an uncertain glint in their eyes. But looking at the young retainers, clad in red padded gambesons, armed with imperial standard swords at their waists, wearing chain mail gloves on their hands and imperial chain boots on their feet, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with fleshy faces, they were clearly raised on meat and fine grains since childhood. Then they looked at themselves. Coarse linen long-sleeved shirts, calloused hands from years of farm labor, feet with only a layer of hardened skin cultivated since childhood, and bodies that, if not quite showing ribs, had not a trace of fat. Thinking that one punch from them might only tickle the other side, with such thoughts the glint in their eyes gradually faded. At this moment Lin continued, "Look, the calluses on their hands are from sword practice, the muscles on their arms are from years of fine meat. Without hesitation any one of them could kill at least 10 of you. So even if they kill you I will not punish them, because their calluses and muscles are more precious than you." Seeing the precious thing that had appeared in the laborer's eyes, dissatisfaction, Lin knew it was time to provoke their emotions and guide them toward his purpose. "Your lives are born so lowly, this is what your parents gave you and you cannot resist it. Today I will act as your parents and give you a new life. As long as you train hard and accumulate the heads of enemies in battle, I will personally reward you with 10 copper coins. When you accumulate 1 silver coin, I will personally exchange it for a warrior profession crystal core. Even if you are injured and unable to fight or die, I will give you half a silver coin as compensation. But do you dare to try?" These villagers immediately lifted their heads, their eyes burning with intense desire. Professionals, no matter what kind, are automatically recognized as low-ranking nobles. Although it is far from the titled nobility of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, it is still genuine nobility. Once they became nobles, they would never have to do farm work every day. They could marry a beautiful, delicate wife and have many children. Immediately someone shouted along, "I dare! I dare!" And Lin, "I can't hear you." The crowd, "I dare!" And Lin, "Still can't hear." Everyone, "I dare! I dare! I dare!" At this moment they no longer cared about hierarchy. They had to use this worthless life to fight for themselves. In fact, the warrior profession crystal core is very cheap, unlike the knight profession crystal core, which is heavily monopolized by the national nobility. It is said that when the gods bestowed this thing, this profession accounted for at least 70%. But like diamonds, no matter how cheap something is, if someone monopolizes it, you still can't buy it. Less than 100 li from Lake Castle there is a large town with a profession crystal core shop controlled by a noble. Buying such a cheap core costs only 1 gold coin, sometimes only 50 silver coins if the core's fluctuation is high, but the only requirement is that you must have a noble status. Gold, silver, copper exchange rate 1100. Any noble who sells profession crystal cores in large quantities to commoners will be sent to the gallows by all nobles. Therefore merchant families often paid a great price to have their children or themselves marry into noble families just to acquire a noble surname. Seeing the time was ripe, and Lin waved his hand. "Assemble at the training ground. Trot forward." Some of these laborers had weak minds and were easily stirred by Lin's provocation, their heads filled with thoughts of becoming professionals after killing enemies and living like lords. Others thought the price of 10 copper coins per enemy head was a good deal, and by killing more on the battlefield they could ensure a better life for their families. Everyone was happy, both sides delighted, all with a bright future ahead. The mind is infinite, but the body is finite. These conscripts, exerting all their strength, managed to cover only half the distance before they could run no further. Some then wished to kneel and rest, but Lin and his attendants urged them to shake their legs and walk about. After loosening their limbs, they strolled slowly to the training ground. By then it was 3 in the afternoon, and the sky had gradually darkened. Lin divided them into groups of 5, 2 groups forming a squad. He instructed them to elect their own group leaders and squad leaders, and the remaining 4 were assigned as cooks and medics. However, within each squad he tried not to put brothers in the same group. In just 5 minutes these people had chosen their group leaders and squad leaders. The squad leaders group automatically became Group 1 and the other group became Group 2. Then based on the order in which group leaders were elected they were designated as Squads 1 through 5. Thus Squads 1 to 5 were freshly formed. Within each group members were numbered 1 to 5 by height. Group leaders had to remember their members' numbers while squad leaders had to remember all members' numbers. Lin addressed the newly grouped conscripts. Today your final task is to thoroughly recognize your group members and firmly remember your squad and group numbers. Tomorrow anyone who doesn't know which group they belong to or which squad group and number they are will receive 10 lashes. After speaking Lin gave them free time. They earnestly memorized those around them fearing that if they couldn't find someone tomorrow they would be whipped by Lin. Half an hour later the sky had turned completely dark and Lin led them back. Along the way some still shivered from the cold, their clothes too thin. Seeing this Lin made a mental note. When they returned to the barracks he arranged their sleeping positions according to squad and group, also taking the opportunity to help them remember more firmly. Those who needed to relieve themselves could take this time to do so. Meanwhile Lin ordered the kitchen to bring 30 loaves of black bread and boil 3 kettles of water. He gave each conscript a bowl of hot water and half a loaf of black bread to warm their stomachs and reduce the chance of catching a cold. As the servants poured water those who had been subtly instructed by Lin muttered to themselves, "I wonder which noble would give their own serfs such precious hot water." After drinking the hot water the conscripts had varied expressions. Some even shed tears and the resentment and anger from the morning were swept away completely. The reason was just as the servants had said. Which noble would give hot water to serfs? In this era hot water was a privilege granted only to women who had given birth to a son. Ordinary people had neither the opportunity nor the right to boil it. Do not think that because Lin had previously treated them to fruit wine hot water was less precious. In this era fruit wine was already a common village beverage while hot water and hot food were mostly enjoyed only by the baron's own family. Take firewood for example. The surrounding hills and forests were the private property of baron and sea. To touch them was to touch the baron's money. Only when a peasant woman gave birth to a son and the baron's property had multiplied his small property would the baron permit the stove to be lit for her once. Note as a side benefit. To boil some water put it in an earthenware pot and bring it home to nourish the mother. The water given to you would definitely be hot but by the time you got home it would probably be only lukewarm. But the water they drank today was brought over immediately after boiling by the chef eager to please the young master, hot enough to scald their mouths. After swallowing the warm water-soaked black bread they ignored the musty smell of the straw piles and lay down directly feeling their bodies gradually warm up utterly content. This unexpected care made the conscripts even begin to cherish Lin's kindness. When Lin returned to the lord's manor he heard Ming saying to their father Baron and C. "Father, these conscripts are truly unruly. They keep clamoring to go home. And those attendants are all arrogant and no longer obey my orders." Hearing this Lin pushed the door open and entered. To his surprise not only his father and C but also his mother Weina were present. Still he addressed Ming first. "Brother, I did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation with father but I must correct 2 points. The conscript's nature is not inherently weak, their desire to go home now is merely fear of an unfamiliar environment. As for the attendants' arrogance, what you should do is display your strength, or at the very least train hard and earn their recognition rather than complaining to father." After hearing Lin's words Baron and C first expressed his approval. "Look at your younger brother then look at yourself. You're embarrassing me. Enough. From today on all your attendants and militia will be under your mother's command. As for you, first learn martial arts well from your uncle Jian. Though he is my sworn brother he is more suited to teaching than I am. I don't know what you've been doing all these years. Anyway, you may leave now. I have things to discuss with your younger brother." Hearing his father dismiss him Ming though reluctant could only push the door and leave. Lin looked at his father and felt that he had aged a lot but his mother Weina's attire puzzled him even more. "What's wrong, my dear little treasure? Doesn't Mom look handsome in this outfit?" What met his eyes was a beautiful woman in military attire, a red infantry cotton armor, a heavy rectangular shield on her back, a heavy crossbow in her hands and several quivers of bolts on the table. This beauty in arms was a far cry from the gentle maternal image she had when teaching Lin in the past. "Mom, you look really great in this." Lin quickly complimented her but then probed cautiously. "Father, could the goblin siege you mentioned really be so severe that even my mother, a woman, must go to battle?" As expected, as soon as dawn broke Lin could not wait to seek out his uncle to ask why he had ended up in such a state. True to form, after learning that Lin had witnessed his youthful appearance, Uncle Doge arranged to teach him archery techniques over the next few days. Meanwhile Ming was seized by Uncle Jean in the early morning and forced to run laps around the training ground alongside his attendants with the threat of a whip mark should he fall behind. Parting from his uncle Lin made his way directly to the laborers slumbering in their dwellings. With a thunderous crash, the flimsy door was kicked open, jolting the men from their deep sleep. Up! Form up outside immediately! Lin struck the wall with his bamboos, stripped, the sharp cracks reverberating through the air. The laborers stirred from their straw beds at the sound, instinctively making their way toward the doorway. Seeing them vigorous and untroubled by the sudden cold snap, Lin felt certain his decision to provide hot water the previous day had been the right one. Was he truly concerned for their well-being? Impossible. He simply wanted to ensure training proceeded without delay and perhaps instill a sense of gratitude. Having observed the capitalists of his past life, the patriotic entrepreneurs, he was more than qualified to command such labor. Surveying the disorganized mass before him, Lin stepped forward and demanded a laborer's identification number. The laborer stammered. "My lord, I'm with the 3rd squad. No, the 2nd squad, group 2, number 3. Yes, 2nd squad, group 2, number 3. I memorized it all last night." Lin nodded and gestured behind him. "Stand there." Those who remembered took their positions while others received sharp slaps. "Now you'll remember. What's wrong with your head? Did a pig chew on it?" The slapped men stood to Lin's right, awaiting further judgment. Witnessing the punishment, a diminutive laborer trembled. "Brother, what was my number? I slept through and forgot completely." A tall youth beside him called out. "Brother, I'm captain of the 5th squad. You're group 2, number 3. Remember that." "Quickly chant it," the small man muttered. "5th squad, group 2, number 3. Group 2, number 3. You! What are you doing? Step forward. State your number." Lin's furious shouting left the young man paralyzed with fear, his mouth opening and closing before tears spilled. "I truly forgot. The moment I speak I can't recall." The elder brother interjected, kneeling. "Master, I'm 5th squad, group 1, number 1. My younger brother is 5th squad, group 2, number 3. He's slow-witted by nature, but I'll keep him in line on the battlefield. You've passed, stand on the left. Your brother has failed, stand on the right." This was precisely in Lin's intention. Punishment would be far more satisfying when delivered collectively. Of the 50 men, only 19 had memorized their numbers, the remaining 31 had nearly forgotten everything. The 31 received 5 lashes each, while squad and group leaders were punished with 2 lashes apiece for their negligence. If only 2 in a group of 5 succeeded, the group leader received 2 lashes as penalty. The same principle applied across all units. Only through shared accountability could fair competition be achieved. The 5th squad's elder brother suffered 6 lashes, more than his younger sibling, since most of his men had failed. Watching the laborers wail in agony, Lin smiled. "Morning's examination is complete. At noon I'll ask again. Anyone who fails will receive 10 lashes." The pain was instantly forgotten. Captains and group leaders, driven to frenzy, forced their men to recite their numbers endlessly. By noon every single one had memorized their numbers. Pain truly is humanity's most effective teacher. Once they could all remember their designated numbers, Lin gradually began conducting military training sessions with them. Of course, this wasn't about teaching them some so-called invincible formation tactics, but rather drilling into them the military regulations. First, anyone who slaughters innocents to claim military merit during wartime shall be executed. Second, anyone who feigns illness during wartime shall be executed, and those who feign illness to avoid training during peacetime shall be severely flogged with 50 lashes. Third, anyone who disobeys their superiors during wartime shall be executed, and those who disobey their superiors during peacetime shall have their ears pierced. Fourth, anyone who abandons their formation during wartime shall be executed. Fifth, anyone who whispers or turns their head without permission during wartime shall be executed, and those who do so during drills shall be punished with 20 lashes. Sixth, anyone who leaves the military camp without authorization shall be executed. Seventh, anyone who cries or shouts during the night shall be executed. Eighth, anyone who starts a fire or relieves themselves without authorization shall be executed. Ninth, anyone who speaks resentfully or refuses to mend their ways after repeated admonishment shall be executed. 10th, anyone who drops or topples the banner during battle shall be executed. These military regulations frightened the conscripted laborers half to death, and what's more, they applied equally to the retainers. Furthermore, Lin had the city's carpenters and tailors craft 15 large banners and 10 lanterns. The banners came in 5 colors: red, yellow, blue, green, and black, with 3 of each. The lanterns consisted of 3 red, 3 yellow, and 4 white. The color coding was established as follows: red for the east, yellow for the west, blue for the south, green for the north, and black as the center. The lantern signals were red for sending out troops to scout, yellow for the entire army to assemble in the tent, and white for setting up camp, cooking meals, and attending to bodily functions. On the training ground, the conscripted laborers made all sorts of clumsy mistakes under Lin's instruction, but he didn't lose heart. He simply kept drilling them. However, whenever a particular squad performed well, he would increase their rations. For instance, he would chop the meat from his own lunch into fine pieces and distribute it to each member of that group. 2 days passed in this manner, and Lin's prestige rose sharply. He had unexpectedly achieved a semblance of strict discipline and seamless command. This greatly pleased Baron Ans, who generously ordered his steward to deliver 10 gold coins as a reward for his third son. But on the third day the training method changed. It was still the familiar kicked open doors and the same scolding shouts, yet the content was no longer simple formation drills and movement, but rather, all troops attention. Target the warehouse. Double time march. All troops attention. Align on me. Single file. Grab a bamboo pole. Now target the training ground. Double time march. Once everyone had arrived at the training ground and Lin ordered them to form pairs with someone they were not related to by blood. One would practice thrusting while the other practiced parrying, coordinating with each other. Seeing them sparring enthusiastically, and Lin instructed Chuck to oversee the laborers, ordering him to give them a 10-minute rest after every 15 minutes of training. They were to repeat this cycle 5 times before they were allowed to eat. After handing over the training to Chuck, and Lin went directly to find Uncle Dorge to practice his archery. At the archery range. Uncle Dorge, this bow is incredibly stiff. And Lin held the longbow his uncle had given him and gave it a tentative test, only to find the bow's body was as hard as iron. There was no way he could draw it without exerting his full strength. Heh. Of course. You didn't think an enchanted longbow from Nord County would be easy to handle, did you? This isn't like the toys you used before. Dorge said, stroking his thick beard with one hand while holding a bamboo switch in the other. Uncle, could you please put down what you're holding? It makes me nervous. And Lin also noticed the somewhat ominous look on Dorge's face, and tried to get his uncle to talk things out peacefully. You should be nervous. You can't train a good archer without a bamboo switch. As Dorge finished speaking, crack. The bamboo switch landed a sharp smack on Lin's backside. Ow. Uncle. You're my real uncle. And Lin, holding the longbow in one hand and rubbing his rear with the other, issued a soul-searching challenge to his uncle. Of course, if you weren't my good nephew, you'd be meeting your great-grandparents right about now. A ferocious grin spread across Dorge's face. I'm just testing the strength. Don't be scared, being scared won't help. And you should learn better things from your mother, not that warped sense of aesthetics. What's so good about a pretty boy? They're just fellows who live off their looks. A man's bulk is the true symbol of strength. I was wondering why you looked so refined, uncle. Turns out I take after you. I'll have to turn you into a real man. Heh 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 heh. Dorge said, letting out a spine-chilling laugh as he spoke. Mother. Uncle's gone mad. Your brother has lost his mind. Someone come save me. And Lin shouted for help, but no one answered. Come on, my dear nephew. Stop yelling, time counts. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. After saying this, Dorge swung the bamboo pole once more, leaving another unforgettable impression on Lin. Dorge. Come on, quick. Engage your spine, hold it steady, don't move. Lin strained with every ounce of his strength to draw the longbow, barely managing to pull it to its full extent. Dorge. Now. Channel the magical energy stored in your lower abdomen, guide it up along your spine, push it into your arms, and then transfer it through your arms to the bow's limbs. Following his uncle's instructions, he tried to make the magical energy in his lower abdomen circulate according to his will, but it all ended up in a chaotic mess. His arm's strength gave out, and he had no choice but to loose the arrow. Oh dear. How can you not even manage this? This is the beginner's course for an archer. Uncle Dorge's face was beaming with a brilliant smile, and he kept rattling on. Dorge thought to himself, shoot away. Let him shoot for a few more months until he's mastered the longbow. Then I'll teach him the great sword. No matter how good his figure is, he'll end up as burly as a bear. What's so good about being a pretty boy? A sturdy man is much more pleasing to the eye. Several hours passed yet, and Lin was unable to smoothly deliver the magical energy to the designated spot in time. It was so simple, yet he couldn't do it precisely. The longbow had an extremely high draw weight, requiring a great deal of strength, which in turn made it impossible to concentrate on channeling magical energy at the same time. Just as he was exhausted, red-faced, and gasping for breath, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a phrase he'd seen while scrolling through Bilibili. Draw the bow with anger, release the arrow with calm breath. Draw the bow slowly, loose the arrow swiftly. In other words, pull the bow back slowly, release the string quickly. Inhale before drawing the bow, and you can exhale at the moment of release. Besides, no one ever said you had to channel the magical energy before drawing the bow. Then he thought, why not channel the magical energy to his arms first, then draw the bow, and then smoothly push the energy into the bow's limbs and immediately release the arrow. No sooner said than done. He tried this method once, and sure enough, the runes on the bow's limbs flashed, and the arrow shot out like lightning, embedding itself deep into the earthen wall of the archery range. Nice! And Lin couldn't help but cheer, only to get smacked again. Not a dull mind, you know how to adapt. I'll let you off the hook today. When you get back, have your servants rub your arms well. Come back for training in a couple of days. Alright, that's enough for today. Go back and drill your militia. Dorge waved his hand signaling the end of Enlin's training for the day. Enlin. Uncle, then why did you hit me? Dorge. Because I felt like it. After leaving the archery range, Enlin followed the path towards the training ground. Upon entering the training ground, he discovered that the original 50 militiamen had grown by more than 40. Moreover, the person leading the training had changed from Chuck to his mother Vina. Shout! Let it out loud, boys! His mother shouted while using her short sword to whip those whose stances were incorrect. War cries rang out one after another, and their thrusting movements became increasingly precise. At this moment his mother was completely different from her usual gentle, loving persona. Her face was as cold as ice, and the fierce glint in her eyes was enough to kill. Even the retainers who were originally responsible for training tasks, and those who pledged allegiance to Enming were forced to join the drilling ranks. Upon noticing her son watching her from the entrance of the training ground, Vina immediately halted the drill. The conscripted laborers looked confused. The 40-plus newcomers turned their heads to look, and some even sat down to rest. But the original 50 militiamen stood rooted to the spot, not daring to turn their heads or utter a word. The countless lashes they had endured had taught them that looking back or turning your head during drills would get you beaten. Indeed, seeing that none of them dared to look back or move a muscle, Enlin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Son, back so soon. What did your Uncle Dorge teach you? His mother said, a smile spreading across her face. Mother, Uncle taught me a great deal. I'll tell you tonight. It's getting dark now, let's first send these militiamen back. Enlin suggested. All right. Let's send these militiamen back first, and then we'll go have dinner. When his mother turned around, what she saw was her own trained laborers sitting or lying down, completely lacking any discipline, while Enlin's men were all standing rigidly in place, not a single one moving. Retainer squad, escort the men back the way they came. Tomorrow is a rest day for everyone. Tonight each man gets a bowl of hot water in the evening. Enlin issued the orders directly. In this stronghold there wasn't a single one among the younger generation who didn't listen to Enlin. If you asked why he could command Enming's retainers, my allegiance to Enming does not mean I don't follow Enlin's commands. Mother's method sure is fast. Drills every 3 days, exercises every 5. The drills involved training with bamboo spears, while the exercises consisted of forming up in column formation and marching out of the city gates awaiting signals from the command flags and military orders. Enlin, drawing upon the wisdom of his forebears, managed within a single month to train this group of laborers into a militia that could barely comprehend military commands. During this month, under the tutelage of his uncle Duogu, he successfully mastered the use of the enchanted longbow. One morning Enlin received his first mission from his father, to accompany Duogu to Grey County 80 li to the north to procure supplies for the impending siege defense. He harbored no complaints, of course. He simply mounted his warhorse and set off. This steed had been purchased by Uncle Jian from the horse market. Ever since Enlin's class change, it had grown remarkably fond of him, frequently nuzzling its head against his chest. To be honest, aside from bandits and the occasional monster, this journey posed little real danger, for accompanying Enlin were 20 longbowmen personally trained by Uncle Duogu. 54 militiamen, 20 retainers, 20 longbowmen plus 2 professionals. In the era of the Great Chaos centuries ago, this force could have founded a nation on the spot. As they exited the city gates, a narrow path stretched out before his eyes. His uncle said that as long as they followed this path north, taking a left at every fork, they would find Grey County. Trekking along the trail, Enlin found time to chat with Uncle Duogu about family matters. Uncle Duogu, aren't there bandits lying in wait on this road? Enlin gazed at the winding path ahead, a sense of unease stirring within him. How could there not be? But that was years ago. When I first traveled as a merchant, I was ambushed right by that hillside up ahead. Fortunately, your father and mother were with me at the time. Otherwise, I might have been sold off to the southern road as a slave to those cold, dark scoundrels. Duogu let out a hearty laugh, then led the wagon train straight toward that hillside. Noting the treacherous terrain, Enlin signaled the archers on the wagons to knock their arrows and stay on high alert. Sure enough, just as they were about 100 meters from the hillside, a band of donkey bandits suddenly burst forth, roughly 50 of them, all riding donkeys, charging straight at the wagon train. Duogu sneered at the sight. He unhooked his longbow and loosed an arrow with casual ease. The arrow tore through the wind, punching a gaping hole clean through the leading bandit. Form a circular formation. No one moves without orders. Enlin shouted the command, but the militiamen were already thrown into disarray, and few paid him any heed. Chuck and the remaining retainers drew their swords, striking the militiamen repeatedly with the flats of their blades while barking, "If you don't want to die, get back in formation." Through the retainers' relentless efforts, the militiamen finally managed to hold together a ragged circular formation. Meanwhile, the longbowmen on the wagons, having pre-knocked their arrows, all released a volley of direct fire in time. The arrows flew with uncanny precision, as if guided by sight, toppling 18 donkey bandits from their mounts, who were then trampled into pulp by the riders behind them. To Enlin's astonishment, the bloody pulp of the fallen bandits caused the next 3 donkeys to slip, sending their riders tumbling to the ground. Duo Ge fired 3 more arrows in rapid succession, pinning the 3 fallen bandits dead to the earth. Seeing that nearly a third of his veterans had been lost before the battle truly began, the bandit leader realized this raid wasn't worth the cost. With a sharp whistle, he led his remaining men in a hasty retreat. The terrain beyond the hillside was treacherous, ill-suited for a cavalry charge. Moreover, Lin feared an ambush, and chose not to recklessly pursue. Duo Ge, relieved that Lin hadn't let his blood run hot, and charged ahead with his men, told him, "Nephew, when you encounter bandits like this in the future, do exactly as you did today, never charge out. These scoundrels can never amount to anything. A few volleys of arrows will send them running. But if anything happened to you, I wouldn't have the face to meet your parents." And Lin nodded in agreement, assuring his uncle that he would absolutely never rush into battle unnecessarily. Afterward, Uncle Duo Ge ordered the men to round up the 18 donkeys that had been left behind, while the 3 that had stumbled and twisted their ankles were slaughtered on the spot, their meat carved up for a feast. As Duo Ge's beloved nephew and the leader of the 20 retainers, Lin was given 2 roasted donkey legs, clearly more than he could eat alone. So he carved up 1 roasted leg and distributed it to his retainers as a reward. The other he publicly presented to the few militiamen who had performed admirably. Though the meat handed out was hardly gourmet fare, the militiamen who had scarcely tasted meat before felt that being treated to such a feast was already a sign of great benevolence from the gracious master. Moreover, given Lin's prior kindness and gentle treatment, these militiamen genuinely felt a surge of gratitude for being favored by Master, and the overall morale of the troops rose to a new level. They had traveled for nearly 3 or 4 li more. It was autumn, and the sky hung heavy and dark, while a chill pervaded the surroundings, leaving an unsettling feeling in the air. "Master, 30 undead have been spotted 300 paces ahead, likely newly converted." Forslin guided his horse and reported the situation to Lin. "Good. I'll record this as your merit." And Lin laughed heartily. Those who had spent time in the transcendent world knew well that demonic energy catalyzed all things, typically giving rise to sinister mutations, zombies and wraiths among them. When such creatures multiplied, they would descend upon villages, merchant caravans, and even castles. To maintain the kingdom's stability, the kingdom of Ailey had established a policy: any noble who slew demonic creatures in the wilderness, whether undead, goblins, trolls, or even demons, and presented their severed heads to neighboring nobles, would receive the appropriate reward. Far from being viewed as disguised begging, this practice was regarded by nobles as an elegant pursuit, a display of martial valor among the aristocracy. As long as no deep enmity existed, nobles generally honored this custom. However, some nobles, though a vast minority, had resorted to capturing slaves and exploiting the infectious nature of undead flesh to maliciously transform them into the undead, then parading their severed heads as a means of boosting their own prestige. While the kingdom strictly forbade nobles from slaughtering innocents to claim false merit, no noble had ever been sent to the guillotine for such acts. Yet now that such creatures had emerged right under his nose, it would be impossible to let this opportunity slip away. The retainers draped horse cloths over their mounts. The first cavalry unit marched at a slow pace, charging only when 50 paces from the enemy. Their objective was to break the enemy formation. Anyone injured in the fray would be whipped 20 times. The second cavalry unit followed at a leisurely pace, holding back from combat unless necessary. Their primary duty was to oversee the battle. The first and second militia companies advanced at a run, preparing to annihilate the enemy. 5 copper coins for each kill. The first blood, 10 copper coins for the kill. Wounded fighters received 3 copper coins. I'm in charge of distribution. Once the militia took their positions, the first retinue unit charged forward, scattering the horde of undead that had converged on the scent of living flesh. The militia then surged ahead to finish off any isolated undead with thrusting spear strikes. After breaking through the ranks, the first retinue unit pulled back from the horde and glanced toward Lin's command banner, a crimson standard bearing the silhouette of a horse signaling an eastward advance. After marching eastward for roughly 50 paces, the great banner shifted to blue, and the unit turned southward, returning to the merchant caravan. The scattered undead proved less formidable than a 10-year-old child. With the militia coordinating their efforts, all were eliminated in under 10 minutes with not a single casualty. After decapitating the fallen, the militia and the second retinue unit followed the blue banner's guidance back to the caravan. Watching Lin maneuver the battle standards, Doge couldn't help but express his admiration, remarking, "You've got a sharp mind, boy. This way we save considerable time without needing to shout through horseback." Lin chuckled and accepted his uncle's praise. Suddenly a wave of warmth enveloped Lin's body, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. The sensation was fleeting yet profoundly real. Both his physical prowess and demonic energy reserves had seen a measurable increase. Doge observed this with an expression of practiced nonchalance, and remarked, "You've leveled up. Don't get carried away, reaching level 20 is straightforward enough. It's only later that you'll understand what true adversity means." Suppressing his astonishment at the physical changes, he stepped forward and handed a pouch of fruit wine to Zack as he returned to camp. Zack uncorked the pouch, took a few sips to steady his racing heart from the initial charge, then passed it to the retinue behind him. The retainers passed the pouch from one to another until it was finished, then dismounted and removed the horse cloths, stacking them neatly in the rear carriage. Upon the second retinue unit's return, their mounts were led to the grassy verge to graze freely, resting while replenishing their hydration. The militia fared even more directly. They were summoned on the spot to receive their rewards, while the second retinue unit was called over to verify in real time which militia members had slain undead and who had claimed the first blood. Everything was laid bare for all to see. Unlin's task was simple: distribute the coin. 5 copper coins per head, 30 heads in total, making 150 copper coins plus a 10-coin bonus for the first kill, 160 copper coins in all. With the coin distributed, his credibility was established. The militia who received their rewards fought with higher morale, while those who hadn't yet earned their share were already planning to throw themselves into battle to claim their due. As for those militiamen whose ragged clothes offered no place to secure their coins, resulting in lost wages, that had nothing to do with the generous inn. Money earned with one's life was safest kept in one's own possession. The caravan traveled by day and at night circled the wagons into a defensive formation, allowing everyone to rest while occasionally encountering a few magical beasts or wild monsters, giving Unlin a chance to level up and the militia to gain experience. After 3 days of travel, at dusk on the third day, the caravan finally arrived at Grey City. The city gate was muddy and decrepit. The guards were extorting a merchant caravan. The caravan leader, struggling to cope, tactfully handed a small cloth pouch to one of the brutish guards, but the man knocked it to the ground with a sneer. "Who do you think you're fobbing off? You think we're beggars? And who said you can skip the inspection of the carriage? If a magical beast gets through, we'll lose our heads." The brute reached for the carriage curtain. Seeing this, the caravan leader quickly pressed a large bag of silver coins into his hands, muttering, "Sir, this lowly one was blind. Consider this a token of friendship. The carriage carries my daughter who is about to be married. She cannot be seen. Please have mercy. Have mercy." The guard, irritated, kicked the merchant over and grinned while reaching for the curtain. "A daughter, eh? Perfect. Guarding the city is boring. Let's share in the groom's luck. Don't worry, no entry fee for you. From now on, your daughter is our daughter." As he pulled back the curtain, there was no maiden in sight, only piles of silk, fabric, and spices. In any world where productivity is low, such goods are mobile gold, and Grey County levied exorbitant taxes on them. The brute burst into laughter. "Fortune favors me." But as he laughed, he looked up and saw the next caravan approaching, not the man himself, but the banner behind him bearing the Lake family crest. His men swiftly dragged away the previous caravan leader, then rushed to Doge, knelt, kowtowed, and greeted. "Welcome, my lord, to Grey County. May you enjoy a pleasant stay." Not only did the city guards waive the entry fee, but they also sent men to carry all the caravan's goods into the city, and even asked if they should summon the merchant guild master for trade. Only after receiving the order to get lost did the man reluctantly roll away. Inside the city, incessant noise assailed the ears. The haggling of merchants, the cries of peddlers, and all manner of rabble from every walk of life. Even more unbearable was the stench of filth and urine that permeated the air, hot and foul as if living in hell. Just then a child of about 8 years old passed by and deftly reached for the money pouch at Doge's waist. Uncle Doge didn't mind, just the child, a scolding would suffice. After all, an adult must be merciful. He drew his two-handed sword and gave a light swing. The child was cleaved in 2 entrails, spilling across the ground, the hand that had just gripped the pouch falling limp. Because he was so close, and Lin was splattered with blood, but from the child's eyes he saw the light of hope fade away. Uncle Doge muttered about the bad luck, tossed 10 copper coins, and drove the carriage past the child's body. At that moment a new commotion arose. A woman stumbled over, wailing over the child's corpse, cursing the murderer between sobs. Ordinarily, if a knight killed a child in passing, a few curses were tolerable, but the knight had not ridden far and heard every word. Originally, Lin hadn't intended to eliminate the source, but the curse. "Mother will avenge you," sobered him. He turned to a squire behind him, gestured a slash across his throat, and turned away in another direction. "Too soft-hearted, too unable to bear the sight of blood." Lin sighed, still not fully integrated into this world. The city lord of Grey County was an old comrade of Baron C. As his son, and Lin naturally received a grand reception. It could be said that both his food and his warhorse were supplied with the utmost generosity. The city lord even helped Lin exchange 5 gold coins into silver and copper coins at a favorable rate. Moreover, the cloak splattered with blood was cleaned by the city lord's servants, and returned to him in its original state. One must understand that the full name of the cloak was the red robe over chainmail. Cleaning it required not only washing the fabric on both sides, but also oiling the chainmail and wiping it gently with a cloth. If not for the deep bond between their fathers, who would bother with such a trivial matter? Since some supplies could not be delivered in a short time, this journey would require a stay of about 5 days in the city. That night the squire came to Lin's door to report. "Master, I have handled the matter you instructed. There was a pair of siblings at the thief's dwelling, and they possessed a warrior crystal core obtained through prayer to the evil god. Just as I was about to act, the church burst in and took them all away. The squire stood there, his face flushed with shame, vexed at failing to fulfill his master's command. Honestly, do not be ashamed. Those heretics caught by the church will meet a fate no lighter than death. All right, go to bed and get some rest. Lin waved his hand, dismissing the young lad to his room, not wanting him to miss the important matters of the next day. The night passed without incident, and he slept until dawn. As usual, he summoned the squires, had a simple breakfast, and rode his steed to wander through the city. Walking along the main street, he observed the city's various scenes. From time to time, a woman would pour a bucket of filth from a second-floor window, drenching some passerby in excrement, which would then spark a shouting match. After about 20 minutes of walking, he finally found a tailor's shop. "You good-for-nothing, come out for business." And Lin signaled his squire to call out the shop owner. "Good day, noble guest." The owner, a plain-looking man in a coarse brown linen shirt, stepped forward and gave Lin a perfunctory bow. Lin looked down haughtily and said, "Can you make 54 padded garments for commoners in black?" The owner, seeing a big order, said respectfully, "Give me 3 days and I will craft you padded garments of excellent quality, guaranteed to satisfy you. Of course, at 2 silver coins per garment you will need to pay me 1 gold coin and 8 silver coins. If you are in a hurry, you can give me a deposit of 8 silver coins and I can complete the order in 2 days. Seeing the owner's confidence, Lin tossed 8 loose silver coins from his purse and said, "I'll give you 2 days. This is the deposit. If the work is fine, you'll get your money. But if I find you skimping on materials, your shop will be closed." With that, he drew his long sword from his waist to intimidate. The owner's face turned pale as he stammered, "Rest assured, my lord, I will complete the task on time." With such a large shop, Lin was not worried that he would flee. He sheathed his sword, lightly squeezed his horse's flanks, and the entire retinue rode forward. As they rode, they came across a weapon shop. Though it had no fancy decorations, the shop's name was intriguing: Steel and Fire. Quite interesting. This naming style did not resemble that of the human race, instead it was very much like the simplistic style of the dwarves. Ordering the squires to stay put, Lin entered the shop alone. The interior was extremely simple, nothing but a pile of weapons and a few pieces of leather armor on racks. "Boy, you shouldn't be here. The noble weapons shop on the next street would be more fitting for your status." A low voice sounded from the counter in front of Lin. "You dwarf, a customer comes and you refuse business. No wonder business is slow." And Lin asked with a smile, already guessing the owner's identity. "Humph. Even if I go bankrupt, it's none of your business. If you want something, look on the shelves. If you can't find it, get lost." Those words were already a dismissal, but Lin didn't care. On the shelves were various oddly shaped broadswords, typically used only by lowly mercenaries who risked their lives. However, something caught his eye. "How much for this?" Lin placed a staff-like object on the counter. "A trinket from the grassland folks. Take it for 50 copper coins. I'll give you 5 silver coins. Can you forge 2 cavalry staves according to my design?" Lin said. "No commissions. Add 2 barrels of wine. Give me the blueprint." The voice finished and a figure jumped out from behind the counter. As expected, the shop owner was a grubby dwarf. Lin drew a design of a mace with 2 golden heads from his past life, 1, 3 meters long, with a small counterweight ball at the end of the handle. The dwarf took it, glanced at it, and said, "Your drawing is utter nonsense. If I forged it according to this, it would only be good for scrap iron. But I get the basic idea: longer, heavier, with a small ball at each end. Give me 3 silver coins as a deposit. Come pick it up tomorrow, and don't forget the wine." Lin left 3 silver coins and walked out, only to run into the church's people just as he stepped outside. Do not mistake their purpose. They did not come for Lin. Rather, a group of white-robed cultivators marched forward, staffs raised high, chanting incantations in unison, while behind them shuffled a procession of commoners bound in iron shackles. The surrounding crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, hurling clouds of excrement at the shackled captives without pause. As for the captives themselves, chained, hollow-eyed, and utterly vacant, their steps were mechanical, lifeless, relentless. Only when foul matter struck their lips did a faint ripple stir within their gaze. Lin's retainers parted instinctively to clear a path for the procession, and joined the cheering without hesitation. No one knew why they cheered, no one knew the charges laid against the captives. They cheered simply because it had always been so. The retainer who had served Lin the previous night whispered that among the condemned were the brother and sister. Following the throng to the execution platform, a white-robed cultivator proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "The divine loves all mankind. He regards mortals as his children and bestows power upon the worthy. Yet these blasphemers scorn the divine, worship heretical idols. They seek to ensnare the minds of the faithful with demons, and surrender souls to malevolent forces. They cast spells of seduction, shriek propaganda, and offer their souls to dark gods, trading sanctity for power not ordained by heaven." At these words the crowd roared, "Burn them! Burn them! With torches and ropes in hand, the cultivators bound each captive to a pyre, and ignited the flames. Within the human capital, only nobles, clergy, and divine-appointed individuals may undergo vocation rites. Thus, had that boy acted decisively and undergone initiation, he would have become a divine-appointed. To consume a crystal core is to become divine-appointed, to refuse it is to be branded heretic. And naturally all crystal cores belong to the Church, to deepen its sacred foundation. Wails pierced the air, yet Lin's heart remained still, calm, unmoved. This world had begun thus, and yet he preferred it. Why? Solely because of hierarchy. In his past life he had been the oppressed, in this life, even amid austerity, he was the oppressor. And so he would never wish to return. These condemned would burn for 3 days and nights. Should any survive, they would be certified true heretics, sent to heretic asylums. Should they perish, the sacred fire would have purified them, joyful resolution for all. Indeed, none among them proved truly heretical. Within moments they crumbled to ash. Seeing no spectacle, the crowd dispersed indifferent. That afternoon came word of a quarrel between 2 knightly retinues at the city gate, resolved by mutual agreement to duel outside the walls at dawn. Though the formal contest was scheduled for tomorrow, skirmishes had already broken out among their retainers on the field. By custom, such pre-battle sparring continued until deep night, ending only when both sides deemed themselves warmed. Mortality in such warm-ups was rare. To secure a front-row seat for the spectacle, Lin unfurled his family sigil to declare neutrality, then pitched a tent on site, preparing to spend the night. "You're as good as dead, Bob. Oh, Shanray, I'll shove your pig-headed face into your own backside and make you taste your own filth." At first light, Lin awoke to shouted curses. Stepping from his tent, he beheld the field beyond the city gate festooned with banners bearing noble house insignia, including the banner of House Rife and Lords of Grey County. After exchanging barbs, Bob, outmatched in rhetoric, grew enraged and charged headlong on horseback toward the knight named Shanray. Bob wielded a massive battle-axe. His surcoat was stained in chaotic hues, and his mount wore a garish, multicolored caparison, not majestic but absurdly clownish. Shanray's armor gleamed with opulence, heavy lamellar plate, a noble cavalry lance in hand, and beneath him a scaled steed bred exclusively by sorcerers. This warhorse moved like wind itself, requiring no additional barding, capable of charging headlong into formation. Such mounts were reserved solely for the royal heavy cavalry. Clearly Shanray was no ordinary knight. "Ayahawk, taste my axe. Heavy strike." Bob galloped forth, his axe blade blazing crimson. "Give him color, lads," Shanray urged, nudging his mount forward with a light heel. Shanray leveled his lance, and at the moment their paths crossed, drove it straight through Bob's heart, impaling him upon the shaft and lifting him clean off his saddle. In a single crossing, Bob, the once boastful challenger, lay slain. Then from Bob's retinue an archer loosed a hidden arrow, striking Shanray square in the cheek and toppling him from his mount. "Kill them, for our master. Charge." In an instant the two factions clashed, fighting with desperate fury. Yet Shanray's retinue, richer in coin and better armed, gradually gained dominance. In the end Bob's men were slaughtered to the last. Their leader's severed head was seized and used as a chamber pot, filled on the spot with hot urine by one of Shanray's retainers. The battle was decided, and there was no point in watching further. Lin simply returned to the city with his men. Along the way he saw a group of cultivators vehemently denouncing the knights for their boorishness and lack of devotion to the gods. Lin had no time for them. He went straight to the tavern, bought 2 barrels of ale, and delivered them to the steel and fire shop. The dwarf shopkeeper initially grumbled about being woken up, but upon seeing the 2 barrels of fine ale he fell silent. After settling the final payment, Lin left the shop carrying 2 oddly shaped cavalry staves. These 2 iron staves were about 1.4 meters long, entirely made of iron and quite handy. The counterweight at the rear was shaped like a small ring, allowing cloth strips to be tied to prevent slipping. The head was leaf-shaped, suitable for striking, and could be tucked into the belt for easy access at any time. At this moment some citizens had already set up stalls selling fruits or bread. In a rye bread shop several militiamen were beating the shopkeeper fiercely with bamboo spears. "Ouch! Officer! Officer! Please stop," said the bread shopkeeper, handing over a handful of copper coins. The leading militiaman slapped him on the head arrogantly, and said, "Do you think we lack your paltry coins? We're trying to eat and you're dawdling here. Don't think you can complain. To be honest, we're under the 3rd son of Baron Lake Knight and Lin. If you've got the guts, report it to the Lord and see who he sides with." After that the spear butts rained down on the shopkeeper like a storm. The shopkeeper could only curl up, protecting his vital spots, praying that these men would spare his life. All of this was witnessed by Lin and his party. Lin stepped forward, glaring at the militiaman. The militiaman, seeing his murderous gaze, instantly felt his legs go weak. As soon as the militiaman saw Lin, he dared not mention the matter of collecting money any longer. He obediently stood in a line awaiting Lin's judgment. "You're the captain of the 3rd squad, I know that. Don't be afraid. Fear is useless. Lin said, his face dark, staring at one militiaman. The militiaman's heart trembled. How could he meet his gaze? He looked around, his eyes darting nervously. Why don't you dare look at me? You know you did wrong. Lin kept his eyes on that man but pulled the shopkeeper aside and asked, tell me what happened. Master, I didn't ask you. The third squad captain tried to speak, but Lin roared him back. You tell me, what exactly happened? Lin patted the bread shopkeeper's shoulder. Injustice. The shopkeeper began, his voice choked with tears. I know you're wrong. Tell me what happened. No, it's not me who's wrong, it's the militiamen who are wrong. It's me who disturbed their pleasure. I should apologize to them. I'll kowtow. The shopkeeper dropped to his knees and began kowtowing. Lin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Get out. Third squad captain, tell the other captains tonight, assembly tomorrow morning. No one goes to the brothels. Knowing the shopkeeper feared retaliation from the militiamen later, Lin did not scold or beat them on the spot. He decided to deal with them all together the next morning. Annoyed by these incidents, early in the morning he lost all interest in strolling around. After a hasty meal, Lin returned to his lodgings and lay on the bed, his mind in a chaotic mess. In his previous life, such rowdy soldiers would have been executed on the spot. Even the most esteemed General Qi Xiaobao advocated for mutual support between soldiers and civilians and showed no mercy to such scoundrels. But again, this was not his past life, and Lin was not a commander like Qi Xiaobao who led thousands of troops. On the contrary, by the standards of his previous life, Lin was at best a minor military chief with just over 70 men under his command, only 20 of whom were capable fighters. Not to mention, comparing with Qi Jiguang, even the minor warlords who left a name in history were far beyond him. Moreover, Qi Jiguang could implement mutual support between soldiers and civilians because he had the imperial court's supplies. Lin could now have militiamen and retainers only because he had a good father, but he had no inheritance rights. For now Baron Lake was his living father, but in a few years when he left the territory everything would depend on him and his brothers fighting their own way. By then, if he spoke nicely, he would be a wandering knight; if not, he would be nothing but a bandit. So as long as these militiamen were willing to fight for him, taking a little here and there was tolerable. Reforming military discipline and getting rid of the useless ones would have to wait until he had a base of his own. After a day of introspection, by the next morning Lin had fully adjusted his mindset. Third squad captain, step forward, Lin commanded. The captain responded instantly, stepping out with sharp precision. Humph. Impressive speed. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Lin demanded. Yes, I admit my error, the captain replied. Where did you go wrong? I should not have harassed civilians. The captain had spent the entire night pondering, and concluded this justification sounded most dignified. Lin roared in fury. Wrong. Utterly catastrophically wrong. I punish you because you dared strut before me like a peacock, flaunting your authority in my very presence. So, do you deserve punishment? The captain stood stunned, then stammered 2 words. I do. Good. Drag him away, 20 lashes. 1 extra lash for every cry. Instantly men stepped forward, seized him, and administered the beating without delay. Yesterday this wretch wielded a bamboo spear under my name, and reduced that shopkeeper to a whimpering broken dog. Damn it, he dares tarnish my reputation. Today he strikes with a bamboo spear, tomorrow will he raise a blade to sever my head. You've earned no battlefield glory, but you excel at plundering homes and terrorizing the innocent. Channel that strength toward your enemies, not your own people. In his fervor, Lin lashed his whip twice across the air. When the 20 lashes concluded, the third squad captain staggered upright and stood rigidly at attention before Lin. I ask you once more, where did you err? I erred in displaying arrogance before you, master, the captain declared. True prowess belongs on the battlefield, not in posturing before my commander. Well said. Let those words burn into your memory. Return to your rank, each of you shall receive a gift. With that, Lin remounted his horse. All units, form a single column and follow me. At his command, the militia instinctively aligned themselves and marched behind him toward the tailor's shop. The tailor's shop. A good day to you, noble knight. Your order of 54 black padded jackets has been completed. I shall have my assistants bring them up immediately. As soon as they reached the door, the tailor himself stepped forward to greet them. Very well. Lin casually selected 1 jacket from the bottom of the stack, gave it a firm tug. Its fabric held strong and the padding proved dense, high-grade cotton capable of deflecting stray arrows and glancing sword blows. Here is the final gold coin. He tossed it forward. The tailor caught it, tested its authenticity with a bite, then pressed it tightly against his chest, concealing it beneath his robe. Lin turned to the militia. Squad captains, step forward. Each receives 10 padded jackets, don them now on the spot. The 4 cooks will collect their garments separately. Within 10 minutes all 50 militiamen wore their new black padded jackets. Coupled with their bamboo spears, they now bore an unmistakable aura of grim resolve. Heh, sir. A summons drew Lin's gaze backward. There stood the tailor, and his apprentice's arms laden with cloth shoes. These are our humble gifts to you, honored sir, and we beg your continued patronage whenever need arises. The tailor bowed deeply. Clad in fresh garments and soft-soled shoes, the militiamen felt profound gratitude, a warmth spreading through their bodies, kindling warmth within their hearts as well. When both body and spirit grow warm, loyalty deepens naturally. Men, march onward! To the next stop. And so Lin led his contingent to the grain merchants purchasing provisions to break their long austerity. Rice, for sale here. Lin noticed several sacks of rice in the grain store and turned to the proprietor. The shop assistant glanced over. Ah, that. It cannot be stir-fried. It chars instantly over flame nor steamed properly. Best used only in soups and fetches little coin. If curiosity moves you, 5 copper coins will take it off our hands. Our master frets it'll spoil. And so, payment made, rice secured, departure swift. In his former life this was China's staple grain. Virtually every Chinese soul knew how to prepare steamed rice. Having spent most of his days confined within the fortress, he had remained largely ignorant of the world beyond. Now this rare opportunity to elevate their rations would not be squandered. Beyond rice he purchased wheat flour, rye flour, and soybeans, staples all. For meat he personally funded the purchase: 10 plump chickens, 60 eggs, and 10 large slabs of pork fat. At mealtime Lin instructed the 4 cooks to set up 4 massive cauldrons outside the city walls, forged specially by the blacksmith, 2 for boiling water, 2 for heating oil. They mixed vast quantities of wheat flour with water, kneaded the dough, let it rest, then sliced it directly into the boiling water with swift, practiced strokes of the knife. Yes, this was hand-sliced noodles. Another cauldron simmered porridge. As for the chickens, they were first plucked, then their wings and thighs salted and coated in flour before being plunged into hot oil. The breast meat meanwhile was shredded fine and deep-fried crisp. The remaining 60 eggs were cracked individually into the sizzling oil, fried until golden and fragrant. Such culinary alchemy filled the countryside with irresistible aroma, so potent even the city gate sentries turned their heads repeatedly. Naturally the wings and thighs were reserved for Lin's personal retainers. For the militia sustenance was simpler, and far more generous. Each received a clay bowl half filled with steaming porridge, another half filled with hand-sliced noodles, a portion of tender fried chicken, 1 golden fried egg, and a generous ladleful of hot oil. The retainers dined on wings and thighs, a full bowl of porridge, another of noodles, and ample portions of fried chicken. As for the cooks, porridge, noodles, and eggs served without restraint. One must never slight the cook. The man who holds the spoon holds the fate of the army. Recall how Zhu Yuanzhang's own son perished at the hands of a disgruntled chef, and the emperor dared not utter a word in protest. With a great contented slurp the militiamen devoured their bowls, and felt in that moment that life itself had reached its zenith. Stuffed and reclining upon sun-warmed grass, even as autumn's chill crept in, their new padded jackets kept them snug and radiant with warmth. Warmth bloomed in their limbs, settled in their bellies, and finally quietly enfolded their hearts. Even their stern, demanding lord now seemed merciful, even his whiplashes felt less like punishment, more like discipline. Soldier, soldier, clothed and fed. When belly and back are warm, spirit rises. When spirit lifts, gratitude follows, and with it devotion so deep it feels eternal, unrepayable. For mere coin such priceless loyalty was bought, worth every copper. Loyalty. After the meal Lin instructed the cooks to place the remaining rice, rye flour, wheat flour, and soybeans into 2 large cauldrons, then added oil and stirred continuously to prepare military rations. In the end each soldier carried a large bundle of rations strapped to their chest. After 2 peaceful days in the town, on the morning of the 5th day Uncle Doge had finally purchased all the supplies and prepared to depart for home. On the return journey the bandits had significantly diminished, though they encountered far more undead and goblins. While the goblins made no aggressive moves, the unsettling presence of these creatures weighed heavily on the group. Through repeated engagements with the undead the militia had grown more coordinated and experienced, now capable of eliminating equal numbers of undead without sustaining casualties, no longer relying on the charge of squires. Of the dozen or so carts of supplies, half were filled with arrows while the remainder contained food, wine, and salt. He even spotted 10 sets of infantry armor and dozens of jars of Greek fire. Lost in thought, Lin was startled by Uncle Doge's booming laughter. "Ha lad, how have you been these past few days? Did you go find the nightingale at the tavern to keep you company?" And Lin sighed inwardly at his uncle's antics. "Uncle, we should press on while there's still daylight. Let's cover more ground and reach the keep sooner." And Lin said, "You've got your father's stubborn streak, rigid and proper. If I didn't know better I'd think you were some virtuous young lady." Doge curled his lip and stuck out his tongue. "You have no idea how decadent the nobility is. They bring their male favorites and mistresses home and compete over them. And when children are born, except for the firstborn, nobody knows who the father is. You need to step up. Your father's done for, so you must find several partners or there'll be no heir left in the end. With that, Doge winked at Lin. Uncle, what would you do if my father decided to take a mistress? Lin asked. Him. If he dares bring a mistress home, your mother will pack up you and me and head straight back to the female swordswoman regiment. This household would fall apart right then and there. Doge scratched his head, plucked out a louse, casually pinched it dead, flicked it away, and went on picking his nose as he spoke. Well, every elder hopes their child can find multiple excellent partners, but when it's their own sister who's involved, suddenly they can't accept it at all. After 2 days of trekking, they finally returned safely to Light Keep, but the fortress had been turned upside down. First, there were numerous sharpened wooden stakes along the castle walls, and a mage was inscribing magical runes of fortitude and self-repair onto the stonework. Second, many archers from the Common Khanate had been stationed within the fortress. Even more striking were the numerous bed crossbows and huihui trebuchets positioned in the open courtyard. Seeing the caravan approach, the townsfolk hastily threw open the city gates, and Uncle Jean personally came out to greet them. Uncle Jean, it's been a long time. Lin stepped forward and addressed his uncle. Haha, little Lin, go on ahead. There's a surprise waiting for you. Your Uncle Doge and I will unload the goods first, then we'll join you. After greeting Lin, Uncle Jean called out to Uncle Doge, Barbarian, come with me to the storehouse. Walking toward the Lord's mansion, Lin noticed that the civilian houses usually left vacant were now packed with common people, while tents dotted the open grounds and training fields with commoners constantly coming and going. With curiosity driving him, Lin knocked on his father's door. Come in, father. Before he could finish, Lin caught sight of a common maiden clad in brigandine armor. She carried a composite recurve bow on her back, 2 quivers of arrows at her side, and a crescent blade sword hanging at her waist. As for her appearance, she was quite attractive, well within Lin's taste. As for what his standards were, female, slim, and not ugly. Before Baronin could say anything, the young woman spoke first. Hello, my betrothed. My name is Halaliza Wilanchigan. And Lin, huh? After traveling all that way on the trade route, he returns to find himself with a common fiancé. And Lin didn't quite catch it. What? What did you say your name was? He muttered something about Chagon, and Har. I am Haralju Wilanchigan, your fiancé, the young Kuman girl declared, lifting her chin and standing tall with poise. The Kuman girl held her head high, her posture proud and composed. Oh, I've got it. Haralju Wilanchigan, right? Lin said. Lin said dazedly. I will remember your name. He had always been prone to foolishness in front of women, a flaw from his past life that had naturally carried over into this one. Lin said. Miss Wilanchigan, please go check if the kitchen has prepared the meal. It would be rude if any dishes are missing when it's time to serve. Baronency said to Wilanchigan, who was his fiancé. Yes. After seeing his fiancé walk away, Lin finally snapped out of his dazed state. Lin spoke first. Father, what do you wish to command? My son, you are my youngest. I never expected much from you, only that you grow up smoothly. But now things are different. If Lake Castle falls, the Lake family will be finished. So I wrote a letter to your eldest brother asking him to gather reinforcements from relatives, but it's uncertain how many he can bring. By all reason I should send you to a safe place just like your second brother. But your future has made me change my mind. Baronency said. These things are the last legacy I can give you. He then placed the items from his desk before Lin. There was a deed to a manor near the capital, an admission letter to the kingdom's Knight Academy, and a genealogy of the clan. With these your future will surely be much brighter than your 2 brothers. Baronency rubbed his eyes wearily. Lin opened the clan genealogy first, and discovered that the surname was truly widespread across the entire continent. First, in the Airy Kingdom there were 2 baron families and 3 grand baron families, all belonging to the clan. Second, the ruling prince of the northern Delosi Duchy had also taken the surname. As for the Berts of the Kuman Khanate on the eastern Rhine Prairie, they had always maintained close ties with the clan. Even in the neighboring Naya Kingdom there were 2 viscounts who bore the surname. The only place with little connection to the clan was the southernmost black slave country of Badalazi. In this world the ranks of nobility were generally fixed, but their titles varied. For example, in the Airy Kingdom, Baron and Grand Baron were the titles for landed nobles. In the Delosi Duchy they were Prince and Grand Duke, in the Danya Kingdom Prince and Viscount, in the Kuman Khanate Bert and Darkhan. As for the southern black country Badalazi, there were only slaves and slave owners, no other ranks. It could be said that whenever 2 countries on the continent went to war, it meant the clan would begin to fight among themselves. The manor covered over 100 mu with fertile soil, mainly producing wheat and wine, yielding a stable income of 20 gold coins per year. As for the admission letter to the Knight Academy, it allowed enrollment at any time within the next 3 years during the recruitment period. These 3 items were enough to ensure Lin a worry-free life. He looked at his father before him, feeling that he was so great, and so worthy of all. Lin exclaimed, Oh, Dad, I love you. His dear father looked at his excited son, and smiled faintly. Don't get too excited. There's also that Kuman girl. Your Uncle Jean arranged the marriage for you. I heard she is the second daughter of a bird, a good match for your age. You need to cultivate feelings with her, understood? Upon hearing this, Lin felt another wave of breathlessness. Lin thought, oh, my God! Happiness comes too suddenly. The Kuman people were extremely skilled in horseback archery, and their noble class, the Bao Knights, were unparalleled on the continent. However, they only obeyed the Khan and the Berts. No one else could command these troops. Now he could freely recruit Kuman warriors simply by informing his wife's family. Alright, calm down and wipe your drool. This is all I can give you. Now the most important thing is to defend Lake Castle. If Lake Castle can be held, you will gain even more. Go now. Remember to arrange your fiancé's lodging in your second brother's room. Don't be neglectful. His dear father finished speaking and gestured for Lin to go prepare. Father, there is one more thing I want to say. We need to build a sheep and horse wall. Before Lin could finish, his father waved his hand, giving him full authority to handle it. Not far from the door, Lin saw his fiancée, who was also his future wife, Haoju Wilanchigan. After hearing Lin walk away, Baron Nc said softly, "Dear, come out now. He's gone." "Hello, Lan Chaogan. What are you waiting for here?" Lin clearly lacked experience dealing with women were his former life. Love masters. To witness this, they would surely declare him perpetually single since birth. Ulan Chaogan paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. "Of course I'm waiting for you, my fiancé." "Very well," Lin replied. "I'll first prepare my elder brother's room for you. Please stay there for now. I still have matters to attend to." This simpleton possessed no awareness whatsoever of cultivating affection. His sole preoccupation was erecting the sheep and horse wall. "Very well," Ulan Chaogan replied concisely and followed Lin without hesitation. After walking some distance in silence, Lin broke the quiet. "Tell me, your grasslands must be vast beyond measure, must they not?" "Indeed. The steppe where I grew up stretches endlessly, a sea of emerald green that once sheltered tens of thousands of the Kuman tribes." Ulan Chaogan recalled her homeland. "Life there must have been blissful. After all, your father is a Bert." Lin thought of the inner Mongolian grasslands he had never seen in his past life. "Life on the Great Steppe is far from easy. That so-called bliss, I have never known it even to this day." Each dawn, pastoralists drove their herds across the open plains to graze. Even the children of Berts rose before light to hunt hares and field mice upon the steppe. The field mice painstakingly hunted were mostly dried and stored for famine years. Only a small portion served as sustenance for several days. Yet even without cataclysmic disasters, a single gust of wind or snowfall could leave thousands dead. In childhood, my greatest wish was to be wed to a mighty Darhan by my father. Together we would seize countless slaves and bear many children, then send them forth to seize more slaves, ensuring our herds feasted for years and our mare's milk wine flowed without end. Note: a Darhan was a vassal under a Kuman Khanate Bert, akin to an adopted son or elite retainer, yet retaining a degree of autonomy from his lord. Ulan Chaogan uttered these words without a trace of self-consciousness. Such thoughts were in fact common among steppe women. Indeed, this mindset was entirely ordinary. Nomadic regimes never demanded women embody frail elegance. Such delicate creatures could not survive on the boundless steppe. In one phrase, both men and women were treated as livestock. Women were not mere male appendages but vital units of reproduction, labor, and combat. In the Northern Wei and Khitan dynasties of old, women held status equal to men. The Mongols likewise permitted remarriage for widows. As for why modern society does not glorify those eras, it is simply because nomadic chieftains truly regarded women as beasts of burden. Lin finally led her to his elder brother's chamber, pushed open the door, gestured inward, and said, "Here we are. I'll fetch you a rack. Place your belongings upon it. By the way, does the steppe bow require unstringing for maintenance?" "Yes," Ulan Chaogan replied. "Very well. I'll have a servant bring you a basin of hot water shortly. Bathe first, change into fresh clothes, and rest well. I still have affairs to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Having settled her, Lin departed immediately. He then instructed a servant to draw a large basin of hot water for his fiancée's bath, and to cleanse the lingering musk. The scent had nearly overwhelmed him during their walk. Of course, such matters scarcely lingered in Lin's thoughts. Once beyond the city gate, he dismissed them entirely. With daylight still generous, he ordered the militia to gather tools and begin digging. Constructing the sheep and horse wall was remarkably straightforward. So named because its outer rampart allowed sheep to pass while its inner parapet accommodated horses, the height differential delivered tactical surprise. This design featured prominently on Songyuan battlefields, and even inspired the trench systems of the People's Liberation Army. For initial site selection, he chose a location approximately 100 paces from the city wall. The outer wall stood 2 meters high, the inner 4, requiring militiamen to excavate 2 meters of earth adjacent to the city before tamping it into solid ramparts. Alas, the hired mage demanded 20 gold coins per spellcasting session, Otherwise the wall might have risen instantly. Time slipped swiftly by. Within a month Lin at last mastered the skill, charge, alongside his retainers. After a month's acquaintance Lin and Ulan Chagon were no longer strangers. As for homesickness, she felt none. In her own words, "On the steppe we ate once every 3 days. Here thrice daily, I adore it." Presently circumstances were exceedingly favorable. Ballistae bristled along the walls, the fortress stood impregnable, granaries overflowed, and clean abundant water flowed freely. All preparations were complete, only the goblin siege remained pending. One morning. Quickly Platoon 1 carry the wounded away. Wounded no laughing during the drill. Platoon 2 line up and pass the arrow bundles hand over hand. If the arrows aren't bundled yet, use wooden boards instead. Platoons 3 and 4 stay alert. If enemies appear, sound the gong immediately. Platoon 5 Squad 1 organize the militia and bind arrows into bundles for transport. Platoon 5 Squad 2 work on making simple crossbows and bolts. Don't slack off. All militia head outside the city wall to the sheep horse wall and plant bamboo spikes. No slacking. If the city falls, no one escapes. Men will be gutted, women will be ravaged. Lin issued orders relentlessly from the city wall while some of the come-in were calibrating their shots, others idle, helping the militia fashion simple bolts and light crossbows. These were originally crafted by his mother from bamboo, relying on the flexibility of the bamboo itself. A normal person could make one in about 2 hours. He'd heard they were once training equipment for the female swordswoman corps. Though they were only effective up to 20 meters, making them was just to keep these people busy, and in a pinch they could contribute to the city's defense. Watching her fiancé drill the militia every day, Wulan Chagon was quite satisfied. She saw in Lin the traits of caution, foresight, and commanding presence. It was far better than him being a hedonistic, bullying, arrogant fat slob. And she, as Lin's betrothed, after approving of his performance, was already eager to bear him dozens of chubby children, then take the family south to Bartels to capture slaves and grow wheat. Of course she also had her duty to guard the tower, but for now her main task was to conserve her strength. After the drill, every militiaman received a bowl of water and half a loaf of black bread, their daily ration. All the peasants on the day they entered the castle had brought all their grain with them. To prevent any peasant from getting clever and hiding grain in cellars, Baron Ans had all his men sweep through the villages, leaving nothing behind. Of course, if anyone didn't want their grain requisitioned, that was fine too. Take it and leave, the farther the better. Though they wouldn't get far before being robbed by a band of masked bandits, killed on the spot, their heads thrown into the city. In the end, the blood-stained grain would still end up in Baron Ans's granary. Watching the militia resting below, and Lin sighed, wondering when the goblins would finally attack. Lately, cunning goblins had been appearing, vanishing into the woods after reconnoitering. Though they hadn't hurt any civilians, they had everyone on edge. Clang, 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 clang. A rapid gong rang out, and Lin immediately grabbed his longbow and headed for the battlements. Looking closely, he saw a group of armored knights and professional soldiers approaching along the distant road. At their head rode a man in a legionnaire's lamellar armor, a bright yellow helmet adorned with 2 pure white ostrich feathers, wielding a long steel cavalry lance, a knight's greatsword at his hip, similar to Lin's, astride a stout bone-scale horse. Anyone would say he was a formidable sight. At this time, the only knight who could appear here was his chief, Big Brother. Big Brother. And Lin hurriedly ordered the gates opened and ran out alone. Big Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. As he spoke, Lin moved aside a section of the makeshift sheep horse wall made of wooden boards, leading the reinforcements inside. Big Brother, what did they teach you at the academy? Was it interesting? Lin asked, leading the bone-scale horse, addressing the knight on its back. The knight lifted his visor and gave a hearty laugh, saying, "Riding, troop tactics, personal combat, dining etiquette, they taught it all. You'll have your hands full when you enroll next year. My good little brother. Hop on, let me show you around." With that, Lin leaped onto the bone-scale horse and found the scales smooth as jade, as if sitting on flat ground, no jostling, no chafing on his thighs. "Little brother, I brought back 100 knight attendants and 500 professional soldiers, all above level 20, plus my mentor and classmates, all here to help defend the city. Now we don't have to worry about the castle falling." With one statement, Wei had brought over 600 professional fighters. Now that was true peace of mind. Lin turned and waved in gratitude to the people behind him. "Thank you all for coming to help my brother. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll make it happen." The people behind him smiled in acknowledgement of Lin's enthusiasm. Only one woman staring at Lin's back had an unreadable expression in her eyes. Once inside the city, Lin vacated several civilian houses, giving his brother's house to his brother's mentor, and his own house to a woman who appeared to be his brother's girlfriend, the second daughter of a grand baron. Reluctantly, he had to share quarters with his own fiancée. The laborers who had been living in those houses were kicked out to pitch tents. The sudden influx of residents made the baron's castle feel cramped, but at least they managed to fit everyone. No one had to sleep on the ground. That night a heated argument erupted in Lin's room. "Haven't you noticed that your third brother is scheming against you?" A woman's voice said. "Huh. How could that be? He's been so warm to me. You know he and I were the closest when we were young. Didn't he even give up his own house for you?" "What kind of scheme is that?" the brother's deep voice asked, puzzled. "Think about it. He first cleared out the houses, then assigned them all on his own authority. He's challenging you. He's trying to seize your power, and before long he'll try to take your position." The woman pressed. The brother was getting angry, but mindful of her status, he softened his tone. "Ellis, you're going too far. Little Lin is such a kind person, and you speak of him like that. You're just. Before he could finish, Ellis cut in. "A venomous woman, a she-wolf, is that it? Let me tell you, if it weren't for your title I wouldn't bother with your family squabbles. If you lose your barony, would you even be able to marry me? If you can't marry me, I'll die in that house of mine." The woman's voice carried despair and hoarseness enough to bring tears. "Enough. Enough. Don't say any more. I will inherit the barony and then ask your father for your hand." The moment he heard his beloved in tears, and Wei immediately pulled her into his arms and comforted her. If Lin knew how his future sister-in-law saw him, he would cry out for injustice. It wasn't him who was wronged, it was his second brother. Maybe he was wrong too. Historically, it was always the second son who plotted to usurp the throne and stabbed the eldest in the back, then guilt-ridden, and fearing the third son would kill him too. Take the example of Old Li, the former employer of his family. Throughout the dynasties, which heir apparent after his bedmate whispered for 2 days would skip the second son and go after the third. If anyone should be put in the ground, it should be the second son first. However, after just one night, no one had the mind to think about sending anyone to the grave, because the goblins had surrounded the city. That night the scene shifted to the second brother's room. "My dear, I know you have customs on the grasslands. We're not officially married yet, I understand. Tonight we'll just sleep, no funny business. You're 16, I'm 15, both underage. If you find me making any improper advances, feel free to run me through with this sword." Having gotten past his foolish phase, Lin understood everything and dared to do anything, but tonight, with the enemy not yet at the gates, he wasn't in the mood. He handed the knight's sword to Wulan Chagan. But she grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. "You're afraid. Afraid of an unknown enemy," she said. "How could I not be? Those things are endless in number. Once they breach the city, no one survives." Lin said, a bit lost, looking at the girl before him only to find no trace of fear in her eyes. He asked, "Aren't you afraid?" The girl just smiled and said, "Hold me." "Huh." Lin gave a gentle squeeze and felt it both full and round. "I'm not afraid because you're by my side," she said. Her simple words stirred Lin's boundless curiosity. "We've known each other for less than 2 months," Lin said in astonishment. "Isn't that enough? Most of my sisters met their Nahakuman for husband only once before bearing their children. Their bride price was blood-dripping heads and foul rotting corpses. But you, my husband, your patience and caution mean you can hunt far more formidable prey. What you lack is only the courage to take on your first challenge." Wulan Chagan pounced on Lin, clumsily kissing the boy a year her junior. "Let me drain your cowardice, fill your body with valor, and bring you back victory after victory." Lin, inflamed with desire, threw caution to the wind and pinned her down. In a few swift moves he had her stripped bare. In the process he noticed how slender she was, how long her legs were. "You need to eat more. A bit of plumpness is healthier." It was all Lin could say in the heat of the moment. They spent half the night in passionate union, not falling asleep until the sky began to lighten. If Lin's words were true, he would have been killed 4 times over. The next day, waking around 10 in the morning, Lin found his fiancée leaning against him. "You sleep a bit more. I'll go check outside the city, the sounds are off today," Lin said, easing out of bed, careful not to disturb the woman who had just been through such an ordeal. Out the door he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. All his confusion and timidity had dissipated, with the night's wild passion replaced by boundless courage. From today on he would live for a woman, for a family. But as he walked he noticed the soldiers along the way were deeply dejected, as if they had lost all hope. Climbing to the battlements he saw a sight that shook him. 5 li beyond the sheep-horse wall all the dense forests had vanished, replaced by endless goblin tents. By rough estimate the goblins numbered at least tens of thousands. Aside from the obvious cannon fodder goblin grunts, there were thousands of hobgoblin archers, hundreds of goblin armored soldiers, several goblin mages, and 1 goblin monarch. Outside the camps there were countless heavy cavalry mounted on mountain rock boars, a level 30 combat mount, and light cavalry on ground spiders, a level 20 combat mount. Seeing such a formation, Lin swallowed hard, unable to imagine anyone holding the city against such an overwhelming force. But first he had to boost the morale of those terrified militia, otherwise they might just sneak out in the dead of night, haul away the sandbags piled at the city gates, and surrender the city. If those beasts got into the city from the eldest at 88 to the youngest at 8 months, all would be defiled. If it came to that, he'd rather slit his own throat than be cuckolded like that. So Lin stood on the city wall and bellowed at the dejected soldiers below. Are you all a bunch of cowardly sons of bitches? What's with those glum faces? What are you doing? Welcoming the glorious army. Let me tell you, all this moping will only make those goblin bastards more excited and rougher when they're on top of your mothers. You all have mothers, right? Once the city falls, you'll see your mothers' wives and daughters moaning under those beasts. You'll see those disgusting creatures crawl out of your mothers' bellies and call you brother. At those words, any man with blood in his veins would be furious, let alone these burly brutes. Then, addressing his brother's gloomy classmates, he said, Humph. I know some of you have secret crushes. If the city falls, you'll be castrated and forced to watch the one you love get mounted and ravaged by ugly, stinking goblins. At that, even the knights, heavy-hearted as they were, couldn't sit still. Since when did eating melons get you cursed out? The Lin of his past life was a good youth who never cursed or fought. Now, to avoid being cuckolded, his conscience was as black as a certain person's thoroughly tainted. His mouth was so foul it ignited fury in everyone. For a moment he became the target of everyone's ire. He knew he couldn't keep this up or he might catch an arrow in the back. What? Not happy? No. They were all professionals, who was afraid of whom? Naturally, some arrogant ones spoke without restraint. Then prove it to me. Hold the city. Protect your mothers. Protect your loved ones. After we defend the city, I'll personally kowtow and apologize, calling each of you grandpa. Lin roared until his voice was hoarse. Militia. Fall in. All of you. Platoons 1, 2, 3 carry the arrows to the battlements. Platoons 4 and 5 go to the warehouse and help dry the grain. Each day's work 10 copper coins. With Lin's encouragement, the militia threw themselves into their tasks. The garrison soldiers and professionals too threw themselves into battle preparations, fueled by their fury. But their fear and despair had eased considerably. Because what was more terrifying than death was being cuckolded, and they all happened to have mothers. The goblins were encamped outside the city, and the people within did not dare to relax. Meals were sent up to the battlements, and only when nature called could they briefly descend from the walls. Just as Lin rushed to the tower to survey the enemy's movements from afar, Baron Ans sent for him to come to the Lord's manor. Hurrying over, Lin arrived at the manor only to find his good elder brother, and the second daughter of the Grand Baron, a woman named Izelis, also present. Lin and Wei, you have both grown so much and become sensible. I am afflicted with an old ailment, and cannot sustain combat for prolonged periods. Therefore, during this battle I will only be able to join the fray once the enemy has committed their heighter forces. Baron Ans paused, then continued. For this defense in Wei you shall take charge of the overall situation. However, you must also heed Lin's counsel. To be honest, your attention to detail is inferior to his. Dog and Jean are my right and left hands. They will assist you in defending the city. But you must also conserve their strength to guard against the goblin elites, so you cannot rely on them for everything. Furthermore, in Wei, from the 500 soldiers you brought, assign 200 to Lin's command to defend the eastern wall. I shall also grant him 100 retainers. All remaining garrison forces are under your sole command. Yes. Lin and Wei replied in unison. At that moment, Izelis, standing beside Wei, stepped forward and declared, Rest assured, Baron Ans, my dear, and I will deliver a satisfactory outcome, letting those goblin beasts know the valor and honor of the Lake family. Upon hearing this, Baron Ans closed his eyes, gently rolled his neck, and said, I care not for valor or honor. I only want them to live. That is all I ask. Enough. Go and prepare yourselves. Seeing their father dismissed them, Wei immediately pulled his girlfriend and left the manor. See. Your father clearly intends to pass the title to your third brother. He is already stripping your military command. Once they were out of earshot, Izelis kicked Wei, muttering under her breath. But this is also our opportunity. If those few hundred men are handled properly, we might just use the enemy to eliminate this great threat. Ah. Before she could finish, Wei's fist slammed into her delicate fair face with a powerful blow. Though he held back from using full force, it still left her head ringing. Truthfully, it was hard to blame Izelis for viewing Lin through such a prejudiced lens. This world was a paradise for those who behaved like humans and a hell for demons. In her mind, siblings who managed to maintain a facade of harmony upon meeting were already putting on a great show. Most of the time they were afflicted with the sibling rivalry syndrome. Their thoughts were either consumed by schemes to ruin their sisters' reputations or how to gain favor with the family head, leading to a bitter struggle for the ultimate prize of succession. Yet, while everyone else engaged in hypocritical shows of brotherly love and filial piety, some truly embody these virtues. And in an age of ruthless power struggles, there are always exceptions of genuine fraternal bonds. As it happened, Lin's eldest brother was a paragon of a sibling, one who would go through fire and water for his brother, never betraying him over a woman, and would even defy anyone, including a woman, for his brother's sake. Enough. Do not speak of this again. Otherwise we can only go our separate ways. Having said this, Wei walked away towards the castle without looking back. And Wei. Isellus called out twice, but seeing he had not the slightest hesitation, she stamped her foot in frustration before reluctantly following him. Back at the city walls, Lin headed straight for the eastern ramparts. He left 2 squads of militia behind to transport siege equipment, while the remaining 3 squads of soldiers followed him to the eastern wall. Ascending the battlements, he surveyed the distant goblin camp. He saw they were setting up cooking fires to prepare a meal. Of course, the meal consisted of the smaller goblin underlings. In the distance, a large goblin grabbed a small one and devoured it on the spot. The discarded bones were then casually tossed to a nearby rock boar. The boar's jaws worked, swallowing the remains whole, blood seeping from its mouth. Fortunately, the distance was too great for the ordinary militia to see clearly, otherwise there would have been a chorus of vomiting. Seeing no immediate threat, Lin ordered the men to rest on the spot. He sent the cooks to fetch several barrels of fruit wine from the storehouse to replenish the professionals' energy. At dawn, 5 kilometers away in the goblin camp. Great King, the warriors have finished setting up camp. Are there further orders? A goblin elite knelt before the large tent, speaking with utmost reverence. As usual, let the warriors eat their fill. A full belly makes for a more spirited raid. Spread my command, have the army cook a meal. At noon the underlings will lead the assault, followed by the infantry. We will crush this city in one blow. A hoarse voice accompanied by strange sounds echoed from within the tent. Yes. The elite acknowledged the order and departed. Inside the tent, the goblin monarch, adorned in a luxurious robe and wearing a crown, was roughly handling 2 pigwomen while 2 elderly goblin mages stood nearby. This campaign is my father's challenge to all races of the continent. As his most beloved son, I, Gobsha, shall surely achieve a feat of unparalleled merit. When I do, you shall be my founding ministers. The goblin monarch declared. We shall dedicate our lives to your majesty. The 2 goblin mages immediately prostrated themselves. Enough. I have no further use for this female. She is yours to enjoy. Once this human castle is breached, bring the most beautiful one to my tent. Gobsha commanded, tossing the pitiful pigwoman to his subordinates. Thank you for your generosity, master. With these words, the 2 goblins were overcome with gratitude, as if ready to bare their very hearts to prove their loyalty. The autumn noon was not scorching yet. A vast horde of goblins surged toward the city wall, swarming behind a mass of ragged underlings who bore ladders upon their shoulders. Standing atop the curtain wall, Lin clearly observed that the entire assault force lacked proper siege equipment. No famed cloud ladders or battering rams from his past life, nor anything resembling catapults. All they possessed were emaciated goblin underlings driven like beasts to carry ladders, and small goblin sergeants brandishing blades and shouting orders with frantic desperation. One-on-one, even a 10-year-old child could strike down a dozen without drawing breath. Yet the true terror lay in their sheer numbers, swarming by the thousands in unrelenting tide. All combat personnel, prepare. Release arrows the moment these goblins cross the barbican. Lin barked the command. Then, catching sight of dozens of spellcasters already gathering arcane focus, he hastily added, no unauthorized casting. All mages report to the towers immediately. Though reluctant, the spellcasters obeyed, daunted less by his authority than by his sharp tongue and formidable reputation. Watching them retreat into the towers, Lin exhaled in quiet relief. If those volatile masters had unleashed spells haphazardly atop the ramparts, and then collapsed mid-incantation, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Outside the walls, the goblin vanguard reached the barbican. Yet instead of deploying bridges, the underlings simply piled themselves into living ladders, hoisting comrades upward. But what awaited them beyond the barbican was no open field. It was a gaping pit. A 2-meter drop might cause little harm, a 4-meter plunge would shatter bones. Goblins fared no better. The first to leap broke both legs upon impact, only to be crushed beneath the buttocks of those leaping after them. Do not jump, there is a trap. In goblin tongue, and you cowardly wretches fear death more than traps. In goblin tongue, and did the great goblin chieftain truly fail to recognize this near-certain ambush? He knew, but cared not. To him, treachery and traps mattered less than conquest. These common goblins were mere expendable fodder, living minesweepers. If they perished utterly, fresh broods could be bred at once, females captured and forced to bear new generations. Soon the ground beneath the barbican was carpeted with mangled goblin remains, cushioning the falls of those who followed. Yet what greeted them was not sanctuary, but cold, merciless arrows. Such dense clustering rendered aiming almost unnecessary. Just 150 archers stationed along the curtain wall sufficed to seal the barbican's edge, pinning the underlings in place. Goblins appeared, archers loosed volleys, corpses piled high. More goblins advanced, more arrows flew, more corpses fell. This cycle repeated relentlessly, until the 4-meter barbican began to fill with bodies. It was time for the waiting mages to enter the fray. You, and you cast grease. The rest, ignite flames. And Lin pointed decisively at several mages issuing crisp, unambiguous orders. To his surprise, the mages complied instantly, reciting incantations without hesitation or resistance. Grease and ignite flames sounded humble, hardly world-shaking magics, yet combined they wielded devastating power on the battlefield. Especially suited for pyre warfare during sieges, they ignited a wall of fire in an instant. Dozens of leaping goblins burned alive before touching ground. Seizing the moment, Lin swiftly rotated the exhausted archers, replacing them with a fresh cohort of 150 who had been resting nearby. The blazing inferno was soon smothered, not by water but by the relentless advance of goblin underlings hurling themselves into the flames. Archers, fire again. Deny them any foothold upon the wall. Lin roared the command, and loosed another arrow from his longbow, pinning a goblin to the earth. A second storm of shafts descended, striking with brutal precision. Far beyond the battlefield within the goblin encampment. Damn it. What are those mongrels doing? They haven't even raised a ladder to the ramparts. The goblin monarch, seething with fury, violently thrust himself against the pigwoman straddled beneath him, as though seeking to vent his rage through sheer brutality. Long tormented and weakened, the pigwoman succumbed instantly, her life extinguished in that final violent act. Sensing her breath cease, the goblin monarch spat worthless. Then tossed her corpse to a nearby goblin guardsman. Dinner tonight, I'll feast on pork. His voice dropped to a guttural, chilling timbre. I grow impatient. Tonight I shall breach this fortress, and claim its soft, trembling women. He jabbed a clawed finger toward a goblin guardsman. Take 100 elite goblins, see what tricks these humans plot. Success earns you a woman. Naze blazing with fervor, the guardsman dropped to one knee. I shall not disappoint your majesty. Without delay he mounted a mountain rock boar and charged headlong toward the barbican, shouting, clear the way, or be trampled. Fueled by zeal he carved a crimson path straight through the ranks. In his mind reconnaissance was pointless. Smash the low wall and all human cunning would crumble before brute force. A heavy muffled thud, the earthen wall buckled and collapsed. Shield raised, blade drawn, the guardsman surged forward, determined to reach the base of the curtain wall in one desperate charge. Another thud, deeper, sharper. From the tower above a ballista struck with surgical precision, its spear-like bolt piercing his heavy armor and pinning him to the ground. A wet rasping wheeze, like bellows struggling for air, signaled a lung wound. Flecks of internal organs coughed onto the soil confirmed his imminent end. His gaze dimmed, yet in that final breath the legendary flash of memory flickered across his fading vision, a life recalled in fragments. His mother had been a frail human girl. Within the goblin caverns such lineage meant only shame and degradation. Yet he cherished her deeply, for unlike the stinking pig folk and ogres she carried a gentle soothing scent that calmed his goblin nerves. Born alongside him was another goblin, but that one moments after birth bit through the woman's breast, making her weep. He hated her tears, so he beat the newborn until its skull collapsed into pulp, stopping only when no shape remained. The elders hailed this as bloodlust and savagery, the highest virtues among goblins, and thus he drew immediate, unwavering attention. As he matured he endured trials, and earned the rare right to mate and sire offspring. Unsurprisingly he chose her. After each union he left generous rations, and concealed her deep within the narrowest crevice of the cavern. His peers mocked him for forming attachments, but he knew he would never allow her to mate with another goblin nor bear another goblin's child. An elder once claimed he had fallen in love with her. And what became of that elder? Nah, ripped limb from limb and devoured raw. Perhaps the elder spoke truth, but when the monarch promised him a woman his heart stirred. Now, all is ended. The armored soldier fell dead, pierced by a single crossbow bolt behind him. The larger goblin warriors surged through the breach he had created. Ha! Nephew, it's my turn now. Behold my rapid-fire arrows. Duge declared as he drew several arrows and loosed them in swift succession. Each shaft flew like a spear, piercing both goblin warriors and their shields alike. Lin discovered his ordinary longbow could barely pierce the thick hide of the larger goblins, so he swiftly switched to his enchanted longbow and continued firing. The enchanted longbow possessed extraordinary power. Any well-aimed shot proved fatal. These larger goblins were elite foes rarely encountered in daily patrols. Even seasoned warriors below level 10 stood no chance against them. Yet for now they could only strike defensively. They posed no threat to him personally. As he felt his third large goblin, a warm surge flooded his body, revitalizing him completely. Unmistakably he had leveled up once more. Defensive siege warfare truly proved an unparalleled method for rapid advancement. In merely half a day he had ascended another tier. Should he eliminate all these foes, 10 or even 20 levels might await him. Now a level 3 knight, he reflected inwardly while never pausing his aim, targeting only those goblins nearest and easiest to strike. Within 10 minutes all 100 large goblins lay slain beneath Duge's command and the relentless volleys of his elite archers. Far beyond the goblin war camp stood silent. The battle grows fierce. We must not advance yet. Sound the retreat. The goblin monarch, having just dismissed his lustful impulses, sensed something deeply amiss about this fortress. Without siege engines completed, a frontal assault would be reckless. At the distant chime of bronze, the surviving goblins below the walls fled in blind panic, like fleeing a plague incarnate. The goblin monarch turned to his armored guards. "Bring me all squad leaders. I convene council immediately." His subordinates bowed and departed without delay. Soon the great tent overflowed with goblins. The monarch swept his gaze across the assembly and shattered the silence with thunderous fury. "Today's battle has left me bitterly disappointed. We outnumbered them vastly, yet failed to take this petty stronghold." A guard knelt and pleaded, "My lord, calm your wrath. We fought with all our strength. These humans are simply too formidable. Grant us but a few more days and surely..." Before he could finish, the monarch struck him down with a single blow. "Too late. All squad leaders who fought today shall die by the blade. As for the larger goblins, cut off their ears." He rose abruptly, ignoring the wails of his court. "Tonight bring forth all my consorts. I decree every goblin shall revel to exhaustion. And slaughter all livestock. Let them feast until their bellies burst. Tomorrow the entire host advances. I shall shift my central command 3 miles forward tonight, and tomorrow I shall watch firsthand as every goblin races to scale these walls. The first to plant his banner upon the ramparts shall receive 20 consorts, 40 head of livestock, and promotion to captain." At these words the unpunished goblins' eyes blazed with feverish ambition. Their chance at sudden elevation hung within reach. That night unrestrained bestiality consumed the monarch's consorts until many perished. That same night Lin watched the enemy's central command tent advance nearly 3 miles. Seizing the lull in hostilities, he immediately dispatched civilian laborers and militia via rope baskets to retrieve spent arrows from the battlefield. They also brought back 1 goblin corpse and 1 larger goblin corpse. Studying the bodies, Lin ordered militiamen to massage the defenders' arms for muscle relief, and summoned the cooks to bring a vat of pork lard. He slit open the goblin's forearm, then carefully separated flesh from tendon, revealing a resilient springy cord roughly 20 centimeters long, supple and remarkably elastic. The larger goblin's meat, by contrast, possessed dense fibrous texture, abundant yet tough. Though its hue was distinctly green, he felt an inexplicable urge to taste it. Thus laborers set up 2 iron cauldrons, 1 for oil, 1 for water. Salt was added generously to the water until briny, then brought to a vigorous boil before the meat and tendons were submerged for slow simmering. After 20 minutes the meat and tendons softened sufficiently. Then coated lightly in wheat flour, they were lowered into the hot oil for deep frying. Once golden brown on both sides, they were lifted from the oil. Using his knight's sword, Lin sliced the tendons into bite-sized pieces, then dipped them in sauce before tasting cautiously. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes lit with revelation. The flavor closely resembled fried beef tendon, rich and aromatic with every bite. Its texture mirrored beef tendon, but softer, more yielding. Altogether it was extraordinarily delicious. As he savored the aftertaste, a female mage appeared silently behind him. "Excuse me, Sir Knight, might I speak with you now?" she asked gently. "Of course, it is my pleasure," Lin replied, turning with mild surprise to find her features delicate with a single tear-shaped mole near her eye. "First I must offer sincere apology, for your earlier words stirred resentment within me, prompting unkind remarks behind your back, and even disrespect toward your family crest. Yet today your battlefield command displayed exceptional mastery, flawless execution, unwavering discipline, never once tarnishing your noble lineage. For this I humbly beg your forgiveness." She curtsied gracefully, lifting her skirt in elegant deference. "Please, no need for such formality. I spoke hastily amid urgency, do not dwell upon it." Lin smiled warmly in response. "Truthfully, my performance today was unremarkable. I froze when the earthen wall collapsed. Had it not been for Uncle Dudge's timely intervention and your steadfast support, the defense would have been a complete failure." With characteristic restraint, Lin declined praise, instead attributing success entirely to Uncle Dudge and the valiant fighters under his command. "However, I confess one lingering question. Might I ask for your insight?" he inquired simultaneously, slipping a morsel into his mouth. "By all means, speak freely. After I provoked them with harsh words, how did they still execute my orders with such precision?" Lin remained puzzled. How could men so thoroughly enraged yet obey with flawless discipline? The woman smiled faintly. 3 reasons. First, survival hinges upon holding this wall. Second, Sir Enway's reputation precedes him. He frequently extols your strategic brilliance at the academy. Third, the Leke family has long been famed for tactical acumen. Your father guided countless campaigns to glorious victory. As his direct heir, your innate talent commands their trust. In essence, their lives depend on success. Your brother and father inspire profound confidence. Thus they believe in you as well. Very well, I understand. Is there anything else? Lin maintained courteous composure. Might I ask to join your life, not as ally but as wife? Her declaration tightened his chest instantly. An apology? Understandable. An answer? Expected. But marriage, utterly unreasonable. If you claim to admire my courage and poise, then let me say plainly, you seek a free laborer in alliance with my house. I regret, I am already betrothed and my fiancé and I share deep affection. Having spoken, and Lin turned back to his dish, only to find it utterly charred. With no choice, he carved fresh meat and returned it to the boiling water. What? You're eating goblin flesh. She recoiled violently, then vomited uncontrollably before fleeing without a backward glance. Historically, many knights dined beside corpses, not out of cruelty but to demonstrate unshakable resolve. Some even compelled their children to eat, thus forging iron wills. Yet while dining among the dead may signify fortitude, consuming them crosses a line, and eating green-skinned goblins. Unprecedented. Utterly unacceptable. Leaning against the wall, retching violently, she felt nausea give way to a startling realization: consuming goblin flesh violates every moral boundary. Yet he ate it, deliberately, before me. This was no accident, it was a test. A test of whether I possessed the metal to forge an alliance with the second heir of House Leke. At that thought awe filled her truly. The Leke bloodline embodies both wisdom and valor. How foolish I was, to imagine myself shrewd. I am but an ordinary woman. And his claims of confusion, of ineptitude. Not one word bears truth. After endless speculation, she reached one irrefutable conclusion: the Leke lineage is simply extraordinary. My humble house cannot aspire to such heights. Upon the curtained wall, and Lin directed laborers to haul intact goblin corpses inside, then strip their hides and extract tendons, reserving select bones for the large goblins' bone-scaled steeds to gnaw. The remaining bones were crushed, dried, and used as fuel for cooking fires. Larger goblins received special treatment due to their abundant flesh. Their arms were butchered, and even the prodigious belly fat, accumulated through cannibalistic feasting, was preserved. Roasted in iron cauldrons, the fat rendered half a pot of thick viscous oil. Certainly the oil reeked foul and rancid, unfit for consumption. Yet as dusk deepened, it found immediate purpose. Second squad, light 3 bonfires outside the gate, pour 1 bowl of goblin oil onto each. Third squad, prepare 30 torches fully saturated in goblin oil. Deliver 10 torches to Uncle Dudge. Fourth squad, replace white lanterns with yellow ones in half an hour. All militia and laborers must return to barracks immediately. Any found outside face instant execution. Having issued these commands, and Lin saw a woman clad in armor approaching, leading a contingent of common archers. Seeing the young woman, or rather the young matron, he offered gentle concern: the air grows chill and you've just, please rest well. I'll hold the line, don't exhaust yourself. Do not fret over my health, I am one of your strongest assets. These archers are my dowry, command them freely. Ulan Chagan gestured casually toward her troops. Calling them archers is only partly accurate, they serve primarily as mounted bowmen and squires. Indeed, their true domain lay upon open plains, but defending a fortress was hardly beyond their capability. Very well, I accept your forces. But you, before he could finish, she effortlessly drew her step-war bow to full tension, then playfully stuck out her tongue. Fine, have your way, but remain atop the tower. No close-quarters combat with goblins, too perilous. Lin pointed her to a secure vantage point, then added with quiet insistence: once the yellow lanterns glow, you must not leave your post. Rest now, everything waits until morning. Outside the walls 3 bonfires stood guarded. When flames dimmed, attendants stirred them, added dry bones or kindling, and poured fresh goblin oil, ensuring steady, brilliant light. With time still remaining, and Lin hurried to consult his elder brother, seeking expert guidance on fortress defense. In truth, he was a novice at siegecraft, his confident directives drawn solely from historical fiction read in his past life blended with improvisational ingenuity. Yet upon seeing his brother's command post, and Lin realized his own haphazard methods resembled disciplined order. For there, his brother sat drinking. Drinking with his men. The eastern wall and main gate lay mere hundreds of meters apart. Their soldiers rested or kept vigil as instructed. Here, however, revelry reigned, music, wine, unrestrained mirth. Brother. Perfect timing, you've arrived just as I recount my triumph, slaying multiple goblin elites far above my rank. And Wei continued exuberantly while Lin's brow furrowed deeply. What do you mean, slaying above your rank? Your duty is command, not personal heroics. If you charge ahead in every crisis, what use are your squires? Fury seized him. He kicked his drunken elder brother hard. Drink, 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 will you drown yourself in it? We face mortal danger, and you indulge in wine. You stagger like a sot, how will you wield sword or shield tomorrow? Should you fail to awaken and the goblins breach our home, none of us, either parents nor kin, shall survive. Can you bear that guilt? Remember, you are no longer a warrior but a commander. Do not place yourself at the forefront. Have you considered, if you fall, must father choose between saving you, or abandoning you to save the rest? At this Azelis interjected sharply. Sir and Lin, I respectfully disagree. Sir and Wei secured a vital victory for us all. Exhausted as he is, a modest draught of wine serves only to ease his fatigue. Why chastise him so severely? Damn it, is this truly about whether drinking is right or wrong? It is about whether it is permissible at all. During siege duty, intoxication is strictly forbidden, no debate required. This woman proved formidable indeed when he condemned drunkenness as hazardous. She framed it as justified respite, turning his rebuke into seeming pettiness. Thus the viperish charm was self-invited. In an instant 2 tear tracks streamed down Lynn's cheeks. Brother, I was only worried you'd fall ill tomorrow from drunkenness. After all, you face blades and arrows atop the city walls. If you so much as slip, how shall I go on living? In this household you're the only one I can rely upon. If anything befalls you, what meaning would my life hold? As he wept, he clung tightly to his elder brother. I merely spoke hastily, just 2 sharp words, and yet this young lady dares speak of me thus. Why? He sobbed uncontrollably like a forsaken cub baring its fangs in pitiful pretense. His elder brother, flustered and at a loss, patted him repeatedly on the back. Through Lynn's relentless provocation, the cunning woman once again incurred his brother's stern rebuke. A sly smile flickered across his lips, just as Azelis happened to witness it. Rage surged through her veins like wildfire. She swore inwardly that this man before her was more devious than even the most masterful courtesan in the capital. You accuse her of ignoring her brother's exhaustion, she retorts, by condemning you for disregarding his safety, and then claims her intentions were pure as if she were but an outsider. Yet, finding nothing further worth learning here, Lynn had no time to cultivate sentiment with them. Though striking down the scheming woman brought visceral satisfaction, it paled beside the imperative of self-preservation. After urging his brother to stay safe, rest well, and abstain from drink, Lynn hurried back toward the eastern ramparts to inspect whether the night watchman remained vigilant. Sure enough, 2 sentries had already slipped into unconscious slumber. His face darkened. Without hesitation he delivered 2 thunderous slaps. Damn it! You're posted to guard the night, and you dare sleep soundly. Speak, whose men are you? Lynn's furious outburst jolted them awake, but gazing upon this noble scion they knew full well that any resistance would end in certain death. Thus their seething fury, filtered through minds unaccustomed to reflection, instantly curdled into obsequiousness. Yes, we deserve death. We deserve punishment. We are mercenaries recruited by Lord and Wei in High to City. With that he struck himself several times, so fiercely that several teeth shattered and fell. You 2 will accompany me, guard my safety. Without glancing back, Lynn strode onward. As they walked, the mercenaries lavished praise upon Lynn, commending his vigilance and prudence, prophesying future glory, hoping honeyed words might win his favor and secure noble patronage. But in Lynn's eyes they were already corpses. And yet the most culpable was himself, for entrusting the ramparts to mercenaries he'd never met. Truly he was like a lantern lit within a latrine, seeking only death. Mercenaries, what manner of wretches they were, remained unchanged across lifetimes. Their atrocities could be recounted for a full day and night without repetition. A short distance ahead he encountered 2 night sentries, and Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean. Lynn broke into a sprint, whispering urgently into his ear, they are enemies, kill them. Jean drew his blade without pause, and severed both mercenaries' lives in a single stroke. To their final breath they could not fathom that this noble youth would truly kill on command. Indeed, Lynn's earlier command had been a ruse. Guard my safety was mere deception, to lull the mercenaries into complacency, preventing them from turning desperate and slaughtering him outright. After a night the guards who woke up to find 2 corpses were terrified. They thought goblins had attacked in the night, killed the 2, and hung them on the city wall as a warning. Lynn, seeing many people awake, bellowed, "These damned mercenaries slept while on night watch, a heinous act grave in nature, unforgivable. They have now been executed as a warning. From now on, anyone who dares to sleep on night watch, I'll make them sleep forever, never to rise again." Seeing the fear in their eyes, he felt this execution had established his authority well. Of course, different people received different punishments. If it were his militia, they'd have their ears cut off. If his father's guards, they'd be whipped. If his eldest brother's men, at most a scolding. But they were mercenaries. Killing them was no big deal. At most a couple of silver coins could be paid in compensation. After establishing his authority, Lynn hurriedly ordered his militia to start cooking, hoping to give his rough soldiers a hot meal before the battle. After eating without a moment's rest, those damned goblins began approaching the city walls. Unlike before, when only minions were sent to die, this time many goblin chieftains holding swords and shields were mixed among the minions, but the bigger goblins remained watchful. Uncle Doge stood on the city wall, simply measured with his fingers, and shouted, "Enemy at 400 paces. All longbowmen fire 3 volleys continuously." All archers drew their bows skyward and loosed arrows with fierce expressions. A rain of arrows flew instantly, covering the advancing goblins. Lynn quickly surveyed the results, finding that hundreds of goblin minions had been shot, but only over 30 of the shielded goblins were killed. 200 paces. 2 more volleys. Uncle Doge continued commanding, and Lynn obeyed. The archers lowered their aim and fired 2 more volleys of light arrows. 150 paces. Switch to heavy arrows, 1 more volley. Hearing the command, the archers opened their quivers, took out heavy arrows, and shot again. Lin looked outside the city and saw the shielded goblins pierce through their shields, killing countless. Ha! Well done! Xiao Lu, Xiao Si, each of you lead 10 men, focus on killing the shielded ones. The rest of you use light arrows to shoot the goblins climbing over the sheep horse wall. After giving the final order, Uncle Doge picked up a longbow and joined the battle. Arrows rained down continuously, but the goblins showed no decrease, always pressing forward with fierce attacks. Some archers, unable to continue shooting due to arm fatigue, were sent to the rear of the tower to rest. Finally, under the brave sacrifice of countless goblins, some goblins managed to place wooden ladders against the tower. At this moment, those who were originally warriors put down their bows and picked up their short swords and round shields. Chuck! Gather the brothers and fight to the death with me! By now Lin had gone berserk. Instead of using a knight's sword, he grabbed 2 maces and rushed to the city wall. Just then a goblin minion climbed up from a ladder. Seeing the enemy, he strode forward, swung his mace at the head, and the goblin's head burst like a watermelon. Behind him 2 retainers with short spears thrust in unison, knocking the headless goblin corpse off the city wall. One went down, and before he could catch his breath, another goblin minion climbed up and another mace blow followed. Within a few minutes, Lin and his retainers had killed dozens of goblin minions with warm currents flowing through his body, too busy to check how many levels he had gained. Suddenly a goblin chieftain blocked Lin's mace with his shield, then leaped with both legs and jumped onto the city wall. Damn you! Lin cursed and struck several more times, but the chieftain blocked them all, then slashed back, hitting Lin's shoulder. More precisely, the blade first hit Lin's helmet, but because the helmet was oval with no purchase, it slid down and struck his shoulder. Ah! Damn your ancestors! Lin's eyes turned red from pain, feeling his chain mail on his shoulder had been torn open and at least 2 bones broken. However, this injury did not arouse fear but intensified his killing intent. He dropped his mace with his left hand and grabbed the steel blade with such force that the goblin couldn't pull it back. Die! With a furious roar, Lin instinctively channeled his magical energy into his arm, and then, thump! With a single blow he shattered the goblin and his shield. Ha ha! This is what it means to be alive! Lin's eyes bloodshot, he burst into manic laughter, feeling he had finally found the meaning of life. What a dog's life I lived in my past life. Day after day like a dog, wagging my tongue around all kinds of people. Now I can fight when I want, kill when I want, without restraint. This is truly a life worth living. Even if I live only one day like this, it's worth dying. At this moment his whole body was red, feeling no fatigue, no pain, and no fear at all. His entire being had only one thought: kill. Swinging the remaining mace, he struck relentlessly, not dodging incoming blades or swords, focused solely on killing. I don't care what level you are or what you have, take this mace. If you can still move after your head is smashed, then take my life. He lost track of time and how many goblins he had killed, but when he noticed the goblins surging toward him had thinned, he looked up to find the sky had darkened. We won. As soon as he uttered those words, his vision went black and he collapsed. Seeing this, people around him shouted, Priest! Priest! Come save him! The 3rd young master has fallen. He slept for a long time. In his dream he returned to his past life. When he was a child, his mother asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said, I want to be a bandit. As soon as he said it, his mother gave him a sound beating. Later his goal changed to becoming the bandit chief, commonly known as Swishan Diao, because only a bandit chief could be free from those rules. The scene changed. And Lin. Why do others bully only you, not others? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If others bully you, you should look for problems in yourself. Before him was his utterly disgusting middle school teacher, Spittle, flying, shielding a bully who had tormented him, with a bunch of school leaders beside her repeatedly saying, You should look for your own faults, one hand alone cannot clap. And those most despicable bullies were making obscene gestures as if protected by something, confident that he wouldn't dare to kill them. His hands and feet were bound by several iron chains, unable to move at all. Bandit. A bandit is someone who isn't bound by existing rules. Law. Morality. Just 2 shackles. Shit. Fortunately he later achieved success, and sent those bastards to King Yama one by one, doing whatever he pleased. In the end he died, one crash, and his whole family was happy. So the one who sought to judge him must be sweating now, right? Ha! Before dying he wanted to shout, Who the hell has the right to judge me? Unfortunately he overestimated his physical condition. But now he can make up for that regret. Kill these bastards right then and there. You dare to lecture me? With that, Lin broke the chains, looking at their fearful eyes as if they were seeing a monster. With a single hand he tore off that old wrinkled ugly face. And Lin, I'll call the police. I'll tell your parents. Your future is ruined. Holding his bloody mutilated mouth, that teacher fell to the ground in panic. Tell my parents. Ha! Go ahead. And Lin laughed maniacally, extremely excited. Dear teacher, don't die so easily. Dear classmate, you better hold on longer. If you die, my heart won't be at ease. After a frenzy of hacking and slashing, he finally cut down all the past grievances. His obsession was gone, his inner demon eliminated. Hearing the police sirens, he suddenly understood. Haha, this is the rule. Shackles. But also protection. Anyone can break the shackles at any time, but once broken they will be punished by the rulers. Similarly, only the ruling class has the right to punish. The ordinary violent apparatus of the ruling class is not qualified to use it. That's why those people, even if displeased, had to endure it, even protecting him to face the ruler's judgment. At this moment those words echoed in his ears. In my life I never cultivated good deeds but preferred killing and arson. Now the tide of the river comes, and today I know I am myself. I'm done playing with you. In this life I still have a family. Leaping from a tall building, feeling the wind, he could finally say the words he never said in his past life. No one can judge me. Ha. Awakening, he felt as though centuries had passed. No, it was truly a different life altogether. And Lin gazed beside him at his fiancée Wulan Chagan. Noticing his awakening, Wulan Chagan first brought him a bowl of fruit wine, and gently helped him drink it to restore his strength. After a moment's pause, and Lin finally gathered enough energy to speak. How many days have I been unconscious? Not many, merely 1 day. A priest arrived yesterday to treat you, that is why your recovery has been so swift. Otherwise you would have lain bedridden for at least 3 days. Wulan Chagan said with a smile. The sky remained dark. He surmised the goblins had only just concluded their siege. Indeed, the priest's skills were astonishing. A single light healing spell left not a single blemish upon his body. It was precisely by severing the shackles within his heart in that dream that he now felt utterly lucid, so much so that even with eyes closed he perceived a vast expanse akin to a black screen. Wait, black screen. This was no illusion, it felt startlingly real. Upon it appeared text. And Lin. Gender male. Deity served none. Age 15. Traits: beast affinity, robust physique, retainer, loyalty, mana, mastery. Class knight. Level 11. Skills: charge, frenzy. Mount: ordinary steppe warhorse. Everything was starkly simple. No overpowered system interface, no guidance on cultivation paths or stat allocation. Yesterday's frenzy had somehow summoned this interface, and propelled him several levels upward in an instant. Yet he sensed room for refinement, perhaps adding sections like weapons equipment. As he thought it, a new line appeared. Weapons equipment: knight's longsword, bone mace, enchanted longbow, lance, tattered chainmail, iron helm. In that moment Lin understood, this was no divine boon, merely a humble functional log. But tattered chainmail, could it possibly refer to his own crimson robe over chainmail ensemble? He turned his head and saw it there, slashed, rent, and barely holding together. Judging by its condition, and Lin realized that had he worn anything less resilient he would never have survived descending from the ramparts alive. From Wulan Chagan he learned his retainers had suffered only minor injuries, except one who'd acted recklessly during today's defense, and taken an arrow through the eye from a goblin archer, leaving him blind in one eye. Coincidentally, that one-eyed retainer was Xiao Bur. His father Bur was likewise one-eyed, leaving father and son with but 2 eyes between them. Leaning on his fiancée's arm and gripping his sword scabbard for support, and Lin stepped out of the chamber, only to find his elder brother and Wei and Uncle Duogu sighing deeply together. Brother, uncle, what happened while I was gone? And Lin asked. Uncle Duogu still bore several arrow shafts embedded in his torso, hastily bound with gauze to stem the bleeding. Gazing upon his thoughtful nephew, Duogu sighed and replied. These wretched creatures came in overwhelming numbers. The arrows we'd stockpiled proved wholly insufficient. They pressed the assault relentlessly until nightfall, denying us even the chance to retrieve our fallen. Now those beasts are gathering corpses beneath the walls. Lin hurried up to the battlements, and scanned the field below. Charred bodies stretched across the blackened earth, over 100 goblin foot soldiers scavenging arrows and arrowheads outside the walls, while a contingent of goblin armored infantry stood watch in the distance, ready to repel any sally by the defenders. The sheep and horse wall he'd ordered civilian militia to dig a month prior had long since been buried beneath mounds of cadavers. Beyond the gate now lay open, unobstructed terrain, flat enough for cavalry to gallop freely in wide circles. Yet those goblin armored troops guarded with such discipline that any cavalry charge would be a one-way journey. No rider would ever return. As he watched the goblins finish their grim work and began filing back toward their main encampment, one subtle observation crystallizing into a cunning stratagem within his mind. The goblin encampment. Though most goblin foot soldiers had perished, they'd seized numerous finely crafted human arrows today, fueling their conviction that 2 more days of relentless assault would surely breach this seemingly impregnable fortress. And this castle would become the vanguard stronghold for their invasion of humanity. Thus the goblin sovereign rejoiced, and dispatched his favorite concubine once more, granting her to low-ranking goblin lieutenants and common soldiers who rarely laid eyes on a female, let alone touched one. Among goblins such an act carried weight comparable to George Washington surrendering both his wife and mistress to newly emancipated enslaved people for 2 nights during the American Revolution. The enslaved, the goblin foot soldiers, exulted at the prospect of cuckolding their king. Their frenzy proved so intense that they killed the concubine within a single hour. Striding before his ranks, the goblin sovereign declared with thunderous bravado, "Warriors! At first light we shall storm this citadel in one decisive surge. Once we seize this city, every woman inside belongs to whoever claims her first." Before he could finish, faint silhouettes flickered along the parapet, ropes snaking down from the battlements clearly intended for descent. "Where are the archers? Unleash 10 volleys, now!" Realizing humans were attempting a nocturnal raid, he immediately ordered his bowmen to loose arrows. Thousands of archers still lying exhausted were instantly roused by their sovereign's command and unleashed a chaotic barrage toward the shadowed section of the wall. After a volley, only cries of agony echoed back, no further movement. A flicker of doubt stirred in the sovereign's mind, until interrupted by a messenger. "Report, your majesty. Silhouettes have also appeared along the western wall. We dare not act without your orders." After hearing the report, the goblin sovereign dismissed all suspicion with a booming laugh. "Truly humans harbor crafty foxes, this is but a feint. If we fixate solely on the eastern wall, they'll infiltrate from the west, and vice versa. Split your archers half to the western wall, half to hold this position, trap them inside." His 2 court sorcerers immediately praised his brilliance, extolling his sagacity and martial genius. By dawn, however, no attackers were found on the walls, only bundles of black-clad scarecrows, each bristling with arrows. To add insult to injury, Uncle Duogu and Uncle Jian stood atop the ramparts waving grateful gestures toward the furious goblin sovereign. That spectacle ignited the sovereign's prideful wrath. He roared orders for an immediate full-scale assault, vowing to carve every defender into slaves and hang them limb from limb. Predictably, the well-rested garrison greeted the onslaught with a blistering hail of arrows. Though the goblins fought through the barrage and reached the ramparts by mid-morning, they were swiftly driven back, repelled by the defenders' fierce counterattack. "Your Majesty, let us retreat for now. The enemy's morale on the city walls is high, and our troops are weary. It would be wise to withdraw, temporarily rest, and then plan our next move." A goblin mage advisor spoke. "Humph. Do you think I don't know what you're scheming, you dog? You're just afraid I'll exhaust my forces and then have nothing to account for to my father. Let me tell you, I, the Goblin King, am invincible. There is no possibility of failure." The goblin monarch took out a whip and lashed the mage, tearing his flesh open. At this moment another goblin mage spoke. "Not so, your majesty. Our army's retreat now offers 3 advantages while the enemy suffers 3 disadvantages. The enemy's morale is high, ours is low. A temporary halt will allow their morale to peak and then wane while we can regroup. This is our first advantage and their first disadvantage. The enemy is few in number, we are many. If we retreat now and then lure them with a feigned surrender, their ranks will waver while ours unite. This is our second advantage and their second disadvantage. Since the city cannot be taken quickly, your majesty should withdraw temporarily and then feast the troops with wine and food. At the banquet, your majesty can pretend to receive a divine oracle declaring that the city walls will surely fall. After 2 days of rest, when the enemy's morale is low and their hearts are unsettled, lead the elite forces to strike decisively and win. By then your majesty's prestige among the entire army will surpass that of the other princes, and the emperor will surely favor you highly. This is our third advantage and their third disadvantage." Upon hearing this advice, the goblin monarch's eyes gleamed with desire. "Ha ha! It must be so. It must be so. Your words are excellent. From today onward you shall be my chief strategist. Your treatment shall equal mine, and you shall lodge beside my tent. Ha ha!" After speaking, he turned to the first mage who had spoken. "You old fool, if you have no talent, then roll aside and guard the grain stores." With that he kicked the elderly mage several yards away. "Ha ha, strategist, come quickly into my tent so we may talk at length. You messenger, quickly sound the retreat and have the army return to camp for rest. As for that old fool, if he's not dead, send him to persuade the enemy to surrender. If he is dead, throw him into the pot to nourish the strategist." After saying this, he pulled the goblin mage into the tent. A soldier approached the elderly mage and gently helped him up, saying, "Sir, why must you suffer the insolence of that good-for-nothing? With your experience, if you were of the emperor's bloodline, where would that brat be?" Before the soldier could finish, a large hole appeared in his chest with corrosive liquid sizzling inside. The elderly mage's eyes turned icy cold. "As a servant of the emperor, my greatest duty is to be loyal to him and his bloodline. If anyone dares to undermine military morale, I will kill them." With that he walked directly toward the city wall, but his pace gradually slowed, as if waiting for someone to call him back. In the end no one called him. To the defenders on the wall, the goblins' behavior was exceedingly strange. Just when it seemed the passionate exchange of arrows would turn into hand-to-hand combat, and Lin was ready to fight to the death again, the enemy withdrew. Not entirely, though. A goblin mage stepped forward and spoke toward the castle, his voice not shouting but loud enough for all to hear. The outcome is already decided, but our king is merciful and cannot bear to see talented men die here. If you open the gates and surrender, our king guarantees that no harm will come to you upon entering the city. But if you remain obstinate when the imperial army enters, we will slaughter you all, men as slaves, women as concubines. The goblin mage then waited quietly for their reply. Uncle Jian had already cursed aloud while Uncle Doge remained silent. Uncle Doge, wait. Don't shoot that old beast yet. I have a plan to severely dampen the goblin's spirits. Seeing Uncle Doge knocking an arrow, Lin quickly stopped him. Uncle Jian, big brother, come over here. I'll tell you. We'll do this. And then this. So that we can achieve that. In short, Lin's plan seemed not just reliable but extremely reliable. However, when it came to feigning surrender, big brother said he could not humble himself, so Lin would have to play the lead. Uncle Doge, find a few soldiers wounded by arrows and lay them on the ground. Uncle Jian, find a few heavily wounded men and lay them on the ground as well. Militia and garrison, all of you start crying. Imagine your parents are dead. Big brother, after I announce our surrender, you take a sword and strike me, preferably drawing blood. Uncle Jian, you will then restrain big brother and knock him unconscious. Uncle Doge, stay by my side to guard against that old pervert suddenly striking. In short, coordinate with my acting. After Lin finished, everyone began to prepare. Looking quickly over the wall, the old mage saw someone show their face and immediately stepped forward, only to hear Lin's voice trembling with tears. Stop fighting, please stop. We surrender. We surrender right now. Please come up and we will discuss the details. After saying this, he lowered a basket. The goblin mage, seeing an unexpected gain, hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the basket. Upon reaching the city wall, he saw the defenders lying on the ground weeping. The morale was low, the wounded untreated, and the young man seemed genuine. Ha, this is my meritorious achievement, he thought to himself, but his face showed no emotion. He scolded. Since you claim to surrender, why not open the gates and welcome the imperial army? Lin's face remained calm. Given your nature, letting you into the city would be suicide. So even if we die, we will not open the gates directly. The goblin mage, seeing Lin's stubbornness, retorted. Then what are we waiting for? We'll fight again tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. It's not that we insist on defending the city, but we have no way out. If the army... Before Lin could finish, Wei jumped out and struck him with a sword. You coward! I would rather die than surrender. I will kill you! The blade sank into flesh and blood immediately soaked the red robe. Lin, grievously wounded, turned pale. Jian then jumped out and knocked Wei unconscious with a punch, cursing. You beast! Why take your anger out on him? We all agreed to abandon the city. The mage was startled at first, but seeing that his own life was not threatened, he was happy to watch the show. Imperial Envoy, it is not that we are unwilling to withdraw, but we dare not gamble with our lives. If the army retreats 10 li to give us room to escape, we will immediately hand over this stronghold. Additionally, if the noble envoy could put in a good word with the king so that we may survive, these gold coins are yours. Lin took out a large pouch of gold coins and offered it with both hands. Ha! Once the city is taken and you are killed, these things will be mine anyway. The goblin remained unmoved, his eyes revealing cold, murderous intent and greed. Noble envoy, if you can let the foremost credit for capturing the city slip through your fingers, you may reject my proposal. But when the city falls, the spoils of gold and women may go to someone else. These words truly moved the cunning old goblin. Indeed, he had fallen out of favor with the king. If he could take the city without a fight, returning to the king's side would no longer be a dream. He could even use his past experience to trample that young whelp underfoot again. Thinking this, he accepted the bag of gold coins and said bluntly, Fine, I will persuade the king to retreat some distance. But do not play any tricks or I will hang your heads on the city wall. Watching the old beast descend the city wall, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next task was to charge into their midst and set a great fire. While everyone was reviving Wei with water and pinching his philtrum, a strange voice entered Lin's ears. Is there anything I can help with? I've been here for several days with nothing to do. Lin turned and saw the academy mentor who had returned with his brother. May I ask what your current profession and level are? Lin asked cautiously. I am but a 58th level Grand Knight. The indifferent voice ignited boundless confidence in Lin. With such a powerhouse, who would need schemes? With his strength, we could simply... Well, let's be realistic. On a battlefield of tens of thousands, even someone above level 60 cannot single-handedly defeat 10,000. Would you be willing to provide cover for the knights who charge out and do your utmost to eliminate the remaining goblin elites, buying time for our fire attack? Lin waited for a long while before hearing the mentor utter a single word. Okay. With such powerful support, Lin was overjoyed and immediately finalized the list of those who would sally forth. Wei the mentor and Uncle Jian would be responsible for eliminating or delaying the main goblin force left behind. The remaining retainers were tasked with using oil and torches to set the camp ablaze. Lin and Doge would monitor the enemy's movements, issue warnings when necessary, and steady the troops' morale. After nearly half an hour, the goblin army finally moved to a location 10 kilometers from the camp. However, to facilitate the transport of supplies, items like grain and weapons were left behind, guarded by only 100 goblin soldiers. The goblin monarch sat on a small mound prepared to show mercy and let these people live. But the moment the city gates opened, a group of cavalry burst out like lightning, charging toward the camp. Look at those weak humans running as if they've lost their mothers. Wait. That direction is not an escape. They're going to burn the camp. The goblin shouted and leaped to his feet, rushing toward the camp. But the distance was a full 10 kilometers. Even if he ran until he smoked, he could not stop those grinning human brutes from ravaging the camp. At the camp, only 100 soldiers were left to guard it. If ignored, they were as good as nothing. As Wei rode fast, couching his lance, he aimed at a goblin soldier, the tip aligned, and clamped the butt under his arm. With a thunderous crash, the spare light lance bent to a 30-degree angle. Then with a thud, it sent the heavily armored soldier flying. Struck squarely by a galloping warhorse and a sharp lance, the goblin was clearly dead. Wei didn't spare him a glance, instead spurring his horse toward the next target. The next target was less than 5 meters away, leaving no time to couch the lance again. He simply crashed his horse directly into the enemy. Thus he carved a path straight through the camp. Meanwhile, his mentor was even more formidable. The horse he rode seemed to crackle with lightning, black tinged with purple, moving like a gust of wind. In a single breath he charged over 50 meters, and the lightning emitted by his horse instantly turned those armored soldiers into charcoal. Behind them, the cavalrymen carried torches and oil, setting everything ablaze. Watching the flames rise from the camp, Lin and Doge on the city wall laughed heartily. Nephew, you've done it. Everything is burned to ashes. Uncle, we must keep an eye on the timing and make sure Big Brother and the others don't get into trouble. Lin rubbed his nose and smiled lightly. But they did not know that a woman holding a dagger was eavesdropping on their conversation from a corner of the wall 20 meters away. After a while, the camp was mostly burned and the goblin army, running all the way, was approaching the battlefield. Uncle, fire the signal arrow. Tell them to come back now. Lin ordered immediately. Doge wasted no time, taking 3 whistling arrows from his quiver and shooting them into the sky. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. A piercing whistle sounded. The cavalrymen decisively dropped their torches, turned on the spot, and galloped toward the city gates. The woman, seeing everyone return safely, quietly slipped away. Ha! Big Brother, that raid was brilliant. Are you hurt? Lin stepped forward to help remove his brother's armor. No, those little thieves could never hurt me. Your big brother is a man who charges through enemy lines invincible. Wei flexed his muscles for his younger brother, but Lin shoved him into the tower. Come on, little brother, let me cool off a bit. Wei grumbled and tried to go out, but was met with a sharp rebuke from Lin. If you want to die, go ahead and enjoy the wind. Anyone with common sense knows not to go out in the wind right after taking off armor. If you want to die, I don't want you to die early. Go into the tower and sweat it out first. The brothers enjoyed a harmonious moment, while the woman who had been eavesdropping on Lin knelt before Yezelisi. Is that really all? Yezelisi, upon hearing her subordinate's report, found that the 2 brothers truly had no guard against each other. One was willing to be struck, the other dared to strike. One could really leave the city, the other could really open the gate. No other family could achieve such a level of trust. After all, Wei could have added just a bit more force and killed Lin. And Lin could have delayed the order by a few steps, leaving Wei to die outside the city. After finally making it to the camp, those damned human beings had actually bolted as casually as one might walk a dog. This infuriated the goblin lord, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing, who crushed the skull of that goblin mage who had been boasting about his composure and strategic brilliance, and stuffed it into his own mouth. You have the most schemes. Tell me now what I should do. I don't want to attack this city at all, but retreating now would be too costly. My father left me almost nothing but debts. The rock demon, boars, and earth spiders are all turned to ash. Those were hard won. After fuming for a while, the goblin lord sat down on the ground in frustration, as if he had lost his purpose. My lord, though the situation seems desperate at first glance, it is actually a great fortune for you. Now that our lord has lost the rock demon, boars, and earth spider swarms, we can no longer escape pursuit by those human night orders. But if we capture this castle, we can defend it to the last man. From there we can strike straight at the heart of the human lands, or fall back to support the other princes, shifting the tide of battle. With these smooth words he had his superior in high spirits. Then he added, these are but trivial gains. The real feast is yet to come. The lord's face flushed red, his voice urgent. Speak quickly. What feast? The mage smiled faintly. Such clever defenders must include a truly exceptional talent. After our lord conquers this city, we can recruit such talents into our ranks. Would that not make our lord even more formidable? This left the goblin lord deep in thought. He asked, humans are mostly fickle and unreliable. How can we make such a talent serve our lord willingly? Take his woman, then give him several beautiful women. The goblin mage replied. This will surely make that talent give his life for our lord. What you say makes sense. Go pick 30 beautiful human women from my harem. Keep 20 for breeding and save 10 for that talented man. The goblin lord scratched his head, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Issue my order. The army will rest here tonight, and begin the siege at dawn tomorrow. This battle will decide our fate. All armored soldiers prepare for the assault. Tomorrow I will lead the charge. If I fall, you will step over my corpse to advance. The lord issued his command, and everyone acknowledged in unison. That night, when the watchful goblins spotted dark figures descending from the walls, the goblin archers cautiously loosed 2 flaming arrows, only to discover a pile of straw dummies propped up on clothes hangers. Ha! Do these humans really think we're idiots? Using such a trick once would be forgivable, but do they expect to waste all our arrows with it? After the archer finished speaking, he was about to lie down and sleep. Hey! Archer! Why did you fire flaming arrows? Don't you know that lighting fires in camp at this hour will expose our position? Hearing the reprimand, the archer felt uneasy, and turned around, bowing his body. My lord, those humans were far too foolish. They dropped a pile of rags to lure us into shooting arrows. Fortunately, I saw through their trick. Once dawn breaks, we'll be able to breach their castle and sleep with their women. The goblin mage nodded slightly, and said, these humans' tricks are endless. We must not let our guard down. From now on, fire a flaming arrow at the city wall every 20 minutes to ensure they cannot send anyone down to raid our camp. One thing they did not mention was that previously flaming arrows were forbidden due to campfire restrictions. Now that the camp had been burned to the ground by the enemy, such concerns no longer mattered. Half an hour later, the archer was growing drowsy. A sudden cold wind made him shiver and snap awake from his half-sleep. I almost ruined the task given by our lord. Muttering to himself, he slung his longbow from his shoulder, deftly knocked a flaming arrow lit it at the campfire, and casually aimed it toward the city wall. The firelight illuminated the night sky above the battlements, revealing the descending basket-carrying warriors. At first the archer could barely believe it, rubbing his eyes. After confirming he was not seeing things, he quickly struck the bronze gong stationed in the camp. Dang 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 dang. Someone come. Enemy attack. The archer's frantic shouting successfully woke every goblin in the entire camp. What is it? What is it? Enemies again. The goblin lord had just finished indulging himself with one of his women and had not yet settled down to sleep. Hearing the gong, he charged out of his tent wielding a club studded with wolf teeth. Before most of the goblins could comprehend what was happening, the warriors on the city wall had already descended back into the castle in their baskets. Gone. They're all gone. The goblin archer reported to the mage with a grievous tone, but instead of being punished, he received only well done. The moment anyone descends, sound the alarm immediately. The result was that throughout the night they were woken a total of 7 times, roughly once every hour. In the end, when the archer rang the gong for the 8th time, an axe flew out from the camp and severed his head. At daybreak, the goblin lord looked at his exhausted subordinates, and could only let them sleep until noon, then launched the assault in the afternoon. When the siege first began, these goblins could be described as vigorous and fierce. Now they were both weary and dazed. In short, sending them to the battlefield would be little different from murder. So while his subordinates slept, he ordered his scouts to investigate whether any human reinforcements had arrived. The answer was yes, and quite a few. A human force of approximately 1,500 soldiers was stationed on an eastern hillside 10 li from Light Castle. Another force of about 2,000 troops was positioned on the western road 15 li from Light Castle. These 2 large armies nearly suffocated the goblin lord with dread. If they joined forces to surround him and coordinated with the people inside the castle, annihilating his exhausted army would be no difficulty at all. So why did they not make the optimal choice? Simply put, the Airy Kingdom did not allow anyone so formidable to live. Within the kingdom, only these feudal lords possessed such sturdy castles. The other military nobles remained in the capital with empty hands, lacking both the right to build fortifications and the financial means to construct their own. Though most had their own manors, without a castle they ultimately lacked the confidence to stand against the king. Now all they had to do was wait for this castle to fall, then move in to reclaim the lost territory. They could gain the castle as their base and earn the first merit of the war. If the heir of Light Castle understood the rules and surrendered the castle under the charge of dereliction of duty, that would be fine. But if he proved himself ignorant of such matters, then he would simply have to die an untimely death. These vermin waited quietly for the fall of Light Castle, also awaiting the opening act of the feast to divide the spoils. Within the Lord's manor Baron Nc summoned all his trusted confidants to deliberate on the war. Father Nc and Mother Wei Na now clung to each other every moment, unwilling to part even for an instant, as if striving to leave no regrets in the final hours of their lives. Unlin, I misjudged our situation, overestimated my own strength, and underestimated the enemy's. Keeping you by my side and facing such peril is my fault. I owe you an apology. Nc spoke first. Anlin waved his hand upon seeing his father's demeanor. Father, at this moment we are one family. There is no need for formalities. Dying together is better than facing a lonely end. Nc, after hearing this, calmly gave Anlin a rap on the head and said, No, it is my fault. If I hadn't kept you here, you would now be inspecting the estate and preparing for the start of the Knight Academy. But things have not yet reached such a desperate point. Listen, later you will break through with Uncle Jian and Wei will charge with Uncle Duo, each splitting to the left and right. My personal retainers and I will drive straight into the enemy's center to buy you time. Before Anlin could react, Wei slammed the table and stood up. Father, Mother, I do not want you to die. I would rather fight those beasts to the death than abandon you to the enemy. A sharp crack echoed as Wei Na, the gentle mother, dealt her eldest son a slap across the face. I carried you for 10 months of pregnancy only to have you die alongside me. If that were the case, I might as well have perished with you in the jaws of wolves the moment you were born. If it were truly possible, how I longed to see you married, established in your careers, and finally watch your children grow up. But I sob. With these words she broke down into sobs. Enough. In front of the children let us preserve at least this last shred of dignity. The father patted her back, his heart heavy with sorrow, yet his face maintained its stern composure. Mind your own business. The mother shoved his hand away and embraced Wei tightly, saying, I should never have returned with you, then at least I could have saved their lives. A flicker of helplessness passed through N's eyes, but he still drew his wife into his arms. If I recall correctly, your name is Zali Si, is it not? It must have been hard for you to come back with this boy. Later flee with all your might alongside them. Duo Gu will ensure your safety. I, your future father-in-law, wish you happiness in your marriage ahead of time. Nc turned to look at Wei and the girlfriend he had brought back, as if seeing his younger self with Wei Na. Then his gaze shifted to Duo Gu and Jian. You are my brothers, my comrades in arms. Once we fought side by side on the battlefield when we were all young. What a pity! What a pity! After I die you may go or stay as you please. Anlin and Wei, you must not hinder them. Finally his eyes returned to Anlin. Heh. There are some things I will never understand or dare to ponder if I do not ask. I will ask you only once. You may choose not to answer or you may deceive me. But once you do answer, I will believe you. Do you understand? Without hesitation Anlin replied. Speak, father. I swear to answer truthfully. Who are you really? This question struck Anlin like a bolt of lightning. After a moment's thought he decided to answer honestly. I am Anlin, but I am not a native of this world, or at least not in my past life. These words stunned everyone present. After hearing Anlin's confession, Nc nodded and said, Very well. If you are willing, could you tell me something of your past life? Anlin looked at the man he had called father for 15 years and said, Father, may I ask how you discovered me? In the novels of his past life, characters who transmigrated into books always showed off by defeating enemies and wooing beauties, but almost no one ever uncovered their transmigrator identity. Yet here he was exposed outright. The moment you opened your eyes I knew you were no ordinary person, at least those were not the eyes of an infant. Nc replied calmly. Even so, I was not certain at first. But as you grew I increasingly noticed how different you were from other knight trainees who matured naturally. Anlin promptly asked. What differences? You are too civilized. Nc hit the nail on the head. And when you first saw the library at home you said how so few. This indicated that you had read many books before, even possessed many. But in the entire kingdom I have never seen anyone else with so many books except the monasteries. Just because of that. Anlin found it unbelievable. Could the old man have simply bluffed, and he had walked right into the trap? Of course not. Nc gave Anlin another rap on the head. The most important thing is that you are practically proficient in everything. When I taught you the art of command, the plans you outlined were so detailed and the reasoning so meticulous that even I was astounded. No child could have conceived of such things. There is only one possibility: you had read about these things in books and retained them firmly. If I am not mistaken, in your past life you must have been a commander with an extraordinarily deep scholarly background. Nc gave a mysterious smile, his expression saying, You little rascal, didn't expect me to see through you completely, did you? As he looked at Anlin awaiting his reply. Father, you are mistaken. I was not a commander in my past life. In fact, I had nothing to do with the military at all. If I had to categorize myself, I would be a scholar who latched onto the powerful, spending my days doing much the same as the minstrels kept in castles. Nc was the first to disbelieve Anlin's words. I believe the first part, but the latter must be a lie. Even if you were a scholar, you must have been constantly by the side of some noble. I understand. You need not say more. And C was about to say that Lin must have been kept close and taught constantly to acquire such knowledge. But then he thought noble youth constantly by his side. Youth catamite. He dared not think further. Quick, forget this memory. Wait, the second son also mentioned that Lin had once been rumored with the second prince. And C mused. Dared not think. Forget that too. And C wished he could travel back in time to before he spoke and slap himself twice. He could have died without regrets, but instead he had to seek discomfort before death. Father, I know what you are thinking. But I must tell you I am not that kind of person. The warfare in our world had already rendered such military manuals obsolete. They had long since spread to the common households. Seeing that his father still wore a skeptical expression of "I haven't read much, don't fool me," and Lin said directly, "Father, do you remember when I once asked why humans cannot ignite gunpowder?" I recall. You made a pile of black powder and poked it with a torch. I said only dwarves and those with dwarven blood could ignite gunpowder. And C replied with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Now that we have come this far, there is nothing I cannot say. At this point there is no need to conceal the truth. In my previous life, warfare had entirely abandoned blades, spears, and bows, and fully embraced firearms. Thus those ancient military classics compiled by our forebears have long since become obsolete. Devoid of threat, they may now be freely studied by all. And Lin said, "And your former nation must have been extraordinarily powerful." And C's eyes gleamed with excitement. "And my former nation was both mighty and profoundly peaceful." And Lin recalled the past. His homeland had indeed been splendid, but he now felt that living in this world was even more fulfilling. And enough, I shall ask no further. Moreover, we must all swear an oath, should anyone divulge today's events, by any direct or indirect means, they shall perish instantly. Having spoken, and C raised his finger toward the heavens and swore before the divine war god, by the almighty war deity above, I and C pledge my very life, never shall I reveal this day's secret to any outsider. Should I break this vow, may my soul descend into eternal torment. Thereafter every person present, including the tutor and his elder brother's fiancé, followed suit, swearing solemn oaths before their respective deities. The tutor, emboldened by his formidable strength, initially considered refusing the oath altogether. Yet in C's gaze made his intent unmistakable. Refusal meant certain death, and he could test whether after a bloody duel with C he might still escape the encircling army. Watching his father and C resolve himself to die, and Lin suddenly spoke, "Truth be told, I have one more stratagem. Its success remains uncertain." For the first time C's composure cracked. "What? You hold another card. Speak quickly." "The true menace lies solely in the goblin sovereign. We need only feign surrender outside the city walls, lure him inside, then concentrate our forces to strike him down. Once their leader falls, the besieging host will dissolve into chaos." And Lin declared with unwavering conviction. "And no, you must not go. It is far too perilous," his mother interjected immediately. Yet Baron and C deliberated deeply before asking, "Has this tactic ever succeeded in your past life?" "What are you saying? He is your son," his mother cried in shock. Nan Lin replied calmly, "Yes, it succeeded once. The strategist was Qing Youliang, a warlord from ancient times in my former life." "Very well. We shall attempt it." After prolonged contemplation, C finally nodded in assent. "And C, have you truly considered what you are consenting to? Isn't Lin any less my child because he bears memories of a prior existence? Let me make this clear, if you send him I will divorce you." His mother, seized by fury, blurted out the word divorce, a term she had never uttered before. And Baron and C roared back, "Who said I would send him? He is my son, forever and always. Whether or not he remembers past lives, he remains the child I love most dearly." Then he rose, stripped off his battle armor, deftly bound his wrists with hemp rope, and tied 2 thorny branches across his back. "Husband, you must not go!" Her words were cut short as her husband struck her gently on the temple, rendering her unconscious, then carefully lifted and seated her upon a chair. "Fear not, I shall return. Then you may scold me as you wish." With tender words whispered into her ear, he turned and strode resolutely from the chamber. Beyond the city gates, Baron and C transformed utterly, first baring his torso, then advancing barefoot, step by deliberate step toward the ramparts. The goblin sovereign, bewildered, learned from his shaman that the enemy had surrendered. Upon spotting the sovereign emerge, C burst into wails and crawled forward on his knees until he reached the chieftain's feet. The goblin sovereign's eyes burned crimson. Gripping his spiked mace, he pressed its jagged edge against C's throat and bellowed, "So, you old wretch deceived us of our arrows, slaughtered my brethren, and torched our camp." And though terror surged within him at the looming mace, C betrayed no trace of fear upon his face. And closing his eyes slightly, he murmured, "This humble servant confesses his guilt, and comes to accept punishment." His voice trembled, yet held unshakable resolve, quavered, yet brimmed with raw, defiant courage. In that moment he stood prepared to meet death. To his astonishment, the goblin sovereign did not bring the mace down. Instead he boomed with laughter. Ha! You are a genius! My army desperately needs men like you. With that he plunged the spiked mace into the earth, and tore apart the ropes binding N'Cee's wrists. Then the sovereign draped his own grimy cloak over N'Cee's shoulders and with genuine remorse declared, Master, you must be sore. I Goblesh am but a crude brute, please forgive my rudeness. Great king, my subordinates within the city have already slaughtered oxen and sheep. Let us enter and share a toast and let your majesty's elite troops refresh themselves. Before N'Cee could finish, Gobryai seized him beneath one arm and trotted off toward the main encampment. Gobryai stood over 2 meters tall, his frame rivaling that of a mountainous berserker, and his infrequent bathing left behind a pungent, suffocating stench capable of felling the living. He he he. Genius! From now on you shall dwell in the tent to the right of mine. I've even prepared 10 women to warm your bed. And once the city falls, remember, fetch your entire family and remain within my tent. Do not leave. Do not heed any sound, nor concern yourself with any matter. Gobryai grinned, revealing crooked teeth and folds of jowls. N'Cee, naturally unwilling to be carried away so easily, his mission being precisely to lure this fat brute inside for execution, struggled and pleaded, Great king, the meat is already cooked. If we do not dine within the city, it will go to waste. Ah, our stores still hold grain enough. Let us feast here first, then feast again inside the city. Let the meat spoil, these fools cannot appreciate fine fare. Having spoken, Gobryai dragged N'Cee straight to the heart of his encampment. And from the city walls and way nearly charged forth to rescue him, but was restrained by N'Lin and their mother. Mother, father has been seized by that goblin. If we do not retrieve him now, we never will. N'Wei's voice trembled, not just with anger but profound bewilderment. How could his parents, so deeply devoted to one another, stand idly by? N'Cee's mother replied quietly, this was his choice. I opposed it only to spare him danger. Now that he is deep within enemy hands, rushing forth would seal his doom. Indeed, brother, N'Lin added. This goblin beast could slay father with a single gesture, so let us not fracture our ranks. First we observe, then we act. Yet whereas N'Lin had originally intended to entrap the goblin sovereign within the city, he now pondered how best to maximize the strategic value of his own surrender. If you cannot defeat an enemy, and bear no blood feud against him, then raising a white flag may yet prove wise. This maxim had long guided N'Lin's conduct. Truly the only ones gripped by panic, besides N'Wei, were the second prince's forces, who had remained camped outside the fortress watching without intervening. The moment his scouts reported that like fortress appeared to be opening its gates in surrender, the prince's normally placid heart shattered into tumult. Ever since he dreamt a prophecy of the future, he had meticulously shaped his destiny. His hesitation on the battlefield stemmed from waiting for the fortress to fall, so he might seize glory, honor his maternal clan, and claim a future general renowned for valor. Moreover, the fortress itself could be granted as fief to landless nobles in his retinue, securing their unwavering loyalty. Once the war concluded, his lineage, renown, and martial prowess, the 3 pillars of power, would be firmly established. With diligent effort he could dethrone his idle, decadent elder brother. Who could foresee that reality would outpace strategy? And now there was no time for reflection. If those goblins entered the city, all was lost. At that thought he thundered, all cavalry, follow me, and charged at his command his 2,000 horsemen, donned armor, mounted, and galloped in formation toward the goblin encampment. As the goblin sovereign spoke with an sea of glorious tomorrows, the earth trembled beneath the sudden thunder of galloping hoofs. Gobryai sniffed sharply. Damn it, their camp has lain silent for days, as quiet as sleeping swine. Why now do they rage like rabid beasts? He set N'Cee down, and said hastily, Genius, enter the camp first, lest you catch cold. I shall deal with these accursed fools, and then return to consult you. Then he hurried off with a retinue of armored guards. Nods he vanished. N'Cee surveyed the camp, searching for weapons and armor, but found only a gaunt goblin shaman. Stop staring, boy. Were it not for your torching our mounts days ago, our army would not be stranded. The sovereign shows mercy, forgiving your arson, yet you dare feel no gratitude. Do you understand? And you must serve the sovereign faithfully, or else. Hey! What are you doing? Mid-sentence the shaman found himself lifted off the ground, his throat gripped tightly in N'Cee's hand. Humph, mindless fools. Not even verifying my profession before leaving me unguarded in your lair. You invite death. First N'Cee snapped the shaman's neck, then stormed into the sovereign's pavilion, seized a weapon suited to his grip, and fled, bludgeoning every low-ranking goblin he encountered along the way. The royal banner of the Airy Kingdom, a golden eagle on black and yellow field, was unmistakable. All upon the ramparts recognized it instantly. N'Lin's gloom lifted dramatically, fists clenched in exhilaration atop the wall. And all members of house like, sally forth and engage the foe. Upon uttering those words, his mother mounted her warhorse and dashed from the gate. Mean moments every able-bodied soul poured forth from the city. Though Lin's chain-mail hauberk hung in tatters, it was still preferable to none at all. And since most goblin elites had rushed to counter the cavalry charging from behind, the camp's front line lay eerily vacant. So vacant in fact that even Lin, a mere level 11 knight, could lead his retainers through unscathed, cutting clean across the enemy lines. Yet if Slaughter were Art Ulanchigan and his mounted archers were true masters of the harvest, they galloped to the enemy's edge, loosed a devastating volley, then wheeled away before contact, repeating the maneuver until Lothar goblins fled in disarray, abandoning armor and weapons alike. Lin's lance thrust relentlessly forward, his retainers rode tight behind, ripping a jagged breach through the densely packed goblin ranks. Lance thrust, horse collision, hoof stomp. The viridian ichor of goblins stained his entire body emerald green. Every stride passed over severed limbs and shattered torsos. After 15 minutes of relentless charge, Lin sensed his mount's labored breathing grow ragged. He reached down, fingers brushing the horse's mouth, and came away slick with froth. "Brothers!" Lin bellowed, pointing his lance toward open ground to the left front. Nee's retainers understood instantly, breaking free of the melee and racing toward the clearing to regroup. "Ulanchigan, follow." At Lin's cry, Ulanchigan signaled his riders to withdraw from combat and join him at the clearing for respite. The clearing sat upon elevated ground, ideal for surveying the battlefield. And what he saw was neither promising nor dire, but utter chaos. 3 organized forces still fought, an unknown royal contingent arriving to relieve the siege, his elder brother's disciplined infantry, his mother's garrison troops sallying from the fortress. The situation unfolded thus: the royal force clashed fiercely with the goblin heavy infantry phalanx, his brother soldiers advanced bravely, but recklessly plunged into monster-infested thickets. Only one cause for celebration remained: his mother had located their father, and was guiding him safely toward the gate. His brother's tutor meanwhile had vanished, presumed fled, and was excluded from all calculations. Their sole viable path to victory lay in first reinforcing their father, then uniting with his brother's forces, and finally coordinating with the royal contingent to confront the goblin elite. Lin reached into the pouch at his waist, drew forth 2 handfuls of salted soybeans and fed them to his mount, then rubbed its muzzle gently with his palm. The horse, revived by the salty beans, flicked its lips, snorted twice, and pranced eagerly, eager to rejoin the fray. Lin pulled hard on the reins, restraining the animal, then calculated the optimal charge distance, trajectory, and fallback route, before blindfolding the horse's eyes and striking its flank with his whip. "Ulanchigan, bring your men behind me and scatter their formation with arrows. And brothers, form the wedge and haya. 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 Haya." His cries inflamed the steed's fervor, driving it madly forward, its arcane energy surging, coalescing into a focused torrent ahead. Yet the charge faltered mid-assault, and Lin found himself surrounded, goblins pressing in from all sides, some even grasping at his legs, trying to drag him from the saddle. Owing to the sheer density of foes, his nascent spearhead shattered instantly. Entrapped amid the goblin horde, Lin grasped, perhaps for the first time, the staggering might of those legendary lone warriors who dared charge entire armies. All technique, every martial art, every lance-fighting principle, became meaningless. Only one action mattered: gripping his spear and driving it downward again and again. And at last, after desperate struggle, he broke through, to his father's side, and seized precious breath. Seeing his father, Lin felt both elation and guilt, but duty demanded restraint. "And father, break westward. Where is my elder brother?" Returning to Ansie's perspective. After slaying the mage, he sprinted all the way back, only to be caught by a goblin tasked with keeping order. As the saying goes, when two meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. With a loud roar, he swung his mace at the head of the goblin before him. The goblin was quick-witted; it dropped to the ground in a desperate roll, dodging the fatal blow. Then with a shriek it had its head crushed by the next strike. In a life-or-death moment, one cry was enough. That single cry summoned all the surrounding hobgoblins, who converged to surround this audacious human. Whoosh! 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 3 crossbow bolts tore through the air, pinning the charging hobgoblins to the ground with deadly precision. As expected, the reinforcements led by Wayna had arrived. Wayna rode at the forefront, skillfully cutting down the advancing hobgoblins with her imperial greatsword, then galloped to Ansie's side. "Darling! I love you to death!" Ansie exclaimed, then expertly leaped onto Wayna's warhorse. Together they charged into the oncoming goblins. The couple moved as one, breaking through the encirclement in the blink of an eye and reuniting with their own garrison. At that moment, over 100 goblins surrounded them. "Kill!" A soldier lunged forward, thrusting his sword through a goblin. His comrade immediately followed, covering his flank with a large shield and pulling him back into formation. Most of these garrison soldiers had served the Lake family for generations, forming a critical source of elite retainers and warriors. Many of the older ones were veterans who had fought alongside Ansie, making them highly skilled. Against the remaining goblin weaklings, they could easily handle 10, or even 20 apiece. "Moi! Wife, I love you!" Ansi, now out of danger, cared nothing for decorum or dignity. He planted a kiss directly on Wena's cheek. "Old fool at your age! If you have no shame, I do!" Wena blushed and elbowed her husband. Ansi paid no heed, feeling as though he had rediscovered his youthful self after such a narrow escape. While the couple was lost in their tender moment, Anlin finally forced his way in to interrupt the oblivious parents. "Father, break through to the west. Brother's situation is dire." Though Anwei had encountered no effective resistance, fatigue was setting in. If he kept pushing forward, he would soon lose all his men to the goblin tide. Ansi immediately ordered his soldiers to advance westward to aid Anwei. Anlin spurred his horse, but it remained motionless. He spurred again, the horse let out a whinny and then crashed to the ground. Thrown from the saddle, his face scraped, and bleeding panic seized him. "God damn it! I should have put on that flashy barding. This is the end." As everyone knew, a knight's warhorse also needed a set of armor, the so-called barding or caparison. Naturally, in an era of war, everything had to meet defensive needs, and barding was no exception. Some added iron plates to the barding while others thickened it. Knights of this time, eager to flaunt their wealth and family name during grand displays, would dye their bardings in gaudy colors and cover them with their family crests. Thus, during a charge, they could stand out as show-offs, making it easier for their lord to recognize their lineage, thereby earning renown for valor and receiving rewards. As the youngest son of the Lake family, Anlin was doted on by his elders, and the barding he purchased was no small expense. But in the end, the aesthetic of Emperor Qianlong was simply unbearable. Most of the time he left that barding collecting dust in a corner. Now, when he truly needed it, there was no time to fetch it, so he had to send his horse into battle bare. And that was the result. The horse died, its intestines spilling across the ground. A knight without his mount is in truth a tiger stripped of its fangs. Once astride his warhorse, he had scorned even a level 20 goblin chieftain, but now he trembled at the thought of being overwhelmed and slain by mere level 15 goblins. "Our young master has fallen from his horse, quickly save him." Upon seeing Anlin dismounted, 3 soldiers broke formation and lunged forward, seizing his collar and dragging him bodily back into the ranks. "Brothers, hold fast to Baron and C and Lady and C. No one falls behind." At last, regaining his footing, Anlin whirled about, and found only 11 retainers still at his side. The fate of the 9 who had vanished required no words. And the Cuman riders fared even worse. Besides Alan Shagan, only 5 remained. 9 brothers, bound to him since childhood, were gone in an instant. At the command, the retainers wheeled their mounts and charged alongside Baron and C, whose armor may have been lost, yet whose strength as a level 52 knight remained unshaken. "Charge!" roared and C, his body radiating crimson battle chi. With that thunderous cry, the chi surged violently into his steed beneath him. As the battle chi flooded the horse's frame, its eyes blazed scarlet, and its body swelled with terrifying might. Closing distance, forming the spearhead, raising the wolf-tooth mace. Then came a cataclysmic roar. The goblins blocking the path exploded like cannon fodder, scattering into crimson mist. The momentum of the cavalry charge did not dissipate after that single impact. It rolled onward like a crushing millstone, repeatedly grinding down the goblin ranks. From the rear, Anlin and the garrison needed only to run, keeping pace with the relentless advance. Terrified goblins dared not bar their path. They simply watched motionless as Anlin and his forces withdrew into the distance. Their rendezvous with Anwei proceeded smoothly. The 2 forces merged seamlessly, and turned as one toward the heavily armored infantry led by the goblin monarch. By now the defenders of Like Fortress were exhausted, both men and mounts spent. Had even a single additional enemy force entered the fray, Anlin's journey across worlds would have ended then and there. Yet let it not be said that fatigue afflicted only them. The goblins were far worse off. Harassed relentlessly beforehand, deprived of sleep the night prior, their tents burned to ash and fed nothing but hollow promises drawn by their lord. This elite host under the goblin monarch's banner clung to battle now by sheer stubborn ferocity, the last ember of defiance flickering in fading embers. Goblin swept his gaze across the field and saw low-tier goblins slipping away unseen. A quiet murmur rose within him. "Father entrusted me with this elite force. I cannot lose them all here. To devour these humans would cost my finest warriors dearly, and grant that human noble who'd held back all along a decisive advantage." Without hesitation, he led his personal guard from the battlefield, leaving only hundreds of goblin heavy infantry to hold the line. "Humph. Wait, when I return with greater armies from my elder brother, I shall raze this fortress to dust. If I fail to avenge this day, I shall no longer call myself a goblin." Goblin swore inwardly, and fled headlong into the distant forest with his armored retinue. The hundreds of goblin heavy infantry struggling desperately to hold the line turned, only to find their sovereign vanished. Morale shattered instantly. They were swiftly overrun by the arriving garrison and the noble's troops. "It is over," murmured Anlin, watching the victorious garrison press forward in pursuit. Yet farther still, the 2,000-strong human legion, sensing the tide had turned, began withdrawing slowly and deliberately. Relief and exhilaration surged through him. Drawing his knightly blade from its sheath at his waist, he joined the fray. "If armored foes stand immobile, surely I may slay a few rabble." His broad razor-sharp longsword swept horizontally with devastating force, severing several goblin foot soldiers in a single stroke. Such targets offered little challenge. Green goblin blood spattered across his face, seeping into his wounds, but Enlin paid it no mind. He hacked and slashed without pause, venting every ounce of fury. Chaos reigned briefly, but within 10 minutes order reasserted itself. The garrison reformed into disciplined units, clearing the field in coordinated squads. Enlin, however, felt no urge to gather spoils. Instead, he walked alone back along the path where the assault had broken through. After all, these were brothers who had shared years of life beside him. Cold detachment was beyond him. Earlier grief had been numbed by urgency, but now anguish pierced him like a blade. Lagnaros Lekton Malotsi Sagli Aruz Badog Whartons Berman. These 9 retainers had pledged their lives to him. Surely they deserved more than oblivion. He searched for hours, finding only 5 bodies still recognizable. The rest had been pulped beyond identification. "Master, Lord, and Lady N.C. have gone to receive the royal guest. His stature appears formidable. We must join them without delay. Do not slight him." At last one retainer stepped forward to remind him. "Saigam, it is fine. They are enough. One more makes no difference. I will keep searching. My brothers cannot simply vanish without trace." Enlin spoke calmly, but his hands continued sifting through the carnage, turning over corpses with unwavering resolve. Not until darkness swallowed the land did Enlin uncover just one more corpse, still bearing faint traces of identity. The rest lay reduced to unrecognizable pulp and shattered fragments. At last Enlin returned to the castle. At this moment the entire castle was celebrating. The precious cured meat, unopened rare wine, and honey bread that was seldom seen on ordinary days were all laid out on the dining table. The whole castle was filled with a jubilant atmosphere, and some guards even took out dice to gamble in a group. "Little nephew, I've saved the best wine and meat for you. Come quickly and eat. It won't taste as good once it gets cold." Uncle Doge, holding a wine barrel, drank heartily, burped, and then spoke drunkenly. But Enlin's mind was elsewhere. He was a cold-blooded creature. Just moments ago he had been wallowing in melancholy, but now his sorrow had already faded by more than half. Perhaps by the time he woke up tomorrow morning he would feel no particular emotion toward the corpses of these men. Even in a few years he would completely forget these retainers of his. Since he would inevitably forget them, he must remember them fully on this very day. "Farewell." Enlin raised his wine bowl above his head, shouted loudly, and drained it in one gulp. Then there was nothing more. Even Enlin himself hadn't expected that this bowl of wine would be so astringent and bitter, with only a hint of grape sweetness, leaving nothing pleasant about it. "Huh! Why is there a bone?" Enlin felt something unusual in the wine. He spat it out to look. "Damn! It's a frog leg." Pfft! His vision spun and he collapsed to the ground instantly. The retainers rushed over to check, and only when they found he was merely unconscious did they breathe a sigh of relief. He had survived countless battles through sword and blade, but it would be a disgrace if he were scared to death by a frog leg at a victory banquet. That would be humiliating if word got out. Wine aged for many years due to the long fermentation time and unclean storage easily spoils. Thus the nobles came up with a method, placing 2 frogs inside the wine when sealing it to extend its shelf life. After sleeping for an unknown length of time, Enlin groggily felt a hand caressing his face. "This hand is quite soft," was his first thought. No, wait. He suddenly recalled that his fiancée's hands were calloused from years of archery, and his mother's hands were also marked with obvious calluses. His father and brother, needless to say, had hands covered in scars. So the question arose, whose hand was this? Although he lacked the strength to open his eyes when it came to his own life, he couldn't afford to ignore it. Suddenly Enlin reached out and grabbed the hand on his face, then used the momentum to roll to the left, pulling the person onto the bed. Still keeping his eyes closed, Enlin pinned the person beneath him. Flat. Not a woman, he thought, first ruling out his sister-in-law, whose chest appeared quite large. "You ungrateful wretch! What are you doing?" His father's angry shout jolted most of Enlin's drowsiness away. Slowly opening his eyes, he found the person before him was someone he didn't recognize at all. The man beneath him, yes, it was a man. He had long black hair, a fair beardless face, delicate features, but his eyes were a striking sky blue. Most importantly, this man lacked the stench of other burly men, instead a pleasant fragrance wafted from him. And the most crucial thing was the look in his eyes, as if he were gazing at an old acquaintance filled with adoration. Wait. Adoration? How long are you going to keep pinning him down? This is His Highness the Second Prince. Get off at once. His father's furious shout came again, and Enlin was yanked off the bed by his father. Baron Nance rarely lost his temper like this, but today was simply unbearable. The prince had come to offer condolences, and his son had pulled the prince onto the bed. No wonder his second son said the family had rumors of a relationship with the second prince. With this kind of pre-meeting bedpinning, it was impossible not to fuel such gossip. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. No matter, Baron Lake. Your third son is indeed a remarkable talent, bold and unconventional. The second prince answered directly for Anlin. Your Highness, have we met before? Anlin asked. No, we have only just met today. Call me William, William said with a radiant smile. Truly, no matter the time, he could never bring himself to hate this man. The dream of his past life seemed utterly absurd to anyone who heard it. He had pondered over that exceptionally vivid dream many times. For instance, why had news of his usurpation suddenly leaked? Why had all his allies been beheaded with only him escaping the country? And why, when he finally captured the capital, did William not meet him, only to later die under mysterious circumstances? But now none of it mattered. Because none of it had happened yet. In his heart, Anlin was currently useful, but he must be kept under tight control to ensure he never had a chance to stab him in the back. Perhaps if he hadn't once said to him, after I seize the throne I will abolish the law against same-sex marriage, he might not have betrayed so decisively. William bore no trace of royal hauteur upon seeing Baronancy, who at least maintained outward loyalty and reverence toward the crown. A sudden thought struck him. Since I have already saved the Lek family, why not leverage my status as their savior to draw them into my own faction? Though he had come of age, he possessed neither fief nor castle of his own. Meanwhile, most landed nobles regarded the prince with scarcely more deference than a tortoise might show. Here at last was a noble who publicly professed allegiance to the central authority. How could he possibly let such a rare asset slip through his fingers? Ahem, Baronancy. William interrupted the baron's next words. If it pleases you, I would like your son to join my forces. With all due respect, your highness. My eldest is currently undergoing rigorous training at the knightly academy, and cannot yet serve as a full-fledged knight on the battlefield. My second son, by nature indolent, lacks the mettle of a true warrior. As for my third son, he is still too young. Baronancy's reply was flawlessly evasive, a time-honored formula employed by nobles to politely decline royal overtures. Phrases like, the eldest studies at X Academy, the second has entered a monastery, university merchant's household, or an untitled noble's court, for prayer study, apprenticeship, marriage, and the third, fourth, fifth is still a child, sending him to war would only invite calamity, were all variations of this polished refusal. At that moment Anlin knocked upon the door. Father! Our academy has issued an edict. All instruction is suspended. Students must immediately assist the nearest noble in suppressing the goblin uprising. Enrollment is halted indefinitely. Before Anlin could finish, Baronancy seized him by the collar and hurled him out the window. Enough. Be gone. Wait, father. Sir? Hear me out, we're penniless. The mercenaries demand payment to disband. Our classmates' travel expenses must be covered. Food and fodder for men and horses drain every coin. I truly have nothing left. Without glancing back, Baronancy kicked him squarely. Out. Go beg your mother for funds, I've none to spare. At this juncture Prince William deemed it time to intervene. Ahem, Baronancy, Sir Anlin, might I offer a word? At the sight of a wealthy patron speaking, both Ancy and Anlin ceased their struggle. Anlin fixed William with a gaze that silently declared, pay up, and the man is yours. I hear the Lek family treats its vassals with uncommon kindness, hence your austere lifestyle. Today's meeting confirms it. Baronancy and Sir Anlin. Oh. Coincidentally, my maternal lineage built its fortune through commerce. Wealth is the one thing we lack no measure of. Baronancy and Sir Anlin. Oh. While these funds are not mine to dispense freely at present, should Sir Anlin join my command, I shall fully assume responsibility for your logistical support. Your Highness, no need for further discourse. 1,000 gold coins and Sir Anlin is yours. Anlin, quickly kneel before his grace. Prince William, clearly amused by the Baron's wry humor, smiled and replied, there is no need for such formality. I ask only for your steadfast aid, not fealty. With that, a flash of light gleamed from the ring upon his finger, and a heavy leather purse passed into Anlin's hands. He opened it, and was momentarily blinded by the glittering cascade of gold. Anlin, though unaware of the exact sum, estimated no fewer than 50 gold coins, and immediately began calculating how best to raise troops and muster arms. Watching the youth beside him, William found himself quietly amused, yet sternly reminded himself not to make wealth too easily accessible, lest Anlin grow accustomed to demanding ever larger sums with reckless abandon. Men like Anlin resembled legendary game companions, exceptionally gifted, swift to advance, brimming with abilities, yet prone to desertion the moment left unattended, powerful, awe-inspiring, universally praised, fiercely loyal when kept close, but liable to abscond with resources the moment stored away. Such a companion, or rather such a formidable general, must be held firmly at one's side at all times. Should he ever slip beyond reach, he might well cross over to the enemy's ranks, and bring ruin upon his former master. William tilted his lips into a wry, enigmatic smile. Close your eyes. Anlin obeyed, only to feel a weight settle atop his head. Snatching it down, he found a small pouch containing 12 gold coins and several dozen silver. Anlin, Quick, brother, kneel before his grace. At this Baron Ansi attempted a courteous refusal. Your Highness, my sons remain naive and untested, moreover I rely upon them to care for me in my old age. I speak plainly, they are rigid of mind, holding knightly honor above all else. Should misfortune befall them, my wife and I would be utterly bereft. In essence he was asking, how do we know you'll win? What if defeat claims my sons, and leaves us childless and destitute? Traditionally such doubts were resolved through a modest tournament, proof of martial prowess sufficient to earn trust. Yet challenging royalty in combat was unthinkable. First, Prince William appeared soft-skinned and physically unimposing, clearly no match in battle. Second, should he perish under their hands, the Lek family would face no choice but open rebellion, either to slay the emperor outright or plead for imperial clemency. Thus, within this delicate context, William resorted to staging a military review, to soothe Baron Ansi's deep-seated anxieties. By mid-morning sunlight blazed brilliantly, the ideal hour to drill fresh recruits. A meticulously ordered parade unfolded just beyond Lek Castle's outer walls. Standing atop the ramparts watching the distant formation approach, Enlil silently composed a rousing proclamation. Behold, the spearmen phalanx of His Highness the Prince advancing from afar. See how they stride beneath the blazing sun. See how proudly they lift their heads. See how perfectly their steps align. With every march they affirm their readiness to sacrifice life itself for the exalted prince, for the glorious empire. In days to come their blood shall bear witness to unwavering loyalty. Now approaching is the prince's cavalry contingent. A great commander is born, bold and fierce, his autumn water sword rests across his hip. Their lances shall pierce every foe who stands in defiance, their blades shall cleave flesh and bone alike, their iron hooves shall shatter limbs, and secure victory after victory for the empire. Truly, I can go no further. A mere parade, and yet they swell with such self-importance. Those spears. They resemble hand-thrown javelins, barely 6 feet long. The cavalry mounts appear robust, fine sturdy horses, but freshly broken, likely still bleeding beneath their saddles and wholly untrained. No wonder their charge ended in slaughter, one rider fell for each lance thrust. And those spears, why not fit them with loops and straps? Holding them barehanded must tire the arms terribly. Noticing the shifting expressions on Baron Ansi's, Sir Anlin's and Anlin's faces, William inwardly cursed his miscalculation. This charade might deceive landless nobles long absent from battlefields, or merchants lacking experience in large-scale warfare, even his increasingly senescent father, but never seasoned warlords who ruled their domains like sovereigns. At this critical moment pretense would be fatal. If he feigned expertise, they would merely indulge his delusion, and any hope of securing their allegiance would vanish entirely. Then with a sharp blow upon the Merlin, William sighed deeply, his countenance etched with sorrowful candor. Alas, untempered by fire they remain unfit for true service. Your Highness has forged this force with skill worthy of a founding monarch, 8/10 the mastery of an empire's first sovereign. With time this army shall carry your name across all lands. Indeed, it falls short. I could dismantle this formation single-handedly. On the battlefield it would be little more than a contest of attrition, exchanging lives for ground. As for Anlin, he said nothing, only feeling the coins burn in his palm and gently slipping the pouch back into Prince William's chest. It is not the greedy man who demands much that inspires dread, but the one who refuses all reward. The greater the demand, the surer the success. Silence signals failure before it begins. Baron Ansi feared the second prince lacked competence, and dared not entrust his 2 sons to such uncertain leadership. Sir Anlin judged the prince ignorant of warfare yet eager to wage it, a peril far graver than cowardice before the enemy. Anlin's concern was simpler, he refused to bear the stigma of a master-killer. Whether Prince William lived or died mattered little to him, but once sworn as his knight he would be bound as tightly as a newlywed bride. A knight who brings doom upon his lord is more feared than a widow who brings ill fate upon her husband. William had originally intended to halt his troops and watch Lake Burg fall, then take the fleeing Anlin under his command. He planned to hand over the training authority to Anlin, letting him drill the soldiers while William himself used him as a stepping stone, eventually stripping Anlin of his power and gaining a fierce and formidable army for nothing. Little did he expect his scheme to be shattered by Anlin. He had lost soldiers and suffered defeats to rescue Lakeburg, only to end up empty-handed. If he suffered 2 more defeats, the landless nobles who had funded him would directly switch their allegiance to his elder brother, or the other royal heirs. Once his brother or another prince ascended the throne, there would be no place left for him, the second son. Now William's final leverage over the Lake family was only this. Baron Ans, will you truly not reconsider? William asked, clinging to his last shred of hope. Ans gently declined. It's not that we're unwilling, but the garrison is undertrained and the goblin trouble is fierce. We simply cannot spare troops to assist you. Grandfather. It's been less than 20 years since you passed. Even your own servants turned their backs on your grandson in his time of need. William fell to both knees, gazing up at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. William's grandfather was the previous emperor. Long ago Lakeburg had been captured by the kingdom of Dinah. At the time ANS was conscripted into the kingdom's army, and could not come to its aid. After the war concluded, the previous emperor ransomed Lakeburg back at the price of a princess's hand in marriage and 1,500 gold coins. At that time 2 proposals were presented within the kingdom. First, since the king had ransomed it, the castle should be in theft to a royal heir. Second, since the original owners were the Lake family, they should pay a certain price to reclaim the castle. In the end, the old emperor made the final decision. The Lake family must each answer the royal call to duty once in every generation with no excuses, even if the family is on the verge of ruin, and in return Lakeburg would be returned to its rightful owners. Baron Aeneas, then a young man, was overjoyed that his family's castle was restored to them. He knelt on the spot and vowed, "I pledge to go through fire and water for the royal family." Since that day Aeneas had never shirked a summons from the king, and so he had fulfilled his vow. Hearing the second prince speak this way, Aeneas knew he could not refuse any longer. He conceded. "Lakeburg currently has only 400 garrison troops. I can spare 100 to support you. Of these 100 I will give 60 to Anway and 40 to Anlin. Together with their retainers and private soldiers they should be more than enough to protect your safety." 100 veterans, 2 knights with their personal retinues and private soldiers. This was the last vestige of Lakeburg's loyalty. Anlin knew he could not avoid this fate. He steeled himself, planning to take a wound after a battle or 2 and then lie low, dragging his feet. He slipped his hand back to William's chest and retrieved the pouch of money. A penny for a penny's work. No more, no less. Anway helped William to his feet and brushed the dust off him, saying, "Your Highness, on the battlefield I will only protect your safety. I cannot afford to concern myself with much else." The implication was clear: we old comrades will ensure your safety, but if you want us to risk our lives for you, huh? Meanwhile Anlin steadied the reeling William, who had just been wailing his head off, and comforted him. "Rest assured, Your Highness. The Lake family will forever be loyal to the royal house. I will never betray our family oath, nor will I ever betray you." William wept. "It's in the fierce wind that one knows the strong grass, and in turbulent times that one recognizes the loyal minister. Truly my dear Anlin cares for me the most." At that moment William was fully convinced of one truth: Anlin was a true loyal minister. Anway escorted Prince William into his bedchamber while Anlin shoved the ornamental soldiers into their tents. The two exchanged a sigh. Now Anlin faced 2 problems. First, he needed to replenish his fallen soldiers. Second, he needed to find a deity associated with the authority of war to pledge his allegiance to, otherwise he would be stuck at level 11 forever. But neither problem posed the real difficulty. As for retainers, the recruit quota had risen to 40. He could select 29 obedient individuals from Lakeburg to be accepted as retainers. As for worshipping a god, who would have thought that the second prince had brought dozens of divine idols with him? With the prince's permission, Anlin chose to become a follower of a god. Unlike the divine aspects usually chosen by ordinary professionals, such as valor and fearlessness, reconnaissance, and farsight, or learning and diligence, knights typically chose deities associated with the aspect of war and slaughter. However, surveys showed that the god of war and slaughter had become increasingly capricious, granting fewer and fewer blessings to followers. Few knights were willing to pledge themselves to this divine domain anymore. He chose none of the aforementioned deities, but instead the god of slaughter and deception, a god despised by all like a rat crossing the street. First, slaughter suited his profession as a warrior. Second, deception allowed him to claim he was a follower of some other more respectable god. When suspicion arose, Anlin could simply say, "What kind of decent person worships the god of slaughter and deception? Would you worship him? I certainly wouldn't." The worship ritual for this god was refreshingly simple, unlike the popular deities that required kneeling, prayer, and offerings. This god only required one thing: prick your finger and smear a drop of blood onto the idol. The idol would even absorb the blood completely, leaving no trace for anyone to discover. Nightfall descended swiftly. The second prince entered a guest chamber. Before Anlin could prepare the bed, the prince's attendants had already arranged all his personal effects. The mattress must be filled with goose down, the quilt woven from silk. The goblets were to be inlaid with gold and silver, the plates exquisitely carved with intricate floral motifs. Even fine wine was poured, accompanied by delicate pastries. So complete were the accoutrements of daily life that one might mistake his arrival for a formal tea gathering. Now clad in a silken nightrobe, the second prince smiled gently. His earlier hysteria utterly vanished. "Lord Anlin, I often hear my father praise the valor and loyalty of your ancestor Andalek within the imperial court. Might you recount his heroic deeds in detail?" Andalek. Sounds like my great-grandfather. Or was it my great-great-grandfather? This question stumped young Sir Anlin, who rarely bothered with his own family chronicles. Traditionally, every noble house maintained a thick volume chronicling its lineage, detailing every branch of the family, and celebrating the exploits of illustrious forebears. Many landless nobles zealously embellished their ancestors' legends, hoping such glorification would earn royal favor. Indeed, disputes over conflicting genealogical records had even sparked duels, and cost lives. Yet Lin truly knew nothing of this Ander. He knew only that his father was in his grandfather in Jia, and beyond that his ancestral knowledge ended. Your Highness, forgive my impertinence. I am regrettably unfamiliar with this ancestor's deeds. To honor him properly, I must first consult my father and meticulously examine our family archives. Lin met the prince's gaze with solemn formality, not to confess ignorance but to affirm that reverence demanded scholarly verification. Thereafter he secured the key to the library and swung open its heavy doors. The chamber was dry and cool, guarded at all times by a dedicated librarian. Only after presenting his father's sealed letter was Lin permitted entry. Upon glimpsing the library's vast interior, Prince William fell speechless, awestruck. Over 30 volumes, thick leather-bound tomes. And that was merely a glance. Who knew what treasures lay deeper within? William recalled his own father's private library, 5 books, no more. 3 were sacred texts leased from the church, at 20 gold coins per month. The remaining 2 comprised the family chronicle and a treatise on battlefield tactics penned by a legendary knight of their line. Alas, that tactical manual was nearly ruined. Only 3 pages remained intact. A blank parchment fetched 10 gold coins, a single sheet of vellum 10 silver coins. Yet his father still commissioned artisans to rebind those volumes with ornate covers and chains, and commissioned oil portraits depicting himself holding the Holy Scripture, studying deep into the night. Now William burned with curiosity about their contents. Within 10 minutes Lin emerged from the library clutching a massive vellum-bound tome. He held aloft the family chronicle, gloved fingers turning the pages with reverent care. Ah, here it is, Anderlecht. Then Lin recited his ancestor's entire life story to the prince. Their conversation flowed from library to bedroom, from table to bed. Though Lin found such ancestral aggrandizement tedious, the custom pervaded the entire continent, leaving him no choice but to play his part. Just as Lin concluded his exhaustive account of Ander's remarkably long life, the second prince suddenly asked Lord Lin, "What above all does warfare depend upon?" Lin noted the late hour, the silence profound, the privacy absolute, ideal for candid discourse. He answered simply, "Courage." "Oh. Why?" Prince William was startled. His own ancestral military manual likewise emphasized courage, differing only in nuance. It is elementary. Without courage soldiers cannot eat or sleep soundly. Before battle even begins they flee. To Lin this was self-evident, common sense forged in actual combat. Then, if I train my men until their courage overflows, may they take the field. Prince William received a firm denial. Even boundless courage untempered by discipline breeds only bandits, not soldiers. After a moment's reflection Lin added, "I confess I am no expert, but if your Highness assumes command of provisions, treasury, and armaments, I believe I can forge you a battle-ready host." At last the prince had broached the subject of troop training. Seizing Lin's hand urgently, he declared, "Agreed. Name your terms, my coffers know no scarcity. How much do you require?" With that he withdrew a chest of gold coins from his ring. Lin blinked, dazzled by the blinding gleam. Clearly this was a moment when desire itself dictated the limit. Lin and William negotiated through the night, ultimately signing a pact. William would provide Lin with 100 gold coins, several profession crystals, and assorted military equipment, ostensibly for troop training, while Lin pledged to forge 500 battle-ready soldiers. After quelling the goblin scourge, William bestowed upon Lin 500 gold coins, 300 profession crystals, 50 horses, 100 carts of grain and fodder, and the right to select 3 manors of his choosing. Lin had merely intended to sound out William's willingness, but never expected the second prince to accept his audacious demand without hesitation. William was momentarily stunned by Lin's bold pricing. In Lin's dream of a past life he had thoroughly surveyed William's treasury, and when demanding funds he'd routinely asked for sums exceeding 1,000 gold coins, leaving William genuinely convinced such exorbitant expenditures were necessary for warfare and training. What on earth does he need all this for, launching a rebellion? And yet, as the saying goes, one coin, one measure of worth. And if he could command a disciplined elite force, he would wield immense influence in the struggle for succession. Not a loss, not in the slightest. And William struggled to keep from weeping. And whether in dream or reality, he had become Lin's personal treasury. Meanwhile Lin drifted into slumber, lulled by visions of sudden wealth, dreaming he forged an elite army with this windfall, then marched upon the imperial capital and seized the dragon throne itself. But such fantasies were fleeting. At dawn he stretched languidly and slowly opened his eyes. It was time to attend to matters of substance. Training troops, yes, training troops. Since the funds had been duly delivered, idleness was no longer an option. And he turned his head to find his fiancée arranging his bed. Such devoted service would have been unimaginable for any commoner in his former life. Lin rose. It was his fiancée Ulan Shigan who busied herself attending to him, washing his face, bringing water, helping him dress, and finally presenting his armor and sword. He felt faintly embarrassed, until he noticed his royal issue surcoat was gone, replaced instead by a full suit of scale armor and an enchanted horse bow. Sensing his bewilderment, his beloved spoke gently. Husband, Prince William sent these this morning. He said your surcoat was badly torn in several places, unsuitable for battle, and thus provided this armor to support you. As for the bow, she continued, he claimed he himself could not draw it, so deemed it useless to him, and gifted it to you without reservation. Her deferential tone prompted Anlin to rub his brow, and say, between husband and wife such formalities are unnecessary, speak plainly as you always have. And to his dismay this simple remark shattered her composure. The resilient woman burst into tears. After much soothing he learned the fortress was abuzz with rumors, that he was to wed Prince William's sister, rendering her purchased with cattle and sheep nothing more than a concubine destined only for his bed. Anlin swore repeatedly that she alone would be his lawful wife, no unnamed princess, no unseen royal daughter, and only then did her heart settle content and reassured. Donning the armor he tested its weight, and was astonished. Exquisitely crafted, the scale cuirass weighed roughly 20 pounds, with the fold and tassets added the full ensemble reached 40. Reinforced guards protected throat, shoulders and arms. Joints were ingeniously articulated, granting exceptional mobility, allowing a knight to mount, dismount and fight with unimpeded grace. Anlin mused inwardly, this armor was no standard issue, it belonged to elite troops, perhaps even to the second prince himself. This William has truly staked his family's future on us. And stepping outside, Anlin found his elder brother directing local blacksmiths and carpenters in forging spear shafts and spearheads. Most of the original spears were being melted down for reuse, only a handful too poorly forged were discarded as scrap. And brother, his sibling called you up just in time. Prince William wishes to speak with you. His brother gestured behind him, indicating the prince awaited inside the command tent. Anlin hastened forward, parted the tent flap, and found only the old steward and Prince William seated behind sheer gauzy curtains. He offered a slight bow. Good day, your highness. Ha! No need for ceremony, William laughed. From this day forth my entire host is entrusted to your command and way. Tell me, do these provisions suffice? With that he handed over a parchment scroll, its contents a staggering inventory of resources granted to Anlin, lavish beyond imagination. The moment Anlin's eyes fell upon the list, one thought surged through his mind: I am about to become rich. Ah, father, I'm only 15 years old. Isn't marriage a bit too early? At night Anlin said shyly to his parents, who were urging him to marry. Father spoke first. It's not too early. The bride's family hasn't said anything yet. You're the one being shy. Get married and have a child quickly, so I can rest assured letting you go out and have fun. And so Anlin and Wilanchigan were officially married that night. Looking at the beauty sitting on the bed, Anlin's face flushed, and he felt a bit dazed. What's wrong, husband? She broke the silence first. Nothing, my wife, it's time for our wedding night. Anlin let out a strange cry and pounced directly. A sleepless night. The next day, after having his fun, he needed to think about recruiting soldiers. As it turned out, before he could even think of a reason to conscript men, the conscripts themselves came knocking. Outside the walls of Lakebird Castle. My lord, have mercy. My son hasn't eaten in 3 days. Stop pushing back there. I've lost my grandson. Don't step on him. I beg you, don't step on him. My grandson. Stop pushing, I can't breathe. The crowd was mostly farmers fleeing their homes, having traveled for many days now, cold and hungry. Having finally found a castle that hadn't been captured, the result was predictable: a stampede. Suddenly the city gate opened wide. Seeing this, the refugees all tried to surge into the city for shelter. Halt, all of you! Anlin, riding a steed wearing a horse caparisoned scale armor, holding a cavalry lance, led a group of retainers charging out from the gate. The cavalry's ferocity was fully displayed. The refugees were so frightened by this squad of horsemen that they dared not move a step. At that moment a sturdy man in hemp clothes stepped forward, knelt on both knees, and said, Sir Knight, we truly have no way to survive. If you don't pity us, at least take pity on my child. He's only 7 years old. I eat a lot, he eats little. As long as you let him have a way to live, I'll give you my life. After saying this, the man kept kowtowing. Anlin, however, didn't say much to him. He only asked one question. Are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid of death. As long as you let my child live, I'll go through fire and water. If I even blink, you can cut off my head. The man opened his eyes wide as if to prove that he truly wasn't afraid of death. Are you the leader? Anlin asked again. I am. These people have no one to rely on. I'm strong and can fight, so I became their leader. What's your name? I don't have a name. When I was little, I never had enough to eat, so I ate anything. The villagers call me Glutton. This was normal. Most peasants in this world only had nicknames like Snotty, Hungry Pig, Pockface, and so on. All right, Glutton, lead these people to the open ground over there. Tell them to gather by family, and they must not separate. Anlin pointed to the open ground beside him with his lance. Men, take good care of your families. Follow me to that open ground. A noble lord is taking us in. He waved his hand and the refugees marched in a great procession toward the open ground. When recruiting, Lin tried to select able-bodied men with few dependents, or who were single. Stretch out your hands. Lin looked at the hands before him, which were covered in calluses. Look up. The person before him had brown hair and black eyes with only bewilderment and despair in his gaze. His overall appearance was simple and unadorned. All right, you pass. Take your family and stand behind me. No talking. Another person came, but his hands had no calluses. Lin said, Unqualified, get lost. The man panicked, grabbing Lin's skirt armor and pleading desperately. I'm speaking to you in plain language, don't you understand? Lin picked up a whip and lashed the man's face repeatedly. The man covered his face and wailed, but only received even more vicious beating. Only after beating the man until his skin was torn did Lin stop. He kicked him over and told him to get lost. The man thought to himself, Damn it, just let me find a chance and I'll kill your whole family. As the man was thinking this, Lin kicked him over again. The man, who was already prostrate, stumbled, and that allowed Lin to see his eyes. What kind of look was that? Lin could only say that those eyes were filled with venom, hatred, and murderous intent. Get lost and don't let me see you again. After saying this, he watched as the man was helped by his son and walked toward the distant woods. Once he confirmed there were no hidden threats left in the crowd, he unfastened the horse bow from his waist, drew 2 arrows, and put on his thumb ring. In an instant he shot 2 arrows, first the child then the adult, both hitting them in the back. Men, drag them away and feed them to the pigs. Lin waved his hand casually, and 2 of his retainers stepped forward to drag the 2 away. In this world, letting 2 able-bodied men go is far too dangerous. Who knows if they might have some lucky encounter and then come to kill my whole family. Besides, if they grit their teeth and become traitors calling in goblins, that would be disastrous. With the example before them, none of the remaining people dared to complain when they were eliminated. He recruited 500 able-bodied men plus an extra 300 old and weak. Though called old and weak, most were children because the elderly had been abandoned during the flight. These children could serve as logistical support, and also as a bond to keep these men in line. Lin turned to the able-bodied men behind him and said loudly, I'll be blunt with you today, your lives from now on won't be much better than death. Moreover, if a father dies, his son will take his place. Anyone who wants to withdraw should get out now. This is your last chance. After waiting for a while, seeing no one leave, Lin was about to lead the 500 able-bodied men and 300 children into the city. But the remaining 300 refugees refused to accept this, and facing the threat of death, they spoke up. My lord, we truly cannot survive out here. Please, my lord, be magnanimous and take us all in. I only want 500 able-bodied men. Who among you is willing to give up your spot? Hearing this, Lin's 500 able-bodied men unexpectedly united, guarding the city gate, and glaring at the remaining refugees as if to say, If you dare take one step forward, we'll beat you to death. Lin's militia were united in purpose. He believed that with a single command they would swarm forward and drive away the refugees. Just as Lin turned to leave, a chill ran down his spine. He had originally killed the father and son to prevent them from seeking revenge later, but now so many refugees were about to be driven away. What if they later gathered strength, or these people found the goblin army and became their guides? Then Lakeburg would be in danger. And Lin couldn't help but look back at the disaster victims. Their faces were sallow with hunger, their eyes gleaming with a green light. Such people were no longer human. In just 2 more days they would starve to death and could pose no threat to Lakeburg whatsoever. They could not be a threat anymore. He felt as if 2 little figures were arguing in his mind. The white figure loudly protested, arguing that these people were already starving to death, and nothing unexpected would happen even if left alone. Just let them starve to death. But the black figure kept tempting him. Li Zicheng, the yellow turban rebels, the Huang Chao army, which of them hadn't rebelled because they couldn't survive? Releasing them is itself a threat. These few hundred refugees, if gathered for a few days, might surge into a tide of tens of thousands. Chuck! Chuck! Come here! And Lin finally couldn't help shouting at the attendants behind him. Master, I'm here. Chuck hurried forward. Chuck quickly stepped forward. Take those old grains and flour, put them in the pot, and cook 3 large cauldrons of porridge. Tell the victims that tomorrow we will cook 4 cauldrons the day after 5 until spring comes. I will make sure every one of them survives this year. After saying this, Lin ignored the words of gratitude from the victims behind him and quickly led the able-bodied men into the city. An hour later, 3 large cauldrons of steaming mixed grain porridge were brought out from the city. Some refugees rushed forward to grab the food but were beaten half crippled by the attendants maintaining order. It took Chuck a great deal of effort to ensure that every refugee got a mouthful of porridge. As soon as the 3 cauldrons were distributed, the attendants promptly withdrew and took the pots away. Seeing that a kind person was willing to provide food, the refugees outside the city were no longer in a hurry to leave. They found a safe place and set up camp. Disaster relief, disaster relief. it was never meant to keep the victims alive. From now on the porridge must not exceed today's amount. Add more water, less grain. And don't let everyone get a bowl. Understand? Inside the city, and Lin specifically instructed Chuck. I understand. Chuck quickly replied. 3 cauldrons of porridge with a few more jars of water could become 4 cauldrons, 5 cauldrons. And these refugees would absolutely not survive the winter. In less than 3 days, dozens of them starved to death. When someone asked for more food, and Lin beat them harshly and scolded. Adding 1 cauldron of porridge a day is not enough. Are you trying to eat up all the stored grain and starve everyone to death? Then, pointing at a silent person, he said, That one knows gratitude. Give him an extra bowl of porridge later. You ungrateful wretches don't deserve to eat. After that, the remaining people understood only those who didn't cause trouble could get food. Then the remaining people stopped causing trouble. After finishing today's porridge, they would always look forward to tomorrow's, hoping that when spring came and the goblin disaster passed, they could reclaim the land, plant crops, and fill their bellies. But their ultimate fate could only be to collapse on the path of waiting for tomorrow's porridge. Because they always thought that tomorrow's porridge would be more, and eventually they would be full. They didn't know that every day they ate only those 3 cauldrons of porridge. Moreover, and Lin had never intended to let these people survive. He had woven a huge lie, deceiving everyone, while he alone remained exceptionally clear-headed. If there is a next life, come to me. And Lin could only hypnotize himself with this thought. The divine kingdom, the land of the gods. The god of slaughter and deception, who had not received offerings from his followers for a long time, suddenly sensed the actions of one of his devotees. Ha! Hypocrisy and truth coexist. The foolish die from the most genuine lies. Wonderful, wonderful. The person sent by that great lord is indeed extraordinary. He deserves a reward. After speaking, he casually flipped his hand. The slave mark, I grant it to you. Keep up the good work. This sentence suddenly appeared in Lin's ear, making him tremble. Who is there? Lin looked around but found no one. At that moment, a sharp pain came from his palm. He turned it over and saw a strange black rune. Then the unfamiliar voice spoke again in Lin's ear. Press it on the head of a surrendering enemy, and you'll know how to use this thing. I'll talk to you later. There's a big fish here. The voice came and went quickly. No matter how Lin called out, he could not hear it again. Crisp autumn winds swept through the palace grounds, carrying rustling leaves that heralded the slow descent into bitter cold. Within the royal chambers, the aging monarch gazed out upon a grove of maple trees, savoring their annual spectacle of fiery splendor. Autumn winds and falling leaves, just like departed friends. He murmured, his voice laced with melancholy, yet his eyes gleamed with cruelty and ruthlessness. Ah! Could the great Emperor Ari truly weep like a woman over spring's passing or autumn's decay? This is hardly the ambitious sovereign I once knew. Seated across from the king was neither the prime minister, nor the queen consort, nor even any noble lord, but rather the most improbable guest imaginable, the goblin emperor. Humph! How could a lowly beast like you comprehend my despair? And know well, I detest being called emperor. The king sneered coldly. Deep within his heart smoldered an unquenchable resentment. His father had obsessively granted fiefs to vassals, leaving him upon ascension sovereign over only 9 castles, while over 30 grand fortresses lay firmly in the hands of entrenched nobles. At the dawn of his reign, he issued an edict granting equal inheritance rights to all noble heirs, intending to offer disinherited scions a lifeline, a means to survive beyond their birthright. But the landed nobles grasped the edict's peril instantly. They converged upon the capital, arguing that territorial fragmentation would spell ruin. To parcel out our lands is to dig our own graves. Should foreign invaders strike, the nobles cannot defend the realm, nor can the monarch command from the center. Surely this path leads only to annihilation. Thus they implored him to rescind the decree. At last he saw the truth, and revoked the law. He then had its architect flayed alive, bitterly regretting his folly, and severed one of his own fingers, as solemn vow to never repeat such weakness. All that is court scribes' nonsense. The truth is far simpler. He sought to dismantle the warlords' power, and used this very edict to sow discord among them. In response, the warlords raised 36 legions, marched on the capital with blades drawn, and delivered their ultimatum, not in words but in grim promise to carve him limb from limb. Only quick-witted desperation saved him. He threw himself before Baron Lek, hacked off his own finger, and wailed, "Father! You've been dead less than a year. Your knights now dare torment your young heir. I shall join you beneath the earth ere long, to recount face to face these traitors' treachery." Finally Baron Lek mediated, through persuasion both stern and tender, and secured an egregiously unequal treaty to quell their fury. The terms were stark. First, the monarch would voluntarily cede 3 castles and demolish 5 meters of the remaining city walls. Second, noble tariffs and mercantile taxes would be halved. Third, the royal guard would shrink from 3,000 to 1,500 soldiers. Fourth, a court chronicler would be appointed within the palace to record the king's daily life in meticulous detail, dispatched monthly to every noble fief as a model of diligent governance. Fifth Knights' mandatory service to the crown would be shortened, their pay increased from 1 silver coin to 1 gold coin per month. The shield tax, formerly fixed at 1 gold coin monthly, would henceforth be negotiated annually with the knightly council. Sixth, should the royal house abide by these 5 stipulations, all nobles would acknowledge the monarch as emperor of the realm, his kin as imperial blood, and thereafter appointments to central court offices would remain strictly the sovereign's prerogative, free from noble interference. It was precisely because Baron Lek refused to join the nobles' unified demand to behead the dog emperor that certain ambitious lords branded him the crown's loyal servant. For over a decade he lived each day as if performing upon a stage, at dawn rising with studied grace, at noon feigning diligence alongside his inner ministers, or hunting on horseback with theatrical vigor. At dusk he appeared beside the queen, no longer merely a consort but empress, at state banquets. Though she was but the daughter of a powerful warlord, spending her days entwined with perfumed lovers and executing any noblewoman who dared approach him. Though she sometimes demanded he press his palms against her lovers' backs, claiming it gave him a sense of participation. Though among all royal offspring only the second prince bore his true bloodline. Though she once declared with chilling nonchalance, blood matters little, we call you father after all. Yet at every banquet they must embody perfect marital harmony, devoted, inseparable, serene. To lull the landed nobles into complacency he played the part of a consummate court jester, every day without fail. To pacify that vile woman he lavished extravagant gifts upon her honorable elders, sending silks, perfumes, and rare teas in ceaseless streams, transforming a sword-wielding she-wolf into a shallow silk-obsessed fool intoxicated by fragrance and tea. To dull the ambition of landless nobles he attended banquet after banquet in full regalia, using opera and dance to turn battle-hardened warriors into effete dandies incapable of lifting heavy swords or donning plate armor. To reassure profit-driven merchants he performed prodigious feats of consumption. At night's revelry he devoured no fewer than 3 pork shanks, 5 slabs of roasted pork, or 4 venison haunches, plus 1 deer heart, and 3 bowls of steaming deer blood. At last he found his instrument of rupture, not a man but a creature, the goblin. Originally this goblin had been nothing more than a merchant's novelty, a gift offered to amuse the monarch at a feast. Yet it spoke fluent human tongue, conversed with wit and cunning, and wielded flattery like a master artisan. So in secret the king began to fund it. When it claimed it lacked weapons the king opened the royal armory, let it carry away ancient arms and armor as it pleased. When it lamented having no territory he carved out a mountainous forest from his own domain for its habitation. When it confessed it could not reproduce he dispatched to it condemned ministers' daughters, impoverished maidens and widows alike. Thus over years the once frail goblin ascended, unifying every tribe within those mountains, crowning itself goblin emperor, and earning the stature and strength to sit unchallenged at the high table. The aged king turned his gaze once more upon that goblin. Now clad in opulent golden robes it sat cross-legged upon a pristine white chair, steadily carving strips of human thigh meat with knife and fork. "Hey, have you lost the breath even to speak?" With that the goblin emperor abandoned cutlery altogether, and seized the flesh barehanded, tearing it apart with raw gnawing force. After wrenching 2 thick chunks from the limb, chewing them slowly and swallowing it, laughed. "Ha! Your elaborate etiquette makes for amusing theater, though the eating leaves much to be desired. Old emperor, surely you're not truly asleep. To slumber so deeply is to court death. Stir yourself at least. My body may falter, but subduing you alone remains well within my grasp. What? Goblin slave, you'd spar with me." As he assumed a fighting stance the goblin hastily waved his hands. "Never. I am your most faithful servant, my sole wish is for your majesty's longevity, a century of unbroken life." The old emperor lifted his eyes slightly. "Tell your underlings slaughter whichever princes you please, but never touch the second prince's retinue. Should he die your usefulness ends, and so do you. Cities we conquer, people are yours, land is mine. Understood. Understood, understood. Your second son is untouchable. We'll sack the city loot for days then vanish, leaving your troops to mop up." The goblin rose to depart. "Stay longer. Your human skin mantle still captivates the noblewomen," the emperor courteously urged. "No, I beg to decline. These banquets delight yet sap one's marrow. Another few days and I'll struggle to mount a horse. Besides, if those ladies ever glimpsed the grotesque visage beneath that elegant skin they might sour their very meat in terror." With that the goblin bowed deeply, so flawlessly it left observers speechless, and took his leave. Watching his carefully nurtured nemesis recede into the distance the emperor collapsed onto his seat, gasping raggedly, unable to contain his failing frame. His brows slick with cold sweat he panted again. "Has my constitution truly eroded to this degree?" he wondered. "Were I still in my prime this goblin would be but an ant beneath my boot. And this foot, merely a minor wound, how could it rot so utterly? Yet once the Lord's blessing descends upon me, all will be restored." No sooner had the thought formed than drowsiness overwhelmed him anew. With a thunderous roar the king bellowed. "Where are you? Come, escort me to my chamber. Two servants hurried forward, bowing low, offering their shoulders for support, as he staggered toward his sleeping quarters. His bed was uniquely designed, hollowed at its core, allowing him to lie prone without compressing his chest while also permitting effortless urination mid-sleep. Beside the bed stood a cask of fine wine, its spout connected by a tube fashioned from animal intestine, positioned near his mouth so that upon waking thirsty he might drink directly. He intended only a brief nap, yet slept 5 hours straight. Not by choice but because servants duty-bound roused him when the appointed hour for assembly arrived. Supported by attendants, the corpulent monarch laboriously rose, his garments already replaced en route with a richer, more ornate ceremonial robe, before shuffling from bedroom to banquet hall. Pushing open the grand doors, he strode into view amid kneeling guards and bowing ministers. Within, crimson light mingled with golden glow, music swelled, dancers spun, and revelry reigned. Noblewomen glided across the floor with chosen partners, young aristocrats proud for rustic beauties, easy prey for seduction. And the merchants, those base-born souls admitted only by weight of gold, paraded their most radiant daughters bedecked in dazzling jewels and shimmering silks, hoping to auction them for exorbitant sums. At his entrance every head bowed. Noble scions performed intricate reverent bows, merchants awestruck and ignorant stared wide-eyed, desperate to mimic aristocratic decorum. These landless nobles had long since forsaken ancestral valor, pawned armor, and war horses, discarded bow and lance, even exchanged the knight's broadsword for slender ornamental rapiers. They measured distinction solely by etiquette, capable of reciting their family's trivial chronicles for 3 days straight, yet speechless when asked of courage, strategy, or battlefield command. Under the assembled gaze the king ascended to his throne. The head chef rushed forward, skewering sizzling oil-dripping pork ribs onto his platter with a blazing hot roasting fork. Calmly the king sliced the massive ribs into delicate morsels, then consumed them with practiced, unhurried elegance. 1 piece, 2, 3. 6 ribs, 3 chicken wings, and 2 goblets of rich wine, consumed under watchful eyes, followed by brief costly pleasantries with select merchants before retreating once more to slumber. Merchants, seeing the emperor converse with their peers, believed their investment justified, and resolved to hire court etiquette masters at premium rates to groom their children for profitable marriages. Noble youths and maidens celebrated new liaisons, planning to pawn dozens of serfs, not peasants but serfs, to finance fresh wardrobes. They forgot their privileged station was forged by ancestors who clawed it from chaos, through cunning schemes or reckless bravery. Only 2 things sustain noble dominance: martial prowess and superior arms. Once they sell every relic their forebears bled to acquire, oblivion awaits. Now they feast on honey-glazed imperial bread and succulent juicy cuts of meat, sip exquisite wine, unaware they devour human flesh and drink human blood. True, they consume the flesh of commoners, drink the blood of commoners. But the king consumes their flesh, and drinks their blood. At Lakeburg the garrison was split into 2 groups. One group followed Anwe and Annecy while the other followed Anlin and Wayna. Second Prince William directly spent 500 profession crystals, transforming those 500 able-bodied men into 380 warriors and 120 archers. He also magnanimously declared that military equipment would be plentiful, and even sent 10 blacksmith professionals to forge weapons for Anlin. Blacksmith professionals were mostly veterans at forging weapons, belonging to the middle class in the capital, so they did not speak as humbly as ordinary serfs, but were rather slick. "My lord, my name is Pompey. Whatever you wish to forge, just say the word, and my old brothers and I will do our utmost to cooperate." The rough-hewn man bowed heartily to Anlin. Anlin, who would not speak kindly to the laborers as before when dealing with a skilled craftsman, nodded slightly. "Let me see the weapons you have forged. Bring me a few finished pieces." Pompey, seeing Anlin's tone was measured yet brooking no refusal, immediately turned and went into the house to fetch several weapons. "My lord, please have a look. These are the spearheads, blades, and arrowheads I have forged. If you wish to see the finished products, I will go and fetch them." As he spoke, Pompey handed Anlin 3 semi-finished pieces with his calloused hands. They were semi-finished only in that they required assembly. He picked up the spearhead and found it to be a typical triangular spearhead, but it was overly heavy. "Why is this spearhead so heavy?" Anlin asked. Pompey chuckled and said, "My lord, this was arranged by Knight Anwe. He said that all the spearheads for the army he trains are of this type. If you are dissatisfied with anything, just tell me and I will change it." A blacksmith, no matter how noble, is still a blacksmith, at best a noble blacksmith. But since when did any blacksmith dare to provoke a warlord? If a warlord orders you to change the spearhead, could it be that he is changing it blindly? It must be your fault. No arguing, or someone might stop eating beef. Anlin saw through his thoughts and simply said, "My spearhead must weigh only half of this one, and it must be light and sharp." Anlin saw through his thoughts and simply said, "My spearhead must weigh only half of this one, and it must be light and sharp." Then he pointed. "Bring out the shaft and let me see it." Pompey hurriedly fetched a shaft and handed it to Anlin. Not bad, but the shaft is too short. When the next batch of wood arrives, remember to get longer ones, at least 3 meters. This one is only 2. Also, the top of the shaft should be slightly thinner, just enough to fit this spearhead, and the base should be about as thick as an egg. Anlin offered his suggestions and Pompey accepted them attentively. Next came the sword. In a battle formation, using such a sword was almost suicidal. The best use would be in combination with a shield. Therefore Anlin simply had them abandon forging these short swords and instead forge a short curved knife for beheading and a single-edged slightly curved waist sword. They would also work with the carpenters to make wooden shields, cover them with iron sheets, and fix them with iron nails, creating large iron-plated shields. Suddenly seeing the short wooden poles lying dusty under the railway tracks, Anlin fell into thought. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Pompey asked, noticing Anlin's reverie, and fearing he had done something displeasing. "No, just turn all those short wooden poles into javelins. Make as many as you can," Anlin commanded. "Also, the arrowheads are well made. Remember to separate heavy and light arrows. Make more heavy arrows and fewer light ones." Archer training consisted of 3 steps: drawing the bow fully, shooting accurately, and volley firing. First they trained to draw the bow to the fullest, then to improve accuracy, and finally to master the power of volley shooting. In ancient times it took at least 3 to 5 years to train a qualified archer, but he did not have that much time now. He could only focus on drawing and accuracy first, leaving volley shooting for later. To bolster the archer's courage, Anlin also had Pompey forge the 2-handed broadswords from his past life. Finally there were some sneaky little items. Caltrops. Never heard of them. Pompey was bewildered, but after Anlin's description he finally understood the exact shape of these caltrops. "Oh. You want a bunch of spiked iron balls with holes in the middle," Pompey said. "Just watch, these won't take much iron. I'll make as many as you want." After giving his instructions, Anlin encouraged the blacksmith briefly, and then immediately headed to the lord's manor. The manor, his mother's bedroom. "Mother, do you know where I can contact the swordswomen's corps?" Anlin asked, looking at Wayna with hopeful eyes. "Why do you want to recruit them? They are not easy to deal with," his mother said in confusion. "I want to buy some crossbows and also get some poison." Anlin's eyes glinted. "Light crossbows at 20 silver coins each, heavy crossbows at 50 silver coins each, crossbow bolts at 1 silver coin for 50, poison at 5 silver coins per jar, cold-blooded horses at 10 silver coins each." "No bargaining," Wayna said directly. Anlin was taken aback. "Mother, I asked how to buy them. What use is telling me the price? For an order of 100 or less delivery in 1 month. For 200 or less delivery in half a year. Do you think I've been in the swordswomen's corps for nothing all these years? I do have some real skills. For an order of 100 or less delivery in 1 month. For 200 or less delivery in half a year. Do you think I've been in the swordswomen's corps for nothing all these years? I do have some real skills." Originally Anlin thought the swordswomen's corps was just a group of mercenaries. He never expected they were arms dealers, a full-fledged arms manufacturer. Crossbows 100 in 1 month. 10 clans 1 day, all gone. It was like a military contractor from his past life. Being able to buy guns and cannons was already impressive, but now the shelves even had the Dongfeng series. Anlin. 60 light crossbows, 40 heavy crossbows, 20,000 bolts, 40 cold-blooded horses, and 200 jars of poison. That's a total of 5,000 silver coins or 50 gold coins. His mother took the gold coins, immediately wrote a letter, and sent it off with a pigeon. Then she turned around. "All right, don't just stand there. Go do what you need to do." "Mother, there's something I'd like to ask you," Anlin said, feeling a little nervous. When he had revealed his identity, as a transmigrator, he thought that his parents would likely be the last ones he saw, so telling the truth seemed fine. Now everyone was safe and alive. So wasn't the only one embarrassed himself. "Mother, out with it." Anlin, "Well, Mother, don't you really care that I have memories from a past life? Tell me, what was the first thing you heard after you were born?" his mother asked instead. Anlin thought for a moment, and said, "This child is quite delicate, suitable for cannon fodder." "Well, there you have it. That was the moment I started to love you. I don't care about your past life memories. In my eyes you're just a child who loves to stir things up. Now that child has grown up, but he's still a child who loves to stir things up. Anyway, you call me Mom and I call you son, no matter what, you are my child." Until now his father, brother, and mother had never rejected him for being a transmigrator, yet he had been suspicious and paranoid. He was utterly unfilial. Anlin gave his mother a big hug, then quickly walked out of the room, afraid he might break down in tears. A month later the wagons arrived on time. 40 heavy crossbows, 60 light crossbows, bolts, horses, and poison, all delivered. The weapons Anlin had ordered forged were also almost ready. Next it was time to drill these professionals. Outside the castle not a single vagrant remained alive. Months earlier the goblin siege had stripped the surrounding forests bare. Now the barren expanse served Anlin well for training his archers. His method of archery instruction struck observers in this world as profoundly unconventional. Before drawing arrows, he trained them first in drawing the bow itself. Moreover, he did not employ the standard three-finger draw but rather the traditional kamani technique. The thumb hooked the string, while the middle finger pressed firmly atop it. He further mandated that each archer press their ring and little fingers tightly against the straw stalk, never to release it. For over 20 days the group practiced nothing but drawing bows on the open ground until every archer could fully draw the longbow without strain. Surely they would now begin shooting. And Lin shook his head no, not yet. First stance training. And the posture was peculiar, the front leg bent slightly, the rear leg twisted unnaturally as if crippled. He also instructed them to align the left foot directly toward the target, position the right foot at an outward angle forming a V, and orient the right eyebrow precisely above the left toe. By the time all these fundamentals were mastered, half the winter had already passed. Only when the biting cold began to relent did Lin finally permit the archers to proceed to live arrow practice. Each archer received 5 heavy arrows and took position outside the city walls. Listen well, hook the bowstring with your thumb, press it down with your middle finger, and clamp the straw stalk firmly between your ring and little fingers. Anyone who drops the stalk upon release will report voluntarily to receive 15 strokes. On the open field a cluster of archers raised their longbows, drew them taut, and aimed at targets 10 paces distant. Release. At Lin's command they loosed their arrows in unison, but fewer than 30 found their mark. Of the remaining 100 several recoiled in agony as the bowstring lashed their arms, wailing aloud, only to be promptly led away by the drillmaster. They were not taken for treatment but dragged aside for corporal punishment. Any archer whose sleeve flapped loose due to unstable form received 5 strokes. Afterwards inspectors meticulously examined each archer's grip on the straw stalk. Without exception every missed shot coincided with a dropped stalk, prompting 15 additional strokes applied collectively to the entire unit. Those who struck the target received half a silver coin apiece, equivalent to 500 yuan, and the whole company earned an extra boiled egg at midday. Successful archers received 2. After the first round, seeing such generous rewards for accuracy, even those nursing injuries pressed onward, driven solely by the hope of landing a single shot to better their children's lives. Yet in every subsequent round Lin stood behind them offering real-time guidance. Any archer who shot prematurely, disobeyed orders, or drew improperly was immediately hauled off for punishment. Conversely, those who drew correctly and obeyed commands, even if they missed, received only gentle encouragement and no punishment. And those who hit the mark precisely as instructed were rewarded with half a silver coin per arrow. Strangely, under Lin's direct supervision their skill blossomed almost supernaturally, each shot surpassing the last, until even those who had initially failed to strike the target could manage 1 hit in 5 attempts. He understood instantly. In his past life he had studied Qi Jiguang's newly compiled Manual of Effective Military Training, wherein the archery chapter declared, hook the string with the thumb, press it with the middle finger. This ancient method is indispensable. It was not that thumb drawing required less effort. In fact, it demanded far greater hand strength. Yet nearly every flaw and inefficiency in archery vanished once proper hand placement was mastered, a mastery utterly beyond the reach of Western barbarians. Truly the wisdom of the Chinese people knew no bounds. By day's end Lin's voice had grown hoarse from ceaseless instruction. You train those archers so rigorously, yet fear not exhausting your funds. When your purse runs dry they'll mutiny outright. Prince William sat casually atop a table, his tone flippant. Lin feigned unwavering loyalty. I train your soldiers. Even if it costs me my last coin I shall never regret it. William felt a fleeting warmth, then snapped back to awareness within seconds. This boy plays games with me. The coins are mine. He spends my wealth, yet speaks as if sacrificing his own fortune with noble resolve. When do you intend to begin training the warriors? They run daily with your squires and spar relentlessly. Now they can sprint 3 or 5 li without gasping. But such stamina serves only flight on the battlefield, does it not? William grew increasingly impatient in Wei's troops already marched with discipline and purpose, yet Lin's men still ran laps and boxed, spending each day memorizing banners, drums, signals, and military regulations. It wasn't useless, yet it felt profoundly irrelevant. Yet Lin remained obstinate, refusing even in Wei's counsel. Judging that the warrior's physical conditioning had reached a solid foundation, Lin turned to Prince William. Very well. I believe their base is now sufficiently strong. Tomorrow we begin formal combat training. William rejoiced. Once combat drills commenced all would fall into place. Without lingering he rose, bowed respectfully, and strode straight out the door. Brother, tell me plainly, do you plan to swindle Prince William? That night Wei sought Lin out, leading him to a secluded corner, voice low and urgent. Lin feigned surprise. Brother, how could I ever be such a man? Do not lie to me. At the Night Academy mercenaries often posed as instructors, taking fees for training soldiers, then vanishing without a trace. Their so-called troops were weak and undisciplined, impressive only in appearance. Recalling bitter memories, Wei warned gravely, if you truly intend this deception I cannot allow you to tarnish the Lei family's honor. I shall have no choice but to expel you from our house. He had meant to say end your life myself, but found he lacked the resolve, settling instead on banishment. Lin frowned. Brother, did you not declare just months ago that you'd merely do your duty and accept fate? Why this sudden severity? Because I have pledged my fealty to Prince William. And Wei's words froze Lin in place. What? You pledge allegiance to Prince William? Have you lost your senses? Lin seized his brother's arm. Do you not know the royal house and the landed nobles stand locked in irreconcilable enmity? Would you drag the Leke family, and yourself, into ruin? And Wei offered a rueful smile. I once thought to fight a few battles then quietly withdraw. But I overestimated my own capacity. Now over 1,000 men answer solely to me. Do you know what it feels like, to command such numbers in battle? I envision vast formations clashing, but cannot conceive the scale. At the academy I commanded only hundreds. From that moment I knew my life's ambition to lead thousands into war, to wage a grand campaign involving 10,000 souls. A battle so magnificent, so awe-inspiring that millennia hence mankind will still recall my name. His cheeks flushed crimson, betraying the fierce fire burning within. Therefore I forbid anyone, including you, to sully the Leke family's honor. Do you understand? Gripping Lin's tunic, Wei pulled so hard the coarse fabric tore. Lin replied calmly, Brother, I comprehend your concerns, and I swear before heaven I harbor no intention to defraud Prince William. Tomorrow formal training begins. If after 1 month you still doubt me, cast me out without hesitation. Confident in his methodology, Lin offered this vow without reservation. Seeing his younger brother's conviction, Wei said only, Prince William plans the goblin extermination in 3 months. You have no more time than that. Prepare wisely. With that he turned and walked away, never looking back, as he returned alone to his chamber. The next morning Lin used the bronze gong to lead the 500 soldiers and the 300 children of their families outside the city. Most of those 300 children were around 14 or 15, about the same age as him. At this age their eyes were still innocent, inexperienced, easy to deceive, and fearless of death. In his past life the youth's suicide squads mostly selected boys of this age. From these children Lin picked 100 who were sturdy and steady, training them to use crossbows. Lin gently touched the cheeks of the children one by one. What's your name? He randomly grabbed a tall child and asked in a warm voice. The child stared at Lin, stunned for a moment. Master, they call me Snotty. Lin asked, What are you afraid of? Snotty said, I'm afraid of hunger, and I'm afraid of being beaten by my father. Are you afraid of me? Lin asked. No, Snotty continued. My father said you're a good man, that you took us and gave us clothes and hot food. With you I won't go hungry. I'm most afraid of hunger, and you keep me from hunger, so I'm afraid of hunger, not you. My father also said your kindness can never be repaid and I must obey you. If I don't, he'll beat me to death. Good lad. Lin patted Snotty on the shoulder and said, I'll give you a name, Bernst. As long as you train hard now and fight bravely on the battlefield. I promise you'll have hot food every day, and I'll find you a wife who can bear sons. All right, go back. The newly named Bernst was overflowing with excitement, and hurriedly said, I want a wife. I'll train hard. Master, I'll kill whoever you tell me to kill. Sending him back among the children, Lin shouted to the 500 soldiers, Your children are behind you. If you obey military discipline and orders, I guarantee your children will survive unharmed. If you desert, your son will suffer severe punishment. Do you want to know what I'll do to these children? I'll skin them alive, then throw them onto a haystack and let them die in agony. I'll also tie their limbs with ropes and have men pull from 4 directions. Until their limbs are torn off and they bleed to death. Just these 2 punishments terrified the soldiers, making them feel as if they were firmly gripped by a demon. They no longer dared to think of fleeing. Of course, if you fight bravely, I won't be stingy with rewards. For every enemy you kill, you'll receive a silver coin. Squads will record heads for merit, and rewards will be given afterward. Hearing this, the soldiers felt their motivation surge. They thought about saving money for their children, buying a few acres of land after the war, and perhaps becoming masters themselves one day. Lin organized these 500 men into teams according to the squad method, stipulating that 100 men formed a company, and 500 formed a regiment, with each man having his own number. A squad of 10 consisted of 5 spearmen, 3 sword and shield men, 2 archers, and 2 crossbowmen. The spearmen carried only a single spear. The sword and shield men carried a sword and shield each, with 3 javelins and a wooden pole 1.5 meters long on their backs and a beheading knife at their waist. The archers carried longbows, 2 quivers of arrows, 10 light arrows and 20 heavy arrows, and a 2-handed sword on their backs. The crossbowmen were mostly youthful and reckless, so the slender ones carried light crossbows with 100 bolts, while the sturdy ones carried heavy crossbows with 200 bolts. Poison was not issued at all, only given before battle. All carried 2-handed swords on their backs, unsharpened, purely for boosting morale. The spearmen only practiced thrusting, blocking, and cavalry defense. The sword and shield men practiced slashing and striking as well as throwing javelins. As the saying goes, no javelins, no sword and shield. If the javelins were exhausted, they would simply tie the sword handle to the wooden pole and use it as a short spear with the shield. First the spearmen and sword and shield men trained separately in skills, then they practiced formation together, and finally the archers and crossbowmen joined in. Martial training was held every 3 days, formation training every 5 days. Every 7 days there was an assessment. The assessment content: spearmen removed the spearheads, coated the shafts with quicklime, and had 15 minutes to spar. The one with fewer lime marks won. The winner received a silver coin and extra meat at lunch. The sword and shield men first competed in javelin throwing. Lin had a circle drawn on the ground about 15 meters away. Hitting the circle once out of 3 throws was considered passing, earning half a silver coin. 2 out of 3 was good, earning 1 silver coin. All 3 hits was excellent, earning 3 silver coins. Missing all 3 earned 50 strokes of the cane, or a fine of 5 silver coins. Hitting a person meant immediate execution. After that the sword and shield men dueled individually. Holding shields and using wooden sticks coated with lime, wearing helmets, they struck each other for 5 minutes. As usual, the one with fewer lime marks won, earning 2 silver coins. The archers and crossbowmen shot at each other. The arrowheads were removed and coated with lime. Archers stood at 30 paces, crossbowmen at 50 paces. Archers fired 10 arrows in 3 minutes, crossbowmen fired 20 bolts in 5 minutes. Archers who hit were rewarded with 1 silver coin, crossbowmen with 3 silver coins. If either hit, they were punished with 20 strokes or a fine of 2 silver coins. After the individual competitions came the group competition. The soldiers were divided into 2 groups, standing on opposite sides, shouting fiercely as they approached each other with weapons. When the distance closed to 50 paces, the archers and crossbowmen fired volleys without pause. When both sides approached to about 20 paces, the sword and shield men threw their javelins into the enemy formation. At the last 10 paces, the flags of both sides fell and they shouted "kill" as they charged at each other. Tempted by the gold and silver rewards, they cared nothing for comradeship, striking with all their might. Although the spearheads were removed and the swords and shields were wrapped, a few men were always knocked unconscious in each bout. After Lin implemented all the military regulations, gongs, signals, and orders, and Wei was stunned into silence. After just 2 inspections, the army's aura was utterly different from the original 1,000-man force. And Wei had no doubt that if the numbers were equal, Lin's soldiers could annihilate the enemy at the cost of 100 of their own. Are these truly the same soldiers from just a few days ago? And Wei gripped the city wall, his eyes flashing with brilliance, clearly showing his excitement. However, Lin was not pleased. He had repeatedly ordered them to act in groups, but a few soldiers always charged recklessly, dashing alone into the enemy formation, taking several hits without retreating until they were beaten bloody and fainted from the pain. The battle formation below had ended. The western side, relying on sheer bloodlust, tore through the eastern side's spear formation. The sword and shield men fought fiercely, shattering the eastern soldiers' morale and securing victory. After the exercise, Lin led his retainers on horseback out of the city, charging straight toward the eastern soldiers. Lin was clad in full-scale armor, and to protect against stray arrows he wore a ferocious black iron demon mask. His horse's caparison was dyed pure black. All his retainers followed suit, donning black masks, and dyeing their surcoats and horse caparisons black. He held a black lance pennant, pointing it at the eastern soldiers. The mounted retainers behind him surged like an overwhelming tide toward those soldiers. The eastern soldiers, already dejected from losing the competition, saw a group of black riders charging out of the city straight at them. They were terrified, wetting their pants on the spot. Most of the soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in panic, while only a few stood frozen in place. Those who raised their spears to resist were extremely rare. When the distance was less than 100 meters, Lin suddenly raised his lance pennant to the sky, then swung it to the left. The retainers, receiving the order, turned to the left. They swept past the eastern soldiers like the wind, then headed straight for the western soldiers. The western soldiers had the same result, though more of them stood frozen, or raised their spears to resist compared to the eastern side. And Lin, seeing that his test objective was achieved, raised his lance pennant. The retainers, seeing the pennant upright, slowed down and stopped their horses. It wasn't just the soldiers who were terrified, and Wei, watching from the city wall, was also scared out of his wits. These soldiers are excellent stock for training. If Lin had charged twice, they would all be dead. What's the point of training then? Hurrying out of the city, he witnessed an astonishing scene. With just a few waves of the flag, Lin had led his 40 retainers in a left turn, then a right turn, and finally stopped in perfect order. It wasn't exactly unfamiliar, but it was certainly unprecedented. As a knight, Wei had faced all his battles by receiving orders from heralds, then leading his retainers to charge, either engaging enemy cavalry or striking enemy infantry. In short, the strategy was simply reckless. Sticking his lance pennant into the ground, Lin drew his long whip and charged toward the fleeing soldiers. Whipping and striking, he managed to round them all up. The final results were as follows: the western soldiers each received a silver coin. Those who stood frozen when the cavalry charged received an additional 2 silver coins. Those who raised their spears to resist received 3 silver coins. The eastern soldiers, having lost the competition, each had a silver coin deducted. Those who fled were fined an additional 3 silver coins. Those who stood frozen had 1 silver coin added to offset the deduction. Those who raised their spears to resist received 2 silver coins as encouragement. Although Lin's rewards were generous in his camp, the slightest mistake would incur a fine. Jumping the queue in the mess. Fine. Crying after being hit. Fine. Moving without permission in formation, turning around without orders. Fine. Talking at night. Fine. Snoring while sleeping. Fine. Using the latrine without permission. Fine. Relieving oneself anywhere. Fine. Gambling in the camp. Fine. In short, if you weren't careful, you'd be severely punished. As for whether the penalty was a fine or a beating, you could choose humanely. After more than a month, the soldiers figured out a rule: if you broke a rule on Wednesday, you had to pay silver coins. On Friday, when practicing formations, if you broke a rule, you could take half the punishment with a beating and pay half in silver. On Sunday, during the comprehensive assessment, although the punishment was severe, the fines were also heavy. Grit your teeth and get through it. You had Monday and Tuesday to recover. Thus, after 3 months, Lin had given out less than 10 gold coins in rewards, and the rest had been recovered through fines. During these 3 months, the blacksmiths finished forging all the equipment Lin had ordered. Wooden carts that could be linked with iron chains, the outer sides were reinforced with iron plates. Some oddly shaped caltrops, and several quilts filled with earth. Iron caltrops strings, caltrops threaded on hemp ropes, then placed in bamboo tubes for sword and shield men to carry shovels, iron pots, kitchen knives, and other daily necessities. In particular, Lin, with a touch of dark humor, equipped each soldier with a black iron demon mask, which sometimes frightened people if encountered at night. All these items were simply piled onto the wooden carts pulled by the dozen or so cold-blooded horses. After 3 months of training, these horses could no longer be startled by battle cries or the clang of metal. Let me explain. Cold-blooded horses are a breed with strong endurance and good adaptability, but poor speed, typically standing 1.4 meters at the shoulder, commonly used for carting goods. The spring breeze had swept across the Shenwan continent, and the remnants of snow had vanished without a trace. The once barren earth, after a few light rains, burst forth with vitality once more. Initially, the second Prince William had little trust in these recruits who had trained for less than half a year. But when Lin spent half a day conducting a military drill in the open field, it completely put William's heart at ease. Don't ask, it was simply stunning. In the distance, the Knight Wei and his men came jogging from afar, and the ironclad wooden carts, moving in a triangular formation, hastily linked themselves with chains to form a wagon fort. Then the spearmen set their pikes, the sword and shield soldiers evenly scattered the caltrops they carried, and unloaded the cheval de frise from the carts, weighting them down with iron ingots. After setting their pikes, the spearmen tossed earth bags onto the cheval de frise to shield against arrows. Archers and crossbowmen first applied poison to their arrows, then alternately unleashed volleys outside the wagon fort. At this moment, anyone could see that this formation was virtually invincible. The second prince was so excited that he cried out in praise and immediately ordered a delay in the campaign to produce more of these war machines. Unfortunately, there was no time. That afternoon, a group of merchants brought them a critical piece of news. In the goblin-ravaged Highland territory, only 4 cities, Lake Castle, Grey County, Tekket County, and Yallen Castle, still held out. All the other 3 counties and 6 castles had fallen, and the only safe road for merchant caravans was a single passage between Lake Castle and Grey County. The rest were occupied by hundreds of goblin warbands. Upon hearing this dire news, the second prince nearly lost his footing. The Highland territory was only 4 cities away from being overrun by goblins, and if the Highland territory fell, the kingdom would lose half its realm. One could say that the goblins at that time were no different from the Qing army crossing the pass in history. Fully aware of the gravity of the news, Wei immediately advised the second prince. Your Highness, this matter concerns the safety of the kingdom. We must not take it lightly. We must go to Grey County at once to verify the situation, then hurry to the royal capital to seek reinforcements from the king and the feudal lords. The second Prince William, now clear-headed, said, I have over 1,500 soldiers and several high-level professionals under my command. If I retreat without a fight and Lake Castle is later taken, the kingdom will be completely trapped in Grey County. But, Wei continued, if something happens to you and this news cannot reach the royal capital, that would be the true peril of the nation's downfall. Seeing the two at odds, Lin intervened to stop their argument. Your Highness, brother, your dispute essentially boils down to whether we should return to the kingdom for reinforcements while keeping the roads between the surviving castles open. Is that not so? I have a suggestion, Your Highness. Leave 500 soldiers to garrison Lake Castle and let me continue commanding the new recruits I have trained. Entrust the castle to my mother Weina and my uncle Duogu. Father and Uncle Jian will accompany me to seize the opportunity to clear the key roads held by the goblin warbands. Leave a few high-level professionals here for emergencies. The rest of you along with your highness go through Grey County to the royal capital and seek aid. What do you think? William was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had in mind, but he had been afraid to bring it up lest Wei be reluctant to let his brother take risks. Now that Lin had voiced the plan, he could not let it fall to the ground. Excellent. I will give you 800 soldiers to help defend the city. I'll leave those blacksmith professionals in Lake Castle, and I'll also give you my steward. He is a level 43 swordsman. Having said that, the second Prince William immediately left 800 infantry in the castle and rode off with only 100 cavalry. Watching the prince depart, Lin quickly led his soldiers back into the city. Fortunately, the supplies he had left behind were ample enough to sustain the garrison for a year or more. After entering the city, Lin took the swordsman to the lord's manor and explained the situation to his parents. The manor was unusually brightly lit, and after a long discussion his parents ultimately arrived at the same strategy as Lin. However, the specifics were much more detailed. For instance, Lin should head west first to reopen the road to Adam Castle. Then join forces with the garrison of Adam Castle, together clear the main road from Adam Castle to Teckett County, and then work with the people of Teckett County to keep the roads between the two counties and two castles open, awaiting the arrival of the royal army. Now there was one good news and one bad news. First, the bad news: his father could not go into battle with him. Second, the good news: Uncle Jian and his retinue could accompany him, and they had plenty of war horses. Overall, there was only one piece of bad news, and Lin was now a damned lone army that was not quite alone. Traversing the road toward Allenburg, Lin dispatched 20 scouts every 2 li to survey the surrounding terrain, ensuring he would not be ambushed by cunning goblins. According to the tactics he recalled from his past life as a goblin slayer, failure to take such precautions would leave him encircled, his downfall inevitable the moment discovery came. Thus he had brought along the common horsemen serving under his wife. Though only 4 remained among her personal retinue, the remaining common archers were masters of both mounted combat and precision shooting, ideal for scouting duties. Nephew, is such caution truly necessary? These are but beasts. We could charge forward and cut them down in one swift stroke. Uncle Jean clearly chafed at this methodical pace as his warhorse grazed on tender spring grass. Impatience flared within him. Uncle, the larger the battle, the less room there is for haste. Preserving our strength now ensures composure when the clash begins, and many more battles lie ahead. And Lin gently reassured his uncle. At that moment the royal steward who had accompanied Lin stepped forward in support. With all due respect, sir, if you seek to display valor, it would be ill-advised to squander it here. Only by conserving your most precious energy for the hour it is most needed can you truly fulfill your highest worth. Mounted upon his horse, Lin studied the royal steward before him, dressed in fine silk undergarments, wearing only leather armor over vital zones. Elder sir, how long have you served as steward? On the battlefield blades strike without warning. Pray wear iron armor instead. Lin turned to inquire respectfully. The steward smiled faintly. Sir Lin, I am Alfred, a swordsman whose art lies in agility and lethal precision. Iron armor would hinder my movement. I once served His late Majesty, and this marks my 45th year as royal steward. Just as Lin wished to continue their conversation, a scout galloped in with urgent news. Report. A goblin camp lies 5 li ahead, estimated force exceeds 200. Nephew, now it's my turn. Uncle Jean spurred his mount forward. Uncle, halt! Watching his uncle's impetuous advance, Lin felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately he held supreme command, otherwise this reckless uncle might well have doomed them all. Turning to the scout, Lin ordered. Change mounts and reconnoiter the terrain again, verify ambush sites and escape routes. He then addressed Chuck behind him. Sound the order, draw bows and crossbows, poison the arrows, inspect blades and shields. Those needing relief should attend to it now, the meal follows victory. Once 600 soldiers completed their armament checks, the scout returned with fresh intelligence. My lord, less than 500 paces behind the goblin camp lies a hidden secondary encampment housing nearly 300 goblins. Whether it contains heavy infantry or goblin mages remains unknown, but several elite goblins are certainly present. The scout gasped for breath. Huff, huff. Their scouts have already detected ours, and are advancing toward us. And Lin had initially dismissed the report, but upon learning the goblins had launched counter-reconnaissance, alarms surged through him. This was no mere goblin camp, it was a disciplined feudal stronghold. Uncle Jean, Master Alfred, you each command the eastern and western flanks. I shall hold the center myself. Now form the wagon square. Lin issued the command, but it was already too late. From the forest edge emerged several goblin spider light cavalry, and 1 goblin boar heavy cavalry. The goblin boar rider grunted a few guttural commands to the spider cavalry, then wheeled about and withdrew. The spider cavalry bared savage grins before charging straight toward Lin's position. Archers, loose! Crossbowmen, fire! To his surprise, these goblin spider riders proved astonishingly fragile. Though their steeds moved with lightning speed, a single arrow felled them instantly. When thrown to the ground, the goblins ignored the dust clouds and prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. After halting his troops, Lin examined them closely, and discovered their legs were grotesquely deformed. Their limbs were unnaturally stunted and unfit for walking. Upon branding their foreheads with the mark of slavery, Lin found he could control their lives at will, and understand their guttural speech. "Lord, spare me! I'll serve you as slave!" That apparently was their wail. "Silence, beast, I ask you answer." "Understood." With a clenched fist, Lin induced searing agony in the goblin's skull, causing him to clutch his head and bow repeatedly. "First, can this spider still fight?" The goblin replied immediately. Yes. With just a few days' rest it will recover fully. You needn't fear its current state. If its brain remains intact, it cannot die." "Well done, you've answered correctly." The goblin spoke at length, but Lin had no interest in listening. With a swift kick he knocked the creature unconscious. Repeating the process, he enslaved the others and cast them into the wagon square. "Keep these goblins and spiders alive, do not let them die." Half an hour later the infantry completed the wagon square, scattered caltrops along the flanks, and linked cheval de frise barriers and wagon planks into a seamless defense, just as the goblins finally arrived. Though their reconnaissance system was sharp, their battlefield strategy was utterly inept. Mere rabble surged forward en masse while elite troops lingered behind to enforce discipline. "Archers, 3 volleys at 100 paces, loose." The archery captain, trained by Lin in thumb-measured range estimation, simply raised his thumb twice before issuing the command. The thumb measurement technique had been jointly devised by Lin and Chuck. First Chuck paced 100 steps, then Lin used his thumb to gauge distance and mark the spot. Next Chuck drew a large circle at that distance, and Lin fired arrows from a standard longbow into its center. Finally they calculated optimal elevation angles and etched corresponding marks onto the bow's stave, indicating where the stave must align with the face during high-angle shots. Similar markings now adorned every longbow in the archer ranks. The archery captain bore specific thumb markings and memorized key rules. If enemies stand at 120 paces, aim for 100 at 50 paces, withhold fire, wait until they close to 20, then unleash a synchronized volley. In unison the archers raised their longbows skyward, and within 10 breaths loosed 3 rapid volleys of light arrows. The first rained upon the enemy's vanguard. Most missed, only a few piercing the ranks. The second volley struck squarely amid the enemy's main body, inflicting heavy casualties, claiming dozens of goblins. The third volley landed directly among the elite reserve. Though few fell clad in tattered leather armor, their morale shattered utterly. As the goblins closed to 70 paces, crossbowmen automatically divided into 3 ranks. 2 front lines of light crossbows fired simultaneously, while the rear rank of heavy crossbows delivered devastating concentrated fire. After 3 volleys they reloaded, but withheld further fire, instead forming a 3-tiered aiming formation. Once the goblins advanced past 50 paces, they clearly saw the archers draw and hold their bows, yet no arrows flew. A chill seized them. They forgot their overseer's threats and fled backward en masse. "Who dares retreat? I'll claim his head." A goblin overseer drew his short sword and stabbed 2 fleeing comrades dead on the spot. Green blood spattered across his face, forcing the others onward. 20 more paces forward, and the overseer's eyes widened in horror before he collapsed lifeless onto the cold earth. The moment the goblins crossed the 20-pace threshold, archers and crossbowmen unleashed a unified barrage. It was as if an iron curtain descended. Powerful shafts pinned goblins to the ground. Heavy crossbow bolts pierced multiple bodies in succession. That single volley shattered goblin morale. Their front line broke and surged backward. Elite goblins drew long blades, hacking down several of their own kin while roaring, "No retreat! No retreat, cowards die!" Yet terror overwhelmed discipline. Seeing the enemy's own elite ranks thrown into chaos, Lin exulted, leaping atop his horse and shouting, "All cavalry, follow me! Infantry and skirmishers, advance! Master Alfred, stay with the foot soldiers, guard against enemy elites." Then he charged forth, spear leading. "Nephew, watch your uncle's mastery!" Uncle Jean thundered, surging ahead of Lin with his retinue, his blade blazing crimson as he crashed into the goblin ranks, unleashing a storm of gore. Lin slowed his charge, waiting until Uncle Jean withdrew from the fray before selecting a dense cluster of goblins to strike. Behind them infantry surged forward at the signal of the banner, shouting battle cries as they sprinted toward the goblin line. "Kill! Kill these humans! Kill!" Veteran goblins rallied their comrades and rushed forward. When the 2 forces closed within 10 paces, Lin's shield and spear infantry hurled their discarded spears. The thrown spears carried immense force, shattering wooden shields outright. Those goblins holding spears without shields were impaled, instantly silenced forever. After the volley, the shield and spear troops halted, allowing the spear infantry to advance and fill the front line. With overwhelming numbers and coordinated support from the rear ranks' discarded spears, their assault became relentless, thrusting spears from every angle, slashing blades from every direction. Within 5 minutes the goblin elite were pierced, maimed, or slain by the unyielding spear wall. At the very rear stood the archers, paired in twos, one primary shooter, one auxiliary defender. The primary wielded the bow, the auxiliary brandished a broadsword for close defense. Yeah. Several goblins seized the opening and attacked from the flank. One auxiliary warrior lunged forward, raising his great sword high above his head, then cleaved downward like lightning, splitting a goblin cleanly in two. Inspired by his courage, other auxiliaries followed suit, swinging their massive blades toward the goblin's skulls. Just as victory seemed assured, a goblin champion roared, leaping high, surrounded by a pulsing crimson aura that shattered incoming spears before crashing into the ranks, hacking wildly. After felling and wounding several warriors, Master Alfred, who had stayed close to the infantry, finally intervened. Drawing his longsword, he darted into the melee and thrust with blinding speed. His blade moved with lethal grace, piercing the goblin champion's cheek and exiting through the back of his skull. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Alfred sent the corpse flying into the resisting goblin ranks, crushing many beneath its weight. Seeing their leader fall, the goblins dropped weapons and fled, feet flying, desperation driving them. Lin's cavalry pursued hundreds of meters, cutting down countless stragglers and leaving corpses strewn across the field. Upon sounding the recall, Lin calmly dispatched officers to tally heads for merit. Rewards were distributed evenly among squads based on proximity to the front line during close combat. 70% of rewards went to spear infantry, 25% to shield and spear troops, and 5% shared between archers and crossbowmen. Remote kills were rewarded separately according to arrow unit assignments. The fallen received 15 silver coins apiece, the wounded 5. By these standards, Lin spent lavishly after the battle. Returning soldiers to the wagon square, Lin personally distributed coin, occasionally patting shoulders and offering words like, "Keep up the good work." Receiving their pay, morale soared dramatically. The wounded ceased weeping, the dead lay peacefully still. In short, full pay makes an army invincible. Riding the crest of victory, Lin pressed forward and seized the goblin camp itself. With its elite forces destroyed, the site stood eerily vacant. Only a few elderly and infirm goblins remained to guard it. A few well-placed arrows silenced the camp entirely. Lin assumed control, and discovered the location was indeed strategically exceptional. A river flowed less than half a li west. A dense forest lay to the north, offering both offensive flexibility and defensive resilience. Most importantly, "Report, there is a woman in the camp." A soldier's announcement broke on Lin's reverie. Finding women among goblins was commonplace. He sighed deeply. "Can she speak?" "If she's mad, kill her. It would be mercy," the soldier replied. "She speaks clearly, and upon hearing you rescued her, she insists on seeing you immediately." Lin was mildly surprised that a female goblin remained unharmed, though he suspected she'd only recently been captured before abuse could begin. "Lead me to her." As Lin followed the messenger, Master Alfred, the loyal royal steward, remained steadfastly at his side. Winding through crooked paths, they finally entered a dilapidated tent. Strangely, the woman had remained composed, until she glimpsed Lin's scale armor, shrieking and bursting into tears. Trembling, she pointed at Lin with despair in her voice. Why have you taken me again?" Before she could finish, Master Alfred struck, driving his sword through her heart. Turning to Lin, he asked, "She was long since mad, was she not?" Lin met his gaze, eyes flat and still as stagnant water dulled by too much killing, and replied softly, "Indeed. Poor madwoman. You've done her a kindness, master." He instructed his men. "Feed her corpse to the spider steeds, waste nothing." Then, ignoring the bustle behind him, he stepped out of the tent and sighed quietly. He realized he had seen through the truth. "I was born into a prosperous farming family. On the day I arrived, my mother sighed, 'Why is it another girl?' My father replied, 'A girl then, a girl it shall be. We already have 3 boys at home, one more won't make a difference.' And so I survived. Little did I know then how precious that was. I only vaguely remembered that many girls had suddenly vanished back then. When I asked my mother where they had gone, she told me they had been taken away to invite boys. I didn't understand what inviting boys meant at the time. But later, driven by childish curiosity, my brother and I wandered into a neighbor's livestock slaughter room, and there we found the corpse of a baby girl. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds. Years later, I learned that a cultist had brainwashed the villagers, preaching that if a baby girl was tortured to death, the gods would be moved by her suffering and transform female fetuses in pregnant women's wombs into boys. Later, the Holy Church arrived and burned that cultist alive. Only then did the villagers realize they had been deceived. I grew up safely until age 5, when I fell gravely ill with a high fever on my birthday. My father begged desperately at the gates of a convent, and finally moved a nun to come and treat me. The nun was kind and gentle, and my illness soon passed. In the days that followed, I climbed the mountains with my brothers to gather wild vegetables, sang with children my own age, and learned sewing and tailoring from my mother. Thus I grew up carefree until I was 15, when it was finally time for me to marry. My father joyfully hired a carriage for me, vowing to deliver me openly and honorably to my husband's family in town, a household where a stable hand served a noble knight. He was happy, yet he would silently weep at night. But the moment our carriage crossed the city gates, a group of noble youths dragged my father from the carriage. They surrounded him and repeatedly stabbed his back, claiming it was punishment for disrespecting the nobility. Fearing they would kill him, I threw myself out of the carriage and fell atop my father. Yet those nobles showed no shame in their lust, stripping me bare in public and robbing me of my chastity and first love. When I finally awoke, my father's body was already cold. All that remained was a pack of vagrants riding roughshod over me. I screamed desperately until a knight finally heard me, a knight clad in scale armor. He rode a magnificent steed, the morning sun casting its glow upon him as if blessed by the gods themselves. He drew his sword and slew those vagrants, then carried me to the convent in town. On the way to the convent, I wondered whether my unknown husband might secretly ride his lord's warhorse, don his lord's armor, and come rescue me. The nun publicly expressed her grief at my plight and agreed to take me in as a daughter who had just lost her father, on the condition that from then on I devote myself entirely to serving the gods and never appear in public without permission. Of course, I had no reason to refuse. The convent also willingly helped arrange for my father's body to be returned home for a proper burial. But that very night the once kind nun revealed her true face. She severed the tendons in my hands and feet with a knife, then scalded my throat with hot embers. When her torture had satisfied her, she threw me into a cage where many other women like me were kept, some missing eyes, some missing tongues. I alone had only my tendons severed. That night I endured agony until dawn. The next morning the faint light once again touched my face, only to bring me deeper despair. That knight loaded our cages onto a carriage and drove us out of the city. Through his conversations with others I learned he was no true knight, but the son of a stable hand serving a noble knight. Yet completing this journey would earn him the right to become that knight's squire. Along the way those so-called knights, no bandits, dragged the pretty girls from our cages and violated them at will. I was no exception. I had foolishly believed such horrors would not happen to me. But as the caravan passed through the territories of various feudal lords, we were forced onto narrow paths, and sometimes relentlessly pursued by the squires and retainers of those lords. For the trade of human slaves was absolutely forbidden within feudal territories. How I longed for those valiant knights to catch up and slay those demons. That way I would never have to endure the hell that followed. After more than a month of travel we were delivered to the foot of a mountain. I thought we would be sold to foreign slavers or bandits lurking in the hills. Who could have guessed that what burst from the forest was a horde of ugly, repulsive goblins? They vented their desires upon us freely, then dragged us into their caves. The caves were warm in winter and cool in summer. Aside from a sour stench, they were surprisingly comfortable. There I soon became pregnant, and gave birth to several grotesque goblin infants. One of them latched onto my breast and refused to let go. Another, as if understanding my pain, brutally smashed the head of that infant until it was pulp. Watching him shield me behind his body and bare his fangs at the goblins rushing in, my heart somehow came to see him as my own child. Several times I tried to dispel that thought. A goblin, what ethics or morals could it possibly possess? But as it turned out, I was right. Years later that infant had grown up. During breeding season he stood before me. Though he was much lighter than the other goblins, though he always left behind moss and mushrooms after each encounter, though he killed any goblin daring to touch me, I simply could no longer regard him as a mere beast. He was my son, born of my own body. He simply did not yet know what love was. I planned to tell him when he next returned that I had named him Alec, a name meaning embodiment of happiness. But he died. And without his protection I was handed over by one goblin to another. In merely half a year I had fallen to this wretched state. Fortunately, by the grace of the gods, those beasts were eventually wiped out by a band of warriors. But why was that scale armor there? Had I been captured by those people again? The blade pierced my body, but I could no longer feel the pain. Finally I can be freed. How wonderful! Gazing toward the distant forest, though winter had passed, the early spring chill remained bitingly cold. And Lin exhaled a long breath, his heart still heavy with melancholy. In today's battle 3 were dead, 7 severely wounded and 13 lightly injured, yet they had slain 408 goblins, including many fierce and elite warriors. This should have been a resounding victory. Yet her words left him utterly unable to rejoice. The words again, and you all, carried an immense weight of implication. The scale armor he wore was exquisitely crafted, a lethal weapon on the battlefield. The word all signified that within this kingdom there existed an armed force equipped with such armor. But the armor of Enfef nobles was mainly heavy and defensive, commonly consisting of coarse thick cloth, as a base a layer of chainmail and outer protection from expensive legion lamellar or cheaper cloth armor. If such lightweight full-body scale armor were to be mass issued to an army, it would be a devastating blow to the Enfef nobles. And the woman's appearance in the goblin camp made the matter even more suspicious. But when all the pieces were connected, the conclusion was the tyrant emperor was secretly organizing a grand army equipped with advanced scale armor, and was appeasing the goblins attempting to raise a scourge for his own gain. The goblins would capture cities, kill the Enfef nobles, and then the king's army would reclaim the lost territories and when the time was ripe annihilate the goblins completely. Thus the king could seamlessly replace the separatist warlords with his own men. Unlin dared not think further of what would follow. A man like this 1,000 years later would be called a great tyrant, and many scholars would write books in his honor. But in his own time people would only dream of exhuming his corpse and flogging it. To make matters worse, his own identity placed him on the side to be eliminated. He was a warlord faction close to the king. This identity meant he would be the first to be killed in a warlord counterattack, and even if the king won he would be marginalized or murdered due to the king's fear of his family's power. Now he had only 3 choices. First, spread the intelligence, contact the remaining Enfef nobles and the descendants of those who had lost their lands and together attack and kill the tyrant emperor. The chance of success was virtually 0. Not to mention the Lake family's past betrayal of their faction, and Enlin himself was a member of the second prince's faction. He would likely be executed as a sacrifice to rally the troops. Second, abandon the family's centuries-old fiefdom, ally with the tyrant emperor to destroy the Enfef nobles and then accept whatever scraps the old emperor deigned to throw, whether meat or filth. This path was the most feasible, but given the old emperor's temperament the Lake family had a very high probability of ending up with the filth. Third, commit treason, take the family members and flee to another country. The bloodline of the Yin clan existed in every nation, and he could easily secure a high official position there. If he completely abandoned the bottom line of humanity, and surrendered to the goblins, it might emulate the Song and Jean story. The feasibility of this option was equal to the previous one, but the family's fiefdom would be lost. After much thought, the more he considered the more absurd it became. Unlin decided to dismiss the notions and focus on the war, first earn the second prince's money, and if all else failed abscond with the funds. At that moment Jian walked over to Enlin with a grave expression. Little nephew, you've noticed, haven't you? That butler named Erfulade is skilled in martial arts. He genuinely wanted to kill you just now. I didn't kill him then because I feared he might harm you in desperation. Now do you want me to? As he spoke, Uncle Jian made a throat-slitting gesture. Enlin, however, was quite philosophical. Whatever. He didn't kill me then, and he won't try to kill me now. For now his role is just a personal bodyguard. Even if the royal court has some sinister plot, it can't reach me now. Enlin temporarily quashed Uncle Jian's desire to silence the butler, then turned to check on the treatment of the wounded. Entering the infirmary, he saw a soldier who had died from excessive blood loss due to his severe injuries. A simple knife wound mishandled by these people had become a torn, massive hemorrhage. How can you meddle so ignorantly? Move aside. Go boil some hot water. Enlin shoved aside the soldier, who was still bleeding, cut off a lock of his own hair, burned it to ashes, and pressed the ashes onto the wound. The lightly wounded soldier yelped, then discovered that his wound had indeed stopped bleeding. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The young man immediately knelt and kowtowed, but the wound split open again and blood once more gushed out. Smelling the stench of the soldiers, Enlin first ordered the soldiers who had brought hot water to clean and bandage the wounds of the lightly injured, then repeatedly emphasized ventilation to prevent plague. All wounds must be cleaned and stopped like this. Keep good ventilation and the wounds will heal faster. From today, if anyone in the army dares to practice bloodletting therapy, I'll cut off his head. Do you understand? Having given his orders, Enlin left the infirmary. After traversing a stretch of terrain, they encountered quartermasters erecting massive iron cauldrons to prepare meals. The method for eliminating smoke was remarkably simple. Dig a small pit in damp earth, then encircle the cauldron with branches soaked in water, thus absorbing all smoke. This was known as burying the cauldron to cook. Nearby battle soldiers assisted, stripping sinew and flesh from goblin arms, removing skin and bone, then coating the meat in salt before tossing it into the pots. As the saying goes, take from the enemy, and fill your belly. Once several cauldrons of gruel were prepared, soldiers lined up with large bowls to serve themselves. Enlin issued a strict directive: the wounded were to be served first, and given generous portions. He intended for them to understand that injury did not mean abandonment or disdain, but respect and care. As for the captured goblins, Enlin placed a bowl of gruel before each one. True to expectation, the moment the bowls were set down, the goblins lunged forward, snatching the food barehanded and devouring it ravenously. Enlin gently activated the slave mark on his palm with arcane energy. Ah! Master, spare me! Master, spare me! Watching their abject, bone-deep supplication, and savoring their agonized, splitting headaches a while longer, Enlin finally relented. Remember, what I grant you is yours, what I withhold you must not seize. Having spoken, Enlin extended the bowl toward the goblin, which trembled as it reached out, hesitant yet desperate, to accept it. He activated the slave mark once more, observing with quiet satisfaction as they writhed in torment upon the ground. Only then did he smile, cold and satisfied. Finally he overturned the bowl onto the earth, and kicked the goblin aside, commanding in icy tones. Eat. This time Lin withheld punishment, allowing the goblin to consume the entire bowl of gruel. Do you wish to be punished again? A cruel glint flashed in Lin's eyes. With a mere clench of his left hand the goblins cringed, and shuddered violently. Speak! He bellowed once more. One goblin, unable to endure the torment any longer, dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. I beg your mercy, I beg not to be punished. The others instantly followed suit, prostrating themselves in frantic supplication. Having achieved his objective, Lin's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. If you wish to avoid punishment, you will enter the forest and capture goblins. Capture one, you go unpunished for a day 5, your belly shall be full 10, you shall feast on meat until satiated. Upon hearing this the goblin's eyes gleamed with desperate hope. Humph. Should you fail to return before noon tomorrow, when the army marches onward? Lin seized and crushed a goblin on the spot. The remaining captives recoiled in terror. The effect he judged was excellent. In his past life those who raised piglets followed a similar process, though none executed it with such ruthless precision. After all, these fools were assets, not to be wasted lightly. With a single slash he severed their ropes, then cast several barely mobile earth spiders before them. Instantly each goblin mounted a spider and vanished into the woods. As dusk deepened and the soldiers finished their hearty meals, Lin stationed 3 squads outside the camp for vigilance, while ordering the rest to retreat into their tents and rest. Note: when campaigning in the field, ensuring troops are well fed is paramount, for hunger at night may stir memories of a mother's warm bread, provoking tears, and tears in turn risk igniting a full-scale camp mutiny. The British Royal Army once suffered a spontaneous camp collapse mid-March. Survivors attributed it solely to heavy rain that day. Vigilance, however, demands far more than merely erecting tents and lighting torches. Indeed, establishing a fortified encampment is an intricate art. Cheval de frise barriers were evenly spaced between wagons weighted down with iron ingots, then covered with thick damp earthen blankets. This arrangement served 3 purposes: repelling cavalry charges, deflecting arrows, and concealing troops' strength. The wagon formation itself required careful positioning, linked by iron chains and anchored with sandbags, always kept well clear of the soldiers' sleeping quarters. Beyond the perimeter, irregularly placed ground spikes were driven 3 feet into the earth, angled at precisely 60 degrees. Finally, 50 meters beyond the camp, clusters of iron caltrops were scattered. 30 meters out, several bonfires burned brightly, and sentries stood watch at the cheval de frise 15 meters from the camp's edge. Every 30 minutes, patrols of 3 to 5 men replenished the fires, ensuring the flames never faltered. Military law decreed should the bonfire extinguish, the sentry's head would fall. Watch teams consisted of 5 men, 2 bearing sword and shield, 2 armed with bow and arrow, and 1 holding a bronze gong. Military law commanded upon enemy approach only 1 gong was to sound, never multiple gongs in unison. Any soldier who struck the gong recklessly faced immediate decapitation. His squad leader and team captain were each sentenced to ear severing. Those found earless received 50 lashes. Upon hearing the gong, only the squad and team leaders were permitted to investigate. Only the nearest 3 to 5 squads might emerge to assist. If the threat could not be quelled, a second gong would summon the entire battalion to arms, while all others remained confined within their tents. Those inside tents were forbidden to speak or cry out. Any intruder entering a tent was to be killed without hesitation, regardless of identity. Anyone wailing uncontrollably was beheaded on the spot. His squad leader would later receive 20 strokes of the cane. This was his first time leading 500 men out of the city to battle. Lacking both experience and confidence, he had not dared to remove his armor. Though the scaled armor was undoubtedly stifling and hot, it could save his life in critical moments. The torch hung on the pillar burned fiercely, yet he dared not indulge in even a moment of sleep. Upon seeing his arrangements, Uncle Jean did not even turn around before stepping into a tent. When asked about his night watch duties, he merely remarked that if enemies truly broke through such formations, his resistance would be futile, and he would simply have to accept his fate. If Chuck had been by his side, Lin would not have been so cautious. But Chuck had been sent to organize the camp, and now everyone had fallen asleep. Otherwise, given Chuck's nature and abilities, Lin would have been completely at ease. He casually picked up a small table, spread out a piece of parchment, and prepared to sketch the chariot formation. This diagram, if passed down to his descendants, would become the ultimate military strategy for future campaigns, ensuring 3 generations of descendants could live without worry. However, the main reason was that if he drew something else, people would easily call it a waste of resources. But if he drew this, everyone would have to praise the work. If such military formation treasures were truly lost, that would be a genuine waste. After finishing the formation diagram, he also thought about how, although the army could not purchase cannons, they could still create some high-quality imitations. For instance, in his past life, the Liao Kingdom had used a type of small catapult to form their proxy army. He could follow the same principle and make some small catapults. He only needed to use simple physics knowledge to draw it. First, F1 multiplied by L1 equals F2 multiplied by L2. Second, there needed to be a platform, a support frame, heavy weights. Just as he was trying to draw the blueprint according to his memories from his past life, a commotion arose. With a whoosh, Alfred, who had been struck by 2 arrows, burst into Enlin's tent. "Sir, there is an enemy attack." Enlin's alarm bells rang loudly. He grabbed the mace in his hand, took up a shield, and immediately rushed out of the tent. "It is nothing. I just went out to relieve myself, and looked around a couple of times, and was shot by the night watch archer." He smiled and continued teasing. "I previously inspected various military camps with the second prince. Not a single camp was as meticulous as yours, and none could have harmed me in the slightest. I did not think much of it before, but ever since I saw how you manage your army, your rigor and strictness are truly rare in this world. It is clear that the previous camps only raised a bunch of good-for-nothings." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of red potion. After pulling out the arrow, he gently applied a little, and the wound healed almost completely. Enlin understood at once. This fellow had probably gone out to scout for some reason, and was shot twice on his way back, mistaken for someone raiding the camp. Now he had come here to complain. Seeing it was not a raid, Enlin breathed a sigh of relief and put down the items. "Haha, sir, why anger yourself over a mere soldier? It is fortunate you were the one shot. If you had truly hit an attacking enemy, you would not have slept a wink all night." The two looked at each other and smiled. Clearly neither would take this matter to heart. Later, Enlin personally summoned the 2 night watch archers and rewarded each with half a gold coin totaling over 100,000, and encouraged their behavior of shooting at suspicious locations without hesitation. If someone had secretly left the camp and returned furtively, shooting them on sight would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. Even if Alfred had any complaints, he would have to swallow them. At dawn the next day, Enlin, exhausted from a sleepless night, heard a group of goblins crawling on their knees toward the camp. Rushing outside, he was startled to see that a goblin spider cavalry officer had arrived with dozens of goblin underlings, all prostrating themselves in surrender. After branding each one with a slave mark, he learned from the goblin cavalry officer that earlier they had captured goblins one by one, an arduous and inefficient method, as many escaped. Later they switched to flattery and deception, no longer needing to seize them. Goblins now came willingly, those reluctant were dragged in, effortless and efficient. Enlin immediately subjected these new slaves to an overwhelming, earth-shattering display of authority, then executed several goblins on the spot. Finally, before the assembled goblins, he bestowed upon each cavalry officer a tattered leather cuirass, a chipped blade, and a battered shield, and ordered the cooks to prepare a pot of thick stew using goblin flesh. The intoxicating aroma drove the newly captured goblins into frenzy, inciting them to lunge forward for the meat, only to suffer another round of brutal skull-splitting punishment. Enlin bellowed at the creatures, "Hear this, you wretches. If any dare disobey or cause chaos, death shall be your only fate. These goblin cavalry officers who brought you here are your masters, besides me. Should any of them fall, your entire unit shall be slaughtered without mercy. They performed exceptionally well today, each surpassing his quota, so this stew is their reward. Likewise, should you capture more goblins in future, you too shall earn such rewards." After delivering these words, attendants stepped forward. 2 brands were seared onto each cavalry officer, while the rest received a single mark. Initially resistant to bearing 2 marks, the goblins soon accepted them without protest, eager to assume dominance over their kin. Indeed, so long as distinction and supremacy over one's own kind were attainable, even self-mutilation became a willing sacrifice. Thus on the second day they delivered over 1,000 goblins, by the third the tally exceeded 10,000, eradicating every goblin in the region. Enlin spared no reward. Hundreds of the most obedient goblins were promoted to overseers, each commanding dozens of slaves, and granted superior rations, shelter in tents, and nightly rest. Soon escape ceased to cross their minds. Instead, every goblin obsessed solely on how to become a favored servant, and thereby ascend to mastery. At dawn, with wild goblins in the area nearly extinct, Enlin advanced his host 50 li forward. Surveying the unfamiliar forest ahead, he decisively dispatched scouts. This time, however, his scouting force included not only human cavalry but also dozens of goblin spider-light cavalry. Once terrain and enemy positions were fully mapped, Enlin compiled all intelligence into a large-scale sand table. "You claim that centered on our camp the eastern 3 li are entirely forested, is that correct?" Enlin asked the goblin cavalry officer. "Yes, master. I have thoroughly surveyed the east, and though the central woodland dips slightly, no enemies lie in ambush there." The goblin swore solemnly. "Good," Enlin replied, and inserted grass stalks across the eastern sector of the sand table to denote dense woodland. "You reported 2 goblin encampments. Show me their approximate locations." "Sir, 5 li west of our main camp lies a goblin stronghold housing 2,000 warriors. Another north of our camp holds 1,500 goblins, including 200 boar-mounted heavy cavalry." The scout placed 2 stones upon the sand table to mark both enemy positions. "We shall strike the larger camp first, then, riding the momentum of victory, crush the northern encampment, and spend the night within their walls. We will hold the wagon fort in place while our human troops withdraw to conceal themselves in the woods atop the hill, and send 2,000 goblin slaves to lure the enemy forward." Once the foe enters our trap, we shall burst forth together, striking with devastating surprise. After sketching the advance route, Lin also charted a retreat path, a narrow forest trail leading directly back to the wagon fort. Once battle assignments were finalized, the commanders exited the command tent in orderly succession, shouts echoing across the camp. Only then did Lin find time to consult his personal memorandum. Name Lin, gender male, age 16, level 12, skills charge frenzy, mount a well-trained ordinary warhorse, equipment full-scale scale armor, enchanted horsebow, light lance, knightly longsword, black silk surcoat, iron mask, iron mace, heavy iron arrows, retainers 40. When did I level up again? No matter, it's irrelevant. Better to focus on how to command effectively. It was afternoon in spring, so the sun descended slowly, allowing the entire army to clearly see the target at the foot of the mountain. Watching the goblins below driving their goblin slaves, though their numbers were more than double the enemy's, such weed-like creatures might not win even if they all rushed in. Therefore their only task was to die. Making the enemy weary from killing was the sole mission of these slaves. Haha, what a good day. I was rewarded with a pretty girl. In the enemy camp, a goblin sentry was happily relieving himself, clearly having completely forgotten his duties. At that moment hundreds of goblins emerged from the distant forest, covered in mud, clearly having traveled a long way. Hey! Don't come closer! Whose command are you under? The sentry goblin raised a rusty short spear and demanded loudly. Oh, we are. The leading goblin stepped forward 2 paces, then suddenly struck, rushing to the sentry in a flash and thrusting a spear right through his chest, leaving a bloody hole. Kill! Another goblin shouted, then swung his blade twice, cutting down 2 hesitant slaves beside him into pieces, forcing the remaining slaves to charge forward desperately. Then over 1,000 goblins charged into the camp together, burning, killing, and looting madly. When encountering higher-level enemies, they would charge at them while they were unarmored and hack them to death with random strikes. Even a gap of dozens of levels couldn't allow one to withstand a flurry of blades with bare flesh. Thus a single surprise raid killed hundreds of enemies in the chaos. But the enemy were not sows just waiting to be slaughtered. Before the raiders could reach them, they hurriedly donned armor and engaged, grouping in 3s and 5s to join the fight. Now the advantage of higher levels became apparent. With higher levels, their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary kin. Once armored and armed with sharp blades, the battle was almost one-sided. A powerful swing cut several goblins in half, a vigorous thrust easily broke through the previously tight formation. In an instant the tide of battle turned. The frontline armored targets grew more ferocious with each kill, and the rear minions' morale soared. Gradually, as several second-level slaves were killed, the remaining second-level slaves lost all will to fight and began retreating with their first-level slaves. This retreat was like a landslide defeat. Even the goblins who had been resisting lost heart and joined the retreat. Seeing the attackers trying to flee, the goblins, now bloodlust, paid no heed to the saying, "Never chase a cornered foe." They immediately shouted, "Lads, charge with me. Kill them all." The entire camp, all who could move, rushed out in waves. In the forest at Injune's position, and Lin heard the sounds and smiled, saying, "Everyone get ready, the enemy is about to burst out." Hearing Lin's words, Alfred was puzzled. "Knight and Lin, why are you so certain the enemy will rush out immediately? That clearing hasn't had any slaves pass through yet. And even if slaves escape successfully, the enemy wouldn't necessarily chase after them." Looking at this, yellow-haired barbarian turned into a machine. And Lin sneered inwardly, indeed a barbarian only good at brawling. The military formation knowledge of the Great Central Plains was a dimensional reduction strike to them. But considering that this fellow was indeed extremely combat capable and a royal servant similar to the ancient eunuch supervisors, he had to coax him with gentle words. "Sir, you do not know. The art of military formation is unpredictable. Whenever there is a group, heaven manifests the aura of weapons and war according to morale. When the aura of weapons is strong, even the magical beasts in the mountains and forests and ordinary spirits dare not harass. When it is weak, the dead and ghosts will run rampant." Alfred listened, then suddenly exclaimed in admiration, "I see. In the records of some bards, a routed army always encounters the dead and ferocious beasts. So that's the reason. The mind of the Lake family can actually summarize such knowledge. Truly well deserved of its reputation. That's no aura of weapons. It's simply because when the army first set out with their numbers and might, the weaker beasts fled for fear of becoming a meal. The stronger beasts, not wanting mutual destruction, wouldn't actively provoke them. As for the dead, there are rarely that many normally. Only when battles are fierce and deaths are numerous can they appear on a large scale." Lin continued, "Just now I saw our morale fierce and our aura of weapons unstoppable, clearly indicating a successful surprise attack. Then both sides' auras clashed violently, indicating a melee. Now our aura is dispersing toward our side, clearly showing they are fleeing toward us." As his words fell, a few goblin slaves burst out from the forest, wailing and fleeing into the distance with enemy pursuers hot on their heels. Seeing that most of the enemy had entered the ambush circle, Lin mounted his horse and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, the time to build achievements is now. Cavalry charge with me. At the foot of the mountain the goblins were cheerfully slaughtering. Haha, killing these little bastards is fucking satisfying. A hobgoblin wearing a tattered leather helm and a ragged woman's shirt was leisurely stabbing the fleeing goblin slaves with a broken blade. Boss, we should grab a few slaves and head back. We're too far from the main camp and the brothers are at their limits. A sniveling hobgoblin beside him urged. Hey, what's there to worry about? Our army is at its peak now. Those humans are just hiding in their castles crying for their mothers, ha ha ha. I'm thinking about which bastard sent his men to provoke me. Maybe it's... Before he could finish his thoughts were interrupted by the thunderous roar of hooves. Human cavalry. Where did they come from? Before he could finish, a human knight with a face as dark as a demon riding a black steed charged right before him, followed by many black-faced riders. In the blink of an eye the sniveling goblin beside him was pierced through while he himself was slammed head-on by the warhorse. He flew several meters, tumbled twice on the ground, and when he steadied his gaze he had broken bones and ruptured organs, dead. Unlin, however, had no time to dwell on this. His sole thought was to widen the distance, so he charged ahead, breaking away from the enemy formation. The cavalry behind him surged back and forth, splitting the enemy from within. The foes were cut off from front and rear, instantly falling into chaos. Having traveled a long distance, they were already exhausted. With this assault, slaughtering these goblins was no harder than killing chickens. Stationed at a distance, he unfurled his banner lance. The family crest on it blazed vividly under the sunlight. The retainers, seeing the banner, immediately abandoned their individual fights and rallied toward Enlin. After feeding a mouthful of salt-soaked beans to his warhorse and checking its breathing, he ensured it was calm. Then, leading his retainers, he launched a thunderous charge. At that moment some goblins in the enemy ranks prepared to resist, wounding several isolated riders. Naturally, they became Enlin's primary target. Beast die! Enlin bellowed, leading his retainers into the enemy formation. The most outstanding trait of heavy cavalry was not killing but breaking the enemy's formation. And Enlin was precisely the one who played the role of breaking the formation. This charge shattered the enemy's morale, turning the battle into a one-sided rout. Enlin slung his banner lance behind his back, drew his horse bow, and fired wildly. After emptying his quiver and seeing the enemy flee into the distance, Enlin abandoned the pursuit and struck the bronze gong he carried. The sound of the gong signaled retreat. At any time and place all soldiers must assemble with the utmost speed. On the battlefield, unit banners were raised one after another. The soldiers identified their own units by the symbols on the banners, and within half an hour all were fully assembled. After the battle, Enlin tallied the losses. Of the slaves, nearly 3,000 had died, 2,000 were wounded, and only slightly over 4,000 remained unharmed. As for the human soldiers, only 3 reckless fools who charged too fiercely were overwhelmed and killed. The rest suffered only minor injuries, with casualties almost negligible. The only heavy losses were among the retainers' warhorses. As the NPCs in Mount Blade often say, and warhorses die more than men. This was absolutely true. Only 3 men died, but 5 horses were lost. Several other chargers were lamed by the slippery mud of flesh and had to be butchered for meat. Yet with such a haul the soldiers had already deified him. They boasted endlessly about Enlin's wit, courage, and divine prowess. Even the old fox Alfred was convinced that Enlin was possessed by the god of war, pestering him daily with various ways to inquire about the art of observing the aura of weapons. In truth, what aura of weapons was there? In his previous life, the reckless Han Wu of the Great Song dynasty used the so-called art of observing auras to fool those stupid civil officials who were both incompetent and eager to play. He deceived them into deeply believing it, handing over all command to this warrior. In reality, it was simply a reasonable calculation of battlefield distance. It is known that the speed of sound is 340 milliseconds. And it is known that the distance between the enemy and our army is 2,000 meters. Thus, by simple calculation, it takes 7 seconds for the sound of battle cries to reach Enlin's ears. And it is known that goblins driven by survival run faster than humans, 8 milliseconds. After a simple calculation, the time it takes for goblins to reach this point is roughly 4 minutes. Moreover, the battle between the two sides goes through 5 stages: contact, engagement, bloody struggle, weakening, and rout. Give him 15 minutes. During the bloody struggle, the cries of battle from both sides are thunderous. That's one signal. When weakening, the enemy's cries are louder while ours fades so the sound diminishes. That's another signal. During the rout, the enemy stops shouting to conserve energy while our side wails in despair. What he hears is the sound of crying. That is the final signal. After hearing the cries, Enlin only needs to wait 2 minutes before ordering the troops to prepare, feeding the horses, checking saddles, inspecting swords, and so on. By then the enemy will be in sight. He then waits another 2 minutes for the enemy to enter the ambush circle, then charges down from above, attacking together, and he can wait at leisure for the weary foe. Furthermore, according to the so-called 5-minute enthusiasm, morale drops sharply 5 minutes after preparation. This ensures the highest possible morale at the moment of attack. If such precise calculations backed by 2 strong reinforcements could not secure victory, then Lin would have to find a place to end his own life. Cut off the heads and place them all on the carts. For the remaining corpses, only cut the flesh from the arms and set them aside. Leave the rest of the bodies untouched. They will be used for the god's sacrifice shortly. And Lin rode his tall warhorse, calmly directing the soldiers. Once everything was in order, Lin performed the sacrificial ritual alone. O mighty and ruthless god! He murmured, his eyes half closed. And the god of slaughter and deception he worshipped had already turned his gaze toward this devoted little believer. A crimson formation slowly spread across the ground, and the corpses upon it gradually faded beneath the radiance. As soon as the ritual concluded, a crimson light enveloped Lin and his attendants. His transformation was the most striking. He leaped 3 levels, advancing from 12 to 15, while most of his followers gained 2 levels. Haha, cleaning up this land and getting paid for it, what a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Lin's heart swelled with joy, though his expression remained impassive. Instead, he raised his arm and called out, "Soldiers, rest here for half an hour, then follow me to deal with those goblins over there. We'll make camp in their fortress tonight." The troops, buoyed by their recent victory and high morale, readily agreed. From this point forward, once this camp is eliminated, the path to Yalan Fortress will be fully secured, and with reinforcements at their side, the campaign should prove considerably easier. As Lin pondered this, the weight he'd been carrying finally lifted from his heart. "Uncle Jean, before the battle begins, lead your retinue into the forest to lie in ambush. When those goblin boar heavy cavalry charge you, and Chuck and the others will strike from the trees. Do you understand?" Lin then turned to Alfred with a smile. "So once the battle commences, dismount, and bolster the infantry's formation. Unless absolutely necessary, remain by their side throughout." After securing their agreement, he led 500 human soldiers and several thousand goblin slaves forward, positioning them on a small ridge 2 kilometers from the main camp before riding out alone to challenge the enemy. Mounted on his galloping steed, Lin drew his horsebow, nocked an arrow, and fired 3 volleys skyward, sending a clear signal to the goblin camp of his arrival. Lin dismounted and took his position on the open ground, a bowshot from the camp, watching as the beasts at the gate bared their teeth and snarled at him. At the heart of the camp, the goblin boar heavy cavalry gathered, drinking heavily and growing complacent. They had long dismissed any notion of a surprise attack. They remained unaware that the camp several miles away had already been slaughtered. The initial sounds of battle had startled them, but a messenger from the distant camp claimed rogue goblins driven mad with hunger had turned on their own kind and were now being eliminated. With that settled, the rough warriors contented themselves with stolen wine, looking forward to returning and sharing their plundered prize. Report: barbarians approaching the camp. Upon hearing this, the goblin cavalry surged to their feet, trembling with excitement. Second and third roused the men, the leader barked, then turned to the messenger. "How many have come?" "And my lord, why 1 man has arrived." The messenger stammered, but before he could finish, the leader severed his head in a single strike. "Damn it, I thought there were more," the leader snarled, then tore off the messenger's arm and devoured it raw. "Whoever brings me that man's head shall claim his flesh as spoils." Watch this, brother. A goblin donned his armor and mounted a mountain rock demon boar, charging forward with desperate urgency, as if terrified someone else would claim the prize. Estimating the time these beasts would leave the camp, Lin stealthily pulled 2 heavy arrows from the quiver at his waist, knocking one to the bow and holding the other in his left hand. Seeing the camp gate wide open, Lin immediately shot an arrow toward the center. Originally, this arrow was not meant to kill, merely to startle the beast. Anyone would lose their nerve seeing an arrow fly past them. Yet this beast neither dodged nor flinched, but directly took the full force of the arrow straight to the face. From a distance, the creature's head was blown to pieces. The wild boar, its master fallen, did not flee but turned to bite into the still warm corpse, gobbling it down with relish. Having lost its companion, the leader immediately sent another goblin. As it emerged, an arrow brushed past its side, its heart racing, much of its courage drained away. "Come and die!" it shouted, charging forward with a spear. Lin waited until it was halfway, then lightly pressed his horse's flanks, turning into a gust of wind rushing toward it. In the moment of passing, Lin used his banner spear to deflect the goblin's spear to his right, causing both weapons to miss. Then, as the beast was stunned, he swung his mace with his left hand, striking the goblin's head. Half its face was smashed into pulp, splattering bone and flesh across his own face. The wild boar tried to bite the warhorse's leg with its tusks, and Lin simply pressed his horse's flanks, and the steed leaped nimbly aside, dodging the attack. Having lost 2 elites in a row, the leader was embarrassed. He led all his heavy cavalry out of the camp at once. "Come here and die, you barbarian human!" Seeing his goal achieved, Lin shot 1 last arrow and galloped back. "Where do you think you're going?" Not willing to let him escape, the beasts gave chase in a chaotic swarm. Along the way, whenever he sensed the goblins thinking of turning back, he would wheel around and shoot, wildly closing the distance to give them hope. Finally, the beasts were successfully led into the ambush. Gian and his retainers charged to intercept, while Chuck's men encircled from the rear. Dozens of goblin boar heavy cavalry were annihilated without a single loss. Then carrying the goblin heads he mounted a fresh warhorse and went to provoke them again before the camp. This time nearly 100 goblin boar heavy cavalry came out. After several strenuous efforts they killed all the goblins at the cost of 10 warhorses with broken legs and 8 retainers with crushed skulls. When Enlil went to provoke them again not a single rider emerged from the camp. Clearly they were not fools aware of the ambush. Nevertheless by then these goblins were like toothless tigers. At the cost of over 1,000 goblin slaves the entire camp was finally conquered. That night everyone received ample meat eating their fill. And each slave got a mouthful of warm leftovers. In the middle of the night Enlil specially selected several hundred goblin slaves, elevating them to second-rank slaves and granting them the right to own slaves of their own. This action brought him a piece of news. What did you say? Some first-rank slaves plan to set fires at midnight seeking mutual destruction. Enlil sat high on the main seat, his tone full of pride, appearing indifferent to the matter, but inside a storm raged. The kneeling second-rank goblin slave spoke with a fawning expression. These beasts have no gratitude, unlike me who only wishes to serve you, my lord. You are a clever slave. From now on call yourself this servant. Today I promote you to third-rank servant. Someone bring a knife and armor. From now on assign him a tent with a brazier, and his food and treatment shall be equal to that of a soldier. You know what to do later. As Enlil commanded, several soldiers pushed a sharp knife and a set of heavy infantry armor before the goblin, then led him away to pitch his tent. After the soldiers set up the tent and lit the brazier they threw in a tattered soiled blanket. "'Tis this is the life," the goblin muttered, donning the armor and dreaming of better days. It kept striking various poses inside the tent, quite self-satisfied, ignoring the pain from the freshly branded scar on its body. Just as it was enjoying itself, a soft voice called it back from its dream. "Goblin Bucktooth! It's really you! I've finally found you!" As the words were spoken, a small short goblin sneaked into the tent. "We'll stay in this tent until late night, then I'll take you to find the others. No need, just take me to them. I'm a second-rank slave now, I can lure them near my tent. When it's dark we'll take advantage of the chaos and then slip away." Having said this, Bucktooth Goblin walked straight out of the tent. The smaller goblin thought it made sense and followed behind. "Are all the brothers here?" the goblin's servant suddenly asked out of nowhere inside the tent. One of the goblins beside him stepped forward with a fawning expression. "Boss, everyone's here. What are your orders?" "All right, rest for now. I'll go out and see if I can find some food. Once we've regained our strength we'll move out tonight." With that the goblin's servant kicked aside a slave blocking the tent entrance and strode out. A few minutes later a volley of arrows pierced through the tent, pinning the goblin slaves to the ground. Outside the tent the goblin servant knelt before Enlil with a sycophantic smile. "Master, are you satisfied with this handling?" Enlil glanced at the servant with a sidelong look, his tone icy. "Impassable. Today select 300 slaves from the camp to serve as your personal attendants. Follow me and work hard. There are many days ahead." With that Enlil added before leaving. "Oh, and go kill a few hundred of those beasts surrounding the others. Decide the number yourself. From now on anyone who turns a blind eye to such matters will be punished collectively." That night screams echoed incessantly. Indeed, the oppression of slaves by slaves was far more ruthless and brutal than the oppression of slaves by slave masters. In the royal capital, within the resplendent palace, the second prince was arguing vehemently with his father. The old king sat on his throne gazing with affectionate warmth at this child who resembled him most, the only heir bearing his bloodline. This boy, how much he resembled his younger self, young-spirited and carefree. What a pity my body won't last much longer, or I could clear the final obstacles for him. The old king thought to himself, I will only ever be the king of this country, not the emperor of an empire. But if I can live just a few more months I can forge a great empire where royal power is supreme and divinely ordained. And you upon your ascension will enjoy boundless power, power without any cost. Father, are you even listening? Our top priority now is to unite the feudal lords whose lands have not been ravaged by goblins and form a coalition army then." The second prince's words were cut short by his father's snoring. Who? Snore. 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 The old king signaled, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. The civil official beside him promptly grabbed the second prince, who was about to shake the old king. Your Highness, His Majesty is very tired. Please return to your chambers and rest first. Wait until His Majesty awakens and a servant will summon you. Silence. This is no place for an old servant like you to speak. The second prince, now desperate, shouted at his feigning sleep father. Your Imperial Majesty. The Empire is at a critical moment of survival. How long will you continue to sleep? At these words the once pleasant atmosphere within the palace plummeted. The civil official dared not speak further, bowing deeply to minimize his presence. The old king, seated high above, opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through them. Staring at this foolish son, the only one with his bloodline and inheritance rights, the old king strained every nerve to suppress the overwhelming urge to kill. The Highland domain is strategically located, easy to defend and hard to attack. It serves as the Empire's shield, but now it is also the Empire's shackle. Only after the goblins have wiped out most of those arrogant and tyrannical feudal lords will it be the optimal time for us to dispatch our troops. The best battleground has already been decided, the plain behind the Highland domain. That is where the kingdom's knights can charge most effectively. After speaking just a few sentences, the old king felt parched. He waved his hand and the civil official stepped forward, offering a large goblet of wine. After draining it in one gulp, the old king continued. Only by reclaiming most of the kingdom's castles for the crown can you truly realize your rule over this realm in the future. With that, the old king rose, shook his gem-encrusted luxurious robe, and left a final instruction. Find a way to bring that young lad from the Lake family who hasn't returned yet to see me. Baron Lake is still trustworthy. Watching the old king depart, the second prince was overwhelmed with a sense of powerlessness. After all his efforts, he still could not suppress the rampaging goblins, and could only watch as more than half of the kingdom fell to those lowly beasts. No matter how helpless he felt, he could only write a letter instructing Baron Lake to abandon his ancestral fiefdom, which he had guarded for centuries, and come with his entire family to the royal capital. After many days, he finally established formal contact with Allen Castle today, which meant Lynn had completed 1/4 of his predetermined task. From a distance he observed Allen Castle. Though its stone walls were stained with mottled bloodstains, there were still quite a few garrison troops stationed on the ramparts. The garrison troops on the walls, upon seeing the crest of the Leek family, despite having some concerns about so many goblin slaves, still dispatched a fully armed cavalryman out of the castle to inquire. "Good day, members of the Leek family. What is the matter with these goblins behind you?" The cavalryman greeted Lynn, though his lance remained pointed at him throughout the exchange. "Greetings, Knight of Allen Castle. These goblins are my slaves, and I swear upon the deity I worship that this ability was granted to me by that same god. Furthermore, the Leek family has never betrayed the human race. Should I break this oath, may my entire family perish." Lynn stepped forward, left hand holding his shield for protection, right hand raising 3 fingers, speaking with complete seriousness. Hearing this, the cavalryman became exceedingly excited and said to Lynn, "Oh, how fortunate! It is indeed a rare divine blessing." He did not doubt the truth of Lynn's words, for whenever a believer swears by their deity, regardless of what authority that god possesses, the oath breaker will surely pay the price. "Come, follow me into the castle. It is rather dangerous here." The knight rode forward a few steps, then suddenly turned his horse and swore solemnly to the sky. "I, Dolong Allen, second son of the Baron of Allen, swear by my family that the Allen family has never betrayed the human race. Should I break this oath, may my entire family perish." Once inside the castle, Dolong had Lynn's people settled in the training yard within the city, while he himself hurried to the Lord's mansion to seek instructions from his father, Baron Allen. A bird suddenly appeared in the once clear blue sky, circling above Lynn's army. When it landed on Lynn's shoulder, he discovered a parchment tied to its leg. Upon opening it, he saw his mother's handwriting return immediately. His blood ran cold. Had his home been besieged by a great army again? Or had his father's old illness returned, claiming his life? Not wasting a moment, he took his leave of Baron Allen and led his men back home. The journey that had taken several days to break through on the way there was completed in just 3 days on the return. Gazing at the Leek castle above, where the family crest still stood tall, Lynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the one who came out of the city to welcome him was someone who should not have been there. It was Lynn's second brother, Ming. Lynn approached, raising his lance to avoid piercing his own kin. Seeing his third brother's caution, Ming felt pleased and welcomed him forward, saying, "My lady is quite capable. She barely needed my involvement to assemble a formidable knightly order. Upon hearing that Leek Castle was surrounded by enemy forces, she specifically came with me to reinforce our family." "Ha! Second brother, it's been so long since we last met. You must introduce your wife to me properly." At this moment, Ming was clad in full plate armor, wielding a heavy cavalry lance and mounted on a rare Lunai bloodline warhorse said to run as fast as the wind, with its only weakness being poor endurance. Compared to his previous novice equipment, Ming was now thoroughly upgraded. Accompanying Ming into the city, Lin encountered many of his men along the way. They radiated killing intent with fierce expressions, clearly veterans of desperate battles. It seemed his sister-in-law was truly a capable woman, having assembled such a band of rough mercenaries in less than half a year. This made Lin respect his sister-in-law highly even before meeting her. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw his mother engaged in a fierce argument with his father. "Ansi, this is your family's ancestral land. If we lose it today, it will be nearly impossible to retake it in this lifetime." His mother was extremely agitated, while his father's eyes were bloodshot. "If I do not retreat, then my Leek Castle will become a turtle in a jar, and when the city falls and our people perish, that will truly mean the complete destruction of our family." His parents had argued for hours yet reached no resolution. After all, one choice meant abandoning their ancestral land, the other seizing a chance to survive. This morning a letter arrived from the second prince urging the entire household to flee immediately to the capital. The kingdom had decided to wage war on the vast plains beyond Highland territory, and if they delayed any longer they would be encircled and obliterated. Like Zhang Sun in years past, holding the fortress to the last breath was not unthinkable. Yet at the family council Xian Lin and Ning and their uncles all voted to withdraw. Only Lin's mother and his newly wedded second sister-in-law chose to remain and defend. His mother's reasons for staying were many, among them the legendary women's sword corps who had fought decades without pay for a single fief granted by a monarch. Many of her kin had perished in those battles. To modern eyes, sacrificing lives for a mere fief seemed senseless, but in this age nobles often swore to die with their castles. In the end resistance crumbled before necessity. 2 days hence Baron and C would lead every soul from Light Castle to the capital. Fortuitously his father owned several estates near the capital, beyond the one already granted to Enlin, ensuring these displaced souls would not become rootless outcasts. Now that the decision was made, let us begin preparations. With those words his father departed hand in hand with his mother. By preparations, his father meant excavating the wealth amassed by the Light family across generations, ensuring they would never want for coin again. Seeing his parents leave the lord's residence, Enlin knew there was no reason to linger. Rising, he prepared to join Chuck in packing their belongings. Walking along the castle's winding cobbles, his heart sank like stone. When had it come to this, that even their birthright could no longer be held? He had slain so many goblins, yet still the stronghold slipped away. And once they fled they truly would be exiles, homeless, nameless, stripped of honor. "Little uncle, please wait a moment." A voice clear as a yellow thrush's song pierced the air. Turning, he beheld his second sister-in-law, clad in a pale green silk gown, offering him a gentle, graceful smile. "Second sister-in-law, how may I assist you?" Out of courtesy Enlin offered a slight bow, yet his gaze betrayed no true regard for this woman he barely knew. She swept a lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes luminous with quiet affection, her rose-tinted lips curving with tender warmth. "Little uncle, our first meeting was brief. I have brought but a modest token of goodwill. Please do not think it presumptuous." As she spoke, 2 attendants stepped forward, one leading a spirited little racing steed, the other presenting a battle-ready saber upon open palms. Enlin's eyes flickered with sudden fervor. "Your kindness touches me deeply, but such gifts are far too generous. I cannot accept them." She would not relinquish this golden chance to bind their bond. Stepping closer, she clasped his hands firmly. "This is my heartfelt offering. If you truly acknowledge me as your sister-in-law, then take them without hesitation, or I shall be sorely disappointed." With that she pressed the saber's hilt and the horse's reins into his grasp, leaving only feigned bewilderment as his shield. Enlin chuckled softly, his vacant grin convincing her he was dazed by fortune, prompting her to lower her estimation of him ever so slightly. "Humph, so the heir of a landed noble is naught but a simpleton after all." With that thought she launched into tales of Enming's valor. How he had slain bandits, humiliated arrogant nobles who dared pursue her. Tales Enlin listened to with practiced patience, having little else to pack. "Brother Enming has been gone so long, and yet achieved so much. Truly none of it would have been possible without your guidance, second sister-in-law." "Ha ha ha!" Enlin smiled warmly. The sound of his praise warmed her ears like honeyed wine. "Look how eloquent third brother is." Sensing the moment ripe, she murmured wistfully, "Little uncle, suppose, just suppose, for a moment, that one day your elder brother and second brother clash openly, then where would your loyalty lie?" Before she could finish, Enlin turned and walked away. "What did you say, sister-in-law?" "I'm afraid I must excuse myself. I've pressing matters to attend to. Let us continue this another time." Too soon, too deep. This second sister-in-law was masterful indeed. As Enlin strode off, her expression soured. "He's gone too. Why does no one, prove reliable? All those with hidden agendas vanish the moment duty calls. The capital, the landed nobles, all flee when real decisions loom." Once she had schemed relentlessly to breach the noble circle. Her father believed attending aristocratic banquets would secure patronage, and spare them crushing tariffs. Then a royal envoy announced His Majesty would host a grand banquet, funded solely by merchant donations. Only the top 10 donors would be admitted. Likewise, only those 10 merchants would receive invitations. Unhesitatingly, her father sacrificed half his fortune, and earned the king's personal summons. Since the invitation permitted only 5 guests, he brought his wife, 2 sons, and his daughter. There her sister was claimed on the spot by a noble wastrel, taken as his concubine. Her brothers meanwhile were mocked as piggish and bloated by noble daughters, and beaten senseless by their chivalrous escorts, then ejected from the hall. Yet through her sister's misfortune she began receiving salon invitations from noble women, who ridiculed her clumsy manners and grotesque dancing. As for the patron she sought, Her sister had indeed secured one, but the nobleman indulged only in fleeting novelty. Once bored, he would discard her into a convent. Later she funded impoverished knights, paying both wages and armor for several destitute nobles. The return was worse than casting stones into water. At least stones make a sound, and one may choose to stop tossing them. But should she seize support, the noble's strong arms would seize her instead. Thankfully her father found her a match among the landed gentry, an unremarkable man, perhaps yet infinitely preferable to the decadent aristocracy. She, Izena, swore vengeance upon every noblewoman who had scorned her. Dragging the lunaire hot-blooded racing horse away from that second sister-in-law, and Lin finally came to a halt. "Come, let me check your teeth." He pried open the horse's mouth to inspect. The horse had just grown 4 permanent teeth, indicating an age of about 1 year, the perfect time for training and handling. If the horse were over 3 years old, it would only be suitable for racing, which would be a true waste of its potential. Fortunately, it was not too late to begin training. However, the immediate priority was to gather all the supplies and take everything that could be carried. The next day all the servants in Lake Castle were mobilized. The grain previously brought by the second prince was hastily processed into bread and other easily transportable flour-based goods. As for the timber from the houses, whatever could be dismantled was taken down and made into wooden carts to transport goods. Upon hearing that Baron Lake in his great mercy intended to take them along, the commoners who had lived there for generations voluntarily tore down their own homes without hesitation. What a joke! Rather than perish with their homeland, it was far better to follow the knight to the capital. However, Lin and his wife along with their men found themselves with nothing to do. They could only form a formation in front of the castle, repeatedly having the goblin slaves play the role of imaginary enemies. Thinking that these slaves could also help transport supplies, Lin forbade the soldiers from using them for target practice. In the open space, Lin for the first time relied entirely on himself to train a horse from scratch. In the past, warhorses were usually trained by the castle's old-timers from foalhood, and by the age of 1 or 2 they were ready for riding into battle. Generally speaking, the method was to first fatten the horse, then acclimate it to noise, and finally have it run frequently. But Lin could not resort to such a mediocre approach. According to the new book of effective discipline from his past life, warhorses should be properly fed on ordinary days to increase rapport, then trained constantly to follow commands for turning and advancing and not be startled by sudden touches. For now Lin only needed to train this horse to turn and advance on command and remain unflustered by unexpected contact. Surprisingly, the horse was quite intelligent. After just a few repetitions, it could skillfully follow the instructions. Its docile demeanor was almost unlike that of a horse, prompting him to repeatedly kiss and embrace it. As for the war blade, it appeared to have been forged by craftsmen from Bartles. It was sharp and lightweight, with sturdy strengthening runes carved into the blade to withstand frequent impacts, and the grip's pattern enhanced friction for a secure hold. In the hands of those idle nobles, these 2 items would be nothing more than precious toys, but in Lin's eyes they were lethal weapons for survival on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed. Contrary to the usual poverty, Baron Lake displayed dozens of chests of gold coins, numbering in the tens of thousands, were unearthed from the family's underground vault. Finally, carrying the family's last wealth, the group set off in a grand procession toward the capital. Along the way they passed several villages, all of which had been completely destroyed by goblins. More often they saw knights fleeing with their families toward the capital. That day, after traveling less than 10 li, they encountered a large pile of corpses. Damn! So many bodies! And Lin cursed angrily, his heart agitated by the string of wretched events over these past days. The goblins' modus operandi was unmistakable. The male corpses had their genitals severed, while the female corpses had their intestines, heart, lungs, and other organs scattered on the ground, and even their uteri were pulled out of the body. Even the beastly Japanese invaders from his past life would have to admit they were amateurs. Suppressing the stench, he ordered men to move the corpses aside, only to discover that many bore the crests of nobles. What's going on? These nobles are all lords of the Highland territories. Usually surrounded by attendants, they couldn't possibly have been slaughtered by goblins in such a place. What terrified him most was not the corpses, but the fact that his scouts had found no hostile creatures within a 5 li radius. Yet, as he puzzled over this, a small black dot was circling overhead. 10 li north of the convent on a concealed hillside. How is it, Eagle? Whose carriage is that? A bald burly man asked the Cuman man beside him, who had his eyes closed. What a pity, hyena. This target you cannot kill. It's the Lake family, recorded by His Majesty. By the way, the old scribe is also there, and it seems he spotted us. The Cuman man opened his eyes, a regretful expression on his face. On hearing it was the Lake family, hyena was naturally disappointed. What a damn shame. Finally meet a target, and we can't kill it. After traveling a great distance, and Lin still detected nothing amiss, so he finally relaxed, attributing it to an accident. Husband, I think I'm pregnant. Yolanchigan's words stunned Lin. Wait, what did you say? What do you mean by pregnant? Lin quickly asked, knowing that they had only been together once. Could she really be with child? Mother said that if a woman feels nauseous when eating and craves sour or sweet things, that means she's carrying a child. What do you think? If I give birth to a boy, how about we go to Bartles sometime and capture a few dozen or 100 slaves? Yulanchigan was extremely excited, her mind now completely set on going to Bartles for slaves. Unlin was somewhat puzzled. What was the necessary connection between having a child and capturing slaves? Wife, why do you always want to go to Bartles to capture slaves? The woman replied with an innocent expression, the slaves there are the best. Even when captured they don't run away. And every spring their slave masters come to the grasslands to burn and plunder, killing many of our people. Hearing his wife say this, Lin went along with her. All right, let's turn all of them into slaves and let our children rule over them for generations. Good. Our children will rule them forever. Yulanchigan was extremely excited, galloping back and forth on her warhorse. I never expected that I would be the first to have a child. And Lin gave a bitter smile. Before he could dwell on it, his mother found him. Son, don't let that girl eat so much. I saw her stuffing herself until she could barely breathe. She's still eating like crazy. If she keeps this up, something will happen. Stunned, Lin realized her nausea was from overeating, not pregnancy. After she had vented her excitement, Lin told her the cold hard truth and strictly limited her food portions. After several more days of travel, they finally left the highland territories and reached the Kasu plain, which led directly to the capital. On the plain stood several conspicuous small towns. Looking down from a height, they could see scattered groups of the kingdom's herders grazing cattle and sheep. The plain was free of goblins and other ferocious monsters, only livestock and a few refugee nobles with their private soldiers. The Lake family's contingent, with goblins pulling carts as slaves, and a large number of commoners, stood out conspicuously on this open ground. On the newly sprouted grass, galloping at full speed, felt utterly reckless. The hot-blooded horse beneath Lin urged on raced wildly across the plain. For once, with nothing to worry about, he was happy to run to his heart's content on this vast grassland. After several days of traveling along the great thoroughfare across the vast plains, Lin had long since lost his initial excitement, his gaze now weary of the boundless wilderness scenery. Enemies or obstacles could be spotted with a single glance. There was no need for scout riders or advance parties. All he had to do was keep his mind fixed on the road ahead and press on. At this point, to stave off madness, his entertainment had devolved into riding his spirited horse to whip the slaves, or dismounting to personally lay into them when he grew tired of riding. He even had commoners take up the whip and beat the slaves to death with their own hands. Considering the need for hauling goods, he had to forego whipping the sturdier goblins and instead targeted the emaciated skeletal ones. Moreover, with live targets at hand, he had developed some techniques for whipping livestock: aim for the face, flick the wrist, twist the waist, and crack the whip. With the right finesse, he could torture a slave to death with hundreds of lashes or shatter their bones with just a few strokes. He had reached a state of utter unbearable boredom. He couldn't and wouldn't play dice or finger-guessing games with those grunt soldiers. As for chatting about old times with his second sister-in-law, no thank you, her mind was far too calculating. His father and mother were currently in a cold war, constantly bickering and arguing, often forcing him to answer the question, who would he save if they were both in danger? Indeed, the classic falling into the water dilemma seemed to exist in every world. Wulan Chagan walked up to Lin, her face beaming with excitement, brandishing her catch like a trophy. Husband, look what I got. His wife wore a bright smile, and Lin took the string of prey with a helpless expression on his face. 13 rats, and 6 rabbits. That was the result of her entire afternoon's work. Lin was not that skilled with a bow. He could hit a target at close range, but actually hunting rabbits in the underbrush would have been a waste of good arrows. Give the rats to the common folk. Roast the rabbits. We'll have 3 for ourselves, 2 for the parents, and 1 for the sister-in-law. Lin allocated the prey, and while Wulan Chagan was somewhat reluctant, she held her tongue. Sigh, this wife of mine has suffered too much hardship in the past. Eating well now is a way to make up for her body's deficiencies. The life the common people led could be summed up in one word: bitter. On the grasslands, any good catch had to be given to the men of the family first to fill their stomachs, then enough had to be set aside as tribute for the Khan. Whatever was left was barely enough to give their mouths a taste of something decent. Afterwards, the caravan made a rare exception and lit a roasting fire, grilling the preserved goblin jerky alongside the fresh, succulent rabbit meat. It wasn't just the members of the Lake family who participated, even the commoners managed to get some warm leftover scraps. As for the slaves, they could dream on. If the roast ran short, they might just slaughter a couple of them on the spot for fresh meat. Lin looked at the 3 rabbits on his plate, and then at the stew of offal his wife was savoring, and felt a headache coming on. Wife, these rabbits were specially prepared for you. Why do you insist on eating that smelly, foul-tasting stuff? You'll reek of it for days. His wife tried to brush it off, explaining, I'll just eat this. You men need the meat for strength, and eating more meat helps you father children. Lin was utterly baffled. Since when did eating meat to have children apply to men? After some persistent questioning, he finally understood his wife's grassland logic. The grassland people believed that when a couple couldn't conceive, the man was the primary factor, because if he was too weak from hunger to plant the seed, the woman would have no chance of getting pregnant. Thus the meat had to go to the man first, and the woman could only make do with the leftover bones. And if a woman couldn't bear children, it was because the man was inadequate. Aside from being exchanged for another man who could plant seeds better, there was no other solution. Of course, if she was still barren after being exchanged, the woman's fate would be to be traded away as mere goods, perhaps not even worth a single sheep. Now she was so skinny she was practically skin and bones. If she were to get pregnant in this state, it would likely end in the death of both mother and child. So Lin enlightened her with the modern concept of pregnancy. A woman who eats more meat before pregnancy will conceive more easily. If a woman can eat meat, she has the ability to bear children. And he cited a rather dubious theory. Empress Krista of the Duchy of Tyros, because she ate so much meat, gave birth to a baby boy from one of her male consorts at the ripe old age of 60. This theory would hardly convince an educated person from his past life, but it was more than enough to persuade this illiterate daughter of Bert. And so under Lin's supervision, Wulan Chagan devoured 2 whole roast rabbits, stopping only when he felt her stomach and confirmed it was truly bloated. Of the remaining rabbit, Lin ate only half, and the other half was barely enough for a single bite for each of his retainers. As the group was merrily feasting, 3 cavalrymen approached from the road ahead, dragging a prisoner towards the direction of the highland territory. Lin was so profoundly bored that he would inspect a tree just to see if it was real, so there was no way he would let these cavalrymen pass by. He mounted his horse and charged towards the trio, his speed astonishing. His retainers, seeing him take off, abandoned their meat without a second thought, vaulted onto their horses and gave chase. The lead cavalryman's reaction was amusing. Even on horseback he began to sway wildly, startling his own mount. From a distance he seemed paralyzed with fear at the approaching riders. He kicked his horse's flanks violently but forgot to pull the reins. The startled horse bolted forward. The horse charged and the man panicked. He didn't know whether to pull the reins or not. Finally, gritting his teeth, he kicked both feet out of the stirrups and leapt from the saddle. He tumbled into the underbrush, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Fortunately, Lin had no intention of killing. He reined his horse to a halt 100 paces from the remaining 2 cavalrymen, and even helpfully captured the runaway horse. "Hey there, cavalryman, you've forgotten every trick you know. If you ride like that in battle, you'll be dead before you know it." "Ha ha." As Lin laughed, his retainers joined in. Seeing that Lin showed no murderous intent, the cavalryman mounted his horse and galloped away, abandoning his 2 comrades without a backward glance. He was so fast that Lin's spirited horse could not have caught him. The 2 remaining cavalrymen, seeing their leader flee, made a snap decision. They stabbed their horses' haunches, and within an instant they were 100 meters away. "Did they take me for a highwayman?" Lin sneered, and his retainers began to jeer as well. The prisoner, however, remained remarkably calm. "You shouldn't have saved me. They are nobles of the Hayden family. By rescuing me you flatter yourself. Who said anything about rescuing you? Tell me what crime you've committed. If your story entertains me, I'll let you live. If not, I'll give you a quick death." Lin had no patience to hear the prisoner's full explanation, so he cut him off mid-sentence. Night fell and everyone lit a bonfire, preparing to find a place to camp and rest. "Are you kidding me? You want to seek advancement by asking a prostitute of a lecherous noble?" "Ha!" And Lin burst into laughter at the news. 3 sentences dispelled Lin's mental exhaustion. This prisoner named Christopher was the product of a noble's drunken fling. His mother was the lowest type of nightingale prostitute in the tavern, hoping to rise in status through her child. But the noble denied everything after the deed, and only the monastery's intervention forced him to accept the burden. Then they took the child and abandoned the mother, throwing Christopher to the most troublesome old pervert in the manor to be raised. When he came of age, he was sent directly to the army to fulfill the family's conscription quota. In the camp he honorably became a qualified warrior, and also honorably became a qualified lackey for a noble. Because of his solid spear skills, he always served as a qualified thug. So when the second prince recruited soldiers last year, he thought of finding the courtesan that the noble frequented, trying to get her to whisper in the noble's ear. To ensure success, he specially hired a glib-tongued minstrel as an assistant. But after a few sips of ale he became drunk and delirious, dragging the courtesan to play the most popular card game of the time. In the end he did manage to sleep with the courtesan thoroughly. The next morning he was arrested by his commander, and tortured for half a year before being sent to the Highland fief to fend for himself. And Lin, haha. What kind of worldly suffering is this? I just wanted to get closer, but we ended up becoming kindred spirits. So amusing. Too damn interesting. I'll give you a chance. Didn't you say you were skilled with the spear? So saying, and Lin pointed at himself. You and I will have a contest. I'll use a real spear and you'll use a wooden pole wrapped in lime. If you can mark 5 white dots on me, I'll take you as my subordinate. How about it? Christopher nodded eagerly upon hearing he could survive. Everyone get out of the way. And Lin shouted, smashing the shackles with a hammer, then discarding it, and grabbing a spear to thrust at him. The attendants automatically cleared a space to avoid getting splattered with blood. Lin held the spear with his left hand near the tip and his right hand at the butt, slightly bending his knees into a horse stance, assuming a spear-thrusting posture. Christopher raised the spear but above his head, making a downward-thrusting posture. Kill! With a fierce shout, Lin pushed off his back leg, lunging forward half a step, his spear shooting out like lightning, aiming straight for the man's chest. Clang! A crisp sound and Lin's spear was forcefully parried. Then Christopher changed his downward thrust to an upward swing, striking Lin's chest. Lin, who had been struck squarely, was pleasantly surprised by the prisoner's spear skills. In an instant he parried first, and then thrust, showing that his foundation in spear arts was extremely solid, and his on-the-spot adjustments were also very clever. Not bad. A look of approval flashed in Lin's eyes, and his killing intent towards the prisoner diminished greatly. Both sides stepped back again. This time Christopher attacked first, his spearhead like a viper's tongue, each move aiming at the lower body, causing Lin to scramble. Seizing an opening, Lin tightened his waist, and used a burst of force, shattering the wooden pole with a short explosive power, stopping at the throat. 2 inches from the throat, the spearhead halted the sharp tip, making him break out in cold sweat. "Why didn't you dodge?" Lin demanded coldly. Christopher, as if foreseeing the outcome, closed his eyes with a heart ashen. "I can't dodge." Lin laughed heartily, tossing the spear to Chuck beside him. "You pass. Someone arrange an empty tent for him." Waking up, Christopher thought he was still dreaming. "Lord Christopher, this is something Lord Lin asked me to give you." A servant in a coarse brown linen tunic spoke as he carried the items neatly into the tent. There were not many things, just a nearly new set of black martial attire along with new boots, a new waterskin, and other small accessories. Outside the tent stood a regulation spear too long to bring inside. Stepping out of the tent, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Yesterday he was a prisoner, today he was an honored guest. The sudden shift in status made it difficult to adapt. "What's wrong?" "Didn't sleep well." Lin, who had already begun directing the servants to prepare the meal, saw him standing dumbfounded at the tent entrance, and could not help but laugh. "Nothing, my lord. The arrangements are excellent. I slept very well," Christopher hurried to reply when Lin called him, his tone filled with humility and deference. "You are a soldier. You can have killing intent, you can have pride, but you must never have a servile demeanor. From now on, stand up straight when you speak. If you talk like that again, I'll have you flogged. Chuck, teach him our rules. Don't let him lose his head for breaking military law and waste his skills." Lin understood that Christopher's demeanor today was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, with his life hanging by a thread, all the pent-up fury and murderous intent had burst forth. Today, with his life no longer in danger, he naturally reverted to the sycophantic behavior he had used to curry favor with his superiors, hoping to become Lin's trusted confidant. Having said that, Lin ignored him and turned to attend to other matters. After eating and taking care of bodily needs, the group continued their journey toward the royal capital. After several more days of travel, they finally sighted the walls of the royal capital. At the city gates, many soldiers were encamped, their tents mostly bearing the heraldic banners of enfeoffed nobles. Most of the enfeoffed nobles, clad in armor and mounted on horseback, were shouting around the capital, demanding to break in and slaughter all those insolent pale-faced nobles who looked down on others. At this moment, the great banner of the Lake family drew the attention of all. The enfeoffed nobles believed that the Lake family, having a fief of their own, would surely side with them in this great matter of right and wrong. The landless nobles on the city walls also thought that the Lake family were not mere petty loyalists, but great loyalists who would unwaveringly support the royal family in this struggle between royal authority and military power. He chose to pitch camp at the edge of the city, then, claiming illness, asked Mr. Alfred to help him refuse any visits from enfeoffed nobles. Seeing this, the enfeoffed nobles understood that he had chosen the royal family, and thus ceased all contact with him, putting on a show of severing ties. After a while, a bamboo basket was lowered from the city wall. Inside was the second Prince William. "Ha! Baron Lake, you finally arrived. My father and I have been waiting for you for so long." William's voice arrived before he did. Father stepped forward and with great courtesy gave a knight's salute. "I apologize for the delay due to the arduous journey." William whispered something in N's ear, and the two of them then entered the bamboo basket together. Watching his father enter the city, Lin suddenly remembered the slaves that had not yet been dealt with. He ordered his soldiers to lead the goblin slaves 100 paces away. The slaves' hands and feet were bound together with ropes, making even walking difficult, let alone escape. "Archers, aim! 120 paces!" The commander of the archers gave the order, and the archers immediately trained their weapons on the enemy. "Release!" At the command, 100 arrows flew in unison, striking precisely into the midst of the slaves. "I'm a slave. I can still pull carts. Why are you doing this to me? I'm a second-class slave. I'm a second-class slave. You can't do this to us." The slaves struggled to scatter in all directions, only to find the hemp ropes too strong, firmly binding their hands and feet. 5 volleys. No rest. Crossbowmen ready. 3-row volley. The herald gave the order again. The crossbowmen stepped forward and together with the archers shot at the slaves. However, the heavy crossbows had far greater power and a much more lethal effect. They formed a line, heavy crossbowmen in front, light crossbowmen behind in 3 rows. First row fire. The heavy crossbow bolts instantly punched several transparent holes through the slaves 100 paces away. Second row reload fire. The front row heavy crossbowmen handed their crossbows to the teammates behind them, then took the light crossbows from their teammates, and continued firing. This cycle repeated until no slave remained standing. Only then did the commander order the shooters to cease fire. Seeing this, Lin ordered the sword and shield soldiers to advance and inspect the battlefield, collecting the heads. Outside the city the air was thick with blood and slaughter. Though the feudal nobles remained relatively composed, the garrison on the walls were terrified out of their wits. What kind of living devil was this so ruthless and merciless? Thousands of captives were slaughtered without hesitation, and their severed heads were piled into ghastly mounds. In fact, that was not all. To report his military exploits and show the second prince that his investment was not wasted, and Lin had specially preserved the goblin heads he had severed with quicklime, and they were now stored on the rear carts. Now the ground outside the city was strewn with corpses. How to deal with this? God, come out and clean up. A flash of red light passed, and Lin leveled up 2 more times. He was now a level 17 knight. It felt like an evolution. He now felt he could kill his former self with his bare hands. As he was immersed in his newfound power, the wooden city gates slowly opened and several knights emerged from within. The barons who had set up camp saw someone leaving the city, spurred their horses forward, and attempted to ask the kingdom's emperor, that old beast, why he had not opened the gates to welcome them. In response, they were told that the king was unwell and could not meet with the barons. The barons could temporarily stay at the estates of some landless nobles. This answer obviously did not satisfy these old warlords, but all things considered, it was the only feasible option. Could they really build a stockade on the spot, cut down trees to make ladders, and directly assault the capital as they had in the past? With a great enemy at hand, they must unite against the external threat. That was the consensus among the feudal nobles. However, they did not know that their sovereign's thought was, rather give to foreign powers than to my own servants. But no matter how helpless, they could only lead their several hundred soldiers and find a nearby estate to stay temporarily. As for whether the estate had an owner, that was unimportant. For example, a conversation at one estate went like this. Haha, we roughnecks will stay at your place for a few days, and when the war is over we'll leave. You won't say no, will you? Sorry, but our master said the estate is already full. There's really no room for you gentlemen soldiers. So you're not giving me face, huh? It really can't be done. If you come in. Ah. The estate steward was stabbed to death, and the baron led his men to successfully occupy the estate. Another example. Hey, you profiteer. A sack of wheat at this price. Even in the county town the price isn't this extortionate. Are you trying to cheat us out of our hard-earned money? Honorable soldiers, a sack of wheat costs at least 50 copper coins. If you're really short, 30 copper coins is also acceptable. We're just a small operation here, we really can't go any lower. I think you're asking for death. With that, the estate steward was chopped down by a soldier, and the entire estate warehouse was looted clean, not a single copper coin left. The baron's wild behavior provoked great discontent among the landless nobles within the capital. Many went to complain to the old emperor, but all cases ended up unresolved. The only thing those angry nobles could do was find some jesters, have them act as soldiers of the feudal nobles at banquets, and then kill the jesters to vent their rage. Then they would have minstrels compose several poems denouncing the atrocities of those feudal nobles, and have them sung in the mansions of various nobles. Of course, Lin and his companions did not need to join the barons in seizing estates. After they left, Lin's group was greeted by knights who had come out of the city and escorted into the capital. Hello, cousins. The leading knight was a woman, and she spoke these words as soon as they met. Cousins, what kind of relative is this? His mother stepped forward and replied with a smile. You must be Infuna's daughter. It's been so many years and she already has a daughter this grown. Quick, sons, come meet your sister. With that she revealed Ming and Lin behind her. Two cousins, nice to meet you. I'm Infia, your cousin. My mother heard you traveled a long way and has specially prepared a grand banquet. Infia touched her forehead with her hand, drew a 5-pointed star in the air, and finally bowed slightly. What is she doing? A performance. Oh, I forgot. The capital is different from the fiefs. These are all courtesies a knight must learn. When there's time later, my mother will find an etiquette officer to teach you all specifically. Cousin Infia said, taking a folding fan from her waist, covering her mouth with the fan, and speaking with an apologetic expression. Although her tone was full of apology, and Lin could still hear that this cousin seemed to be mocking him for not understanding etiquette, calling him a country bumpkin. And you a knight, you don't carry a sword but a fan. His mother naturally caught the implied meaning. She sighed softly, then struck out like lightning. A punch landed on Enfia's nose, causing her to bleed from nose and mouth and wail in pain. Your mother didn't dare speak to me like that back then. Who do you think you are? If she hadn't stubbornly refused to step onto the dueling ring, I would have slit her throat long ago. I'm not killing you now because you're still young. If you don't get lost, you'll die right here. After saying that, his mother ignored the cousin and rode away on her horse. You asked for it and you're asking for death, as the saying goes. In high spirits, she threw a heavy punch, one punch, another punch. The fierce mother delivered a deliberate blow. Another poem praised. Mother threw a heavy punch, first hit the mother, then the daughter. It's not that she didn't give you face, but you really asked for it. Sons, come follow your mother into the city. With that, their mother led Lin and the others toward the city gate. And Lin finally instructed his 500 soldiers. Bring out all the severed heads we've taken, line them up in a square formation, and await the second prince's inspection. Upon entering the city gates, Lin immediately noticed how different the royal capital was from his fiefdom. Mother, why are there no beggars in the royal capital? Indeed, there were no beggars here, not even a single person in tattered clothing. Throughout the streets and alleys, even the common peddlers and laborers were clad in resplendent garments. Noble ladies gathered together, discussing which flower shop had the most beautiful blooms, and which confectionery offered the most exquisite cakes. This is utterly absurd. And Lin casually pointed at a passerby. What in the world is that bizarre get-up? The man's clothing was covered with embroidered beasts, birds, and intricate patterns. Most strikingly, the man's attire was a garish mix of red and green. His mother glanced over and remarked, Son, that is a heraldry officer. The patterns on his clothes are the family crests of the nobility. And Lin asked, Oh. And what about that man in the tall blue hat with all those designs on it? His mother replied, That is the chief heraldry officer. The crest on his hat represents his own family's lineage. Typically this position is given to the less favored children of noble houses. Well, his mother was certainly well-traveled and knowledgeable, and he was just too narrow-minded. Nevertheless, the excessive ostentation of the capital still vexed Lin to no end. These uneducated commoners pursued lavishness for its own sake, adorning themselves with pearls, gemstones, gold, and silver, until they practically glittered from head to toe. And Lin felt a strong urge to knock them unconscious and rob them. In fact, even Qianlong, that emperor with notoriously questionable aesthetic taste back on Earth, would be hailed as a master of elegance in this world. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of shops, yet most were flower shops, perfume boutiques, tailors, and numerous academies for etiquette and dance. The entire capital has hardly any blacksmith forges or grain stores. A sense of unease gripped Lin's heart as he pieced together this troubling information. He watched as fathers constantly sent their sons into etiquette schools and their daughters to learn dance and song before heading off to toil in their own workshops. This chaotic state of affairs was deeply unsettling. The bakeries sold not coarse black bread but soft white loaves made with milk and honey. The tailor shops offered not simple linen garments but opulent silk robes. The cost of living here was exorbitant. Prices were often quoted in silver coins, and occasionally one might see a generous soul paying with gold. The entire capital was caught in a frenzy of extravagant consumption. Now all he wanted was to confront that old bastard and ask if he was trying to ruin the kingdom. At this rate, if an enemy nation were to invade apart from the fief-holding nobles, there would be virtually no strength left to fight. Before long, Lin's family finally located the house his father had purchased in the capital and settled their luggage. Mother, I need to go to the estate on the outskirts of the city. If anyone from the second prince's faction comes looking for me, just tell them to go and organize the 500 soldiers stationed outside the city. He handed his lance to his mother, tossed his scale armor into the house, and rode out of the city with his retainers, including Chuck, heading straight for the estate. He was eager to see what was actually growing in his fields. After a swift ride, the sun was already setting by the time he arrived at the estate. 2 professional soldiers at the estate saw Lin approaching on horseback and immediately came forward to greet him. We await your arrival, my lord. And Lin had no time for ceremony. He led his retainers through the gates without hindrance. Damn it! It's ruin! The moment he entered, he was greeted by a large ornamental fountain, while the surrounding farmland was planted with a riot of colorful flowers. To the left, flowers; to the right, grapes and other fruit for winemaking. The estate steward proudly smiled and said, Master, this is what we have built with a substantial investment. Every year during the blooming season we receive a flood of orders from flower shops. There are also some provincial merchants who pay a fortune in gold to rent our grounds for their banquets. And Lin felt a sense of despair wash over him. He closed his eyes and asked, Is it only our family that does this? There was no need for an answer. If one family did it, surely all the others would have followed suit. And Lin felt a sense of despair wash over him. He closed his eyes and asked, Is it only our family that does this? There was no need for an answer. If one family did it, surely all the others would have followed suit. When grain becomes cheap, it hurts the farmers. If growing flowers is more profitable than growing food, then everyone will inevitably rush to plant flowers. The subsequent soil erosion from flower cultivation would then lead to a decline in grain production. The end result would be only one thing: famine. Master, this magnificent and prosperous manor is perfectly suited to host your distinguished guests, and I trust the noble lady will not hesitate to forge an unforgettable bond with you here. The manor steward stood beside Lin, speaking with deferential humility, as he introduced the resplendent scenery. You mentioned a flower order from the royal capital's florists. Lin knew full well that spring sowing had already passed. Without hesitation he commanded, you have 3 days, sell off every unsightly item in this place, then procure grain from neighboring regions. The more grain the better. But many noblewomen in the capital have already reserved these flowers for... The steward attempted to protest, yet Lin had clearly lost all patience. I appointed you steward of my manor. Was it to instruct me how to govern? His riding whip rose high, and cracked viciously across the steward's face. This strike bore lethal intent, carving a deep crimson gash across his cheek. The wound gaped so deeply that pale tooth roots gleamed beneath torn flesh. The steward dared not flinch, bowed low, eyes tightly shut, blood dripping steadily from his chin onto the ground with soft rhythmic taps. Get out, this manor has no further use for you. At that dismissal the steward fled as if delivered from death itself, vanishing from Lin's sight in frantic bounding strides. Chuck, I entrust this to you: sell the flowers, then acquire grain, every last bushel you can secure. Here is the coin, distribute severance payments to the flower growers. In 2 days I'll send our own farmers to reclaim these fields, within months we shall sow anew. With a sharp gesture Lin issued Chuck his new orders. These ornamental blooms unsettled him, so he turned away at once, leaving behind this barren, unproductive land. Racing headlong toward the city gate he found the soldiers still standing rigid in formation, motionless awaiting his command. Only upon receiving permission to rest did they dare retreat to camp for food and repose. The gate guards, aware that Prince Second had personally escorted Lin into the city, wasted no time. They bowed deeply and swung wide the great gates to welcome him in. No sooner had he stepped across his threshold than he noticed every member of his household changing attire. Ah, uncle is back. Quick, change into this. The king himself has invited us to tonight's banquet. We must dress magnificently, to match the dignity befitting our station. His second sister-in-law spoke incessantly while her hands moved just as swiftly, first spritzing Lin with perfume, then thrusting into his arms a silk garment so ostentatiously embroidered it bordered on garish. Silk was undeniably comfortable, but the relentless family crest repeated across every inch induced vertigo. Though Lin recoiled inwardly from such flamboyant attire, he swallowed his distaste and accepted it without protest. En route to the palace, his second sister-in-law seemed determined to ensure every noble house in the capital knew she was bound for the king's banquet. The carriage, purchased with her dowry the garments, funded by her dowry the ornaments, and jeweled scepter, all acquired with her dowry. And Lin's family had but one duty: to wear what she had bought. This was no boast. When nobles endorsed the brand, no proclamation was needed. Merely wearing its garments sufficed. Imitators would inevitably surge forth, elevating the name to legendary status. As for payment, to wear your wares is the highest honor a noble can bestow. Dare you ask for coin, and risk learning the meaning of hierarchy at the point of a long sword? At the palace gates they were struck speechless by the sheer grandeur of the retinue. The gilded entrance shimmered with embedded jewels. Attendants stood ramrod straight along both sides. After verifying their invitation, a herald raised his voice in resonant chant, the House of L.E.C.K. His cry echoed down the corridor until deep within the palace a banner bearing the Lek family crest unfurled. Only then were they permitted entry. Inside, the path beneath their feet was paved with flawlessly smooth stone slabs. Servants immediately approached, guiding them through the palace halls while reciting its strictest protocols. Among these decrees: never address the monarch as emperor, never strike or berate another, never devour food like a starving beast. As the servant spoke, Prince Second William emerged directly ahead. Ah, your highness, may your grace flourish. The servant bowed slightly, left hand resting over his chest, right hand pressed firmly against his thigh. Enough, father wishes to meet the third son of House Lek. Lin, follow me, now. With that, William seized Lin's arm and hurried him toward a side wing of the palace. Your highness, I've assembled a new regiment stationed just beyond the city walls. Seizing the chance, Lin broached the matter of his newly formed troops. William dismissed it with indifference. Soon father will test you with questions, you must answer earnestly. Your future hinges upon this. Understand? I understand. Passing 2 smaller palaces and traversing 3 imposing archways, Lin and William finally stood before the king. My son, is this the loyal, courageous, and wise knight you spoke of? He does appear remarkably spirited. Before Lin stood the king, towering at least 2.5 meters tall, his girth nearly matching his height. Every movement evoked a mountain of flesh swaying ponderously, his fingers glittered with gem-encrusted rings radiating opulence and decadence. Father, this is Lin, the third son of Baron Leck. William stepped forward to present him. The aged monarch's gaze softened, lost momentarily in nostalgic reverie as if recalling a long-lost friend. Lately nobles have grown increasingly indulgent. Tasks I assign remain unresolved. Gold flows like water yet vanishes into the coffers of parasites. Tell me, what should I do? The king posed his first question, and waited calm and expectant. And Lin reflected briefly, then replied, Your Majesty, the root cause lies in noble idleness. Why not entrust these duties to those among them who possess genuine talent? A flicker of doubt crossed the king's eyes. Had he not just declared nobles were idle? And now this youth suggested seeking capable ones among them. Was this not self-contradictory? Yet mindful that this was his own son's chosen protégé, he suppressed the impulse to order servants to drag him out, and instead asked nobles lavish praise upon their own abilities. Even the most mediocre skill is masked by honey tongues. How then shall one discern true merit? Lin spoke with solemn gravity. There are two methods. Both I name: inspection recommendation and direct recruitment. Inspection recommendation operates, thus nobles nominate promising heirs from their own houses, assign them tasks, retain those who excel, and dismiss those who falter. The king's heart surged with delight, until Lin continued. Direct recruitment casts its net wider, scouring the entire realm for exceptional junior officers renowned for competence, then elevating them to nobility. These new aristocrats lack ancestral roots, and thus owe their stations solely to the crown. Tasks entrusted to them, they will fulfill with unwavering devotion, even at the cost of their lives. The elderly king slapped his thigh, eyes gleaming with sharp light. Excellent. Magnificent. Your proposal aligns perfectly with my own heart. Take this ring as your reward. With that he plucked a sapphire-studded ring from his left little finger, and tossed it carelessly toward him. Lin caught the ring and immediately bowed in gratitude. Your Majesty's generosity honors me beyond measure. As he held it in his palm, a cool, invigorating current seeped into his mind, instantly dispelling all traces of weariness. This ring is no ordinary trinket, it is precisely these that keep me lucid. The king murmured with a faint smile, raising his hands to display the multitude of rings adorning every finger. Son, step outside. I wish to speak privately with this young man. The second prince obediently withdrew, leaving only the king and Lin within the hall. A long silence settled between them, until at last the king broke it. I know what you are thinking. Yes, my son shall inherit the throne after me. The king delivered the revelation without preamble, a weighty declaration. Good news, your family has backed the heir apparent, and thus stands firmly among the crown's inner circle. Even better news, as the military pillar of the heir's faction, your house shall feast upon abundance, while most others will be left to scavenge scraps. The king spoke again. Therefore I expect your family to serve my son with the same unwavering loyalty you once showed my father. And Lin swiftly pledged his fealty. I and Lin swear upon my soul I shall serve the second prince without hesitation, through fire, through blood, until my final breath. Should I ever betray this oath, may the deity I revere strike me down, cast me into the infernal flames of hell, where I shall endure 1,000 years of searing torment. The king nodded in quiet satisfaction, then sighed wearily. Very well, you may go. Tonight's banquet belongs to the youth, I shall not attend. A servant promptly offered a large goblet of wine. The king drained half in rapid gulps, choking slightly yet still forcing the rest down his throat. Cough, cough, go now. Cough, cough, I need rest, cough, cough. Choking violently, he was led away by his attendants. Lin hurried out, only to be seized in a tight embrace the moment he crossed the threshold. Oh, my loyal knight, how shall I reward such devotion? Prince William murmured, his arms tightening around him. Lin's vow had been overheard in full, and now in the prince's eyes he was irrevocably bound as an unshakable loyalist. Who in their right mind worships a god of slaughter and deceit? Certainly not Lin, ha ha ha. Turning to the prince, he asked another question. Your Highness, has His Majesty always been thus? Prince William wore an odd expression. Why do you ask? Father has been like this for years. Physicians claimed he simply needed more meat, but instead his drowsiness worsens and his urine flows ever more freely. Nothing in particular. Still, I wonder, has His Majesty developed any purple discoloration or ulceration on his extremities? Lin pressed further. The prince stared astonished. How could you possibly know? Indeed, His Majesty's feet bear several necrotic sores, treated repeatedly with magical salves yet showing no sign of healing. Do you possess a remedy? Ah, merely idle curiosity. As for His Majesty's condition, I confess I have no cure to offer. Tell me, however, what delights await us tonight at the banquet? These past days of travel have left me restless. I desperately crave something diverting to ease my mind. Prince William burst into hearty laughter. Delights abound. You shall depart tonight utterly fulfilled. Guards stationed along the way were ignored entirely as they strode straight down the royal passage reserved for the sovereign. With a creaking groan, Prince William guided Lyn's hand and stepped into the banquet hall. "Allow me to present my most faithful knight, Lyn." With such fervent praise from the prince, Lyn instantly became the object of fascination among noble maidens. "Daughters of merchants must remain where it is warm. Cool, shaded spaces belong solely to noble-born ladies." Clad in flamboyant gowns, the noble women surged forward, sending furtive glances, issuing dance invitations, yet their cloying perfume and musky scent left Lyn light-headed and disoriented. At last, escaping the throng, Lyn retreated to a quieter corner, chiefly to escape the overwhelming stench, only to hear a noble youth singing of valor. "The knight's second daughter is not my love, yet forbidden passion stirs the soul." Ah, no, that is incorrect. It is a ballad glorifying illicit love, not martial prowess, as Lyn had mistakenly assumed. Still, such verses held a certain charm. The youth continued. "A naive youth stirred by longing for the opposite sex gathers courage to declare his love. His cousin startled rushes to inform the baron, whose whip falls cruel and merciless. All the world condemns this love, the innocent knight suffers hardship, yet remains entranced by passion. Consumed by unrequited love, the knight nears death's door, until a radiant noblewoman tender and wise rescues him from ruin. Time passes, the beloved marries another, the knight too has found true companionship." When the final note faded, every noble youth applauded wildly, tossing coins generously as tokens of admiration. Truly no one tires of gossip. Seeing the singer prepare no further verses, and spying his parents nearby, Lyn quietly slipped away. "Father! Mother! There you are!" Reunited at last, Lyn had no intention of parting again. Eulanchigan, seated nearby, devoured food voraciously, and upon seeing her husband, immediately thrust a plate overflowing with meat toward him. "Enough, wife, set aside your meal. Come, let us take a turn about the hall." Recalling the ailing monarch's affliction, Lyn knew this world suffered from a malady akin to diabetes, one potentially fatal. He dared not allow his wife to overindulge. Should she truly become portly, domestic harmony would surely crumble. Though Eulanchigan longed for more, her husband's word was law, and obedience was absolute. Suddenly a servant's shrill announcement echoed. "Noble knights and ladies, dance freely and joyfully." At once attendants rushed forward, clearing tables to reveal the polished floor reserved for dancing. Prince William led the way, taking a noble maiden's hand and gliding gracefully across the center of the hall. Several aristocratic matrons skilled in stringed instruments began playing, lifting the atmosphere into vibrant exuberance. Other noblewomen swayed their voluminous skirts, flaunting graceful figures, but each time a young noble approached to request a dance, he was politely declined. A guessing game. What precisely are they doing? Meanwhile, many youths simply grasped the hands of those beside them, and danced without hesitation. Merchants, eager to conceal their lack of partners, escorted expensively hired courtesans onto the floor, masking their solitude with practiced charm. In essence, what the so-called socialites did was precisely this, accompanying wealthy merchants and low-ranking nobles to make appearances at aristocratic banquets, dining, drinking, dancing, and spending the night together. Eating demanded elegance. Drinking required decorum. Dancing necessitated impeccable etiquette. And for the night one must be free of any venereal disease. These 4 rules were indispensable. If by fortune a noble of higher rank than the employer extended an invitation, the contract would instantly shift to the new party, and the employer would not utter a word of objection. What's more, to curry favor with the nobility, some merchants would pay for a refined high-class socialite waiting for the noble to summon her, then after the noble was satisfied, approach him for conversation. On the dance floor, a slender, alluring socialite was dancing with a greasy-faced merchant beside her. "Good heavens, how can that bitch, after being defiled by that lowly bastard, still have the energy to dance with that gentleman?" Several socialites whispered among themselves off stage. The wealthy man on stage was a fool with money to burn. Basically anyone who went with him would be paid. For a socialite, such a target was the best. The beauty on stage kept glancing at the young nobles around the dance floor, dreading that one might invite her to dance. It wasn't that she couldn't dance, but once she did, she would inevitably end up in bed, and then not only she but also her parents would be implicated. "Miss Lillesai, my dancing steps are indeed crude, please forgive me. But shouldn't a gentleman's dance partner be fully focused?" The fat merchant dancing with Lillesai noticed his expensive companion was distracted and reminded her. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Rachio. It seems we are about to start the next piece." Lillesai seemed to snap out of it, then shifted her gaze back to that oily fat face and continued the next dance. The fat merchant Rachio took in the woman's reaction and thought to himself, "Yes, this is exactly the effect I want." Last month, at a banquet hosted by a high-class socialite he sponsored, he had overheard a piece of gossip. The renowned socialite Lillesai had been raped by a bastard son of the High-Dun family, and her injuries were so severe that she had recuperated for nearly half a year. That was why she had declined this banquet. There were even rumors that because she had been caught in bed, she had lost the favor of the High-Dun family's second son, a nobleman. Consequently, her value plummeted, and the madam was planning to throw her into a tavern to be a lowly nightingale. At first he took it as merely a bit of entertainment, but then it struck him the High Dun family's noble second son had just lost a dance partner. If he could procure a new better partner for him, he could latch on to the family's coattails. No sooner said than done. He spent a fortune to redeem a top-tier socialite who had just finished her training, and that very night he sent her to the noble's bed. As expected, the next day he received numerous business orders from the High Dun family, filling his coffers. But the matter was far from over. That morning outside the royal capital, the second Prince Walian personally led a delegation to welcome the Lake family. A sharp-eyed old servant by his side recognized the young man holding a spear behind Lin. It was Callistochofu, the disgraced bastard of the High Dun family. He hurried to the High Dun family's mansion and reported the matter. The family's bastard son had encountered a stroke of fortune, and with considerable fanfare. The noble second son immediately decided to reconcile with his half-brother. "It's just a woman. What's the big deal? My dear brother likes her. Then by all means send her over." So they discussed and devised the following plan. Rachel would first redeem the socialite, then at the banquet he would find an opportunity to use her as a topic to draw closer to Lin. Then the noble lord would hurry to the outskirts of the city, and catch up with his bastard brother, trying to salvage some goodwill and pin all the blame on the wicked steward. With the beauty trap and psychological warfare combined, they were confident they could win over Callistochofu. The subsequent plot involved Rachel monopolizing Lin's military supplies, while the High Dun family would seize the opportunity to secure positions for their offspring. The plan was perfect, and Lilisai agreed to follow it. But Lin was not particularly fond of beautiful women, and was currently seeking leisure. Now they had a script but no protagonist. He immediately gave Lilisai a wink. Understanding, she deliberately broke her smooth dance steps and slipped. Her voice was like a cat's claw scratching the listeners' hearts. "Lilisai, how is your foot?" Rachel quickly scooped her up and carried her toward Lin. Her legs were long and slender, but her complexion was not pleasant, pale as if from excessive blood loss. The fall was severe. Her originally fair foot had swollen into a large lump. This was a do-or-die move. If she still couldn't ensnare Lin, Lilisai's reputation would be utterly ruined. A dance partner who could trip while dancing, a partner who had lost all grace and etiquette in public, a partner despised by the nobility. With all three, the best she could hope for in the future was to marry a simple craftsman. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Please anyone, just..." Lilisai prayed inwardly, hoping that the gold coins she had once thrown to the church would bring her luck. Lin looked at the woman before him, having heard the gossip, and naturally knew this was the trouble caused by his new subordinate. You're called Rachel, right?" Lin tried to open the conversation, and the fat merchant was overjoyed. "Oh, noble knight, I am infinitely grateful that you remember my humble name. May your glory and valor endure forever." Lin looked embarrassed. Could you allow me a moment of private conversation with the lady in your arms? Of course my wife is also present, so it will be a very formal discussion." The fat merchant immediately agreed. "Since you have a request, I must comply." With that he set the beauty down and walked away. Lilisai was a tough one. She endured the pain in her foot without uttering a word. Lin personally knelt down to set her bone. "Miss Lilisai, please follow me." Lin, accompanied by his wife, led the socialite into a room specially prepared for noblemen's trysts. "Miss Lilisai, please have a seat." "Very well, Sir Knight." Lilisai sat gently on the edge of the bed, her delicate fingers lightly stroking a strand of hair, displaying a woman's fragile charm in a natural manner. Seeing her affected behavior, Lin sneered inwardly. "As if I've never seen a woman before. Do you really think such petty tricks can bewitch me as Sigma Man?" The Chinese prefer women who are gentle and refined like jade. Jade is soft and beautiful without artifice. Lilisai was a typical Western blonde female, naturally carrying a fishy scent. Now in the enclosed space he could smell the stench of fish, the rankness of mutton, and the foul odor of lard from her body. Even if she was indeed beautiful, Lin now only wanted to avoid her. Unfortunately, his subordinate's actions were truly indefensible, and he had to endure the task of cleaning up the mess. "Very well, Miss Lilisai, I have matters to attend to. Let's finish our business quickly so as not to delay your dance." Lin paused and said, "I wish to offer you a formal and solemn apology." "Miss Lilith, I offer you my formal and solemn apology." Lin rose and bowed deeply. Lilith, after all, was but a courtesan. How dare she accept such reverence from him? "My lord Lin, please do not mock me." She well knew her purpose to entice him into becoming her devoted admirer was ideal. At the very least she must stir his conscience with profound remorse. "It is not enough to murmur summa mason and offer an ambiguous bow." Lin interrupted her before she could continue. "Miss Lilith, what I say next may seem presumptuous, but I beg your indulgence as I speak plainly. By military decree, any man who forces a woman into unwilling acts shall be beheaded in public. Yet given the exceptional nature of your vocation, the matter cannot be judged by rigid precedent. I acknowledge that Christopher's conduct toward you was indeed inappropriate. But he never received proper noble education, and his transgression against your person warrants your compassion." At that moment Lilith subtly adjusted her posture, attempting to display her figure. Yet the movement released a foul stench from where she sat, so acrid it seared Anlin's eyes. "Enough, I shall dispense with pretense and address the matter directly. But setting facts aside, were you truly without fault?" "I swallowed lemons." She had merely intended to use him as a stepping stone to advancement, yet he had been the one urged to drink by her hand. A man once intoxicated inevitably loses mastery over his passions. Such misfortunes are never willed, and he has already paid a grievous price. "We shall certainly provide you with appropriate recompense. Yet as a valiant knight I sincerely urge you to retain courage in life, to face your future with unbroken resolve and grace." Having poured out these words in rapid succession, Anlin observed tears glistening in Lilith's eyes, her brow, her gaze, every line of her face silently accusing Christopher of brutality. "My lord, do you know why I chose this sordid path of courtesanship? My father was a drunkard. From childhood dance lessons to adult vocal training, any lapse in his approval or any drunken rage brought only brutal beatings. My mother clung blindly to his authority whenever resentment festered within her. I bore the brunt of her wrath. Only my younger sister stood beside me, yet last winter she... Her voice dissolved into sobs. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pear blossoms drenched in rain, despair etched deep in every feature. Moved by her anguish, Anlin immediately ordered Christopher's execution, only to be stayed by the beauty's plea sparing his life at last. These are the deeds of men who surrender control to base instinct. Hearing this, Anlin smiled faintly. A shattered household. An alcoholic abusive father. A rigid submissive mother. A beloved younger sister. A pitiful self. So you sleep, and sell your story alongside. Since when did medieval commerce include such a transactional narrative package? Remember, this tale may yet prove useful within your future fiefdom. And your poor sister fell gravely ill, forcing you to sell yourself to noble after noble, hoping your skills might save her life. Is that not so? Anlin watched the stunned disbelief bloom across her face, and responded with a sly knowing smile. Within his spirit soared. I owe her nothing. His own naive wife's eyes shimmered, not with deep emotion but only faintly. On the steppe sisterly bonds held little weight, even kin would turn on one another for the favor of a powerful Darhan. Moreover, a woman raised upon those grasslands likely witnessed sibling after sibling perish. Grief, if indulged, would leave no room for survival. To lament endlessly was to choose death. Ulan Chagan suddenly interjected. Your sister suffered terribly under illness's torment, yet you condemn her to live in pain and degradation. Were I in your place, I would grant her swift mercy, spare her further agony. Ulan Chagan, unyielding, decisive, merciful only in finality. So you dare weave such a falsehood, to climb the noble ladder? Anlin feigned furious outrage, striking Lilith hard enough to send her sprawling onto the bed, then strode out with Ulan Chagan. This courtesan had brazenly deceived a scion of nobility. And now they spoke of compensation. Was this truly about restitution for assault? No, it concerned a high-born courtesan who dared deceive Anlin, third heir of the like family, a lineage that had served the realm with unwavering devotion across generations. Behind them a woman's muffled sobs echoed, heartbreakingly fragile, evoking an instinctive urge to gather her close and soothe her sorrow. Returning to the opulent great hall, Anlin confronted the plump merchant who hurried forward. What manner of dancing companion did you bring? She speaks nothing but lies, and just now attempted to manipulate my compassion through vile means. She deceived me, she deceived a nobleman. I now seriously question whether my warrior ever committed any transgression against her, entirely fabricated this tale spun by a courtesan's cunning tongue. Anlin's fury appeared utterly genuine, prompting immediate vocal support from ladies eager to curry his favor. I sensed an aura of corruption about her. Surely she is possessed by demons. Precisely. To attempt deception upon nobility, what audacity! I told you so. Even granted private audience with a noble lord, such low-born creatures are instantly exposed, their infernal arts laid bare. With only a few incisive remarks, a courtesan once regarded with moderate respect was cast into utter disgrace, her future now a void of darkness and cold isolation. Or perhaps, no future remained at all. This noble lord chose excessive mercy, failing to purge his dishonor with his own blade. Suddenly, he seems even more magnificent. Indeed. In bearing, in character and strength, there is not a single flaw in this noble lord. Rumors reached Anlin's ears, and jolted him awake to a stark truth. Ah, eliminate the witness! Damn it, how could I forget such a vital step? As he pondered, Anlin drew the ceremonial rapier at his waist, and offered it to the portly merchant. Mr. Rachel, if you wish to speak with me, ought you not prove your sincerity through action? The merchant's face betrayed neither sorrow nor fear, only flustered elation. Reverently he accepted the blade with both hands and entered the chamber. You, ah! A startled cry echoed, then Rachel emerged. My lord, your sword. Let us speak elsewhere, this place reeks. Anlin waved a hand before his nose, gesturing toward a relatively open space with detached indifference. After they departed, several young nobles aligned with the second prince assessed Anlin's conduct. The third son of House Lake handles affairs with remarkable finesse. Elder brother, did you discern something deeper? His junior promptly chimed in. Recall how when we kill noble maidens invariably brand us coarse. Yet he wielded that low-born merchant's hand to slay the wretch, and not a single soul called him vulgar. Oh, he preserved dignity while delivering justice. The junior hastened to praise his superior. The noble youth nodded satisfied, then added. Yet this is still insufficient. Observe how he now walks with that merchant to converse. Do you believe he truly intends discourse? The junior asked blankly. Then what else? Exasperated, the elder rapped his knuckles against the junior's skull. He cultivates an air of tantalizing ambiguity, for the noble maidens. Do you doubt that next banquet their invitations will bury us alive? We must emulate him. Perhaps we too shall secure one or two devoted lovers. A nearby noble maiden overheard, and her impression of Anlin rose markedly. Silently she resolved to compose her invitation at home, and ensure he received it first. Anlin, now walking away to speak privately, had no inkling that the noble youths and maidens would interpret his actions in such a manner. Yet were he to hear their appraisal, only one timeless adage from his former life would spring to mind. We need only march through the pass. Later renowned young and scholars shall compose our justifications. Standing on the balcony outside the palace, Anlin was conversing with the portly merchant. Tell me, what is it you wish to discuss with me? The merchant was flattering him, and there could hardly be no profit motive behind such behavior. Sir Knight, I have a small proposal, if I may. Anlin interrupted directly. Get to the point. The fat merchant gave an awkward smile, took out a handkerchief from his chest, and wiped the sweat from his face. My lord, I mean no harm, but when you march in the future, could you employ me as your logistics supervisor? Then, fearing Anlin might doubt his credibility, he took out a crumpled piece of parchment from his leather wallet. Look, these are all the contributions my ancestors once made to the Ailey kingdom, with signatures from nobles and the royal family. The contributions he spoke of were the deeds of his ancestors, having been responsible for grain supplies and logistics during the kingdom's external wars. This was also one of the few channels through which merchants could rise to nobility. Whenever a war ended in victory, the commanding officers, be they barons, princes, or even the king, would sign the parchment certifying their contributions during the war. Thereafter, with the signatures on this paper, he could conduct trade freely throughout the kingdom at a lower tariff rate. Do not assume they were purely doing good deeds. Nobles needed to pay for their provisions when purchasing grain for their troops. This was a risk-free opportunity for merchants. As long as you did not engage in such despicable acts as raising prices last-minute, short-changing quantities, selling moldy grain, supplying the enemy, colluding with the enemy from within, or delaying delivery, your life would be protected by all the warriors. Therefore, whenever the kingdom faced war, these merchants, great and small, would actively throw themselves into logistical support. Excellent, let me see which families are listed here. The Hayden family, the Cody family, and even the royal Ailey family. Oh, my father signed this as well. Anlin took a look and saw at least a dozen noble signatures on the parchment, proving that this merchant was trustworthy. Very well, your credibility has proven itself. Whenever I need a logistics merchant, I will notify you first. Having said this, the fat merchant thanked him profusely, as if he wanted to call Anlin. Father! You, come here. Anlin beckoned a male servant who was carrying wine, took the apple cider from him, and smiled. Tell His Highness Prince William that I have had too much to drink and will rest first. We will review the troops together tomorrow morning. The servant spoke respectfully. My lord, is there anything else I should convey? Anlin thought for a moment. That will suffice. Go on. The servant searched diligently, and finally found the second prince and a noblewoman in a chamber enjoying themselves. The second prince, still in a daze after his indulgence, felt a touch of tension upon hearing the knock. Who is it? He dreaded the thought of someone bursting and claiming to be the husband of the unnamed noblewoman beside him, and in a rage stabbing both him and the shameless woman to death in bed. The servant's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, the second prince, your friend Anlin, says he has had too much to drink and will rest first. He also mentioned you are to meet tomorrow morning to review the troops outside the city. Hearing it was merely the servant, William breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, did he have any other messages? He also said that will suffice. Go on. Anlin found a lodging with his wife for the night, only to be roused from sleep the next morning by the urgent pounding of a manservant at the door. Fortunately, Anlin's body in this life did not carry the unpleasant body odor typical of some Westerners. As for Ulan Chag, apart from the faint smell of mutton upon their arrival after a few baths and days of proper meals, that scent too had faded away. Unlike Chuck and his companions, who truly reeked of rank body odor. And that social butterfly who used lard as hair pomade, though in her past life the pomade was indeed pure lard and Lynn had never imagined the scent would be so utterly overwhelming. Imagine a voluptuous beauty with a charming face yet cursed with body odor. And although her hair gleamed, one touch would leave your hands slick with grease. Rummage carefully through the roots of that hair, and you might discover lice, fleas, bedbugs, ants, cockroaches, blood-sucking insects, and even traces of fecal remnants. If luck was on your side, you might even catch yourself a cute little Jerry mouse. Were it not for the church-wet nurses who provided the nobles with on-demand magical healing, the capital would have long become a grand bacterial culture vessel where plague and pestilence flew side by side and corpses lay strewn with filth. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The knocking at the door came again. And Lynn called out unhurriedly, "What is it? Why all the fuss as if summoning a spirit?" The manservant's urgent voice came from outside. "My lord, terrible news. The frontline dispatch has arrived. His Majesty summons all nobles who attended the banquet to the morning council immediately." And Lynn sneered inwardly, thinking, as if I don't know how the war is going at the front. I just came from the battlefield myself. At worst the Highland territory has fallen. The small court convened in the main hall of the kingdom. Only nobles of the realm were permitted entry. And Lynn, though bearing no title, holding no fief, and possessing little wealth, was still a noble, and thus bound to attend. Merchants, though, were considered base-born commoners. Even with fortunes of millions, they could only wait outside the great hall, relegated to catching scraps of air. Watching the nobles file inside, more than one merchant envied such privilege. The old king had just awoken, his hand resting on the shoulder of a manservant who was swiftly slipping 10 rings onto the monarch's fingers. With the rings in place, the old king regained some composure, and laboriously announced the fact to all the nobles: "The neighbor next door has come to rob our house." More precisely, the neighboring kingdom of Danya, seizing the chaos in the kingdom of air, had secretly dispatched 3,000 elite longbowmen to march straight toward the kingdom's borders. Before the nobles could even deliberate a strategy, a panicked messenger burst into the hall. "Report. The Empress Clesa of the Dross Duchy in the north has sent 2,000 heavily armored infantry and 1,500 royal wolf riders of the ducal guard to march upon our northern border. Fort Danis is in dire peril." Barely had the nobles digested this when another messenger came rushing in. "Report. King Bahman of the southern slave kingdom of Battle's leading 1,500 Mamluk royal guards and 13 great slave masters with tens of thousands of slaves bears down upon the southern fortress of Vanus." The nobles erupted in panic, each voicing their confusion over why the other kingdoms had violated the treaties and launched wars without provocation. Seeing these useless nobles in such disarray, the old king spoke up to bolster morale. "What are you all panicking for? We still have our loyal noble knights, our brave soldiers. With them the sky of the kingdom of air will not fall." Watching the nobles gradually quiet down, the old king nodded approvingly to himself. "Our old friend the kingdom of Danya can only reach our heartland by first taking the Highland territory. But now that the Highlands are occupied by goblin monsters, any attempt to seize it will cost them dearly. And by the time they break through, their army will be spent, and a single charge from our knights will rout them." The old king's reasoning was sound, and Lynn nodded in agreement. Indeed, those who rule are no fools, even if they were once cornered and sharpening knives against the nobles. As for the north, the Drossians. If we drag the front line into summer, they'll have no choice but to retreat. As for the southern barbarians. Their Mamluks have long resented their slave masters. If we hold firm behind our walls and the casualties mount, those slave masters will surely abandon the war. The old king, now impassioned, rose to his feet. "Moreover, the Common Khanate has always been friendly with us. Once our messenger arrives, they will surely strike at the rear of the kingdom of Danya." Before he could finish, yet another messenger burst in. "The Khan of the Common Khanate, leading several thousand of his Keshig guards and tens of thousands of Darkans, marches upon our kingdom. Even now they hunt down and slaughter our merchant caravans." At this, neither the king nor the nobles could remain calm. Across the entire western continent, except for a few minor states without even a castle, every major nation with a name had set its sights on the kingdom of air. This is over. Time to restart. That was the only thought in Lynn's mind, and likely the shared sentiment of most nobles present. The nobles quarreled noisily, their usual decorum and elegance stripped away, replaced by the vulgar bickering of fishwives. The kingdom now hung by a thread, but wait, the bad news had yet to fully unfold. Alfred, the king's grand steward and a favorite of William, strode into the hall with a grim countenance, bearing the final devastating announcement. The 3 great magic towers constructed with royal support had all formally declared their closure on this very day. The 3 archmages had, in a bizarre coincidence, simultaneously chosen to enter secluded meditation for breakthroughs. At this the king flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared in fury, "Those ungrateful bastards! My father personally funded the construction of those 3 towers. We spent 30,000 gold coins. All thrown into the water. Damn them all. Alfred, gather every warrior in the capital. I'm going to wipe out those bastards whose families have been defiled by goblins." As the words left his mouth, he drew the sword at his waist, ready to charge to the magic towers and cut down every one of those mages who feasted on royal wages yet refused to aid the kingdom in its hour of need. Suddenly the old king felt dizzy, the world spinning around him. His corpulent frame crashed to the ground, lapsing into unconsciousness on the spot. The second prince rushed to his father's side, calling out, "Alfred, hurry, fetch the Grand Bishop." Alfred vanished in a blur, bursting out of the palace and racing toward the cathedral. The old king fell ill, so the small court meeting naturally ended in discord. Unlin, as a noble, was not entitled to go to the depths of the palace, but special circumstances prevailed. The second prince sent someone to notify him to go with him to the deep palace to wait. At this moment any keen observer could tell that Unlin was definitely the second prince's own man. He hurried along and finally saw William outside the sick room. "Your Highness William, how is His Majesty?" Unlin asked anxiously. A severe diabetic with his body already festering and then being provoked like this, even a healthy person would die of anger. In short, if news of the old king's death were to spread now, Unlin would absolutely believe it. Seeing Unlin arrive, William rarely showed a smile. "Father is receiving treatment from the bishop and is expected to wake up tomorrow morning." Unlin thought the church priests are truly remarkable. They can even save such a patient. But one must always prepare for the worst. But when he learned that the entire palace had been immediately secured by the royal guards, and the chambers of the eldest prince and the queen were under the control of trusted men, his heart relaxed. With such an arrangement they could even go in and kill the old emperor and take the throne. The second prince then asked, "Unlin, do you think the kingdom can weather this crisis?" "It certainly can, Your Highness," the second prince. Unlin affirmed the kingdom's future with a resolute tone. To the north Tyro excels in heavy infantry and fierce giant wolf mounts. Neighboring Dania is founded on the longbow. Further east the Cuman Khanate grows through horseback archery. When their heavy cavalry tries to take a castle they will suffer heavy losses. As for the southern slave country, lacking knowledge, even if they invade they cannot hold their ground. William was somewhat dejected. "Anyone can say these things, but I feel that this time the Air Kingdom may face the peril of annihilation." "Your Highness, at this moment you must deceive others with absolute confidence." Seeing his astonished gaze, Unlin continued, "Even if the kingdom is truly doomed you must use a confident attitude to trick those ignorant nobles into going to battle. Tyro fears heat, Bartles fears cold. As long as we wait until summer Tyro will retreat and the war situation will ease. When winter comes Bartles will also retreat, leaving only Dania and Cuman on the battlefield, and they both come from the same direction." Unlin looked at William and promised firmly, "Rest assured, as long as we hold the battlefield in the highland and plains the kingdom will not fall." William gradually emerged from his panic and calm and composure returned to his face. "Second Prince, the king has woken up." The door opened and the archbishop in white robes came out and spoke softly to William. Watching William enter the bedchamber, Unlin finally let out a sigh of relief. If he weren't a knight of the kingdom he would have already gone to the Dania kingdom to fight on the winning side. But on the other side, as soon as William entered he saw the old king sitting calmly on the bed. Seeing his son enter, the old king smiled and said, "Your young companion is good. He will act for you at critical moments, unlike those ungrateful nobles who after being fattened up choose to defect at this time." The old king's critical illness was fake, his anger was fake, even the news of the 3 magic towers being sealed was all fake. The purpose was only one, to lure out those blood-sucking parasites. As for why the old king could hear Unlin's voice, it was because this bedchamber had been inscribed with a one-way soundproofing rune by mages. Everything Unlin and William said was heard by the king without a single word missed, but Unlin could not hear what the king and William said. After waiting for a long time, Unlin finally received permission that the king's condition was fine and he could return home. Walking out of the royal palace he encountered no one along the way, likely driven home by the soldiers. As soon as he arrived home he saw Christopher, whom he had previously taken in, pacing restlessly in the living room. "Oh, Christopher, what are you doing here at my house? I thought I had arranged lodging for you." Before Unlin could process his surprise, Christopher suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed heavily before him. "People from the Hayden family have come to find me." His speech was somewhat slurred, yet the general meaning was clear. "For the first time I felt the kindness of noble youths. For the first time I've been permitted to call the family head father." Having said this he burst into tears again. "If only I had become your subordinate earlier I wouldn't have been bullied to such an extent. My mother. She wouldn't have had to." Woo. By now a puddle of snot and tears had formed on the living room floor, quite disgusting to behold. Watching this fool fail to grasp the priorities, Unlin kicked him directly, then grabbed the leather whip hanging on the wall and struck him. "Huh. You think having me backing you means you won't be bullied? Bullshit. If I were just a rural minor noble, do you think anyone would even bother with you?" Unlin whipped him while cursing angrily. "You won't be bullied only because you're my private soldier, and we of the Lake family have over 800 such soldiers. That's why we don't get bullied." Beating with the whip alone wasn't enough to vent his anger. He threw the whip onto this fool's head and said, You said your bastard father treated you gently. I'm telling you now, this mindset of yours is pure victim mentality. You deserve to be bullied. When you're bullied, you should have 800 private soldiers make it clear to them the cost of bullying you rather than thinking about clinging to someone's leg and hoping they'll protect you. Lin raged on until his throat was dry. Who was the real transmigrator? Even a rebellious Palu raised in modern civilization knows not to rely on the law when bullied. The law rarely helps the poor. You, a bastard son of a noble from the feudal era, actually only think about clinging to someone's leg and using rules to protect yourself. As for the 800 private soldiers, it's true in a sense but also false. If you bring out those elderly men who are still capable of killing and also get the underage private soldiers and their fathers onto the battlefield, then 800 is definitely enough. But if counting only those in their prime who are still professionals, there are at most 400 plus. Lin was also tired from whipping, standing with hands on hips beside Christopher, panting heavily. Christopher cried for a while before finally stopping. Seeing Christopher had stopped crying, Lin patted his shoulder and spoke in a sincere tone. Your bastard father only shows you a good face because he sees you now have prospects. That's why he's smiling at you. Think about the hardships you suffered back then, weren't they because of them? Now you have a chance. Come with me to the front line to fight, and once you earn merits, I'll request rewards for you. When that time comes, whether you want to kill or torture those bastards will be entirely up to you. Lin's temptation seemed to penetrate straight into his heart. Christopher asked himself, hadn't he once truly fantasized about one day killing all those who had bullied him? But the reality was that as long as they wanted to, they could beat him to death without any reason. How could Lin not know what kind of person this was? Normally cowardly, but once pushed to desperation, he would absolutely kill whoever stands in his way. But there's another possibility, that he suddenly turns the tables and becomes the master. Then he would definitely take revenge on his enemies in an extremely cruel manner. Just look at those Chinese executives in foreign enterprises. Their oppression is so extreme that even foreigners find it shameful. Watching Christopher tremble all over with excitement, Lin was thoroughly satisfied. He gently patted the top of his head, and the slave mark was imprinted on his scalp, quickly hidden by his thick hair. Human slave 1. On the following day, as Lin was leading his men in sharpening their blades and preparing their armor for the king's summons, the second prince, clad in a black robe and riding alone, knocked upon the gates of the Lake family estate. Your Highness, what brings you here? Upon learning of William's arrival, Lin's first thought was, it's over. The old king has finally drawn his last breath. Yet after ushering him inside and hearing the full tale, it became clear. Some merchants, upon hearing that so many nations had jointly declared war upon the kingdom of air, were so terrified that they packed up their belongings overnight and fled. But they were caught by the king's well-prepared personal guards, and their properties were lawfully confiscated under the charge of high treason. And some Hebrews had secretly written letters to enemies offering to open the gates from within the moment enemy forces reached the city walls, all in exchange for a piece of land they could call their own nation. With such examples before him, the king grew even more delighted and issued a massacre decree against all Hebrews within the kingdom. The Hebrews, being a mercantile people by nature, had taught their children from birth the arts of buying low and selling high, of speculation and profiteering. Naturally, their reputation was such that they were shunned like vermin. One might say they were despised by all. By now the executioners' blades in the city square had grown dull from overuse. Of course, William hadn't traveled all this distance merely to deliver such news. He also brought with him deployment orders concerning the young nobles, including Lin. His elder brother and Wei, having once studied at the Knight Academy, could be counted as a full-fledged knight unit, and was to join the legion assembled under the command of the old General Dickesman. A knight unit indeed. Not only did he receive a daily wage of 4 gold coins for his service, but he was able to participate in such a war even before graduating. For his elder brother this would certainly be a glorious entry upon his record. As for his second brother, because his wife had paid the shield tax totaling 10 gold coins, he was exempted from being conscripted into the king's army. As for himself, firstly, he was not yet a student of the Knight Academy, and although he was indeed a level 17 knight, he could only be counted as a reserve knight. Had the second prince not personally selected him, Lin would have been relegated to a logistics role or worse, left in the capital as a hostage. And as a reserve knight, his daily wage for paid service was a mere 23 silver coins. 23 silver coins! How dare those bastards even propose such a figure? Lin fumed in righteous fury. I understand your frustration, but hear me out. I have another proposal. Seeing Lin's dejected expression, William slowly presented his alternative. The second prince would personally sponsor Lin with 500 gold coins, 100 war horses, and added to the previous funds and mounts. Lin was to recruit his own men and march from the northern frontier into Tyro's territory, burning, looting, and slaughtering, with the primary objective of severing enemy supply lines in what would be a contracted military operation. And Lin felt that this matter absolutely could not be undertaken. He was a knight, not a mercenary. Should he do such a thing, he bore no doubt that some hot-headed individuals would happily bestow upon him a Neck joint detachment package, complete with complimentary flogging and bloodletting services. For one must remember, in this world it was not only the living who could demand ransom, the dead could too. Nor did Lin believe his parents could bear to watch his corpse's lower regions be savagely pierced and mangled by enemy blades into a bloody pulp, and still resist the urge to pay a handsome sum to reclaim his body. After declining the second prince's tempting proposal, Lin received his assignment to join the legion of old General Uti stationed in the north to defend the great city of Demise. The army was expected to depart on the morrow, which meant Lin had to report to the garrison with his retainers and private soldiers by this very afternoon. Very well, I had thought you might prefer a more free-ranging mission. Then let us settle the final payment first. As William spoke, the ring on his finger flashed once more, and upon the table materialized a chest of gold coins, 4 large chests of silver, and 4 sheets of parchment. I've brought you 300 gold and 10,000 silver, convenient for exchange. And these 3 are estate deeds. I know you were meant to choose for yourself, but clearly there's no time for that now. So I took the liberty of choosing on your behalf the 3 wealthiest estates under my name. William gestured to the final parchment as he continued. This is a contract for 50 war horses. Present this at the horse market, and you may take 50 prime mounts in their prime service years. Additionally, as the kingdom's war effort is strained, I can only deliver 100 of the 300 professional crystal cores, all of the archer class. Find the opportunity to bestow them upon those 100 children. Having said his piece, William quickly departed from Lin's residence. At least there's this considerable windfall of gold before leaving, Lin thought, gazing at the money on the table with a heart as calm as a still lake. While a reserve knight earned little, the obligations shouldered were correspondingly lighter. A full knight, by contrast, was required to provide 5 war horses with appropriate barding, 3 lances, 2 sets of bows and arrows, 3 sets of javelins, 5 longswords, 1 short sword, and 2 shields. He must also bring 50 retainers and 100 private soldiers. And a reserve knight. There were no hard requirements for equipment, anything presentable would suffice. As for retainers and private soldiers, there were no significant demands either, as the saying went, so long as they could still draw breath. Thus, apart from destitute knights too poor to afford their next meal and desperate to earn a bit of coin, the rest were younger sons of knights who happened to have miserly fathers, either sending them to school nor outfitting them with any respectable armed retinue. And so they would gamble their lives for a chance at advancement. Of course, these foolish souls without background or equipment generally ended up with their heads on the ground. Don't speak of brotherhood forged in battle, such notions are all empty. There was no shortage of those who used these 3 absence knights. No equipment, no retainers, no war horses as cannon fodder, and coincidentally that old codger Uti was a prime practitioner of such tactics. Statistics compiled by those with nothing better to do revealed that a full 37% of 3 absence knights who fought under Uti perished on the open battlefield. Another 30% died in siege warfare. And the final 32% succumbed to post-battle wound infections, plague, and starvation. Only 1% of 3 absence knights managed to crawl away with their dog lives intact. Meanwhile, the mortality rate for noble youths with family backing was 1%, and that figure even included cases where a noble youth attempting to flee tripped and drowned in a cesspit. Or those who insisted on joining the melee during sieges and got struck down by a stray arrow. Or those who were thrown from their horses on the battlefield and beaten to death by enemy soldiers. And this old wretch Uti, when facing wounded noble youths, would employ the finest medical care available, ensuring that those injured today recovered the very same day. In any case, within Lin's status, following this old wretch, this old general, would certainly see his life preserved. At the Grand Imperial Assembly, ministers and courtiers argued with extraordinary fervor. The aging king gazed down upon the civil officials. Tell me, how much must we pay to secure the services of the Women's Swordswomen Corps? Your Majesty, with all due respect, the Corps' commander has yet to receive the castle promised to her years ago, and thus she refuses to join our campaign. A civil official clad in black and white robes bowed deeply as he spoke. With a thunderous slam, the king shattered his lacquered desk. Then what of the freemen? How many mercenaries did they demand? The official remained remarkably composed. Your Majesty, the Freeman Mercenary Company's captain has entered into marriage alliance with the Women's Swordswomen Corps' commander, and therefore declined to commit troops. That wretch! For a woman's sake he forsakes gold itself. I never refused, I merely asked her to wait until the castle was completed. The official interrupted at once. Your Majesty, with all due respect, the castle required only 20 days to finish, yet half a year passed without any gesture toward its handover. The king seized the long sword beside him and hurled it toward the official. Do I pay you 10 gold coins monthly just so you may defy me? Damn it all! After venting his fury, the king steadied himself. Even without mercenaries we are not undone. Our trusted generals remain. So long as General Uti holds Tyrus beyond Danis, the Empire's fate remains secure. And mark this. He gestured downward with his hand. If we hold until summer, our main army will march south to reinforce Danus. Then battle slave levies will be no match for us. Enough. Attend to your duties, confine the entire battlefield to the highland marches, ensuring our forces advance unimpeded. In the capital's marketplace at a weapons emporium, Unlin realized there was no time left to commission custom arms. He would have to purchase ready-made equipment. No sooner had he stepped inside than he found a group of noble youths bidding fiercely. 10 gold coins. Ha! Such a paltry sum shames you. 15 gold coins mine. 20 gold coins, I brook no rivals. Their clamor soon escalated. Several nobles and incensed stormed off to duel in the arena. Curiosity piqued, and Lin glanced at the object of their fervent bidding, a slender, elegant longsword. Its finely tapered blade bore 3 distinct runes: endurance, sharpness, and lightness. A rare tier 3 runic weapon. In this world, runic weaponry is ranked simply by the number of runes inscribed upon it. A blade bearing hundreds, or thousands, of runes is correspondingly ranked at that level. The auctioneer, noticing Lin's unfamiliar face, felt a flicker of doubt, but promptly extended her professional welcome. Sir, might you wish to join the bidding? No, I require no sword at present. Smiling faintly, Lin withdrew from the auction floor and sought a quiet corner to await service. An old battlefield maxim echoed from his past life. 3 arrows cannot rival 1 saber stroke, 3 saber strokes cannot rival 1 lance thrust. No matter how peerless your swordsmanship, can you truly sever a spear shaft, and how many of 100 lances thrusting at once could you parry? Moreover, must a lance bear a steel tip to pierce flesh? A young male attendant approached him. Sir, surely you'll reconsider the auction. That blade truly cuts iron like silk. Lin smiled serenely. No, I seek only standard gear. Do you stock heavy cavalry lances? Indeed, we carry both hardwood and steel-reinforced heavy lances. Which would you prefer? The youth's tone was earnest, eager to close the sale. 2 steel lances, 5 hardwood ones, and 300 heavy shields. Also, do you stock lances over 5 meters in length? Lin asked casually, and the youth replied instantly. Yes, how many would you require? 200. And 50 sacks of steel-tipped arrows. I'll settle payment now. Deliver everything to General Uti's encampment outside the city gates. Lin produced several gold coins. The youth hurriedly interjected. Sir, the total is precisely 7 gold and 68 silver, no more is needed. Keep 8 gold, consider the rest your gratuity. His generosity prompted the boy to immediately summon a cart, delivering the full order to the camp with astonishing speed. Ah, it's Master Lin. A noblewoman's cry drew the gaze of the assembled aristocracy upon him. Iron-reinforced leather armor, for only 3 gold coins. How astonishingly affordable. Let me see the finished piece. As Lin discussed armor with the attendant, a young girl intercepted him directly. This petite maiden clung gently to his arm, her voice soft and shy. Good day, Master Lin. Will you answer the king's call and fight for our realm? Indeed. My honor awaits me on the field, and I shall not keep it waiting too long. She collapsed instantly into a faint. Her maid, practiced and poised, unfurled a delicate handkerchief and gently fanned her mistress's cheeks. Moments later the girl stirred awake, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with tender longing and quiet anticipation, as if caught between dream and devotion. Suddenly recalling something, she withdrew her arm from his grasp and fled breathless. Forgive me, Sir Lin. Her words cut short as she dashed away, leaving behind, quite possibly by design, a silk handkerchief embroidered with a soaring eagle. Lin retrieved the silken square. Seeing the eagle motif, he mused. Only the House of Winst, throughout the entire kingdom, bears the eagle as its heraldic sigil. The youth returned from the storeroom bearing a suit of iron-studded leather armor. Noble sir, this is our finest stock, every piece crafted to this exact standard. You may trust it utterly. The armor felt substantial, cool and dense in his hands. Such quality at so low a price. The moment the words escaped him, Lin knew he'd erred. 3 gold coins equaled 30,000 copper pieces, enough to cast an entire suit of bronze armor. Very well, bring me 100 sets. Deliver them later to Lord Lex Manor. He paid 300 gold coins and departed with effortless grace. Money exists to be spent. Without investing in superior arms, how could one hope to win wars? Yet, as he strode away smiling, a gathering of noble daughters stood frozen, biting their handkerchiefs, their expressions mirroring the shattering of worlds. The girl was Eileen Winst's youngest daughter of the Winst family. At that evening's banquet she watched Lin escort a woman from the step, and heard other noblewomen mock her for lacking courtly decorum. Yet she observed how Lin kept this wife ever at his side, never dancing with other women, never retiring with widowed noblewomen into private chambers. Oh, by the gods above, what unwavering fidelity! Moved to tears, the ladies then felt a sudden surge of bitter resentment. Why should such a savage woman claim so exceptional a husband? Thereafter the girl declared boldly, Within 15 days I shall win Lin's heart, and banish that barbarian forever. Is this not precisely what she's doing? How affected, how unbearably contrived. As if the very world were insufficient stage for her theatrics. And look, the knight's very posture betrays his infatuation with her. Had Lin known such schemes he would surely protest in outrage. 15 days to capture my heart. If she truly seeks it she'd do better hiring elite assassins, though even that might cost more than her fortune. After a brief farewell to his parents and wife, Lin led his retinue to formally report to the camp outside the city. Reporting was basically just roll call. All he needed to do was show his face, register his family crest with the herald, and finally learn where his quarters were. The remaining time knights could entertain themselves with activities including but not limited to whoring, drinking, sparring, gambling, and so on. As soon as he arrived at the military camp he saw old General Woody lashing a noble's bastard with all his might using a leather whip. Although the bastard was not yet 15 and appeared harmless, the general beat him without an ounce of mercy. The surrounding noble youths watched, shouted, and cheered with all their might for the old man. Brother knight, what crime did this boy commit? Lin pointed at the bastard, his expression odd. Generally, killing a noble's bastard in public without reason would be seen as a provocation by the nobility. After all, even killing a dog requires considering its owner, let alone killing a bastard with noble blood. Unexpectedly, the knight who was asked said nonchalantly, "This is old General Woody's own doing from a few years ago. It caused quite a stir in the city back then." "Oh, that explains it." Old General Woody, while leading troops, could kill his own accidental offspring, and even gain a reputation for loyalty and devotion to the state. The poor bastard was beaten to death by Woody, yet the nobles cheered. And Lin warned himself inwardly this is not his past life. He had actually felt a flicker of pity for these bastards just now. He couldn't help but slap himself twice in his mind. Such pity could be fatal at a critical moment. In this world bastards were utterly despised. Although a legitimate noble's second son had no inheritance rights, upon reaching adulthood he could be granted the honorary title of nobility, and his parents would equip him with decent gear according to their means. But bastards? Ha! The reserve knight status was originally created specifically for these bastards. It was said that the original intention was to allow these bastards to earn glory through war, and it was even possible for a bastard to become a formal landed noble through military service. But now it had essentially become synonymous with high-level cannon fodder. Even the clergy of the church, known for their justice and mercy, publicly declared that bastards were the product of sin and pleasure, and their birth was a desecration of the pure love represented by marriage. If not for the church and kingdom's prohibition on abortion, these bastards would never have survived this long. "Hey, you brats, throw this filthy bastard into the cesspool. Don't let me see him again. Did you hear me?" Woody gave the bastard a vicious kick and then walked toward Lin. "Good day, knight of the Lake family. I, Woody, am deeply grateful for your participation in this war. May the glory of the kingdom and your valor endure forever." Woody glanced at Lin's family crest and broke into a kind smile. Lin quickly dismounted to bow, and Woody reached out to steady him, ensuring he wouldn't fall. "Good day, General Woody. I and my retinue will fight for the kingdom until our swords are dulled, our blood is drained, and our last breath is spent." Seeing Lin's resolute gaze, Woody smiled with approval. "A fine young man. The items you purchased from the noble weapons shop have been placed around your tent. I must say it was quite a laborious task. All right, go take a look. Hanging around an old man like me talking about glory is dreadfully boring. You young people might have more in common. Oh, and tonight you can enjoy yourselves until late. We won't set off until midday tomorrow. But after that, no noisy revelry late at night." With that, Woody watched Lin leave, his demeanor like that of a kindly old man full of care and protection for the young and energetic juniors. This old General Woody really is kind to these noble youths. Wait, no, in the eyes of the nobles of this world, Woody might actually be a model of nobility. He was kind and tolerant to young nobles. He was accommodating to his colleagues. As for killing bastards, he was killing his own son, not yours. Why get worked up? The nobles would be glad to have someone help dispose of these bastards who brought them shame. After searching for a long time, he finally found his own tent. The weapons and equipment were all delivered correctly, no mistakes. He arranged for his retinue to take the horses to the public stables while he considered how to best organize the weapons. Those young soldiers had now been retrained as professional archers, and would probably wake up tonight. Each of them had a leather armor with iron studs, a spear, and a large shield, allowing them to imitate the Genoese crossbowmen of his past life, while also preventing cavalry charges. Just as he was lost in thought, a noble clapped him hard on the shoulder. "Oh, my dear comrade, are you thinking of the noble ladies in the capital? Don't worry, when the war ends, your bravery and fearlessness will surely make the noble ladies of the capital scream with excitement at your adventures." Lin turned around and saw a Chunibya knight utterly obsessed with noble ladies, making slashing motions with his long sword. Watch my upward slash. This will surely cut the throats of those evil enemies. Ha! This thrust will pierce the enemy's throat. He sprang forward swiftly, first executing a diagonal slash from left to right, then turning the slash into a thrust, his movements flashy and complex. The knight continued rambling. At that moment the enemy's last thought will surely be, this valiant knight is invincible. But then I will tell them, weaklings, I disdain to take your lives. You shall sing my name, Aladel. After rambling on and on, Aladel sheathed his sword and hugged himself excitedly, saying, What kind of title should I give myself then? Ah, it's so hard to decide. To be honest, Lin didn't want to talk to this Chunibya knight because he would likely not survive the next war. War was pretty much the same throughout history. In modern times one feared indiscriminate bombing, in ancient times one feared stray arrows shot from hundreds of meters away. To protect against stray arrows, Lin would even wear a black iron demon mask during marches and battles. Good day, Knight Aladel. May your valor and the kingdom endure forever. And Lin replied perfunctorily, and then ignored him. Within the military camp one could find a veritable cornucopia of amenities, from the makeshift chapel of the field chaplain to the brothels and gambling dens, and even merchants peddling alcoholic beverages and pack animals such as donkeys and mules. Here you might witness groups of licensed camp followers driving away burly village women who had long been accustomed to brawling. Here you could also see low-ranking soldiers gathered around the gambling houses playing cards and shaking dice. Here you could even observe a young nobleman emerging from the prostitute's carriage only to rush into the neighboring temporary chapel to pray and repent, then after leaving the church heading straight back to the carriage for pleasure. Speaking of dice, they are a common thread across cultures. Whether in ancient Egypt, Rome, or China, prototypes of dice have been found. It is evident that everyone delights in playing dice. Even the sage Confucius once said it is difficult to spend the whole day with a full stomach without putting the mind to use. Are there not games of chance and skill? Indulging in them is better than doing nothing. See, even Confucius encouraged us to play when we have nothing better to do after a meal. Yet you would never see soldiers who ought to be on patrol, nor any trace of military training. The only thing those soldiers might do is toss aside their weapons on the battlefield and flee. They had trampled upon every taboo of Qi Jiguang. That night Lin declined the silver party invitations from the young nobles and came alone to the front of the camp, waiting for his 100 private soldiers. The surrounding nobles were all immersed in debauchery save for a man named Alardal, who discovered that Lin could tolerate his incessant chatter, and thus kept babbling beside him. Oh, my dear friend. It's so late now, why don't we go and have a few cups of sweet apple wine? I know a merchant whose apple wine is exceedingly delicious. Alardal had already taken to calling himself a friend. To be honest, there was no harm in making friends with such a person, but he truly talked too much. Thump. 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 From a distance came the sound of orderly footsteps so uniform that even Alardal was startled. Halt. At the command everyone stopped dead still, as motionless as a statue, astonishingly so. Oh my heavens! Are all these people your subordinates? This is simply incredible. Alardal let out a cry of amazement, clearly astounded by this private army that moved with such perfect discipline. All troops. Count off. Lin gave the order, and the crossbowmen counted off from 1 to 100 with not a single absentee. Excellent. Squad leader, step forward and follow me to collect the weapons and armor. Having stirred up such a commotion, the young nobles could no longer stay indoors. They came out to take a look. Good heavens, what kind of ferocious army was this? For them war was their duty, and the most important part of war was to mount a horse and charge headlong against the enemy cavalry. After charging the cavalry they would charge the infantry, after charging the infantry they would charge the archers. In short, just charge. If you spoke of military discipline they would answer, turn left at the door, and it's in the carriage. And Lin had no intention of showing off. He simply distributed the weapons and equipment, then arranged for his men to lodge nearby. Now Lin's crossbowmen were all clad in leather armor reinforced with iron plates, and wore iron helmets. How could the poor knights, who themselves wore only a chain mail hauberk and provided their private soldiers with just 2 scraps of iron, cope with this? This stark contrast left those soldiers still reeling the next day during the march, because the gap had grown even wider. The temporarily recruited soldiers mostly wore hemp shoes or perhaps wooden clogs, which were essentially just thick foot wraps. After walking a dozen li, both shoes and feet were ruined and they moved as slowly as a tortoise. Emaciated soldiers with dusty faces were laboriously dragging their feet already covered in scars and festering sores. Hey-yo, when will this ever end? My feet will be completely ruined if I keep walking. A pockmarked old soldier muttered under his breath. Hey big brother, look at those young lads' feet. They're all wearing good stuff, said a young soldier behind him who had lost 3 fingers. Skinny monkey, don't stir up trouble. Those brats are not to be messed with, the old soldier warned, nervously cautioning his follower against any crooked ideas. The one called Skinny Monkey gazed at Lin's private soldiers with envy. Look at these people. They even have donkeys to ride and they're wearing tough leather boots. If we had those we could walk scores of kilometers a day without any problem. The old soldier warned again, don't you dare get any ideas. If you get caught no one can save you. Skinny Monkey seemed a bit disheartened but finally said, most shoes in this world are made for people who don't need to use their feet to walk. Then he fell silent and trudged on with his head down. The previous night Lin had thrown money around, buying each of his crossbowmen a donkey for travel at the exorbitant price of 50 silver coins. This luxurious arrangement left even the usually boisterous Aladel feeling somewhat embarrassed. If soldiers are already exhausted from marching, how can they have any strength left to fight the enemy? Moreover, cuts on the feet, if not properly treated, could become infected, leading to various foot ailments, and in severe cases, death. Low morale before a battle was often closely tied to the condition of the soldier's footwear. That evening Lin was informed that a soldier with 3 missing fingers had tried to steal the crossbowman's discarded boots, and was shot dead on the spot by the sentries. Although he had anticipated that someone would try to steal, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The thief's body went unclaimed, so they simply dug a pit and buried it. The next morning news came that a pockmarked old soldier had died of a festering foot infection. 2 pieces of bad news in a row sent morale plummeting. Every day the soldiers who had only their own 2 feet to walk with lived in fear of meeting the same fate. The nobles initially tried to play the ostrich, burying their heads in the sand. As long as we don't listen, nothing is happening. But as the march grew slower each day, and the overseer's whips and curses lost their effect, soldiers would simply collapse to the ground and lie motionless after just 2 steps. Executions as a deterrent initially worked, but later they let themselves be killed without flinching, and even the slaughter of dozens failed to rouse them. In the end, the old General Uti had no choice but to order all nobles to procure wooden shoes for their soldiers. Only after the shoes were donned did the soldiers march with renewed vigor, and the pace picked up. Indeed, it was not that the nobles had grown kind-hearted, but that the soldiers had rebelled. Everything a noble gives you is because you have resisted before, otherwise a slave would never own anything of his own. That night Lin refused the silver party invitations from the young nobles and came alone to the front of the camp, awaiting his private soldiers. The greatest enemy in war is not the main elite forces on the front line, but the endless stream of mercenaries. Decades ago, the common method of warfare was for the king to summon the knights scattered across the kingdom, and then hire some part-time mercenaries. After that, the elite knights would find a vast flat plain and charge at each other, while the mercenaries would follow the roads straight into enemy territory, burning, killing, raping, and plundering wealth. It was a matter of who could hold out, and who would surrender first. As for the knights captured on the battlefield, they would not be executed but would be well cared for, eventually ransomed by their noble families. In recent years the war situation on the continent has changed. Some nobles, seeing the mercenaries getting rich, simply suggested to the king that they should not let the profits flow to outsiders, and spontaneously took up the mercenary trade themselves. Nowadays nobles of all ranks from various countries love to cross into enemy territory and slaughter the common folk together. Haha, chief! This village has plenty of stuff. Look at all this grain. A mercenary in chainmail holding a long sword grinned cruelly as he plunged the blade into the chest of the man before him. The woman before him wore a red cloak and carried a heavy crossbow on her back, reveling in the act. When it was over, the female swordswoman drew her long sword and split the handsome man's face in 2. The female swordswoman stood up, cursing. This brat turned out to be a breadworm, wasted such a good face. The mercenaries showed their yellow teeth as if they were used to such behavior. Men can rape women, that's only natural. Who says women can't rape men? At least those mad women of the female swordswoman squad, when they get ruthless they'll rape men too. Their targets included not only enemy prisoners but also the male archers in their own squad. Come out, you little bastards, someone's coming soon. The female swordswoman licked her lips, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. The mercenaries beside her set fire to the village and answered casually. Chief, coming right up. Chief, satisfied. Want us to find you a few more pretty boys? The female swordswoman glanced sideways at the foul-breathed companion and sneered. No stamina, no length. If Doge hadn't run off with that bitch Vina back then, how could this pretty boy have gotten a chance? They bickered and set a great fire in the middle of the village, covering up all their crimes. However, they did not know that the village's half-grown children had fled before the burning and happened to run into the vanguard of UTI's army. Sir Knight, please, you must save our village! The half-grown children knelt before UTI, weeping uncontrollably. UTI looked at the ragged children kneeling before his horse, his eyes calm. We will go to save your village, but not today. Our march for today is complete. Tomorrow we will go to that place and see. If those mercenaries are still there, we will surely kill them and avenge you. The children stood frozen as if struck by lightning. They had thought that once they found the kingdom's knights, the mercenaries would be easily driven away on horseback and their families would be safe. But all they got was, wait until tomorrow. After saying that, UTI ordered the soldiers to set up camp, cook, and rest, leaving the youths kneeling there begging desperately. After a while, Chuck came to Anlin with a loaf of white bread and a bag of apple cider. "Master, this is the food issued to you." Anlin sat on a wooden chair in front of the tent, staring at the several children still kneeling. "Chuck, gather the brothers. There's work to do. By the way, from today on, forbid our men from going to those camp follower wagons. Anyone who disobeys will have their ears cut off," he said, taking the bread and cider, and walked straight toward the children. It was spring with weeds overgrown. The children had run all the way from the village, their legs cut by sharp stones, leaving fine wounds. Now they knelt on the muddy ground, their wounds covered in mud. If not treated soon, infection was inevitable. In this era, infection for a commoner meant nothing but death. Seeing Anlin approach, the children cowed out. "Noble knight, please save our village. Just treat it as a stroll, even a walk around our village would help." Anlin threw the white bread to the oldest-looking child. "Eat it. Then take up a knife and lead the way. Master, 100 crossbowmen are now assembled, awaiting your orders." Chuck returned to Anlin and reported loudly. "Each man armor up, carry 200 crossbow bolts, all poisoned, mount the donkeys. We'll make a great start," Anlin calmly ordered. Chuck still replied loudly, "Yes." 10 minutes later, the squires and crossbowmen, fully equipped, set out toward the village. Normally, Anlin's unauthorized action would warrant, if not a flogging or ear-cutting, at least an immediate execution to set an example. But now it was not march time. As long as Anlin brought the men back before tomorrow's departure, it was fine. Any movement in between was his private affair. At worst, the king would not cover casualties, and he would be responsible. Even if Anlin actually ran off with the men, the punishment would only be stripping him of his noble status and lifelong service. Moreover, along the way, landless noble sons who ran off with their squires were common, but even more were those with fiefs who remained at their posts, eager to earn merit in the war. Taking on private jobs like Anlin usually happened on the victorious return journey, when everyone enjoyed the pleasure of a publicly funded trip and conveniently cleared out the stray cats and dogs left in the territory. After half an hour's walk, they finally found the village plundered by the mercenaries. Of course, it was now ablaze with raging fire. The mercenaries were trapped in the village, not yet departed. "All crossbowmen, heavy shields to the front, prepare for 3-stage volley." At the commander's order, the crossbowmen, who were not old themselves, planted their heavy shields on the ground and held their crossbows at the ready. The children were arranged by Anlin to hold the donkeys so they wouldn't be spooked by stray arrows. Light crossbows in front, heavy crossbows in the rear. In an instant, a simple 3-rank formation was set. "Advance." At the crossbow commander's order, the crossbowmen advanced behind their heavy shields. The hostile female swordswoman was momentarily stunned by Anlin's gaze, but then she shouted at her mercenary underlings. "Hold that pretty boy down. Don't kill him. I'm going to have some real fun this time." The mercenaries rushed toward Anlin's crossbowmen in a chaotic, disorganized mass, huddling together hastily. The female swordswoman leader, along with her female swordswomen, hurriedly formed a linear formation. 100 paces. First rank, fire. The crossbow commander waved his flag, and the first rank of crossbowmen pulled their triggers in unison. The bolts flew in a volley, striking down dozens of the mercenaries charging at the front. 80 paces. Second rank, fire. First rank, reload. The second rank loosed a volley, but the mercenaries were now on guard, and the results were far less effective than the previous volley. At that moment, Chuck, who had been standing beside Anlin, suddenly began vigorously striking the copper plate hanging from his chest. Upon hearing the signal, the squires, who had been lying in ambush in the woods to the left of the village, mounted their horses. "Cavalry! Charge!" The 20 squires formed a wedge formation and thundered toward the mercenaries, who had only just gathered into a cluster, launching a devastating charge. It was hard to believe that a mere 20 cavalrymen could completely shatter a group of over 100 infantry. Chuck signaled them to wheel right and return. "No prolonged engagement. Do not enter the woods on the right." Chuck relayed the command as instructed. The 20 squires, upon receiving the order, reluctantly broke off from the fight and circled back behind the formation. The crossbow commander roared, "All 3 ranks, fire 1 volley together. Then drop your crossbows and draw your swords." The heavy crossbows possessed immense power, easily piercing even ordinary shields and killing through them with ease. "Kill!" the crossbowmen shouted in unison as a squadron of cavalry burst from the woods on the right, charging into the midst of the mercenaries. After 2 cavalry charges, the mercenaries had lost all will to fight. How could they possibly withstand the ferocious assault of the charging crossbowmen? First cavalry squad, strike the enemy female swordswoman line. Second cavalry squad, maintain distance and strike the same enemy line. Just as Anlin licked his lips ready to reap these female swordswomen, they suddenly dropped their weapons, dropped to both knees, and raised their hands above their heads. "We surrender. We surrender." Chuck looked troubled and turned to Anlin. "What now?" Chuck hesitated, knowing that the female swordswoman company had once been Vina's old home, in a sense the maiden home of Anlin's mother. The older female swordswoman might well have been an old friend of his mother. And Lin saw he still didn't understand. The battlefield was not about human feelings, it was about killing and being killed. If you don't tell and I don't tell, we'll just treat them as enemies and kill them first. If word got back to his mother that a close friend of hers had suddenly gone missing, she would at most be sad for a while. But if news ever reached her that Lin had fallen in a foreign land, her grief would be far more than a passing sorrow. He pointed at the female swordswoman and shouted loudly, "This woman is faking surrender. She's trying to catch us off guard. Kill!" Digging his spurs harshly into his horse's flanks, the animal, startled by the pain, galloped at full speed. Like a bolt of lightning he reached the woman. There was no martial technique, he simply leveled his sword and swung it with sudden force at the moment of contact with the female swordswoman. The woman, caught off guard by Lin's killing of a surrendering enemy, tried to dodge, but suddenly felt her head separate from her body. The magical energy within her struggled to escape, part of it being absorbed by Lin and the rest dissipating into the air. "But I surrendered!" The headless female corpse crashed to the ground, her head rolling away, eyes wide open in death. She died with lingering resentment. After personally slaying this woman, Lin leveled up directly. He needed only 2 more levels to become a full-fledged main combatant on the battlefield. This woman must have been very high level to grant me a full level. Perhaps she really did know my mother. That was the good thing about this world. No matter what level a being was, a bare head meeting a hammer always ended in bloody death. There were no myths of skin-stopping bullets. Whether you were 10 or 20 levels apart, a steel blade to the neck brought death just the same. Behind him the squires surged like a tide, trampling the female swordswomen into minced flesh as easily as crushing ants. "Battle over. Crossbowmen, clean up the field. Bring any survivors to me. We'll head back to camp shortly." These youths were at an age where they feared nothing. To be blunt, they treated the corpses with a playful attitude, and few actually bothered to check if any were still alive. First they would find a corpse, then viciously stab it with the 2-handed sword strapped to their backs. A scream. Sure enough, a mercenary who had been playing dead was now unable to endure the pain. "Don't touch me. I surrender. I want to be a prisoner." The filthy mercenary was dragged to Lin by several crossbowmen with swords at his throat where his hamstrings were cut. 15 minutes later, a total of 28 mercenaries were found clinging to life. The spoils included some chainmail shirts with holes and the distinctive armor of the female swordswomen. Only 1 heavy crossbow remained, but it had been crushed under Lin's warhorse. 5 light crossbows were captured, though 1 had also been trampled. Bolts and poison were collected in abundance, along with many rusty swords and daggers, most of which were unusable. The only items of some value were the filthy boots of the mercenaries. Though Lin turned up his nose at them, they could be sold to the nobles' beggar troops. Thinking along the lines of even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lin ordered everything bundled up to be taken back. Now came the pleasant part, dealing with the prisoners. Lin looked at the half-grown children leading donkeys and gazing at him with adoration. He waved and called out, "You lot, come here." They hesitated but eventually walked up to him. Lin placed his foot on the mouth of the mercenary who had demanded to be taken prisoner, and ground it in. Pointing at the prisoners, he said gently to the children, "These people killed your parents and your friends. Do you hate them?" He looked around at the children. They wanted to speak but were afraid. "I hate them. Sir Knight. I hate you." At that moment a young boy spoke up, filled with hatred. "Good lad. This is for you." Lin picked out an iron sword from the pile of junk and handed it to the boy. "Go and avenge your parents." His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with benevolence and tolerance, encouraging the boy to do something that was utterly right. The boy savagely thrust the sword into the prisoner's belly and twisted it several times. The prisoner's eyes bulged as he died a slow, agonizing death. "Who else hates them?" This time all the boys shouted, "I hate them," and held out their hands to Lin. "Go to hell. Do you think I'll give you something just because you hate them?" Lin's earlier kindness vanished as he roared. "What are you doing? Begging me for things? How dare you beg me for things?" Lin grabbed a few of the boys at random and slapped them hard, drawing blood from their mouths and noses. Watching the admiration in their eyes turn to fear, Lin was extremely satisfied and immediately roared even more fiercely. "I saved you, I am your benefactor. And now you dare to demand things from your benefactor. I gave him things because his answer satisfied me. What about you? Are you just going to ask me for things? I don't care. Just find something and kill these prisoners." As Lin finished speaking, some clever children immediately picked up stones from the ground and charged at a prisoner. "You little brats! What are you doing? Don't come here!" No matter how the prisoners shouted, it was useless. The children vented all their grievances on these captives. "I'll smash you to death! They screamed desperately, smashing the prisoners' heads with stones. Children at that age striking with all their might, the outcome was predictable. Crack! 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 Seeing that he had provoked them enough, Lin immediately said, All right, drop the stones and come to me. These children were surprisingly obedient, standing quietly before Lin awaiting his thunderous favor. Today I will tell you. No one can seek justice for anyone. There is no one in this world who can uphold justice for you. Only the swords and spears in your hands can make you stand tall and live with dignity. You remember this, what I give you is yours. If I don't give it and any of you dares to take it, I'll cut off your hands, flay you, hang you on the city wall, and let the crows peck you to death. Then he gave each of them an iron sword and 2 pieces of worn chainmail. He also let them pick out a few less smelly helmets and shoes to wear. Speaking of which, Lin had a firm grip on these children's psychology. In his past life, Confucius said, "Those who are hard to raise, when close they are disrespectful, when distant they resent you. If you get too close to these subordinates, they will be disrespectful to you. If you keep them at a distance, they will bear resentment toward you. Only by occasionally striking them and then giving them a sweet date can you make them willingly fight for you. As long as you master psychology, everyone can become a Stockholm Syndrome patient." 23 children, and in the future 23 loyalists. Moreover, these children fear nothing, making them the perfect cannon fodder to trick into battle. Leading these children, no, at this point they could be called young soldiers. After the divine cleansing, it rarely didn't upgrade again. He just felt his strength had increased a bit. Is it because I've been picky about the offerings to this god? Should I try offering to a different god? With this thought, Lin returned to the camp. A group of merchants, seeing that they were almost unharmed and had brought back so many large bags, hurriedly surrounded Lin like sharks scenting blood. "Good day, Sir Knight. I congratulate you on your valuable victory for the kingdom. We sincerely pray for your bravery and the eternal existence of the kingdom." The leading merchant was surprisingly slight, almost as small as the children. "I'm sorry, but I currently don't intend to do anything with these armors. Please don't block the army's path." His refusal was concise and clear, yet compelled obedience. Those foul merchants, upon hearing Lin's words, quickly cleared a path for the army and thoughtfully offered 2 barrels of lard as an apology for offending the nobility. After arranging for all the children, he invited a priest professional to personally treat their foot injuries, greatly securing their loyalty and gratitude. For these weapons, Lin had an idea from the very beginning. In this army, those who could afford equipment generally did not lack gear, but those without equipment might not necessarily be without money either. These men existed in a state where they had just enough coin to gamble and visit prostitutes, yet not enough to buy themselves a decent set of armor. So why not simply price his goods openly and rent them out by the day? Extending that logic further, weren't their foot injuries simply a result of lacking the funds for proper treatment, forcing them to numb their nerves with cheap ale instead? Thus he could entirely enter the business of renting equipment and offering small-scale usurious loans within the army. Having a priest heal one person required 1 silver coin, yet those soldiers received only 3 to 5 copper coins per day from their nobles. Aside from eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, they could never accumulate enough to cover the cost of treatment. He could simply have the soldiers pay 30 copper coins with him, covering the remaining 70, and then deduct 2 or 3 copper coins from each soldier's daily wage as repayment. He could also provide those indebted soldiers with free footwear to prevent their wounds from worsening. And then 9 out 13 in. He didn't fully understand the intricacies of 9 and 13 anyway. The point was simply to extract until he was satisfied. As for the captured iron swords and chainmail, he could certainly implement a similar copper coin rental scheme, though the primary targets would be those down-and-out knights and bastards. However, this would require consulting with the Supreme Commander Wu Ti. Commander's tent. "Grandfather Wu Ti, that is my plan. It is highly advantageous whether for these nobles or for the soldiers' combat effectiveness. What do you think?" Wu Ti pondered silently, taking a light sip of fruit wine from his golden cup before asking softly, "And what do you want me to do for you, you rascal?" Seeing that the matter was feasible, Lin quickly replied, "I want you to contact those noble knights and merchants to jointly determine the rentable weapons and their prices so we can maximize the extraction of these soldiers' copper coins." If Lin had claimed this was to allow the soldiers to fight with peace of mind, that would have been sheer nonsense. The soldiers while alive would worry incessantly about repaying their debts. If the soldiers died, their families could still be squeezed for the death benefit. In short, this was a win-win for the nobles. Along the way, led by Wu Ti, the nobles swiftly established a reasonably sustainable pricing standard for this systematic exploitation, ensuring that soldiers with foot injuries would be spared the fate of dying from infection. Even some low-ranking officers could finally afford the days of wearing chain mail and hacking at enemies. Thanks to the new policy, soldiers who had previously been dragging their feet due to leg injuries returned to normal, and a journey that should have taken a month and a half was completed in just 1 month. Coinciding with their arrival at the frontline city of Sanctus, news arrived that the northern stronghold of Demise was under a tight siege. Old General Wu Ti immediately issued orders for a city-wide lockdown, commanding these thousands of troops to hold Sanctus at all costs. Fortunately, the old general was shrewd and issued several orders on the spot. The city's markets and stables were to be sealed from that day forward, with all supplies prioritized for the military. City residents were forbidden from going out frequently and were tasked with identifying spies. If a spy was captured, neighboring residents would be held accountable, though those who voluntarily reported could be pardoned. Caravan grain merchants were prohibited from raising prices without authorization. Prices were to be jointly determined by the nobles and merchants. Oh my dear comrade. Let's quickly find a civilian house now, or they'll all be taken. Alader's eyes lit up as he found An Lin, and they agreed to go find a house together. Of course, the common belief of this era was, I have swords and guns, why can't I live in a big house? Rather than the so-called, prefer to freeze to death than tear down a house, starve to death than loot. Aleda, though a bit clear-headed foolish, was quite efficient at tidying up the house. What are you doing? How dare you enter my home? Why are you killing people? Why are you killing people? Aleda's soldiers skillfully threw a pile of corpses out of the house, then wiped the bloodstains with a cloth dipped in warm water. Most of An Lin's men followed suit, but instead of killing indiscriminately, they selectively paid 2 silver coins as rent. Days passed, and the life of guarding the city could be described as monotonous. Aleda, the young knight, rose early every morning, swinging his longsword with precise, methodical movements, as if he had inherited a family tradition. Hey, my comrade! Want to practice with me? This is the knightly sword art passed down from my ancestors. Once you master it, 3 to 5 warriors of the same level can't harm you. Aleda, now wearing a brown robe, greeted An Lin with a joyful face. Over these days he had proven to be quite an eccentric. He neither hoarded nor gambled all day, but swung his longsword in that same spot every day. Most of the time his squires and soldiers slept in their rooms, and only rarely did they practice in the open space in front of the house. As for the other young nobles, they spent their days in gambling dens and brothels, swaggering around an ale. If not for the backing of the established nobles, An Lin was certain that as soon as the enemy arrived, these weaklings would open the city gates and surrender. Looking at this friendly knight companion, An Lin smiled and declined. I've practiced this before, but I deliberately forgot it. As for why he didn't practice it, it was simply because no matter how skilled the sword technique, it couldn't block a charging knight with a couch lance. Aleda, full of passion, raised his 2-handed great sword and swung at An Lin. Then let me see what you've practiced. The blade came straight down. An Lin stepped back, swiftly twisted his waist, and suddenly drew his saber to slash upward. At the moment of clashing metal, he exerted force through his feet, slightly turned the blade in his hand, and fiercely struck the fool's shoulder with his war saber. Aleda was also startled by An Lin's life-risking stance. The long sword in his hand was directly knocked away without any resistance. Fortunately, he struck with the back of the blade. At worst, 2 bones would be broken. If he had used the edge, An Lin would have tragically lost. An excellent comrade! Today. After being struck, Aleda did not realize how merciful An Lin had been not to kill him. Instead, he shouted, "Haha, my comrade, your swordsmanship is the best. Can you teach me?" Such a person was either extremely deep and good at hiding emotions, or simply a pure fool. But no matter which type, An Lin decided to find a chance to set him up later. This kind of big brain was dangerous. If kept around, he might get the whole team wiped out. Ignoring his chatter, An Lin simply led his own crossbowmen and those young death warriors to an open space, set up targets, and began training. The crossbowmen, as usual, shot at targets from 100 paces away, while An Lin mainly taught these young men how to use long and short weapons. Just as they were practicing with enthusiasm, a knight brought An Lin the latest military order. Knights An Lin and Aleda each lead 20 mounted squires to scout the area within 20 li outside the city for enemy movements. Upon hearing this order, An Lin immediately told his men to return to their rooms, while he took 20 squires to the stable to retrieve his warhorse. A range of 20 li was already the maximum distance for scouts in this era, and without radio it was also the limit for information transmission. An Lin and Aladir's 2 teams totaling 40 riders rode outside the city, where the vegetation was exceedingly lush. The warhorses, having not eaten properly for days, simply lowered their heads and feasted on the thick grass. In truth, this reconnaissance mission required little armament. Even if they encountered enemies, there was no need for slaughter. They merely needed to spot the enemy, then flee back to report the situation. As ill luck would have it, shortly after beginning their reconnaissance, they discovered an enemy vanguard force. The evil enemy knights! Kneel before the formidable sword skills of this knight! After bellowing, this man actually charged straight toward the enemy vanguard. His roar might have satisfied him, but it completely exposed An Lin's position and numbers. The enemy vanguard immediately had men mount their horses, grab lances, and charge at him. An Lin, startled, swiftly led his retainers to turn and flee. Giddy up! Giddy up! Sitting on the jolting horse, An Lin's face was filled with venom. If not for this imbecile, his mission would have long been completed, and he wouldn't be chased like a dog by these enemies behind him. Fortunately, the fool had gone to die. He most likely wouldn't survive. Turning his head, he saw a fine sight. The vanguard cavalry had split into 2 groups, one chasing him, the other entangled with Aladir. The group pursuing him was incredibly fast, and he estimated that within a few minutes they would catch up to An Lin. Seeing the situation had come to this, he gritted his teeth and snarled. No more running. Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Charge with me. Lin turned his horse around. To increase the speed of his charge, he stabbed the small spike at the base of his lance fiercely into the horse's flank. When the warhorse was 30 paces from the enemy, Lin shouted, Blind the horse. Saying this, he drew a black blindfold from his side and quickly covered the horse's eyes. At the moment of impact, he aimed his lance at the enemy's horse while the enemy's lance scraped past his left shoulder. Before the sharp lance, Lin's shoulder armor and scale mail were fragile and brittle. Even a light graze tore off a large chunk of flesh and severely disrupted his balance on the horse. Lin felt as if he had been violently struck by a small carriage. The entire left side of his body went numb with pain. However, his lance struck the bastard's horse's front leg squarely, killing the warhorse on the spot. The enemy was thrown from his horse, crashing directly onto the hooves of Lin's retainers' horses. After one charge, Lin discovered that only 3 of his retainers had died, while the enemy had 8 cavalrymen, or horses impaled by lances, some trampled into pulp by both sides, others pierced through the chest by sharp lances, dying instantly. After the charge, seeing that Lin was a tough nut to crack, the enemy abandoned the pursuit, and turned to attack Aladir, who was deeply surrounded. Let's go. Bring our brothers' bodies and head back to the city immediately. Lin ordered, leading his retainers to swiftly gallop toward the main city. And that wretch? Best if he's dead. If not, Lin will personally flay him alive. The heir to the throne of Tyrus, the distant nephew of Duchess Christina, Peter and Ravich, looked with a moved expression at the battlefield where only a single clash had occurred. You say that you only saw several retainers being knocked off their horses, but because the enemy took away their comrades' bodies, now there are only these 8 dead cavalrymen of ours? He asked the knight excitedly. The knight said awkwardly, Yes, your royal highness, the crown prince. Though our knights were equally valiant, the enemy was too numerous. In the end, we could only manage to leave behind those 20 rearguard cavalrymen. At this point, to save face, he inflated the number of attacking enemies from 40 to 100. To conceal the truth, they had even trampled the ground back and forth to create the illusion of a larger enemy force. Thus they could claim, the enemy troops numbered a full 100, but under our desperate resistance we ultimately defeated the charging foes and left behind 20 of their rearguard cavalry. As for the remaining cavalry corpses, the enemy carried them away. Prisoners. What prisoners? Didn't you hear me? Their rearguard fought bravely to the end, sacrificing themselves so their comrades could survive. Their rearguard fought with valor, biting into our main cavalry force desperately to allow their teammates to live, and finally all gave their lives. And the sword-wielding knight at their head slew countless enemies before falling due to being outnumbered. He absolutely was not impaled by our lances in the first clash. Baida did not detect the soldier's lie, instead his face lit up with excitement. This is it. This is the very chivalry that holds us firm against the bitter cold of the northern lands. These knights are willing to sacrifice their lives at any moment for the kingdom and for the glory of knighthood. And no matter what, even in the face of death, they will never abandon their comrades' bodies. Then, he turned to the soldier, whose eyes now burned with anger. Our soldiers lack precisely this, which is why we have never been able to defeat them. Now and forever. The knight behind him could not help but interject. Noble heir to the prince, it is no longer safe here. Duchess Kelisha awaits you in the camp. Yes, what was once perfectly safe is now unsafe, and everyone knows why. Baida seemed to awaken from a dream, turning to the knight with excitement. Right. You are right. This place is not safe. The most urgent thing for me now is to return and compose a poem in praise of these valiant knights. Ignoring the fury in the soldier's eyes, he mounted his warhorse and scurried back to the camp. At this moment, Baida was like the ubiquitous banana man of Lin's past life, speaking and acting without regard for his own stance or the truth, only willing to believe in his own fantasies. Following behind him, the 2 knights could not help whispering, Off, I truly can't help but want to strike this idiot dead with a club. Oh, Parks, even I would gladly put him out of his misery. This fool, a child, could go to war, yet he remains this imbecilic. Knight Off was full of regret. I really don't know why I ever swore allegiance to this fool. Parks shared the same regret. Oh. I only hope the Duchess lives long enough to outlast this fool so that his child or his wife may succeed him. Off interjected. Oh my gods, forgive that wicked thought. But regardless, as long as he does not ascend the throne, all will be well. Splashing through muddy water back to the camp, he immediately plunged into his tent without even greeting his nominal guardian, his own aunt. When Duchess Kelisha heard of her wise nephew's deeds, she smiled faintly. She wanted nothing more than for this nephew to remain useless. If this imbecile were her own son, she would surely be so dizzy with rage that she might drop dead on the spot. But this imbecile was her nephew. Heaven knows how utterly unscrupulous her usurpation had been back then. Her royal brother, as the legitimate heir of the duchy, had governed with vigor from the moment he ascended, inflicting multiple heavy defeats on the kingdom of Danya abroad and capturing several great cities. Domestically, he had audited the estates, forbade nobles from arbitrarily slaughtering slaves, and converted peasant taxes into copper coins shipped to the central treasury with any loss of coinage charged to the central government. At the same time, on his own lands he granted land to commoners who joined the army, and replaced the poll tax with a land tax, earning immense support from the kingdom's lower classes. During his reign, many commoners even fled from the fiefs of various nobles to the central domain with their families. Yet it was precisely this prince, so brilliant in both civil and martial affairs, that aroused the ire of the tribal chiefs and other grand dukes within his territory. Eventually, in an ordinary battle, the knights behind him planted a spear in the prince's head. Had she not resolutely acted, executing all the prince's heirs before the elders of the Senate could arrive, this throne would never have fallen to her. In the end, a compromise was reached. She would rule the duchy temporarily, but the heir to the throne must be Baide. At the same time, for Baide's safety, she was forbidden to marry, bear children, or even adopt offspring. If Baide were as wise and illustrious as her royal brother, those old senators would be chuckling and stroking their beards, carefully avoiding tripping over them as they raced to be the first to greet him and welcome him to the throne. In other words, the more foolish Baide was, the more secure her throne became. After fleeing back to the city, Lin reported his intelligence to Wudi and was rewarded with 2 days of convalescence leave for his injuries, along with an honorary merit for his participation in combat. An honorary merit, as the name suggests, was a token of distinction meant to gild the reputation of squires like Lin, bastards of non-noble birth who had yet to complete their knightly education. The more honorary merits one accumulated, the greater one's prestige. When the day came to be formally knighted, these merits would translate into greater credibility and honor. As for Aladil, that blundering fool, he perished in a battle that was hardly even fierce, a death brought on by his own recklessness. His kin and friends would remember him forever. Incidentally, Aladil had brought only 20 retainers with him, and there were no other squires for Lin to inherit. As for Lin's wound, frankly speaking, in a true ancient world it would have been fatal. But this world had professionals. A burly white-robed priest with a thick beard and imposing physique stepped before Lin, opened the holy tome made of parchment, and began to pray softly. As the burly man prayed, Lin felt his shoulder, where the bone had nearly been pierced through, become enveloped in a radiant light. A tingling numbness spread through him, accompanied by an unbearable itching sensation. When the priest finished his prayer, a weary expression crossed his face. He gave Lin a slight bow, then hoisted the massive cross that could nearly crush a man and walked out of Lin's dwelling. Lin gently touched his wound and found that a thin layer of new skin had already formed over it. After a few days of rest it would be as good as new. Feeling rather worn out, he lay down on his bed and fell fast asleep. While he slept, the Tyro's army, which had been marching for days, surrounded the great city and began erecting siege equipment. A day later Lin finally opened his eyes. What a wonderful sleep! Wait, the flesh on my wound has already healed. He felt a sense of amazement, but his wonder was abruptly shattered by a soldier who burst through the door. Knight Lin, General Wudi orders you to take command of the northern defenses at dawn tomorrow. You must report there punctually. Having delivered his message, the messenger turned and left without a moment's delay. Stepping out of his quarters, Lin saw Chuck leading his retainers and private soldiers and sharpening their weapons, while 2 blacksmiths worked to repair damaged chain mail. Master, you're awake. Clearly Chuck was delighted to see him. The man immediately set down the hand axe he had been grinding and hurried over to Lin. Chuck, how long was I asleep? Lin had no idea that he had slept through an entire day and night. Master, you've been asleep for a full day and night. In the afternoon, while you slept, we were surrounded by the Tyro's army. And this very morning we just repelled their first assault on the walls. Damn it all, I slept that long. No wonder I'm so hungry. Seeing Lin clutching his stomach, Chuck deftly handed him a pouch of fruit wine and a loaf of white bread. Washing down the white bread with the fruit wine, Lin made his way to the city's merchant quarter with somewhat heavy steps. He purchased 10 barrels of low-grade ale, 10 head of beef cattle, and a modest amount of spices and salt, intending to give his men a proper feast that night. The retainers immediately set to work, slaughtering the cattle, draining the blood, skinning and boiling the meat. Those poor soldiers who had endured such hardship had never witnessed such a lavish display. Cattle were slaughtered one after another, ale was drunk straight from the barrels, and spices were thrown in by the handful. Roasted beef, heart, liver, eyes, tendon and kidneys, each prepared with its own distinct treatment. The stewed beef and bone broth came in enormous chunks, glistening with fat. White bread. How could something so unrefined ever grace such a magnificent table? They would have to break that bad habit soon, and Lin couldn't afford to lose face. Fortunately, the soldiers still regarded Lin with considerable fondness. After all, a noble who would rent out booths that weren't completely ruined to common soldiers, at a price those soldiers could actually afford, was already a paragon of generosity in their eyes. A few of the bolder soldiers clutched their black bread, kneading the sour stale loaves as the scent of roasting meat wafted through the air. They fantasized that perhaps the generous knight would permit them a ladle of precious meat broth to soak their bread in. Though it seemed like a wild fantasy. Years of ingrained class hierarchy kept them from daring to step closer to savor the aroma of meat. They feared the nobles might take notice of them and confiscate the coin they had worked so hard to save. And Lin naturally noticed these soldiers, but he had no intention of driving them away. In fact, he was already thinking of using the leftover broth at the bottom of the pot to do them a favor. After hours of simmering, the beef chunks had finally turned tender and soft. Only then did Lin allow his retainers and private soldiers to step forward and eat. But true oppression was this: even eating meat had to be done according to rank. The retainers of course enjoyed complete freedom, eating whatever they pleased until they were full. The crossbowmen who came later each received 3 large slabs of beef plus unlimited roasted organ meats. As for the newly recruited boys, they were allotted only 1 piece of beef and 1 piece of organ meat. A single bite filled one's mouth with rich beef flavor. After swallowing the entire piece, a wave of warmth would rise from deep within the stomach. That single meal consumed 5 whole cattle. The most tender and succulent cuts mostly filled their bellies, while the remaining leg meat was salted and hung in the room to be eaten the following day. Having eaten his fill, Lin didn't forget to send several slabs of beef to the surrounding nobles. If Lin could have overheard the nobles' conversations, they would have gone something like this: "Where is that delicious meat aroma coming from? Ah, my lord, that fragrance seems to be coming from Knight and Lin's quarters. Humph. That boy certainly loves showing off. The fool doesn't even know how to spend his money properly. Oh my lord, Knight and Lin has sent over several slabs of beef. Well, what are you waiting for? You idiot, hurry up and bring the meat to my chambers. And remember, I said nothing at all about Knight and Lin today. Do you understand?" Having said that, the noble gave thanks to the gods for bestowing upon him such a bountiful feast. As for the leftover broth and bits of bone and meat trimmings, Lin, true to his principle of wasting nothing, had several large cauldrons set up. Any soldier could ladle out a scoop of meat broth from the pot for the price of a single copper coin. Of course, if they fished out a piece of beef, that was their good fortune. If they scooped up nothing but bare broth, well, that was simply their luck. However, this broth ladling activity unexpectedly stirred up a competitive spirit among the soldiers. Or rather, these men who could barely ever taste meat all widened their eyes and desperately angled to scoop up a chunk of beef with their ladles. If you feed your men meat, they will risk their lives for you. This is how loyalty is built. In this world there is no such thing as unconditional loyalty or devotion. It is nothing but a series of exchanges of interests. After finishing the meat, there was no need for drills tonight, so Lin simply let them go into the house and sleep. Resting well would allow them to fight better later. Sleeping until the next morning, Lin and his group officially joined the defensive battle. To be honest, there was nothing thrilling about it. There were neither the imagined arrows flying all around nor the backstabbing from comrades on all sides. They only fired a few random arrows, and these Delosi people simply ran away. Desperate resistance, and risking death to charge forward, these were not the tasks of those Delosi soldiers. Meanwhile, the enemy, after several days of construction, had finally built a troop transport vehicle. Several enemy craftsmen together produced scaling ladders and a type of trebuchet that relied on the elasticity of wood to hurl stones. Most of the stones landed outside the city, with only a few striking the city walls. But such a weapon had long lost its power, and was nothing to fear. While Lin was defending with ease by the somewhat childish enemy, National was engaged in a fierce quarrel with his own aunt. "What do you mean by that, Bide and Luowechi?" Queen Kelly Shah was clearly enraged, her voice trembling as she spoke. "My words mean exactly what they say, my beloved aunt. When you die, I will immediately put an end to this foolish war that is neither just nor dragging the duchy into a quagmire." Bide, over 30 years old, still spoke with a clear, pure foolishness, or rather a foolishness that could not bear the weight. As soon as he finished speaking, his aunt cursed him. "You stupid pig! I swear you will not live to see the day I die." Then Bide returned an even more venomous curse. "Then we'll just wait and see. After you die, I will lash your corpse with a long sword, slaughter all your lovers. And finally I will send your old ugly fat stinking corpse to King Ire for his amusement." After these words, the knights in the tent were so terrified by the murderous intent that they held their breath, desperately trying to conceal their presence. Upon hearing this, Queen Kelly Shah laughed instead of becoming angry. "Guards, take my heir away and settle him properly." These words were very clear. The duchy needed only one heir, whether it was Bide or his son. That person could have been Bide. After all, Queen Kelly Shah had brought him to the battlefield. Aside from letting the knights loyal to the kingdom see how unworthy their monarch's heir was, deep down she still hoped that this child would show the responsibility and duty he should have. She was old, could not have children, and had no husband. Besides, the Senate not agreeing to pass the throne to her lover, she herself feared that her young lover would find a new vixen after her death and dance on her grave. Once these words were spoken, Bide's right to inherit vanished. Regardless, Bide was not Kelly Shah's son, only a nephew, and their blood relation was very distant. After Queen Kelly Shah's death, if Bide legitimately inherited her power, and prestige he might indeed send her corpse to the neighboring King Iroquois. In short, it all came down to the fact that Bide was not Kelly Shah's son. If he were her own son, what would a little defiance matter? After successfully defending the city once, Lin was originally entitled to 2 days of rest, but fate intervened when Tieros's elite royal guard suddenly appeared outside the walls, eyes fixed upon the city like prowling tigers. Thus not even half a day's respite remained for him. He could not even relieve himself without first reporting to UTI, or risk being branded a coward who shrank from battle. Damn it, those are iron shells. He had barely raised his head when he spotted several squads of Tieros's royal guard, each 20 strong, advancing toward the ramparts alongside waves of Tyros soldiers. Their armor was forged almost entirely of solid steel, so thick and unyielding that no other adjective seemed adequate. Such plating could withstand even the muzzle blast of a fire lance. From his former life in this age, they were nothing short of super-heavy infantry. Against such foes, arrows were rendered utterly useless. Only a can-opener would suffice. A silent marvel rose in Lin's heart. He swiftly discarded his horse bow and drew the massive bone mace at his waist, the world's own specially forged can-opener known here as a cavalry mace. The heavily armored infantry advanced steadily to the base of the wall and hooked ladders directly onto the crenellations. Assault, commence. Like ants ascending a sheer cliff, the armored soldiers climbed ladder after ladder, while their comrades shielded them with massive tower shields, deflecting volleys of arrows raining down from above. Hurl boulders, now. An officer barked orders, directing his men to cast stones from the parapets, hoping to crush the elite guards beneath their weight. Yet when the stones struck the guards' helmets, they merely staggered, no more no less. Only then did Lin notice their helmets revealed only 2 narrow slits, for the eyes, nose, and mouth were fully sealed behind an iron-chained gorget. And the helmets themselves were perfectly rounded, rendering blunt projectiles like stones nearly impotent, lacking any surface upon which to transfer force. In the blink of an eye, one guard breached the ramparts, only to be instantly impaled by a dozen short spears thrust downward, sending him plummeting back to the ground below. Well done. Report to me after the defense. I'll reward you with 10 silver coins. Seeing the spear-wielding infantry remain calm and disciplined, Lin immediately proclaimed the bounty aloud. Though these soldiers belonged to another lord's private retinue, and thus lay beyond Lin's authority to reward, the psychological impact of such incentive was paramount in this moment. The fallen guard crashed lifelessly to earth, while his surviving comrades, spurred into frenzy by the spectacle, launched themselves at the walls with renewed savage ferocity. Again and again defenders thrust the climbing guards from the battlements, yet each repulsion exacted a heavy toll on the spearmen's stamina. Suddenly one guard seized his chance. As his comrade fell, he hurled himself upward, ignoring the multiple wounds inflicted by the spears, then planted a massive round shield atop the ladder's summit, anchoring himself there like an immovable bastion. Lin exchanged a glance with the half-grown boys newly sworn to him, and without hesitation they charged forward, their double-layered chain-mail lending them reckless courage as they tackled the guard. The guard roared in fury, swinging his heavy axe wildly, but to no avail. These youths had been steeped in Lin's doctrine of hatred toward Tyros. Their own homes had been razed by Tyros mercenaries, making their indoctrination chillingly complete. Now pain meant nothing to them, not even death. When the axe bit deep into a shoulder, one boy simply clamped his arms around the guard's weapon arm, locking it in place. The others threw themselves upon the guard, wrestling him to the ground and wrenching off his helmet. The Tyros guard thrashed desperately, but still his helmet came free, revealing a scalp shaved bald for ventilation. "Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender," he screamed aloud, but under present circumstances taking prisoners was unthinkable. "Ah!" one boy shrieked, driving his short sword straight down through the guard's open mouth, blades piercing brain and exiting through the nape of the neck, ending his life instantly. Still the guard's resistance allowed several others to breach the ramparts. Spurred by the youth's valor, the garrison surged forward, blood surging hot, encircling the invaders and pinning them against the very wall they sought to conquer. Now the ramparts teemed with bodies, so densely packed that a bucket of water poured into the crowd would never reach the floor. Trapped within that human tide, Lin could scarcely move an inch. Each time an enemy loomed before him, he swung his mace with desperate, all-consuming force, aiming straight for the skull. "Breathe quickly. I'm suffocating." It struck him with sudden horror. His lungs were failing. Too many bodies pressed close, oxygen dwindling, carbon dioxide mounting. His pulse raged, his blood boiled. If oxygen failed to reach his brain, collapse would follow in seconds. As Lin wrestled with this realization, the soldier before him fell, split cleanly by a guard's axe, leaving Lin exposed face to face with the killer. Ice flooded his spine. In one fluid motion he lunged forward, driving the bone mace straight into the guard's eye socket with every ounce of strength he possessed. Crack! A sound like a trampled egg echoed, and Lin realized the mace's spiked head had buried itself deep within the guard's orbit. "Yah!" he bellowed, heaving the mace deeper still, driving it relentlessly into the guard's skull until vital nerves ruptured and life fled. After cracking open several more skulls and Lin's limbs trembled with exhaustion. His arms refused to lift the mace, he dropped one gripping the other with both hands. Now he swung it like a farmer breaking soil, upward brutal unstoppable. The crushing force shattered craniums and pulped brains alike. He let out a wry breathless laugh not even fit to serve as bowls now. Woo 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 woo. A deep mournful horn call echoed across the field. Below the Tyros guards withdrew with their troops, while those already atop the wall fought their final desperate stand. Without reinforcements these elite warriors and their comrades held the ramparts for 30 grueling minutes, until their limbs locked in fatigue, their strength spent, before finally falling beneath a storm of blades. With the last foe fallen and the ramparts suddenly vast and empty, and Lin released every tension in his body, finally allowing himself to relax. Ignoring the blood-slicked stones and scattered corpses, he collapsed where he stood. Had his retainers not formed a protective ring, he might well have been trampled to death. Yet this battle left Lin profoundly shaken. Mere dozens of super-heavy infantry had seized the ramparts outright, and with only light infantry support slaughtered scores of defenders. Even their annihilation demanded patience. The heavy infantry had to be worn down, exhausted, spent, sated, before the garrison dared close in for the final blow. If ever he earned a fief of his own, he vowed to commission his blacksmiths to forge steel, and raise a legion clad in full plate armor. After such a prolonged battle, the losses on our side were nothing short of catastrophic. The defending soldiers alone had suffered over 50 deaths on this very wall, and more than 100 infantrymen were grievously wounded. Several noble knights had also fallen, though the exact number remained unknown. One could see a few young aristocrats lying in pools of blood, mortally wounded. Fortunately, the brawny field chaplains were tending to the injured. Had it not been for them, the city might have been taken if the assault continued any longer. Ashili, help me up. Lin extended his hands toward his attendant, who quickly helped him to his feet. He was merely exhausted, not severely injured, and being young and strong, lying in the blood for a while, had restored some of his strength. When Jacques finished tallying the casualties, bitterness filled Lin's heart. 3 more of his attendants who had grown up with him had fallen in battle. Calling it a battle death was an understatement. They had been crushed to death on the ramparts by the surging crowd, their ribs shattered and piercing their hearts and lungs. Such a death was utterly disgraceful. Of the children he had taken and those who had ascended the walls today, none survived. They were either slain by the enemy or trampled and shoved to death by their own comrades. At least the equipment was intact, or Lin would have wept bitterly. Of course, the gains from this battle were indeed exceedingly generous. He could take 8 sets of heavy armor from the personal guards on the wall. To speak inhumanly, these 8 suits of heavy armor were truly enough to purchase the lives of the fallen. Equipping his attendants with these heavy armors would easily yield a unit of armored cavalry, able to charge on horseback and defend on foot. Selling these armors would ensure a carefree life for the rest of his days. Of course, only a fool would sell such things. Moreover, in light of the valiant deaths of Lin's devoted soldiers, the old General Woody specially allocated 50 warrior profession crystal cores to him and specifically instructed him to rest while the next day exempt from defending the walls. He took 15 crystal cores to turn the remaining children into professional warriors, and the rest became Lin's private property. War. Lin's heart was a mixture of emotions, unable to find words, so he could only grit his teeth and spit out a few words. What a damn mess. Comrades from childhood, newly armed subordinates, gone in an instant. War, this thing really burns money. It was only because Lin hadn't suffered defeat that he hadn't yet tasted the bitterness of seeing decades of elite training vanish in a single day. Fortunately, on the whole, Lin was profiting, otherwise he would have no place to weep. Brothers, help me down. He did not wish to stay in this meat grinder for a single moment longer. With every breath he could smell the nauseating stench of blood and the strange odor of corpses. Your noble lordship, the 10 silver coins you mentioned, are they truly real? Just as he was about to descend, a soldier stopped him. Oh. You're the spearman who knocked the enemy off the wall. Take this, you've earned it. Lin wasted no words, directly pulling out 10 silver coins and handing them to the soldier. The soldier accepted them with 1,000 thanks, while the other soldiers' hearts burned with envy. As for reneging on the payment to avoid spending money, Lin scorned such behavior. Even a petty man like Shan Yang knew not to freeload, so how could he commit such a principled error? Thankfully he could rest tomorrow, or else he would truly be unable to go on. After a day of rest, seeing that most had recovered, Lin slaughtered all the remaining cattle to boost morale, allowing everyone to eat their fill. Typically such elite assaults could only be attempted once every several days. Any more frequent, and there would be a risk of mutiny and camp chaos. In the following days the siege operations returned to their previous mundane, half-hearted pace. But after the previous hysteria, who knew whether the current calm concealed a coming storm? No one knew that a monumental event had occurred in the enemy camp. Duchess Kalisha suddenly fell into a coma, and by seizing the moment acted as if she were dead and ordered the army to withdraw. In the camp of the Delosi Duchy, Bai de, the heir to the throne, was idly getting back at his autocratic tyrant of an aunt in his own tent. His method of revenge was simply to stick silver needles into a doll of his aunt. Yes, sticking needles into a doll. The very doll we imagine. There was no supernatural element, and he hadn't even dared to hire a cursed practitioner. Yet such a simple pastime proved immensely significant in a series of inexplicable events. While Duchess Kalisha was commanding the front lines, she suddenly lost consciousness. The panicked nobles immediately sounded the retreat. After the royal physician's diagnosis, it was discovered that the Duchess's ailment was no minor illness but a fatal one that would soon claim her life. To enhance her combat power, the Duchess had frequently consumed metal potions, leading to heavy metal poisoning that now left her at death's door. "Prince Bida, please accept my condolences." A knight burst into Bida's tent and said this. "Your aunt has fallen gravely ill. The royal physician has issued a critical notice. Now is the time for you to show yourself to the nobles. Do not miss this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Bida excitedly dropped the doll and rushed out of the tent. "The country is now in my hands. My loyal subjects, summon all the nobles to the tent at once to discuss the retreat route. Didn't you hear me? Now. Immediately. Right now," Bida shouted again at the knight. Then. "My aunt is critically ill. I am the interim ruler of the kingdom. The only correct course of action is to return all the land seized through evil deeds. Then sign an alliance with the Eri kingdom. An eternal alliance." Ignoring the fire-breathing stares of the nobles, Bida continued smugly. "After that we must fully learn from the great Eri kingdom, cast aside all our crude customs and embrace elegance and courtesy." At that moment a royal physician suddenly burst in, bringing news that delighted the nobles but plunged Bida into despair. "Duchess Kalisha has awakened from her coma and her recovery is quite remarkable. She even ate 5 catties of beef." In the eyes of these Delosi people, the ability to eat and sleep well was the ultimate sign of health. Seeing the Duchess restored to normal, the dukes who had feared for the duchy's future breathed a collective sigh of relief. This fellow Bida truly could never inherit the so-called Great Mandate now. Peter's mere 10-odd minutes of foolhardy actions had completely cost him the loyalty of the ruling dukes. Even those upright Grand Dukes who had initially condemned Clysa for her treacherous usurpation now unequivocally declared their full allegiance to her cause. For no other reason than Peter being an utter imbecile. If Tyros, a great nation of the northern snowfields, did not seek territorial expansion, they would be forced to endure the harsh conditions of a single annual harvest. Moreover, due to the perpetual cold, they could only cultivate rye, a crop so unpalatable it was practically inedible. How could these warlike lords ever tolerate such a fate? One could say that the dukes had been willing to grit their teeth and accept the abandonment of old traditions and the comprehensive emulation of the kingdom of air, but forbidding them from waging war was tantamount to courting death. Yet good news came one after another. In the distant capital of Frostglad, Peter's wife Sophia had once again given birth to a princess named Anna Perlavna. Seizing the opportunity, while she still had the strength, Grand Duchess Clysa managed to have Peter officially deposed with a unanimous vote, installing Sophia's eldest son as the heir to the duchy. This brought great joy to the dukes once more, and the entire camp radiated an atmosphere of vitality and boundless ambition. As for Peter the imbecile, his fate was sealed, to spend the rest of his days in a monastery serving the divine. However, Clysa could truly feel death's cold breath upon her. She knew that if she were to drift into a slumber she might never wake again. Her sole remaining wish was to conquer this formidable city before her life ebbed away, securing vast tracts of fertile farmland for the duchy. This way the next generation of the duchy could live in warmth amidst wheat fields, never again having to crawl over ice and snow to eke out a living. If she could achieve this, her life would be complete. "Even if I may not match my royal brother's grand strategies, I shall still be a great sovereign who expanded the duchy's territories." With this thought she urged all the nobles to immediately construct siege towers, determined to lead the final assault herself, and give her all for the duchy. Days later, just as the air nobles began to let their guard down, a colossal siege tower slowly rolled onto the battlefield. "Finally finished this thing." Anlin was in exceptionally high spirits today, having successfully constructed a lever-action trebuchet using the scant knowledge of physics he had acquired in his previous life. Although the device was still somewhat crude, it could genuinely hurl stones with a range exceeding 200 paces. "My men! Push this trebuchet to the city walls. If those Tyros barbarians dare to attack again, we'll show them the true meaning of civilization." Anlin was thrilled not only because this was the fruit of his painstaking labor, but also because it embodied the wisdom of basic mechanics from his past life. If he had paid attention in class back then, who would have needed to doze off? Though the trebuchet was still somewhat rough, it was a revolutionary creation for this era. His soldiers used rolling logs to slowly push the trebuchet to a position 50 meters from the city wall. This distance not only allowed for optimal stone projection but also avoided a host of potential complications. However, just as the trebuchet was being positioned near the wall, a soldier on the ramparts delivered news that was neither entirely good nor bad. The enemy had deployed a massive siege tower accompanied by a contingent of heavily armored guards at its base. Anlin knew this was a golden opportunity. If he could destroy that siege tower, the credit for this battle would surely be his. You! Get up on the wall and observe where the stones land. Anlin pointed at a random attendant, sending him to the ramparts to direct the firing trajectory. Load the stones. Stop dawdling. Move the catapult to the right. After making some adjustments, he immediately fired a test shot. The stone, secured by ropes, was launched by the acceleration of the long arm, flying far beyond the city walls and vanishing from sight in an instant. Master! A bit more to the right. Move it back a little further. The attendant on the wall shouted his report. That stone had landed directly amidst the guards below, likely crushing several of them. Anlin swiftly adjusted the aim and fired another shot. The stone once again flew over the wall, and within moments the sound of splintering would echo through the air. A hit. Fire again. Anlin immediately reloaded and launched another stone in the same direction. Another resounding impact. He continued without pause, firing several more shots in rapid succession. Master! The siege tower has collapsed. Upon hearing the good news, he rushed to the city wall to observe the results. He discovered that while the tower had indeed been destroyed, the guards had not fled. Instead, they were digging through the pile of broken timbers. This must mean they buried their leader beneath it. As this thought crossed his mind, he shouted to the men below. Quick! Fire a few more shots. No need to adjust the angle. Now, immediately. A volley of stones flew over the wall, accurately striking the pile of debris where the guards were frantically digging. At this point, anyone buried beneath that wreckage, unless they possessed an absurdly powerful level of strength beyond the continental norm, could not possibly survive. What Anlin did not know, however, was that the person trapped beneath the wood was in fact one of the continent's most formidable fighters, the Grand Duchess Clysa, known as the Shield Maiden. But now the mere fall from the top of the multi-story tower had already taken half her life. The subsequent barrage of stones on the woodpile had driven splinters deep into her body, compounded by multiple fractures. By the time she was pulled from the wreckage, she had already bled out and died at the hands of an unknown nobody like Anlin. The news of Tyros' supreme leader being killed by a catapult spread like wildfire, throwing the Tyros barbarians into a state of panic and uncertainty. In the end, after deliberations among the Grand Dukes, it was decided to confine the former heir Peter to a monastery. They also summoned Sophia, the mother of the current heir, and the wife of the deposed Peter, to the front lines to rally the morale of their troops. In summary, the sovereign marched forth, but was struck by stone. The throne now falls to a child alone. Setting aside claims to speak of war, bring the young lord's mother to the fore. Or rather, stones fell from the sky without a sound. The sovereign met his death on the ground. How many bloody battles must be paid? Learning from Monk's fate, a poor choice made. When the news of Queen Christina's death reached Froskler, Sophia the regent had already launched a lightning-fast coup, and the news of that coup reached the ears of the Grand Dukes. Yes, Sophia the regent had staged a coup. With remarkable speed she acted first and reported later, swiftly executing the nobles and Froskler who supported Peter, as well as Peter's true companion of heart and soul, a humble maid, all sent to the guillotine. The Grand Dukes on the front lines responded. Ha ha, how mischievous, we like it. The Grand Dukes did not condemn her as a poisonous woman who usurped authority, nor did they rally to restore the rightful ruler and march on Froskler to hang her. On the contrary, Sophia's actions deeply pleased them. Thus the Grand Dukes immediately shifted their stance, recognizing Sophia as the acting ruler, and demanded she personally come to the front lines to boost the morale of the demoralized soldiers. They believed that after receiving a visit from a beautiful queen regent, the soldiers would surely be revitalized and stand up for their motherland once more. However, there is always an exception. For instance, Sophia, the acting queen regent, placed the heir young Paul within the palace. Meanwhile, the court tutor who had led Peter astray naturally took over the education and daily care of young Paul. Sophia was now on her way to the front lines, unaware that her home was being stolen from behind. Now let's return to Anlin's story. Ever since old General Woody learned of Anlin's newly invented catapult, he immediately ordered the execution of all the guards on the ramparts where Anlin was stationed except for the nobles. He publicly claimed that the inventor of the catapult was a penniless noble bastard who only read poetry. At the same time, he compelled those nobles and their retainers to swear by their families and gods never to reveal the truth. Anlin knew that old General Woody did this to protect his life. If not, his fate would have been either to be kept under the king's protection in the palace after the war, or to be assassinated by Tyros's agents. Of course, the most likely outcome was to be targeted by concentrated fire on the battlefield and die fighting. At present, the battle against Tyros had reached a stalemate. Although the elite guards' climbing assaults could kill many soldiers, their own casualties were also severe. The siege towers that were built could not reach the city walls, being collapsed by cannon fire, and even the Queen Regent died beneath the walls. In the end, the battering ram could not break the city gates. All 4 gates of this great city had been reinforced with sandbags and earth, so not even a ram, let alone cannons, could penetrate them. The Tyros Grand Dukes had considered having their elite guards push the towers forward and then remove the sandbags once inside the gates, or having the guards swarm the walls while soldiers moved the sandbags. But no one expected that some cursed soul would boil feces in iron pots with water, heating it until bubbling, and pour the scalding filth down on any attacking guard. When that filth touched a person, it was like a curse, burning wounds plus infection impossible to heal without a priest. So injured elite guards could be treated at the Grand Duke's expense, but ordinary soldiers who were wounded simply waited to die. Moreover, feces naturally breed bacteria, and coincidentally that heartless Anlin had a sudden whimsy to add a few rats into the boiling pots. Even more coincidentally, Anlin had the rat-stewed feces loaded into clay pots, and during his spare time he used the trebuchet to lovingly deliver warmth and blessings to those resilient and unyielding Tyros soldiers. Within a few days the terrifying plague of rats spread throughout the Tyros camp. And on the surface it was not Anlin who did it, but the so-called penniless noble bastard. To completely clear Anlin of suspicion, old General Woody, besides making everyone swear, also found a young man from his own surviving bastards who was about Anlin's age. He falsely claimed that this young man was the penniless noble bastard, legitimized him as son of Baron Woody, and even gave the bastard a wealthy estate. Of course the ending for this bastard was predictable. Anlin felt no resentment toward Woody's arrangements, nor any displeasure at having his military achievements stolen by a filthy bastard. It was a joke. Such dirty military achievements were best avoided entirely. But the nobles of the Air Kingdom were strongly supportive of Anlin's poisonous scheme. Because whenever the barbarians of the Tyros Duchy captured a city, they would slaughter all the soldiers, able-bodied men and merchants, and sometimes even slaves and nobles if the killing frenzy took them. Women and children with reproductive capabilities were immediately dragged off to bear children, and some underage girls were raped to death on the spot. Half-grown boys suffered even worse fates. Some were castrated and kept as slave boys, others were thrown to wolves, and most were brainwashed and turned into blades and suicide soldiers for Tyros to continue harming their own motherland. I curse that poisoner's mother to have been raped by goblins. No, his father must be a syphilitic drunkard and his mother a tavern whore full of warts. The Grand Duke, clad in heavy armor and wearing an iron chain-mail collar, cursed the vile coward who had used the rat-stewed feces tactic on the battlefield. The priests were now working around the clock, tirelessly treating the soldiers for the plague, but still with little effect. For every plague patient cured, dozens more appeared, and even the previously cured were reinfected. Despite desperate efforts, the number of plague victims only increased. A short figure beside the Grand Duke suggested, "Your Grace, if they dare do such a thing, we can retaliate with the same means. We can use the same trick against these despicable wretches." The Grand Dukes, now with bloodshot eyes from desperation, unhesitatingly chose to chop up soldiers who had died of the plague and hurl the pieces into the city. They swore that if they could capture this great city, they would kill every last person within to avenge the fallen soldiers. But they never expected that Anlin's knowledge would completely outmatch these semi-literate brutes. When the corpse pieces were thrown over, there was no need to panic. First isolate all nearby soldiers, then have designated people burn the corpse pieces completely, and finally dig half a meter of soil from the contaminated area and dump it over the city walls. Water sources were guarded day and night by designated personnel, wellheads were sealed, and all daily water had to be boiled before use. It could be said that if Anlin's methods were properly applied, the plague would hardly spread. But no matter how wise one is, there are always fools. The plague still managed to spread within the city. However, thanks to Anlin's vigorous prevention and active treatment, the outbreak was strongly suppressed. In the end, old General Woody personally intervened, and together with all the noble defenders they investigated and uncovered the truth. Some soldiers, in order to shirk work, not only failed to dig up the surrounding half-meter of soil and dump it outside the city, as Anlin had instructed, but they also did not burn the corpse pieces promptly. Even the cleaning tools were simply thrown into the warehouse without disinfection or rinsing. When they developed symptoms of the plague, fearing execution by the nobles, they simply added a little helper of the plague into the communal cooking pot of the entire militia camp. For such selfish, ignorant, and foolish wretches deserving of 1,000 deaths, Woody immediately ordered these soldiers' arms and legs to be broken, then hanged them on the city walls. Anlin, on the other hand, asked the priests known for their mercy to cast the most severe curses upon these soldiers. They were stripped of the right to enter the divine kingdom after death, and prayers were offered that the gods would cast these evil souls into hell, where they would be eternally torn by hellhounds and scorched by fire. Their relatives after death would be torn apart and devoured by the dead, and their souls would forever sink into hell, tormented and slaughtered by demons. This wave of feudal superstition struck such fear into those soldiers that they never again dared to cut corners when handling corpse pieces. However, having learned this lesson, Anlin no longer dared to relax his inspections of these soldiers. Even if he was exhausted, he would send a trusted person to monitor these scoundrels. Through the army's desperate resistance, they endured until summer arrived. Meanwhile, the Dukes of Tyrus, constrained by the weather, were forced to withdraw their forces home. Before retreating, they carried out a brutal massacre in the captured city of Demise. And precisely because the enemy had fully withdrawn, the northern stronghold, once fallen, was reclaimed by our forces with almost no resistance. Upon entering the city, General Uti ordered all soldiers to conduct a thorough search for survivors, then proceeded to the Lord's residence to assess the damage. Soldiers dispersed to clear the rubble, while Anlin stood silent amidst the ruins, his heart churning with profound unease. Every civilian, merchant, noble, and priest within the city had been slaughtered without mercy by the Tyrus soldiers. Those beasts severed heads from living bodies and let war horses trample them into crimson pulp. Innocent children had their bellies slit open and hearts torn out. As for women, what women? There were none left. Most likely they had been abducted to Tyrus to bear children. Once a majestic fortress housing 10,000 souls, Danis had been reduced by those Tyrus barbarians to a living hell. Crash. A sudden collapse echoed from the wreckage. Anlin drew his blade and stepped forward, gently parting the splintered timber. Ah! Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please spare me. Beneath the debris lay a child barely in his teens, still younger than Anlin. Yet he bore not a trace of youthful vitality. Instead, terror contorted his face, his eyes wide with primal dread of steel, limbs drawn tight in paralyzed fear, utterly collapsed upon the ground. Anlin forced a stiff, gentle smile. Child, it's over. The Tyrus beasts have fled. The army of the kingdom of Eri has entered the city. You are safe now. Only then did the boy recognize Anlin as a knight of Eri, and burst into unrestrained sobs. Around him both noble youths and common soldiers alike stood subdued, their spirits weighed down. The Tyrus people rose to power through heavily armored infantry shield formations, fierce by nature, ruthless in practice. Across the continent, minstrels from every realm shared one unspoken consensus to mock and scorn Tyrus's crude brutality. Today, however, Tyrus reaffirmed its savagery, not through verse or rumor, but with axes stained crimson and mountains of corpses. Anlin lifted the child from the rubble and murmured softly, "It's all right now, they're gone. Everything will be all right." The boy pointed behind him and wept. "They're all over there. Send several men to gather all survivors on that open field." Anlin directed his troops, inwardly sighing at his own softness. Such duties were not normally assigned to someone like Anlin, yet the memory of Nanjing's massacre stirred deep sorrow within him, and ache no time could ease. Indeed, the Tyrus soldiers' vile atrocities lent righteous weight to Anlin's actions just days earlier. Truth be told, he had lain awake nights before, haunted by guilt, fearing his deeds would one day be exposed. Now he could declare to anyone unflinchingly, "My conscience is clear." With the tide of war turning from peril to triumph, long-delayed letters finally reached the front lines. Many nobles, reading love letters from admired maidens, or royal decrees bestowing honors, felt every sacrifice had been worth it. Though such matters held little relevance for Anlin, he too received 3 letters from home. One filled him with uncontainable joy. He was to become a father. Ulan Chagon had conceived shortly after his departure from the capital, and now confirmed by temple priests she carried a child, due to deliver in July this year. What began as idle banter had become prophecy, and Lin of the Leke family was now the first among his generation to sire an heir. His elder brother's courtship with the noble maiden remained uncertain. His second brother and merchant wife remained childless. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin immediately penned a letter home, filled with meticulous instructions for Ulan Chagon's pregnancy, dietary guidance, rest routines, and firm advice to avoid aristocratic salons. He emphasized repeatedly, "The child matters less than the mother's life. Preserve her first." A radical heretical stance in this world. Here it was widely believed a wife could be remarrying, but lost lineage meant irrevocable ruin. The letter ran long and heartfelt. Finally he paid 1 gold coin to a trained messenger bird, its gullet swallowing the scroll before soaring toward the capital. The next letter was a missive of praise and reward from the second Prince William, in which he enthusiastically extolled the formidable combat prowess, exceptional military discipline, and strict order of the elite troops Anlin had trained. He specifically claimed that Anlin's army could rival the forces commanded by the founding kings Calacius. Moreover, he thoughtfully recounted 2 arduous campaigns he had personally experienced. A month ago, William and General Malagu, the kingdom's most prominent baron, formed a legion of 3,000 men and engaged in a decisive battle on a plain in the Highland territory against the 2,000-strong legion from the Danya kingdom. At that time the legion had no more than 800 knights and squires combined, while fewer than 1,000 of the remaining noble private troops were well equipped. In contrast, the enemy Danya light cavalry numbered fully 800, supplemented by 1,000 Danya champion archers and 200 Danya skirmishers, giving them an overwhelming advantage over the kingdom. Anlin's 500 warriors were positioned by General Malagu at the very front line, prepared to withstand the first cavalry charge and secure a turning point for the kingdom. Yet to everyone's astonishment, when the cavalry's javelins rained down upon these 500 warriors, they maintained their formation with unwavering discipline and heroically repelled the enemy's initial assault. Even the archers, as the enemy cavalry charged, calmly drew their bows and loosed arrows. William was so overcome with excitement, while writing this passage, that he pressed his quill with such force it left deep, indelible marks upon the parchment. The words that followed made Anlin feel as though William had quite lost his mind. During the second cavalry charge the formation had grown somewhat disordered from the setbacks of the first assault, yet miraculously the pike wall of these warriors, now reduced to little more than 300, managed to halt it. Yes, cavalry had been stopped by infantry. In this world the only recorded feat of halting a cavalry charge belonged to the Telosi Royal Guard heavy infantry who had been forced to retreat. Although the Danya light cavalry ranked among the weakest in all kingdoms, this achievement was still regarded by every noble in the legion, and even the old king who learned of it, as a groundbreaking history-making triumph. The other campaign left the nobles calling it nothing short of a miracle. Once again facing the Danya kingdom's legion, the Danya forces suffered a devastating defeat, with only a few hundred light cavalry managing to flee the battlefield. Just as the nobles descended to bind prisoners and plunder the spoils, the light cavalry suddenly launched a devastating counterattack. If not for the remaining 300 warriors who had not all descended to scavenge the battlefield but instead maintained a basic formation, the old king would now be calculating how many gold coins it would take to ransom his own son. It was precisely these two outstanding performances that established the reputation of Enlin's 500 warriors, elevating them in the eyes of many to the status of elite infantry comparable to the Telosi Royal Guard. William in his excitement also generously rewarded Enlin with 2 prized Danya kingdom ponies recently captured and the contract documents for a merchant caravan. As he put it, "You bring me victory, and I shall return you with wealth." But while others remain ignorant of these soldiers' true origins, Enlin knew their secrets thoroughly, and he immediately penned a reply. He began by reporting to the second prince that the outstanding performance in these 2 battles stemmed from the enemy's arrogance and carelessness, making such results exceedingly difficult to replicate. He further advised that the elite warriors must not be thrown into meat-grinder battles but should instead first gain experience against lesser foes, training until they reached a sufficient level of proficiency before being deployed in critical engagements. Finally, he offered a series of flattering remarks stating that while the warriors' fierce fighting was indeed a factor in victory, it was the brilliant command of second Prince William and the veteran General Malaga that truly determined the outcome. From the north he loyally congratulated the second prince on basking in the glory of triumph. After handing the sealed letter to the young messenger, and paying 20 silver coins for postage, Enlin once again opened the final letter. At first glance the letter's packaging was extraordinarily exquisite, with gilded characters embossed on its surface and bound with a splendid silk ribbon. How strange! Who sent this? Enlin thought it over and realized there was no noblewoman fitting the description who should be writing to him. After unwrapping one layer he discovered many exquisite parchment cards inside. But what made Enlin feel helpless was the content written on those cards. "Oh Sir Knight, your valiant figure haunts my thoughts. Oh Sir Knight, would you be willing to visit the XX Manor during the lull in the war and attend a tea party arranged by noble ladies for outstanding knights like you?" Even worse, some were openly declaring their love to Enlin. Among the numerous bold and ardent love letters, the one sealed with the Wester family crest stood out as the most restrained yet deeply felt confession. It was written in extraordinarily elegant script, and a faint fragrance could be detected. "To the powerful and valiant Mr. Enlin, reading these words is like meeting in person. In recent months the royal capital has received many reports of victories from the front lines, yet the fall of numerous brave knights fills one with sorrow. Blessed by the gods, your name has not appeared on the casualty list, and the glory of the Lake family continues. I sincerely hope your valor and honor will endure alongside the kingdom forever. If you read these words, I venture to request that you attend the salon hosted by noble ladies after the war ends. With deepest gratitude. Signed by the daughter of the Wester family. Enlin, the thickly layered green tea flavor. Truly nostalgic. Indeed, it has been a long time since anyone dared to play such games before Enlin. Rarely. Enlin wrote back. Once the war ends, I will certainly bring my lady wife to attend your gathering. He could already imagine the twisted expression on that Wester family woman's face upon reading his reply. He did not like green tea players, but rather enjoyed watching them feel embarrassed yet forced to smile gracefully. Everyone had received letters from their families, relatives, and even the king, but the dead were destined not to share in joy, nor could they share in victory and wealth. Enlin gazed out the window and noticed the mail carrier still holding a pile of letters with nowhere to deliver them. "Hey, mail carrier! Bring the letters over. These are destined never to be delivered." He watched for a while and saw that some retainers had the chance to receive letters meant for their masters while others remained unclaimed. Seeing Enlin speak, the mail carrier immediately breathed a sigh of relief and handed over a stack of envelopes. These letters mostly came from those who had neither retainers nor assets, hoping only to capture a powerful knight on the battlefield and gain some fine armor and mounts. Such beggar knights, riding inferior horses, wearing tattered chain mail, and wielding nothing but long spears, would only meet a nameless death like dogs on the battlefield. The families producing such knights would by any measure hardly be considered influential. Enlin was about to toss the pile of letters into the trash when his gaze froze. He spotted a letter addressed to Aladal, that foolish knight. For some reason Enlin opened this somewhat worn letter. Inside everything was remarkably plain, no perfume, no exquisite ornaments, just an aged, worn piece of parchment. The writing on the parchment was dense yet remarkably clear, as though the writer had poured everything they wished to say onto the letter. My son, how have things been on the battlefield lately? Ever since you took that longsword passed down from your grandfather to the battlefield, I have been unable to rest peacefully day or night. But regardless, I must say, do not fear death on the battlefield, do not quarrel with your companions, and never recklessly defy your superiors. Of course, not all companions are worthy of trust or of having your back. You need to carefully consider who your companions are and ensure they are trustworthy. I need not say more. If you are fortunate enough to capture a knight, please treat him well, so that if you are unfortunate enough to be captured one day, you may also escape disaster. To gather enough funds to recruit squires for you, your younger sister will marry a merchant. If you truly earn military merit, send word home immediately. Son, as a retired knight of the kingdom, though I can no longer take the field, I still hope you will follow in your grandfather's footsteps and achieve outstanding merit for the kingdom, becoming a brave knight. But as your father, I equally hope you return home alive. Even if you achieve nothing, even if you are captured. After reading this, and Lin felt a lump in his throat. To ease his discomfort, he simply held the envelope to a candle flame and let it burn. This is war. War that takes lives suddenly, no matter who you are. And Lin reflected on his past experiences and found that the battlefield was truly extraordinary. The mighty Queen Tyrus could be crushed to death by a few stones, dying worse than a stray dog. The weak Alidol, despite his exceptional swordsmanship, could be pierced to death by a few enemy spears. No matter how valiant they were, they all died, dying namelessly like stray dogs, dying without any value like stray dogs. Even their final record in this world was merely, many brave knights fell unfortunately. Once dead, they are destined to lose all value and be forgotten. This was in Lin's understanding of war. Sophia had been riding a wave of success these past few months, basking in extraordinary complacency. First, when news of Duchess Kelish's grave illness reached Fuliosagil, she acted decisively, immediately contacting all the nobles who supported her. She was prepared to swiftly elevate her eldest son to the throne the moment the Duchess passed away, even if it meant going to war with the dukes of the duchy. But Duchess Kelisha died suddenly, and that fool Peter was directly disinherited for cursing his own aunt. And her own coup, a stroke of genius, cleared all obstacles for her son's ascension. Though the maid was innocent for her son's life, she had no choice but to wrong her. Good day. My dear husband, it seems you are not faring well here, but now you come banging on my door with a face red as a monkey's behind, demanding to see me, just to ask me to abdicate in your favor. Sophia maintained a polite smile, but her demeanor was utterly different from the woman she once was. Peter, imprisoned in the cage, his eyes bloodshot, glared at his wife with venomous hatred, spitting the most vicious words. You poisonous woman! You harlot! If you keep me locked here, the moment I get out, I'll strip you naked and throw you onto a street full of drunkards and beggars. After saying this, he gasped for breath, then after a long while suddenly blurted out, Yes. And that bastard child. I'll throw that bastard into a pigsty, make him eat pig dung and drink pig urine, and finally marry a sow as his wife. Ha ha. See what I mean, man, can't you just shut up? Originally Sophia had only intended to imprison Peter for life, but these words utterly enraged a mother's deepest taboo. She grabbed Peter by the throat, hoisted him up, and slammed him against the wooden bars of the cage. After 4 or 5 strikes until Peter's face was covered in blood and his teeth shattered on the ground, she finally threw this foul-mouthed wretch to the floor. Send him off. Sophia coldly ordered her men behind her, then strode out of the dim prison. She couldn't be bothered to give the dying man a second glance. Peter shouted in futile defiance behind her. This is regicide. This is rebellion. Before Sophia lay a bright future, and the savage and bloody continent of Derosi, long mocked by critics, was about to welcome a new monarch. However, no one knew that at this moment Sophia's son-in-law was attending an etiquette lesson, and the court instructor teaching him was none other than the very man who had once brainwashed Peter. At this moment, in the elegant study in Fuliosagil, Your Highness Ilo, do you know why the Duchy of Derosi, after spending so many years and so much military force, has never been able to expand into the vast southern lands? The court etiquette tutor, with an affable expression, asked a question that could easily capture the attention of a young hot-blooded boy like Ilo. I'm sorry, teacher, I don't know. The court etiquette tutor continued to brainwash this child. That is because all people of Derosi do not value etiquette and culture. In this world, even the most barbaric slave nation Battels hold ceremonies of etiquette in great respect. And as you can see, the people of Derosi from top to bottom hold etiquette and culture in utter contempt. In my view, etiquette and culture are the essential means by which a race is transformed from beasts to humans. If a race does not value etiquette and culture, even if it can be powerful for a time, it will ultimately be defeated by other enemies and become their slaves. Eloa, completely convinced by the tutor's words, seized the moment to ask, So which country has the most advanced etiquette and culture? Seeing that this young prince had taken the bait, the court etiquette tutor said calmly and softly, The kingdom of Aria. Eloa clearly wanted to ask more, but a group of court martial arts instructors barged in, directly interrupting his lesson. Your Highness Elo, it's time for your riding lesson. Your Highness Elo, you must also practice your archery diligently. Your performance in the last competition has declined. Your Highness Elo, your armor is ready. Please come with me to try it on. Your Highness Elo, you must also train hard in spearmanship so that in the future you can expand the borders of Derosi on the battlefield. The martial arts instructors, bustling and yet in unison, took over this rare etiquette lesson and led Elo out of the palace with calls of Your Highness Elo, repeated endlessly. As for the court etiquette tutor, he was left alone in the deserted palace. Not embarrassed in the least, he gave a light cough and said, "Someone escort me back to my quarters." After these words there was no response for a long while, and even a rare echo reverberated in the empty hall. Damn it, these barbarians! Who knows if the Grand Dukes of Derosi hadn't felt that future princes should at least be literate, and nobody like him would have starved to death on the streets or been robbed and killed by a debt-ridden drunkard. What he didn't know was that his entire speech was faithfully reported by the surveillance officer to Sophia, who had just taken the reins of power. Returning to Enlin, he was now cooking a pot of food. Though the dead command reverence the living cannot survive without sustenance. He personally dispatched servants to prepare warm meals for the survivors of the massacre, ensuring they ate well. "My lord, a group of orphan children kneel outside the gate. They beg to see you." Outside stood a cluster of destitute homeless children, innocent youths who hoped Enlin would take them in. Outside stood a band of adolescent demons burdened with blood-soaked vengeance, raw, untamed, and primed for war. With but a guiding hand they would become fearless soldiers, unflinching before death. Yet Enlin remained unruffled. To the soldier he simply said, "Let them wait." Thus he rested indoors while the children knelt outside, through dusk into deep night. When the moment felt ripe, Enlin stepped through the doorway and addressed the kneeling youths. "What do you seek by blocking this threshold?" The eldest boy, sensing hope, cried out loudly, "Sir Knight, we have no home left. We'll starve if we stay in the city. Please take us in. We fear no death. If you give us bread, even sending us to die would earn no protest from us." At that Enlin, moved by their raw fervor, declared, "Very well. You wish to swear fealty to me? Then prove it. Die for me now." Without hesitation the boy rose and hurled himself headlong at the nearby wall, his charge fierce and final, clearly bent on shattering his skull against stone. Seeing the boy's speed and resolve, Enlin lunged forward, seized him mid-air, and laughed heartily. "Fine lad. I accept you all. From this day forth my command is supreme law. Disobey, and your fate shall mirror this moment. Do you understand?" Having formally accepted them, Enlin swiftly administered warrior crystal cores for absorption, and issued each youth a battered chain mail hauberk, basic yet functional armor. The nobles welcomed Enlin's unilateral recruitment with quiet delight. These orphans were volatile seeds, neither fit to execute nor safe to release. Other nobles maintained private retinues, and feeding these newcomers would strain their own soldiers' rations. Enlin, however, was different, wealthy, well-provisioned, land-rich, and astonishingly generous. His taking them in served crowned commoner and noble alike, a stroke of profound auspiciousness. Not all nobles resembled Enlin, clad in gleaming scale armor, wielding razor-edged blades, flanked by elite retainers mounted on swift steeds. To Enlin such worn chainmail seemed fit only for beggars, but to low-ranking officers and minor nobles it was prized armor coveted above all else. Most junior nobles bore rust-pitted spears, wore tattered mail, and rode gaunt nags, escorting peasants rather than commanding armies. Enlin, a young noble possessing several manors, stood apart, his ambition matched only by his means. Others fought for years merely to claim a dozen acres of a single estate. Some even shared estates with rival houses. Enlin avoided aristocratic gatherings, not out of disdain but because they teemed with decadence, prolonged attendance risked betrayal, or worse, venereal affliction. Yet impoverished nobles attended solely to secure high-born brides, marriage as social alchemy, not affection. Though they dallied freely with merchants' daughters at the threshold of matrimony, they discarded those women without mercy, discarding devotion like spent parchment. Their hard-won manners, earned through blood and valor, were then offered as gifts to noblewomen, hoping shared banquets might kindle whispered romance. Is it not absurd? These newly ennobled warriors, forged in battle, neglect arms and armor, yet chase the fleeting favor of aristocratic maidens. They fail utterly to grasp one immutable truth: Enlin commands wealth, land, and over 200 loyal, well-armed retainers. Even were he a brigand, he would be a cultured one. Even ugly, he possesses an arresting singular charisma. What? He is married. Marriage can end in divorce or widowhood. And as the ancient saying warns, the unloved one is always the third party. Enlin accepted the invitation from the Winst family's daughter not only to witness her shattered composure, but also to shield her from jealous noblewomen who might cast her forth as a sacrificial decoy. Do those noblewomen hurl themselves toward his bedchamber solely because he is wealthy? Indeed, every welcome he receives stems from the sheer, undeniable depth of his fortune. Misread this truth and know some, however vast, will pry open their thighs, only polite reserve and icy decorum will greet you. But shift perspective, men like William, born to legacy, need only a glance, and noblewomen part their legs obediently, inviting him to rise and claim dominion. With this insight crystallized, Lin resolved upon returning to the capital, purchase iron-reinforced leather armor, weapons abundant, never scarce. Cultivate grain fields, not ornamental gardens. Since the enemy forces of Dairos had already withdrawn, and Lin and his comrades could consider their battle to have concluded successfully. To ensure the noble youths enjoyed the greatest benefits, the old General Woody during the withdrawal deliberately calculated the return journey as paid service. With money in hand, the noble youths were overjoyed, eating roasted meat and singing songs as they cheerfully made their way home. The soldiers also obtained a fair share of spoils, enough to buy a pair of fine shoes so their feet no longer ached and their legs were no longer sore. Everyone was in high spirits. To reward these soldiers, Woody and other nobles deliberately arranged for the returning troops to pass through nearby villages, allowing the soldiers to legally plunder the commoners. These soldiers lacked the courage to fight the enemy to the death, but they possessed both the nerve and the audacity to slaughter peasants without restraint. Among all the soldiers, only Lin's troops were different. With 10,000 hearts united, Mount Tai itself can be shaken. Only loyalty and righteousness can stir the heavens. The commander cherishes me as a father cherishes his son. Violate military law and your freedom is gone. Clear commands and just rewards. Dare you delay when facing fire and water? Repay the commander above and avenge your grievances below. Slay every foe to earn a noble title. These soldiers, whether warriors or archers, no longer rode donkeys but ran on foot. And as they ran they sang strange songs. Some noble youths paused to listen carefully, only to find that the melody and tone of this song were completely different from the ballads of the wandering minstrels. Strangely enough, the song composed of these peculiar tones was simple and easy to understand, as if infused with some mysterious power. Lin intended to use General Chi's triumphant song to instill in these half-grown boys a deep-rooted loyalty to their commander and obedience to orders. In this way, even if he were to rebel one day, these soldiers would charge forward without hesitation and sacrifice their lives for him. Running ends. The entire army marches at a walking pace to rest. He issued the command, and those soldiers who could no longer endure immediately switched from running to walking, relaxing their leg muscles. Previously, during battle, conserving energy was paramount. Now that the fighting was over, physical training had to be resumed. Moreover, during the march, Lin's soldiers were strictly forbidden from plundering commoners or raping village women. If any of his soldiers violated the military orders he had set, killing without authorization, looting private property, or raping women, their fate would be nothing less than execution, ear-cutting, or flogging. Such severe punishments. Damn it! You dare commit murder behind my back. If I hadn't made a surprise inspection, would you have slaughtered the entire family? He was now furious, not because a soldier who had followed him for a long time had killed someone, but because these soldiers had dared to defy his military orders. He had repeatedly commanded, pay for what you buy, never rape a woman. Yet these bastards, barely half a day without his supervision, had grown bold enough to break into a peasant's home, loot everything, and rape and kill one of the women inside. More than their evil deeds, what infuriated him was that they had treated his words like a fart. He had provided them with fine food and clothing, and yet his words were disregarded as nothing. Assemble the entire army. Execute them immediately. And Lin shouted hoarsely, his eyes red. If possible, he truly did not want to execute the soldiers he had brought out. But he had no choice. If they dared to treat his words like a fart today, tomorrow they would dare to treat his head like a chamber pot. Master, spare my life. We were also deceived by someone. The leading soldier pointed at an old rogue in the crowd and pleaded loudly, if it weren't for this old bastard tempting us to steal, we would never have broken into a house and killed. And Lin turned around, grabbed the old soldier from the crowd, and then learned the whole story from these men. Last night this old bandit lied to the soldiers, saying previously, and Lin punished you because you didn't win battles. Now that you've won, even if you violate a military order, nothing serious will happen. And so these bastards committed such heinous stupidity. Their fate was only one death. And the fate of that old bandit was also only one death by slow slicing. Violate military law and your freedom is gone. These words were never empty. Seeing a beheading spectacle unfold, the soldiers, suddenly forgetting their aches and fatigue, crowded thickly around the condemned men, pointing and whispering. Realizing Lin's resolve to execute them was genuine, the wretches trembled uncontrollably, prostrating themselves and pounding their foreheads into the ground until blood welled from the wounds. Crimson rivulets traced paths down their cheeks, crossed their eyes, and dripped steadily onto the earth. Squad leaders, step forward. Execute. Lin roared, his eyes bloodshot, voice raw with fury. We brothers have risked our lives for you without hesitation, yet today for betting a foul woman you would cast aside brotherhood itself. We refuse to accept this. Another soldier broke free, tore open his tunic, and exposed a deep sword scar across his shoulder. My lord, have we not spilled blood in battle? Are our merits insufficient to justify such trifling indulgences? We brothers have held ourselves in check for months. Do you truly intend to let us wither away in restraint? Hearing these words, Lin's vision darkened. Thank the heavens he had uncovered this defiance early. If thousands upon thousands of troops were to flout orders en masse later, it would no longer be pleading, it would be outright rebellion. Then his ancestors would surely thunder from the heavens. Have you forgotten what the old palace guards once did? The severed heads of Weibo Jidushi still lie unburied in the wilds, eyes wide open staring straight at you. And the blood of the infamily still glistens fresh upon Li Jure's blade. He laughed, a hollow furious sound, and drew his riding whip, lashing it hard across the soldier's face. Have I truly spoiled you these past days? None of you show gratitude for rewards, or fear for punishment. He pointed sharply at the crossbowman, his expression twisting into something feral. Last year I spared your lives, I kept you from goblin slaughter, from freezing, from starving. Now that you are well fed and warmly clad, do you dare treat my commands as mere wind? This crossbowman was a refugee boy taken in years ago, adopted by Lin as personal retainer, granted rations and gear far superior to those of ordinary retainers. During the siege, on which day did I ever let you march into battle half-starved or underdressed? Did I withhold meat from your tables each day? On which day did I deny you wine? When feasting you remained silent, but now one tongue answers for two. Throughout the siege you obeyed without question, yet how many times did I raise my hand against you? Lin's scathing rebuke struck deep. The soldiers bowed their heads in profound shame. Though his discipline was ironclad, his rewards were lavish beyond measure, gold and silver scattered like gravel. His prohibition against whoring applied only to diseased women who had abandoned all hope. So-called poison blossoms seeking out clean courtesans, nightingales, would never draw his wrath. Master, we know our sin. Having committed such a vile act, we no longer wish to live. Grant us the mercy of a swift death. The crossbowman, arrow-scarred face pale, closed his eyes and awaited oblivion. Ah, master, I will not soil my brother's hands. We have shamed our parents beyond redemption, but before I go I beg leave to speak one final word. The soldier with the shoulder wound drew his short sword and pressed its point against his throat. In our next life, we shall serve you again. With that he raised his head high, then slammed it downward with savage force. The keen blade pierced his neck, drove through skull and brain, and burst forth from the back of his head, revealing glistening white matter. The others shouted, "Make it quick, spare your brothers the agony." Some drove their own short swords into their throats, others dashed their heads against the ground. Blood soaked the earth in grotesque abundance. They died cleanly, bravely, without regret. Yet neither noble nor common soldier watching had anticipated such decisive, unflinching self-annihilation. To aristocrats, killing a few and defiling women meant little. Such men were rare treasures. Young nobles murmured in sorrow, cursing Lin for squandering priceless assets, like swine devouring fine grain. Such fanatical warriors they thought could rape freely under their own banners, yet here they lay wasted. But the Holy Church's priests saw differently. Their gazes held quiet admiration and solemn hope. Soldiers looting, arson, and pillage were commonplace. Even priests attempting intervention met only curses, or fists. To survive beatings they trained relentlessly, forging muscles that deterred open lawlessness though never eradicated it. Lin's conduct became for them a beacon, a guiding light towards civilization. They vowed to record this event in the sacred canon upon returning to the church, as the paragon of the saintly knight. Of course this hinged upon one condition: Lin must profess faith in the Holy Church, both in name and in deed. To the priests this posed no difficulty. Many nobles already professed nominal allegiance. Indeed, in the capital a perverse fashion had taken root, that only nobles and ladies publicly professing faith were deemed truly refined and noble. Yet when they sought to convert Lin, they discovered just how profoundly unyielding he was. "Oh, Reverend Gregory, are you trying to say that you want me to convert to the faith?" He had no choice but to be respectful. This giant stood fully 2 meters tall, with arms spanning roughly the same distance. Before such a human beast, Lin could only be amiable. Reverend Gregory wore a plain white robe, holding a cross in his right hand. Both arms of the cross and the upper piece of wood were sharpened to points, while the wooden staff below tapered from thick to thin and remarkably fit perfectly in the priest's grip. In his left hand rested a simple book, its heavy metal pages still bearing traces of dried blood. The metallic chain radiating cold from the tome fastened it to the collar of his white robe. Fortunately, the priest's expression was mild enough that Lin had no need to trace a cross upon himself and beg for a swift end. Damn it! He'd only insulted 2 charlatans, why send a boss-level threat after him? And Lin couldn't fault himself. Those holy men had come to him preaching about divine glory and blessings. They wanted him to convert, claiming that once he joined the faith he'd become a registered member of the church. They demanded he build a chapel on his estate, and pay tithes alongside the other tenants. He could have handled his tenants however he pleased. Only a fool would deliberately invite trouble for himself. So he made every excuse possible, and now here he was blocked at his door by this hulking figure. Thankfully they only wanted his conversion, not his life. Ahem, good day, Sir and Lin. Your noble virtue and precious character have filled us priests with admiration. We intend to establish you as a paragon of the Holy Night, a standard by which all believers will measure themselves. Through this you shall live eternally in the hearts of every faithful soul and dwell forever in the divine kingdom, sharing eternal life and bliss among the gods. As Reverend Gregory spoke, he waved both hands in animated gestures, the heavy cross cutting through the air with such force that Lin feared being crushed beneath it. Indeed, in this age only the Church represents true civilization, and to embrace it is the inevitable choice for every civilized person. Lin's expression grew fervent as a college student's first steps toward joining the party, and the light of righteousness and courage he displayed was almost blinding to Reverend Gregory. Reverend Gregory was thoroughly pleased, thinking to himself that this youth bore no resemblance to the stubborn, unteachable souls the other priests had described. He was clearly a lamb devoted wholeheartedly to the faith. Without delay, Reverend Gregory assumed the role of Lin's spiritual guide, tracing a cross upon him and declaring him a holy knight of the sacred faith. He then imparted the 10 Commandments and 10 precepts, affixing an exquisite cross sigil to Lin's war blade and proclaiming that the divine blessing had been bestowed upon it. Henceforth any foe felled by this sacred blade would have their demonic energy drawn forth by the Lord and channeled into his most devout knights. In simpler terms, it granted a life-draining enchantment. To be fair, as the giant swore his oath, Lin genuinely sensed an unfamiliar presence watching him. That gaze carried an indescribable quality. Were he forced to put it into words, it would be both malevolent and benevolent, a coexistence of killing intent and deep affection. By the way, a note on this. Among the 10 Commandments, one decree states that the Holy Spirit is the mother, all gods are her children, and no mortal may gaze upon the divine. The legion marched southward, all the way looting as they went. After a full 2 months they finally managed to return to the royal capital. As soon as they entered the royal capital, Lin heard that the Danya kingdom had already signed an armistice agreement with the kingdom, while the people of the Common Khanate had not marched toward the Iroy kingdom at all, but instead turned around and stabbed the Danya kingdom in the back. Now the Danya kingdom was too preoccupied to help itself. Moreover, the battlefield at Gaudi territory had fallen into a protracted war. Several legions invested showed no results, and instead a few legions vanished without a trace. The enormous military expenditure forced their supreme king to withdraw the princes and marquises from the Gaudi territory battlefield, and they were compelled to sign a peace treaty with the Iroy kingdom. As for the invading Badalazi from the south, word had come months ago that during the siege the chief's slave master personally led the assault, and was hacked to death by the defending soldiers. His successors were embroiled in a fierce struggle for his throne. As a result, those great armies, after only a few months of fighting, slunk back to their homeland in disgrace. Now the only threat left to the kingdom was the goblins in Gaudi territory. Simply put, the world was at peace and life was about to return to normal. Upon entering the royal capital, Wuti simply disbanded the legion. Lin and the others went back to their own homes and families, no longer having to stay in the deadly, boring barracks. After the disbandment, Lin led his men straight to the kingdom's weapon shop. Entering the shop, Lin found that the same half-grown youth was still at the front counter, but the auction girl had been replaced by another person. "Sir Knight, what can I do for you?" That half-grown youth had transformed from the naive boy of the past into a composed senior salesman, and his tone of voice had naturally become calm and confident. "Ah, sir, it's you." He recognized Lin at once, and his attitude became exceedingly warm. "Thank you for buying so many weapons and armor back then. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have become a senior salesman here. I am truly grateful." The boy's face was full of gratitude, and he even bowed to Lin. "No need for that. You deserve it all. Today I came to sell some spoils of war and also buy some weapons and equipment." Lin ordered his soldiers to take the spoils of war carried on the donkeys and place them on the counter. There were hundreds of battered chain-mail pieces along with battle axes, short swords and spears. In the end the youth offered a high price of 150 gold coins. And Lin used all those gold coins to buy brand new chainmail. Since chainmail was cheap and practical, 1 gold coin per piece, Lin made a bold move and bought 200 pieces outright, which merely made the youth choke with excitement. Then the youth led Lin to the VIP room, to wait for the other members of the trading company to retrieve the chainmail from the warehouse. "I can see you're doing well now. You have people to order around." He took the opportunity to chat with the youth for a while. "You really flatter me, sir. If it weren't for you spending 300 gold coins in one go back then, I wouldn't have been able to stay here. Now I might only be working in a bakery or as a laborer." The youth smiled and replied to Lin's words, then his expression darkened. "Actually, I'm considered lucky. Think about those women in charge of auctions. Most of them just use their bodies to attract customers. Once they get past their prime, they're basically dismissed. And they spend all their money on daily dressing up, so they can't even afford a piece of black bread." The youth noticed the gloomy atmosphere and immediately changed the subject. "By the way, Sir Knight, let me tell you something cheerful. Our shop has just received a batch of black-skinned slaves from Badalazi. They're cheap and durable, Only 10 copper coins each. There are both men and women. Hearing the youth's introduction, Lin chuckled inwardly. No matter the era, black people are always cheap auction items. Truly the inferiority of their genes is nowhere to hide. Alright, give me 50 of each gender. Here's the money. But the male slaves must be castrated. And Lin generously handed over a gold coin, and the youth calmly made change. Before long, the trading company's staff calmly carried the crates of chainmail to Lin. He inspected each one and found they were indeed new goods, so he calmly paid. As for the 50 male black slaves, they were taken one by one to have their penises cut off. After their wounds healed, they would naturally be sent to Lin's estate. After finishing his purchases, he led his men back to his estate. Looking at the rye and wheat planted in the estate, he nodded with satisfaction. These crops could provide self-sufficiency, and could also be used to brew alcohol enough for the serfs to supply the soldiers. The eastern side of the estate had been developed into a horse paddock where several cavalrymen could practice horsemanship. Hey! A woman's shout came from the paddock, accompanied by the clatter of hooves. And Lin looked closely and exclaimed, "Good heavens! Isn't that my wife who is about to give birth?" There was Ulan Chagon galloping on horseback, her big belly bouncing up and down in the saddle, not to mention she was holding a step bow in her hand. The arrows she shot seemed to have eyes flying straight toward the target. At that moment no one dared to say a word for fear of startling the pregnant woman, thereby causing their little master to leave this world with regrets before even being born. Wolanchigan galloped around the horse track, emptying her quiver of arrows before reluctantly reining in her steed. Lin, seeing the opportune moment, strode forward and swept his wife into his arms, forbidding her to mount the horse again. "Good heavens, my child just had a brush with death. They say childbirth is a woman's trial by fire, but the mother I've ended up with is truly a tigress." Since ancient times, pregnant women have been forbidden from cold drafts or jostling, yet this woman seemed determined to ensure her child's survival was a near thing. Wolanchigan gazed at her husband with delight, offering no resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Lin's neck like a bashful maiden awaiting her husband's tender affection. "Husband! You're finally back!" As she cried out, Lin gave her a sharp pinch on the buttocks. "From now on until the baby is born, you are not to touch a horse. If the war horse makes me lose my heir, your sin would be boundless." Lin with all his heart and soul wished his fierce wife would go shopping, attend nobility parties, or watch night tournaments. He wanted her to just spend money. But now her pastime had seriously endangered the survival of their child. Wolanchigan, though not given to coquetry, used a firm tone to rebel against Lin's tyranny. "Husband, the women of the steppe ride horses throughout their pregnancy. That way even a newborn can ride across the plains the moment they're born." "Ah. Well." Lin was rendered speechless. Prenatal education had its uses, but mostly in language development. After all, no wealthy family had ever practiced bungee jumping as prenatal education. "You are my wife. Remember, I am your husband. My rules are absolute." He pointed behind him. "These female slaves are for your amusement. Use them to pass the time. My soldiers will always protect you." Wolanchigan glanced at the dark-skinned female slaves behind her, and in excitement kissed Lin on the cheek. "Darling! I knew you were the best, afraid I'd get bored, so you found me so many slaves to entertain me." Lin didn't know how to explain that these female slaves were a human resource and couldn't be killed indiscriminately. But recalling the quirks of pregnant women in his past life, he held his tongue. He figured at 10 copper coins each it wouldn't hurt to let his wife vent her anger on them. Their married life had been full, but now with her heavy pregnancy the child's survival was already precarious, and Lin had no desire to add any strain. So the couple could only sit face to face gazing at each other. As they exchanged looks, a retainer serving the eldest brother brought a letter from afar, and Wei, returning with glory and military achievements, was currently at the Lake family's private residence in the capital, preparing to hold a gathering with his 2 younger brothers. Since the eldest brother cordially invited him, Lin had no reason to refuse. He immediately took his fierce wife, and they rode a carriage into the capital. The retainers, having witnessed their mistress's ferocity, voiced no objection, even though using a carriage would earn Lin the reputation of being a weakling. They jolted all the way to the capital. Under the guards' watchful eyes, they jumped the queue and entered smoothly. "Damn! You dare cut in front of Lord Lin's carriage?" "What? He cut in front of you. If he says you cut in front, you cut in front." Still talking back. "Your mother must have been raped by a drunkard when she gave birth to you, otherwise why is your mouth so hard?" The guards' bullying of the weak was an eye-opener for Lin, but it was just a minor incident. They arrived smoothly at the Lake family's mansion, which was already thronged with nobles and merchants of all ranks. "Good day, Lord Lin. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." The retainer greeting guests at the door was the same one who had grown up with Wei at Lake Castle and had held Lin as a child. Naturally, he wouldn't cause any embarrassing looking down on the poor incidents. Once inside the mansion, Lin saw merchants recording gift lists at the entrance. Those who gave too little, or whose gifts were too small, were directly shown out of the house. As he watched fascinated, and Wei came toward him. Haha, third brother. It's been a while. You're looking well. Giving his brother a bear hug, and Lin said helplessly. Brother. How long has it been since you bathed? You smell awful. The eldest brother's usual scent was gone, replaced by a strong, fishy, gamey odor mixed with body odor. And Wei looked a bit embarrassed. I just got back. Your sister-in-law dragged me here before I could even bathe, saying it was a victory banquet and she'd hired quite a few pastry chefs. He lowered his voice and said to Lin, You don't know yet. I'm going to officially marry your sister-in-law today. But I brought back a lot of good stuff from the campaign. I'll show you later. After greeting the nobles, the eldest brother led Lin straight to the back warehouse. Brother, what's the mystery? And Lin was still somewhat indifferent. Now that he had money, people, and land, what could be so precious? Holy crap! Before Lin's eyes lay the foundation of Bartle's power javelins. Ordinary javelins could be bought in bulk with money, but these were different. The Bartle's javelin, hailed as the spear of the desert god, was the favorite weapon of Bartle's cavalry. They would throw a volley before engaging, giving the enemy cavalry a shock like a missile. Unlike ordinary weapons, the noble Bartle's javelins were inscribed with runes that allowed the javelin to return to the owner's hand after being thrown. Since Bartle's slave owners rarely fought in person, and the javelins of dead slave owners were collected by others, these noble javelins were rarely seen in the world. Moreover, they enhanced penetration and flight speed, truly living up to the name missile. This is... He stammered in excitement, picking up the javelins, and seeing that they were indeed the enchanted javelins used by nobles. Such items were beyond price. For me? And Lin asked in disbelief, pointing at the javelins, and received his brother's firm affirmation. Your sister-in-law said you're the best choice. I'm not used to javelins, and second brother doesn't like the battlefield. You're the most suitable. Haha, big brother, then I'll take it without further ado. After the invited nobles took their seats, Anwei slowly stepped up to the front platform. At that moment, a priest was standing at the front. Today, under the witness of the gods and the rule of the king, I am honored to witness two young people who admire each other pledge a faithful marriage covenant. As his words fell, the two young people stepped onto the stage with smiles. The old priest, though small in stature, had a kind expression. He asked Anwei, Knight Anwei, are you willing to become the husband of Lady Yzelasi? Whether she is beautiful or ugly, whether she is young or old, whether she is called by the gods. Are you willing to love your wife forever? Anwei smiled like a child. I do. The priest then turned to Yzelasi and asked, Lady Yzelasi, are you willing to become the wife of Knight Anwei? Whether he is poor or wealthy, whether he is handsome or ugly, whether he is robust or thin. Are you willing to love your husband forever? Afterward, the priest also asked them, Are you both of the age recognized by the church for marriage? Are you within the prohibited degrees of relationship? Have you published the banns 3 times? All 3 questions received satisfactory answers, but when the priest asked the last question, Is there anyone who objects to this marriage? At that moment, a knight also riding a bone-scale horse crashed through the main gate. Splinters flew like a blizzard, injuring many merchants near the gate. The bone-scale horse, dizzy from crashing into the gate, stumbled dizzily toward the merchant's table. Steady. Quickly. Turn away from there, turn your head. The knight, while yanking the reins, shouted to Yzelasi. Oh, my beloved Lady Yzelasi. I will surely rescue you from the crude barbarian. He recklessly charged straight at Anwei, about to collide with many nobles. At that moment, Wayna acted. A crossbow bolt whistled through the air and precisely struck the knight's cheek, killing him on the spot. Ansi then stepped forward, knocked the raging bone-scale horse unconscious, and rose to apologize to the nobles. Today you all honor me by attending my son's wedding. I, Ansi, am deeply honored. However, it is my fault that this reckless person has ruined the festivities. Today, whether merchant or noble, the Lake family will bear all medical expenses for the injured. Then his tone shifted. However, Baron Bulabant, why did your young relative deliberately disrupt the wedding of the Lake family heir? Should I take this as the Bulabant family provoking the Lake family? The pointed at Baron Bulabant turned pale, cursing that night in his heart. Ahem, Baron Lake, I swear to the gods that this beast acted entirely on his own. The Bulabant family bears no hostility toward the Lake family. Although the Bulabant family had obtained a baron's title, they were considered a second-tier noble family of the kingdom. But there were differences among second-tier families. Especially his family at the bottom of the second tier was vastly different from the Lake family, which was at the top of the second tier, and could even rival first-tier nobles. Bowing out was the only way tonight. Ansi clearly was not ready to let him off. Is that so? A knight of your family rides a precious bone-scale horse, breaks into the Lake family mansion, injures countless honored guests, and even attempts to slay a baron's direct heir. Does this situation show no hostility? Baron Bulabant looked toward the nobles, trying to seek help from his allies, but only received turned backs. His mind raced like lightning, trying to find a possible way to survive. Lord Baron Lake, the Bulabant family is willing to give 2 vineyards to prove that we have no hostility toward you. Ansi knew when to stop. Very well, as a father I forgive the reckless actions of your family's knight. However, his armor and mount shall be left behind as compensation. Baron Bulabant felt heartache for the warhorse but dared not refuse. He slipped into the crowd with a heavy heart, preparing to leave this place of sorrow. After these events, the priest asked the couple again, "Is there anyone who objects to this marriage?" After receiving a negative answer, the priest formally declared, "Very well. Under the witness of the gods, today Knight Onway and Lady Yezelisi are officially united as husband and wife." The nobles below erupted in thunderous applause, congratulating the couple on stage. A bard aptly played a cheerful tune, and joy and happiness seemed eternal at that moment. Second brother Enming also stood beside Anlin, offering his most sincere congratulations to his eldest brother. "Second brother, I finally found you." Anlin turned to speak but froze in place. Second brother Enming now had graying hair and a dazed expression, clearly having suffered a major upheaval. "Second brother. What's wrong?" He grabbed Enming's shoulders only to find Enming collapsing into his arms. His parents and eldest brother, seeing Enming in this state, ignored the occasion and rushed to his side, carrying him to a nearby quiet room. The priest who had officiated the wedding also acted as a physician, but his treatment of Enming was ineffective. Finally, they used smelling salts to barely revive him. After much questioning from his mother, the reason for his condition was finally revealed: that merchant's daughter had contracted a venereal disease and had infected Enming. That wretch, after marriage, often used her status as a noble's wife to maintain lover relationships with various young nobles, and thus frequented many banquets. As is well known, frequent orgies easily lead to disease. That wretch, afraid that her infection would be exposed, and she would be killed, simply decided to infect Enming as well so she could frame him as the source. But Enming was trying to turn over a new leaf, so he had avoided all brothels, yet he still suffered this undeserved calamity. Now second brother was tormented by the disease like a flickering candle in the wind, barely alive. Anlin was flushed with anger at that wretch. Not only did she marry above her station, but she also had affairs. And not only that, she even infected his own second brother. Aunt can endure, but uncle cannot. Second brother. Where is that wretch hiding? Even if I have to search mountains and seas, I will drag her before you and flay her alive. Enming only managed to say, "Jeet," before falling unconscious again. But everyone knew it must have been done by Baron Jeet. The Lake family and the Jeet family had long had friction, but no one expected the Jeet family to stoop to such a dirty trick against the Lake family. "Onway, Anlin, you two gather all your private soldiers and bring them into the city. Every last one. Your father will destroy the Jeet family today." Ansi was clearly furious as well. Although they had lost their fiefdom, the family's elite were not yet dead. The Jeet family must have grown bold beyond reason to do such a thing. Of course, now the situation between the Jeet family and the Lake family was one of life and death. No matter what schemes were afoot, the Lake family must respond with the most decisive action. "Hey! We are soldiers of the Lake family, move aside immediately." Outside the royal capital's gate, a group of soldiers wearing Lake family attire were shouting at the city guards. "Well, this. Please calm down, let me go and report to my superior. I really don't have the authority to let so many people into the city." The guard soldier had lost his arrogance towards commoners, becoming pitifully humble. "By the gods above, today is indeed my most unfortunate day. Perhaps only the gods know how much he did not want to stop these spear-wielding killers." The Lake family's Ansi had 800 private soldiers. Onway had accumulated 400 over the years, and adding Anlin's approximately 200, the total number of soldiers entering the city was as many as 1,400. So many men carrying swords and spears, wearing chainmail, some even riding tall horses. Those who knew understood they were going to deal with the Jeet family. Those who didn't would think it was a coup. The royal family's private soldiers only numbered 1,500 on the surface. If these 1,400 plus battle-hardened soldiers charged, and they would not only cause chaos but also spill blood like a river. Now Uncle Doge outside the city could no longer hold back. He knocked the guard soldier unconscious with a whip, then led the 1,000+ men into the city. My strength couldn't knock someone unconscious. Doge was puzzled, but the soldier who had fainted was overjoyed in his heart. By the gods above. This matter is finally none of my concern. After charging into the city, the Lake family's private soldiers rampaged recklessly, knocking over the stalls of any peddler in their way and kicking them. Who serves them right for not having eyes? The Lake family's entry into the city, though a glorious blood feud, was twisted by malicious gossip into something terrible. The Lake family has rebelled. The news reached the palace. The old king, though unaware of the cause, could already determine that it was nothing but a ridiculous rumor. But the civil officials, unaware, were like ants on a hot pan. Some demanded the royal private army to suppress them, while others suggested allying with the major nobles. In short, they branded Anlin and the others as rebels. To enhance the second prince's prestige, the old king specially sent Welian to inquire about the matter's root. At the same time, out of caution, he dispatched 1,000 royal private soldiers to assist. At this moment the Jeet family mansion was completely surrounded by the Lake family's private soldiers, leaving no gap. By the gods above! Is the Lake family mad? Bringing so many private soldiers into the city. Baron Jeet's heart was shattered. The Jeet family had once been the equals of the Lake family, but times had changed. Now the Jeet family was probably nothing more than a fart in the eyes of the Lake family. He had already given up on resistance, shifting from military to politics and business, and even raised a few beautiful daughters. He planned to send them to the next generation of the Lake family to ease the conflict. Just then he heard that the wife of the third son of the Lake family was pregnant. He prepared two contingencies. First, if that grassland woman died in childbirth, he would seize the opportunity to hold many banquets, and ask acquaintances to build bridges. A man who had lost his wife would inevitably be moved by a young maiden. Then he would turn hostility into friendship with the Lake family, and in the future he would be strong in politics, business, and military. Second, if that grassland woman successfully gave birth to a child, he would swallow his pride and find a chaste daughter to marry off to that young Anlin, forming a marriage alliance. No matter how great the conflict, he wouldn't stab his own father-in-law. But he never expected that upon waking up his home would be surrounded by the Lake family. Bringing so many armored soldiers into the capital was a death sentence in any era, and he was well aware of it. He quickly ordered his family's private soldiers to guard the mansion, barricading all doors, and personally climbed to the balcony to buy time. Bring up my trebuchet. Anlin was also anxious. He had not only brought all his family assets, but also managed to bring the trebuchet from the unit. His soldiers measured the distance, and set up the trebuchet directly 200 meters from the mansion gate. Fire! At the command, the trebuchet hurled a stone weighing several pounds into the Jeet family mansion, smashing a clear hole in their roof. Adjust the angle. Fire again. Anlin was directing his men with a war sword when he heard Baron Jeet's raspy voice. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Baron Lake. I recall the feud between our Jeet family and yours hasn't reached the point of annihilation. Baron Lake, if you insist, let's go to the dueling ground. I won't fight back, you can do as you wish. Baron Jeet, terrified, kept shouting. If he had a white flag he would have raised it without hesitation. Cease fire. Ansi gave the order, but the soldiers ignored him and launched the second stone. Ridiculous. You think we stop just because you say so? We know who pays our wages. If you disobey the boss's father you might get a reward or a punishment, but if you disobey the boss you'll only get punishment. This shot grazed past that man and the flying debris injured him. Only then did Anlin manage to shout cease fire. Baron Jeet's back was likely already cut with several bloody gashes by the debris, yet he still dared not dodge. Jeet. It was you who did the despicable deed. My second son's wife was hidden by your people. I'll give you 3 minutes. Either open the doors and let us search, or bring out that son of yours and that slut. If you fail, your family's crest will be erased today. Ansi loudly stated his terms. Jeet did not hesitate for a moment. He rushed to his youngest son's room, split the door open with his sword, and found his son engaged in the piston motion with a woman. Seeing the sin his youngest son had committed, Baron Jeet slumped to the ground in despair. It's over, the Jeet family is finished. That bastard, seeing his father enter, still oblivious to the situation, boasted smugly, Father, you know about my illness, but no one can prove I did it. I hid the woman at home, they can't just come into our house, can they? This time the Lake family will have to swallow this bitter pill. Jeet was shaking with rage, barely restraining the urge to cut down that bastard. He grabbed the 2 dogs with one hand and dragged them across the floor to the balcony. Brother Lake, I failed to discipline my son. You can deal with these 2 dogs as you wish, I won't interfere. With that he threw the 2 off the balcony, letting them fall alive to the ground. The youngest son of the Jiete family finally snapped out of his lust-driven state. Seeing the burly men surrounding him, he didn't have time to cover his private parts and fled naked. Crossbow. And Lin extended his hand, and naturally a subordinate handed him his crossbow. He raised it, aimed at the bastard's calf, and shot an arrow. His calf pierced by the crossbow bolt, the bastard fell to the ground, clutching his leg but still crawling forward. The mother stepped forward, aimed the crossbow at his limbs, and precisely shot through all 5 of his limbs. In the end the mother shot all 100 crossbow bolts she carried into that bastard's body. His blood drained away, and he lay on the ground wailing until he died. As for that bitch, she was locked up and awaited later punishment. But after all this effort, how could they only kill 2 people? And C drew his sword and pointed. This bastard is a substitute. He's fake. Our Laika family must enter the residence to search. Open the door immediately. With that, everyone understood that NC intended to take this opportunity to wipe out that family. Originally, according to custom, when knights had conflicts they settled them privately. For example, they could arrange a venue, bring their retainers and have a fight, or they could engage in a duel to the death. But these were matters between the younger generation, unrelated to the elders. Even if someone died, it was merely due to lack of strength. Moreover, most knightly tournaments were precisely for resolving private conflicts. The most important rule of a knight's tournament was never to harbor hatred off the field. All grievances were settled on the field. However, the little beast of the Giete family had used such despicable means and was already in the wrong. Now he had been brutally killed on the spot, shot full of bolts like a hedgehog. But now the Laika family refused to accept it. They insisted that the patriarch had hidden the little beast. Baron Giete had a bitter taste in his mouth but could not speak out, and could only order his soldiers to prepare for a defensive stand. "Second captain, fire the cannons!" Anlin gave the order again. Shortly after firing, the second Prince Wei Lian finally arrived late with 1,000 royal private soldiers. "Halt! Head, did you think that sending a higher-ranking official would allow you to command?" Anlin's men only recognized their commander, not official titles. Not to mention a prince. Even if the king came, they would still fight if necessary. After barely restraining his men, Anlin and Nc prepared to listen to what the second prince had to say. Naturally, the second prince's judgment would certainly favor Anlin and his people, while Baron Giete sought the church's judgment. And naturally, the church also favored Anlin and his people. In the end, the result was that the kingdom decided to expel the Giete family. And the Laika family, to make amends for their own fault, must escort the Giete family out of the kingdom with courtesy. Do you know what courteous escort means? Translated, it means the king tells you to find an uninhabited place and kill these people. That bitch who infected the second brother with illness would face the judgment and purification of the burly priest. Inside the church, in a narrow dark room, that bitch was tied up and lying flat on the ground. Saint Iwalu, who served as the nominal, spiritual father for Anlin's initiation into the church, simply put his godfather, would act as the chief judge to deliver the final judgment on this woman full of sin. "Merciful Lord, please bring down judgment upon this lascivious woman before you." Saying this, he used his burly arms to gently lift the huge cross. "As a child you showed no respect to your in-laws nor to your parents. You deserve punishment." With a casual swing, he precisely smashed her right arm into splintered bones. Ignoring her screams, a look of mercy flashed in his graying brows. "As a nobleman's wife you repeatedly broke the rules and even infected your husband with a demon's disease. You deserve punishment." He struck again, smashing her left hand. A deeper mercy shone in Saint Iwalu's eyes. "Merciful God! He always forgives every one of his children." While reciting the scriptures, he poured oil over her body. "The holy flame will cleanse every child's impurity." The flame suddenly ignited from the oil, burning every inch of her skin to black ash. In the end, a woman riddled with disease left only a charred corpse. Perhaps also the soul that once yearned for power. Clearly the church's punishment satisfied them. "Alright, next we need to go explain today's story to His Majesty the King." His father smiled casually, and Wei Lian also breathed a sigh of relief. He simply wrote a letter on parchment detailing the cause, process, and outcome of the matter, and finally sealed it with the Laika family crest and Wei Lian's personal signature attesting to the truth of the affair. In the great hall, the ministers gathered around the parchment, lavishly praising the unity and loyalty of the Laika family. The king was also overjoyed that the Laika family had accepted his mediation. This matter seemed to have been set aside. But had it truly been set aside? In the eyes of the ruler, if you could storm the capital today and annihilate one family, you could storm the palace tomorrow and annihilate the royal family. Even if it was a blood feud, it had severely crossed the ruler's bottom line. The reason they were holding back now was simply because the Laika family truly had a large number of private soldiers. An ordinary minor noble who dared to act so defiantly would have been dragged out and beheaded long ago, or falsely accused of exceeding the private soldier limit and stripped of all property. Then why not treat the Laika family the same way? Because their private soldiers truly exceeded the limit. "Hey, Laika family, why is the road getting more and more remote? You haven't lost your way, have you?" The people of the Giete family couldn't help but ask the surrounding cavalry. Duoga showed a cruel expression. "We haven't lost the way. Let me teach you a lesson. If you mess with our family, don't think the innocent people of your family can survive safely. Kill." The well-equipped, fierce cavalry instantly turned into merciless executioners. Their long blades swung repeatedly, and in a flash they had killed most of these unarmed nobles. The air was thick with blood and rage. The knights took only half an hour to slaughter all nearly 400 people. "Pa! Serves them right." Duoga spat a mouthful of phlegm, cursing at the pile of corpses. "Indeed, killing people is not important, nor is robbing money. Killing the whole family is what matters most. Let's go. Leave the corpses here for the wolves." Duoga pulled the reins and led the cavalry away swiftly. However, what they didn't expect was that shortly after they left, a band of goblins followed the blood trail to the spot, skillfully carried the corpses back to their lair, and prepared for a grand feast. The nations of the continent had just concluded a great war, and none had the inclination to stir up further trouble. The common folk at the bottom of society finally found a chance to catch their breath. Among the recovery efforts of various countries, the kingdom of Arii made the swiftest progress. At noon, under the blazing sun, Walian and Anlin were having lunch in the royal palace. "Anlin, now that the war is over for 2 years, are you still planning to attend the Knight Academy?" Walian skillfully cut a piece of steak with his knife, brought it to his mouth, and chewed lightly. Anlin, in truth, had no particular plans. The Great War had indeed claimed many lives, not enough to cripple the kingdoms, but large-scale conflicts between nations seemed unlikely for the next few years. "I'll go then. Since there's nothing major happening recently except for my second brother. He could have lived as a wealthy idler, but now his fate hangs in the balance." A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Though his second brother lacked great talent, they were brothers after all, and some bond remained. The venereal disease afflicting Enming was extremely complex. Even Saint Iwalu the pastor was at a loss. It would be a matter of 2 months at most. Anlin's plan was to see his brother off before considering anything else. Walian noticed the sadness in Anlin's eyes and quickly changed the subject. "According to the kingdom scouts, several legions of Danya have vanished without a trace in the highlands territory. It's likely the work of those goblins." Goblins. Hearing this, Anlin was also troubled. These creatures were like weeds, impossible to eradicate completely, not particularly strong but able to be mowed down at the same level. With gritted teeth one could leap dozens of levels to slay them. All the kingdoms on the continent dismissed them as trivial. Occasionally news of a castle or village being massacred by goblins would be dismissed as a joke. But Anlin had seen a show called Goblin Slayer in his past life, and its plot was similar to this world. However, in this world there were no knights dedicated solely to killing goblins. Over time the number of goblins beneath the continent's surface was unknown. "Alas, gods above, may those wretched things not cause trouble, and let us have a few more days of peace." He made the sign of the cross with his hand, praying with a devout expression, which made Walian laugh. "Ha! Anlin, since when did you start believing in this stuff?" "I remember you didn't used to believe." Hearing Walian's slightly mocking tease, Anlin was helpless. "Second Prince, I have no choice but to believe now. These past few days that old goat Saint Iwalu keeps coming to my manor saying he wants to bless my child. He insists I memorize the Bible by heart. Alas, no one else has such a hard life." Anlin didn't want to memorize scriptures, but he had no choice. The fist-sized cross with traces of blood and occasional bone fragments among the Bible pages were unmistakable. All of this proved that this father was no kindly old man. "You might as well memorize the Bible, it'll save you from being illiterate. The Knight Academy won't start for another 2 months. If you want to go somewhere, feel free." Walian winked at Anlin. "Anyway, when war comes I'll conscript you." "Ha! Fine. When I get bored at school I'll run out. Don't you dare refuse me." Anlin laughed heartily and clinked glasses with Walian. Underground ruins. The thin goblin emperor sat high on the throne, looking down at the host of giant goblins before him. "My 28 sons. Brave warriors of the great goblin empire. Today we shall turn the entire continent upside down. We shall make the gods tremble at our might. We shall turn all female livestock into tools for breeding our offspring." The goblin emperor rose, sweeping his hand. "Go, my bravest sons. Slaughter to your heart's content. Plunder to your heart's content. Fuck to your heart's content. Long live the great goblin emperor. Long live the great goblin emperor who forever fucks. Long live the great goblin emperor who can always stay hard. Long live the great goblin emperor who forever stinks. Long live the great goblin emperor who always has beautiful elves to fuck." The goblins below offered their most precious loyalty to their emperor, and it was foreseeable that the continent would soon be thrown into chaos. The goblin emperor nodded with satisfaction as he looked upon the various goblins before him. For today's great battle he had sired numerous offspring, with horses, pigs, cattle, half-orcs, orcs, dwarves, centaurs, humans, ogres, trolls, and all manner of creatures. To be honest, in terms of breeding comfort, humans were the most pleasant. Of course, he had never had the chance to find elves, for it was said that elves had gone extinct. At least in the past century no one had encountered so-called elves on this continent. "Mighty warriors! Conquer the kingdom of Arii in 3 months. In 5 years we shall sit in the wealthiest places of this continent, and fuck to our heart's content." The goblin emperor drew his sword, pointed it at the sky, and issued this classic oath. His 28 sons each led tens of thousands of goblins swarming out, vowing to strike a fatal blow against the humans of the continent. In a single day it seemed as if centuries of events had unfolded all at once. Goblins appeared as if from nowhere, sweeping through like a wildfire, capturing several plain fortresses in succession. Anlin stood at the capital's city gate, listening to the battle reports from the front. Before long a tall knight riding a fierce steed charged through the gate, disregarding the customary etiquette of dismounting, and galloped straight toward the palace. Battle report. Battle report. Only 10 plain fortresses remain. The enemy is at hand. The hoofbeats of this knight had barely faded when several more knights charged through the city gate. Battle report. Battle report. The northern fortress Danus has fallen again. The northern border is in peril. Battle report. Battle report. The southern fortress Danus is about to be taken. The southern border is in peril. Multiple battle reports spread like a plague through the capital. In an instant grain prices skyrocketed and weapons, ironware, and salt were rationed. The city's residents, no longer as composed and elegant as before, cast aside their so-called etiquette and picked up the bravery of their ancestors. One by one they sold their clothes and luxuries just to fight with shrews for a sack of coarse grain. Lin thought to himself, fortunately I had all my estates planted with rye, otherwise I would have to scramble for food like these people. But the chaos was temporary. The city's enforcers soon arrived and beat the unruly mob, driving them back home with a mix of force and threats. Lin heard a scream from the market. He looked closely and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl who, having been lucky enough to grab a bag of grain, had been attacked by a shrew. "You little slut, don't dirty my path." The shrew stomped on the girl's face as if still unsatisfied, then ground her heel into the girl's leg twice until the bone deformed. She then withdrew her thick leg, grabbed the grain bag, and fled swiftly. What happens when you fall in a crowded crowd? The people in the crowd showed no pity for the poor girl, only thinking of getting home quickly. Foot after foot they crushed her ribs and trampled her head into pulp. The crowd ran past, leaving only half of the girl's body, the other half was trampled into the mud. Blood and mud mixed together, their colors indistinguishable. In the face of disaster, don't talk about humanity. Lin ordered his attendant, drag her to our pigsty. At least she'll be among beasts. Better than ending up in the mouths of these devils. The situation is urgent now, everyone is thinking about grabbing food. Once they calm down, these people will surely turn on this child. Better to let the wild boars eat her than to let humans eat her. By the way, quickly bring all our tenants' livestock and grain from the estate into the city. Don't let those goblin beasts get them. Thinking of this, Lin quickly instructed. The grain must not be lost. We must seal up all the city residents' houses to prevent them from causing trouble. At that moment the sound of hoofbeats approached. Whoa! A knight in scale armor reined his horse 10 meters from Lin and shouted loudly, "Knight Lin, the second prince invites you to today's emergency Grand Court Assembly. Do not delay. Farewell." After shouting, he cracked his whip and yelled, "All city residents must seal their homes. One man from each family is to report to the militia camp. They cannot return home until the war is over. Anyone who leaves at will be executed." Lin hurried as fast as he could and finally arrived inside the palace gates. Several other noble youths arrived with him, all bearing a fierce martial air, presumably the offspring of landed nobles. Knight Lin. Hearing a somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar call, Lin turned to see a knight greeting him. "Good day, Sir Knight. Have we met before?" He politely returned the greeting, but the knight pulled him into a bear hug. It really is you. Don't you recognize me? I'm Dorneg Allen, son of Baron Allen. You personally cleared the passage between Allen Fort and the interior of the kingdom back then, remember? We've met before. After this introduction, Lin finally recalled the path to Allen Fort that he had cleared, and also remembered that somewhat enthusiastic knight. When old friends meet, it's always lively. Dorneg pulled Lin along, and on the way into the palace poured out all his experiences over the past years. It turned out that after Lin took leave of Allen Fort, Baron Allen continued to defend it for a while. In the end, Allen Fort was taken by the endless goblin army, and Baron Allen chose to die with the city. Dorneg led his own retainers and followers all the way to the capital. Speaking of this, Dorneg clicked his tongue in amazement. "Knight Lin, if you hadn't slaughtered all the goblins heading to Lake Fort, my dozens of brothers and I would never have made it to the capital. On that point alone, you are our savior." His words stirred reactions among the other noble youths. One burly man carrying a large axe heard and walked straight toward Lin. "Blackie, what are you doing?" Dorneg grabbed the big man, his face full of caution. The burly man pushed Dorneg aside, walked to Lin and knelt down. "I also came by that route. By rights you are my savior too. You must accept my bow." Most of the other noble youths were from the Highland territories and had also traveled that route. Hearing the burly man's words, they all prepared to kneel and thank Lin. Lin naturally refused to let them kneel and hurried forward to help them up. At that moment a sneering voice rang out, "I thought you were some noble scions, so rude, but you're just a bunch of homeless dogs." Dressed in luxurious silk, the noble mocked Lin and his group without restraint. A big homeless dog leading a pack of little homeless dogs come to the capital to beg for food. The capital has no food for you. You like to kneel, don't you? First kneel to us, and maybe if you bark a few times we'll be in a good mood and toss you some bones." Dorneg grew anxious and tried to retort, but was cut off. Such ugly barking. Listening to you dirties our ears." Lin remained calm inside. With a great war imminent, these people were still engaging in regional discrimination. He couldn't be bothered to argue. It so happened that the two maces at his waist were disguised as walking sticks and carried with him. He casually drew the mace from his waist, sprinted forward, raised both hands, channeled his full magical energy, and slammed down fiercely. Haha, is he going to kill us with a walking stick? Before the noble youth could finish his sentence, Lin's mace struck his head, and it burst open like a watermelon. Just a house dog killing him is nothing. What can you do to me? Lin spat out these words. The young men behind him were full of hot blood, and they all carried weapons on them. With sharp blades in hand, murderous intent naturally arises. Those with axes swung their axes, those with swords thrust their swords. In no time the nobles who had been mocking them were all hacked into pulp. At this point the servants arrived, belatedly screaming at the pile of minced flesh. And Lin and his group were led into the palace hall. On the throne the old king looked much older. Hearing the servants' complaint, he only snorted. Killing a few house dogs is worth mentioning in this setting. Get out of here quickly, don't waste time. Indeed, compared to a knight like Lin, who embodies both martial prowess and strategy, aren't those useless nobles who only know elegance and intrigue just house dogs? In other words, Lin and his kind are the king's hunting dogs, responsible for protecting the king and his property. Those landless nobles are the king's pet dogs for amusement. Even if a hunting dog bites its master, the master dares not kill it for meat, let alone for biting a few playthings to death. Lin stepped forward. Let me see you. He listened to the king's words and stepped forward boldly. The old king squinted as if trying to see him clearly closer. My eyes have been blurry lately. Let me take a good look at your face. Lin took a few more steps forward, but then saw the old king lean back. Never mind, I'm tired. Just stand there. My lords, today I formally and solemnly announce a message. From this day onward, I, the king of the Airy Kingdom, entrust all powers of the kingdom to my second prince, William. And he shall officially handle the goblin calamity from now on. I ask all nobles to assist William as you assisted me. The nobles below were accustomed to this news. William's succession was no secret, but the abdication seemed a bit like the king shirking responsibility. After speaking, the old king placed the crown on William's head and then was escorted by servants back to the rear bedchamber. Noble lords, today I formally assume the governance of the realm. I hope each of you will do your utmost to assist me, together creating a prosperous and powerful nation for our descendants. Wilian sat upon the throne wearing the crown and holding the scepter, exuding an aura of nobility. May your wealth and valor endure forever. All the nobles below knelt on one knee, praising his wisdom for being eternal. The old king looked at his son with a deeply conflicted heart. This complexity contained both a dictator's resentment toward power sharing and an old father's hopes for his most treasured son. Then a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He waved to the knight behind him and strode directly toward the bedchamber. The knight understood the old king's intent, quietly left the hall, and went alone to the eldest prince's palace. Eldest prince's bedchamber. Your Highness. Your father has now granted your younger brother full authority to govern. How long are you going to wait? The knight knelt at the eldest prince's feet, speaking urgently. The eldest prince naturally wished to inherit the throne, but unfortunately over the years his father had treated him and his brothers like strangers, not even visiting them when they were ill. What can I do? I have no personal army and no nobles support me. How can I compete with the second prince? Your Highness, you may not know that some nobles and most of the church members in the kingdom do not wish the second prince to rule. They have specially recruited hundreds of brutal and valiant warriors. If you use the pretext of a serious illness to summon all the princes, then have your men rush in and kill them all, and then coerce the king, he will have no choice but to name you heir. These words struck a chord with the eldest prince. He was the legitimate eldest son, and he had done nothing foolish over the years, so why wouldn't his damned father name him the heir? He had long resented the second prince. Ever since the second prince was born, all the good things had been given to him. Fine armor, excellent horses from the Cuman Khanate, and falcons from Tyros, all were sent by his father to the second prince's palace. Today, whether it was a trap or not, he had to fight for his survival. He would show his father his boldness and courage. He would prove to the whole world that he was the best candidate for the throne. All right. I'll pretend to be ill immediately. You quickly gather the men, and once they arrive we'll strike. After it's done I'll grant you 2 castles. The knight, having received the promise, quickly left the eldest prince's bedchamber to report this good news to the old king. Inside the king's bedchamber, the aged king was not asleep. He sat in a chair listening to his knight report his son's treason. He said nothing, but his heart felt much lighter. I thought I would have to do more work, but unexpectedly. Today I will send them on their way. Only after receiving the old king's approval did the knight dare to go out and organize the rebellion. My son, you were born to be the emperor of this nation, supreme flawless emperor. Your hands must not be stained with your brother's blood. This is the gift of governance I give you. The old king, thinking this, was again tormented by drowsiness, and had to return to sleep. While he slept, the palace fell into utter chaos. The eldest prince gathered hundreds of warriors and fought desperately against the personal guards of the other princes, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. The eldest prince committed suicide out of guilt, stabbed several times in the back. The other princes were slain by the chaotic soldiers. Only the second prince escaped by being away discussing with the nobles the plan to defend against goblins. The churchmen harshly condemned the rebellious eldest prince, calling him a tyrant noble unseen for millennia. Thus William's throne was completely secured, and the problem of illegitimate royal bloodline in the heir kingdom was also resolved. After waking up, the old king was in great pain and sorrowfully said, "My eldest son, the throne would have been yours sooner or later. Why did you commit such a devil-cursed deed? They were all your own brothers. Of my sons, only the second one remains. Gods above! Why do you punish me, your most faithful follower, like this?" Overcome with emotion, the old king fainted several times on the spot, but William caught him each time, preventing him from hitting the ground. In the end, all the nobles present knelt down together, forcing the old king to name William as the rightful heir. The priest recorded this solemn scene and praised William as the most legitimate and appropriate sole heir of the kingdom. At the grand court, the nobles were divided into two factions regarding their approach to the goblins. One faction, composed of nobles who had never experienced the goblin scourge, held in extreme confidence in knightly valor, believing that assembling a few hundred noble knights and their retinue could easily drive the goblins back to their grandmother's home. The other faction, consisting of nobles from the Highland territory and the Plains fortresses who had experienced bloody battles with goblins, believed that the goblins were numerous and powerful, and that they should consolidate their cities and let the goblin elite be worn down in sieges. Both sides held their ground without yielding, each accusing the other of talking nonsense and being out of touch with reality. In the end, both sides compromised, adopting a "let the kingdom's future be damned" principle, and formed 3 armies of 10,000 men each. The northern and southern routes, due to their treacherous terrain unsuitable for large-scale cavalry charges, would focus on defensive sieges. The eastern army, being adjacent to the plains, would adopt an offensive strategy of night charges and infantry cleanup. To boost morale, the second prince, the Crown Prince William, personally led 500 royal private soldiers and 300 of his own battle troops to join the Eastern 1,000-man legion. All 500 royal private soldiers were knight-class professionals, each clad in full-scale armor and riding bone-scale horses, the elite of the elite. Most of the nobles who had fled from the Highland territory joined the Eastern Legion, hoping to reclaim their ancestral lands and restore their family glory. The landless nobles also thought, "It's easy to fish under a big tree," each wanting to lead their private soldiers, who knew nothing but looting and burning, to join William's army. This resulted in William's Eastern Legion having over 3,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of infantry, while the other 2 legions barely exceeded 10,000 men each. "Unlin, bring your 200 men and join me on the campaign. Today is our chance to make our mark." Those words crushed Unlin's desire to go north, and spread plague, forcing him to follow William on a campaign of ride and slash. Not only Unlin, but due to the urgency, even in Wei and in Sea each had to lead 300 private soldiers to join the Eastern Legion. The Crown Prince was to lead the expedition personally. When this news spread, it drew praise from countless citizens in the capital, and the previously chaotic order stabilized instantly. Of course, the happiest were the merchants. An army of 10,000. That was an army of 10,000. The black rye and coarse grains that used to fetch no price were now valuable. Mules, camels, and donkeys were now in high demand. As long as they didn't severely trample the nobles' bottom line, these merchants could at least become overnight millionaires after the war. If lucky, they might even be promoted to landless nobles and become lords. Just after the grand court ended, Unlin was bewildered by Rachel's letter of recommendation. Rachel's letter was a young girl, one who could easily stir up desire. Golden hair, fair white feet, and especially the girl's exceptionally delicate skin. The content of the letter was written on her breasts and inner thighs. What the hell? Unlin read by lamplight and finally understood the shrewd merchant's intention. He wanted to take full responsibility for Unlin's marching supplies, and he promised to provide 2 camel caravans worth of provisions for Unlin's army. 1 camel caravan consisted of 50 camels, 2 meant 100. Such a massive transport convoy could supply Unlin's private soldiers and even all the private soldiers of the Lake family. However, these alone were clearly not enough to make Unlin steel his heart to hire him as the caravan manager. Rachel also specifically proposed that Unlin could freely buy and sell weapons and equipment from his family's caravan at only double the pre-war price. Currently, the price of a single sword on the market was several times higher than before. Being able to buy military supplies at double the price was indeed an extremely favorable condition. As for selling goods, he could only get double the price, which was considered a small profit for him. He couldn't possibly let the other party follow him and eat dust, could he? Unlin unhesitatingly stamped the letter of recommendation and gave him a satisfactory reply. Rachel's residence. Well done. Rachel looked at the reply on the letter and was very satisfied. This letter is useless now, take it and destroy it. Rachel waved his greasy big hand and without any emotion made the final judgment on this letter. Lord Rachel. I haven't been defiled. My body hasn't been used. The girl's words were cut short as she felt her throat slashed by a blade, blood spraying everywhere, and she could no longer make a sound. Rachel, however, was furious. Not used. That's exactly why you must die. Using a person as a letter sounded utterly perverse, and in reality it was even more so. First they selected pure innocent maidens, had them taught by high-class courtesans to learn seductive arts, and finally wrote on alluring parts, with indelible ink for reading. One could say they went to such great lengths just for the recipient to use it. If you used it, then the letter could serve as a testament to the most solid friendship between the two. But Lin merely looked, satisfying his eyes, afraid of contracting venereal disease and thus not daring to touch. However, if you didn't use it, the letter was useless. Could you possibly scratch out the words and re-engrave them? Fortunately, this lord agreed to my request, otherwise the letter would have been wasted. Rachel wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief, calmly contemplating his next plan. I need to send a capable and beautiful daughter, preferably to become this lord's mistress, so that the business can last long. Just then Zu-Ika was ambitious and capable, and most importantly she looked different from those noble ladies, absolutely able to capture his heart. Because it was a legion of 10,000, the mobilization of supplies and provisions took an extremely long time. And on a clear, bright morning Ulan Chagon finally showed signs of going into labor. Vina immediately organized the maids to assist with the delivery and drove Lin and the others out of the room, saying, "You are only in the way standing here. Get out of my sight." Childbirth is a brush with the gates of death, no one escapes unscathed. Ulan Chagon wailed outside the chamber for an entire day, and only when the sun began to set did they finally hear the first cry of a newborn. This meant Lin had finally welcomed his first child in this world, a boy with both mother and child safe and sound. Before his mother could finish speaking, Lin was already stepping into the delivery room. Ulan Chagon was now too exhausted to speak, her once commanding presence replaced by the gentle warmth of a mother. "My dear, our child is perfectly fine. Rest well and do not worry too much." Lin, a man through 2 lifetimes, could not muster sweet words, yet his presence brought an extraordinary sense of comfort. Ulan Chagon finally fell asleep, and their mother asked Lin to name their firstborn. "Let us call him Nqing. His birth is worth celebrating." Thus Nqing Lake, the eldest son of Lin Lake, officially received his name. Though this was a momentous occasion, and Ning's illness and the looming war left no room for elaborate celebrations. They simply invited the young nobles from the Highland territory, William, and most importantly Father Gregory, the child's godfather, to witness his baptism. Of course, following the principle that having more godfathers makes things easier, and Lin secured several for his child, including William and Gregory, as well as many young nobles from the Highland territory. In essence, his son would be the godson of the future king of Ailey, and the shared godson of several noble and valiant knights. To be honest, if William were to have no heir of his own, Nqing would likely inherit his throne as his designated son. As long as Nqing survived to adulthood, he stood to inherit portions of these nobles' fiefs, a truly fortunate beginning. Just as everyone celebrated the arrival of this new life, Ning passed away quietly. On another clear morning, when the maid entered to clean his room, she found he had already departed in peace. Compared to Nqing's birth, Ning's passing felt cold and desolate. A single grave and a headstone were all he left behind in this world. At this time Lin found joy in Nqing's arrival. Since the baby often cried and Vina refused to leave him with the maids, he was frequently awakened from sleep. Exhausted, he had no time to grieve Ning's death. Over the past month, Lin had recruited over 50 farmers from the estates, transforming them into warriors and forming them into a regiment. Now, with crossbowmen, soldiers and squires combined, Lin's private forces numbered over 250. To maintain their combat readiness, Lin drilled his troops daily and provided meat every day, spending no less than 10 gold coins on provisions alone. Finally, supplies, weapons and livestock were all organized, and the summoned knights arrived with their squires and private troops. At last the army could set out. Walking toward the front lines, Lin gazed at his private forces behind him and felt a surge of ambition. These were his elite, the foundation of his future power. In the chaotic times ahead, he was destined to carve out a substantial territory for his descendants. The army marched in formation. The knights and their squires were divided into 4 groups positioned at the 4 corners of the column. Some mounted infantry with pack horses also marched on the flanks. Those foot soldiers without mounts were split into 3 groups, marching at the center of the column. Occasionally a merchant caravan would join the column, supplying provisions for the army. Like the ill-fated general of the Tumu crisis in his past life, deploying the army in a single line with no mutual support between front and rear would only invite annihilation. Rachel's daughter Zu-Ika was the head of the private caravan attached to Lin's unit. Not only could she transport his supplies for free, but she also sold fine wine and grain on the side. Speaking of which, where was Lin? Lin was with William. Because right now he didn't really want to fight. He had originally hoped to capture some loot and make a profit, but now he realized that fighting goblins was a losing business. Thinking back, the battles against goblins had been exhilarating, killing hundreds at a time and with good luck even thousands. But each battle cost him dozens of gold coins. That was then, this was now. Back then Lin had hundreds of gold coins and didn't fear spending. But times had changed. Now he was nothing but a squire earning a paltry few silver coins a day. Who would risk their life for such meager pay? When he fought for money. A mountain of gold paved the way, a sea of silver built the bridge. He wasn't fighting for some damned sentiment. Patriotic wars had no place in his heart. So he gave up. He simply stopped trying. When the army set out, he even left his lance with the caravan to be transported, treating the merchants like free laborers of his own. He only brought an enchanted horse, about 2 quivers of iron arrows, and a newly acquired Bartle's noble javelin slung on his back. He was purely a ranged fighter. He didn't even bring a sword. As he was lost in his thoughts, a scout's report came from the distance. Report. A goblin horde of 10,000 lies 10 li ahead. William had been marching for so long, finally finding the enemy. Forgetting the maxim that a man of noble birth should not court danger, he spurred his royal guard forward, eager to charge. Gentlemen, follow me to slay the enemy. Today we shall strike terror into these goblin beasts. He raised his lance ready to charge, but Lin yanked his reins. This fool had a throne to inherit, why risk his life? Lin, ignoring all noble etiquette, dragged William away from the front of the royal guard. We're still 10 li away. Even if we gallop at full speed, the horses would be exhausted and the men couldn't endure it. At that moment the legitimate commanding general Uti took over, ordering all cavalry to advance with the infantry and intercept any charging goblin riders. Well done, lad. Uti was very pleased with Lin for pulling William away. Other nobles could die, but if anything happened to William, the kingdom would face a succession crisis. So anyone could charge, but not William. The army advanced 5 li and the goblin horde also moved forward. Charge! The 1,000 cavalry of the Air Kingdom galloped, lances leveled straight at the goblin riders. The goblins, undaunted, charged as well. Who wouldn't risk their lives? At the moment of contact, most goblins were impaled by the sharp lances, but their own mounts had their hooves bitten off by the goblins' mountain rock boars. Then, freed from goblin control, the mountain rock boars reverted to their timid nature, fleeing wildly in all directions. This caught the knights off guard. Dozens were thrown from their panicked horses, their fate unknown. The battle had been going well. The knights were killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of a few dozen, but then these riders abandoned their lances and drew their long swords for close combat. Damn it! Why do they have to play with that little broken sword? Just throw it away. Lin watched the battlefield, his excitement barely contained. Lin, what are you muttering? Little broken sword. William didn't understand, but he could tell Lin was annoyed by the knight's choice of weapons. Lin knew from his past life that a cavalry's primary role was shock action, charging. It was far better to thrust a long lance at the enemy than to hack away with a short sword. It can't be helped, Lin. The kingdom's infantry are like the nightingale's son, full of ailments. Expecting them to withstand the first enemy charge is a fool's dream. William tried to soothe him, but noticed that Uti had placed him in the rear ranks of the second charging wave. Knights, charge the enemy infantry line. The herald in the distance issued the order. The kingdom's bravest knights. The time to show your valor has come. We ride on the drums of victory, leaving laden with glory and wealth. Lin's horse was fast, but he deliberately slowed its pace. Ahead, several noble knights, seemingly intoxicated by bloodlust, ignored formation, furiously whipping their horses until blood showed, intent on being the first to crash into the enemy ranks. Uti, far behind the line, saw these reckless fools and cursed under his breath. Those damned hotheads! One fool loses his head and he leads a whole pack of fools astray. Lin noticed many knights around him, driven by the charge fever, pushing forward frantically, dreaming of single-handedly defeating 1,000 but completely shattering the formation. Many knights who had been charging properly were forced to slow down or dodge as those behind them cut in. But on a battlefield there was no room to decelerate. Even a slight reduction in speed had the impact force. Eventually the cavalry crashed into the enemy line, but the heavy lancers meant to tear the formation apart were pushed to the rear, while light cavalry armed with swords and short maces reached the front. Though the impact crushed goblins into pulp, some goblin spearmen managed to kill or halt the light cavalry's horses. With the front charge stalled, the heavy cavalry in the rear inevitably drove their lances into the knights ahead. I am a knight of the kingdom. You cannot kill me. Ah, no. Cries of agony rose, but they could not stop the slaughter. The light cavalry trapped in the enemy ranks were dragged from their horses and beaten to death by the swarming goblins. William watched the scene, his face pale, muttering, "How could this happen? This is not how it should be." Uti, in contrast, remained calm and ordered the knights to retreat immediately. "Oh, forgive my bluntness, Prince William, but this was a failed charge. We must immediately recall the knights and regroup." Uti said this and blew the retreat horn. The dull resonance of a war horn pierced through the air, reaching Lin's ears in an instant. The wind was fierce, time to retreat. With no time to spare his warhorse, Lin yanked the reins, pulling the steed onto its hind legs before wheeling around and galloping toward the rear. Some heavy cavalry weighed down by their armor struggled to turn within the enemy formation, while some light cavalry fell outright, their horses disemboweled and dying on the spot. The unfortunate ones met their end beneath their horses, yet the lucky few managed to wheel their mounts around and return to the front lines of the legion. "You worthless lot! Get to the rear!" Woody bellowed at the knights, who galloped back in retreat, ordering them not to obstruct the infantry's advance. Those knights, shamed by their failed charge and lacking the courage to argue, could only lead their horses to the rear of the legion. The infantry received the order to advance, and surged forward to engage the enemy. These hastily conscripted foot soldiers, poorly outfitted as they were, soon discovered that they could not follow the cavalry into the enemy ranks to reap lives as they had in previous battles. Instead, they met fierce resistance. Their infantry was brave, no doubt, but these goblin bastards fought with reckless abandon. As the saying goes, 1 man fighting to his death repels 10, 1,000 fighting to their death repels 10,000, and 10,000 fighting to their death can conquer the world. These goblins, when pushed to the brink, fought no worse than the soldiers. In fact, they surpassed them. Before 10 minutes of fighting had even passed, a small portion of the soldiers had already fled the battlefield on their own. William was utterly exhausted by the state of the battle. These soldiers now saw goblins as mice see cats, wishing they could flee 10,000 miles away. Where was their fighting spirit? Yet compared to those 101st colleagues, the private troops personally drilled by Lin and the elite retainers of the feudal lords performed in a manner that could only be described as outstanding, truly standing head and shoulders above the rest. "Brothers, the chance to serve our master has come. Advance your spears and kill." Christopher thrust his steel spear relentlessly into the surging tide of goblins. The steel spear traced an elegant arc through the air, and with a single swift jab pierced through the goblin's green wizened face. The soldiers behind him surged forward, forming a spear formation to shield him. The goblins, clad in tattered leather armor, and wielding swords and shields, could not break through the dense phalanx no matter how they tried. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers chanted their war cry, stepping forward with each shout of "Kill!" their forest of spears thrusting forward in unison. The advancing spear formation forced the goblins in front to fall back involuntarily, which in turn roused the resistance of the other soldiers. The 2 rows of spear formation pushed steadily forward, and following in their wake came the elite private soldiers. "Ha! We can't let those young whelps outshine us. Brothers, follow me." The burly man who shouted this had several scars across his face. His armor was conspicuous, a thick padded undercoat, a layer of 2 chainmail hauberks covered by a plated cloth cuirass, marking him unmistakably as an elite infantryman of a feudal lord. He carried a battle-axe in hand, with several throwing axes at his belt, but no shield for defense. With a roar and a shout of "Kill!" the scarred giant lunged forward, his legs driving into the ground as he launched himself into the air. His bulky frame soared above the goblins as he twisted his hips, pulling the battle-axe back behind his head to gather full momentum. The axe swept through the air like the wind, swinging twice in rapid succession, once forward, once back, and in an instant its blade was coated with a film of crimson. The goblins struck were cleaved in 2 on the spot, with dozens of heads sent flying into the air. Then the burly man crashed headfirst into the goblin horde like a cannonball, sending countless enemies sprawling. "Chief!" The noble retainers beside him remained composed, clearly familiar with this tactic. A group of retainers charged forward with shields raised, enveloping the scarred man within their defensive perimeter. Among the goblins, some attempted to seize the opportunity to pick off the exposed, but the retainers slammed their shields and thrust their short swords, cutting those goblins down on the spot. Once the scarred bruiser regained his momentum, he launched another identical charge. This was no isolated tactic, but a collective combat doctrine of noble private forces. These fierce retainers demonstrated to the beasts the critical importance of equipment and physical conditioning. This wasn't some Game Gear where everything could be blocked. Even wooden shields might not withstand an axe blow, and when it struck flesh it meant shattered bones and torn sinews. It was precisely the desperate fighting of the noble retainers that stemmed the tide of the poorly equipped infantry's retreat. Gradually the goblins too began to rout. Word spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100 until all the goblins broke formation on the spot, preparing to flee the battlefield. At that moment Lin led his personal retainers charging out from behind the formation. When the other noble knights saw Lin surge forth, they immediately snapped to awareness, and said to their retainers, "What are you waiting for? Isn't this the perfect chance to wash away your shame with deeds of valor?" Without hesitation they cracked their whips and spurred forward into the fray. Lin pulled his bow repeatedly, unleashing volleys of arrows at the enemies before him. Most of his retainers carried hunting bows typical of poachers, not particularly lethal but more than enough to kill at close range. The fleeing goblins ahead, seeing the arrows flying toward them, were terrified into running for their lives. "Brothers, keep them running! Don't let them stop. The cavalry kept harrying the beast, sending an arrow at any goblin that dared to pause. After half an hour of this chase, the goblins were utterly spent. Any who stopped collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Brothers, withdraw. Unlin feigned abandonment of the chase, leading his retainers away from the battlefield. The goblins, already at the brink of physical collapse, immediately collapsed to rest, only to die on the spot. The more experienced goblins merely paced in place, too wary to stop. Unlin led his cavalry to conceal themselves in a dip in the terrain, perfectly masking their tracks. After waiting 5 minutes, the goblins were still gasping for breath, but most had slumped down to rest. Seizing the moment when the goblins could neither flee nor fight, Unlin ordered a charge with his retainers. With fewer than 50 riders, they slew nearly 1,000 goblins, without losing a single man. While the nobles were too busy to pay him any mind, he quickly had the battlefield cleansed. Naturally, all the discarded weapons and equipment along the way were gladly claimed by Unlin. Carrying bundles of loot back to the Legion, he found the nobles still unleashing their rampage. Many goblins, cornered with no way out, were reduced to sacrificing themselves in mutual destruction with the knights and their retainers. Having expended both quivers of iron arrows, Unlin had no interest in joining this overtime carnage. He found a secluded spot, opened his grain sack, and stuffed salt-preserved soybeans into his horse's mouth. Eat up, my good horse. Only with a full belly will you have strength to run. He groomed the mane of his spirited steed, prompting the affectionate animal to nuzzle against him with a satisfied whinny. The retainers behind him also gave their war horses an extra feed. A moment of leisure was a moment earned. No one wished for more trouble. With dozens of silver coins a day, did they really think Unlin was a pushover? With that kind of value, who would throw their life away for a fight? They'd fight when the battle favored them and run when it didn't. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. If someone truly needed to die, weren't there those fallen knights from declining noble houses? Their lives were cheap. Let them be the ones to charge to their deaths. The battle raged on until 4 in the afternoon, leaving all the fighters utterly exhausted, except of course for the idlers. Many knights returned to their companies and immediately sought a place to eat and rest, having no energy left to boast of their valor. The army had no mind to press onward either, so they simply pitched camp near a water source. In this battle many noble knights lost retainers, and the bulk of those losses came from that shameful charge. My Lord Prince William summons all knights to the main camp for a meeting. By the time the messenger found Unlin, the meeting was nearly over. When he finally arrived at William's camp, he discovered a group of minor nobles being pinned to the ground and beheaded on the spot. The minor nobles naturally begged for mercy, but to no avail. The great blade showed no pity, and the executioner showed no leniency. Unlin, you've arrived. Please sit. He entered the tent alone and found both high and low nobles present, with William calmly arranging a seat for him. Now that everyone is here, allow me to deliver the final unified battle orders. William rose to his feet, his face stern and his demeanor exceedingly cold. For this war, the infantry commander will be Baron Ans, the cavalry commander will be Old Baron Uti, and the archer commander will be Knight Alaman. Does anyone have any objections? The moment the words left his mouth, the noble knight actually raised his voice in opposition. Forgive me, Prince William, but while I praise your wise appointment of Baron Ans and General Uti, Alaman alone is a cause for doubt. As everyone in the capital knows, he is a noble who only recently defected from Danya. We have just fought a grueling war against the kingdom of Danya. How can we entrust our lives to this noble? Before William could react, Alaman stepped before the assembly, cut his finger with a small knife, and solemnly swore an oath before the gods. I, a layman, swear before the gods I shall never issue a single malicious command against my comrades of the kingdom of air on the battlefield. Should I break my vow, may the gods cast my soul into hell. Looking closely at Alaman, one could see that his attire indeed bore the distinctive traits of the kingdom of Danya. He carried a 2-meter longbow on his back, 3 quivers of heavy arrows at his waist, and a 2-handed northern greatsword strapped across his back. What was most striking of all, however, was his bearskin cloak and bearskin cap. The tough, thick bearskin could not only repel incoming arrows but also resist the blows of slashing swords. Donning this full ensemble, even without mentioning anything else, his mere appearance was enough to intimidate lesser soldiers. Moreover, he had so swiftly sworn his oath before the gods that the knight could no longer use his background to oppose his appointment. The nobles of the kingdom of Danya were all adept at using longbows, and having long dwelt in the forests, they possessed superior resources for crafting bows and arrows. Thus entrusting him with the archer forces was like pairing a donkey with a donkey, a perfect match. The noble bowed once more and slipped back into the crowd. Very well, if there is nothing else, then let us properly settle today's accounts. William shifted the topic, bringing forth his main purpose for the day. Those nobles who recklessly disrupted the charge formation have already been taken out and beheaded. And on the battlefield there were still soldiers who kept retreating. Noble CC, 28 of your private soldiers fled the field. You are fined 28 silver coins. Baron Bar, 14 of your private soldiers fled. You are fined 14 silver coins. Today Knight Hater and the soldiers of the Lake family performed exceptionally. I now specially award them 10 gold coins as encouragement. Afterward William generously rewarded every knight who had lost retainers, prompting the knights to vie for his allegiance. This surge in morale even reached the common soldiers. The previously listless infantrymen now swung their spears with fierce vigor. Generous rewards and severe punishments are the foundation of building a powerful army. William's ability to do this was already the mark of a worthy monarch. Of course, Lin, who had received 10 gold coins, gave his own soldiers a special meal that very night, a piece of smoked meat and half a bowl of ale for each man. After intense exertion the body craves salt and sugar. With a hearty meal of meat and drink these men would surely be hale and hearty again by the morrow. Duolunge rushed to Lin's side, deeply impressed by the combat discipline and rations of his soldiers. It's simple, feed them well and they'll fight better. With that the two exchanged knowing smiles. The other knights had likewise regained composure, resuming their standard daily rations: 1 or 2 loaves of white bread, a portion of smoked meat, and a sack of apple cider per man. Yet these were extraordinary times. Thus each knight received only a single loaf of white bread. Those craving finer fare could purchase it from the camp merchants. Alas, most of the knights who had taken up arms were penniless, or too miserly to supplement their men's meals, leaving them to gnaw silently on coarse black bread in the shadows. Having devoured their meal in mere bites, Lin's men drew their daggers and fanned out across the battlefield, carving flesh from goblin corpses. Bewildered Duolunge and his companions watched, and asked, "Brother Lin, what are they doing?" "You didn't know. Every part of a goblin is precious, its teeth ground to powder, staunch bleeding, its upper arm muscles rich and tender serve both as sustenance and as bowstring material. Even its saliva can be refined into a potent anesthetic. To waste such a divine resource would be nothing short of sacrilege." Lin expounded passionately upon the goblin's myriad virtues, only to find the knights had already plunged into the work themselves, blades in hand. For decades goblins had remained grotesquely alien, yet no one had imagined they were edible. Most knights recoiled at the thought of consuming these primate-like creatures, deeming them unfit for human consumption. Their corpses were traditionally reserved for blood sacrifice to the gods, nothing more. No one foresaw that roasting goblin arm meat over open flame, then drizzling it with savory sauce, would yield such astonishing flavor. In the end, only those goblins Lin had initially offered to the gods were cleansed in ritual. The rest, left unclaimed due to divine bureaucracy, were methodically butchered, skewered, and roasted by the knights. That night every soldier feasted until his belly swelled. That night every soldier shed his dread of goblins forever. That night every soldier's breath carried a scent that made goblins tremble in terror. As dusk deepened, junior officers idled in the barracks, and gathered for gambling. "Look what I've brought." A scarred burly man pulled a deck of playing cards and a pair of dice from his tunic, instantly drawing a crowd of eager officers. With numbers swelling, the game began. The scarred man took the role of banker while others shouted bets on dice outcomes. Fortune swung wildly. One won, another lost. Winners craved greater triumph, losers demanded redemption, until the stakes escalated and copper coins piled high like a miniature hill. As fate would have it, a gaunt, wiry man ran unusually lucky, winning round after round until he swept the entire mound of coin. I'm done for today." Though he sensed danger in walking away while flush with winnings, greed overrode caution, and he resolved, teeth clenched, to risk one final throw. The crowd refused to let him depart so easily. Cheers erupted, and the scarred man flicked a glance to his cronies, who stepped forward, flanking the gaunt man from behind with predatory intent. "Filth from a pigsty, you dared cheat!" With that roar a fist crashed into the man's skull. His comrades surged forward, raining blows upon him without mercy. Chaos erupted. The losing gamblers seized the chance to reclaim their losses, while bolder souls scrambled to seize even more. Unjust wealth, though fleeting as clouds, grows ever sweeter the more it accumulates. The thugs attempted to restrain the looters, but overwhelmed by sheer numbers they failed. Soon more than half the copper pile vanished. Dazed and groggy, the gaunt man stirred awake, his mind too clouded to grasp the full horror unfolding around him. Watching his fortune vanish, his heart bled. Disregarding rank or consequence, he unsheathed his regulation long sword and bellowed, "Drop my money now!" Like a man possessed, he swung the blade wildly with both hands, slicing open the abdomen of a bare-chested thug, spilling entrails onto the earth. Blood gushed across his face like a crimson fountain. He froze, shocked, horrified at having slain a comrade. Then memory flooded back, scene after searing scene. Each month half his wages vanished into commanders' pockets. When his wife visited camp, she was raped by those beasts. When his mother came seeking justice, they murdered her before his eyes. And even now on the battlefield they'd used him as living shield. "What in blazes are you doing, you wretch?" Even the scarred man's voice trembled. That tremor, instinctive primal fear, ignited a fierce defiant spark within the gaunt man. "So, you can be afraid." Without hesitation he lunged, not at random but straight for the faces of those who'd tormented him for years. A madman struck. "A wretch has killed. Help! A lunatic's loose. Spare me, I fed you once. The raw, ferocious courage of manhood long suppressed erupted, unleashing strength beyond mortal expectation. Clutching his longsword he hacked at all who crossed his path, killing without pause. He hurled torches into tents, he stabbed warhorses' legs mercilessly. When hooves thundered near he leapt aside, preserving himself. Though tents stood apart the air was parched grass brittle and brown, fire caught instantly racing with ravenous hunger. Awakened by the clamor, Lin sprang upright, halting his personal guards from rushing out, and instead summoning only his captains to scout for enemy movement. Confronted by roaring infernos he abandoned containment, ordering all troops to form defensive squares and evacuate the camp immediately. In the panic a fleeing soldier slashed Lin's shoulder, but thanks to his ever-present full-scale lamellar armor the blow left no wound. The gaunt rebel blinked, stunned that anyone would sleep clad in such heavy-scale mail. Fine. Ha ha. If I cannot kill you then so be it. Struck squarely on the temple by Lin's war hammer the man's eyes blazed crimson, and life fled his body in an instant. Follow me. Any who approach, cut them down. With that command he led his captains straight into the maelstrom of riders. Most rebels were downtrodden soldiers long abused, now emboldened by desperation seizing temporary advantage. Yet Lin, backed by disciplined troops, fully exploited the overwhelming power of fully armored knights. His war hammer whirled like wind, each strike eliciting shrieks of agony. Within moments every insurgent lay dead, slain by Lin and the noble-born warriors beside him. After barely making it to dawn Lin was utterly exhausted, yet he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Fortunately only a small portion of the soldiers had been affected by the night's camp panic. Moreover the battle-hardened soldiers of the feudal nobility stepped in personally to suppress the riot and direct the firefighting, so the greater part of the army still retained some combat effectiveness. After the battle the statistics showed that nearly 1,000 had been killed or wounded in the camp panic, and countless more had been burned to death or injured by the raging flames. This was despite having eaten their fill of meat and slept soundly beforehand. Had such an incident occurred when grievances had long festered and stomachs were empty, every single person present would have unmistakably perished. In the aftermath the camp was instantly filled with night patrols. Anyone who dared to stay up gambling would surely be greeted by an officer's whip. Chuck, hold my warhorse's reins, I'm going to sleep first. I can't hold on any longer. I can't bear it. Lin, while speaking, tied his legs to the stirrups with a rope, let his arms hang down, naturally embraced the horse's back and fell asleep just like that. Chuck had no choice but to take the reins and lead the horse forward. Sleeping on a warhorse might be an unbelievable story to others, but for Lin it was nothing out of the ordinary. He slept from early morning until noon, when the scorching sun baked the slumbering Lin awake. Chuck, how long have I slept? Chuck, riding his warhorse ahead, heard Lin wake and promptly handed over the reins. Master, it's already noon. Would you like to eat something? No, I just woke up and have no appetite for those things. Lin casually grabbed a piece of goblin jerky from his belt, stuffed it into his mouth, and muttered. Having only 2 meals a day like this wastes far too much time. If we continue at this pace, by the time we reach the battlefield there will be no cities left to save. Just hand them all over to the enemy then. The camp once again lit fires to cook black bread. Yes, black bread needed to be cooked. The cooks boiled water in iron cauldrons, then tossed several chunks of black bread into the pot. After the bread had rolled in the boiling water for half an hour it could be mashed with a spoon and stirred into a paste. By the time the paste was finished it would be afternoon. Having just suffered a night camp panic, who knew when they would reach the battlefield at this pace? Despite his anxiety he understood that soldiers with empty stomachs would cause more trouble. All he could do was remain patient, and not ruin a great scheme for the sake of a small gain. Speaking of the scoundrel who caused the camp panic, he had stabbed numerous warhorses. Quite a few fine horses had their tendons severed and would henceforth be fit only for pulling millstones. Just after the meal a cavalry scout returning to the camp to relay intelligence spotted an unusual goblin battalion. When the enemy drew near he saw that thousands of goblins were enslaving hundreds of gnolls. This inverted combination immediately caught their attention. Honestly, he had intended to probe the enemy's strength first before making any moves. Ha! With merits delivered to our doorstep, what are we waiting for? Unfortunately these hot-headed fools didn't think twice and charged straight in. He drove his warhorse into the fray, deftly thrusting the sharp tip of his lance into a gnoll's chest, sending countless obstructing foes flying, and successfully broke through the enemy lines. Huh! Was it really that easy? To his surprise these goblins were exceptionally feeble and offering virtually no resistance were annihilated in a flash. The only peculiar part was that the captured gnolls displayed no desire to fight and were wholly intent on embracing death. So resolute was their death wish that they neither resisted nor dodged even when a lance ran through their chests. Perhaps to them being taken captive by goblins was even more humiliating than death itself. In moments the goblin formation was shattered by the elite knights, their morale collapsing. The surviving wargs abandoned their frontline foes, the knights, and turned traitor on the spot, hurling themselves with desperate fury toward the goblin ranks behind. Die! A one-eyed warg ignored the spear piercing his torso. With a single sweep of his arm he snapped the shafts, his eyes blazing crimson as he raked his claws through the air. Kill! 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 Kakik! The goblin commander had not anticipated such suicidal rebellion from his slaves, and in the chaos a warg lunged straight into his personal space. Die! The warg slashed his claws at the ironclad goblin commander. Sparks flared where metal met claw. Instantly the goblin rolled aside like a stubborn mule, evading the lethal strike. A goblin behind him raised a massive axe and, seizing the warg's momentary lapse, cleaved downward, splitting the warg's skull cleanly in two. The body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Fueled by final frenzied courage, the wargs delivered the heaviest blow yet upon the goblins. Shattered and disorganized, the goblins could no longer hold formation, only to be impaled en masse by the surging infantry behind. The charging knights now fought without regard for life or tactical order. Each led his retinue deep into enemy ranks, slashing and trampling with unrestrained ferocity. Their battlefield tactics bore striking resemblance to the elite household troops of late Ming China. Commanders and retainers spearheaded the assault, while the supporting garrison merely followed up on assured victory. Yet unlike those Ming retainers, these knights squires could muster only one overwhelming tide-like charge at the onset of battle, afterward dispersing into scattered reckless duels driven by raw unrefined valor. The battle concluded so swiftly that Lin never even drew his blade. And because the wargs attacked all living things indiscriminately, they too were slain as enemies. Perhaps the slaughter pleased the gods above, for during the ritual sacrifice Lin unexpectedly ascended a level, reaching level 18. 2 more levels, and another skill unlocks. Pray he awakens a divine ability. After the carnage, soldiers combed the field while knights prepared to march anew. After 3 grueling days and 2 bloody engagements, the army finally sighted the earthen fortress, surrounded entirely by goblin hordes. Knights crashed through enemy encampments, trampling countless foes beneath hooves and steel. Though the garrison within was nearly depleted, its defenders rushed forth to meet them. At last, after fierce, exhausting combat, William's brigade broke through the gates and entered the fortress. With a fortified stronghold at their back, maneuvering freely became possible, granting decisive advantage in open battle. That night William ordered every smoked meat and livestock brought along to be slaughtered and served, a grand feast prepared for the entire host. The brutal warrior returns home at last. Wealth and status favor the bold. Melodic lute music, rare in this earthen citadel, filled the air. Every surviving defender gathered to cheer and rejoice. Tonight, drunken revelry, gambling dens, even liaisons between men, all were tacitly permitted by the nobility. These soldiers carried unbearable weight within, unless released unrest would fester long after the war. Hey, my lord! Warrior Jobin toasts you, my lord! A scarred giant clutched half a barrel of barley wine, gulping the murky liquid greedily, as if delay meant losing it forever. Mad though they are, they remain respectful. Lin thought, raising his own cup in acknowledgement. Yet the moment the giant drained his drink, he suddenly spat a jet of wine straight into Lin's face. Pfft. Ha! Even my lord must taste my spit! Ha 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 ha! Caught utterly off guard, Lin stood drenched. You man, I'll kill you! One of Lin's squires drew his sword in fury, ready to strike the giant down, yet the man merely pointed to his own cheek, inviting the blow. Ha! They'll not only taste my spit, but drink my urine too! He roared with lunatic laughter, dropped his trousers and urinated directly into the wine barrel. Jobin, you've gone too far. Leave now. Sober soldiers tried to drag him away, but with a single shove he sent them flying 7 or 8 meters. I'll kill you! As the squire lunged forward, Lin bellowed. Hold! Stand down, now! He's drunk! Though his eyes burned crimson with rage, Lin uttered only those words, then upended the urine-tainted barrel over Jobin's head, drenching him completely. Even now, we're square! With that, Lin turned and walked away. His squires departed with one last venomous glare, leaving the entire banquet stunned into silence, the festive warmth abruptly extinguished. Just then William stepped forward, feigning casual conversation, while lavishing praise upon the soldiers, skillfully rekindling the celebration's fervor. Having broken the tension, William gave the nobles license to descend gracefully from their high ground. One by one they acted as though nothing had occurred, speaking with feverish enthusiasm, attempting to drown the incident in noise. Once the matter faded, William excused himself to soothe his prized vassal. Meanwhile, Lin sat alone inside his tent, drawing a bucket of water to scrub the foul wine-soaked stench from his scaled armor. He spared the brute, not out of mercy but because he dared not slay these fortress-dwelling devils. Surrounded by relentless enemies, yet holding out for so long, these men were either madmen or demons. Such madness, if channeled onto the battlefield once more, would prove worth far more than any disciplined legion. Sir Lin, may I enter? William stood outside the tent, voice low and measured. And Lin simply pulled on a spare tunic and called out, "Your Highness, please enter." Upon receiving permission, William pushed open the flap, only to find in Lin utterly unlike the figure he'd imagined. Before arriving, he had rehearsed countless possibilities, and Lin might rage and smash furniture, or scream curses, or even weep silently, abandoning knightly dignity altogether. Yet he had never envisioned such profound stillness, so absolute, so incomprehensible. Put yourself in his place. If someone spat upon you, drenched you head to toe, even if it were in Lin himself, no, even if it were Alfred, he'd already be arranging affairs for the next life. He could never have calmly cleaned his armor under such disgrace. But for Lin, it was merely a spitting, no more no less. Hardly reason enough to execute a warrior consumed by madness. At this, William found himself at a loss for words to console him. After this battle, whether the soldier lives or dies, he and his family shall be entirely at your discretion, and I shall publicly commend your extraordinary forbearance, securing you abundant rewards. William, flushed with embarrassment, let out an awkward laugh and hurried away. It was simply too mortifying. The wine and meat remain untouched. Hurry before they vanish. Just as they feasted heartily, a cry rang out. "Quick! Goblins, the beasts have tunneled beneath the walls!" Instantly the city guards seized their weapons, so swiftly that sparks flew from their frantic movements. Rushing to the ramparts, they discovered the goblins had secretly dug a wide tunnel large enough to admit several at once, and now the creatures were pouring forth. "Brothers, charge!" Without hesitation the defenders surged forward, clashing fiercely with the goblin horde. The goblin vanguard bore unusually fine arms, their short swords flashed in rapid arcs, yet they crumbled beneath the relentless blows of flails and heavy clubs. The two sides locked in brutal combat, blood-soaked and unrelenting, neither yielding an inch, until Ellen's soldiers suddenly entered the fray. But they did not engage head-on. "Mix manure with water, and hurl it. Spare no strength. Anyone who splashes our own men will answer to the lash." The commander bellowed orders. His men seized iron cauldrons and poured scalding excrement directly onto the goblins' faces. Stunned and seared, the goblins faltered, and were driven back into the tunnel by a coordinated surge of human steel. "Now pour! Pour it down!" One ladle after another of boiling filth cascaded into the tunnel, scalding countless goblins alive. More goblins pressed forward, relentlessly shoving comrades into the tunnel, sacrificing them to diminish the lethal threat of the scalding muck. The dead were dragged out, replaced instantly by fresh waves surging inward. Thus wave upon wave of goblins flooded the passage, heedless that the tunnel was already half filled with steaming effluent. Such reckless sacrificial assault chilled even the bravest warriors. Some began whispering of retreat, seeking time to reorganize their defenses. Just as despair settled upon the ranks, a towering figure shouldered his way through the line, roughly shoving aside the soldiers. "Move! Move! Merely hot slop, what is there to fear?" With that he leapt, brandishing a massive spiked mace, and plunged headlong into the tunnel. "Ha! Warm, it's like a bath before death. Not a bad way to go." Xiaobin swung the colossal mace like a whirlwind. Any goblin daring to approach was pulped instantly. Blood, gore, and foul effluent mingled upon him, a grotesque yet profoundly heroic tableau. Kill! Kill! Glory! Exhilarating! The scalding muck had just been poured. Of course it burned, but Xiaobin fought on, sustained only by raw, ferocious will. That sheer terrifying resolve commanded awe, yet nearly every noble-born soldier hesitated to follow. Why nearly? Because Anlin's troops truly did leap in, and he had given the order himself. "I'll die today. My lord, you saved my life. Today I stake everything. All together, plug the breach. May the gods protect us. I want to live. Mother, protect me." In that instant several warriors hurled themselves into the tunnel, ignoring agony, hacking and slashing amid the goblin ranks. The goblins had never imagined these feeble humans would dare fight so savagely. No blade forged by mortal hand could match the feral crimson fire blazing in those soldiers' eyes. Driven backward step by step, the goblins were forced entirely from the tunnel, leaving behind a slaughter so dense that corpses of both races nearly choked its narrow length. At last, seeing no progress, the goblin commander ordered a full retreat. At the command, the creatures abandoned all resistance, each cursing their mothers for not birthing them with extra legs to flee faster. When the battle finally ended, the exhausted soldiers collapsed into the filth. "Hurry, bring every priest. Not one survivor may be left untreated." Anlin urgently urged the priests. "Inside, hold on all of you, or I'll have you whipped." In that moment even the hardest heart would choke with emotion. As comrades labored to pull the wounded free, a thick calloused hand seized the soldier's ankle. "My lord!" The soldier strained, but could not break free, and looked to Anlin for guidance. "He's fortunate to survive. Pull him out too." Anlin too now felt genuine admiration, for Xiaobin's ruthless courage, his mercilessness toward others matched only by his even greater cruelty toward himself. Fortunately, Anlin possessed the crucifix of Father Saint Gregory, thus requiring no payment from the priests. And owing to his reputation within the Holy Church, none dared withhold their utmost effort. Yet reflecting upon it, today's victory was undeniably Pyrrhic. Had Xiaobin not set such a precedent, Anlin would never have summoned the resolve to send his men into certain death, or succeeded in bottling up the goblins outside the tunnel. Had those beasts breached the city, they would have proved impossible to dislodge, impossible to slay, and the outcome would have been utter annihilation. This recalled for Anlin the Ming dynasty's defense against Burmese invaders, when the enemy likewise tunneled beneath the walls and the Ming forces responded with boiling excrement. As danger mounted, Ming soldiers stormed into the scalding muck to engage the Burmese hand-to-hand, ultimately routing them. Yet how could scholar officials ever record such valorous deeds of common soldiers in detail? And how could Qing dynasty Han collaborators ever permit a new dynasty, surpassing its predecessors, to claim such heroic feats? Nor could modern academic apologists and traitorous historians ever allow such fearless self-sacrificing Han heroes to serve as models for contemporary Chinese people. Thus this magnificent chapter of history was collectively suppressed by the ruling elite, leaving only a few terse lines in official chronicles, while perhaps only Southeast Asian nations preserve its true account. Though few knew of this past glory, and though those collaborators achieved their aim, he acted thus compelled solely by conscience. His next task would be to spread today's story, far and wide, until every soul across the land knew it, spoke of it. Only then would justice be done to these warriors' fearless sacrifice, and eventually their legend would forge within his future troops the same indomitable, unyielding martial spirit. Spare no effort, save every life. Anlin paused, then emphasized. Including Xiaobin. After 2 days and nights of relentless efforts by the priests, only 8 of the 13 warriors who had leapt into the cesspit were revived. Save him. Why would we not? He is a warrior of the kingdom. With Anlin's explicit authorization, the priests finally set aside their doubts and devoted themselves fully to healing the burly man. Yet this man, Xiaobin, possessed astonishing regenerative speed. After merely 1 day of treatment, he was already bounding about with boisterous vitality. Upon waking, he learned from the priests that Anlin, despite their prior conflict, had ordered them to spare no effort in his recovery. In penitence, Xiaobin knelt before Anlin's chamber door and refused to rise or depart. Hey! You there, what do you think you're doing kneeling like that? Waiting for the Lord to emerge just so you can spit on him again? Get up and leave at once. I shall remain here today bearing words for the Lord. If he does not appear, I have no face to return home. The man remained obstinate, unmoving upon his knees before Anlin's door. Yet any attempt to drag him away met with fierce resistance, and a swift, brutal counterstrike. Anlin, increasingly agitated by the commotion, suppressed his reluctance, and stepped out to confront Xiaobin. You fool, what in blazes are you doing loitering before my door? Having been granted a second life, cherish it wisely, do not court death so recklessly. Before Anlin could finish, he stood frozen, stunned by Xiaobin's next act. Without hesitation, the burly man drew a long sword. Though dwarfed by his massive frame, it resembled little more than a short sword or dagger, and with practiced precision slashed a crimson gash across his own face. The blade was razor-sharp, carving a deep, unbroken wound from left cheek to right, nearly cleaving his visage in two, and even bisecting his nose with a ghastly, bone-deep gash. I, Xiaobin, son of the ogre, swear by the name of the divine Lord of War and Slaughter. From this day forth I shall fight for Sir Anlin, live for him, die for him, wield my blade in service of his honor, bear steel upon flesh and bone, and my bloodline unto eternity shall pledge fealty to Anlin and his descendants. With a guttural roar that defied agony, Xiaobin completed his vow, the blood streaming from his shattered face pooling beneath his chin into a dark, spreading pool. As the oath sealed, a crimson radiance enveloped both Anlin and Xiaobin. At once Anlin sensed an indelible bond forming between them, a resonance rooted not in dominion but in lineage. Unlike the arbitrary mastery conferred by slave pacts, this connection felt branded into the very marrow of blood and soul, perhaps, as Xiaobin declared, binding every descendant to serve Anlin's line forevermore. It emerged that Xiaobin bore ogre blood, a revelation explaining his towering stature rivaling even the formidable Saint Glorious priest and his dense corded musculature. I absolve you of past transgressions. From this day forward you shall obey my commands without question, even if I bid you leap into boiling oil you shall leap. Yes, master. Few suits of armor in the world could accommodate such a colossal frame, yet among the spoils seized months earlier lay the ceremonial heavy plate of the Duke of Tyretha's personal guard, a rare exception. Anlin commissioned a custom-fitted chainmail hauberk, then layered it beneath the Duke's full plate, doubling the weight, doubling the menace. Standing thus armored, Xiaobin embodied martial authority more fiercely than any of Tyretha's own elite guards. Anlin circled the hulking figure, scrutinizing him from every angle, yet something remained conspicuously absent. Clad in layered plate, his once wild eyes now glinted with lethal coldness through the narrow slit of his great helm. His sheer bulk promised invincibility upon the battlefield. What was missing? His weapon. He still bore only a crude wooden spiked club, adequate perhaps to kill in close quarters but woefully inefficient, its lethality barely surpassing that of a blunt cudgel. Summon the city's blacksmith, immediately. Forge him a weapon worthy of his strength. The smith needed no further urging. Within hours he delivered a matched pair of massive two-handed battle-axes and a single 100-pound spiked maul. Each axe measured over 4 feet in length. The maul, forged entirely of iron, stretched nearly 7.5 feet. Its one end bristled with vicious gleaming barbs, the other resembled a spear shaft, yet when swung its impact promised either instant death or catastrophic maiming. These were not mere tools, they were monolithic iron artifacts radiating palpable chill, yet Jobin the brute embraced them instantly, refusing to relinquish his grip. Do you like them? Watching the man's unrestrained delight, Lin waved grandly and bestowed 2 gold coins upon the blacksmith, who bowed deeply and departed only after profuse thanks. Ha! Master, these are magnificent! Jobin swung the axes with fluid ease, his heavy armor seeming weightless as cloth upon his frame. As he pivoted and lunged, a whirlwind spiraled around him. Enough, cease for now. I have yet another test prepared for you. Chuck, did Prince William grant us 2 Danya ponies? One for you to ride, the other. Exchange it for 3 Imperial War draft horses. Choose only the finest and bring them here. Chuck hastened off, and returned shortly leading 5 war draft horses. Master, Ladies Wyka said noble steeds command high value, 5 war draft horses for 1 pony, so I brought them all. And Lin cut him off mid-sentence. Very well. Jobin, select 3 for yourself. And above all else, you will master horsemanship. But master, I possess iron-hard sauls. I outrun horses on foot, and they tire after mere days. Riding serves no purpose. Jobin attempted to argue his superior endurance, claiming he surpassed even battle-trained mounts, but Lin dismissed him without mercy. No. You may ride as you wish in battle, but during marches you will ride. Marching on foot until exhaustion leaves you too spent to fight, such folly ends now. You have time today. I'll assign 2 cavalry instructors to you immediately. These next few days are for rigorous equestrian training. This is an order. He wasted no further moment, striding straight toward the temporary chapel erected by the priests. Inside, noble devotees prayed for victory. A priest raised his crucifix and gestured warmly toward Lin. By the grace of the divine blessed night, your valiant men lie recovering in the rear chapel. I am urgently needed elsewhere. Please make yourself at home. What baffled Lin most was the priest's crucifixes, each standing nearly man-height, sheathed in iron at both ends. Moreover, their lower shafts tapered precisely for gripping, and the priests themselves bore none of the frail kindly countenances expected. Instead, they were thick-muscled, powerfully built men whose bodies spoke of combat, not contemplation. Guided by the priest, Lin proceeded directly to the rear infirmary, where only his own wounded soldiers awaited treatment. At the sight of him, each soldier's eyes welled with tears. My lord! Their voices cracked. Only those 2 words escaped their throats before silence fell. Rest assured, you have served with extraordinary valor. Each of you shall receive 1 gold coin, and I have secured 5 mu of land apiece, all within my estate. Your deeds entitle you to these holdings. Deeds will be delivered to you shortly. Gazing upon these unwavering loyalists, Lin's heart swelled with quiet reverence. When the war concludes, use this gold to acquire more land, buy draft horses, wed a young bride, and in a few years raise children of your own. Before Lin could finish, a priest spoke in somber tones. Sir Knight, these brave warriors will likely never father children. The searing foul effluent has irreparably infected their reproductive organs. Though urination remains possible, conception is now beyond hope. The soldiers collapsed into silent, shuddering sobs, crushed by the devastating finality of the pronouncement. How is this possible? Xiao Bin came through without a scratch, yet my men cannot father children. Lin found it hard to believe, as the previous sessions of clerical healing had left no hidden repercussions, not even for the old king's terminal diabetes. No one could have foreseen that these all-powerful priests would prove unable to restore the soldiers' fertility. It's different. Xiao Bin's constitution differs from that of ordinary humans. He remains untouched by the foul corruption. After being steeped in it for so long, he suffered no more than minor burns. These soldiers are fortunate to be alive at all, by divine grace alone. Indubitably, having been submerged in that scalding filth-laden liquid, their organs were seared beyond repair. No amount of holy light could ever mend such injuries. My lord. We are no longer men. Sobs racked the soldiers, grieving their impotence, and despairing at the thought of never siring offspring. This practice of seizing a childless man's inheritance, known as eating a dead household, exists in both East and West. In essence, Qing's adoption of a godfather is a veiled form of the same predation. These soldiers were hale and hearty for the time being, but once past 40 their bodies would fail them precipitously, and only death would await. "Brothers, would you be willing to live under my roof from now on?" Anlin asked in a low voice. "My lord, we will follow you through life and death. So long as you do not cast us aside, we will remain yours forever." The surrounding soldiers clutched at this last lifeline, swearing oaths with desperate fervor. "Good. When the war is over, you shall come with me and become my household tenants. While I live, I will provide for you. When you die, I will grant you a proper burial." Though called tenants, their duties were those of eunuchs serving within the household. As they were no longer capable of anything else, it was a fitting use of their resources, and it would also allow Inqing to cultivate a few loyal retainers and guardians. After instructing the priests to provide these soldiers with the best possible care, Anlin stepped out of the makeshift chapel and gazed silently into the distance. The surprise attack by the goblins had thrown the legion's strategy into disarray. The army was now resting and recuperating, preparing to launch the decisive battle in a few days. Meanwhile, due to his heavy losses, Anlin was excused from the upcoming frontal assault. He welcomed the respite, spending his days tending to the wounded, sharpening weapons, and standing ready for battle. Finally, on the dawn of the third day, the city's attack horn sounded. Except for a few soldiers left to guard the city, all remaining able-bodied troops assembled in formation outside the walls. The knights, accompanied by their squires, divided into 3 groups. One group engaged the enemy goblin heavy cavalry in a fierce skirmish on the plains 3 li away. Another group, composed of stalwart knights like Ans and Anwei, formed a heavy cavalry unit poised to charge the goblin infantry when they advanced to within 100 paces. The final group was led by the old General Woody, with knights serving as messengers to command the infantry assault. Anlin was stationed here. As the enemy infantry trudged to within a few hundred paces, Woody suddenly commanded, "Archers! 200 paces! Loose!" Arrows flew with deadly precision, a dense rain of projectiles plunging into the goblin ranks, felling countless barely clothed goblins. 150 paces. Loose. Knights, prepare. All heavy cavalry mounted their steeds, clutching lances and donning sturdy helms. The archers launched another volley skyward, the thunderous twang of bowstrings nearly drowning out the din of battle. This time they fired heavy arrows with thick heads. Any man struck would be pierced clean through, regardless of shield or armor. 100 paces. Knights, charge. Archers, one final volley. The knights spurred their horses with all their might, accelerating to a terrifying speed akin to a raging gale. Within moments, the heavy cavalry plowed into the goblin infantry, pulverizing countless goblins into pulp. Once their mounts were forced to a halt, the knights wheeled around and withdrew from the enemy formation. After gaining sufficient distance, they would charge again. Yet where the first charge had been a unified effort, subsequent attacks were carried out individually. "Infantrymen, wealth and glory are within your grasp. Slay them all." Woody's cry rallied the troops' spirits, and Anlin led the soldiers charging towards the rabble. A single successful charge had shattered the goblins' nerve. They offered but feeble resistance, and even the crossbowmen who had spent their bolts managed to slay several foes with their 2-handed blades. The crossbowmen fought with broad sweeping strokes, seemingly intent on trading blows. Yet when the goblins struck out with their pitchforks, the attacks were turned aside. What they had hoped would be a mutually assured destruction was thwarted by the iron plates riveted to their leather armor, backed by a layer of chain mail beneath. With iron helms and masks protecting their heads and faces, they were safe from all but being trampled to death. The swordsman's 2-handed blades cleaved through goblin after goblin, their green blood saturating the soldier's armor. And Xiaobin, fierce beyond compare, swung his broad axe like a whirlwind. Common goblin fodder perished at a mere brush, died outright upon contact. Clad in double-layered heavy armor, Xiaobin remained utterly impervious to the goblins' assaults, while his axe cleaved them effortlessly in two. "The tide of battle turns in our favor, brother Anlin. These beasts shall break soon." Duolunge cried, eyes alight with exhilaration, eager to charge into the fray himself, yet restrained by reason from abandoning his post. "Perhaps so. Victory here will let us sweep across the steppe and crush the goblin legions." Before he could finish, the battlefield shifted in an instant. Thousands of quadrupedal goblins surged from the distance, crashing into the infantry's flank with such speed that even Anlin failed to react in time. They plunged into the ranks, spears thrusting downward in rapid succession, tearing the entire infantry formation cleanly asunder without effort. Frontline soldiers, witnessing their comrades ripped apart from behind, succumbed to panic. Morale plummeted. Those in the rear, battered by the flanking assault, sank into despair. Some had already dropped their weapons and fled in disarray. Every knight spurred forward desperately toward the quadrupedal goblins, hoping to rally the troops, precisely what the enemy had anticipated. Dazed and disoriented, the soldiers lost all capacity for thought. The sudden thunderous rumble convinced them enemy reinforcements had struck from behind, so they cast aside their arms and scattered in blind flight. Lost! The word seared itself into every heart. Once soldiers broke and fled, courage would never return, least of all among mercenaries who fought only for coin. Defeat descended like an avalanche. No valor, however heroic, could reverse such collapse. "Sound the retreat." William summoned rare resolve to issue the order, only to be coldly overruled by Woody. Impossible. Our men still hold the line. If we sound retreat now, all is forfeit. Anlin added his voice. Indeed. These soldiers cling to defiance through sheer grit alone. Sounding retreat now would doom the knights who've already breached the enemy ranks. Yet his plea concealed private motives. His elder brother and father had charged deep into the fray. Withdrawal now meant certain death for them. In ordinary times their demise would have brought Anlin unbridled joy. He'd celebrate with firecrackers. With both the lawful lord and heir dead, he'd inherit the fiefdom, and its supreme juridical authority. But not now. Home was gone, only these few remained. If they fell here, Anlin's fate would mirror that of slaughtered hounds, playthings to be toyed with and discarded at whim. Nor were they alone. Young nobles from the Highland marches likewise refused withdrawal. In their words, generations of our house's labor rests on this field. If it vanishes, better to die beneath the enemy's banner than live in shame. Just as stalemate gripped the battlefield, Xiaobin burst forth before the quadrupedal goblins, wielding a solid iron-spiked mace flanked by Anlin's personal retinue. Brothers, this is the hour to fight or die. Hesitate and we all perish here. The quadrupedal goblins, enraged to find mortals daring to bar their path, roared in fury. Wretches! Trample these human vermin underfoot! From birth to this moment none had ever dared stand so brazenly before them. This world tolerated no such arrogance, not before their eyes. Even as they charged, envisioning spears piercing human chests, a spiked mace shattered their skulls instead. The lead goblin's massive frame swelled violently, muscles bulging, skin darkening to livid purple. His body cracked and groaned, inner chain mail and outer elite plate armor splintered apart under the surge of growth, revealing a grotesque purplish-black torso. Grara! Xiaobin bellowed, a guttural inhuman roar, fangs bared, sending chills down spines. He towered 4 meters tall. The quadrupedal goblins now seemed no taller than dwarves, barely reaching his knees. His spiked mace became little more than a walking stick. Sweeping horizontally, it reduced goblins to pulp. Snatching one aloft, he hurled it straight into his gaping maw, chewing not once before swallowing whole. Xiaobin's transformation left all witnesses stunned. Who could have foreseen that a human warrior bearing troll blood would mid-battle undergo full atavism, becoming a true-blooded troll? Troll Xiaobin moved with terrifying speed, reducing dozens of goblins within a 10-meter radius to crimson ruin in mere heartbeats. His valor ignited Anlin's forces anew. Fleeing soldiers turned back, rejoining the fray with redoubled ferocity. Neither goblin plate nor elite formations could withstand his relentless, brutal onslaught. His fighting style grew starkly elemental. Abandoning all defense, he gripped the 2-meter mace, coiled his body to its utmost limit. Then, unleashing every ounce of strength, he swung horizontally, turning every foe within range into viscera and bone shards. After 15 minutes of slaughter, Xiaobin's form shrank back to 2 meters, fangs receded, skin returned to its natural tawny hue. Yet he collapsed, utterly spent, barely able to stand. His men rushed forward to shield him. The sharpest eyes seized his arms and bore him swiftly to the rear. The tide reversed in a heartbeat. Morale soared while the enemy possessed no champion to match Xiaobin's might, leaving them no choice but surrender. The war now entered its final chaotic phase, close quarters melee, where friend and foe blurred and every face became a target. The reserve knights led their squires into the fray, delivering the coup de grace. Mounted and swift, they slashed with gleaming long swords, severing heads by the dozen. Anlin held his warblade level, riding hard along the goblin's flank. Speed alone, without arm strength, sliced cleanly through flesh and bone. Ya! 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 Knights slaughtered the exhausted enemy without mercy, until not a single goblin stood upright on the field. Victory! The war god smiles upon us! Ha ha ha, we triumphed! Survivors jubilantly gathered spoils. Nobles, usually reserved, now joined their squires in the frenzied plunder. Iron sword. Excellent. Tattered leather jerkin. Excellent. Rusted iron helm. Barely serviceable. Pitchfork. Well, it took effort to seize, take it too. Goblins stinking under doors. Fuel for the fire. True to their 3-light discipline, scouring even rags for utility, the knights stripped the goblins bare. Then camp followers stepped forward, scraping every scrap of meat from the bones, drying the skeletons for firewood. That very night the nobles reveled in a feast where bones became spits and flesh roasted over open flames. Even the austere priest who condemned such revelry as sinful and debauched could not prevent some younger clerics, murmuring prayers for divine forgiveness, from donning masks and joining the camp's nightingales in secret merriment. Glug glug glug. Burp. The half-dead Xiaobin, after being treated by the priest for quite a while, became lively again. He grabbed a barrel of fruit wine and drank heartily, toasting with everyone around. However, everyone present had witnessed his bravery earlier, and even the nobles gave him due respect. Perhaps the morning battle had been too intense, for he drank barrel after barrel of fruit wine, astonishing everyone with his capacity. The main course is coming. A group of cooks entered carrying several platters of roasted pork and roasted beef, placing 1 plate of each before every noble. The soldiers had chicken and fish, but how could they compare to the exquisite delicacies of the nobles? The fragrant roasted meat made Xiao Bin's mouth water, but not a single plate was for him. Xiao Bin, come over. A call came from Enlin in the distance. Yes, master. Xiao Bin ran over quickly and saw William beside Enlin. Take these 2 plates of meat and eat them. I don't feel like eating right now. Xiao Bin was now as happy as a child, completely lacking the fierce aura of a killing star from before. He took the food and ran toward the soldiers. I really don't know what to say about you. William was helpless. Logically speaking, the greatest credit for everyone being able to sit in the city eating meat and drinking wine today should go to Enlin's troll Xiao Bin. If it were an ordinary noble, they would value face above all else. Enlin's act of returning good for evil would surely be ridiculed by nobles of all kinds. This world has no tradition of returning good for evil. What matters is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In the eyes of the people of this world, Enlin's approach could almost be called weakness and cowardice. But today, without his mercy, everyone present would have died. Moreover, the ferocity and valor Xiao Bin displayed today were enough to make any noble family abandon their pride to recruit him. If anyone had previously mocked Enlin's forbearance, today everyone admired his magnanimity. This is the true nobility of spirit. During the banquet, a noble suddenly said such a thing, drawing countless approvals. Yes. This is the proper demeanor of a noble. The Lake family truly deserves the title of the most noble-spirited family. Perhaps the parties involved never imagined that from then on, demeanor would become the fundamental virtue of nobility. Many praised this as a moral advancement for the nobility. For before demeanor became a virtue, nobles were simply bandits who had acquired legitimate ruling power. At least in the years that followed, nobles, in order to maintain outward etiquette, rarely killed on the streets or killed for amusement. Even more shocking was that the standard for jester performers later changed from exquisite skill to cheap and low cost. Clap, clap, clap. William stood up and began a meaningless speech. Today the glory of knights and their noble status shine together across the continent. The wealth won shall belong to the bravest knights. Brave knights deserve the most passionate songs and the secret affection of beautiful maidens. He spoke for a full hour while the nobles listened and ate, taking it all as entertainment. When William finally finished, the nobles gave a perfunctory round of enthusiastic applause, and the meat on the plates was all eaten. Then the chefs again brought out roasted peacock and roasted venison fitting for William's status. And he, under the pretext of reward, gave half of the roasted peacock to Enlin. Eating the roasted peacock, something he had never tasted in his past life, broadened his horizons. This stuff is damn awful. The meat is dry and has a gamey smell, and those mediocre cooks made it worse. It scratches the throat when eaten. He forced himself to swallow it, thoroughly disgusted. No wonder the ancient Chinese almost never ate peacock meat. If peacock meat were delicious, the Han people would definitely have made elaborate dishes out of it. Forgive me, Your Highness William, I feel unwell. Finally unable to bear the nausea any longer, Enlin tactfully left the lively banquet. Fortunately, many nobles were also too tired and took their leave, making his departure less abrupt. Back in his room, Enlin could no longer hold back his nausea and vomited heavily into a wooden bucket. Suddenly an arm touched Enlin's back from behind. Who? A chill ran through Enlin's heart. He swiftly twisted the arm and flung the unknown person to the ground. The person let out a soft moan as they hit the ground. Zweika! Why are you in my room? Enlin demanded coldly, his right hand instinctively reaching for the mace at his waist. Zweika lay limp on the ground, forming an elegant curve that tempted one to pounce. But he had no lewd thoughts at all. Being ruled by lust was something only a desperate man who had never known a woman would do. He was a Sigma male. Answer my question, why are you in my room? Zweika slowly rose, showing no sign of embarrassment. My father told me before I left that I must climb into your bed, preferably become your lover or even bear your child. She smiled bitterly. What? Do you think I'm shameless? I'll tell you honestly, I also have someone I like, but I've never given myself to him, so that today I could use this body to exchange for a possibility. Enlin fell silent. He drew the mace from his waist, gently tapping it against his back, disguising it as a massage tool. In truth, if he wished, he could shatter Zweika's skull in an instant. This woman is too scheming. She treats her body as a transaction and her chastity as a bargaining chip, all for a mere possibility. Once such a woman rises, her future will surely surpass that of most women in this era. But why should Enlin allow her to rise? Confucius once said, "Only women and petty men are difficult to raise. If you are close to them, they become insolent. If you keep them at a distance, they complain." Although the term woman here refers to sycophantic courtiers, the female creature indeed becomes disrespectful if you are too close and resentful if you keep her at a distance. Therefore Enlin has decided not to deal with overly clever women in this life, whether it be his sister-in-law or those women who consider themselves to be clinging to power. In the game of life, remember one rule: the pillow talk is absolutely effective. Besides, what use is a woman who will surely cuckold you? Just for a moment of pleasure. Aren't you afraid of becoming a cauliflower monster? To put it bluntly, and Ming's ashes aren't even cold yet. Miss Zhu Aika, there is no improper relationship between us beyond the contract. Moreover, my wife and son would not want me to commit any act that defile our marriage. Besides, you are a merchant's daughter. How could I allow the glorious bloodline of the Lake family to be tainted? Yes, and Lin simply looks down on her status. If a stunningly beautiful woman offers herself to you, you would not hesitate, but if a filthy female beggar with snot on her face offers herself, you would also not hesitate. Zhu Aika's identity determines that she is the latter. And Lin will never touch this woman unless he is starving. If it weren't for the need to use Rachel the fat man, Zhu Aika would have been dead within a week. Lying in bed, he took off his clothes and held a dagger in his arms. Fortunately, he slept soundly through the night, and Zhu Aika did not attempt any midnight sneak attack. Otherwise, Lin might have had to say, "I have always been fond of killing in my dreams." Zhu Aika left Lin's room, her mind in turmoil. Who would have thought that this young hot-blooded nobleman would be completely unmoved by her beauty? Just as she was hesitating, a drunken burly man staggered toward the room next to Lin's. "Move aside. Don't block my way." The man was Xiao Bin, staggering along as if he had drunk too much at the banquet. He stumbled and fell to the ground, snoring and falling into a deep sleep. "Don't stop. I'm not drunk. Keep drinking." Seeing Xiao Bin lying on the ground in a drunken rage, Zhu Aika had an idea. This big fellow must be easier to fool than that cunning fox Lin right. With her charm she had failed to deceive the nobleman, but fooling this simpleton was a sure thing. "Warrior sir, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to help you into the room?" Zhu Aika asked in a coquettish voice, her eyes full of feigned weakness. Yes, she intended to let this man who had shown off during the day rape her. As long as she could claim her chastity was violated, she could marry this simpleton smoothly, and her life would be no worse than being a nobleman's mistress. Maybe this fool could become a noble in the future, and she could naturally become a noble lady. At that time, with a little scheme, she could successfully obtain a noble offspring and a noble title. She had beautiful thoughts, but she didn't consider Xiao Bin's drinking behavior. This fool was the kind of bastard who when drunk could spray Lin all over. Now drunk again. "Drink up." "Why aren't you drinking?" Xiao Bin's large hand, like a palm leaf fan, slapped across Zhu Aika's face, which could be described as bold and handsome. Zhu Aika didn't expect Xiao Bin to suddenly act like this. She was sent flying by the slap, blood streaming from her ear and the corner of her mouth. Xiao Bin rarely found a punching bag, so he wouldn't let go. He leaped again, kicking Zhu Aika in the abdomen and sending her flying. Kicked away, Zhu Aika didn't hesitate and quickly fled from the drunkard. Holding her swollen cheek, she was terrified. What a joke. She had just tried to seduce that madman. She had almost been beaten to death by him. Crawling and stumbling all the way, she finally escaped into her own room. She locked the door, leaned against the wall, her heart pounding like a heated oil pan. After panting for a long while, she finally caught her breath. "Damn it, I'm never doing this deadly job again." As for Xiao Bin, with no target to attack, he simply fell to the ground and snored loudly, letting passers-by gawk at him. Humph, what a reckless brute. Lin wasn't deaf, he'd heard every word as Xiao Bin struck the man, but so what? That woman deserved her lesson. Indeed, after the brutal beating, Zhu Aika remained subdued for a long while. In the following months, William's legion marched north and south, annihilating tens of thousands of goblins, including rare and monstrous variants. Meanwhile, Lin endured countless bloody battles, his rank ascending to the long-cherished 20th level. Lin. Gender male. Patron deity, god of war and deceit. Level 20. Skills: charge, frenzy, bloodlust. Mount Lino's fiery warhorse. Weapons: various. Bloodlust appears to allow its wielder to absorb magical energy from slain or wounded foes, thereby replenishing physical stamina. Excellent. Truly ideal for prolonged combat. As Lin mused thus, the distant cry of a messenger bird pierced the air. The capital. For no discernible reason his heart lurched, an ominous premonition stirring deep within. The bird circled twice in the azure sky before descending gracefully into the center of the encampment. Sure enough, the avian herald bore grim tidings. The aging king lay gravely ill and urgently summoned Prince William to return and assume the throne. This should have been welcome news, yet Lin felt inexplicably unsettled. The old king's demise meant the Lek family's investment in the second prince, their stock, was about to go public. Everyone ought to rejoice. Truly. After deliberation among UTI and the assembled barons, it was decided that William would lead the royal guard back to the capital to ascend the throne, and with him would ride Lin and other promising young men close to the prince. The remaining nobles would jointly command their vassals and private troops to continue the campaign against the goblins, and seize opportunities to reclaim lost territories. Lin, what occupies your thoughts? You've seemed glum these past days. Such is the allure of this realm, so resplendent it bends even heroes to its will. William had maintained grueling marches these past days, soldiers permitted to pitch camp only after marching from dawn until dusk. The youths accompanying him to the capital brimmed with excitement, unburdened by fatigue, eager only to return home and claim the glory of serving the new sovereign. Perhaps this time the old king truly could not endure. One need only recall the king's advanced diabetes and chronically unhealthy diet. Even the church's divine arts could not grant him a natural peaceful end. Unlin suppressed his rising dread, silently coercing himself into calm. Yet none knew, deep within the capital blood already ran like rivers. 1 month earlier, within the imperial throne hall of the capital, the aged king had long since lost his sight, relying solely on Alfred's guidance to manage even the most trivial affairs of state. "Ah, my old friend, has William still not returned?" At that moment the king resembled a guttering candle sustained only by sheer will. The sapphire ring that once sharpened his wits had long ceased to function, yet having worn it for a lifetime he refused to part with it even now. "My liege Prince William shares your urgency. He shall stand before you within days. Dispatch falcon couriers again, urgently. My lucidity wanes." His voice faded into exhaustion, then folding his hands across his chest he sank once more into deep slumber. Those who have suffered late-stage diabetes know well how leaden the eyelids grow, how sleep claims one unbidden. "Make way, dogs and slaves! Do you think royal patronage makes you men? Begone!" A shrill imperious voice erupted beyond the palace gates, sharp-tongued and unyielding. "The Queen. His Majesty ordered that no one except Crown Prince William shall be permitted." Before the guard could finish, the Queen's men slit his throat. He clutched the wound with both hands and collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Storm the palace. Leave no one alive except the king." The distant cries of slaughter awakened the old king, who was inside the palace. "Who goes there?" The old king let out a feeble groan, but Alfred immediately hoisted him onto his back and fled toward the secret passage within the palace. "Your Majesty, the Queen has rebelled." How could this be? The old king's heart burned with fury, yet he could not alter the facts. Had that fool of a woman not already been left with no chance? Had he not already ordered his trusted men to secretly dispose of her? Had he not already orchestrated everything flawlessly? Due to the old king's corpulence, Alfred had barely reached the entrance of the secret passage when the rebels surrounded them. "Alfred, I'll give you a chance. Hand over that fat pig and I'll let you continue guarding the new king. Thief's mistress's riches, name your price. What do you say?" "Wretch! Don't you dare think about it. Alive I am His Majesty's man, dead I am His Majesty's corpse. No matter what, I will never betray him." Alfred drew the longsword from his waist, gripping it with both hands, already prepared for a deadly struggle. Suddenly the old king gently patted his back. "Old friend, escaped through the secret passage. Now find William and tell him not to return for years." Alfred was unwilling, but then he witnessed a spine-chilling sight. The old king twisted the gem on the ring adorning his right little finger. A crisp click sounded and a look of agony spread across his face. "This was meant for that beast, but you came seeking death." Almost word by word the old king spat out the sentence, his teeth shattering as he bit down. Gurgle, gurgle. The old king spat out a mouthful of broken teeth mingled with streaks of blood. "Wretch! You brought this upon yourself." His voice grew hoarser, his eyes blazing with bloody light fixed straight on the queen who stood behind the rebels. You can see. No, that's not right. What is happening to you?" The old king's body rapidly darkened, his hair fell out, replaced by ram's horns. Fangs sprouted from his mouth, his once bloated and obese frame swelled with muscles. "Die, wretch!" The monster that was once the old king let out a roar. A flash of black light in his hand and a heavy sword reeking of blood appeared. "Don't retreat. He can't last long. Kill him now." The queen, horrified, quickly ordered her men to attack. "Kill." The rebels charged forward with spears. The old king swept his sword horizontally, and in an instant blood and gore flew. The heavy sword seemed to have a soul, draining the slain enemies into dried corpses, the red light on its back growing brighter. Thud. The old king's hand gripping the sword was pierced by a suddenly protruding iron spike, exposing his stark white bones to the air. Gurgle, gurgle. A horrifying sound of blood transfusion echoed in the hall. The old king's body expanded once more. This is a demon. Everyone present was chilled to the bone by the sight, instinctively wanting to flee. "Kill!" The old king roared, pushing off the ground with such force that the stone floor cracked beneath him. Holy sword of massacre. First technique, blood slash. The old king's fangs clattered, but only terrifying demonic speech was heard. As he chanted, the blood-red sword's blade surged with plasma, completely enveloping the edge. With a flick, the thick plasma turned into a blade that flew out, directly shredding the rebels into mincemeat. The splattered blood sprayed across the old king's face, but his long tongue licked it all into his mouth. At that moment the old king could no longer be considered human. "Ha! Kill, 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 kill!" With each kill the old king grew stronger until he was slaughtering elite professionals like chickens. After wiping out the rebels, the maddened old king turned on the palace's elite warriors. After killing the warriors, he went after the nobles. Kill. Kill. Haha. Having slain all the landless nobles within the palace, he charged straight out of the palace gates. His Majesty. How did he become like this? Commoners outside the palace, seeing the king in such a state, were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders on the spot, collapsing to the ground amidst a suffocating stench. Quick! To the monastery! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone rushed headlong toward the monastery. When the crowd reached the monastery gate, they found the doors already barred. The monks, clad in chainmail and armed with longbows, shouted curses to drive back the surging commoners. But for the fleeing nobles, they flexibly lowered baskets to allow them to take refuge. The old king arrived soon after and gladly accepted these offerings. In mere moments blood flowed like a river. For some reason the demon did not touch the monastery, but instead turned and charged toward the noble mansions in the capital. Thus for 3 days and 3 nights the old king slaughtered every living thing he could find within the capital except for those in the monastery. And when the old king was utterly exhausted, Priest St. Gregory seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The iron-bound cross inscribed with scriptures and blessed with holy light smashed heavily onto the old king's ram-horned head with such force that the horn was split in two. By the gods! You have betrayed the deity you once worshipped. The old king said nothing, merely flicked his sword backhanded, and the blood energy sent him flying. Cough. Though the massive cross blocked most of the blood energy, a portion still slashed across his chest. The spattered blood was absorbed by the demonic sword. Ah! The blood of a zealot, how intoxicating! The old king had now fully transformed into a powerful demon, showing no qualms about devouring humans. Casually thrusting the heavy sword into the chest of a corpse, he tried to recover his strength. Human, you cannot kill me! Do you truly believe your church embodies goodness and beauty? If you don't believe me, go find some secluded houses and look inside. You'll be surprised. Hee hee. Shut up. Merciful and great deity. Descend upon me. Grant me divine power. Priest St. Gregory tore the cross pendant from his chest, twisted it, and a long thin needle emerged from the top. He plunged it directly into his left chest. After a moment he discarded the spent cross. Thud, 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 thud. Priest St. Gregory's body swelled dramatically, transforming into a mass of white flesh in the blink of an eye. Finally multiple wings pierced the fleshy mass, revealing a grotesque creature within. Ha! An angel! What a hideous thing! This remark instantly enraged the fleshy mass, which sent several blades of light hurtling straight at the demon. See, I merely spoke the truth and you get so agitated. Indeed, it was the truth. Before his transformation the old king's body was somewhat unsightly. But after the transformation this body, far from being ugly in the eyes of normal people, possessed a seductive charm. His black-purple skin was etched with mysterious patterns that would make any ordinary person dizzy after a few minutes of gazing. Muscular yet graceful, a lithe black-purple torso, and even his slit pupils exuded allure. In contrast, the angel, renowned for mercy and kindness, was a greasy mass of flesh. Apart from its several pairs of wings, it was grotesquely bloated and obese. Hundreds of eyes connected by tentacles densely packed. A single glance would make anyone nauseated, to say nothing of the unknown pipes dripping with yellowish-brown fluid. After exchanging just one sentence, they clashed again. The demon desperately tried to close in on the angel, while the angel frantically tried to keep its distance. Finally, after nearly 15 more days of fighting, the demon, unable to replenish its strength, was slowly drained by the angel, who feasted on the corpses on the ground while unleashing blades of light, eventually wearing the demon down to death. After the demon was slain, the angel absorbed all the remaining corpses in the city, the children who had hidden in cellars, and the offerings prepared in the monastery, then vanished in a burst of holy light. The pure light seeped into the priest's body, greatly enhancing his power, and earning him the frenzied worship of more monks. As for the day's atrocities, the monks would blame everything on the demon. Henceforth everyone would worship the benevolent angel even more and despise the demon. But no one knew that demons killed directly, while angels, rather than merely absorbing life energy, revel in the pleasure of torture. And now the monks, blessed by the angel, intended to use the lingering power of the angel to accomplish a great deed. Religion is a double-edged sword in any nation. Yet this holy church has finally seized the moment of Airy Kingdom's vulnerability to usurp the throne. A host of robust clerics, practitioners of the priest profession, surged into the royal palace with their privately trained warriors in tow. The pontiff wasted no time declaring King Airy guilty of heinous crimes, then crowned Jocelyn, the late king's younger brother, long concealed within the monastery, as the new sovereign. Upon ascending the throne, Jocelyn decreed the 13 tax in addition to dues owed to the crown, and feudal lords' citizens must surrender 30% of their wealth to the church. Moreover, he ceded the majority of the former king's meticulously cultivated lands to the Holy Church and granted it extraterritorial legal jurisdiction. He also authorized the church to raise armies under its banner, and compelled every noble estate to erect a chapel. Satiated, the church immediately ennobled all nobles who supported Jocelyn as joint heirs, both ecclesiastical and secular, and abolished Prince William's right of succession, sentencing him to lifelong imprisonment. That was not enough. The church branded William's landless loyalists as rebels, stripped them of all titles, and banished them from the Airy kingdom. Among them was an unfortunate young man named Enlyn. The clerics merely verified his name on the expulsion list before stamping it with the royal seal. Something is deeply wrong, Enlyn thought inwardly. Upon entering the city, he noticed the gate guards wore the unmistakable cross-embroidered robes reserved for clerics. And where once thronged, bustling streets now lingered only scattered clerics chanting prayers in hollow silence. The moment the procession entered, the portcullis slammed shut. Clerics clad in chainmail raised lances and surrounded the group in tight formation. Clerics, what is the meaning of this? Do you dare stage rebellion? Prince William stepped forward to demand answers. A cleric with shadowed features retorted. Oh! By the divine, your father betrayed humanity, abandoned the kingdom, consorted with demons, and slaughtered the capital's innocent populace. By joint decree of the noble council and the ecclesiastical court, your right to succession is revoked, and all who rally to you shall be exiled. Hearing these words, every noble, including Enlyn, raised their lances, prepared for a desperate final stand. Yet the sight of noble families dragged forward shattered their resolve to fight to the death. Fortunately, Enlyn spotted no member of his own kin among them. Using hostages as leverage, what kind of honor is that? If you dare draw steel and meet us blade to blade, do not stain the valor of true warriors. Humph. Lay down your arms, or leave the city. Exile awaits you. Resist further and your families will suffer. To pressure the nobles, the cleric drove his sword through a noble maiden. No. A knight beside Enlyn roared and lunged forward, but the cleric, unnervingly calm, merely turned and slew 2 more noble hostages. Sister. Brother. You have 3 minutes. Drop your weapons, cowards, or die here. The youths stood paralyzed, whispering among themselves. Talking counts as time. The grim cleric rested his blade lightly upon a noble child's shoulder, drawing a thin line of blood. I surrender. One knight, unable to bear the strain, cast aside his weapon and dismounted. Johansson! You have betrayed the knight's oath. Where is your honor? Another knight shouted defiantly, but most nobles had already lost the will to fight. Once the first yielded, surrender cascaded like wildfire. No matter how Enlyn pleaded, the clerics would grant no mercy, and nothing could stem the tide of capitulation. Damned fools! Lay down your arms, and you seal your own doom. Heaven help them, their minds must be packed with swine dung. For now our armed presence teaches them, they offer conciliation. But once we are disarmed, the gallows or the axe, perhaps you may vote on which. Enlyn nearly wept in desperation, yet his comrades remained unmoved. Ready for battle. Retreat, and you die. He raised his saber high, and commanded his retainers to make their last stand. Crossbowmen swiftly cocked their weapons, aiming at the clerics. At Enlyn's command, the knight Doring suddenly yanked him from his horse and pinned him to the ground. You bastard! Filthy dog! MMPH! As he struggled, a bludgeon struck his helmet, once, twice, and darkness swallowed him whole. Forgive me, brother Enlyn, our families are in their hands. The grim cleric approached with a cold smile. As the holy canon states, a knight who adapts wisely earns greater honor than one who dies blindly loyal. Enlyn, wait. Enlyn. The cleric paused. Strange, that name sounds familiar. After a moment's reflection, his eyes widened. By the divine, it's the boy whom Reverend Elohim baptized 2 years ago. So it turned out, the family had turned upon itself. Carry him back to the monastery. Let the clerics tend to him properly. With that, the grim cleric turned and smiled at Prince William. Your Highness the former Crown Prince, your choice stands before you. Life or death. Enlyn awoke slowly, finding himself lying in a modest cottage, apparently the residence of a priest. If only that accursed Doring hadn't betrayed me with a cowardly stab in the back at the decisive moment, escape would have been possible. Royal private troops combined with my own loyal retainers could have carved a path through the enemy lines. And yet, what became of it all? That treacherous wretch. My deepest apologies, Sir Enlyn. We acted rashly, drawing steel against a knight whose loyalty to the church has never wavered. Enlyn turned his head to see the gaunt priest standing before him, offering a serene, almost benevolent smile. Where am I? This is the secluded hermitage of the late holy priest Emilio, a place he cherished for quiet contemplation. Given the urgency of your condition, we had no choice but to bring you here. Late. He cannot possibly be dead. Clearly Enlyn refused to believe that the demon Braun, that terrifying godlike figure, could have perished so swiftly. I ought not burden you with such sorrowful tidings. Yet holy priest Emilio attained divine descent 1 month ago during a grave persecution of the faith. and gave his life in sacred martyrdom. The gaunt priest's face softened into profound grief, tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Divine descent. Your liege lord's father sought the blood of demons, thus forcing your spiritual father to embrace martyrdom in defense of the faith. The gaunt priest grew increasingly impassioned, just as a procession of nobles loyal to the new king entered the chamber. Sir Anlin, your valor in confronting that demonic apostate at the hour of crisis shall not tarnish your honor. The Divine One loves all mortals alike. So long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to his service, glory shall surely return to crown your brow. The gaunt priest's intent was unmistakable. He wished Anlin to renounce his former allegiance and swear fealty to the church, thereby preserving his land's rank and favor through the enduring influence of his late spiritual father. And what of William? It wasn't loyalty that drove the question, merely cold pragmatism. Those who hold out until the very end invariably receive the most generous terms upon surrender. Though uncertain whether he had truly waited until the final hour, Anlin knew this much: surrendering now would secure him the finest treatment imaginable. Like an employee lured away by a rival employer, yet still murmuring grievances about his former master behind closed doors. The ecclesiastical synod decreed lifelong imprisonment for William, but King Regent Jocelyn, defying consensus, ordered his execution by hanging. Those words made Anlin's pupils contract sharply. Though they shared genuine camaraderie within the feudal hierarchy, William was undeniably Anlin's liege lord. In other words, Anlin was William's sworn vassal. Should his liege perish at the hands of the reigning monarch, and Anlin then grovel before that same king like a craven sycophant, he would be branded forever as a pariah, his name spat upon for generations. Merciful Father, forgive my earlier insolence. There is no offense to forgive, only differing oaths sworn to different lords. Sir Anlin, please state your needs. Out of reverence for the late holy priest Emilio, I shall assist you in any way I can. The gaunt priest now regarded Anlin with the warmth and familiarity of an elder brother. In truth, Anlin remained unaware that his spiritual father's lingering prestige, amplified by the Church's prior campaign to elevate him, had already positioned him as the foremost contender for the papacy. Ironically, the most formidable rival to the papal throne was not this diligent, self-sacrificing gaunt priest, but Anlin himself, who had long dismissed ecclesiastical office with open disdain. At this very moment the gaunt priest yearned more than anyone for Anlin's ruin, yet simultaneously dreaded his death above all else. Imagine holy priest Emilio's body scarcely cold, yet his own protégé slain by the very institution he served under the supervision of the very man who had long schemed for the papacy. He would stand utterly defenseless before accusation. I offer all my possessions to the church, and accept exile. In exchange for sparing Prince William's life, let him be stripped only of his title as heir and permitted to reside quietly in my father's estate, even if no visitor may ever enter. Sir Anlin, such leniency is unthinkable. William's sins demand absolute retribution. Then may he dwell eternally within a cathedral, devoting his days solely to prayer and penance. This time the gaunt priest fell silent. Indeed, compromise pleases everyone. The gaunt priest knew refusal was no longer tenable. Moreover, the Church's original plan had always been to confine William within a monastery, as a contingency should succession falter. Now Anlin's proposal became a powerful bargaining chip to pressure the king. Ultimately, Anlin secured William's life, at the cost of forfeiting his wealth and accepting permanent exile. Though William's future would be bleak, all agreed this was the fairest outcome attainable. The newly appointed Minister of Finance arrived at Anlin's estate's ledger in hand, eager to seize his assets, only to discover that several manors were registered under his mother Vina's name, while others bore the name of Chuck. In short, none belonged to Anlin himself. After exhaustive investigation, his sole personal holdings amounted to little more than 100 gold coins, a spirited warhorse named Lunaire, a full suit of scale armor, a lance, a longsword, and a longbow, though the javelins were officially recorded under his own name. Even his private soldiers were freemen, their arms and armor merely lent to them by Anlin as acts of goodwill, thus exempt from confiscation. The minister had arrived elated, he departed seething with fury. Had the kingdom possessed formal banking institutions, or had cross-border asset transfers been feasible in this age, Anlin would have shown these provincial bureaucrats exactly what true financial mastery entailed. I am no patriot merchant, I possess far more potent tools for betrayal. Storming into the royal palace, the minister exaggerated Anlin's conduct, relentlessly urging King Jocelyn to order the slippery knight's immediate execution by hanging. Yet in the end only the minister swung from the gallows. For the true ruler of the realm was neither king nor sovereign, but the chief regent, the bishop. 10 days later, clad in coarse sackcloth, Anlin departed his homeland with a handful of retainers, ostensibly banished. Simultaneously his private soldiers vanished without trace, carrying away substantial wealth held in his mother Vina's name. Among their spoils, noble-bred horses, pack mules, weapons, and a chest brimming with gold coins. By uncanny coincidence both parties met upon the imperial highway, then merged seamlessly, granting Anlin both martial strength and material security. That very day's deed, So extraordinary, so morally resonant, soon spilled from the lips of William's vassals after too many cups of wine landing squarely in the ears of wondering bards. Hearing such an unparalleled tale, the bards erupted with excitement, each racing across the continent with his own embellished renditions, spreading the story like wildfire. With war raging across the land and knights everywhere entertaining rebellious thoughts, this paragon of unwavering loyalty and devout faith instantly became the ideal exemplar, celebrated and extolled by every monarch as the living standard of chivalric virtue. "What? You mean Enlyn risked his own exile to spare my life?" William was clearly moved to tears, his heart silently sobbing. At the moment of being surrounded, William's heart had turned cold. The fact that Enlyn was not the first to surrender already moved him deeply. Then Enlyn shouted for the knights to take up their swords and continue resisting, which deepened his gratitude even further. Finally, upon hearing this, he nearly regarded Enlyn as more important than his own kin. What relative would abandon their birthright and wealth to plead for their former employer? The shadowy priest calmly delivered this news to William and then turned and walked away. In the palace, Jocelyn, imprisoned for a long time, had just regained his freedom. After hearing of Enlyn's deeds, he thought it was a story from the archbishop's scripture. But he later discovered that while the scripture did record it, the account was adapted from real events. Alas! Why do I not have such a loyal knight to serve me? Jocelyn merely sighed and then plunged back into the feast of fine food, wine, and beauties. Little did he know that across the world monarchs of every nation sighed for the same reason. Moreover, these monarchs, whether friend or foe, all held Enlyn as a moral exemplar. Compared to those elite soldiers of the Weibo region, the ultimate version of knights, Enlyn's loyalty was almost impossibly rare. If service exceeded the term, the knights would not fight. If land was not granted after battle, the knights would not fight. If they were excluded from tournaments, the knights would not fight. Push the knights too far and they would put a spear through your head, then elect a new talkative monarch to take the throne. Now that they finally had a model example, how could they not enshrine him? For the coming years, Enlyn actually had some plans. First, the main road to the plains was overrun by numerous goblins, with the Gaudi territory lying beyond. It was clearly impossible to reach the Danya kingdom that way. Thus the eastern route was blocked. Next, going north through Thanus to try his luck in Tyros. That path was also unfeasible. Not to mention his previous misdeeds. Though someone had taken the blame, tongues wagged, and if those barbarians ever found out, he wouldn't even be able to seek death. Moreover, a small portion of his private soldiers had been rescued in Thanus. If he defected to Tyros, they would cut him down. So he would head north to Pa. Finally, he could go south, entering Bartels from the great city of Danis, crossing Bartels, and then entering the Common Khanate to serve as a mercenary. This was the most feasible route, and Yulanchigan agreed. By the way, when Yulanchigan heard of his decision, she immediately sent her child to grandmother Vina, and followed him without a second thought. By the way, Zu Aika, why are you still following me? Enlyn held a certain admiration for this dark-skinned woman. When seduction failed, she took her loyal followers and left Rachel's merchant guild, forming her own caravan to seek fortune in southern Bartels. She planned to sell the capital silk and spices in Bartels, then buy slaves and travel with Enlyn to the Common Khanate to trade black slaves. With the money she would buy horses, bows, arrows, and livestock and sell them to the war-exhausted Danya kingdom. This whole journey would create a five-cornered trade. Moreover, she had shrewdly hoarded silk when it was as cheap as cabbage in the capital, so her venture was essentially profit with no capital. Would the mighty knight be interested in cooperation? Zu Aika, completely ignoring their previous conflict, smiled and extended an olive branch to Enlyn. Miss Zu Aika, you jest. Since you are willing, how could I refuse? But do not call me a knight. I am merely a destitute wanderer now. Initially, Enlyn worried that Zu Aika might take advantage of his weakened state to finish him off, given that he had truly shown her no respect before. But upon reflection, killing him seemed to offer her no benefit. If she did, she would only face a continent-wide manhunt by the Lake family and a desperate fight to the death from nearly 300 private soldiers. My idea is simple: hire me as your quartermaster in your personal capacity. With your status as a backing, I believe this trade journey will be very smooth. They happily signed the contract, enjoyed a hearty meal, and then were cheerfully surrounded by 100 horse bandits. What the hell? How can there be so many horse bandits within the kingdom? Enlyn was astonished, but then heard the bandits shout, "Pay us a satisfactory price or we'll make you regret it." Zu Aika pressed a heavy pouch of gold coins into Enlyn's hand and whispered, "Enlyn, give them all this gold. I can't show my face." As she spoke, she pulled down her cloth hat to hide her face. Before Enlyn could step forward, he heard Yulanchigan roar, "Die, you accursed scum." She drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and fired all the armor-piercing heavy arrows from her quiver in one breath, piercing and felling countless ragged horse bandits. The bandit chief, wearing a bearskin hat and a bearskin cloak, saw his fierce men wounded and dying. In desperation, he spurred forward with a spear and thrust fiercely at Yulanchigan. In a flash, she slipped her right foot from the stirrup, hooked her left foot tightly, swung her body low, and evaded the near-certain thrust in a bizarre posture. As the bandit chief gaped in astonishment, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Looking down, he saw that Yulanchigan, after passing by, had fired a final arrow with a backhand motion. The heavy arrow sank deep into the chief's back, the spade-shaped head nearly severing his spine. The crossbowmen, snapping to attention, formed a battle line and loosed sharp bolts at the horse bandits. Yulanchigan was not done. She fastened the grassland trophy to her belt, and in her hand now held the short-handled crescent-blade sword 1.6 meters long. Two horse bandits with bows reckless of death desperately tried to ram their horses into Yulanchigan's beloved steed. But her warhorse, attuned to her, simply adjusted its angle and rendered their suicidal charge futile. Then, like a reaper, the crescent-blade sword swept twice with ease and claimed the lives of those two bandits. Most of the horse bandits were killed, the remaining few fled in panic, leaving only a handful of dazed bandits wandering aimlessly before being shot off their horses. Most of the captured horses were pack horses, useful only for speeding up the march or carrying goods, nothing more. To show his sincerity, Lin specially split the spoils evenly with Zu-Ika. My God, is this Beit Laishi? So many black people! After a month of travel, they finally saw the first city of Beit Laishi, the ancient city of Yazi. Upon arriving at the ancient city of Yazi, one could see black people everywhere walking freely. In other kingdoms, these black people, due to their lack of intelligence, were mostly used as disposable farm tools in the fields. Although these black people here were mostly slaves as well, they were still much better off than their counterparts on the continent. Respected merchant, are the goods behind you to be sold in our town? If you have the intention to sell, then we, the slave trade officials, are definitely the best choice. A thin, small black slave was enthusiastically introducing Lin to the quality and low prices of his goods. Entering the city, they saw merchants everywhere buying and selling goods, and of course many mercenaries were also recruiting cannon fodder here. Clang, clang, clang. A burly black man stood on the stage, vigorously striking the brass gong in his hand. Many traveling merchants gathered together watching this black man. Dear esteemed merchant gentlemen, today is the professional warrior auction held by the Yazi slave masters. Next I will preside over the first item. 20 Jait recruits. Each one is a young warrior of the Jait tribe, fearless, brave, and loyal. Starting bid at 20 silver coins cash. As soon as these words were spoken, a portly merchant raised his hand. I've been having bad luck with my trade recently. I've been targeted by a group of horse bandits, and I urgently need some cannon fodder to cover my retreat. You wouldn't sit back and let a trustworthy merchant's skull be used as a bowl, would you? Originally these people were just appetizers. No one had intended to bid, so now doing a favor was fine. After the auction was called 3 times with no further bids, the 20 black slaves officially belonged to the fat merchant. Good. Next up are the Galama camel light riders. I believe most merchant friends know the terror of these riders. No matter who you are, if you fully master this light cavalry, you can move freely in the Beit Laishi desert. The black slave gesticulated excitedly as he introduced to the merchants. With them you can rest assured of your property, and perhaps even take the enemy's property into your pocket. I believe no merchant friend would want these riders to be controlled by their enemies. Now, starting at 1 gold coin, the auction begins. The surrounding merchants launched into fierce competition, and the price instantly rose from 1 gold coin to 100 gold coins. Remember, these slaves are all auctioned in groups of 20. And 20 Galama camel light riders are considered a bandit force in this desert. Not to mention that buying these slaves also comes with camels. Just the camels alone are worth it. 150 gold coins. And Lin suddenly raised his hand. He deeply understood how important it was to have a camel caravan in the desert. Besides, 150 gold coins was not a huge sum for him. His mother alone had given him 3,000 gold coins, and with an additional 50 gold coins coming in every month income from his family's estate, and Lin had no worries about going bankrupt. Good. Once for this gentleman. Any more bids? The black slave called out twice more, and then directly declared Lin's auction successful. Merchants pursue profit. As long as the price of an item is 1 copper coin higher than their expected price, they will simply give up, and there will be no malicious bidding. Immediately a black slave handed over the life and death blood contracts of these slaves to Lin, stating that if he tore up the contracts, the slaves would die instantly. After this, Zu-Ika also participated in purchasing 2 interesting professional warriors, the Galama heavy cavalry and the Mamuluk cavalry. Both of these cavalrymen wore heavy armor, each costing 15 gold coins. Although one rode a camel and the other a draft horse, both were draped in leather horse armor. What do you think? In the slave nation of Beit Laishi, professional warriors are less valuable than Rai. Come with me later to sell 2 bags of spices, and I'll show you what it means to make money while lying down. Zu-Ika said, winking at Lin. How this country is really strange. Even professional warriors are sold as slaves, so what a lousy price ordinary slaves must be in this country. While he was thinking this, he heard that there was a slave market run by ordinary people behind him. Sir? Please have mercy. Buy these children. Only 10 copper coins. Some slaves even tried to kneel and kiss the merchant's boots. Get lost. So dirty, don't dirty the master's boots. The merchant drew the long curved blade at his waist and effortlessly severed the arm of that slave. Sir? 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 You can't leave. You've wounded this slave. You must buy him. Look. His arm is broken. It's useless. The slave merchant picked up the slave's arm and placed it before the wealthy merchant, trying to force him to buy the slave. Get lost. The wealthy merchant tossed a handful of copper coins which clattered onto the ground. Ah! Generous and merciful Lord! You are truly too generous. All these slaves are yours. The slave trader picked up the scattered copper coins with lightning speed, then hurried away, fearing the merchant might change his mind. Just as Lin was enjoying the spectacle, a sly slave trader suddenly called out to him. Respected and wealthy traveler from the north, do you know of the knight Lin who is renowned and glorious in the western lands? Suddenly being mentioned by this man, Lin felt a bit unsettled, but he wanted to see what this fellow was up to, so he nodded. Seeing Lin nod, the slave trader immediately spoke with excitement. What a coincidence! Let me tell you a secret. Actually, Lin is a black man. This statement struck Lin like a bolt from the blue. Since when did I become a black man? Do these niggers even know what they're saying? Seeing his shocked expression, the slave trader smirked. Hell, I'm only telling you. I've heard that Sir Lin likes to wear black clothes and a black mask, right? Actually, he's just like us, a black man. The black mask is nothing but a disguise for his skin color. And we bought him from those unscrupulous merchants' ship. You've got to admit these merchants really know how to play. Behind him, Zuika added. The merchants sell cheap tickets to the Holy Land, tricking innocent and devout believers into boarding ships. Then they send them straight to Badalazi to be white slaves. Finally, they buy black slaves locally and sell them to the white kingdoms. His story was told with great detail and plausibility. He says that although he's penniless now, once he returns to the Airy Kingdom, his family will surely pay a huge ransom. Noble merchant, sir, if my master were not seeking fortune on the battlefield, he would personally escort this virtuous knight home. But now, if you pay me 20 gold coins as compensation for our loss in buying him, I will transfer this golden opportunity to you. Fine. 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 I and Lin am currently penniless, sold as a slave to Badalazi. Give me 20 gold coins, and when I return home I'll grant you 3 manors. The key point: how could I, the real Lin, not know that I myself was sold as a slave? And most importantly, I'm a genuine yellow-skinned person. When did I become a black man? He no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Seeing that this news had no effect on Lin, the slave trader quickly changed his approach. Noble merchant, sir, if you're not satisfied with the black Lin, I also have a white Lin, a common Lin, and tall ones, short ones, fat ones, thin ones. Take your pick. Please don't go. Lin was speechless at these people. The logic was open, the thinking was explosive, and the process was reasonable. But little did he know that countless bards on this continent were now spontaneously spreading his glorious deeds. And his image had become whatever those bards imagined it to be. Some said he was black, some said he was white, some said he was a distant come-in, and others said he was a noble descendant who had migrated from the far eastern continent. And with the propaganda came imitation. Now in every country, countless people calling themselves Lin were swindling others. Some claimed that a god had cursed them, turning them from a knight into a warrior. Others simply said that the church had used treacherous means to erase their profession. If he dared to shout, "I am Lin, send money," he would definitely be met with curses from many nobles. Pah! What beggar is this? Get lost! Since that's the case, wouldn't I have to give myself a new name when traveling the continent? Lin thought to himself, since no one would believe him if he claimed to be Lin anyway, he might as well just change his identity. Hey wife, what alias should I adopt? How about Wuiran? Never mind, I won't take one. After all, I'm the genuine article, I'm not afraid of verification. Behind him, the 20 naive and ignorant black savages had a flicker of unevolved stupidity in their eyes, completely unaware that Wolanchigan beside them was already itching for action. Wife, these slaves cannot be killed, we'll need them later. Lin had no choice but to assure her. He had to, because the blood feud between the Badalazi people and the common people could not be erased by being on the same side. Great master. Where do you wish to go? We Galama people are living maps of the desert. As long as we lead the way, you will never get lost within the borders of Badalazi. The Galama's slave wore a silly grin, trying to curry favor with his great master. Their equipment, however, was pitifully shabby. A nameless leather neck wrap and a leopard print loincloth were all they had to cover their shame. And on their backs a thick wooden shield, a bag of javelins, and a 1-4-meter short spear placed on the camel were all their equipment. Take me to buy some camels. You can't rely on warhorses to traverse the desert. The slave noted this and immediately led Lin to a camel guild. Master, this is our cheapest camel shop with the widest variety and best quality. The slave sharp-eyed saw Lin about to dismount, and immediately lay down on the ground to serve as a human cushion for Lin. "Master, please be careful." Lin did not hesitate. He stepped directly onto the black slave's back and dismounted with ease. "Well done." Receiving praise from his master, the black slave's face wrinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum. The owner of the camel guild, also an elderly black man, saw the distinguished guest coming and hurried out to greet him. "Oh, a distinguished guest from afar. My name is Jewenti. How may I help you?" Although the old black man was short and fat, extremely ugly, his hands were covered with gold rings. "I came to buy some excellent camels capable of crossing the Badalazi Great Desert. I wonder if you can meet my needs." "Of course. As long as you have treasure, fame, and the indispensable slaves, I can fulfill all your needs." The short, fat old black man led Lin into the camel pen. "This is a pack camel. It can travel for 3 months without eating or drinking. It has a gentle temperament, but it's a bit slow and cannot be used as a war mount." As he spoke, Jewenti extended his gold ring-covered hand. "I sell this kind of camel for 50 silver coins each. I have 20 now. If you want them, I'll bring them out immediately." He was afraid Lin would be dissatisfied, so he emphasized. "My friend, from afar, the camels here are only sold after they have been well fed and watered. After you buy these camels, you won't need to feed them for at least 2 months. If you don't believe me, you can ask other merchants about my character. If anyone says I am a treacherous black devil, you can cut off my head with your scimitar. I need a war mount. I have no shortage of pack camels in my caravan. If you can't provide what I want, don't waste my time." Jewenti, seeing that the customer had placed a large order, smiled even more happily. "Oh, my dear friend, I definitely have a mount that will satisfy you. This way, please. This is Badalazi's famous war ostrich farm. One ostrich costs only 5 gold coins and can carry an adult weighing no more than 150 gene for 15 kilometers of sandy road without stopping. Moreover, according to legend, when the Supreme Golden King was chased by desert bandits as a child, he escaped on a war ostrich. Furthermore, according to merchants across the continent, this war ostrich is extremely popular among noble ladies of various countries. They have been offered over 100 gold coins each. If you want to trade in this, the ostrich is definitely one of your best goods. I'll take them. Give me 5 to test the waters. Anything else?" Faced with his enthusiastic recommendation, Lin was a calm person. Taking 5 of these ostriches as gifts was enough. Trying to buy in bulk to make a big profit was a foolish delusion. "Oh, and over here, the most famous house and fulage camel of Badalazi. This war mount can be said to be the favorite of slave masters. We sell them for 25 gold coins each. You must have heard its legend." The legend Jewenti referred to was that the former Golden King had used this type of camel to gallop across the continent, but in the end the Golden King too had sent them all to their deaths. And this kind of camel was also slaughtered by various northern armies, turning from an ordinary mount into a protected animal. However, according to rumors, this camel is no longer scarce and has been removed from the endangered species list. "I'll take them. Give me 3. And the dashi warhorses." After buying what he wanted, Lin turned and left. Taking warhorses into the desert is like a rooster laying eggs. It's trying to do something it's not meant for. After selling the warhorses on the spot and exchanging them for supplies and slaves, the party prepared to continue their journey. My lord. There's a group of people outside the city harassing our camp. We warned them repeatedly, but they refused to leave." At the city gate, a soldier saw Lin and quickly reported to him. "Who? How dare they harass my people? Who has such audacity?" And Lin was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. At that moment, outside the city. "Why can't you understand? I told you, call your master out. We need to discuss matters. If you can't make decisions, I'll talk with your master about your price. I said we are not slaves. Please leave immediately." Outside the city gate, a black man in silk clothes kept trying to explain his intentions with words, but was ruthlessly rejected. "How about this? Whoever agrees to come with me, I'll give them 20 gold coins and leave 10 gold coins for your master. Your master will definitely not blame you." The black man was still talking, but then he saw Lin walking straight toward the soldiers. "Hey friend, these soldiers are very stubborn. Don't waste your effort. I've already said all the nice things and not one of them will come with me." The fat black man thought Lin was also there to buy slaves, so he directly advised him not to waste his breath. "I'm sorry, sir, these are my closest subordinates. May I ask if they have offended you in any way?" The fat black man became extremely excited upon hearing this, and directly grabbed Lin's hands. "Oh, that's wonderful. Friend, you must save me. I have money, a lot of money. As long as you save my life, I can give you all my coins." "Speak slowly. If you can afford it, I will do my utmost to help you." After much cajoling, Lin finally calmed the fat man down. The swarthy rotund fellow slowly began to explain the truth of the matter. "That day my brother, the great slave master Taisi, caught me with his newly purchased female slave, that one you know. It wouldn't have been a big deal normally, but he had just inherited our father's estate, and needed to establish his authority. So he seized the excuse to kill me. Why am I so cursed? Woe is me. The swarthy fat man actually began to weep, sobbing and cursing between tears. I only slept with a slave girl. How could he think of murdering me for that? I really can't defeat his army of slaves. That doesn't add up. Your brother should never have made you his first target. Lin was puzzled. Generally one does not choose a close relative, especially a brother, to make an example of. If he kills ruthlessly, people say he is cold and heartless, treating even his own brother that way. How much worse for an enemy. If he hesitates, they say he is indecisive, unable even to dispose of a brother cleanly. Wah, it was my loose tongue. I asked that slave girl a question. The gist of it was, who is more heroic and spirited, your master or I? You are the hero, my lord. How could my master compare? At that moment the master was standing in an unseen corner eavesdropping. Hearing his own slave so shamelessly praise another, he burst through the door and hurled his spear at the doorframe. The swarthy fat man fled over the wall while the slave girl was struck down on the spot. Because of that you are the hero, my lord. How could my master compare? His brother had now mustered his troops to fight to the death. This fat bastard brought it on himself. Lin cursed the swarthy fat man under his breath. Sneaking around was one thing, but asking that question, that was just asking for death. Now that the man was fighting to kill you, you finally realized he had his pride to uphold. Lin knew all too well how devastating that remark could be to a man. Just imagine. No need to imagine. If you would only help me. The swarthy fat man was still begging for help, but Lin flatly refused. Farewell forever. He led his men away, ignoring the fat man's repeated pleas. Lin had been killing for years. His heart was colder than the fish in a frozen market. He walked for days. However, later he heard that the body of the wheel-turning king was hanging from the battlements of Yaji City. The great slave master Taisi had specially arranged for a black man to drive away vultures and other birds, preventing the corpse from being pecked and devoured. Countless curiosity seekers flocked there, eager to witness the wheel-turning king's dried-up treasure, which was still unbearable to behold. After taking down the wheel-turning king's body, the great slave master of Yaji set aside a secret chamber to store it. Those who wished to see it had to pay a gold coin first. In the end, the great slave master of Yaji and the great slave master Taisi fought fiercely over the corpse, and Taisi emerged victorious. Burning with rage, the great slave master of Yaji spread a false rumor that ground powder from the wheel-turning king's member could cure all ailments, especially impotence. Predictably, the 18 minutes shrank to 15, then to less than 10. And Taisi, following the principle of good water should not irrigate others' fields, reluctantly kept it for his own use. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Lin. While Lin was working as a desert merchant, the kingdom of Ali was undergoing tremendous transformation. These are the devil's forbidden books. Do not look at them. Do not approach. Do not touch. Throw them all to the center of the square. What are these? Silk is the treasure of blasphemers. You must not wear them, absolutely must not wear them. Throw them all to the center of the square. Who allowed you to gather without permission? You are so extravagant, so wasteful. You are sinners. You need to repent. You need to pray. One transgression after another. The church forbade nobles from wearing silk garments, forbidden nobles from enjoying improper songs and dances, and even more strictly prohibited nobles from holding lavish gatherings and orgies. However, the most perplexing of all was the church's book-burning campaign. Holy Knight Commander, these books include medical and herbology texts. At least spare the medical books. A soldier of the Holy Faith held up a book and softly voiced his objection. You heretic. Those who believe in the Holy God need only read the Holy Scripture. The Scripture will expel all viruses of the mortal world. We do not need those fallen books. The Knight Commander seized the soldier by his collar and roared like a madman. Throw all the books in here. All of them. Suddenly a sinister smile crossed his face. With a gentle push backward, he threw the soldier into the pile of papers. Then he tossed in a torch. Parchment caught fire, instantly reducing the soldier to ashes in an instant. Do you see? This is the price of impiousness. After death he will surely fall into hell to suffer the flames of hellfire for all eternity. With such a grim precedent, no one dared to provoke the Holy Faith again, and the orgies became far less frequent. Now in the kingdom of Ali, whether rich or poor townsfolk dared only to wear coarse linen garments. Even with money they no longer dared to purchase fine food, instead donating it all to the church. The once prosperous royal capital had now grown desolate. Many nobles who supported William had their families confiscated and imprisoned or were exiled. Countless gold coins were sent to the church, and wealth was concentrating into the hands of a few at a rapid pace. By the time Jaiselin's succession ceremony arrived, all nobles within the capital had to wear coarse linen garments, and bring their families to attend the ceremony. Everyone eagerly awaited Jaiselin's accession, hoping he would use the emperor's privilege to abolish the laws unilaterally imposed by the church. But no one expected that when the servant presented the crown before Jaiselin, the archbishop standing behind him gently took it away. Then Jaiselin turned and bowed deeply to the bishop. With his aged hands the bishop firmly placed the crown upon the king's head. From this day forth I appoint you as the king of the secular world of the kingdom of Ailey. Remember the church's teachings and never break faith with the divine. Jaiselin presented the scepter symbolizing imperial authority, and said reverently, from this day forth I request you to serve as the emperor of the religious and spiritual world of the kingdom of Ailey. The bishop accepted the scepter, smiling with satisfaction as he nodded to the nobles below. I Xingji formally accept your request and serve as the emperor of the religious and spiritual world of the kingdom of Ailey, succeeding as pope. Then the pope issued 3 policies during the grand assembly. First, all nobles must believe in the holy faith. Second, every noble's offspring must have a religious father. Third, there is only one legitimate religion within the kingdom of Ailey. Belief in any other religion will be regarded as heresy. When the assembly dispersed, all the nobles understood. The world had changed. That era would never return. Anlin and his party traversed the desert for nearly 2 months, constantly ambushed by bands of enslaved raiders. Conventional war bows emphasized raw strength, and the continent's martial evolution centered on armor-piercing and anti-cavalry tactics. Yet these raiders drew their bows with mere fingers, bow-draw weights pitifully low, their arrows sometimes tipped only with cactus venom. Their other offensive method was javelin throwing, but their innate physical limits confined accuracy to stationary targets within 10 meters. Once mounted troops began maneuvering, those javelins became little more than wooden sticks, too inaccurate even to hurl properly. Thus bands of over 100 enslaved warriors would often collapse after just 2 disciplined volleys from Enlin's archers, then be mercilessly mown down by charging cavalry. Those who knelt swiftly were spared those who refused, while no enslaved warrior possessed such stubborn knees. Along the way, after several transactions involving enslaved laborers, Enlin's contingent of camel-mounted warriors swelled to 150. And Enlin himself had refined a battle doctrine proven invincible against such foes. At the onset of combat, enslaved camel cavalry would advance to within 20 paces of the enemy to draw fire, while archers rode forward on camels to form a 3-rank volley formation at 50 paces. Finally, crossbowmen led the decisive assault, supported by attendant cavalry in coordinated charges, a tactic that struck these raiders like a dimensional collapse given their underdeveloped cognition and near-total lack of cerebellar coordination. To their dying breath they could not comprehend how these enemies moved as one, without a single command issued by their commander. Perhaps signal flags and drum commands were as mythical to them as tales from 1,000 years past. Lonely smoke rises straight above the desert, the sun sets round over the long river. Unbidden, a verse from his past life surfaced in Anlin's mind. Before him stretched an endless expanse of desert, ochre and nothing but ochre. No oasis, no water source. Were it not for the relentless raids by enslaved bands, Anlin feared he might simply perish of thirst. Master. In 10 days we shall reach Husenfulage, the frontier zone where Balles meets the Cuman Khanate, where fine war horses, camels, and precious spices abound. The quick-witted enslaved man elaborated enthusiastically on Husenfulage's riches. Rumors say Balles is waging war against both the Cuman Khanate and a distant empire. If Master intends to take up mercenary work, do not forget to sign a binding contract with the local slaveholder. Excellent. I admire slaves who think ahead for their master. Do you have a name? Anlin smiled sly and sharp. Master, I am but a slave, how could I dare claim a name? From this day forth you bear one Isel. Overcome with awe, Isel slid from his camel and kissed the hoof of Anlin's mount, even as yellow sand filled his mouth. In his heart the master was absolute, beating or killing him was just and natural, yet bestowing a name was grace beyond measure. Should the master ever treat him as an equal, truly respect him as a person, that would herald the collapse of cosmic order and the decay of moral virtue. A couplet declared upper scroll. The master is noble, the enslaved base ordained by heaven unalterable. Lower scroll, black lives are precious, yellow lives cheap, heaven and earth reverse, virtue undone. Central inscription, do not mistake me for human. My husband, whose banner will you serve among these 3 realms? Need I say? First I shall recruit horse archers from the Cumans, then seek out the weakest foe to crush. Then, my lord, I shall prepare myself to fight beside you. Zu-Ika stepped forward laughing, clearly unbothered by the prospect of playing mercenary, even if it meant bloodshed and plunder. In these few days Wulan Chagan and Zu-Ika had grown remarkably close, one a formidable mounted archer, the other the shrewd daughter of a merchant, either conforming to the kingdom's conventional ideals of ladylike refinement, yet sharing an unexpected kinship of temperament. Kill! 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 A distant clamor of battle cries shattered their conversation. Master! The direction of the sound is over there. Yzair pointed down at the dune. The group quickly shifted position only to see 50 Kamen riders locked in fierce battle with hundreds of Battleazi's bandits. Yzair, take 50 slaves to draw their fire. The rest of you follow me. Having received the order, Yzair quickly led 50 slaves charging toward the bandits. Huff! 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 The heavy breathing of the camels drew the attention of the dark-skinned bandits. The black men split into two groups. One half continued to besiege the Kamen, while the other half charged toward Enlin and his companions. Women! They have women! Someone in the crowd shouted. The dark-skinned men actually abandoned their encirclement of the Kamen, and rushed straight toward Enlin and his group. Women! Women! They roared as if they had never seen women before, desperately charging toward Enlin. The Kamen broke out of the encirclement, but did not flee. Instead they and their men harassed the dark-skinned bandits with mounted archery. 3-stage volley. Fire! The sharp bolts whistled through the air and pierced the chests of the dark-skinned men, turning the foremost ones into sieves. The dark-skinned men in the back tried to throw javelins, but they could not hit the black men riding camels. Traitors' compatriots' deadly bolts. They did not know whom to attack first. A group of dark-skinned bandits fell into confusion, while the black slave soldiers riding camels threw javelins that struck the bandits with good accuracy. Within less than 15 minutes of fighting, the bandits collapsed. Everyone mount your camels. Don't let a single one escape. Whoever kills the most will get extra rations tonight. Enlin led his troops behind him in a full charge covering 100 meters in just a moment. A group of well-armed riders slashed and killed wildly within the enemy formation, and the slave cavalry were equally fierce, constantly stabbing bandits to death with their short spears. Leaving a field of corpses, the remaining dark-skinned men simply chose to surrender willingly, becoming slaves. Master, that Kamen wants to see you, Chake said in a low voice. Following his gaze, they saw the Kamen man with a beaming smile standing at a bowshot's distance looking at Enlin. Enlin, having no concerns, rode his camel to within a sword's length of him. Just stand here. Is there anything you need my help with? That Kamen man was evidently a straightforward person, and without any hesitation he gave Enlin a grassland salute. Oh, my friend, my name is Jimenlai. I don't yet know your name. You saved my life, I will surely repay you one day. My name is Enlin. I was once a noble of the Lake family in the Arii kingdom. Now, just an ordinary exile. Jimenlai was clearly surprised. My friend, I have heard of countless Enlins, and now I'm not even sure if he is a dark-skinned man. However, I believe you must be the genuine one. I am now going to the great city of Auha to deliver a message. As long as you take this token, you can exchange it for 20 prairie horses from the Hailshu family. That man threw a string of wolf-tooth necklace to Enlin and ran off into the distance without looking back. Friend, if we meet again next time, we will sit in my fertile pasture, drink delicious mare's milk wine, and I will surely slaughter sheep and cattle to entertain you. In the blink of an eye, that man and his men had run far away, leaving Enlin and his group to clean up the battlefield. Javelins, take them. Hides, take them. Black slaves. Take them to House and Fulage and sell them. But why does that Hailshu he mentioned feel so familiar to me? Husband, what's wrong? Looking at Wulan Shigan, he suddenly woke up. His own wife was from the Hailshu family. Do you know a man named Jimenlai? Husband, how do you know my horse groom's name? Wulan Chagan was very surprised, not knowing why Enlin suddenly asked this. Just now that man said his name was Jimenlai and gave me this. He waved the necklace in his hand. Isn't this our family's wolf-tooth necklace? That man is a horse groom. Wulan Chagan clearly understood who that Kamen man was, but she was very worried about the matter of delivering a message. Don't worry, let's hurry. After we trade supplies at House and Fulage, we'll rush to Auha to see what's going on. After this incident, they quickened their pace, but the frequency of encountering bandits also increased. Travelers from afar, welcome to the eastern barrier of Battleazi, House and Fulage. I believe you will surely have an unforgettable time here. Upon arrival, he found that this place was not as dry as the previous towns. Instead, it was quite humid. Slaves. Selling slaves. Sugar water. Who wants sugar water? Weapons that kill without staining with blood. Selling weapons. No charge if they draw blood. Free slaves to test the blades. Warhorses. Who wants warhorses? The city was filled with troughs, allowing livestock to drink their fill. Of course, some merchant slaves also took this opportunity to drink a few mouthfuls lest they die of thirst. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. So sweet. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Bin plunged his head into the trough like a man and drinking with abandon. His ferocious manner even startled the nearby camel. The camel. What the hell? Is this a human? Not a camel in disguise. Sir, are you selling slaves? The slave trader looked at the group of slaves behind Enlin, his eyes gleaming with greed. Zhu Aika stepped forward and said first. These slaves have killed people. Look at these arms. We lost many brave and loyal guards to capture them all. These slaves are 15 copper coins each or 10 slaves for 1 grain of spice. No bargaining. The slave trader picked and chose but finally agreed to Zuika's terms of 10 slaves for 1 grain of spice. As for those scrap metal weapons, the slave trader also took them all, but the price was much higher than that of the slaves. The specific price was 20 copper coins for a javelin or a bag of javelins for 1 grain of spice. Silk was far more expensive. In the eyes of these black people, 1 bolt of silk could be exchanged for an equal volume of spices. If the color was unusual, the price would be even higher. For example, a standard-sized sky blue silk could be exchanged with those nobles for a full 50 night crystals. Next in value was noble purple, then milk white, and grassland green was the least valuable. Red, yellow, and black were not popular in Battlelazy, so they could not fetch a good price. Coincidentally, Zuika's silks were mostly milk white in color. After much persuasive talk, he finally managed to sell them all to the local slave owners at a price of 10 camel night crystals per bolt, and 5 bags of spices per bolt. In the end, Zuika obtained 50 camel night crystals and a cartload of spices. Congratulations, Zuika! You've struck it rich! Unlin smiled and offered congratulations to this companion who had come all the way with him, but Zuika said shrewdly, "It's we who've struck it rich, my lord." After so many days of traveling, she had realized that Unlin was not the kind of nobleman driven by lust, but rather a man who valued the opinions of his companions, and treated her with great respect. He led the camels to the trough. The camels also plunged their mouths into the water and drank greedily. Throughout the afternoon, Zuika was fully responsible for the caravan's purchases and sales, and finally bought enough of the needed items. Black slaves. "My lord, are you selling Kuman riders?" "I have strong Kuman men here." In the slave market there were crude wooden cages everywhere holding many white and yellow-skinned people, while black people were chained together like livestock on a single wooden post. An old monk who was sitting in meditation called out to Enlin and his party, quietly introducing his wares. "My lord, this one costs 5 copper coins. To be honest, his thumb is missing, so he's not worth much. This one costs 20 copper coins. His fingers are all intact, but his feet are slightly injured, nothing serious." When they reached the last cage, the monk gave a sheepish smile. "This one costs 50 silver coins, or you can give me half a gold coin." "Don't underestimate him. He killed 2 of my guards." "Old master, how did you capture them?" Unlin was more curious about how this scrawny monk had managed to capture these Kuman men. "I guess I'm not sure how they were captured either. A slave owner had just gone through a bloody battle, losing many family members, and he wanted me to perform a requiem for his dead. So he bestowed these slaves on me. As for the rest..." The monk shook his head. "I don't know." "Half a gold coin. Release all these Kumans." Yes, generous lord." The old man, trembling with excitement, took the money, opened the wooden cages directly, and then ran away without looking back. That Kuman man felt a bit embarrassed, his old face reddening as he said, "Oh, my friend, you have saved me again. I truly don't know how to thank you." "Horse slave. Never mind that. How is my father?" Hearing the familiar address, Ji Minglai's eyes welled up. "Sister, is it you? The old lord died last year during a raid on the empire. Now Mo Lijen has inherited his pasture. He is cruel and selfish, and as soon as he took power he expelled several of his loyal Darhan. I am now following the lord's other son Tahan. Although he currently has only 1 pasture and 500 head of livestock, he is generous and upright, a good chieftain worthy of my allegiance." "Ahem. Wife, shouldn't you introduce to me who Chi Menglai is to you?" And Lin couldn't help but interrupt. Listening to this disjointed conversation was really uncomfortable, like skipping several chapters of a book. He had no idea about the relationships. "My husband Chi Menglai is a descendant of one of my father's Darhan, while Mo Lijen is my father's 2nd son and Tahan is the 3rd son. I don't know why Mo Lijen inherited my father's estate." "Then Chi Menglai, what about the letter you were to deliver?" Upon hearing about the letter, Chi Menglai wore a helpless expression. "Oh, by the Grey Wolf God, my letter was intercepted. Just as I was passing a sand dune, I was surrounded by a group of slave soldiers. Then I was captured and given to that monk. It was so sudden. But fortunately I know what it's about. I must hurry out of the city to inform Tahan. Goodbye, my friend." Chi Menglai tried to mount his horse and leave quickly, but Enlin stopped him. All right, this man can't be captured again. In a city like Battlelazy, the fate of a Kuman man galloping wildly on horseback is easy to imagine. Brother Chi Menglai, you'd better come with us to Auha. It's too dangerous for you to leave like this. Even if you can hold on, your brothers can't." Chi Menglai looked at his brothers and found that every one of them was seriously wounded. Whether they could be cured was uncertain, let alone travel with him. "All right, my friend, I'll listen to you." Originally they had planned to rest here for the night, but Chi Menglai had urgent matters, so they set off directly on the journey to Auha. "Sir, won't you change to a finer horse? The road ahead is all grassland, we don't have to ride that camel." Haha, this camel is very docile. Let's take it along, it will be good company on the road. The camel was very docile. Hearing this, it obediently stretched its head and nuzzled in Lin's chest. Ha ha ha, you see, it understands human speech. He patted the camel's fluffy head and said with a smile. He and Lin was a man who cherished the past. What about those black slaves? Except for the obedient one and the 50 fairly clever ones who will stay as a transport team, sell the rest when we reach Auha. Bear in mind he and Lin was a man of sentiment. Oh merciful master! Your kindness has spared me from hellish torment. Yuzair cleverly flattered him, overjoyed by Lin's merciful act. By the way, Yuzair, the whole continent is plagued by goblins. Why haven't I seen a single green-skinned beast on this journey? Oh, merciful and great master, I've only heard that some slave traders organized goblin brothels where they castrated goblins and gave them to us slaves to vent our beastly desires. And Lin was truly speechless. Goblins, upon meeting black people, would have to cover their pants and flee or stay and get a large hole opened in them. Situated at the border between desert and grassland, there were not only the Bartles black bandits, but also fierce bandits composed of common people. Although most of the fierce bandits from the common people would fear Qimeng Lai's status and choose to avoid a confrontation, there were still a few reckless ones who would take a gamble. After another 5 days of travel, they finally saw a lush green grassland and a yurt camped by the water. The common Khanate, we have arrived! Everyone was excited. In the distance, the common scouts saw people approaching and immediately ducked into their tents to report. Giddy up! Giddy up! Riding steppe warhorses, 2 common warriors halted about 100 paces from Lin, then drew their bows and shot an arrow. The arrow flew 100 paces, lost all its momentum, and finally fell weakly into the grass. Protect the master! Yuzair picked up his shield and was about to charge at the common warriors, but was abruptly halted by Lin's loud shout. Fall back, Yuzair! This was a common custom. When strangers negotiate, they must stand 1 arrow's flight apart to ensure they won't be ambushed and killed. Miller! Kilaoshi! It's me, Qimeng Lai! Qimeng Lai stepped forward, shouting loudly and waving his hands. Lord Qimeng Lai! The 2 common men immediately came forward, no longer as cautious as before. Gentlemen, I have important intelligence to report to Lord Tayan. The 2 behind me are Lord Tayan's sister and brother-in-law. Go and slaughter a fat lamb on the pasture. We must entertain our esteemed guests. Yes, Lord Qimeng Lai. Having said that, Qimeng Lai dashed straight into the tent, leaving the 2 to entertain Lin and his party. Please wait a moment, everyone. After settling them in a vacant yurt, the 2 common men left the tent. Wife, don't these 2 recognize you? They are probably Darhan, newly taken in by Tayan. It's understandable that they don't recognize me. Steppe people usually view emotions with indifference. It's common for siblings to even fight each other. So she felt no familial bond towards her elder brother Walankagan. Moreover, her husband now had nearly 400 armed men, so she was not at all afraid of her brother and felt no awe towards him. To be honest, compared to the bond of blood between siblings, she cared more about the memories of often having her food stolen by her brother when she couldn't get enough to eat. Qimeng Lai rushed into the tent with an urgent demeanor, but when they came out he was full of sighs. Sister, long time no see. Tayan didn't know what to say either, and seeing his sister and brother-in-law, he unexpectedly showed a fawning expression. Well, brother, strictly speaking, we just haven't seen each other for a few years. Ulan Chagon had been somewhat anxious, but now he was not flustered at all and coldly spat out a sentence at Tayan. Ha 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 ha, indeed 2 years have passed in a flash. Tayan was choked by this but dared not show anger. His face remained impassive, but inside he was already furious. What is she just married into a good family? If it weren't for the fact that they came with over 100 elite soldiers, if it weren't for the fact that most of them wore expensive armor, if it weren't for the fact that the leading man could punch his own head into his chest with 1 blow. Forget it, let's forgive this heartless sister for the sake of past kinship. Ha! The mutton soup is here. And the indispensable kumis. Eat and drink well, everyone. Qimeng Lai carried a large iron pot into the tent. The pot was full, clearly having put a whole sheep in it. Ha ha, let's not talk for now, let's eat meat first, and then talk after we're full. This is the meat from the fattest sheep this year, and it's the most delicious at this season. Each person got a piece of tender mutton, and Tayan devoured his piece in just 2 or 3 bites, then reached out again to grab from the pot. This meat is really fresh and tender. Qimeng Lai must have added a lot of salt. Tayan ate heartily, but Ulan Chagon began to put on airs. Honey, the mutton is still a bit bland, why not add some seasoning? Saying this, Ulan Chagon poured a little spice from a pouch at her waist, and lightly applied it to the mutton. It was this little bit of spice that made Tayan's eyes greedy with envy. But Ulan Chagon didn't care, tearing at the mutton with her teeth and devouring a piece in 2 or 3 bites. So my sister has really become prosperous. This thought filled Tayan's mind, and the originally delicious mutton now seemed as hard to swallow as if it had been sprinkled with sand. There's a saying that if you think mutton is delicious, it's because you haven't added enough salt. I didn't realize it before, but now I finally understand the taste of that saying. This really opened in Lin's eyes. He had thought that the siblings had a good relationship, but it turned out that this sister had come just to watch the show. No, perhaps not just watching the show, but adding insult to injury. Brother Tayan, have you recently encountered any major events? I see, Chimeng Lai. To be honest, in recent days the Eastern Empire, the Southern Bartles, and the Northern Tyros have been frequently harassing the pastures of the common people, and no one knows when they might launch a large-scale invasion. Chimeng Lai told me everything after he returned. What he encountered was the slaver army of Bartles, and not an ordinary slaver at that, one with hundreds of cavalry, which was how he was captured alive. Tayan's words made Lin feel extremely surprised. Because on his way here he had also heard that Bartles had declared war on both the common Khanate and the Eastern Empire, so judging by this the common people, the Bartles' black slaves, and the mysterious Eastern Empire were all preparing for a great war. If he were a vassal of one side he would be anxious, but if he were a mercenary he would exclaim, it's time to make a fortune. Seeing in Lin's calm expression, Tayan admired him in his heart, but continued, just yesterday the Khan of the common Khanate asked me to bring 50 young nomads with their own weapons and horses and report to the royal tent within a month. The difficulty was not the 50 nomads but the self-provided weapons and horses. How could he, a newly independent minor noble, have so much ironware? Even a bag of grassland arrows cost several sheep to exchange, let alone the rider's grassland bow. The common people were extremely lacking in ironware. In the tent, besides the iron pot and Tayan's personal curved saber, there was no other iron object. But those soldiers of Lin's each had a primary weapon, a secondary weapon, an iron-plated shield, and iron-reinforced leather armor. In the eyes of these common men that wasn't going to battle, that was going to slaughter. Brother-in-law Lin, you say, I'm just a minor noble who was just cast out, and this is my first summons from the Khan. How can I not make a brave and impressive impression on the Khan? Don't you think so? Everyone is using iron weapons and I'm the only one going to the battlefield in rags. Wouldn't that be like smearing soot on the Khan's face? Even if the Khan doesn't think I'm a burden, the other birds won't let me off. So shamelessly calling myself your elder brother, could you lend me a few pieces of leather armor to wear? I swear that after the battle I'll return them untouched with both hands and won't delay at all. The common people are naturally generous, and now Tayan, humbling himself to beg, and Lin already had a face as red as a monkey's behind. Even if Lin didn't lend them he would have no face to keep pestering. Elder brother Tayan, I think this matter is not impossible to discuss, but my brother's armor was equipped at great expense. Losing even one is a heartbreaking loss, and I truly cannot afford such losses. But I've bought quite a few spare chainmail pieces. If you want to use them, feel free to take them. Ha, it's settled then. As long as I can borrow armor, be it leather or chainmail, it's a treasure. Have you not seen that when Wulan Chagon was wedded the only armor she brought was a single cloth-faced iron lamellar coat, which was already considered a rather lavish dowry? Many boat of weaker common influence who lived off their wives' families initially had their armor sourced from the daughters of powerful boat they married. However, I can lend you the chainmail, but I also hope to recruit some formidable common riders to bolster my own forces. Naturally. Chimeng Lai, bring my clan banner here. Chimeng Lai immediately fetched a banner embroidered with a bow and arrow into the tent, only to find that most of the mutton had already been consumed during their conversation. He gently carried the iron pot filled with lamb soup away. Brother-in-law, with this banner you may recruit any herders or nomads from the coming grassland in the future. Tahan laughed as he thrust the banner into Lin's arms. At that moment the sound of slurping soup echoed from outside. By the way, I also wish to take on some mercenary work. When you go to see your Khan, bring me along. Good. It's settled. We'll set out 3 days from now after my wife gives birth. Excellent. It's a deal. The two reached an agreement, and as a token of gratitude Tahan sent 50 sturdy prairie horses. What Lin and his companions did not know was that the pot of lamb soup, hot water laced with sheep fat, was treated as a treasure. Half was given to Tahan's wife to drink, while the remaining half was shared by his loyal followers, each taking a sip, and it lasted an entire day. Tahan's sheep bones were stripped clean of every sinew, whereas Lin's bones still had a few shreds of meat clinging to them. Those few scraps of meat were collected by the common men, who cracked open the bones to extract the marrow and bone fragments, which mixed with mare's milk became another day's meal. However, this occurred 2 days later. Hey young man! What do you folks usually eat? Seeing a short-statured common, Lin automatically assumed he was a child, only to be told that the man was already over 30. Honored guest, we normally eat wild hares and rats we catch along with grass roots. Sometimes when the livestock give milk we can also have some cheese. Without a doubt, cheese was a delicacy they only enjoyed during festivals or when preparing for battle. This common man had actually embellished the truth. In reality, they only had the chance to live such a good life after several consecutive years of peaceful harvests. Just like now, they were at the one meal following 9 missed meals. Do you know where I can find unaffiliated common to recruit? The common man gave a simple honest smile. My lord, I know that following this river upstream for less than 50 li you'll find an unaffiliated common tribe. There are plenty of people there, but no boat has clearly taken command. Moreover, there are many professional warriors. The round trip takes only a day. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately decided to go recruit a band of common riders. Take me there now and I'll give you a fat sheep. Lin brought along 10 of his personal retainers, each with 5 horses, and they galloped off. As they rode, the common man made a request. My lord, could you give me a ewe instead? A ewe can bear lambs, which is better than a ram. Fine. You'll get a ewe. With this promise, the man grew even more excited and rode at a breakneck pace. To reach the destination faster, he even performed a display of switching horses at full gallop. The horses had neither saddles nor bridles. He rode bareback with no reins, just pure speed. This forced Lin and his party to imitate his horse-switching gallop, leaving their backsides sore from the friction. Upon arriving at the tribe in question, he found it filled with freely grazing livestock, and most of the people visible were women and children. Through introductions, he learned that the majority of the tribe's men had gone off to raid the borderlands, leaving only 100 old weak women and children to guard the camp. Fortunately, they were expected to return soon to replenish supplies, so Lin's party did not come away empty-handed. In the end, after harmonious negotiations and a friendly contest, Lin successfully recruited 100 common riders, all of whom were common professionals of the mounted archer and rider classes. The difference between a rider and a knight is that a rider cannot recruit retainers while a knight can. Everything else is identical, making the rider the inferior subclass of the knight. Finally, Wulan Chaogan also recruited 20 sturdy common men as retainers. The party set out for the Khan's royal tent laden with ample gains and supplies. Signal the men, light the fires, and prepare the meal. At Lin's command, his soldiers swiftly unloaded iron cauldrons from the small carts drawn by camels and set them upon the ground to kindle cooking fires. The newly recruited common warriors exchanged puzzled glances. Did we not just eat yesterday? Why another meal today? Clearly they had never known the luxury of 2 meals a day. For them, a single morsel per day, and sometimes none at all for several days, was the norm. True, they might carry dried meat and cheese, but in peacetime no one dared eat their fill. Soon the meal was ready, a pot of boiling water with chunks of black bread and a strip of dried meat apiece. The Cummins stood at a distance watching in bewilderment as the soldiers devoured this delicacy. Brothers of Cummin, come share this feast with us. Accustomed to hardship, the Cummin men hesitated, scarcely believing their ears. This is mine. Indeed, it would be folly to labor all day on an empty stomach. All of you, come and eat. We still have 2 days' march to Ao. The Cummins murmured, you speak as though I've lived less than a man's life. And if you treat us thus, our loyalty will bind us to you unto death. These Cummins truly suffered, marching day and night without dismounting, eating, sleeping, even relieving themselves atop their horses. Though Tahan commanded barely 50 men, they effortlessly managed 200 fierce war horses, each bearing a sheep tied to its rump. Indeed, they had ridden straight through the day until midnight, when the cavalry halted to rest where they stood, only because Tahan's brother-in-law, fearing Lin's party could not keep pace, had insisted upon the respite. Tahan and Lin teased, you scatter provisions so freely you risk looking like a beggar yourself. As for the life these common riders once led, the very horsemen Lin had recruited were quick to testify. When first encountered, had they not held bows in hand, Lin might well have mistaken them for living beggars, scalps gleaming bare save for a single braid betraying they were not bald. Their tattered leather armor served only to fend off the cold, and across their entire bodies only the step bow, capable of killing, served as weapon. Yet their mastery of horsemanship left Lin awestruck. He harbored no doubt equipped them with fine arms and armor, and they would become a legion of lions. Hey Chwaluosi, why do you linger untouched, bowl in hand? We ride again soon, and then you'll go 2 or 3 days without a warm bite. Eat now while you can. Lin urged Chwaluosi, the steppe warrior, staring blankly into his wooden bowl. Startled back to awareness, he seized it and devoured its contents. Once inside the city, I'll outfit each of you with a superior bow, several quivers of iron-tipped arrows, and new battle gear, so you stand a far better chance on the field. Chwaluosi blinked in surprise. My lord, we already wear chain mail. Chain mail? Hardly enough. I intend to issue each man a supple leather cuirass layered beneath thick padded cotton armor, so that blades shatter and arrows splinter upon impact. But first, upon entering the city, every man shall bathe. With us you either die gloriously in battle, or live well. Never again shall you fight hard and suffer harder. With a sweeping gesture, Lin conjured a life beyond the Cummins' wildest dreams, perhaps in their eyes even surpassing that of their Khan, who awoke each dawn upon soft furs, rested until the sun rose high. Then women brought him succulent cuts of meat. Sated and refreshed, he mounted his steed and rode forth to hunt, returning daily with abundant game, feasting lavishly each night. When winter stripped the steppe bare, he summoned tribes to raid distant lands, plundering silks and life-sustaining grain. Truth be told, their vision aligned closely with reality, perhaps even mirrored the Khan's true existence. Along the way, countless steppe folk journeyed in clusters toward a single distant destination. They crossed unnamed pastures and uncounted rivers, and exchanged salutes with several chieftains named Bort, though none recalled how many. At last, as the sun dipped below the western horizon, and Lin and his company crested a grassy slope, and beheld bathed in golden twilight the Khan's great yurt and the formidable fortress nestled against the mountain's flank. "Oh, my unseen friend, what brings you to see me?" Inside the royal tent, the Khagan of Kamang sat at the center, his expression displeased as he gazed down at Lin. "Greetings, great Khagan. I wish to pledge my service to you. A powerful knight such as myself requires only 5 gold coins per month as remuneration. Moreover, my subordinates are also at your disposal, though that would come at an additional cost." The Khagan did not dwell on whether Lin's price was reasonable, but instead challenged him with a sharp question. "Then how should I trust your abilities? How can I confirm you are not some coward who flees like a rabbit?" As he spoke, a faint smile crossed his face. "Is it merely that ordinary fellow, the son of Bote? Or is it that banner bearing the sigil of the Laika family? If you intend to deceive me under the name of Lin, then there is no need." Thud. The Khagan, his eyes burning red, drove his dagger into the wooden table beside him. Clearly this Khagan had been thoroughly duped by the Lin swindlers who now plagued the continent, leaving him with deep trauma. "Khagan, if you do not believe in my abilities, you may send someone to test me yourself. I have always believed that ability is the most compelling evidence." "Excellent. Ko'er Tai, I appreciate your words. Chi Shu Ha, enter." A savage aura emanated from behind, followed by a fierce voice ringing in Lin's ears. "Khagan, you summoned Chi Shu Ha for what? Do you wish to tear this man apart?" Ko'er Tai burst into laughter and said to Lin, "Do you see? This is my most valiant Dalhan. No one has ever defeated him. I do not require you to defeat him. If you or one of your men can withstand 100 of his strikes, then you shall win. Should you triumph, I shall grant you the highest mercenary standard. Throughout all of Ahe, whether horses' armor or bows and arrows, you may purchase as you wish." And Lin readily agreed. "Very well. Coincidentally, one of my subordinates also wishes to witness General Chi Shu Ha's valor. General Chi Shu Ha, please." "Humph. I have no use for your empty gestures. Khagan, wait until I cleave that death-seeking fool and present his head as your appetizer." Chi Shu Ha was clearly hostile. He shoved aside Lin's arm and strode straight out of the royal tent. Both parties gathered at a grassy clearing. Chi Shu Ha, already fully armored, was swinging his long-handled guandao, warming his body. "Haha, where are your men? Surely you are not too afraid to—" Ko'er Tai's words were cut short as he was startled by a towering figure. But the surprise did not end there. A group of heavily armored soldiers in full battle gear left him utterly overwhelmed. "This is what you call mercenaries. You call this a mercenary force?" Ko'er Tai felt that this battle was already unnecessary. The level of armament alone made his eyes burn with envy. Besides, how did the heavy infantry armor of the Diluosi Royal Guard end up on this fellow? To maintain his face, Ko'er Tai continued to recount Chi Shu Ha's ferocious deeds to Lin. Stories of him being raised on human flesh, strangling a wolf at age 5, and personally riding a horse to slay hundreds of Bate Laisi slave soldiers before he even reached the height of a cartwheel. However, combat is combat, and no amount of boasting would alter the outcome. The truth was, Xiao Bin's towering height of over 2 meters combined with a 5-meter heavy draft horse and that 2-meter iron wolf-tooth club. With a single strike he shattered Chi Shu Ha's weapon in two. When Chi Shu Ha attempted to draw his bow for a desperate shot, he found that his venomous arrows were utterly useless. The arrows struck the heavy armor and merely sparked, then fell harmlessly to the ground. "Enough, Khagan Ko'er Tai. My man has no strength left. If this continues, he will surely lose. How about we call this round a draw? Neither side has won and neither can overcome the other, correct?" Ko'er Tai understood immediately and ordered both sides to stop. "Very well, let us consider this round a draw. I see Chi Shu Ha is also weary. As for the contract, I shall have it delivered shortly. In the meantime, you may stroll through the Ahe marketplace. I must say those hunting falcons and hounds are rare treasures." "Then I shall visit the marketplace. I have some items I need to acquire as well. Khagan Ko'er Tai, until tomorrow." "Yes, go. Should you need anything, simply send word." In the marketplace, Lin decisively booked an entire and intending to give himself and his men a proper wash. "Phew. It has been so long since I last bathed. This sudden soak feels quite pleasant. My lord, Isaiah watched as the soldiers each took turns bathing with basins, leaving him standing alone, uncertain of what to do. "Beast, do you deserve hot bathwater? Actually, there is a bucket of water outside the door. It is still relatively clean. Just rub yourself down quickly." "Yes, master." Isaiah obediently went outside without the slightest resentment. On the street he stripped completely naked and disregarding all dignity climbed into that water bucket and scrubbed himself thoroughly. He is merely a black slave. Does he deserve to be treated as a human being? If he had known earlier that during meals the black slave soldiers always ate last and were given only the leftover food scraped from the ground, he would have. And Lin understood deeply that the genetic nature of black slaves determined that such lowly creatures would flourish with even a hint of kindness. If they were truly treated as humans, then the lesson of the two Guang regions in his past life would serve as a warning. Therefore he never regarded black slaves as human beings. Moreover, to prevent any possibility of betrayal, every black slave had been physically castrated by his hand. Speaking of which, that black slave named Isair had actually taken a knife to his own groin willingly. Truly despicable to the core. Arrows and bows are never too many. Equipping each subordinate with a set of bows and arrows along with leather vests for the riders cost a considerable amount of money. By the way, Lin discovered that the common people actually sold goblin slaves, reportedly all trained to be used like sheepdogs. That very night he received a mercenary contract from Kurtukan. He demanded that Lin pillage the villages of northern Tyros on his own, keeping all the spoils for himself. Moreover, the compensation was the best, but only half would be paid in cash, with the remaining 50% paid in war horses and hunting dogs. Desperately in need of war horses, he naturally agreed readily and smoothly signed this lucrative contract. Little did he know the Airy Kingdom had already undergone a drastic change. Quick! Throw these dead into the water! At this moment Alfred had changed completely. Once proper and fastidious, he was now disheveled beyond measure, yet the gleam of hatred in his eyes was terrifying. Old scribe, your heart is the blackest of all. Ha, these people have no enmity with us. Shut up. Bird-eye. The hawk-eyed common man was chilled to the bone by his fierce glare, gave a sheepish laugh, and then fell silent. The church. Jocelyn. You all deserve to die. Alfred's words were filled with hatred, but his heart was filled with helplessness. William was under house arrest in the church, and he feared that one day the church would secretly execute him. And rashly breaking into the prison might harm Prince William, so he could only gather a band of loyalists to the old king and also recruit a troop of outlaws daily dumping corpses, feces, and other filth into various water sources near the capital. Now the Airy Kingdom was plagued everywhere. Coincidentally, to prohibit the nobles' extravagant behavior, the church also imposed restrictions on bathing, denouncing bathing as an act that would send the soul to hell. Moreover, the monks' method of treating the plague was to bring out the sacred relics of the holy Gregory the pastor, including his quilts, bedding, and various daily items from his lifetime. Oh, and also add the iron-bound cross and iron-bound Bible that made the stubborn one repent. As everyone knows, plagues are transmitted through the respiratory tract. Gathering in a small room only accelerates the spread. Moreover, even if the residual holy light power could heal some devout believers, those believers would be reinfected before fully recovering. Soon the kingdom was ravaged by plague. Apart from a few nobles who disliked praying, many nobles also contracted the disease. With continuous natural disasters and the ravages of goblins, the kingdom soon saw many organized and spreading restless remarks. Some rebel forces even used the rhetoric that Jocelyn and the church had conspired to murder the former king, and framed him for worshipping demons, thereby gathering countless people dissatisfied with life. The church had only one word for these remarks: burn. Catch one, burn one, catch a family, burn the whole family. This effectively silenced the commoners, but the change in their eyes grew increasingly unfavorable. By now Nshin could already babble a few words, but showed an extremely unfriendly attitude towards the church people. Specifically, when the bishop holds me IP during the monk's prayer, I weep. If you ask what I want, why don't you just die, you old bastard? On the Tyro side, things were not optimistic either. There were as many as 53 rebels pretending to be Peter within the country. Coincidentally, Komandanya and the Empire all declared war on Princess Sophia. The situation could be described as internal and external troubles. Minister Talink, do not persuade me further. Under no circumstances should we beg for peace from those greedy wolves. Besides, Enluo is still young, the affairs of the kingdom cannot be entrusted to him. Princess Sophia hurried down the corridor with her minister. Though panting, the minister's words remained sharp. Your Highness, why not take Prince Enluo to undergo the baptism of war? A child can only truly grow through war and fire. Hearing this, Sophia turned around and stared straight into Minister Talink's eyes. Her azure eyes seemed to penetrate his most shameful thoughts. Don't forget, you will eventually grow old. An heir who has not experienced war will only be a disaster for this country. Moreover, those nobles with ulterior motives will not allow a mediocre monarch to rule over them. The more the minister spoke, the less confident he felt. However, Princess Sophia surprisingly agreed with his point. Although the minister had his own selfish motives, his abilities and talents were indeed outstanding. You are right. A princely heir should indeed undergo the baptism of war. Sophia promptly went to where Enluo was having his lessons. The martial arts teachers outside the door bowed in respect upon seeing the princess. Rise, my distant kin. From inside the hall came Enluo's voice. Princess Sophia pushed open the door briskly only to see Enluo conversing with two unknown individuals. The unknown individuals were a man and a woman, and the woman happened to be a common physician. Come quickly. He needs pepper olive oil and a whip. Hurry. After shouting, she turned to the minister angrily and asked, How many impostors is this now? Minister Talink was speechless, unable to comment on this heir who was worse than Char Siu. This is already the 103rd one. Almost every day countless impostors come to swindle. Your Highness, I still believe that children should be allowed to make some friends. Forget it. Tell him he needs to join the army next month for this war. That is an order he cannot refuse. Her son had been deceived over 100 times and still showed no improvement. As a mother, she was utterly speechless. The problems facing the duchy were not only internal affairs and diplomacy but also the weakness and incompetence of the next heir. Brother Anlin. Our army is marching, bring your men and follow now. Taeyan's urgent shout roused Anlin from deep sleep. Hearing the thundering hooves of the common warhorses, he cast aside all drowsiness and rushed out of the tent. The once empty grassland was now packed with dense ranks of common warriors. Swarms of cavalry buzzed like bees, striking fear into every heart. Many common nobles like Anlin bid farewell to their wives inside their tents, donned their armor, grabbed the dried meat cured at home, and mounted their warhorses ready to carve a path of survival for their children. Of course, there were also common noble families whose able-bodied men had all perished, leaving women to take up the fight. Those heroines showed no sign of gender disadvantage. Broad-shouldered and sturdy, they mounted their horses and joined the army with fierce killing intent. Children of the wolf god. The great deity will bless us with victory after victory, reclaiming for our children the fragrant wine, the soft bread, and the countless rich meats that are rightfully ours. Kurtai Khan, clad in heavy armor and holding a cavalry bow, swiftly loosed 3 arrows in a heartbeat, bringing down 3 wild swallows flying across the sky. Kill. 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 The Khan's valor ignited the blood of every warrior, and the lust for slaughter spread through all their minds. Warriors of Kuman, ride forth with me. Thousands of cavalry raised a thunderous roar, loosely following behind the Khan and his personal guards. Thus a cavalry host composed of the Khan, his elite guards, Kuman nobles, their private soldiers, and countless Kuman riders marched southward. According to war reports, the Kuman Khanate fielded 3 more such armies. One was poised to strike within Tyros, another had driven straight into the kingdom of Danya, and the last was perpetually defending against the empire to the east. As for that Eastern Empire, according to continental history, it had once seemed poised to unify the entire land, but internal and external conspiracies ultimately shattered its promising prospects. Yet even though it had passed its zenith like a dying tiger, it retained its fearsome presence. In ironworking, runecraft, alchemy, and historical scholarship, the empire remained the pinnacle of the continent. Let's go. It's time for us to set out too. Gazing at the 100 heavily armored riders in perfect formation, Anlin felt a surge of satisfaction. With this cavalry, as long as the Kuman didn't encircle and intercept him, he could face any power on the continent without fear. What? You ask what 100 heavy riders can do? If I can't break through thousands of tightly packed infantry, can't I still break through your cavalry's encirclement and pursuit? Currently Anlin's force consisted of 100 crossbowmen, 100 infantry, 50 camel-riding black slaves, 100 Kuman riders, and over 40 newly recruited retainers. In total they looked less like mercenaries and more like a noble's private army poised to clash head-on with the enemy. The ragged mercenaries nearby were filled with envy, all thinking why their own captains couldn't equip them with such tooth-and-nail gear. Mercenary tasks were far less grueling than those of knights, mainly burning villages, slaughtering villagers, and then pocketing the possessions from those settlements. Even though Tyros' militia boasted padded cotton gambesons over chainmail, and most carried heavy shields, that was no match for our clever and resourceful protagonist. On this day the sky was clear, and the air was crisp. On this day the villagers of Deluosi were busy harvesting the annual grain. On this day a child bearing a deep blood feud was about to avenge his parents. Amity. Look what I caught. A hunter carrying a wild boar boasted to his familiar friend about his day's prey. Killer, you're really lucky. It seems you'll have a full belly this year. Yeah, if I hadn't been entangled by the magical beasts in the mountains, I might not have made it back. As the two were conversing, the hunter named Killer suddenly dropped to the ground, emptying his quiver and using it as a sound collector on the earth. No. Amity, quickly get the elderly and children into the cellar and let everyone who can wield a blade arm themselves. These are hostile visitors. Amity did not hesitate, turning to shout towards the village. Mercenaries are coming. Elderly and children, hide those who can fight, grab your weapons and come out. The next person who heard immediately passed on the words, and everyone else followed suit. In an instant all the able-bodied men and women in the village dressed and formed a shield formation. It was only then that Anlin and his party arrived, belatedly, finding the villagers transformed into a hedgehog formation, and feeling somewhat troubled. Damn. They're all villagers. Why are the people from Iroi ragged while these Deluosi are so wealthy? These militiamen really have armor and well-equipped weapons. Except for a few shield warrior professionals beside the chief, the rest were no different from ordinary professional soldiers. Good day, mighty warriors. Our village has 50 sacks of rye and 20 sacks of salt. If you need them, take them, that will only spare our lives. The village chief spoke first, attempting to buy their lives with these goods, but all they received was a volley of arrows. Shoot! Countless arrows like locusts flew into the hedgehog formation. The common people's archery was so vicious that they could precisely shoot arrows into the gaps of the formation, and as soon as someone was injured, the hedgehog formation would reveal a flaw. As long as they increased the intensity of the attack, they could easily tear apart the hedgehog formation's iron-like defense. There were also some Deluosi people who chose to risk everything, charging out of the hedgehog formation to engage in hand-to-hand combat under the rain of arrows, but most were shot into land urchins. Only when the last villager fell under the arrow rain did Anlin cheerfully order his men to clean up the battlefield and kill the survivors. As for massacring villages, Anlin had received a noble education. For example, the following poem. Song of Village Slaughtering Joy. When pushing open the door, be careful of the sixth sneaking a blow. If the room is empty, knock on the floor. Maybe the cellar holds a surprise. Raping women, don't rush. Punch them twice to knock them out, then you can do as you please. When you pull down your pants, don't be foolish. Never use your mouth. After taking water, dump the corpses. Plague the enemy, keep myself healthy. After the deed, don't forget to set a fire. Still go to heaven after death. Good, I'm my own straight man. Good poem, good poem. In the end, the great Anlin still did not forget to display his adherence to the creed of knightly mercy and bravery of the Holy Church. Speaking of his mercy, he spared the villagers holding crucifixes. Speaking of his bravery, when he saw the enemy's main force attracted by the thick smoke, he ran faster than anyone else. Ah! He is such a great knight. Why are you killing people? My child is only 7 years old. A woman hiding in the cellar cursed at the ferocious soldiers, but it did not shake their murderous intent. He grabbed the woman out, then pinned her hands and stabbed her to death in a frenzy. I'll smash you, you bastard! The soldier, his eyes bloodshot, lifted the 7-year-old child above his head, about to smash it to the ground. Stop! The Lord said children who are not taller than the wheel must not be killed. Yes. The Lord said children not taller than the wheel must not be killed. The soldier's eyes regained clarity, and he somehow brought a wheel from somewhere, placing it in front of the 7-year-old child. Not taller than. The common man was just about to say to release the child, but found that the soldier directly laid the wheel flat, then swung his sword and cut down. Common brother, he is taller than the wheel. Then the women and children of the entire village were treated in the same way. By the time the Deluosi army rushed towards the smoke, Anlin and his party had long fled. The city slaughtering tactics that the Deluosi people prided themselves on were now officially turned against their own. Men, women, old and young, not one left alive. No matter what is said about the differences in the choices of the strong and the weak when drawing their swords, or that they are cowards. Anyway, from the moment these soldiers were rescued by Anlin from the dead city, their hearts had already become twisted. They dreamed of one day being able to inflict all these hatreds upon their enemies. Their actions were cruel no matter what, but their actions were merely revenge, not evil. After countless baptisms of slaughter, Anlin and his group had continuously honed their combat prowess. Now simple villages could no longer satisfy his increasingly hollow heart. He wanted to find a few nobles who were easy to bully and then pull off a big heist. Unfortunately for you, you'd better surrender. My men outnumber you greatly. Trust me, you'll avoid the gallows. That day, right after Anlin had looted a village, he was surrounded by a nobleman and his private soldiers. At this moment, most of the infantry and archers had entered the village to plunder wealth, leaving only the common riders' retainers and those camel-mounted black slave riders who served as cannon fodder to stand guard outside. Therefore that nobleman was overjoyed, believing he was about to capture the mercenaries who had been harming his territory on the spot. However, those soldiers, upon hearing the commotion outside, rushed out of the houses and formed battle formations. Haha, you cunning fellow, I'll let you go this time, but next time don't get caught by the real master. Seeing that the enemy numbers were unclear, the nobleman turned to flee, but because of insufficient cavalry he was tightly entangled by Anlin's men. Humph. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Horse archers stand behind the shooters in line formation to fire. Infantry form shield walls and archers immediately prepare to shoot. He calmly gave orders. Regardless of the enemy's moves, he would only attack fiercely. However, the swift attack not only disrupted the soldiers' formation but also caused the nobleman to fail to notice that dozens of cavalrymen had quietly moved to the enemy's rear under the cover of buildings. Charge! Warriors! All charge! Kill them all! The Tiloth nobleman now realized that to survive he had to risk his life and no longer cared about his own soldiers' lives, only urging them forward. Kill! Braving the rain of arrows after crossing the distance best suited for a knight's charge, those soldiers still didn't see the dreaded heavy cavalry charge they had feared, and so they relaxed. Charge! Hearing the charge horn blow, that Tiloth nobleman smirked. Isn't it too late to charge now? However, no matter how poor his eyesight was, he could see that those riders were not charging. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard the sound of hoofbeats from behind. How can this be? Turning to look behind, he saw a group of dozens of shock cavalry charging with lances toward the rear of the shield formation, now less than 100 meters away. Everyone turned the shield formation. What they didn't know was that they had just fallen for Enlin's trick. He calmly drew a whistling arrow and shot it casually into the sky. The arrow streaked across the sky, emitting a piercing whistle, simultaneously giving orders to those Kamen riders. Spread out from me as the center. The Kamen rider in the middle of the wall formation raised his banner high, while the riders on both sides split into two wings to evade the enemy shield formation. Charge with me! Enlin raised his lance and with his retainers plunged into the enemy's shield formation like a sharp knife. Though the horses had not yet reached full speed, it was more than enough to break through a shield formation with distracted attention. Go! The sharp lance pierced through the thick wooden shield like a hot knife through butter, sending the soldiers behind it flying. Without any hesitation, after a successful strike, they galloped past, and along the way many retainers rode their horses over the fallen soldiers, crushing the ribs of countless enemies before they could even rise. After leaving the enemy formation, he shot another whistling arrow into the sky. This time all the Kamen warriors shouted and charged again into the enemy formation from behind with their lances raised. 2 consecutive charges instantly sent the morale of the Tiloth soldiers plummeting to rock bottom. Then the battle became one-sided, and within less than 10 minutes they were all killed, leaving only that nobleman who was still dressed in relatively refined attire. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. At this moment the Tiloth nobleman had lost all his previous arrogance of wanting to send Enlin to the gallows. Instead, he was now extremely humble. Name family how much ransom you can pay, write it all on paper. You'd better pray that someone in your family can afford your ransom. If the living weren't more valuable, every single one of them would have had their heads chopped off and their skulls used as bowls. At this moment in the kingdom of Ari, a few ambitious individuals, enemy spies and loyalists of the former king, had successfully staged several uprisings. Jocelyn was currently busy day and night, but still couldn't contain the raging flames of the uprising. Damn it! Why do uprisings come one after another? Now most of the kingdom's knights no longer accept my summons. Jocelyn had a huge headache and dared not slacken in his governance. The Pope does nothing but pray every day. Whenever asked, he says he must wholeheartedly serve the gods. Now the knights and nobles of the capital are desperately purchasing weapons and food, and some nobles with estates have already moved out. It seemed that everyone was waiting for a moment, a chance for them to violently overthrow their superiors. However, that opportunity would soon appear before everyone like a bomb exploding. But now Alfred is still pillaging villages and the ambitious individuals are still accumulating strength, so a large-scale uprising still has little chance. Everything was still within the framework of order. Everything was waiting for a spark to ignite. Mercenary lord. I am Chu Hannah, daughter of Khan Kamen. I command you to rendezvous on the plain 30 li eastward. Before they had even seized 2 or 3 nobles, several Kamen horsemen galloped up to Enlin's formation, barked a rapid string of orders, then dashed off into the distance. My lord, the decisive battle has begun. Let us go at once. The vanguard awaits us there. A host of Kamen warriors bristled with anticipation, as if already seeing lambs and pastures beckoning them. Enlin knew well that the Kamens would never commit to full-scale battle without absolute confidence, and such a battle once engaged was little different from harvesting silver. Thus the earlier one arrived, the greater the spoils. Brothers, march in formation. The hour to gather silver coins has come. Slay the enemy, claim your reward. Revenge. He raised his arm in fierce exultation. All soldiers, not Kamen warriors alone, roared in unison. Slay the enemy. Claim your reward. Avenge our fallen. Slay the enemy. Claim your reward. Avenge our fallen. Slay the enemy. Claim your reward. Avenge our fallen. Spurring their mounts, the column raced forward. Within the blink of an eye they traversed the 30 li distance until thundering hooves and clamorous cries revealed before them a cavalry host numbering 10,000 strong. Ride on! Ride on! My lord, the terrain is secured. Our Kamen brothers have cornered those Tyros barbarians upon the mountain. Now they cling to its mid-slope, defended only by several thousand heavy infantry. Excellent! Silence all voices, muffle the horses' hooves. This assault shall prove pivotal. With stealthy precision, Enlin led his troops behind enemy lines, closing in upon the Tyros' heavy infantry. Amidst the Kamen warriors' raucous shouts, the faint rustle of Enlin's contingent went unnoticed, and none had imagined that Tyros' foes would dare launch a direct full-force heavy cavalry charge straight into their ranks. When the distance narrowed to a mere 100 paces, and he could clearly see the glint of Tyros' armor, he roared, "Charge! Kill!" His retinue echoed his cry as they surged forward, their unstoppable charge cleaving even dense forests asunder. Kamen horsemen drew their longbows and emptied their quivers in furious volleys upon the enemy infantry, supporting their own heavy cavalry and shattering the enemy formation. As for the black slaves, they would long since have been thrown as cannon fodder, had not fear of slipping on crushed flesh held them back. The Tiro's heavy infantry suddenly assailed from behind saw their morale collapse utterly with their commander already slain. No leader remained to hold the formation together, and chaos erupted instantly. How can this be? The forest lies behind us. Pale with terror, the Tiro's heavy infantry stared in horror, only to meet the thunderous descent of lances bearing the weight of 1,000 jean. The infantry ranks shattered under the rear assault, scattering wildly in all directions. Victory! 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 Unlin thrust his lance deep into the enemy line, then emerged still gripping the bloodied weapon that had pierced through a foe, while countless others behind him repeated the same brutal motion. To declare victory prematurely, halfway through the battle, did not invite misfortune. Instead it shattered enemy morale and triggered self-inflicted disarray. Hearing his roar, the enemy beheld a black-armored knight wearing a demon mask burst forth from their broken ranks, accompanied by a storm of arrows descending upon them. Devil! It is the Devil's Knight! Without hesitation they turned and fled, discarding weapons in panic. Leave none alive! His warriors surged forward, survivors of the sacked city who had long yearned for this moment of reckoning with those who razed their homeland. Now one among them cried out, "Any man who fails to crush 5 Tiro's dogs with his mace shall bear a curse. Fear not, if we withstand this charge Her Majesty's forces will arrive." Already breathless and now struck by surprise, a grizzled veteran, his face streaked with blood, ripped off his iron helm and sternly rebuked fleeing cowards. "Are you still Tiro's men? Even a 5-year-old knows one must never abandon the shield wall. Return to your posts. Watch out." A comrade pointed urgently behind him, eyes wide with alarm, warning of the enemy closing in. A valiant warrior rode his charger straight through the enemy ranks, swinging his mace in relentless arcs, each blow striking true, each strike fatal. Spotting an enemy who had removed his helmet and turned his back, he struck without pause. The hardened mace crashed onto the blood-soaked skull, shattering it instantly, splattering pale brain matter across the ground. Seeing their veteran fall, the last embers of resistance in the enemy ranks died at once, leaving behind only corpses strewn across the field. Those who fought on were slaughtered where they stood, and Lin's combat mission was now complete. He withdrew his men cleanly from the battlefield, meticulously counted the losses: 3 of his retainers slain, 10 common horsemen dead, and nearly 100 wounded, but given the scale of victory achieved, the cost was justified. "My lord, how shall we deal with these slaves?" Smiling warriors dragged a pile of slaves and forced them to kneel before Lin and the others. "We noble Tyrosians will not kneel. Will not kneel. Watch and learn." The warrior was a man of few words but ruthless in action, directly crushing the knees of the Tyrosian captives and then adding a few more kicks. The captives wailed in agony, yet their suffering was far from over. "Hey, Lady Chuchahana, according to our agreement, shouldn't half of these captives and over 1,000 sets of heavy armor belong to me?" The Khan's daughter was too preoccupied slaughtering captives for the gods to pay him any mind, so she merely gave a hasty acknowledgement before turning her attention elsewhere. "Excellent. Spare only the noble captives who can be ransomed, execute the rest. Build a mound from their severed heads." And Lin wore a cruel smile. "Blood demands blood. You enjoy massacring cities. Now it's your turn to experience it. Now it's your turn to feel it yourself. Why haven't you gone yet?" The soldier actually froze in place, failing to obey the order, which surprised Lin greatly. "My lord, what exactly is a mound of skulls? I don't understand such things." Scratching his head, the young man delivered an answer Lin had never anticipated. "They chop off their heads and pile them into a mound. Understand? Go." The hatred across the entire continent toward the Tyrosians was like a nation's loathing for a particular group, so deep it could never be fully eradicated. He believed that if in his past life the army had the chance to breach the capital, no matter how the central authorities stressed the humane treatment of prisoners, as long as even one descendant of an anti-Japanese martyr stood present, those invaders would be slaughtered without mercy. "Excellent! Excellent! Our lord is truly brilliant!" The warrior's grin stretched almost to his ears, and in Lin's presence he swung his blade down in one decisive stroke. "Damn it! Step back!" Splattered with blood, he showed no anger, merely cursing for the man to kill from a distance. "No! I surrender. I'll serve you. My family is wealthy, take me captive instead. Don't kill me." In an instant wails, sobs, and curses filled the air, as if this truly was hell on earth. "Kill! Haha, where were your thoughts of today when you murdered my parents? This strike is for my parents. This one is for my younger brother. This strike is for my grandparents." All the warriors gripped their broadswords, pinned the captives to the ground, and brought down their blades with all their strength. The severed heads of the captives rolled across the ground, some coming to rest at the feet of the executioners, who kicked them away in disgust toward the growing pile. The ground was carpeted with heads nearly covering the entire field as tireless soldiers stacked them one by one until a 5-meter mound rose before them. Haha, watch this. I haven't relieved myself all day. Let me let you taste my stench. With that, the bold soldier climbed the mound and relieved himself on the highest skull. At this moment they thought not of continuing the cycle of hatred or of future consequences. They had only one thought: relief. You are truly a cruel demon. Not even the most cunning wolf of the steppes is as merciless as you. After finishing the grim task of clearing the corpses, Chichihana was stunned by Enlin's monumental feat, standing behind him and offering sincere praise. These headless corpses were also sacrificed by Enlin to his deity, the god of slaughter and deceit, who had not received such worthy offerings in a long time. Now he gazed upon Enlin's tribute as a starving man would at fine food. Generously accepting these blood offerings, he granted Enlin not only a 2-level advancement but also vitality-infused energy. May he not perish too soon, lest there be no more tribute for me. Feeling the surging demonic energy within him, Enlin believed he had gained at least 20 more years of life. Haha, done. Let's follow the legion and move out. With a wave of his sleeve he left behind not a single ounce of ill-gotten wealth. King Jocelyn, a puppet of the religious authority, watched in despair, as the knights who had once sworn fealty to the kingdom now answered only to the pontiff, forsaking their allegiance to their sovereign. The pontiff, determined to eradicate the goblin scourge afflicting the realm, raised vast ecclesiastical armies and incessantly mobilized both landed and landless nobility, urging their heirs to join the holy war to reclaim territory. He further tore down the barriers between commoners and those of the sacred calling, declaring that all loyal subjects of the faith might aspire to rise above their station. Countless peasants, bolstered by their devotion, rose to become knights. Now the knights pledged to the faith had grown to tenfold their former numbers under the kingdom. Yet the dazed and reeling Jocelyn made an extreme decree to dismantle the church itself. Seizing the opportunity when the pontiff personally rode to the front lines, he first severed the supply routes, then enlisted nobles discontented with ecclesiastical authority to block the withdrawing church armies. Thereafter he dispatched the royal guards within the capital to swiftly seize control of the city, raise the religious monasteries, and compelled the faithful to renounce their devotion. Yet far away on the front lines the pontiff concealed a smirk within his heart. Such crude incompetence, and they dared attempt a coup. Did they not understand they diminished the very caliber of traitors everywhere? The plan was wretched, and so was the planner. Before it could be set in motion, a devoted old servant of the church forced down a vial of narcotics and a sterility draught upon him, rendering him instantly into a barren eunuch upon the spot. Meanwhile, from the front lines the pontiff proclaimed the excommunication of Jocelyn, deliberately painting him as a cunning apostate. By sheer coincidence, the monastery where William had been held was plundered by a band of marauders who set fire to it before dawn and reduced the entire compound to ashes. Virtually at the same moment, countless uprisings against the church erupted throughout the kingdom. Enraged mobs slaughtered the faithful, burned churches, and reduced to flames the treasured possessions that monks had guarded throughout their lives. The rebels fought beneath the banner of restoring William to his throne. Though they had won victory after victory in earlier engagements, their elite forces were ultimately annihilated alongside the church's knights in a series of decisive battles. In the end, the entire kingdom of Ailey descended into relentless warfare. Warlords rose across every region, and knights in each locale became trapped in a vicious cycle of amassing private armies to assert their own power. The consequence was that knights wielding their private troops as bargaining chips banded together in dozens to carve out territories and establish their own petty kingdoms. The church was now severely weakened. The common people, long oppressed, were freed in a frenzy and fought desperately to reclaim what had once been theirs. Now across the entire kingdom of Ailey, warlords, bandits, and ecclesiastical forces roamed unchecked. Here one could witness the retainers of warlords and the clergy's followers clashing until both sides were battered and bleeding. One could also witness the church's armies wantonly slaughtering villagers and see countless peasants massacred by brigands. The once stable kingdom had descended into utter chaos. As the saying goes, those who cultivate treachery shall ultimately reap its retribution. Alas, the four seas are thrown into turmoil like swirling clouds. Anloa had barely glanced at the scene before him when the sight of this earthly hell drove him to relentless vomiting. Here, drink some wine to steady your nerves. The friend beside him handed the wine skin to the noble heir, who took a gulp of the fiery spirit. After drinking, Anloa appeared somewhat steadier, no longer so terror-stricken that his spirit seemed to wander beyond the heavens. Do you see now? If you fail, you will become one of them, cast upon a pile of corpses. The great Duchess sought to make her foolish son understand that this was war, not sport, and that one who lacked the resolve to die should not set foot on the battlefield. Yet the result seemed to produce the opposite effect. Anloa, unable to withstand the terror brought on by the sight of blood, fainted outright. Telos has long been a land steeped in surreal paradoxes. Its people possess no fine horse pastures and thus no credible knightly legions. Logically lacking pastures leaves two options: seize one by force, or forge amicable ties with horse-owning realms, humbling oneself to purchase generously. Yet the nobles of Telos refused both humility and conquest. Instead they slaughtered their war horses outright, and declared to the continent, we ride no more. Likewise logic dictates that without cavalry one must at least cultivate skilled archers. Take the kingdom of Danya. Though its cavalry is laughably inept, every noble wields a 300-pound yew longbow and hurls armor-piercing bolts like javelins, enough to send even seasoned knights fleeing in terror. But the nobles of Telos respond with a single unyielding word: no. Many military advisors once urged Telos's aristocracy reliance on infantry alone is folly, maintain at least a corps of archers. To which the nobles would cleave the advisor's skull with an axe, and use it as a drinking bowl, lamenting bitterly, we are rough men, heirs to generations of heavy armor. How dare you ask us to abandon our ancestors' legacy for those clumsy, unwieldy bows? If bows truly worked, perhaps, but more often than not they miss wildly. I aim at the enemy only to strike my own comrade square upon the head. I'd sooner curse fate itself than trust your words. Picture the battlefield, riders charge, lances clash, dust blots the sun, no face is recognizable. I draw my bow, once, twice, thrice, loose a furious volley, yet arrows bounce harmlessly off foes who leap forward unscathed, axes raised to cleave me down. In fury I cast aside the bow, seized my axe, and with one clean stroke ended it all. That day I learned bows are not useless, they are truly useless. Thus to this day their sole ranged warfare, beyond a handful of court sorcerers, consists only of hurling axes and javelins. The irony lies in their shared border with the common Khanate, a realm whose very art of war rests upon mounted archery, shattering enemy formations with volleys, then crushing the chaos beneath thundering heavy cavalry. And so time and again common forces encircle Telos's armies, holding them in siege for 3 days and nights until exhaustion breaks their will, leaving them stranded and doomed. Moreover, the Cummins move like wind, swift, elusive, capable of withdrawing gracefully even amid vast opposing hosts, securing victory far more often than defeat. Telos dares not launch a punitive expedition into the steppe, fearing that other continental powers might seize the moment to deliver a treacherous stab from behind. Other kingdoms may surrender territory when their armies fall, but should Telos lose its core host, the nation itself ceases to exist. A private courier arrived from Khan Kurtai of the Cuman Khanate bearing a sealed letter. Its contents read: to the renowned mercenary master Enlil, by virtue of your ever-rising renown, His Highness the Khan invites you to swear fealty and become his sworn vassal. Should you accept, reply without delay. If not, consider this missive never delivered. What? So soon? Enlil could scarcely believe it. He had merely captured 4 rival nobles and slain nearly 1,000 men, yet the Khan himself bent low in supplication. What he did not know was that just days earlier Chu Hannah had penned a letter under moonlight, bound it to an eagle's leg, and dispatched it skyward, with these words: O father, where on earth did you find this mercenary chief? He looks every inch a lord, yet you have no idea how ruthless he is. I, Chu Hannah, the 18 who has slain men for 20 years, I lie awake trembling, haunted by nightmares. If you hold any power at all, recruit him swiftly, for if this fiend ever joins forces with other nations' villains, we shall be utterly undone. It was precisely this veiled plea from the Khan's daughter that spurred Kurtai to dispatch his swiftest eagle with the recruitment decree. To become his vassal promised immense rewards. First among them abundant war horses. Next grazing lands, fortified castles, and livestock-rich estates. And should even those prove insufficient, there remained one irresistible allure: the black slave trade. Within the Cuman Khanate, the black slave trade ranked second only to that of Batrauz itself, an enterprise of near zero cost and astronomical profit, guaranteeing wealth beyond measure. A grime-streaked black slave fetched barely a copper coin, but a strong, well-mannered, castrated, light-skinned slave trained to charm and please was coveted fiercely by noble houses across the kingdoms. With careful marketing, stoking demand, tiering prices, even introducing slaves into common households, Enlil envisioned his name inscribed in history: father of the black slave trade, architect of North-South exchange. Ha ha ha. His oath to Lord William remained known to only a few, and besides he had been exiled. Even were William to stand before him, he held ample grounds to deny allegiance. Thus Enlil swore fealty to the Khan Kurtai, on parchment without hesitation. Yet this month's mercenary wages would still be collected in full. With a sweep of his arm he released the eagle into the sky. The great bird soared upward, wings outstretched, within moments vanished beyond the horizon. From this day forth the family took root in the Cuman Khanate. And from this day forth continental warfare, excluding Batrauz, became in truth a civil conflict within the clan. The subsequent battles proceeded with an almost surreal ease as they encountered no sizable Tyros legion and advanced all the way to a small fort on the border between Tyros and the Cuman Khanate. Lady Chu Hannah, this small fort is quite well defended with high walls and deep moats. Shall we attack this castle? Yes. We will besiege this castle. Once we capture it, the peace envoys from Tyros will soon arrive, and by then they will have no choice but to bleed heavily. After officially becoming allies, Chu Hannah's attitude toward him changed. In plain terms, it was a mix of closeness and fear. "Alright, I'll go to the nearby villages to round up people." And Lin didn't hesitate. After all, they were now on the same side and he could at least cooperate appropriately. "Take Jean Tej and Moj with you so you'll have backup in case of any trouble." "Alright." Jean Tej and Moj had no objections. They followed in their iron armor. "Brother and Lin, from now on we are family. Take care of each other." "Well said, well said. Let's go round up the laborers first. Lady Chu Hannah is waiting." As the cavalry rode off into the distance, Jean Tej suddenly spoke. "Brother, this time you're riding on the back of an eagle. This siege is clearly arranged for you." "Brother Jean Tej, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. Usually we brothers plunder to our heart's content before starting a siege. It's mostly just for show, mainly to pressure the Tyros people into signing a ceasefire. Now she suddenly starts a siege, probably to take a castle for you." Moj chimed in at the right moment, revealing Chu Hannah's intention. "At this point there are no newly joined nobles in the Khanate, and most of the original nobles already have a castle. So from this perspective it really is for you." Jean Tej's words essentially sealed the fate of the castle's ownership. "Brother, remember, if she calls you in the middle of the night, it's basically to pull you into her camp. You have no other choice, just sleep with her. You've got to satisfy her thoroughly so she'll feel at ease. Do you even hear yourselves? You're speaking like beasts. So you grassland children are all free-spirited and I'm the only innocent and shy one, is that it? Also, if Chu Hannah lets anyone sleep with her, wouldn't she easily catch a bunch of STDs?" And Lin dared not dwell on it. He simply rounded up a few hundred villagers and returned directly to the army's encampment. "You lot put everything here. You all go drive in the stakes. And you drive the livestock outside and feed them all." As soon as he returned to camp, he saw Chu Hannah skillfully directing the common men in various tasks. "Take the serfs down directly. You come and I have something to say to you." She saw and Lin left that one sentence and walked straight into the tent. "Brother, just go for it." Jean Tej whispered encouragement, while Moj casually found a spot to lie down and rest, putting on a lazy demeanor. With the resolve not to be easily taken in, Lin nervously pushed aside the tent flap and entered the large tent. "Hell, what's this? The ruthless knight is afraid of a woman like me." Chu Hannah sneered, holding a curved blade that was clearly a murder weapon. "Let me put it this way, my father Kur Tai Khan only gave you this much. Look at it." She handed him a piece of parchment on which was written the final reward for Lin. "An eagle. A hunting dog. These things seem quite useless, don't they? Or do you expect the wealth you fought and bled for to turn into something you can't eat or wear?" Chu Hannah kept talking, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in her voice. "He's truly gone blind and become so stingy. But I've always believed that glory and wealth favor the brave. So let's cooperate. As long as we capture this castle by next year, the deed to the castle will be yours. Of course, my caravans will pass through without paying taxes to you." Hearing this tempting offer, he was indeed tempted. Hadn't he agreed to become a vassal of the Common Khanate precisely for a castle? Now the goal was right in front of him. He was a man with a child. Even if he unfortunately fell ill and died, given his physique, he could completely hold on until the day his mother and child arrived. Now all he needed was one courage, the courage to go for it even if he got sick. Besides, the probability of getting sick or not was 50-50. He just needed to take proper isolation measures. "Alright, the more I think about it, the more tempted I am. It's just a worthless life. If I die, I die. I have one more question. Why are you willing to withstand the pressure from the Khanate's nobles to help me capture this castle?" Chu Hannah was slightly surprised. "Of course I'm after your fierce soldiers, your wisdom and bravery, and the fact that you have many men and capable commanders under you. Otherwise what? For your good looks." Well, he fully understood this female warlord's thinking. Now, according to her logic, it might indeed be a case of a powerful noble using physical means to recruit a newly promoted lord. Perhaps in her eyes it was Lin who was the one being taken advantage of. Damn. For the sake of his son, for the family he had built, and to secure a place where he could take root, Lin was forced to yield himself to a noblewoman. Fortunately, he discovered that the silk condom he had tucked into his pocket during a banquet at the Ailey Kingdom had not been lost, which allowed him to surrender himself with peace of mind. Enough about his sacrifice. Let us turn our attention elsewhere. This silk condom truly served its purpose. It protected against venereal diseases above and prevented errors below. It was said that these silk products were soaked in copious quantities of medicinal liquid, rendering them capable of blocking the spread of venereal diseases and effectively destroying germs. The nobles who had used it all gave favorable reviews, and it essentially prevented those nobles from siring unnecessary illegitimate children. By the way, this device came in only 3 sizes: large, extra large, and super large. It was originally offered in small, medium, and large sizes, but because vain nobles would only choose the large size, the naming had been reluctantly adjusted. Fortunately Chu Han Na only sought to make Lin prove his loyalty, and did not torture him thoroughly, which allowed him to ensure he had not contracted any venereal disease. Catapults. Mangonels fire until they are destroyed. Having risked his life and happiness to seize this opportunity, Lin was filled with intense urgency. He barely waited for dawn before rushing to urge the slaves to construct mangonels, working until dusk before allowing them any rest. Thus it took a full month to erect merely 5 siege engines. From then on, Lin ordered all soldiers to launch projectiles day and night without pause. The flying stones crashing against the walls had already filled those soldiers with dread and terror, not to mention that every day Tyro's citizens were seized before the city, beheaded with a single stroke, and their corpses tossed over the walls. Now as the weather grew warmer, the familiar plague finally spread once more. They were trapped with no way forward or back. It would have been simpler to surrender from the start. Why resist at all? Would it not have been better to simply lie low? Now even if they surrendered, they would likely still face the massacre. Those who kill will themselves be killed. In truth, they had always planned to slaughter everyone once the city fell, and deep down they already knew their fate. But at this point even a demon would call this cruel. One by one civilians were hacked to death before their eyes, and their corpses were then hurled into the city. Panic had taken hold, and some were already plotting how to surrender without being killed. The next day at dawn. Those within the walls, listen. If you come out and surrender to my Khanate of Kuman, then by the gods I swear not a single soldier or civilian will be harmed. Once we enter the city, we will not kill the common folk or the low-ranking soldiers. If junior officers lead their men to surrender, they shall retain their positions. Lin, clad in a yellow linen tunic over heavy chainmail, rode a dark horse and shouted through an iron megaphone toward the city. Should any soldier hand over the city, he will be immediately promoted to centurion, rewarded with 30 gold coins, and granted a residence within the city walls. Finally, Lin issued a warning. If you continue to resist desperately, once the walls crumble, we will storm in and leave no one alive. Either men, women, nor children will be spared. Xiaobin, take 20 men and shout until your voice gives out. Today, I tell you, they will surrender. The tactic proved effective. Within half a day of shouting, the castle gates were thrown open by soldiers mingled with civilians. Don't kill us. We surrender. Surrendering the city was never a reason to avert a massacre. Moreover, by now Lin had long descended into madness. Even madder than him were the orphans of the very massacre he had wrought. At that moment the soldiers cast aside all military discipline. Upon entering the city, they unleashed a frenzied slaughter. Screams of agony, curses, and cries of contempt intertwined, weaving together a symphony of utter despair. Don't go in. Chu Hannah halted her subordinates' advance into the city. You'll be killed. By now they were consumed by bloodlust. Even if their own parents stood before them, they would be struck down without a second thought. After a full day and night of bloodshed, the castle's revolution was terrifyingly thorough. Every single Tyrosian was purged. Are you all done with your madness? Seated within the city, Lin addressed the assembled soldiers, who were just beginning to recover their senses, seizing the moment to deliver a stern reminder. I told you all before, you bear a blood debt that demands vengeance. These people, you've killed them, and that is that. However, from this day forth, no one living within the city, regardless of their origin, shall be slain wantonly on account of their nationality. Do you understand? Then get out. As the crowd dispersed, others came forward to confess their sins. I know that some of you violated the women. Considering the mitigating circumstances, you shall receive 30 strokes of the rod. Having casually dismissed the soldiers, Lin sat in contemplation, pondering his future path. Although he had been granted a castle immediately upon pledging allegiance to the Kuman Khanate, an unprecedented honor, he was well aware of the consequences. This, however, would inevitably incur the resentment of countless others. Take for instance the noble offspring who had waited for ages without receiving any such fief. Moreover, the Tyrosians were no pushovers. Having slaughtered so many of their people, they would surely launch a massive offensive to reclaim their lost territories as soon as they regained their strength. Thus, the more brutal the devastation he wrought, the slower their recovery would be, and the longer they would be unable to marshal large armies to reclaim their lost lands. So don't blame me, Tyrosian civilians. The great army made no stop, pressed northward, plunging deep into the heartland of Tyros. Killing every person they encountered, burning every village they passed, razing settlements to the ground. This method of warfare left the Tyrosian common folk utterly tormented, wishing for death but unable to attain it. Half a month later, news finally reached Lin that the Kuman Khanate and the Tyrosian royal court had agreed to a ceasefire. The army turned and began its journey back. Even on the return, they did not forget to sweep through the already burned villages once more. They let their war horses and soldiers run wild through the fields, the acidic horse manure ruining the soil, while human waste bred pests, ensuring the land would yield nothing for years, perhaps even a decade. As per their agreement, Khan Kurd sent him 2 falcons, 5 hunting hounds, 100 steppe horses, and several hundred sheep. More importantly, Khan Kurd permitted Lin to establish 3 arrowshot pastures within a 50-mile radius of his castle. This arrow shot referred to the area covered by shooting an arrow in all 4 directions from the archer's position. Within this region all pastures and their yields belonged solely to Enlin. Enlin seemed rather indifferent to this generous reward. Compared to the ceaseless stream of commercial taxes the castle provided, these pastures served a more crucial purpose, providing space for war horses to breed and thrive. Of course, the riders he had recruited also received their next assignment, herding sheep and tending to the horses. Initially, to reward their efforts, he bestowed a sheep upon every common rider and allowed them to graze their flocks on his pastures. Subsequently, he mandated that the riders recruit herders themselves or have their wives assume the role. Each family received a stallion and a mare to raise. He promised that if a family could produce a single foal within a year, their taxes would be reduced by 30%, and they would legally own the rights to a lamb. This proactive horse breeding policy immediately spurred a rush of herders seeking to join. Some even wished to take on more steppe horses, but Enlin refused their requests. Meanwhile, since horse manure was acidic and acted as a natural herbicide that could severely damage the steppe environment, he strictly forbade herders from discarding it carelessly. He established an exchange system allowing herders to trade manure for cloth and grain. Despite the abysmally low exchange rate, a pile of manure as tall as a man only fetching a scrap of cloth barely adequate for modesty, or a small sack of seed grain, it nonetheless significantly curtailed the problem of discarded manure. Moreover, dried horse manure could be processed into fertilizer to enrich newly cultivated fields, could purify water sources, and even possessed medicinal properties. Trading a few supplies for it was hardly a loss. At the same time, to secure a greater food supply, he stationed Chuck in the city to oversee land reclamation and village construction, transitioning from pure nomadism to a semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural lifestyle. Now all those with skills were busily occupied. Those knowledgeable in medicine spent their days sun-drying horse manure and incorporating it into their remedies to enhance efficacy. Zweka, the one well-versed in commerce, set out once more with the black slaves and a stockpile of goods, journeying to the kingdom of Danya to establish trade. The slaves, meanwhile, were driven to perform arduous physical labors such as construction. Apart from Enlin, who had been summoned by Khan Kurth to participate in battle, everyone else was frantically contributing to the construction of their future home. While Enlin's affairs were proceeding smoothly, the situation for his father and brother was deteriorating by the day. First, due to the coup, all the heir nobles harbored deep resentment towards the Lake family. Then came the church's relentless tax increases, which, while not directly affecting the elder, and nonetheless drove the common folk to utter misery. Day after day of oppressive taxation, combined with the covert machinations of ambitious factions, finally ignited a wave of secession and revolt. Despite their utmost efforts, winning several battles and barely seizing the newly constructed High Fort as their stronghold, the Lake family's private army suffered catastrophic losses, leaving them in a state of near collapse. The expenses of war, the recruitment of mercenaries, the purchase of horses, plus the inevitable losses during transport, their once considerable wealth was now severely depleted. After much deliberation, ANS decided to have his wife Vina escorted out of the chaos by 100 elite private soldiers, along with Anqing and Anwei's newborn daughter, to flee the maelstrom. ANS Anwei and his wife Azelis, on the other hand, formed an alliance with Anwei's father-in-law, doing everything in their power to hold on and survive this tribulation. Due to the delay in communication, they were only aware that Enlin was serving as a mercenary in the Common Khanate, unaware that he had already become a formidable warlord. With a mindset of taking things one step at a time, they planned to seek him out, hoping to find refuge. After enduring countless hardships to reach the Common Khanate, the look on their faces upon seeing Enlin already established as a common noble was truly a sight to behold. No one could have predicted that the tides of the world could shift so dramatically, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. However, that was a matter for several months later. For now Vina and her companions were expending all their efforts on the perilous journey to infiltrate the kingdom of Danya. Karadi Khan, I have pledged my loyalty to you since your ascension, fought across the steppes at your command, and shattered countless foes with my mace. Was this all for this? At midnight, Enlin was reporting intelligence from Tyrus to Karadi Khan. Around them, nobles reclined on sheepskin rugs, feasting on roasted meat and drinking fermented mare's milk, singing and dancing in unrestrained revelry. Suddenly, a knight clad head to toe in black armor burst into the tent on horseback and pointed directly at Karadi Khan, shouting in fury, "Your stinginess appalls me. These meager rewards are unworthy of a warrior's devotion. Take them back, you accursed miser." With that, the black-armored knight drew a bone tally from his belt and hurled it onto the ground. His warhorse stamped twice before he raised his voice once more. "You swore, whosoever first breached this fortress would claim it as his own. For that oath, and for that citadel, my brothers gave their lives. Yet now you seize it for yourself, defiling both sacred vow and the Khan's sovereign authority." The black-armored knight, already wavering in his rage, began to retreat, his defiance ebbing, ready to utter 2 final curses and depart. But Karadi Khan, seizing the moment, delivered a deliberate provocation. He spread his hands wide in feigned helplessness, then spoke with exaggerated innocence. "This is the realm's decree, and besides, did I ever command you to slaughter your own men? Their deaths cannot be laid at my feet." What might have been dismissed as mere bluster ignited him anew. Only the swift intervention of Darhan, the Khan's most loyal guard, saved the day. With lances drawn he encircled the knight, preventing him from smashing the Khan's skull with his mace. Realizing he could not slay Karadi Khan, the black-armored knight, seethed with humiliation, yanked hard on the reins and galloped violently out of the tent, leaving behind a vow: remember me as I am today, for you shall never see me again tomorrow. With that he vanished into a cloud of dust. Nobles rose to plead for his return, but Karadi Khan seized their arms and held them back. Ha! None shall follow. That dog will return soon enough, once he's tasted hardship. Do you not agree? Where can a stray dog wander bereft of home? As he spoke his gaze fell upon Lin, who swiftly changed the subject, striving to rekindle the banquet's warmth. By the way, your majesty, where shall our next campaign strike? Excellent. I knew you'd grasp my intent. Gather close, see how we march from here, converge there, and finally encircle this town together. Karadi Khan feigned drunkenness, jabbing erratically at the sheepskin map, a farcical gesture everyone recognized, met only with hearty laughter. Where then did the black-armored knight ride? To kill. Whom? The Badless people. Mounted on a swift steed he charged southward without rest, day and night, cutting down every Badless man he encountered. Exhausted at last he was rescued by a village maiden. Thereafter he shed his name and lived quietly with her in peace. Whether returning to war or choosing love, he never crossed paths with Karadi Khan again. As he had declared, remember me as I am today, you shall never see me again tomorrow. After feasting and drinking, Lin stepped outside the great tent to relieve himself, his contempt for Karadi Khan's stinginess now deeper than ever. Yet beneath that disdain stirred a pang of sorrow, for the fallen, the forsaken. A pity, he served no worthy master. Try harder next life, brother in black armor whose name I do not know. Unbeknownst to him, the karmic thread between Lin and the black-armored knight had just been forged. This bow possesses considerable draw weight. How much do you ask for it? He adjusted the neatly arranged step-war bows and bone-tipped arrows, surprised to find the horsebows draw weight unexpectedly formidable. Even with his current arm strength, he could only draw it nearly to full extension. Turning to the impromptu vendor, he asked, Sir, this bow is no bargain. It's crafted from finest water buffalo horn, prepared by my father himself before his early passing. I never inherited his strength. The step peddler continued rambling until abruptly silenced. Name your price. What will you take? Seeing the customer unmoved by sentiment, the step peddler chuckled. If you truly wish it, 5 lamb carcasses will suffice, or any equivalent goods. A slight discount won't trouble me. What about an iron cauldron? Agreed. To the common men, an iron cauldron was already a princely sum. Witnessing Lin's generosity, the peddler instantly accepted. After the exchange, Lin did not depart immediately but followed the man at a measured pace. The common man, now in possession of the iron cauldron, hurried straight to the sole blacksmith's forge to trade it for a sturdy leather cuirass and a sharp, well-balanced spear. At the blacksmith's forge. Baru boy, have you truly thought this through? That cuirass may look thick, but a single thrust would pierce it like smoke. You have a sister, a wife, children. Why not stick to bow and arrow and live out your days in peace? Though the Khan is stingy, so long as you don't charge too recklessly, no grave harm will befall you. And once home, you'll realize, surviving is all that truly matters. Baru, the youth thus addressed, stood hesitant, then reached out toward the gear. Wait, think again. Let me finish forging this blade first, and hear my story too. The elder blocked Baru's hand with a hammer glowing near white-hot. In my youth my mind burned just as yours does now. I dreamed of joining the Khan's elite guard, clad in heavy armor, riding swift steeds, shattering enemies beneath our hooves. I once witnessed our common host clash with the Empire's legions. Though our cavalry outnumbered theirs tenfold, their hardened plate armor warhorses, bred through runes and sorcery and disciplined battle formations, pinned us upon the highlands. Only the Khan's personal guard carved a bloody path to salvation. Without them we would all have perished there. The elder dipped a ladle into the nearby water trough, drank half, then poured the rest onto the searing coals with a fierce hiss. Yet that very battle decimated the old Khan's guard, and that miserly usurper Kurdi seized power. Do you know what followed? Those loyal, valiant warriors had their estates confiscated and were cast into exile. With that he struck the iron blade one final resounding blow. So, do you still desire these things? Baru fell silent, then seized the cuirass and spear without another word. I have no retreat left. I've already sold my bow and arrows. If I don't seize this chance now, death awaits me, starvation or freezing. I confess my herds perished in the white disaster. Without the Khan's bounty I shall die upon returning home. Were the Khan half as generous as the old Khan, I could stake my life on my archery alone. Hearing this, Lin spoke up. Baru, is that your name? Then you claim your archery surpasses even Khan Kurdi's. At the sight of him Baru tensed, but retorted defiantly. Kurdi. Does he even dare speak of archery? Not him. Not even the entire steppe boasts many who rival me as marksmen. Ha! Then prove it, show me your skill. Rest assured, if you possess true mastery, my wealth knows no bounds. Step-born warrior! He tossed the war bow and quiver toward Baru, who caught them effortlessly, drew the string taut, and aimed skyward at a flying V formation of wild geese. Very well. Behold my archery, strike! Holding his breath he focused, then loosed the arrow with a thunderous cry. The shaft, propelled by immense force, shattered the lead goose's skull midair, sending the bird tumbling erratically downward. Excellent! Before Lin could applaud, Baru drew 3 more arrows and fired in rapid succession. A rain of geese plummeted from the sky, each arrow striking true, shattering only the skull while leaving feathers and flesh intact. Magnificent! Truly peerless archery! Come, we must celebrate this feat with strong ale. Tonight my treat. Without waiting for consent, Lin seized Baru's arm and led him toward his own tent. Sir, my cauldron! My cauldron! Baru snatched up the iron pot, then followed Lin with visible relief. Watching them recede into the distance, the old blacksmith muttered coldly. Humph, this boy won't escape his fate. At last the steppe has birthed another figure like the old Khan. Perhaps that is a blessing. Unbeknownst to either, Chizuha had secretly eavesdropped from behind a nearby tent. Catching only half the blacksmith's words, the phrase "a figure like the old Khan" echoed clearly, yet the preceding context remained unheard. Naturally, his report to Khan Kurdi proved fatally flawed. What? Did the blacksmith truly say that? That I am a figure like the old Khan? Inside Lin's tent. Come, brother Baru, drink deeply of this barley wine brought all the way from the kingdom of Eri. 1 bowl could fetch 20 enslaved souls. Eat, devour this mutton. Fine wine and rich meat belong only in the bellies of the brave, else they are wasted. Indeed, Lin hosted a private feast, ordering his soldiers to slaughter 10 plump sheep, boil them thoroughly in great cauldrons seasoned generously with salt and infused with aromatic herbs. After hours of simmering, the rich aroma of mutton, both gamey and savory, rose into the air. And Lin lifted the fattiest cut from the pot and offered it to Baru, a youth who had scarcely tasted fresh meat in years. Thank you, sir. Baru's eyes blazed with unshed tears. He uttered only those words before devouring the meat, ravenously speechless. Lin watched quietly as he ate, offering barley wine whenever Baru choked. Starved beyond measure, Baru devoured morsel after morsel, fearing each pause might cost him his next bite. Only when half a sheep lay consumed did he wipe his mouth, belch contentedly, and sink comfortably onto a woolen rug. Sir, may I henceforth call you master? I willingly swear myself your Darhan, bound to serve you and your bloodline for life. With that he dropped to his knees and performed the formal oath of fealty. Rise, your belly's full and kneeling will only cramp you. Follow me. Baru trailed Lin to a garment rack, and there stood a heavy mail hauberk. This hauberk has accompanied me for years. I wore it during my first campaign alongside elders. Hearing this, Baru recoiled in awe and knelt again instantly. Master, this hauberk has served you for so long, how dare I lay hands upon it? I cannot accept. Wear it, I command you. Truthfully, your worth exceeds this hauberk tenfold. I would sooner see it shattered than see you fall bleeding upon the battlefield. Master. A man forged of iron and grit, Baru's eyes welled with tears, on the verge of prostrating himself fully before Lin. But let me speak plainly, within my ranks discipline is absolute. Should you break military law, and face execution, I cannot save you. Having bestowed favor, Lin knew stern counsel was necessary, lest pride swell unchecked, ultimately consuming the very man it sought to elevate. Light alone was insufficient for the armor, and Lin then commissioned the veteran blacksmith to forge 20 heavy arrows shaped like small shovels, dubbed shovel-headed scallions. When fired, these heavy arrows delivered devastating impact. Amid the chaos of battle, Balu plunged a scallion-shaped arrow deep into his warhorse's rump. The beast, stung with pain, bolted forward like a maddened storm straight toward the enemy lines. As the horse thundered across the field, Balu loosed arrow after arrow from his war bow, each one pinning an opponent lifelessly to the earth. There you are. Balu fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the commander of the Batlai's slave army, mounted on a camel just 20 paces away, and seized every arrow remaining in his quiver. Kill. His body rose and fell with the horse's gallop, yet remained perfectly aligned along a single unwavering line, aimed unerringly at the enemy commander amidst the ranks. Struck. A long arrow screamed through the air, piercing the commander's torso clean through, leaving a gaping wound large enough to thrust the spear through. A great bow, a massive shaft fired at close range. Death was instantaneous. With their commander fallen, the Batlai's slave army, already struggling to hold its ground, descended into disarray. Kurdihan seized the moment, leading his elite guard to harvest the battlefield. Afterward, Kurdihan showed no curiosity about the peculiar arrows Balu had wielded, dismissing the feat as little more than a fortunate shot by Lin's retainer. And Balu, the true architect of victory in that engagement, was rendered invisible only in Lin, as his master hosted a private celebration in his honor, offering quiet solace to his loyal servant. Perhaps even if Kurdihan had discerned the secret of those arrowheads, the scarcity of iron would have made mass production impossible. Devil. Devil. Under cover of night, black armored cavalrymen stormed a camp built by the Batli's people, hacking and slaughtering without mercy, sowing terror and death. The dark-skinned defenders fought desperately only to find their stone-tipped spears, deadly against kin, bounced harmlessly off the black iron armor. Yet the cavalry's bone maces and curved sabers severed life with chilling ease. The defenders scattered, instantly fleeing into the darkness. Ride. The knight pursued them relentlessly, until he shattered the final enemy's skull into pulp, reducing it to curdled broth. Ha! He exhaled deeply, having chased his quarry until dawn, then gently removed his black iron mask, revealing a face softened by weary relief. Counting the day he broke free, he had slain countless foes. Now he longed only to return home, to savor peace and reflect upon the years he had lived as a blade in the dark. He buried his barding and armor in a shallow earthen grave, a solemn rite marking his farewell to the past. After 2 days' journey he arrived at the royal yurt of his noble common liege. "Help me!" A woman's cry echoed from afar. "Release her, you barren beasts!" The knight charged forward, clashing fiercely with the common raiders. His years of rigorous military training gave him decisive advantage. He drove them off within moments. "Sis!" He turned toward the woman, then froze, captivated utterly by her beauty. "I've cleared all the bandits. Where do you hail from? Let me escort you home." Before the words left his lips, the black-armored knight, his strength spent after months of relentless slaughter, collapsed into unconsciousness. "My lord. My lord." She nudged him gently, only to realize he had fainted from sheer exhaustion. In resignation she carried him back to her nomadic tent. Upon waking he worked tirelessly, herding sheep, milking ewes, and soon began courting her with fervent devotion. Coincidentally, the woman had an elder brother named Balu. Along the roads of the Danya kingdom, Vina patiently soothed 2 children. To Enchin she said, "Be joyful, you'll see your parents soon. When you meet them, speak the very words you've just learned." Then turning to the infant she cooed, "Your big brother is about to reunite with your parents, aren't you delighted? Soon our family will be whole again. No more fear, no more trembling, we'll eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and never again bow to another's whims." As she spoke she playfully tickled the doll-like child. Bandits plagued their path incessantly, still were the encroaching goblin skirmishers, creatures once easily slain by ordinary youths now grown unnervingly formidable. After barely escaping the Danya kingdom they entered the vast expanse of the Kuman Khanate, yet found themselves utterly lost. No matter how earnestly she asked, no one could answer her questions. A stranger in foreign lands, every step weighed with hardship. The mother casually found a place to stay, planning to wait for a few months until the war subsided before searching for Enlin, lest she herself fall into danger before finding her son. But if you asked him what he was doing at this moment, he would answer with 3 words: capturing slaves. These black slaves were indeed easy to capture. As long as everyone rushed in front of them, killed the better-dressed commanders, the slaves would become a chaotic mess. Then just throw ropes around them and capture them in one go. The captured blacks were handed over to Isire for custody. This black slave surprisingly showed extreme loyalty, leading the auxiliary troops to guard the slaves tightly, never allowing a single escape. "Isire, these are today's slaves. Keep a close watch." Enlin and his men dragged a bunch of black slaves back to the camp, dumped them all to Isire, and then stopped worrying. "Yes, master." Holding the reins of the black slaves, Isire replied, but still did not leave. "Isire, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Master, those black slaves seem to be in heat recently. Your most loyal and humble servant begs you to be merciful. Could you bring 2 goblins or 5 copper coins?" Before Isire finished speaking he saw Enlin directly toss a silver coin. "Take it. Use the rest to buy yourself new clothes. Remember to train those black slaves well. My black slaves must bear the label of good quality." Enlin obviously hadn't expected the black slaves to be in heat, but buying them 2 goblins as a means of relief was acceptable. After all, they would be castrated when sold, so letting them have one last release now was fine. However, how could the sensible Isire bother his master simply to let the black slaves relieve their lust? Indeed, he had concocted an extremely potent aphrodisiac using a secret technique he learned in his early years. The effect of this aphrodisiac was to induce a full day of estrus, but the consequence was permanent impotence, and the complete loss of any sexual desire. So he bought 5 goblins at once and threw them all into the black slave circle that was already mad with lust. Obviously the goblins, a race driven by lust, could not accept being on the receiving end, but the black slaves overpowered them, forcing them to submit to a male-on-male situation. "Hee lowly black slaves, enjoy your final frenzy." Isire gave a sinister smile, then hunched over and walked into the doghouse beside him. "Come in, Kanek Chai Jun. Hey beauty, come have a drink with me." The drunken man tried to pat Wei Na's shoulder with his dirty hand, but was met with a cold long sword. Swish! The blade swiftly pierced the drunkard's throat, then Wei Na's figure flashed aside, dodging the splattering blood. I came today only to ask one thing. If anyone can provide me with true information, this silver coin is theirs. Wei Na calmly pulled out a silver coin and said to the mercenaries drinking in the bar. You say just tell us and we will serve you. Everyone feared the strong. Now they only prayed that this female demon would finish asking and leave. On Lin Lake he is now doing the same work as you. Whoever has information about him, this silver coin is his. Oh, isn't that Lin? He is in our team right now. Madam, I will take you to him immediately. Swish. Without a second thought, Wei Na struck again with her sword. Not to mention that her own son was capable and strong enough to work alone. This mercenary's eyes almost bulging out revealed his lecherous intentions. I am Wei Na, former captain of the 3rd Squad of the Female Swordsman Corps. If anyone tries to deceive me again, let them test whether their neck can withstand my sword. Wei Na simply revealed her identity to intimidate the riffraff, but the effect was not so obvious. A bald burly man in the crowd yelled. What's the Female Swordsman Corps? Now the Female Swordsman Corps is not what it used to be. Everyone attack together, hold this woman down and let her taste what it means to be a man. As soon as the words were spoken, the mercenaries charged together, trying to overwhelm Wei Na with numbers. TCH. Wei Na's long sword swung repeatedly, each stroke sending limbs flying. Damn it, not a single one with information. After a moment, Wei Na walked out of the bar, leaving only a pile of corpses. The entire bar, due to the reckless actions of the mercenaries, was brutally slaughtered, from the bartender to the dancers and even the innkeeper, all dead. The seasoned Wei Na knew well that as long as she killed everyone who knew her name, she would be innocent. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not controlling your lower halves. After casually setting a fire, Wei Na directly left the bar. The city soldiers, helpless, came half an hour later to clean up the scene. In this chaotic world, what was killing? They had given the murderer enough time to escape. If the murderer hadn't fled, they would have turned a blind eye and pointed the way. With only a few coins a month, who would risk their life for you? Unexpectedly, this murderer was particularly considerate, even setting a fire. This allowed all the soldiers to make a profit. Taking advantage of the fire chaos, they looted the entire bar and also looted the nearby residences. Finally, the next day, a wanted poster was hung at the city gate. On it was drawn a fierce pockmarked man along with countless pockmarked bandits. The general meaning of the wanted poster was: yesterday, the fierce pockmarked bandit led countless accomplices into the city, committing arson and murder, slaughtering the entire bar and affecting countless residences, stealing hundreds of gold coins from the city lord's mansion and defiling the city lord's daughter, crimes too heinous to be forgiven. Whoever captures this bandit will receive a reward of 50 cattle and sheep from the city lord. In any case, within a few days, some unknown relative of the knight commander would capture the bandit and gladly claim the huge reward of 50 cattle and sheep. The bandit was also the result of the great memory generation technique applied to civilians. No one believed that the bandit did not have the standard pockmarks of a barbarian. Nor did anyone believe that the bandit was a good-looking woman and a mother at that. Alas, we have to change cities again. I heard there is a war in Auha. Let's head there. Unlin might be there too. As the saying goes, where there is war there are mercenaries. As long as you head to places dense with war, you won't lack familiar mercenaries. With this thought, Wei Na led 100 soldiers in a grand procession toward the great city of Auha. But she did not know that the child in Qing seemed born for war. He could barely walk, yet had already learned to ride a horse. By the gods, this child was only 2 years old. Zimo Zimo. The babbling in Qing sat alone on the horse's back, laughing happily. He had become proficient in turning, galloping, and stopping on the horse, only needing assistance to mount and dismount. Seeing that in Qing would not do anything dangerous, Wei Na assigned 2 caretakers to him, and then turned her attention to the newborn girl, holding and coaxing her all day. However, the girl did not have Qing's strong physique. She coughed every 3 days and had a fever every 5 days, making Wei Na fear that one day she would wake up and find the girl already cold. So she had to attend to her day and night. The arduous journey by carriage had already sapped her vitality, coupled with round-the-clock caregiving. Vina, no longer in the bloom of youth, soon fell ill after several days of relentless devotion. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of these soldiers, Vina would have perished long before reaching Auha. Upon arrival, they hastily secured lodgings at an inn and devoted themselves entirely to tending their mistress. When illness strikes, vigilance must extend far beyond fever and fatigue. First among threats were the inn's unscrupulous proprietor and staff, men whose lustful eyes betrayed their treacherous intent. Next were the maids, some driven by greed, others by malice. Bound by propriety, men could not attend to certain intimate needs, but some maids, eager to prolong their wages, committed unspeakable acts, poisoning the ailing Vina, murdering newborn infants, then peddling exorbitant remedies before vanishing without trace. To guard against such horrors, soldiers personally prepared herbal decoctions, fetched water, changed diapers, and soothed the infant to sleep, while bathing Vina's body remained deferred until she regained consciousness. Lastly loomed thugs, rogue knights, and other armed ruffians, men who upon learning a beautiful woman lay bedridden and unconscious would rush to claim what they called the right of first night. Whether or not it was truly her first night mattered little, only the master's personal verification held validity. Thus, to preserve their mistress's honor, and spare their lord the shame of a tarnished crown, the private guards exerted every ounce of strength, even committing massacres that left entire households slaughtered. Simultaneously they harbored profound resentment toward the very source of their anguish, the newborn girl. Captain, shall we smother this ill-fated child at the first opportunity? She is nothing but a curse. A soldier voiced the unspoken consensus while others busied themselves with chores. What did you say? She is Lord Amwe's daughter, and our families remain in his hands. The captain seized the man's collar, his eyes blazing crimson. But the soldier refused to yield, shoving aside the commander he once revered. Is it not truth? This infant wails ceaselessly. How long has it been since any of us slept soundly? And I never claimed neglect of Vina or Lord Anching. We could simply turn her gently in her sleep. By dawn she'd be gone. Then blame the maids. Would that not suffice? Staggering backward from the shove, the captain saw only approval and silent assent reflected in his men's eyes. You! All of you! He pointed a trembling finger, then let it fall, exhaling a long hollow sigh. I wash my hands of this. With that he strode out the door without looking back. At once the men moved, gently repositioning the infant onto her stomach, cushioning her face with a pillow. Brothers 2 and 3, take the rest out for drink. We'll stand watch outside the mistress's chamber. Remember, this was done for gold, for the maid's greed. Understood. Understood. They departed with coin pouches heavy in hand, leaving only 2 men to guard Vina's door. Brother, is this not too cruel? Little brother, we are cornered. This child falls ill constantly, she cannot survive. Our mistress, ever compassionate, refuses to abandon her, but we cannot let her waste away in torment. The soldier grimaced, then added, look at Lord Anching, he bears the very frame of a born knight. He neither cries nor fusses, no needless drama. Our future lies with him. To safeguard his rise, that is our true duty. Very well. Mistress Vina, how have you awakened? One guard's eyes widened in horror as the feverish Vina, now fully conscious, burst through the door, and drove her blade straight through his throat. Mercy! Mercy! Their final cries dissolved into agony, then silence. Thus illness demanded yet another defense, betrayal by comrades grown weary, and ruthless, enough to defy their own oaths. I declare that the greatest hero of the Cuman Khanate's war against Battles is none other than Degwoli. Therefore this newly conquered castle is granted to him. At the banquet Khan Kurdi, rarely generous, bestowed the fortress upon a vassal, sending the assembled lords into rapturous elation. Eat. The Khan urged fervently while his vassals reveled in the rare feast, slicing mutton from the slab with knives, then chewing slowly, savoring each bite. Truth be told, Lin had long grown weary of mutton. For an entire month he had feasted endlessly on victory banquets. Mutton, always mutton. Worse still, it was invariably fatty, oversalted meat, rich broth stewed thick with salt and grease. The Cuman people devoured it heartily, patting bellies and declaring it delicious. Yet Lin, unaccustomed to such dense, salty, sugary fare, could barely stomach it. His delicate mannerisms soon drew merciless teasing from Cuman nobles. Ha! Lord Lin Bert, do you eat like a woman? Behold Chu Hannah. She devours with far greater vigor. At that moment Chu Hannah opened her mouth wide and tore fiercely at the mutton in her hands. With effortless strength she snapped the choicest lamb's spine apart, then sucked the rich marrow from its core. In 3 swift bites she consumed the chunky meat, then drew her knife to scrape sinew from bone crevices. The bones cracked and splintered beneath her teeth, within moments stripped bare enough to serve as ornaments. Ha! I ate too much yesterday. I cannot possibly finish this today. Might your majesty permit me to carry this plump beast back to my Darhans, that we may share your boundless generosity? Ha! Indeed, you feasted on fat just yesterday. Today even the tenderest lamb tastes like chaff. Very well. Take it home for your Darhans to divide. Let all the steppe know Kurdi Khan is no miser. The word generosity clearly delighted the Khan. Behold! Behold! This is how a bird should comport himself, grateful, measured, and flattering. Unlike that ungrateful cur who dared call me stingy. Who across the steppe does not know I am the Khan, most like the old Khan himself. Master, these slaves have been trained by me. Please take a look, Isire declared with full confidence to Lin, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. All right, bring them up then. With the master's permission Isire quickly cracked his whip, producing a sharp snap. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't keep the master waiting. Oh, you damned wretches, don't make me repeat myself. Those black slaves trudged forward on footsteps riddled with scars, mechanically performing one courteous gesture after another without any expression. Greetings, noble knight, your humble black slave offers you the highest service. Good day, beautiful and elegant lady, your lowly black slave serves you in all things. By the gods, young and vigorous little master, your most lowly and loyal black slave for you. Over and over again these black slaves uttered these self-deprecating words with the most graceful postures. Not bad. They can be put up for sale soon. They might make decent servants. Receiving the master's approval, the black slave Isire immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Enlin with all his might. However, for the next batch of slaves I want you to train them in martial arts. Preferably they can serve as sparring partners for the young nobles. Of course you must also train them never to harbor ill intentions toward the noble offspring, understand? Yes, my lord. I will do my utmost to cultivate the slaves you most desire. Having received the latest orders, Isai immediately expressed his commitment, and was rewarded with a piece of nearly moldy white bread. Though the bread tasted sour and bitter, Isai still ate it with relish. Sour. Bitter. You don't know that black bread once boiled is nothing but a slop of swill. Isai always reminded himself to be grateful and to feel indebted to his master. After all, his master had just acquired a new fief this year and purchased war horses. Relax, the master's days will get better and better. Talk about returns, the more you talk the more vulgar it becomes. Talk about devotion, the higher the realm you reach. But speaking of it, the idea of using black slaves as martial arts sparring partners was a new thought of Enlin's. First, in this world everyone's life was inextricably linked to war. Second, not everyone had the opportunity to kill. Finally, most of the first kills for young nobles were criminals tied up, and the age was usually around 15. Then why not use some young thin black slaves to give these children their first taste of blood, and use strong black slaves to train those energetic noble youths in the art of killing? In the midst of slaughter the young men's strength advanced rapidly, and one could trust that parents would buy a black slave of suitable physique for their own child. Moreover, this was like signing up for extracurricular classes. If you had the means but didn't buy the strongest black slave sparring partner for your child, someone else would take it. A step late and every step would be late. Those earthly dignitaries would never want their child to be cast off the stage before even starting. As long as the propaganda was thorough, even if countless imitators followed, Enlin would have already devoured the first mover dividends. If he could establish a brand effect so that whenever the nobles on the continent talked about buying black slaves they thought of Enlin's caravan, it would be a veritable money tree. He discussed his ideas remotely with Suaika, and she actually abandoned her own goods, sold them on the spot, and led her cavalry straight from the Danya kingdom back to the Kuman Khanate, galloping all the way to Enlin covered in dust. In the end the two discussed for a whole day, only to find that the plan for black slave cultivation and trade that Enlin had proposed was indeed good. But relying solely on his own strength he could never swallow such a big cake. Before he could amass tremendous wealth, disaster would surely arrive. Moreover, even Zuaika could not guarantee that she wouldn't yield under the military pressure of other nobles. Therefore there were two solutions. One was for Enlin to simply sleep with Zuaika as well. Once she had the title of noble lady, she could even sign a death contract guaranteeing that she would not reveal this matter to anyone else. Zuaika's only demand was that she must have a legitimate child with Enlin, and that all her property would be inherited by that child. In truth, Zuaika was not unattractive, nor was Enlin truly without a wandering eye. Zuaika was beautiful, indeed seductive, but her mind was truly sharp. He could never outsmart her with his own intellect. More importantly, she had dark skin. Although she lacked the other features of black people, Enlin was still afraid that the child would inherit her dark skin. After all, neither he nor Zuaika was certain whether her ancestors had any black lineage. One could not say that after a lifetime of selling black slaves, when he grew old, and all his children gathered together, many of them would turn out to be black. Those in the know would say it was a dominant dark skin trait from the maternal line. Those who didn't would think Enlin had been cuckolded while selling black slaves. Thus, after much deliberation, Enlin finally poured out his heart to Zuaika. Zuaika, you know, a dark-skinned offspring would be a great disgrace to me. And I really cannot accept a dark-skinned child. Zuaika listened, fell silent for a long time, and finally spat out a few words helplessly. You're discriminating against black people to the bone, aren't you? Fortunately, in the end, Zuaika did not force Enlin. They discussed another plan, involved the nobles of the Kuman Khanate, so that everyone would make money together and share the risks. This idea was proposed by Enlin, but Zuaika was somewhat reluctant. The selfish nature of a merchant drove Zuaika to want to monopolize this huge cake, even though it might bring about her own death. But Enlin's thinking was much simpler. Since he was not strong enough, he would bring in those who had good relations with him to work together on this business. Even if he didn't get the maximum profit, it would still be enough to support his military expenses and livelihood. But who to approach? Chuchahana. If there was anyone who supported him who had just obtained the title of Bert, it was definitely Chuchahana. Sticking with her meant meat to eat and land to occupy. The only downside was having to offer his body. Wait, how was this like those female employees from his past life who slept with their bosses for promotions and raises? Thinking this way, he walked to Chuchahana's tent. Good day. Chuchahana, Bert, do you have a moment? I have a way to make money. Don't talk. Men like you I've never tasted before. These past few days I've been unable to forget your flavor. Come, I can't wait any longer. As she waited in front of her tent, she suddenly reached out with both hands and pulled him inside. She stripped off her clothes while frantically kissing Enlin. Don't be like this. I have serious business. Enlin tried to resist, but... Let me bear your child. My lands, Darhan and cattle will all be yours. Isn't that serious business? Unable to refuse, he was pulled by her to sleep again and again. It was not until the next midnight that she finally stopped her assault, sat beside Enlin, unhooked a leather water bag and took a few sips of kumis. What level are you? Why are you so strong? Why do you have so much strength? Level 37, almost at level 40. I feel that day is not far. Well, a gap of more than 10 levels is like the difference between a dog and a human. I understand. Now man, tell me, what's this way to make money? Chuchahana asked in a rough voice, stuffing an unknown substance into her mouth. Thus Enlin told her all his ideas and sincerely invited her to join his camp. Wait, what are you doing? As he was speaking, why was she taking off her clothes again? Ate too early. With that she pinned Enlin to the bed again and started gnawing wildly. Damn! Another day of torment. Even when he was starving with hunger, Chuchahana only shoved a piece of dried meat into his mouth. Why did you take medicine last time? I just wanted to sleep with you once to give you something to remember, and save myself the effort. Then why did you come again? Your idea, I feel it can make a lot of money. We need a child as a link. Enlin remained silent. For the first time he was so glad that he was a man. Being slept with was not a loss. But it was also the first time he felt he had been defiled. Watching Enlin turn his back, unwilling to acknowledge her, Chuchahana smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth and hugged him from behind. Don't be angry. I'm a woman, you're a man. How does it seem like I raped you? Then she patiently explained, this time I must have your child. Having a child is good for both you and me. Seeing that Enlin stubbornly refused to speak, she didn't give up and directly made the final decision. Tomorrow you can rest for a day. The day after tomorrow, come to my tent on your own. I'll stay with you these days until there are signs of pregnancy. Until now Enlin remembered something and stood up to say to her, then tell me, you don't have any diseases, do you? Clearly, having learned from his second brother's experience, he was very afraid of dying, not on the battlefield but from a woman's venereal disease. Oh, what are you thinking? If I had a disease I would have been expelled long ago. How could I still be here? Chuchahana walked to the tent and gave Enlin a final instruction, get some rest. I'll have someone bring a basin of hot water soon. Let's both wash up. Don't leave this tent these days. Anyway, the war is not intense right now. Clearly this time Chuchahana, the Sea King player, genuinely wanted to have a child, not for so-called love but for the endless benefits in the future. Anyway, it was like a lamb entering the tiger's den. Enlin didn't care about the outcome anymore. At least she had no disease, right? He slept soundly until noon the next day and woke up to see the woman beside him. She was not Chuchahana but Wulan Chagon, who had not spoken much for a long time. She clearly did not come to settle scores or throw a tantrum. On the contrary, she was now ordered by Chuchahana to attend to Enlin's daily needs. After learning more details, it turned out that as soon as Chuchahana left the tent, she went to Enlin's military tent and unilaterally announced that Enlin would marry her again. After that, due to her powerful influence, she directly ordered the legal wife Wulan Chagon to take care of Enlin's daily life, while she herself simply waited to enjoy the benefits. Why? A day later Enlin asked this question again. Why must you have a child with me? Haha, actually originally I used my body to win you over, but later I found that sleeping with you feels different from sleeping with other men. Sleeping with you is like those bandits stopping a carriage, pulling out the noblewoman inside and ravaging her at will. The taste is very enjoyable. As she spoke, Chuchahana licked her lips, revealing a perverted smile that was very mismatched with her heroic face. Saying those words is like those bandits saying, if you cooperate I'll let you go. It's also a part of the thrill. But the real reason I decided to make you my husband is not just your body but more the combination of your political foundation, military strength, and intelligence. You are a rising warlord. Your soldiers' quality weapons and equipment, and the integrity of your talents are all excellent. So choosing you is better than choosing the playthings of those old men who only know how to hoard things. Chuchahana touched Enlin's abdomen, gently pinched it, and added, besides, you can make money, and you think about making money with me. This shows you already have me in your heart. Even if feelings fade a bit after sleeping together more times, you'll eventually settle down with me wholeheartedly. In response, Enlin could only say the most helpless sentence, then after we have the child we don't need to see each other anymore. You raise the child and let's just be friends. Oh my god, this world is too scary. Whether it's Sue Ai Ka or Chuchahana, they both want to use a child as a guarantee and also want to take away my property. Hearing Enlin say this, she was even a bit happy. Fine, anyway, I just want to have an heir. In a few years I probably won't be able to give birth anymore. Then the child will only inherit my property. Your child you manage, the child I give birth to I manage. In her mind, a child without a father was not a big deal. Originally she had planned to find a random ally to have a child with. Besides, once the child was born, she didn't believe that man could sit still. Kurtai didn't know yet that while he was out for a few rounds, his daughter had found herself a husband, and a husband who already had a woman. Constant. No, absolutely not. He has no feelings for you, and you always have a bunch of lovers. Aren't you harming him? Kurtai's head was buzzing. He was definitely against his daughter's marriage. He knew his daughter's nature best. She perfectly inherited his lecherous and licentious bloodline and was also cunning and ruthless. He had never intended to marry her off to harm others. Today he was truly amazed. He never expected his daughter to pull such a stunt, first sleep with the man then get pregnant before seeking his approval. Yes, he knew at once that his daughter had slept with the man. That fine young man must have been so blind to go after a woman like her, a slut of the world. If Enlin had really been lustful and slept with his daughter, he would have said, "You must be really hungry." Now this is putting him on the spot. In fact, whether he agreed to the marriage or not made no difference. This rebellious daughter just wanted to upset him. As you wish. Do whatever makes you happy. Gentlemen, this is my proposal. Now all that remains is your decision who will join. A gathering of chieftains sat within the tent, their eyes fixed upon a vast continental map marked with intricate trade routes. What hesitation afflicts you, noble lords? Your timidity makes you seem less like warriors and more like aged indecisive monks. I, Chu Hanna, declare first I shall contribute 20 fully armored cavalrymen, all ranked above level 20, and claim one trade route to the western kingdom of Danya. At that moment Chu Hanna drew her short blade and slashed it across her palm, a solemn oath sealed in blood. Once the first pledge was made, consensus flowed effortlessly. I offer 15 armored riders, and I too demand one route to Danya. Nah. Though my strength is modest, I shall join my elder brother. Each of us contributes 10 riders, and together we shall escort goods all the way to Eri. Danya's routes are already overcrowded. Precisely, I shall unite with my 4 brothers, each contributes 5 riders. Yet we seek fortune farther afield, in the Empire. Rumor says its armies have lately been routed even by common mercenary bands. Such weakness means high demand, and high profit. Indeed, brother. Let our caravans march as one. I'll send my sons along so they may witness the world beyond our pastures. And amid such spirited debate, agreement crystallized, and the continent's trade arteries were duly apportioned. Unlin's original plan had been to dispatch 5 trade caravans to every nation, except Bartrace, but Chu Hanna overruled it outright. Tyrith is excluded. First, its unstable sovereignty renders any caravan vulnerable to seizure at any moment. Second is the Empire. Its recent military defeats have been catastrophic, even yielding instances where regular legions fled before mere mercenary companies. Coupled with its wealth and naivety, this realm warrants multiple routes. Lastly, Danya and Eri, locked in relentless civil war. Though pockets of peace remain, they are scarce and fragile, thus only minimal trade access is warranted. Lords of the Kuman Khanate, this is our hour of ascension. Succeed here and abundance shall follow for generations. Neither blizzards nor plagues shall starve our noble houses again. Chu Hanna swept her gaze across the assembly. Her eyes gleamed with the fierce, calculating intensity of a she-wolf. And therefore rules must be set. Who dares object? The assembled men bowed their heads in unison, not daring to voice dissent. And first, every noble shall surrender 2/10 of his profits, of which 1/10 shall serve as a collective emergency reserve. Should calamity strike, funds may be drawn from this reserve. The remaining 10th accrues to me. Is this acceptable? Second, all enslaved males must be rendered infertile before sale. This enterprise permits no foreign interference. Should I discover any noble trafficking intact male slaves abroad, he shall die. Third, if any kingdom engages in slave trading, we shall incite the Khanate to wage war upon it, and every lord present or joining henceforth shall muster troops without delay. Fourth, slave breeding shall occur on a single vast pasture, my own first grassland. All caravans transporting slaves must register at my gate, and taxation shall be levied strictly per registered headcount. Thus on that day the Continental Caravan Alliance was formally established, conceived by Enlin, guaranteed by Chu Hanna's honor, and joined by 14 chieftains. Though the Kuman Khanate remained untouched by war, its shrewd chieftains gleaned the continent's true state from fragments spoken among caravan traders, and prepared accordingly. Darling, let us split the profits 3/7. You take 3, I 7. Don't ignore me. Hardly had the council adjourned when Enlin hurried back to his tent, eager to depart for Ohe with Princess Karitakan once hostilities ceased. Indeed, the war was nearing its end. 2 major Bartrace legions had suffered crushing defeats, and countless minor slavers lay dead where they stood. Bartrace now possessed neither will nor strength to continue fighting. True to expectation, 2 days after joining Karitakan, a Bartrace envoy arrived bearing a formal plea for peace. And the Khan rejoiced, and personally summoned Lin to deliberate terms of tribute and cessation. Ha! They've agreed to pay us 1,000 gold coins, 500 camels, 5,000 slaves, and ample quantities of iron weapons and armor. The Khan beamed with satisfaction, roaring with laughter. And mighty Khan, under your sagacious leadership this year we shall feast until our bellies swell. Lin knew well what the Khan craved, flattery not counsel, and so he offered it freely. He harbored no ambition to be a remonstrating minister. Pleasing the Khan was paramount. His own thoughts dwelled solely on expanding farmland, recruiting settlers, and fortifying defenses against northern Tirith. That pleases me greatly. And Karitakan drained his leather wineskin of fermented mare's milk in one draught. An excellent, excellent, excellent. Appointing you lord of a city was truly a masterstroke. Here, take this. As a husband among the steppe people you cannot wield authority without a bow worthy of your arm. And with that the Khan unbuckled his personal recurve bow and placed it into Lin's hands. They say a father-in-law judges his son-in-law ever more harshly, but Karitakan felt no resentment. His daughter's reckless, unyielding nature was but a mirror of his own youth. The moment he recognized that reflection, all doubt dissolved. Tomorrow, you ride with me into Ohe. And before Lin could protest, Karitakan declared it settled, and used his sovereign authority to elevate the young man standing across the steppe. When I am gone, this disobedient daughter will rely upon these very men for support. At that thought a quiet sorrow stirred within him. Once with this very bowstring I strangled the old Khan. Perhaps someday that same cord will tighten around my own throat. Yes, he saw himself in her and long ago deduced her intent to usurp his throne. The timing. Likely the moment she concluded he could sire no heir. Childbirth among steppe women is perilous, but not so perilous that dozens of wives should all fail to deliver. And son, beware of her. At that moment Karitakan shed all traces of miserliness and self-interest. He sought only to pass the Khani to his bloodline, even if that heir were a woman. Alas, why was she not born a man? Only after dismissing Lin did Karitakan sigh those words aloud. Had Chu Hanna been a man, Karitakan would have surrendered his entire royal guard to her without hesitation, and hanged himself without delay. Who could have foreseen that this woman would brave every trial, defy every obstacle, and claw her way bloody-knuckled onto the throne itself? The slave-hunting corps had barely been formed before plunging straight into the barterless steppes to capture slaves. Meanwhile the Khan led Bird back along the original route to Ohe. The journey home was light and joyous, throughout which the Khan hunted with Bert. All common tribesmen encircled grasslands teeming with game into vast hunting rings. Then the Khan entered first, followed by Bert, and the Khan's Keshik, the elite personal guard, then minor nobles and Darhans, and finally the common men. The Khan invariably secured the largest prey, returning laden with spoils, pitching his royal yurt upon a high ridge where he could survey the hunt below while feasting and drinking. Nobles of Bert's rank were likewise expected to display valor and prowess in these hunts, presenting their trophies before the Khan, competing for prestige, and ultimately receiving his favor and rewards. Only the ordinary common men suffered most after the Khan and Bert's noble circles had swept the grasslands clean. Only field mice, hares, and perhaps the occasional fox or small mammal, remained. Here the only advantage over wilderness was a slightly greater abundance of mice and hares. Beyond that nothing else stirred. At this moment Lin sat astride his hunting horse, drawing his longbow and aiming an arrow at a galloping wild ox. Moo! Its horns cleaved the air with thunderous force. Thud! At just 5 paces to onlookers it seemed Lin danced upon the very edge of death. The heavy iron-tipped arrow struck true, plunging deep into the ox's skull and shattering its brain. Moo! Though brimming with raw power, the beast could muster only one final defiant bellow before collapsing in thunderous ruin. Such solid iron arrows were forged precisely for beasts like this, accurate within 20 paces, and here distance was perfect. A flawless shot. Have you nothing better to do? Truth be told, Lin was no master of mounted archery, but his horsemanship was peerless. So he chose to exploit his strength, closing the gap entirely, striking at point-blank range, far preferable to standing afar, missing repeatedly and enduring the merciless mockery of the Berts. Heh. I'd even worried you'd miss every shot and considered gifting you a few. Now I needn't trouble myself to spare you any mercy. As Chu Hanna spoke, she swiftly drew arrows from her quiver and loosed them in rapid succession. With seemingly casual ease she drew and released, and yet each arrow found its mark with lethal precision. Whether piercing heart or eye, each strike ended life instantly. Watching her ride off, Lin wheeled his horse and galloped toward another direction. Along the way any creature large enough fell pierced through the skull by Lin's single arrow, whereupon soldiers rushed forward to mark and claim the carcasses. Enough archery, let's go. This bow's draw weight was immense. After just a dozen shots his arms burned with fatigue. To avoid hidden injury he abandoned the bow altogether, pitched his tent beside the Khan's yurt, and settled into roasting meat and drinking wine, pure unadulterated bliss. Come Khan, Here's freshly hunted wild ox meat. Let us savor it now before the others grow too boisterous. With a small knife he carved a generous slab of tenderloin, roasted it until golden and glistening with fat, sprinkled coarse salt and cracked peppercorns, and presented it reverently before Khan Karadi. Break 2 bricks of milk tea. I intend to feast and drink well today. Ha! Such sublime meat would be wasted without milk tea. Khan Karadi, a grizzled steppe veteran, had never witnessed such flamboyant flattery. He burst into unrestrained laughter, and promptly ordered 2 precious tea bricks broken open. 2 tea bricks meant 2 full cauldrons. Everyone understood the implicit meaning. Soon 2 steaming pots of fragrant milky tea were carried forth. Here, son-in-law, drink this to cut the richness. With a ladle Karadi scooped a bowl of tea, tossed in chunks of roasted beef, simmered them briefly, then drank it down in one bold gulp. This tea bore no resemblance to Mingqing-era brews. It echoed Tang dynasty customs, instead seasoned with meat, salt, and aromatic spices. Excellent. To you, Khan, I raise my bowl. Mirroring his host, and Lin drank deeply. The roasted beef, glistening with rendered fat, softened further in the broth, its oil dissolving into the tea. Before he devoured it whole, a burst of creamy lamb richness and tender yielding beef bloomed across his tongue. Watching Lin close his eyes in pure delight, Khan Karadi smiled like an elder satisfied by a cherished sight, and proudly began his explanation. These treasures hail from the Empire's eastern reaches, 2 years by sea, then 5 more across land, before reaching our hands. I procured them at great expense. Today I grant you the privilege of tasting them for the first time. As the two engaged in warm, animated conversation, the true protagonist arrived. What are you two devouring? Oh, my daughter! How could such delicacies omit you? Attendants, break another tea brick. No need, I'm family now, we share one table. So saying, she seated herself beside Lin, without hesitation hacked off an entire ox leg and sliced meat directly into the simmering pot. Delicious. You should try some too. She pinched Lin's thigh lightly, then lifted a piece of beef to his lips, urging him to taste it. Splendid. Splendid. My fine son-in-law, I entrust her to you henceforth. Live well together. When I am gone, all my pastures shall be yours. And you, treat her kindly. No more carousing with rough men and fewer battlefield ventures, lest you injure your belly and jeopardize children. At this moment the Khan's thinking was astonishingly progressive. Let the throne pass to his daughter as she wished, so long as no bowstring ever tightened around his throat. All else was negotiable. If he could savor familial warmth before death, and perhaps even dandle a grandson or granddaughter in his arms, though a grandson would be ideal, his reign as Khan would be complete. Thus, even if he inwardly opposed his daughter's marriage to Lin, he would still wear a radiant smile upon his face. As the saying goes, sons-in-law rebel, sooner or later. Yet Khan Karadi trusted his daughter to subdue this unestablished bird, and believed their bloodline would rightfully inherit his Khanate. While he lived, however fiercely they clashed, both would temper their strife for the sake of their child. And when he died, having bestowed the Khanate upon their offspring, how could either dare contest their own heir's rightful place? Such precedents abounded across the steppes. Even the fiercest woman, vetted by a strong man and bearing his child, would settle into loyal domesticity. He held firm faith that men were no different. No matter how innocent a man might be, after lying with his daughter several times, he too would surrender utterly to domestic peace. Khan Karidahan returned victorious from his campaign against Batrals. And sound the horns. And outside Ao city every common man stood tall, marching through the city gates alongside the Khan as the deep resonant blasts of ox-horn trumpets echoed across the plains. The crowd roared in jubilation, cheering the valorous warriors, yet only the beggars huddled deeper into the shadows, shrinking instinctively into the gloom to vanish from sight. Brother, those warriors are so powerful. And, hush, speak no more. If they see us, we'll be whipped again. Let's go back, we need food first. Keep watch. When the feasting begins, we'll at least get a bowl of broth. Whispering in dim alleyways, the beggars dreamed only of stealing one extra sip of meat broth. Finding even a trace of grease clinging to a bone fragment would be a blessing beyond measure. In their minds the Khan and his warriors lived on milk and beef, each day clad in gold and adorned with silver, feasting until sated, then riding forth to slaughter with gleaming sabers and lances, returning laden with plunder. They could not fathom how men like Berta would brawl fiercely over trifling gains, or risk their lives for intangible honor invisible to the eye and untouchable by hand. My son, is it truly you? And from the throng Lin heard a voice calling his name, and turning toward its source he saw his mother. Mother, what are you doing here? And disregarding military protocol he leapt from his horse and embraced her tightly. And, Mother, I've missed you so much. He collapsed into her arms like a child. And heavens knew how utterly helpless he felt now, daily preyed upon by Hai Nu, constantly bracing against the looming threat of Tyrus' advancing armies while striving to build his own strength. Were it not for his fiefdom, his trade in enslaved labor, or his child, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Vina cradled in Lin's embrace trembled with emotion, Her recent grave illness had sapped her strength completely. Had she waited any longer, she would never have been able to care for this young woman. Now all is well, my child has finally found her mother. And fine son-in-law, may I ask who this lady is? And Khan Karitahan offered no rebuke for Lin's impulsive gesture, instead bowing respectfully to greet his new mother-in-law. Come, mother, the crowd is too great here, let us return home to speak freely. And having at last reunited with his mother, though unaware of the calamity that had befallen his family, he sensed it could only be dire news. Prudently he resolved to await the banquet's conclusion before delving deeply into matters with his mother. At the feast, Vina, now clad in fresh attire, radiated renewed vitality, clearly having rested well. You mean, she is also your wife? And Vina could scarcely believe it. Her son had wed the Khan's daughter, and become the Khan's son-in-law. Yes, mother. He was indeed careless, he only revealed his true lineage to me today. But it matters not, whoever he is I shall love him forever. Choo-Choo Hannah affectionately slipped her arm through Vina's, instantly adopting a new title with effortless grace, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Though Choo-Choo Hannah spoke with honey charm, Vina remained resolute. She would not accept a wayward woman as her daughter-in-law. She already bore one reckless son, and Ming, and now aging she feared nothing more than outliving her children. Sensing her mother's cool reserve, Choo-Choo Hannah withdrew from warmth into dignified restraint, maintaining only formal courtesy. And at last, when the victory celebrations concluded and Lin seized the chance to speak with his mother in depth about the great upheavals that had shaken Eri in recent years. I never imagined that despite my efforts over the years Eri would have undergone such tremendous changes. He could not believe that the events of the past had turned out to be so absurd. First the Queen, then Jocelyn, and finally the Church. After a few years of hard-won stability, Eri was now more chaotic than the era of the 5 Hu and 16 kingdoms. The former splendor and art had vanished, replaced by turmoil and goblins everywhere. Yes, who would have thought that those goblins from back then would have grown into such a formidable force? They are now the common enemy of Danya and Eri. Wayna could not help but sigh. Indeed, Danya and Eri, these two mortal enemies, have actually united because of the goblins. Even so, we can only hold the city and dare not dispatch field troops to confront those goblins head-on. In the old king's time, though he was wasteful, the kingdom could mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers at once, and even fighting on 4 fronts was no problem. The banners that once filled the sky may never be seen again. Oh, by the way, here's some good news. Your old flame William is now a king, though his strength is not great. His mother brought him this news, which surprised him. It turned out that after the old king's death, the old General Woody had been staying in his manor, preparing to shut himself away. Originally Dwelluingub, because of his military talent and his quick surrender, was appointed as Grand General by the Church, leading several thousand troops to fight the goblins. But he could not control the nobles under his command, leading to a mutiny. Then, caught off guard by a goblin raid, he was killed in the chaos, and only he and a few retainers managed to escape. Because of this great defeat, the goblins acquired a large number of weapons, war horses, and many suits of armor from the kingdom, greatly strengthening their power. Then came countless more defeats, forcing the kingdom to retreat again and again. Eventually the kingdom simply abandoned control over other occupied territories, stationing all elite troops in the capital to ensure it did not fall. Finally the foolish King Jocelyn usurped power, and rebelled against the Pope. He was castrated on the spot, but inevitably the recently stabilized court was thrown into turmoil again. The result was that the goblins gathered into an army of tens of thousands and marched on the capital. The Pope declared a personal expedition, leading the last elite troops of the capital with the old General Woody as commander. But right in front of the 3 armies, the Pope fled with the last elite troops, abandoning the capital to the goblins. This led many ambitious men to try to prop up William as king, eventually forming a puppet state with the capital as its seat, openly opposing the Church. The Pope in turn stopped pretending and established his own church state. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. These people would rather see their country perish than stop their internal strife. And Lin felt a knot in his stomach. In his past life many dynasties had destroyed themselves through infighting. Moreover, if the goblins had a strategist among them, and armed with Ares' warhorses and Danya's longbow corps, they could form an army that would sweep the world, and then Kumin would be in deep trouble. As everyone knew, Ares' iron-smelting technology and runes were second only to the Empire, while Danya's bow-making skills were unrivaled on the continent. Oh son, that goblin meat you invented back then has now become a mandatory military ration for all nobles. It's funny. Those people who once criticized you relentlessly now have to follow your example. Well, mother, I think I'll go back to the kingdom of Eri when the war calms down a bit, and I'll bring father and the others back. I have quite a few villages here. In truth, Lin felt that it was time to go back to Eri and reap some benefits. The Kumin Khanate was good in many ways. Lives were cheap, horses were plentiful, and its strength was formidable. But it was extremely poor in iron-smelting, medicine, and other specialized fields. So poor, in fact, that anyone who could forge iron could establish a sect, and anyone who could cure a headache or fever was hailed as a peerless physician. For any major illness or minor ailment, people simply endured it with their lives. If they survived they lived, if not they died. Therefore, for the sake of his own and his family's lives, Lin felt it was time to go back and bring back some skilled professionals. Yes, it's good for you to go back. I'll lead the way, and we'll need to bring more people, otherwise safety can't be guaranteed. Suddenly Wayna seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I brought your son along. He's staying at the inn. That little one is an amazing rider. He can ride a horse by himself at such a young age. When it came to Inching, Wayna was unstoppable, chattering on as if she could talk for 3 days and 3 nights without end. As for the unnamed baby girl, it was simple. She's frail and sickly. If it weren't for the eldest watching over her, she would have died long ago. But she doesn't look like she'll live long. Indeed, Wayna had some affection for the child, but not much, far less than for the robust Inching. In this era, a frail woman might as well be dead. All right, mother, I'll find a chance to talk to the Khan, and then we'll set off. Lin clearly did not want to continue this topic and tried to divert the conversation. Oh, speaking of Kurtai, how did you end up getting mixed up with his daughter? She's not only older than you, but there are also those rumors. You're not bewitched, are you? Mom, let's talk about whether we can find some doctors to treat my niece, okay? Apparently he also didn't want to talk about this topic. Q. How did nomadic regimes enter the passes? A. With sufficient troops and strong horses, then the 8 banner civilians and soldiers. I mean nomadic civilians and soldiers united as one, waiting for the weakest moment of a Central Plains dynasty to launch their invasion. Upon hearing that her concubine and wished to return home to visit Chu-Chu, Hannah immediately summoned the nobles who had grown wealthy along the trade routes, preparing to organize a grand group road trip. Of course, accompanying Lin on his family visit was the primary motive. Unlawful acts such as scouring the countryside for supplies and plundering wealth, grain and women were absolutely not the intention. The Kuman warriors were men of action. They immediately prepared to rally Darhan to lead troops in battle, while the Khan declared that such youthful endeavors were no concern of an elderly man like himself. From the initial call to arms to full assembly, even with every nomadic soldier being a cavalryman capable of swift riding, it would still require a full month. If those riders were to rest for a few days before marching, even more time would be needed. Fortunately, such combat against goblins was viewed by the Kuman people as nothing more than going to carve up the meat, so no one would refuse. However, and this is a crucial however, could one really send newly recruited Darhan warriors into battle wearing tattered rags? Thus Lin gritted his teeth. With iron resources in short supply, he simply decided to regress and use bronze instead. Compared to iron, which was difficult to acquire, copper was abundant. Grab a handful and you had plenty. Those copper coins packed in chests were melted down, mixed with some pig iron, and smelted into bronze together. The entire production required only 2 types of pieces, 2 curved large bronze plates and 4 straight rectangular bronze small plates. The curved edges of the large bronze plates were then filled with wool, with holes punched along the margins, forming a plate armor. The 4 small bronze plates were strung together with ropes to form a skirt armor. At the joints, thick leather cords were used to connect the pieces, distributing pressure across a larger surface area so that the riders could wear them more comfortably. These bronze plates could be produced in just 2 strikes. They need not be heavy or of superior quality, simply capable of withstanding 1 or 2 arrow impacts was sufficient. The war armor could be crude, but the horse armor must have no flaws whatsoever. Thin copper sheets, wool filling and hemp cloth as the base of the vest together formed a horse vest that feared no arrows. For ease of disassembly, Lin specifically had the horse vest made in 3 parts. The head section incorporated copper plates with only a breathing opening left exposed at the mouth, while the rest was tightly sealed. The rider's saddles were fitted with a locking mechanism that could firmly secure the rider to the horseback. Even if a rider fell in death, his body would still impale enemies with the riding lance, disrupting the opposing formation. The rear section of the horse armor simply omitted copper plates, using hemp cloth and wool as padding instead. The most ruthless move was that Lin produced hundreds of these bronze plate armors and horse vests, offering rental services to those impoverished Kuman warriors. After the battle, these Kuman warriors could only be absorbed into Lin's ranks, enjoying a comfortable life with 2 meals a day. Now let me address the emergence of plate armor and the reasons behind it. Plate armor first appeared in the 14th century, specifically in early 14th century Western Europe. The half-plate armor of that era was crafted from large flat metal plates. Unlike traditional chainmail and scale armor made of small metal plates, this type of armor represented a major advancement in forging large curved metal sheets and metallurgical technology, laying the foundation for the later development of full-body armor. Plate armor began to see widespread use in the early 15th century, though the materials at the time were relatively inferior. With the advent of water-powered trip hammers and the development of metallurgical technology guided by science during the Renaissance, the 15th century became the era when plate armor took shape and flourished, a hallmark of its maturation. By the 16th century to the early 17th century, plate armor entered its golden age. The royal capital of Eri, the imperial palace. Once majestic and resplendent, the palace had long since lost its former glory. The refined elegance of its courtiers now belonged only to memory. In this age, no one spends coin to master etiquette, nobles no longer observe ceremonial decorum. Chastity, loyalty, and integrity have been trampled into dust beneath clashing steel and thundering hooves. Reason, scholarship, and wisdom stain the sacred halls of once revered cathedrals, and crimson piety, kindness, and frail souls cry out in despair, their corpses perhaps the sole remaining bounty for fertile soil. In such chaos, subordinates usurping superiors is not merely common, it is ubiquitous. And now UTI sits before Wilhelm, his gaunt face betraying that his days are numbered. Esteemed General, the kingdom of Ares stands at the precipice of annihilation. Though I yearn to smite our enemies, I lack the strength to restore the realm. I have come today to ask you, just once, before all is lost. Do you truly wish for the kingdom to perish? Or can you bear watching your own descendants slaughtered by goblin hordes? At these words a rare spark of sharpness ignited in UTI's weary aged eyes. Watching the wily old general sit unmoved as a mountain, Wilhelm grew desperate, and unleashed his final gambit. A flash of white light revealed 2 severed heads upon the pristine table. UTI's eyes flew wide open at the sight. He surged to his feet, fixing Wilhelm with a gaze of stunned disbelief. Wilhelm! Ha! I never imagined after all these years that I would truly meet you for the first time today. The heads belonged to Wilhelm's politically arranged wife, and their child, both slain by the scheming nobles who sought to control him. The late king once asked my counsel on succession. I replied, the eldest prince indulgent, and debauched, the second cautious yet feeble. Never did I foresee my own misjudgment. A shadowy gleam flashed in UTI's hand, then as if conjured from void the ancestral demon blade of the Aerie royal line materialized. So, you sought me today for it, did you? Very well. It is time this blade returned to its rightful place. UTI seemed to age another decade before placing the demon blade upon the table and turning to depart. No, this demon blade was never my aim. Today my true objective is you, General. I demand your fealty. Wilhelm held UTI's gaze, revealing his ultimate intent. With this blade the ambitious will bide their time, the lesser ones will tremble before you. At the very least you need no longer fear assassination by scheming lords, you may yet live to see Aerie rise again. If I align myself with you, every ambitious lord will mark you as their enemy. No matter how formidable your power, you shall stand alone against them all. So, have you decided? UTI's eyes locked onto Wilhelm's, searching, not for answers but for the ghost of someone long gone. Seeing UTI relent, Wilhelm broke into laughter. General, I retain only the hollow title of monarch. Why should I cling to this worthless crown? I propose we cleave the demon blade in 2, each half entrusted to our houses. From this day forth the kingdom of Ares shall be jointly governed by the royal house and you, General UTI. Wilhelm bowed deeply, a gesture of utmost humility, to secure peace. Agreed. Take the demon blade. And know this, every private soldier under my command now answers solely to you. Pleased by Wilhelm's decisiveness and ruthlessness, UTI staked his entire fortune, and his legacy, upon the young claimant. With UTI's backing secured, Wilhelm immediately moved to rally his loyalists, and launch his campaign. Yet the aged UTI walked alone through the grand hall of the palace, gazing upon the vast expanse of crimson maple forests, and without warning 2 clear tears traced silent paths down his weathered cheeks. How dearly he longed just once more to behold that bygone vista, royal banners unfurling across rolling hills, people living in harmony and joy, scenes now lost beyond recall. That autumn's maple grove must have been infinitely more beautiful than this one. Amidst the chaos and turmoil that engulfed Aerie, the common folk still had to find a way to survive. With the noble lords no longer there to enforce their decrees, activities once deemed unlawful, such as logging and hunting, had become commonplace. Staff was a simple farmer. In the early days of the upheaval, the nobles had offered them shelter within their castle walls. But as the war dragged on, the nobles were left with no choice but to drive them back to their villages. Fortunately, the village's secluded location had allowed them to endure until now. Today he had simply intended to venture to the edge of the woods to gather some branches for firewood. Thud. 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 The distant thunder of hooves, a rare sound these days, managed to catch the brief attention of the farmers. But compared to an inconsequential passing of knights filling their empty bellies remained the foremost concern for these tillers of the soil. What was that? Staff, however, was different. He had once aspired to become a soldier for the noble lords, though the opportunity never arose. So he took a second longer look. In the distance a Kamen rider crested a high ridge. After surveying the terrain, he casually loosed a whistling arrow into the sky. The signal arrow served as a beacon guiding the throngs of Kamen riders that followed. Soon a vast host of Kamen horsemen surged forth, kicking up clouds of dust as they thundered across the land. Along their path goblins and scattered bandits alike gave them a wide berth, not daring to provoke them in the slightest. This allowed the Kamen riders to reach the heart of the Aerie kingdom without hindrance. How could the city have fallen into such a state? Having finally reunited with his father and brothers, this was the human tragedy that greeted him. The moat outside the city walls was choked with bones, while within the air was thick with the stench of rot and buzzing flies. In the corners one could still glimpse the decaying remains of the dead. The soldiers guarding the walls all wore expressions of resigned despair. Their wounds, both from blades and arrows, had festered and oozed pus due to lack of timely treatment, emitting a foul stench. As the son of a baron, he knew full well what these men had once been. Had it not been for their desperate sacrifice back then, he would have lost his life on that very first battlefield. Young master. It's the young master. The young master has returned. A soldier, his body covered in suppurating sores, summoned the last shred of his strength to cry out to those around him. The young master is back. It's him. Out of respect for him, the garrison soldiers staggered to their feet one by one, mustering their final ounce of strength to offer a semblance of a salute. Young master, we cannot go on like this. Please save us. An elderly soldier reached out to grab the hem of Lin's garment, but the moment his fingers touched the fabric, he snatched his hand back as if struck by lightning. Uncle. At that moment he knew that anything he said would only wound these soldiers further. Leave. Was he to simply abandon this castle? If they abandoned it, what would become of his elder brother and father? Were they truly to throw themselves upon the mercy of other nobles living under their thumbs and relying on their charity? Or should he take his brother and father back to come in with him? And if his elder brother and sister-in-law harbored any treacherous thoughts, then would the territory he had fought so desperately to secure become nothing more than a prize for others? If he were to help them eliminate their threats, the Khan's nobles would certainly object. They had joined this expedition to earn food, and now with no food in sight they were being asked to risk their lives. Moreover, the purpose of this trip was to reduce the consumption of food resources during the lull between wars and to bring back some goblin meat. If he were to actually help defend the city, these nobles of the Khan would never agree. He had no choice but to remain silent, quickly extricating himself from the encircling veterans. Eri was in such a state of disarray that opening any trade routes was clearly out of the question. When Lin met his father, the old man was overcome with emotion. His son's return was a blessing no matter what. His elder brother, however, wore a look of displeasure, as if he had been caught red-handed in his most impoverished state. The shame and embarrassment of such a revelation was more than anyone could bear. Father, brother, I have returned. Lin had mulled over many words, but in the end this was all he could utter. Too much had happened in these days, far too much to be conveyed in a single sentence. Little did he imagine that the reunion of father, son, and brothers would be met with such an awkward silence. Your Highness the Queen, sir, and Luo still dares not pick up the long sword. Sometimes he has nightmares. Whenever the martial instructors stand before him, he trembles incessantly. The physicians stood outside the palace gates reporting the latest news of Enluo to Queen Sophia. Nobody expected that this Enluo would be so incapable of bearing the great responsibility. Merely some bloody scenes had frightened him so much that he dared not even touch a weapon. Have all methods been tried? Sophia still refused to give up. She could not believe that her own child had become so worthless. We've used everything: Sichuan pepper oil, chili oil, cumin, whips, brine, and even garlic juice, but nothing works at all. The physicians gestured helplessly with their hands and presented those bottles and jars before Queen Sophia for her inspection. The treatment they described was the mainstream medicine of the current world. First one would be whipped, and then the wounds would be smeared with chili oil, Sichuan pepper oil, brine, and garlic juice. It was said to cure all diseases even better than bloodletting. However, whether Sir Enluo was willing or not was a different matter. Indeed, patients who had undergone the treatment once, no matter how much pain they suffered, would display a spirit of rebirth, and then declare they no longer needed treatment. Your Highness Queen Sophia, what shall we do now? Tyros cannot have a weak monarch. The Chancellor behind her seized the opportunity to incite, attempting to make the Queen consider deposing the heir. Let me go in and see. If it really doesn't work, we'll talk later. Sophia pushed the door open and entered as if it were only natural. Whoa. Inside the room, Enluo was still sobbing endlessly, his entire body curled up in the bed, terrified that someone would drag him out and cut him down with a single stroke. My son, I heard you've been unwell and have fallen behind in archery lessons these past few days. Somehow, as Sophia intended to comfort him, these words slipped out instead. What she had originally wanted to say was, My son, you are already strong enough. Go ahead and cry. It's all right. But unexpectedly these words triggered Enluo's rebellious spirit, and he screamed madly at his mother. You didn't see that scene. Human heads were piled into a mountain, blood flowed into a river. I can even see their twisted faces now. You can never imagine such a scene. Enluo's face gradually contorted, his once handsome features were now replaced by fear and anxiety. He was now only one step away from scaring himself to death. Suddenly Sophia pulled Enluo into her arms, comforting the frightened child with a mother's embrace. Mother, whoa, I miss father so much. If he were here, he would surely protect us. These words made Sophia, who had been softened by maternal instinct, stiffen all over. If the person who said this had been a nephew or someone of that sort, Sophia would have already snapped his neck. But since this person was her own son, even though she was extremely unwilling in her heart, she could only advise him gently. Your father was the one who first broke the marital vows, and I. Enough. I've heard enough of your excuses. In the eyes of a child without a father like Enluo, the father's image must be tall and kind. Therefore he would not allow anyone to insult his father. O Lord, please punish me directly. Sophia prayed silently in her heart, but she could not do anything to her own child. By the way, that relative you've been talking about has sent you a great gift. If you're still in this state, I'll have someone send it away. These words indeed worked. Enluo, who had been red-eyed, suddenly changed his expression and shifted his attention. Really? Is it really a gift from him? Did he send me any letters? Now you must first restore your energy to see the gift he gave you. Take a nap, and when you wake up the gift will naturally appear before you. Oh. Hearing his mother's words, Enluo immediately lay down ready to sleep. He had not slept well for days, and now with his mind cleared he fell into a deep slumber as soon as he closed his eyes. But he did not notice the veins bulging on the back of his mother's hands. Sophia now hated the person who had slaughtered the village with all her heart, and she had used every means to guess who the culprit was. It was that good relative of Enluo's. And now with just a small gift that little brat was overjoyed and hopping about. If she really died one day, she was absolutely certain that this child of hers could not shoulder the great responsibility of a prince. For the sake of his condition she simply could not tell him about it, and even had to give the gift he sent to her foolish son untouched. Because of this Sophia was almost infuriated to death, but she still ordered someone to bring the gift from Enlin to the outside of Enluo's bedchamber. This sleep lasted a full day and night. To everyone's surprise, Enluo did not have a single nightmare this time and slept straight through until he woke naturally. Where's my gift? Bring it here. Hurry! Waking up, Enluo, neglecting to wash up, dragged his shoes and ran out the door. View! 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 As soon as he opened the door, he saw two large birds as tall as a person. The birds were not afraid of humans, and simply stared at him, cooing. "O great and noble highness, you must be the relative of Master Enlin, my new master, his highness Enluo. I shall be your most loyal and humble slave." A black egg knelt on the ground, saluting Enluo. "Lord Enluo, this is an ostrich from Bates, one of the precious gifts specially prepared for you by Lord Enlin. This bird can be ridden or kept as a pet. It has a gentle temperament, and is definitely one of the best pets on the continent." After introducing the ostrich, the black slave continued, "Please follow me, there are more things outside." Then the black slave introduced the camel to Enluo. "This is the best companion for us Bates people to cross the desert. This camel can go 3 months without food or water. It is also the finest breed specially tamed for you by Master Enlin. These are the best hunting dogs and falcons of the grasslands. They were all tamed personally by Lord Enlin for you, just to bring you joy and help you step out of the shadows." To keep his own life, the black slave's mouth was as sweet as honey, desperately promoting Enlin's kindness to this distant relative. Thus, driven by the fervent advocacy of the black slaves, the little fool rejoiced like a child who had received his most cherished toy, endlessly teasing the pets that had been sent to him. As for why Enlin had sent these pets, it was nothing more than to ease the tensions with the nobles of Tyros, to lull their vigilance, and most importantly to prevent them from constantly plotting to raid him. "Big brother, father, it has been so long since we last met that I almost forget your faces. Today let us have a good meal, and after this you must return with me. In common, at least it is better than waiting here to die. If this place will not keep me, there will be another. If I cannot fight, can I not flee? Alas, truly one cannot flee. Still, all my assets are here, it pains my heart to abandon them." At this moment Wena's thoughts had shifted. Flee if we must, just to survive, but Ensi could not bear to give up this family estate. Consider the Lake family's centuries-old foundation, their hundreds of private soldiers, their armor and weapons all shattered in battle, leaving only this single city. If we leave, we can no longer afford to lose. My son, as knights we must charge forward. If we do not die by the sword in our lifetimes, we are unworthy of the title of knight. Clearly he disagreed. Enough of that. It is not as if we are without advantages. His father-in-law still commands a knightly order of 1,000 men. With our private soldiers we can surely endure. When the kingdom collapsed, we also stole many bone-scale horses. Supporting each other we will be fine. War is never merely a matter of numbers on paper, it is the product of many factors. Ensi patted his eldest son on the shoulder, clearly prepared for any unforeseen future. Very well. Then I am relieved. Our purpose this time is to gather as much goblin meat as possible and incidentally eliminate the enemies around our territory. When I leave, I will leave you 300 war horses. If you cannot hold out, flee to the Kumen Khanate and survive. Originally he had been so reluctant to let them go to Kumen, and now he wanted them to seek refuge there. Perhaps this is hypocrisy. Enlin gave a self-deprecating laugh, yet he was powerless to change their minds. After dinner he went straight into an empty room intending to sleep first to relieve his fatigue, then think about where to strike first. Knock knock knock. Who is it? He could not imagine who would seek him at this hour. It is me, Jealousy. Sister-in-law, I am already asleep. Let us talk tomorrow. No, little uncle, I have come for my child. Ridiculous. No matter for whom you come, a meeting between brother-in-law and sister-in-law late at night. Who would believe there is nothing amiss? Thus Lin chose silence. Silence is not necessarily denial, but it will surely summon the shadows in others' hearts. Damn it, could it be that Wei has told him everything I said? The more she thought, the more she suspected a plot. The more she thought, the more frightened she became. Originally she had thought that since the castle could not be held, she might as well use the excuse that the child needed a mother to run away with him. But if he already knew of her attempts to drive a wedge between them, let alone taking her away, he might even secretly lead her somewhere remote and kill her. Then, little uncle, I will leave the things outside. Take them when you wake. I only ask you to raise my daughter as your own child. These are all for her. After she finished speaking, she waited a long time but still did not hear Lin come to fetch the items. Finally she had no choice but to turn and leave. Early the next morning he took the box left outside his door the previous night and departed. However, before leaving, as promised the day before, he left behind 300 war horses for them. In the months that followed they spent their days locked in combat with goblins, rogue soldiers and bandits. Even the rare aberrant goblins seldom seen in ordinary times were slaughtered to their heart's content. In return, every one of those common men received a generous share of meat, enjoying no small number of private feasts. Their method of hunting goblins was simple. First they would scatter the goblin horde with lures and harassment. Then Baru, leading the heavy cavalry, would pierce into the enemy ranks like a sharp blade, shooting down the goblin commanders before withdrawing safely. The ordinary common men would surround the goblins, shooting them down relentlessly, as if they were mere prey. This gave the common riders a taste of the royal hunt, though back in the Khan's hunt these riders could only eat dust behind the nobles, whereas here they could hunt to their heart's desire. Zero cost, zero risk, high returns. Who wouldn't be envious of such a deal? When their arrows were spent they drew their sabers. When the sabers chipped they wielded their light cavalry maces. When those broke as well they simply cut a length of wood, nailed 2 spikes into it, and used that to smash their foes. In short, every conceivable killing tool was put to devastating use by these men. What further won the hearts of the steppe people was that during the sacrificial rites not only Lin and the other birds, but even the common riders of the plains were allowed to join in. Though the once generous divine rewards had become relatively meager, it still allowed Lin to ascend several levels in a streak, breaking straight past the level 30 threshold to reach an astonishing level 32. Both his physical constitution and the magical energy reserves within him underwent a third transformation. This rare bounty also spurred capable men of the steppe who had languished under lowly status to vie for his service. Lin Bert, your power now grows like spring herds, swelling faster than the eye can follow. Having just accepted several valiant Darhans as his personal guards, he was immediately sought out by Tayan. Tayan's purpose was simple: to borrow blades and horses. The reason was equally simple: their blades had all chipped from the relentless carnage, and they needed fresh weapons to continue the slaughter. When there was a need, who else would one turn to but one's brother-in-law? He was not the only one with such a need. Several Burt chiefs of the steppe had already consulted him multiple times, wishing to return home and re-equip before coming back. Indeed, not to abandon the cause nor to quit, but simply to swap out their weapons. For these men, killing goblins was nothing more than a simple hunt, and for those men a day spent merely shooting arrows, riding horses and swinging clubs while still reaping rewards was a life they wouldn't trade even for the title of Khan. This month they wouldn't go hungry, but what of the next? This year's jerky is stocked up, but what about next year? Would they simply stop living? Their war horses were now laden to the brim with dried meat. Fortunately the steppe people never lacked for war horses. Riding with 3 per man was considered shabby, 5 was the norm, so carrying extra cargo was no great burden. How about this: from now on, whenever we encounter refugees, we'll first ask if they possess any special skills. And for now, let's go raid those warlords for iron goods and blacksmiths. The nobles of the steppe had always been thus: where there was profit they were sworn friends for life, where there was none they were merely acquaintances, and where their interests were harmed they would be brothers unto death. So as long as their interests were satisfied they became the most well-behaved children in the world, obedient to an absurd degree. And coincidentally Lin happened to satisfy their second highest interest, having their bellies full. Thus they obediently joined him in besieging several towering fortresses. I'm so mad I could eat a lemon. You inside, listen up. Our army has you completely surrounded. If you don't want to fight to the death, send out your carpenters, blacksmiths, weavers, and all other artisans along with their families immediately. That was the ultimatum. And the warlord nobles with fiefs had no choice but to hand over a number of their craftsmen. Sending them all was impossible, and refusing altogether was equally impossible, so they could only give up a portion. Between their fury and resentment they could only console themselves with the thought that, at least it relieves the population pressure on our lands. But Lin and his men were not greedy. They took the people and left, occasionally even leaving behind a few bags of jerky as compensation. The treatment of those artisans was also excellent. As long as they worked diligently, they would have their fill by day's end, a far cry from their previous days of starving 9 meals and 3. And since their wives and children had been sent along by the lords, those people, like a young bride who had been thoroughly wedded, had no choice but to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the common way of life. With that, the once scarce weaponry could be repaired simply by setting up a makeshift forge during rest stops, hammering out a few strikes, and they'd be as good as new. Even if they relied on quantity alone, it was more than enough. And so they slaughtered with even greater fervor. Giddy up! Giddy up! Let no beast escape the circle, we depend on them for food. Common Cavalry Commander Kuman sat astride a sleek black steed, expertly directing his riders alongside other commanders to form a vast encirclement. Beyond the perimeter, over 100 elite horsemen stood ready to intercept any prey that broke free. Far away atop a hill, the encirclement tightened, and the first horn call sounded. Lin issued the command with icy composure. Instantly a herald drew breath and blew fiercely upon a bronze ox horn. A deep resonant blast carried across the plains, carrying orders to the riders. Hurry! The Lord's first decree has been given. Tighten the ring. Empty every quiver within 50 heartbeats. The commander spoke calmly, even as he himself drew a heavy longbow and loosed arrow after arrow into the enemy ranks. Yes, sir. The mounted archers, circling like vultures, rained death upon the goblins, shadows of slaughter descending from the sky. Within 50 heartbeats, every rider had exhausted his arrows. The relentless barrage shattered their once cohesive formation. Even the goblin commander could scarcely fathom it, how after merely one volley of arrows did these warriors dare charge brazenly into his very ranks. Now, issue the second command. The outer ring of riders expanded slightly, while horsemen clad in padded cotton armor swiftly mounted. They bound themselves to their saddles with hemp ropes and iron buckles. Attendant soldiers hurried forward, donning heavy plate armor upon the riders, then draping armored cloths over the horses' flanks. Only after a crisp metallic click-clack echoed through the air did he signal the third horn. Then the common heavy cavalry surged down the slope, like an avalanche bearing the weight of 10,000 jin. The light cavalry smoothly parted a narrow gap, letting the armored riders pour inward. Gurgur! A guttural cry close and tighter. Stand! At the barked order, every armored rider charged upright, lances braced, spears leveled, plunging straight into the enemy lines. Such tremendous inertia nearly threw them backward onto their mounts, yet the sheer kinetic force still crushed the goblins beneath like brittle clay. At that moment the goblin commander tried fleeing amid the routed troops, but Lin's sharp gaze pierced the chaos, singling him out from among thousands. His bow bent full as the moon, his arrow flew swift as a falling star. The massive iron-tipped shaft pierced the commander's corpulent green body, dropping the fat goblin dead on the spot. With their chieftain slain, the goblins fell into utter disarray, scattering blindly in all directions. Yet the encircling net was no idle spectacle. Countless goblins fell beneath common blades, necks severed, bodies cleaved. Those fleeing darted like cornered hares, yet found no path beyond Lin's unyielding grasp. Sound the fourth horn. At its call the heavy cavalry wheeled back without hesitation, while attendants rushed forward to unbuckle the impossibly heavy barding. The war horses, relieved of their crushing armor, knelt meekly, allowing swift disassembly. Mount fresh steeds. Replenish water and rations, one by one. Attendants deftly removed the bronze plates and delivered steaming water, granting weary riders a moment's respite, a sip to soothe parched throats. The riders snatched their water skins and drank deeply, gulping until their thirst was slaked, before catching their breath. Victory was already certain. Now the final reckoning would fall to the Kuman Khan's elite berserkers, known as the Berts. The Berts, leading Darhan and the cavalry, hacked their way into the goblin ranks, their crescent-bladed halberds whirling like tempest winds, cleaving every foe in half. Those goblins who turned to flee were cut down by the encircling Kuman riders, while those trapped inside the ring were hacked limb from limb by the ferocious Berts. Heaven offered no answer, earth gave no refuge. That was the goblins' fate. Soon every last enemy within the circle lay dead. The men dismounted, to butcher carcasses and scour the field for spoils. With practiced skill they stripped meat from both arms of the goblins, gathered every serviceable weapon, and left the rest to divine judgment. Then, setting the battlefield ablaze, the Kuman riders vanished into the distance, leaving arriving goblin reinforcements seething with impotent rage. So much for wild steppe warriors, untamable and unruly. Yet here stood men as obedient as well-trained hounds, all thanks to a good meal. Ever since entering Eri, the Kuman's smiles had not ceased. Once surviving on meager rations, 3 meals scarce across 9 days, they now dwelled upon this fertile land, feasting daily on meat and savoring salt, a life of abundance unimaginable to men who once wore their lives like daggers tucked into waistbands. And yet what truly lifted their spirits was their commander-in-chief Lin, a man renowned for his generosity. Victories were followed not only by praise but also by occasional rewards. Modest ones included bows, iron cauldrons, and fine steeds, the very essentials of life. The greater ones, well, the greater rewards ranged from sheep and dairy cows to refined salt reserved exclusively for nobles, and for those whose valor stood unmatched even a well-crafted leather cuirass. This stirred deep resentment among Chu Hana and the noble faction. Fine, so you play the benevolent hero, do you? Lin's generosity mattered little to them, others' extravagance was none of their concern. But some Darhans grew discontented with their own lord's stinginess, and secretly plotted to switch allegiance. Indeed, these past 2 nights Darhans slipped stealthily into Lin's tent under cover of darkness. At midnight the camp perimeter glowed with crackling bonfires. Several broad-shouldered men crept silently toward Lin's tent, either the first nor the last to do so. Likewise several other men driven by identical intent slunk toward the same tent. Mutil. What is he doing here? A one-eyed man suddenly recognized a familiar face. Mutil. Recalling Mutil's disreputable past, as a mere cattle herder rumored to have stolen livestock from his master, the one-eyed man instantly sensed an opportunity to earn merit. After all, his own tent stood close to the commander's. He could easily step out in the dead of night ostensibly to relieve himself, and happen upon the thief. Yes, at that moment Mutil was already branded a thief in his mind. Acting out of righteous duty, he would seize the culprit, and present him to Commander Lin, begging only to serve as his loyal vanguard. His reward surely would surpass that of those who surrendered openly. As for whether Mutil had truly stolen anything, he'd simply heap the accusation upon him, leaving no room for defense, no chance for exoneration. Thought became action, yet another moved faster. Halt! A thunderous shout echoed and Mutil was slammed face down onto the earth. The one-eyed man cursed inwardly, then inspiration struck. Without hesitation he lunged forward like a panther, driving his fist straight toward the captor's skull. His plan was ruthless: smear both men at once, claim they were accomplices who turned on each other over a quarrel over spoils. The blow landed with a sickening thud. The man crumpled instantly unconscious, or perhaps dead. Humph, dead is best. No witness, no contradiction. The one-eyed man had never intended mercy, his strike aimed to kill. Alas, he was not the last. Just as he smirked at his own cunning, a voice rang out behind him. Yuya Nuhun, what are you doing? Yuya Nuhun, that was his name. The outcry triggered a chain reaction. Patrols drawn by the commotion converged on the scene, while the Darhans, exposed and unable to retreat, joined the impromptu thief hunt. Thus a grand theft scandal materialized from thin air, its suspects numerous, its evidence non-existent. Lately chaos had multiplied. Last night alone brought fresh turmoil. At the very moment Lin reclined with Ulan Chagan in quiet repose, word arrived someone had stolen his possessions. Before he could inventory his losses, another report followed. The thieves had been apprehended, yet no one could identify who among them was guilty. All insisted in unison that they had come to catch the thief, and pointed fingers at those ahead of them. In the end only 2 remained beyond redemption: the man bludgeoned into silence and Mutil, whose shadowed past barred him from vindication. Everyone else shed blame as effortlessly as shedding worn leather. How curious, a grand theft, yet no thief, no stolen goods, no motive. As Lin prepared to investigate thoroughly, Chu Hana, world-weary and sharp-eyed, immediately halted the farce. Who was she? A warrior forged in charnel heaps, not merely a hero but a heroine, whose instincts never faltered. How could she fail to see their true intent? They sought to defect, plain and simple. Yet for Lin such treachery spelled danger. From this day forth, she declared, no further inquiry shall be permitted. She issued this command just as Mutil, disregarding guards' protests, threw himself to his knees outside Lin's tent. Noble lord, I Mutil bear an unbearable injustice. If my honor remains unclean, I shall die upon this very ground. His anguished cry pierced the night. Chu Hana seized Lin's arm before he could step out, then strode forward, herself whip in hand. Wretched spawn, you were born a thief, yet dare twist words to absolve yourself. My whip will teach you the meaning of rank and reverence. Her wrist coiled like a serpent, the whip cracked like rain upon flesh. Within moments Mutil's back split open. After dozens of lashes, half dead, he wrenched a dagger from his robe. Lord, if you refuse even to gaze upon me, then let my blood and life appease your wrath. With that he plunged the blade toward his own chest, without hesitation. Do not discard your precious life so lightly. In my eyes, whether you stole or not matters less than this. A true warrior would never wound himself without cause. And Lin could remain silent no longer. He thrust aside the tent flap and stepped into the night. Lord, I seek only to pledge my sword beneath your banner. Not a shred of greed stains my loyalty. Silence. Chu Hana snapped, alarmed. Unspoken the incident remained theatrical, spoken aloud it became irrevocable betrayal. No leader tolerates rivals whose very presence lures away his subordinates, nor engages them in military or political affairs. Such isolation is inevitable. Precisely because she foresaw this outcome, Chu Hannah fought to suppress those words, not for one or two men but for entire factions. Her guards, now unrestrained, drew steel, and struck. Could the daughter of a Khan wield any ordinary blade? With effortless precision her sword cleaved Mutul's skull clean in two. Crimson splashed across her garments, gruesome yet undeniably fierce. What you heard tonight never happened. Speak of it, and your families will answer for your tongues. She delivered this warning to the guards, then turned to manage the fallout. Under the so-called fair and impartial judgment of Chu Hannah, the disloyal Darhans unanimously shifted blame onto Mutul, and to appease the fury of the Burts they even staged an unprecedented public denunciation assembly. Though the assembly granted everyone license to speak freely, these rugged men could muster no true vehemence in their curses, until at last they jointly nominated a master of invective, Yu Nan. Brother, we've all rolled together through spear and sword, don't shame us now. Indeed, all our hopes rest upon you. Speak sharply, none of that womanish hesitance. Yu Nan cradled his helmet in his arms and declared with unshakable confidence. Gentlemen, watch closely. As he spoke he tossed his 3 braids behind his back with a sharp flick, and let out a guttural cry as if warming up before unleashing his wrath. Striding boldly into the tent he first bowed deeply to the assembled Burts, then turned sharply toward the corpse. Mutul, I curse your mother. You, a thief by birth promoted beyond merit to Darhan rank, what right did you have to steal from the Lord? And when caught you dared slander us all as thieves like yourself. Not content with slander you then chose death to prove your innocence. I spit upon that claim. Innocence. None. Stolen goods. You'll never carry them away, I curse your mother. As he raged he spat thick phlegm onto Mutul's face, and hurled his helmet straight onto the corpse's visage. My lords, I beg your pardon for my breach of decorum. Having bowed once more he seized his helmet and strode swiftly from the encampment. Outside the warriors erupted in thunderous applause, greeting Yu Nan not as a speaker but as a triumphant champion. His tirade rang like a bell-tolling closure. The Burts without consultation set the matter aside and turned their full attention to deliberating their next objective. Yet some Burts quietly noted those who had cursed most fervently, and discreetly struck their names from their lists of trusted retainers. I believe we've advanced too hastily. Many forest-dwelling monsters remain unscathed. Perhaps we should double back and purge them first. That's nonsense. We've come this far, shouldn't we strike while the iron is hot? Besides, we're cavalry, what use are we in dense woods? Say, doesn't this land seem richer than our own steppe? Why not settle here and graze our herds? Don't forget Lady Chu Hannah, she's preparing to bear a child. Press on and you may endanger the unborn. Each bird voiced his own vision. Some sought one final plunder before departing, others dreamed of founding pastures here, leaving descendants and garrisons to fight goblins alongside the airy people. Ultimately consensus coalesced around a single proposal for the coming days. All would slaughter goblins relentlessly, and raid inhabited villages and monasteries, prioritizing the capture of blacksmiths, scribes, carpenters, and other skilled artisans, then retreat along the same path once Lady Chu Hannah showed signs of pregnancy. Yes, to ensure a healthy environment for the newborn they resolved to withdraw immediately upon any sign of pregnancy. Many nobles reluctant to return smirked slyly, and urged Lin to proceed more slowly. Good news, good news. Our cunning, generous, and burly protagonist is expecting another child. Bad news, the pleasant hunting expedition has officially come to an end. On a clear morning after 2 consecutive days of fierce battle, Chu Hannah found it rare for her to rise from her horse without any appetite for meat or drink. Instead she grasped her war bow and prepared to charge. After cutting a swath through the enemy lines, personally shooting down no fewer than 20 goblins, she returned to the outer perimeter of the hunting circle and began to vomit uncontrollably. Darhan, who stood beside Lin, promptly alerted his master to the mistress's unusual behavior. Less than a month had passed since the last quarrel, and the child was already conceived. Perhaps it was the fruit of daily toil, or maybe a chance union of souls. In any case, he had gained another child. He decided not to name this one himself, but instead entrusted the entire naming right to his wife. As he had said before, the child belonged to that woman. Whether she killed it or raised it, he was only a biological father, not a moral one. But Chu Hannah thought otherwise. Once she confirmed her pregnancy, she cut off all contact with her former noble lovers and outright disposed of the gigolos, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to raising the child. Her words were, "Men are merely playthings, their presence or absence matters not. But a child is different, without it I cannot go on." And so the group of men set out on the journey home. "Hey, don't keep your distance. The child still has no name." Chu Hannah kept trying to sidle up to Lin, but he deliberately steered his warhorse away, evading her inquiries. Annoyed beyond endurance, he finally snapped. "The child is yours. Call it wild dog or wild donkey, whatever you like." With that he prepared to gallop off. "Fine, then I'll call him Fatherless One, since his father doesn't want him anyway." Fatherless One, A nickname meaning no daddy kid, usually didn't live long. Suit yourself. The rebuttal Choo-Choo Hannah had imagined never came. Instead, that single phrase choked off all her words. Are you asking for a beating? I'm talking serious business. Do you even care about your son's name? Now she was truly furious. Forgetting all composure, she grabbed Lin's hand and pulled him onto her own horse. Your child. Your child. This is your flesh and blood. And you don't even care. She vented her discontent shouting at her man. To the common warriors this was merely a couple's flirtation. If it weren't, wouldn't any man have slapped her away? After all, in common it was natural for a man to strike a woman. But conversely, if a man let a woman hit him, wasn't that just marital flirtation? Choo-Choo Hannah's mistake was that she regarded herself as the man and Lin as the woman she had snatched from Ari. She believed that once she announced her pregnancy, this man would revolve around her, attend to her every need, and eventually settle down with her. But she never expected him to be so heartless. He didn't even care about the child and just wanted to leave. Compounded by the side effect of pregnancy makes one foolish. For 3 years she was now in an extremely irritable state, impossible to reason with. Combined with a genetic predisposition for domestic violence, this created the perfect storm for her violent tendencies during pregnancy. Originally all she needed was for him to humble himself, willingly treat her as his beloved, and agree to let the child inherit his legacy. Then she would have been satisfied. Who would have thought that this man would genuinely display an attitude of none of my business? Then don't blame her for being ruthless. Once the fight began, Choo-Choo Hannah discovered that hitting him was truly delightful. She struck his face, head, chest, and belly. Just kept hitting, and that was the right thing to do. Striking others and domestic violence, privileges men considered innate, posed no moral dilemma for Choo-Choo Hannah. To come in, however, weakness invited punishment. If you were overpowered, you deserved it. Seek justice. Crave power. Then fight, seize, and slay. Having finally reached his fiefdom, Lin could at last embrace the tranquil life of a farmer. Autumn had arrived, the crops sown in spring now ripened and awaited harvest. From the high slope, Lin watched peasants below gather their grain. The rustic joy of farming had reached its zenith. Who claims farming lacks delight? The sheer pleasure of watching laborers till the land for him was ineffable, and the thought that they would pay a 2/10 agricultural tax filled his granaries with quiet certainty. He was a professional, subject to natural desires and resource needs alike, and this fiefdom fulfilled both in abundance. Husband, look how extraordinary our child is, his brilliance clearly inherited from us. On the training field, while most children were still babbling their first words, Ching had already mastered horseback riding, even before he could crawl steadily. Lin had originally intended for his nomadic subjects' children to play alongside his own son, hoping they would one day form a loyal retinue, bound to him as steadfastly as kin. Yet matters had spiraled beyond expectation, and Ching galloped ahead on his warhorse, leading the charge with astonishing ease. Despite the violent jolting of the saddle, he sat as effortlessly as upon a childhood rocking horse. Yeah. Waving tiny fists, Ching charged toward Lin and his mother. Fortunately, the warhorse recognized its masters and halted obediently before them. My brave son, you are truly magnificent. Here, a gift from your mother, do you like it? With practiced grace she fitted him with a leather cap, a miniature hunting bow, and a quiver of lightweight arrows at his waist, plus a jeweled dagger at his hip. Lin held no qualms about his son's early exposure to such weapons. In a world where war and slaughter were inevitable, better to acquaint him sooner than later. Early familiarity bred swift adaptation, and should Lin fall, his son would already wield the skills to survive. In 2 years' time, once Ching grasped reason, Lin would set him against black slave dummies in combat drills, to learn killing, to master battle. Perhaps when grown, his son would tell others. I began taking lives from my earliest memory. My father told me, kill whomever you wish, for you are Lin's son. In this wretched world, even entering a tavern could end in murder and robbery. To survive, one must become a beast, or face certain death. Raising a son like a tiger, that was the unspoken truth. Come, my boy, let me hold you. With one smooth motion, Lin lifted the small child into his arms and kissed him twice. And those 2 kisses sent the child wailing uncontrollably. Look what you've done, you've made him cry. Give him here now. His wife snatched the child back with one decisive sweep, cradling him close until his tears subsided and laughter returned. Mother is kind, she holds him willingly. Father is harsh, he must not be allowed to hold him. Thus in infancy Ching formed his first autonomous judgment. Oh, and where is your elder brother's daughter? Bring her here too, I'd like to see her. Beaming with paternal pride at his son, Lin suddenly remembered the little girl and asked to hold her as well. Wulan Chaogan retorted dryly. What's there to see? Your mother watches her like a sacred relic. She falls ill every 3 days, worsens every 5, and summons physicians and priests for every passing breeze. She even named her An. How dearly she dotes. Truth be told, she resented caring for this frail child, consuming grain without contributing, untouchable and unscoldable. She simply could not fathom why her mother-in-law cherished this delicate creature so fiercely. Indeed, to tend her granddaughter, and to preserve a living memento for Enlin and his elder brothers, Vina formally accompanied Enlin back to his castle. Our fortress deserves a name, let us call it Halland Castle. Simple yet resonant. Seizing the moment, Enlin bestowed a formal name upon his stronghold Halland Castle. From this day forth I may style myself Lord Halland. Splendid. Then I shall be Lady Halland. Wulan Chaogan beamed, gladly adopting her new title. Moreover, my comrades who journeyed here with me must find wives, especially Chaka, who has served me loyally for years. He deserves a noble bride. Chaka has earned great merit through years of unwavering service. It is time to arrange a marriage for him. A commoner would dishonor him thus, even if noble daughters proved difficult to wed, and Lin would secure one for him. Once married, let his wife bear him a child, and grant him land. Then he shall stand halfway among nobles. Lord, and never neglected those loyal to him. Treat Annie kindly, after all you are her aunt. Your elder sister's gifts ensure she will live a life of ease and prosperity. Unspoken was the fact that those gifts held incalculable worth. Within a small chest rested a mage's crystal core and an exceptionally rare spellcasting wand. Though slender as chopsticks, the wand commanded profound respect. None dared underestimate it. Put simply, a mage is like an arsenal, originally limited to firing musket-like spells, but wielding the wand transformed him into a Gatling gun of arcane devastation. Though Enlin could have reserved it for his own son, he recognized in Qing's extraordinary aptitude for knighthood, and knowing his wife's fierce devotion to the boy, he refrained from appropriating these treasures. When she turns 3, if she survives to that age, I will give it to her. Enlin vowed silently. He kept this vow from his wife. Deep down he doubted she would surrender a path to continental supremacy to an outsider. Worse still, she might even strike down a child. Even his mother's vigilance could not shield the girl from malice. For my elder brother Sake, I shall raise her as my own. Whether she marries or lives alone thereafter, I shall not interfere. Hearing her husband speak thus, Wulan Chaogan embraced him again. Husband, I wish for another child. Very well, into the tent. Enlin swept his wife into his arms and leapt into the tent, while Qing had already been discreetly taken away by servants. That day passed in quietude. After an intimate interlude, Enlin formally embarked on the journey to propose marriage on Chuck's behalf. Groom Chuck. Bride unknown. Matchmaker Enlin. Betrothal gifts: 20 war horses, 5 suits of armor, 50 cattle and sheep, and 100 gold coins. Master, I wish to marry a woman of the Empire, you see. Brothers, come follow me to the Empire to seek a bride. They traversed one grassland after another, plundering countless bandit gangs along the way. After 3 months they finally reached the Empire's border city, Kangdaila. At this time the Empire and Kumin were no longer hostile. Merchant caravans and nobles from both nations could freely interact, and visitors from every land could be seen at the grand night tournaments. Thus Enlin and his party were merely questioned briefly before being allowed into the city. Truly, the Empire was the pinnacle of continental civilization. These buildings are simply masterpieces of divine craftsmanship. The group marveled at the marble statue, a likeness of the Empire's first emperor Peranian. Every imperial city featured a statue of Peranian at its heart, symbolizing loyalty to the emperor and the Senate. Enlin had initially assumed that landless minor nobles numbered in the hundreds if not thousands across the Empire. He thought he could easily find a small noble house and marry off a virtuous youngest daughter without spending too much. But he was gravely mistaken. The Empire's ostentation and decadence pervaded every layer of society. The cost of marrying into a noble family far exceeded the betrothal gifts he had brought. When money failed, one could theoretically rely on literary talent and martial prowess. For Chuck this meant achieving a notable result in the night tournament to win the approval of a noble lady. As for literary talent, Chuck's knowledge was limited to 3 years of combat and 5 years of horsemanship, nothing more. Chuck, 2 paths lie before you now. Either we turn back, build up our strength, and return next year to raid the Empire and seize a noble lady as your wife, or... Master, I choose the second. I want to enter the night tournament. I want to win a beautiful noblewoman there. Thus a tournament they were reluctantly compelled to enter during their imperial journey became the most spectacular turning point in Chuck's life. The rules of the nightly joust were simple: 2 knights charged at each other on horseback, forbidden from using skills or sharpened lance tips. Striking the opponent's warhorse was prohibited, as was attacking the spectators. In short, it was far more civilized than the jousts of air. Coincidentally, the Empire's martial spirit had waned. With no battlefield victories in years, naturally few battle-hardened knights remained. Most of the knights who came to compete were newly minted aspirants trying to prove their courage. Their lance-work, javelin throws, and archery were all still green, and they were effortlessly outplayed by a wily veteran like Chuck. To draw the attention of noble ladies and maidens, Chuck painstakingly trimmed his beard before each bout. He would don a rented set of archaic tournament armor and ride out on the handsomest stallion. Those young knights all thought of charging head-on, shattering their lances, and seeing who could withstand the impact. To show off, Chuck would deliberately wait until the very last moment before the opponent's lance struck him, then deflect it with a deft twist of his wooden lance before striking his foe down with a stylish flourish. These highly skilled displays earned him handkerchiefs from many noble ladies and maidens, and elicited shrieks of excitement from countless young women. This rascal Chuck, he just has to show off. With such beauties in front of him, he's forgotten even the basics. Unlin complained from the stands where he had wagered 10 gold coins on Chuck's victory at odds of 1-1. 2, even winning wouldn't yield much. But the thrill of the wager was worth it. Chuck's lance struck like a viper's tongue. No matter how his opponents dodged, it always found its mark upon their chests, sending them tumbling from their horses. Throughout the day and night-long tournament, Chuck defeated 20 knights in total and claimed the top honor. Moreover, from the tournament stage he extolled the superiority of the Black Slave, brand target dummies to the crowd, securing numerous new orders for Unlin's caravan. More importantly, he received an ambiguous invitation from the second daughter of a minor noble family. She asked him to dine alone with her and to have a deep conversation about life. Needless to say what that meant. After memorizing 2 love poems and several ballads, Chuck bravely set forth with marriage on his mind. "Wha? Chuck, talk to me. What happened?" Since his return, Chuck had been sobbing uncontrollably. No matter what they asked, he just kept crying. "All right, Chuck, if this one doesn't work out, there will be others. If necessary, we can find several. There's bound to be one you like." "Master, you wouldn't believe it. That noble lady was perfectly fine at first, but when we started discussing marriage, she suddenly asked if I could accept her. Flaws." Chuck, heartbroken, continued sobbing. "I said yes, of course, and asked what flaws. Then she took me to a room and stripped naked." Holy crap. Unlin never imagined Chuck would encounter a crossdresser. No wonder she kept hinting for me to kiss her and hold her. She even made me drink aphrodisiac wine. And his was bigger than mine. With that, Chuck burst into tears once more. It was hard to imagine what he had endured that night. There, brother. Let's just forget this and go home." But just as Unlin tried to console him, Chuck said, "But I actually think he's really beautiful." "Am I damned?" He then slapped his own face hard, muttering to himself, Are you pathetic? Are you pathetic? You two can never be together. Master, he's so gentle. I really like him. He told me that if I agreed he would run away with me. But I just can't accept it yet. But he smells so good and feels so soft." Right, Chuck had fallen for the crossdresser, and he was head over heels. Unlin pondered this, thinking that love was sacred, and as long as both parties truly cared for each other, anything was possible. "Well, Chuck, look at it this way, men and women are all the same in the end. If you think he can be a wife, take him home as a wife. If you think of him as a brother, that works too. Later on you can always marry another woman to carry on the family line. Besides, with life as precarious as ours, who cares about gender distinctions when it comes to love? And think of it, you'll even save yourself a fortune in betrothal gifts." After Unlin's counsel, Chuck finally decided to follow his heart and elope with the crossdresser back to Cumin. No matter how many resources that noble family possessed, they could never extend their reach into the Cumin Khanate. Chuck was fond of effeminate men, which essentially meant homosexuality, a practice strictly forbidden by the Holy Church of the Empire. However, such inclinations were exceptionally popular among the rising nobles and the more frivolous aristocracy of the Empire. The Holy Church decreed, "You shall not love effeminate men." The nobles retorted, "We shall love them, and we advise you, the Holy Church, not to stir up trouble." Later, the fanatics of the Holy Church went so far as to categorize effeminate men as heretics worshipping evil gods. Some elderly diehards regarded the love for effeminate men as the most extreme heresy. Yet some younger priests had, during the process of dealing with these effeminate men, actually found themselves taking an interest in such fine things. In the end, the church gradually split into two factions. The elder diehards firmly resolved to stamp out this pernicious trend. On the other hand, the younger priests, and some open-minded clergymen who also liked effeminate men, believed that this was a matter of personal freedom. They argued that the church already meddled in everything, marriage, life, and death, so it might as well simply refrain from officiating their weddings. Let them live their lives without causing such widespread resentment. Now a rather bizarre scene emerged. On either side of the main street stood two churches, one that allowed homosexuals to enter and pray and another that did not. And as one could plainly see, the church that forbade them was utterly deserted, while the church that allowed them was bustling with visitors filled with gay couples everywhere. Watching these homosexuals, if anyone was secretly delighted, it was undoubtedly Unlin. The Empire's martial spirit was waning. Men had grown effeminate and weak. In a few decades, men would surely be unable to wield swords and spears, and nobles would fail to ride fierce war horses. Then Cumin's opportunity would come. He thought to himself, resolved, and directly purchased some grain, salt, and iron. Disguising themselves as a merchant caravan, he and Chuck sneaked out of the city. He had also seen the man who had seduced his younger brother, truly a captivating figure. No wonder Chuck couldn't resist. Good day, Enlin Burt. I am Fixa. I am extremely grateful for your support of my relationship with my beloved. Before Enlin, Fixa appeared exceptionally nervous. His deeds, widely publicized by the Pope, had elevated him to a semi-divine status. One specific reason the diehards opposed homosexuality was that all paladins had always been united with the opposite sex, and same-sex unions were the heresy of heresies. Among them, a paladin named Ronaldo was once branded a heretic for using women's clothing to encourage his comrade to overcome the despair of a failed courtship, and was stripped of the honorable title of paladin during his lifetime. In Fix's eyes, even if his own father could accept his cross-dressing, this most stubborn of the stubborn could never change his mind and accept their marriage. This was like going home for the new year and finding your 90-year-old grandpa playing on his phone with a few old friends climbing to the highest rank, and then glancing at your own phone and saying, "Trash, not worthy of playing with grandpa." After getting tired of gaming, he swiped on his phone to play Brother Sick Weasel. This was not merely a shattering of one's worldview, it was a complete inversion of the natural order, and a violation of all moral principles. "Haha, then what do you think I should be like?" Enlin laughed and retorted, watching the newlyweds set aside their reservations and begin to dote on each other like honey and oil. "Alright, you two chat. I won't disturb your happy occasion." With that, he flicked his whip and left the couple to their private space. After months of travel, Enlin finally returned to Harlan Castle, his own fief. As soon as he reached the city gate, Enlin made special arrangements for the minstrels residing in his castle. "Good day, Lord Burt. You summoned us. Do you have any special requests?" The minstrel was clearly nervous. In all his years, the highest-ranking person he had ever encountered was some illegitimate son of a noble who, armed with his father's wealth, tried to carve out a future for himself with sword and fire. If any higher, it would be at a grand banquet of some kingdom where he managed to charm the guards with his eloquence and handsome looks, sneaking in to see the world. Who would have thought he would be summoned directly by a feudal lord of a kingdom, and treated with such honor, as a guest of distinction? "I called you here today because I value your eloquence and talent. I want to introduce you to a broad and bright road." It was laughable, but the minstrel had thought he could use the eloquence he had honed among rustic boors and ignorant women to please this young Lord Burt. He had even fantasized about a widowed noblewoman summoning him, and he would win her heart with his silver tongue, becoming the most favored among her many lovers. But today, summoned by Burt, he didn't dare utter a single word, terrified that one wrong phrase would get him beheaded. "Well, it seems you're unwilling. Then leave. I can find another. No, mighty and honorable Lord Burt. Whatever you command I will carry out with my life." He had imagined using his sharp tongue to change the mind of a noble who had looked down on him, but he never expected this noble to be so cold, dismissing him without even a response. "Good, these are for you. As for your task, I have only one requirement," Enlin said, producing a box and opening it before the minstrel's eyes. The dazzling gleam of gold instantly captivated the poor minstrel's eyes, and his gaze grew even more fervent. "For this matter, I need you to find many companions and enter the Empire in large numbers. There will be many objectives in the future, but for now your task is only one." Then Enlin paused and said plainly, "Preach to the entire Empire the freedom of love between the same sex, and advocate that only spiritual love, not carnal, is the most worthy pursuit. As long as you accomplish what I've said, all these are yours." He raised his hand and overturned the box, sending gold coins clattering across the floor, making the minstrel's breath even quicker. "Lord Burt, I will surely carry out this task for you." Before the minstrel could show his loyalty, Enlin waved his hand to cut him off. "I naturally trust your sense of contract, but it's not enough. Guards." At his command, 2 squads pushed the doors open. These? No wonder the man was astonished. One squad of 10 was fully armored professional soldiers, well equipped. The other squad was simpler, 5 women, all with voluptuous figures and youthful beauty. "These are the elite warriors who rose with me. I am assigning them to you today to fully protect your safety. If you die by sword or blade, they will all die with you, so you can rest assured of their loyalty. And these women are your special reward. They are all virgins. I give you a task for these 3 months: make them all pregnant." These women were naturally in Lin's arrangement. Getting them pregnant would give them offspring, so naturally the minstrel would not dare to flee. Coupled with 3 months of indulgence in wine and pleasure, even a deity could not resist such temptation. As long as he balanced rewards and punishments, the minstrel's loyalty could be maintained at a reasonably high level. Once this model was well developed, it could be spread across the entire continent, turning them into the brocade guard of another world. And as far as he knew, among the powerful kingdoms, only the great Emperor of Tyros during his reign had developed a spy agency known as the Red Cardinal Directorate. But as soon as Carissa ascended the throne, she had all the Red Cardinal Directorate executed. There were also some spy agencies that remained hidden in the shadows, but these were not something he had the chance to learn about. When that time comes, any movement in any kingdom will provide him with first-hand intelligence. My lord, I swear to you, I Keturah will fight for you for the rest of my life. At this moment Keturah's eyes were fixed on the young maidens as if he could hardly wait to take them on the spot. Why did Enlil spend a fortune to have people raise the banner of the already fervent wave of homosexuality within the empire? Nonsense, it was all for the sake of being able to march into the empire more easily when the time came. Enlil could even assert that within a decade the empire would have no war-worthy nobles left. By then all he needed to do was sharpen his blades and he could steadily force them to cede territory and pay indemnities, eventually annexing more land through gradual encroachment. His ultimate goal was singular: to unify the entire continent. While studying continental history earlier, he had noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The continent had not lacked figures akin to gods of war, but at their core their mindset and thinking were merely about reigning supreme across the world, never about sweeping across the 6 directions and unifying the realm. Eric was once such a case, a magnificent ruler, yet his heart was ultimately set on dominating one region. Across the ages there had hardly been a single emperor who achieved unification, nor had anyone ever aspired to it. Take Tyros for instance. When he conquered cities of other nations he would slaughter them mercilessly. Other countries were not much different, though they would plunder fiercely without resorting to massacre. None of them had ever thought of using military force to conquer, then culturally assimilate, and finally unify the continent. To him this was utterly incomprehensible. They clashed with swords and spears for centuries, yet in the end they never unified. Later he discovered another secret. Throughout history many monarchs had been branded with the title of utmost evil, perishing either through conspiratorial palace coups or through disastrous military commanders. But they all shared a common trait: they attempted to annihilate a nation. Whenever a nation was on the verge of destruction, some miraculous reason would always arise to prop it back up, sometimes even natural disasters. This led him to a terrifying possibility: those monsters crowned with the title of gods did not want the continent unified. This was easy to understand. If the continent were unified, wars would no longer be frequent, and the gods' offerings would diminish. With fewer offerings the power of the gods would naturally wane. No one would willingly see their own offerings reduced. Hence some gods would naturally maintain the continent's basic framework. What if, just what if, he could become a symbol of a nation, amass the offerings of an entire continent, and thus transform himself into a god? After all, the difference between a profession and a god was as vast as that between an ant and an elephant. But if all the ants in the world gathered together, a single elephant would be powerless. Thinking this, he secretly ordered a statue to be carved from sacred stone, though its face bore a striking resemblance to Enlil himself. Then he covered the statue with red cloth, smeared it with his own blood, and placed it far away from the statues of the true gods. Finally he used lies to deceive the grassland warriors into smearing their blood on his statue during the selection of gods. Miraculously his own statue actually enhanced his power and bestowed blessings upon the grassland believers. Though the enhancement was minuscule, everyone understood the principle of accumulating small gains. Thus unifying the continent, a task that went against the gods, was the only way for Enlil to advance even further after reaching a peak. Now within his domain all commoners willingly worshipped an unknown statue. Though they did not know the true face of the statue, believing in it reduced their taxes by 1/10 and granted special treatment during festivals. This transformed their resistance into instant enthusiasm. Now Enlil's power increased every day, and he could even hear the whispers of his believers. Occasionally when his followers made offerings he could transmit oracles to them. Without a doubt he had become a mere demigod without true power. Now the entire Common Khanate was experiencing an exceptionally rare period of peace. The Khanate enjoyed an uncommon truce with neighboring nations and among the Khan the Berts, and the Berts themselves. And Enlil, armed with knowledge from a past life, needed to plan his territory with care. This area belongs to your Hubelai family. This area belongs to your Chaik family. This area belongs to your Yinchuk family. He divided the herders under his command by household, organizing them into regions and populations. Each household in his territory would serve as a production unit during peacetime, and during wartime as a source of soldiers and logistical support. In his past life those renowned ethnic minorities, the Wanyan Jurchen, the Chijin Mongol, and the Jianzhou Jurchen, all rose to prominence through exactly this method. Wulan Shigan, you brought the child here so he could listen and observe more, so that he may grow into a wise and capable leader. Regarding his son's early education, Enlil was unlike other Berts who drilled martial skills and horsemanship into their children. Instead he took a keen interest in teaching his son territory management. I don't understand. We worked so hard to acquire those cattle and sheep, why give them all away to the herders? In her eyes Berts were always tax collectors. What sense was there in giving things to one's own herders? You don't understand. Only by giving them these things can we enable them to create even greater wealth for us. Moreover, writing and books allow me to clearly understand how many herders are in my territory, how many cattle and sheep we have this year, and what we can expect to produce next year. None of this could ever be achieved with war horses and curved swords alone. Unlin patiently shared his knowledge with the two illiterate listeners, giving them an education this world had never offered. So madam, from this day forward you and your son will learn the imperial script. As for teachers, I will arrange them for you. Unlin, in order to control overgrazing, specially carved bone tablets recording each pasture, each plot of land, and the grazing dates from this year to a specific date next year. When this year's pasture was exhausted, they would rotate to a different one the following year. Unlin would arrange for people to sow fresh grass seeds and apply manure to the used land, ensuring a sustainable cycle. Such theories were utterly unprecedented on the continent. Not only the concept of soil fertility, but also the system of crop rotation and fallow periods. Both were truly groundbreaking. Ordinary herders only knew that the more they grazed their ancestral pastures, the less grass remained. When that happened, they would drive their cattle and sheep to some fresh, untouched grazing land. This inevitably led to one problem: herders, not understanding boundaries, would drift their livestock into another bird's territory without realizing it. At that point, fierce battles would erupt between birds. Each side would muster their own darhans and common riders, then clash in combat. In the end, the victor took everything. The defeated birds' herders would leave voluntarily, and their darhans' riders' valuable cattle and sheep and iron tools would be plundered on a massive scale. Though it rarely cost lives, reputation and wealth would suffer devastating losses. Later, the Khan strictly forbade his birds from waging private wars, requiring at minimum his supervision. They established rough regulations on the scale of conflict, the number of combatants, and the compensation owed by the defeated. The rules Unlin established today were working to minimize such incidents to the lowest possible level. Every herder on his pastures had a household registration specifying which family they belonged to, which grassland they lived on, whether they were liable for military service, and exactly what taxes they owed. If a herder went missing, one could trace them based on their last assigned pasture, and the traces of their daily life. This system could be applied not only to peacetime governance but also to warfare. Throughout history it has been said that those who win the hearts of the people win the world. This can be extended: those who win the hearts of the people and harness their strength win the world. In short, everything was for more efficient exploitation. Here Unlin is busy with construction and production, while Choo-Choo Hannah's signs of pregnancy have become extremely obvious. Your damn father, he hasn't come to see you for so long. Indeed, men are never reliable. Inside the royal tent, she was diligently performing various prenatal exercises with the old shaman of the grasslands, trying her utmost to reduce the risks of childbirth. Childbirth for a woman is like walking through the gates of hell. Fortunately, she is currently in the prime childbearing age, so as long as she takes care, there should be no major mishaps. If you are a boy, I will arrange countless daughters of boat for you, allowing you to become the Khan of the grasslands peacefully in the future. If you are a girl, I will make sure you have a smooth life forever. You can be the Khan if you want, or live a peaceful life if you don't. Obviously, Choo-Choo Hannah's mind was extremely clear. No matter boy or girl, they are nothing but playthings of the higher-ups. Even now, Unlin hasn't thought of coming to see her, which further confirms the correctness of her thinking. Lord Boat, perhaps this old woman thinks you should be more proactive. You know, some men are destined for the grasslands and the battlefield. If you don't take the initiative to approach him, he won't linger by your side. At this moment, the old shaman offered some advice to this female boat. It has always been that men go to war and women manage the household. Look at the grasslands now. Which woman doesn't seek the protection of a powerful boat? Especially for someone of your noble status, a union of strengths is the right path. It is time for you to return to the family. I brought you here and gave you cattle and sheep to protect the child in my womb, not to listen to your nonsense. The grasslands have wars every year, people die every year. Marry a man. You really dare to say that? Do you think I don't know what these men are thinking? Choo-Choo Hannah frowned, retorting to the old woman with displeasure. You know the rules of the grasslands. When a man marries a woman, he automatically inherits her pasture, darhan, and livestock. Why should I let those people take away the estate I fought so hard for without lifting a finger? Besides, once I marry, what am I? A beast. A tool for bearing children. Or a pasture wrapped in cattle and sheep. I never want to experience the feeling of life and death being controlled by others. Finally, she stared at her with fierce eyes for a long time, directly scaring the soul out of the old shaman, who knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Blame it on the old shaman for not understanding Choo-Choo Hannah's character. She thought that, like ordinary mothers, no matter how fierce she was before or after giving birth, she would become a virtuous wife and mother, voluntarily giving up killing and war to return to the family. If that were really the case, she still had a brave and loyal grandson. A strong man dealing with a mother with a child, that would be as easy as taking a candy from a baby. Then she would use some tricks to make the child disappear without a trace. No matter how much she suffered, once she had another child, the pain would fade with time. At that time, once the old Khan died, her grandson would become the most noble figure on the grasslands. And this woman? Just a dog with a cub. It could be said that she had almost planned the future Khan title for her own son. Unexpectedly, this woman was so unappreciative. Then when she gives birth, she must be extra careful. A girl would be fine, but if it's a boy then he would have to become a stillborn. She was plotting the most vicious scheme in her heart, but her face was as steady as an old dog waving a feather fan, her wrinkled face appearing extremely calm. Forget it, I dare not keep someone like you. The old shaman's eyes widened in shock only to see the heavily pregnant Chu Hana suddenly draw a curved blade and slash it down toward her head. Because the action was swift, even as her head fell to the ground her eyes were still filled with confusion. How could she just cut like that? I am the shaman of the grasslands. That was her last thought, and then she sank into endless darkness. Drag this old bones away and feed it to the dogs. Then kill all her descendants. Chu Hana dared not relax in the slightest. Her property was coveted by countless people. Also write a letter to that dog of a man asking him to send some midwives. I don't trust the midwives of Kumin. That was true. She was truly afraid that the midwives might be swayed by some nobles and harm her child. From the moment she learned of her pregnancy, she had completely rejected spices, medicines, and alcohol, afraid that the child might die prematurely. By the time the letter reached Enlin's castle, several days had passed. The one who received it was none other than Vina, who had been taking care of the children. When she read the message, "I'm pregnant, it's yours, send some people to help with the delivery," Vina's mind went blank. After roaming around Kumin for a few years, he had even fathered an illegitimate child. She calmly handed the letter to Anlin and asked him which woman was carrying his child. "Mother, don't worry about this, it's complicated to explain." After instructing Chuck not to neglect the management of the fiefdom amid his newlywed bliss, Anlin led 100 private soldiers and several midwives from the fiefdom, mounting their war horses and galloping toward Chuchahana's territory. Watching her son ride away, Vina grew anxious. She returned to find her daughter-in-law only to see her learning the imperial script along with her grandson. Her anger found no outlet, and she spoke with a tone of frustration. "Your husband is being stolen away by another woman, and you're still here learning this." "Mother, you're talking about Miss Hannah, right?" "I know about that. Men are like that, it's normal to have a few women." This time it was Vina's turn to be utterly shocked. Vina was the kind of woman who would not allow anyone to touch her man, a rare trait on the continent. On this continent, which male noble didn't have a cloud of lovers and a reign of bastards. As for female nobles, except for a few devout religious women, keeping young lovers had become a daily routine. Just like that Chuchahana, she was a typical aristocratic woman. She had lovers and kept young men, but after marriage she usually drove those gigolos out of her fiefdom, or in harsher cases had them killed outright. Widowed noblewomen were often extremely popular among young nobles, and unspoken romantic affairs frequently occurred within these circles. Even if this woman had a promiscuous past, she was now pregnant. And during her pregnancy she hadn't openly cuckolded him, so he had simply taken some experienced midwives and rushed over. On the other side, Vina could only reluctantly accept this unavoidable fact. She herself was devoted, but she couldn't demand the same from her son. Moreover, truth be told, she did want him to have more children. Now it was Wilankagan who tried to comfort her. "Besides, he's not letting that child inherit his property. Let him have a child if he wants." "Very well, but you must keep a close watch on the child. Find a chance to bear 2 more so that a man's heart will stay with you." And so Anlin led his people away, leaving the mother, daughter-in-law, and grandson to live in the castle. By now the Khanate enjoyed favorable weather and peace, and the women of the Khanate seized this rare period of tranquility to become pregnant and give birth. Across the entire grassland every household welcomed newborns. But today was the most special day. The reason was simple: the Khan's only daughter had finally given birth to her child, Sion. When the midwife carried the baby out of the tent, and the old Khan personally named the child, everyone knew that this child would be the next Khan of the grassland. They did not know that the child's original name was Sion Bigstone, because Anlin could not bear to have a child of his own blood called Sion Bigstone. For the rest of its life he personally changed the name. Thus the name, Sion was freshly born. This child was an awkward one for both the man and the woman. But the old Khan, as a grandfather, finally had his only grandson. He was so overjoyed that he could not see his teeth for smiling. Carrying the child, he ran all over the grassland telling everyone he met that he had a grandson. Soon the entire Khanate knew that their Khan had a grandson. Everyone danced and sang, slaughtered cattle and sheep, and had to be happy, including those who had hoped to inherit the old Khan's legacy. It wasn't that no one had evil intentions, but the old Khan directly dispatched his personal Keshik guards to encircle the entire tent. From the wet nurse down to the diapers, everything was chosen from within the families of the old Khan's personal guards. Want to make a move? Dream on. Those guards recognized only 3 people: Chuchahana, the old Khan, and Anlin. Anyone else who approached alone would be mercilessly shot dead. Now Anlin had only 2 tasks. One was to attend to Chuchahana's postpartum recovery. This was not too hard, as maidservants handled the regular chores. The other was to take care of the crying Bigstone every day, feeding, changing diapers, cleaning, and putting him to sleep. The whole routine was sheer hell. He couldn't escape either. The Khan's Keshe guards not only kept those with ill intentions out of the tent but also trapped him inside. Whenever Anlin complained, he was met with the old Khan's salt-laced leather whip. The same old line. My daughter went through hell to give birth to a son and didn't say a word, and you dare to complain about being tired. As the old saying goes, trouble finds those with too much leisure on their hands. And Anlin was no exception. The household registration system within his territory ensured his herdsmen would not flee, yet it could not prevent others from migrating in. A family of bonded herdsmen unable to endure the tyranny of their master Bort fled with the lord's property, steppe horses, abandoning their grazing lands and wandering east and west until they finally took refuge within Anlin's territory. Claiming to be free herders, they sought to secure a legitimate identity within his lands. Due to the information gap, his men failed to identify their true status in time. They registered them, allocated 2 sheep to each, and assigned them a grazing pasture to settle. But then Bort himself tracked them down, demanding their return. If he only wanted the people back, that might have been acceptable, and even the horses could have been returned. But the audacious Bort insisted on taking the livestock that had been allocated to them. How could that be permitted? Thus Bort sent Anlin a formal challenge. The letter stipulated that both sides would bring 200 warriors each, and the duel would be overseen by the old Khan as an impartial judge. This was nothing short of extortion. Pure banditry. The only way to avoid conflict was to hand over his livestock. Bort truly took Anlin for a pushover. In response, Anlin wrote a formal letter to Bort which read as follows: Sir Bort, who fights for the same Khanate, greetings. Fuck your mother. If you cannot control your own people, gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs instead of coming here barking at me. Moreover, if you are weak, train harder. If you cannot afford to lose men, do not send them to chase horses. Go home and drink your mare's milk. I understand your sorrow over losing horses, but that is no excuse for extorting your father. If you had spoken to me with proper respect, I would not have minded giving you horses. But your current demeanor displeases me greatly. Many far more noble than you would not dare speak to me this way. Who the hell do you think you are? You said you wished to fight me? Very well. Whoever fails to appear is a coward. On the battlefield I will beat the shit out of you and then plunge you into it. Upon finishing the letter, he dispatched it via hunting falcon. Now, before he had even rested for a few months, he would be dragged into another conflict. Politely inquiring of the old Khan whether he might depart, and receiving permission, Anlin immediately led his men away from the pasture. To be honest, Bort on this side was equally desperate. Had his own lands not suffered disaster with livestock perishing in great numbers, he would never have so shamelessly come to extort others. During wartime he always complained that there were too few Darkin and too few willing to join his cause. Now that peace had come, he found these non-farming Darkin to be nothing but a burden. These men consumed enough food to drive him to poverty, not to mention the exorbitant costs of rewards, arrows, sword maintenance, and armor repairs. Thus he simply followed a group of bonded herdsmen and deliberately provoked a conflict with another noble. If he won, he would gain rich spoils. If he lost, those unruly Darkin would perish, solving 2 problems at once. Either way, it was a winning proposition. But he had not expected the letter from Anlin to be filled with profanity, revealing just how furious he was. Now the question of winning spoils no longer mattered. What concerned him was the fate awaiting a defeated man. Perhaps after losing he would be cleaved in 2 by Anlin's wrath. To prepare for this provocation, he had even rehearsed several counter-tactics against the common warriors' formations. To everyone's astonishment, Bert, the nobleman who dared challenge Anlin, was so impoverished that he could not even fully equip his warhorses with leather saddle blankets. Not only did his steeds charge bareback into battle, but his Darhan retainers were likewise poorly armed and armored. Wait, this is it. Anlin's men burst into unrestrained laughter, clearly dismissing the opponents as utterly insignificant. No laughing. Form ranks immediately, no reckless advances. As the saying goes, pride precedes defeat. Celebrating victory before the battle is won is unforgivable. Ask them, have they readied themselves? We are about to engage. Anlin pointed to a herdsman and ordered him to deliver the challenge. Bolstered by authority from behind, the herdsman strode forward with head held high and chest puffed out. Once communication between both sides was complete, the 2 envoys sought final approval from the elder Khan. Only after receiving the Khan's formal consent did the duel truly commence. 1st Cavalry Squadron advanced and patrolled the front line. At Anlin's command, a 40-strong cavalry squadron surged forward, loosing volleys of arrows to shatter the enemy's formation. Razor-sharp shafts tore through the disordered ranks, piercing warriors or felling galloping horses alike. Yet in such mounted shock combat, falling from one's mount meant certain death, not by blade but beneath the trampling hooves of comrades surging behind. Seizing the moment, Anlin issued his second order without hesitation. 2nd and 3rd squadrons, charge together. Yes, ride. 80 elite horsemen plunged into the enemy's chaos, striking like a single unstoppable tide. Brothers, for our master's glory, charge! With thunderous cries, these fierce warriors lowered their lances and shattered the ragged line as if cleaving rotten cloth. True warfare reveals a stark truth: shock cavalry need not number in the thousands. 2 disciplined ranks suffice. Mass charges where tens of thousands surge forward in blind suffocating waves are little more than collective suicide. A single horse stumbling, or worse panicking, would trigger a cascade, riders crushed beneath then others slipping on the gore-slicked earth beneath them. Legend holds that Napoleon's famed cuirassiers once broke formation entirely due to just such a stampede. So, you're the one who dared provoke me. You. The disgraced nobleman, face pressed deep into horse dung, could only emit muffled choking sounds. Train harder if you lack skill. If you cannot bear defeat, do not fight at all, and close your mouth. Mounted on his warhorse, and Lin addressed the man pinned beneath his men. Turn him over, face upward. I'll give him fresh air. Yes, sir. Wah, kill me. No. No. Please, mercy. A single tear unshed and trembling traced a path down his cheek. Then slowly and inexorably the stallion's uplifted hindquarters descended toward the man's mouth. Purru, purru. A thunderous guttural blast erupted, followed instantly by a torrent of steaming excrement splattering across his face. Kill me. Kill me. He had lost his mind, his nerves snapped taut by the stench, and horror plastered across his features. Ayo. Ayo. Aowu. Utterly unhinged, he howled like a wounded beast, and with sudden desperate strength wrenched free from his captor's grip, staggering blindly into flight. Ha ha ha! After fleeing exactly 120 paces, he collapsed face first into a pool of blood, seized a jagged arrowhead, and drove it deep into his own throat without hesitation. TCH, just like that. How dull. Lin wheeled his mount, and called out to the newly sworn herdsman, dig a grave for your former master. For every common warrior, killing was a matter of course, yet Lin's recent murders had clearly left the others restless and sleepless, forever fearing the day they might be slain themselves. Of course, by the laws of the steppe, his killings were not wrong at all, they were profoundly just. The killer shall be killed in turn. Even if one were to slay the Khan himself, such an act would remain without blame. This was the sacred code of the open plains. And besides, he had only killed a minor noble. Dissatisfied. When you are victorious, you may kill me too. Such was the straightforward ethos of the grasslands. Unknowingly, from that day forward, no common noble would dare to request a duel with Lin again. For once they had entered a peaceful era of farming and herding. The married women who had borne children again, and the next generation of Lin's domain. Finally, after years of war and turmoil, the bloodline was renewed. By the way, at the suggestion of a certain young man, Chaco had taken a female slave to bear his child, and thus he welcomed his first son, whom he named Charles. Meanwhile, to strengthen his bond with this old friend, Lin arranged for the child to become sworn brothers with his own son. The two families grew as close as one, and the two boys ate, slept, and lived together every day. The various tribes of the steppe had all entered a period of restoration and recuperation. With an abundance of dried meat and ironware, a vibrant scene of flourishing life and competing growth filled their eyes. Over in the Ailey kingdom, King William had the great sword reforged into 2 long swords, one held by the Ailey royal family, and the other by the family of the old General Wu Ti. In exchange, the Wu Ti clan gave their full support to William, slaughtering the entire kingdom and executing all who resisted, thereby seizing control of the realm. Wu Ti's eldest grandson La Naka rose like a sudden storm, leading the family's private troops and the royal cavalry to repeatedly breach goblin strongholds, capturing no small amount of spoils. The nobles who supported the royal family believed that the Ailey dynasty was on the verge of revival. With tears streaming down their aged faces, they sent troops to aid the royal army, attempting to crush the remaining goblin forces in one decisive stroke. Among them, Baron Laika and his son fully joined the royalist camp, and Knight and Wei commanded the Eastern Army as the vanguard of the Great War. According to the descriptions of wandering bards across the steppe, that battle saw the kingdom deploy thousands of heavily armored cavalry, and they even brought every scaled horse within their territory to the battlefield. And those noble soldiers, mounted infantry, ordinary warriors, numbered in the tens of thousands. Nearly every professional fighter in the land had taken part in this campaign. In modern Ailey warfare, the tactics had become deceptively simple: send a vanguard legion of noble heavy cavalry to shatter the enemy's main force, then have the friendly troops in the rear move in to mop up and secure the victory. If they encountered a goblin king, a high-tier combatant, La Naka himself would step forward and use the power of demons to deal with them personally. Whenever they beheaded a goblin king, they would send its skull to the noble castles for display. So far, 4 goblin kings had been executed and their heads displayed. The number of goblin heavy infantry and mages beheaded also numbered in the thousands. All believed that as long as they found the right moment to engage the goblin emperor, who had not appeared in 100 years, in a decisive battle, they could bring this catastrophe to a complete end and restore the world to its former peace. Only Lin felt that things would not end so simply. At the very least, not so easily. Though Lin was deeply eager to learn more about Eri, the world seemed to have sealed itself off. Since that day he received no further word from Eri. Bards, mercenaries, and refugees alike vanished overnight. Not until half a year later did he receive a plea for aid from the Eri royal house, delivered by the aged Khan. Thus began this chapter of history. 6 months prior, Lan-as had led his entire host into battle against the Goblin Emperor upon the open plains, flat terrain ideally suited for cavalry charges. At first the battle unfolded precisely as all had anticipated. Lan-as ordered his knights to charge headlong into the enemy ranks, intending to overwhelm the foe with sheer mass and momentum. The goblins, as if answering his will, were torn asunder, hundreds of thousands shattered beneath the hooves and blades. Yet just as victory appeared certain, tens of thousands of ironclad elite cavalry erupted onto the field from the flank, cutting off the knights' retreat and denying them any ground to regroup once their mounts grew spent. The infantry at the rear, unaware of the front line's fate, heard only the thunderous gallop, and mistook it for another goblin encirclement. Panic seized them. No amount of coercion from the rear line overseers could compel them forward. In the end, only the royal house's last reserve, the bone-scale heavy cavalry, rushed forth en masse. At the cost of nearly all but 100 surviving riders, they rescued the kingdom's knights from annihilation. Only after the royal and noble cavalry had been bled nearly dry did Lan-as commit his main force, slaying the Goblin Emperor on the field and crippling the remnants of the Goblin elite. Though victorious, the triumph was perilously narrow. Moreover, the royal household guard, the very instrument of Ares' authority, was decimated. War horses and armor lay in ruin, and the private levies of loyal nobles suffered catastrophic losses. Conversely, nobles aligned closely with Lan-as sustained minimal losses, and Lan-as naturally assumed control over the kingdom's affairs. He wed his sister to Wilhelm, and within a month she bore the kingdom's heir. As for this brazen act of betrayal, Lan-as offered this explanation: my sister fell hopelessly in love with His Majesty Wilhelm at last year's banquet, so consumed by longing that she lost her appetite, slept not a wink, and wasted away with unrequited passion. But fortune smiled. The divine intervened, granting His Majesty and my sister a sacred union in dreams culminating in a single night of consummation. Thus the rightful heir was born. Would you not agree? His Majesty Wilhelm. As Lan-as pressed a dagger into Wilhelm's lower back, his smile tight and hollow. Under duress, Wilhelm had no choice but to acknowledge the illegitimate child as legitimate blood of the Eri royal line. Indeed, Lan-as's lineage did carry genuine Eri royal blood. Decades earlier, the old king's aunt had married one of Uti's sons. Yes, she wed his son. And this too explains how Lan-as came to wield that accursed blade. A dynastic shift loomed imminent and inevitable. As for Wilhelm's letter, beyond its protracted flattery, lay a deliberate invitation to disaster. He even offered astonishing concessions: all ironworks, populace, silks, luxuries, armor, and even scholarly texts seized in conquered cities would belong to Cummin, while Eri would claim only the cities themselves. More astonishing still, Wilhelm pledged annual tributes of vast wealth, and the marriage of an Eri princess to Cummin, if Cummin would but aid the king in purging treachery. Tribute, plunder, and dynastic marriage, Wilhelm surrendered every lever of sovereignty he possessed. Given the exceptionally generous terms offered by Eri, Cummin naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus the Khan issued a widespread conscription order commanding all nobles possessing more than 5 war horses to participate in this great campaign. Upon hearing that they could once again plunder the land, everyone grew exceedingly excited. They brought their entire families and joined the Khan's expeditionary force. Within 3 months this band of fierce raiders had assembled and set off toward Eri in a mighty sprawling column. Guided by the experience of the previous campaign, the main force easily bypassed the highland territory, and then drove straight toward the capital of Eri. During the march, several small-scale skirmishes occurred. Although both sides suffered losses, Cummin ultimately held the upper hand. Sitting astride his horse, the old Khan wore a look of deep displeasure. I cannot understand when these men learn to behave like lions. When the situation is favorable, they are fearless and invincible, charging and slaughtering with abandon. But when the tide turns slightly against them, they hesitate and waver, then flee like rabbits. The Khan turned his head to look at Anlin. If not for the brave bird tearing open a gap for them, they would have brought shame upon the divine. In truth, he had one more thing left unsaid. Had it not been for Anlin's heavy cavalry repeatedly breaking through the enemy's vanguard, they would never have achieved victory in such a short time. It is all due to your wise leadership and the blessings of the gods that Cummin's warriors could charge forward without hesitation. Anlin's flattery, however, failed to please the Khan. Instead, it drew a long sigh from him. The old Khan thought to himself, if you had argued with me over merits and spoils, even to the point of red-faced contention, I would not be so uneasy in my heart. Afterward he found a secluded corner, and warned Chichahana. Find an opportunity to let Stone and Anlin's children get to know each other. If the children cannot establish a good relationship, then kill him. A child born of a powerful and formidable military leader, and the next ruler of the nation, would almost certainly become the leader of the generation after next. But if the military leader harbored treacherous intentions, that would mark the beginning of a nightmare for the child. And they happened to know that Anlin did not care for that child, or rather he had no intention of fulfilling the duties of a father. In that case, allowing Anlin's child to survive was already the greatest concession they could make without tearing apart their relationship. Chuchihana naturally understood, nodding slightly before falling silent. Along the way they encountered many refugees from the kingdom of Danya. According to them, the king of Danya had summoned all the nobles of the realm to form a grand array of magic archers. The battle situation was much like the previous campaign in Eri. After winning a few small victories when the enemy let down their guard, a squadron of elite cavalry burst forth, repeatedly charging the formation. Amid the chaos they slew the king, then riding the momentum of triumph directly stormed the capital of Danya. Now Danya had become the only kingdom on the continent to be physically annihilated as a nation. Fortunately, they adhered to a system of city-state autonomy with relatively high independence, so they were not completely wiped out as a race. Danya is now like a gravely ill old man. As long as we step on it, we can bite off a huge chunk of fat. This intelligence was undoubtedly precious, and it also laid the foundation for future operations support. The Eri royal family maintained friendly relations with the kingdom of Eri, attack the neighboring kingdom of Danya, continue enslaving people in Bates, and while maintaining good ties with the empire, use public opinion to sow the seeds of secret outposts. Such a strategy of befriending distant states while attacking those nearby would be the mainstream trend from now on, and also the soul of this chess game. News of Kumin's expedition vanished into thin air, and spread across the capital at lightning speed. During the Grand Court Assembly, William erupted in fury, commanding Lonas to assemble an army of 10,000 men to confront the invaders. A vast imposing host marched forth from the capital. To ensure victory, Lonas brought along his entire personal guard. This was no mere campaign, it was a desperate all-or-nothing charge. Bolstered by sheer numbers, they openly charged any Kumin scouts they encountered, slaying them outright, or only withdrew upon sighting Kumin's main force. Damn it! These Eri dogs are insufferable. Khan, grant me leave. I'll take 300 men to crush them. Enhermu, do not underestimate them. These warriors have just emerged from bloody battle, wolves among wolves. To defeat them we must hunt like a pack, patient, cunning, waiting for the perfect moment, to seize their throats, and strike without mercy. The elder Khan, calm and assured as if victory were already sealed, deliberately lured the Eri battle formation deeper into the rear, seeking to draw them far from their intended battlefield. Within the royal palace of Eri's capital, once pristine furnishings now lay tarnished, and neglected palace attendants dismissed due to fiscal austerity had long since departed. Is everything prepared? And seated upon the throne, William no longer bore the noble handsomeness of old, his face shadowed by a creeping sinister pallor. Your Majesty, all is ready. The royal cavalry, its remaining 224 knights, and 300 reserve riders stand at your command. The black-clad knight bowed low in solemn reply. And excellent. This battle shall eradicate that usurper, no quarter shall be given. Every soldier must fight to the last breath, to the final blade. As for Uti, that wretch, I shall deal with him myself. And no sooner had the words left his lips than William rose, gripping his sword, its hilt trembling as dark magic surged through his palm. His eyes slanted sideways, pupils flattened into demonic slits. The black-clad knight froze beneath that gaze, sweat pouring in rivulets down his temples. Depart. You are no longer needed here. And yes, your Majesty. And at that moment obedience was his only recourse. Clutching the blade with both hands, William swung it lightly, and cleanly sheared off the golden throne. Enhimph. Royalty. A hollow jest. At the same hour, in General Uti's ancestral manor, nobles streamed in like clouds. Gold and silver gifts flowed ceaselessly into the estate. Across Eri all knew the monarchy's absolute authority had crumbled into history. True power now resided solely within Uti's clan. William. And without the royal guard, who would even acknowledge him? And how many regiments does he command now? And the Winster family presents 5,000 gold coins, 5 elite warhorses, and 1 enchanted lance. Enter. And the Turlin family presents 1,000 gold coins and 2 elite warhorses. Please enter. And the Dort family offers 500 gold. Who dares bring such poverty to this house? Get out, now. And so exalted was the master's lineage that even the lowest page dared command lesser nobles with imperious disdain, while those nobles too terrified to protest could only offer feeble smiles before slinking away. Even as corpses piled high beyond the city walls, the nobility remained undeterred, hosting lavish banquets with unshaken elegance. Within the great hall, music soared and wine perfumed the air. Guests danced and sang, blissfully unaware that their allegiance would soon doom their very bloodlines. The armies of Lonas and Kumin engaged in a grueling standoff for several days, until both sides reached their breaking point, and war finally erupted. Advance at a steady pace. Not a kilometer away, Lanassa's knightly host attempted its time-honored tactic, overwhelming the enemy through superior armor and martial prowess. Thus, choosing assault over endurance, they charged. And heavy cavalry thundered forward while the Kumin riders withdrew with calm precision, refusing outright confrontation. Raise your lances! Hoist your banners! And full gallop, charge! At breakneck speed the knights cleaved into the Cuman cavalry like steel blades, yet the Cuman horsemen clung tenaciously, locking onto them with desperate resolve. Encircle them all, let no enemy escape. And upon the Khan's command, Cuman riders sealed off the knights who had breached their lines, slaying them with wild slashes or dragging them from their saddles to be trampled beneath stampeding hooves. Lonas watched his heavy cavalry vanish deep into the enemy ranks, and sensed imminent disaster. Quickly, send the first legion to reinforce them. They cannot hold much longer. Hasten their advance. Ensure those knights are slain before the enemy infantry arrives. Knights swung massive swords with both hands, felling Cuman warriors one after another. Riderless horses rampaged across the battlefield, separating Cuman units, and tearing a gaping wound through their formation. Fall back. Anery's knights streamed out in disciplined succession, rejoining their own ranks, ready to catch their breath and re-establish formation. Furious that the Khan had failed to annihilate the knightly detachment, he ordered the immediate execution of several Dalhans who had performed poorly in battle. My Khan, this war has barely begun. Surely it is too early to execute these Dalhans. Let them redeem themselves on the field. Anandlan stepped forward pleading for mercy, and subtly signaled with his eyes. Receiving the unspoken cue, they instantly swore unwavering loyalty, raising their hands toward the heavens to swear by the gods. With a grave threat looming, the Khan had no patience for petty retribution, especially since his earlier decree had sprung from raw emotion. With a dismissive wave he granted Anlan's plea. Lonas truly proved himself a paragon among men, commanding both cavalry charges and infantry formations with effortless mastery. Whenever the Cuman phalanx showed the slightest hesitation, Lonas unleashed his heavy cavalry, piercing their lines, carving bloody corridors, then retreating safely behind his infantry's protective shield. This brutal stalemate endured for 10 days. Each night Lonas rotated inner and outer ranks to rest, preparing for sudden cavalry assaults. When rations dwindled, they slaughtered captured war horses, consuming raw flesh and drinking blood. Even some captured Cuman warriors met the same grim fate. Retreat, my Khan! And retreat, my Khan! And our horses can bear no more, our men are spent. We must withdraw. For 10 relentless days the Khan found himself trapped, unable to fight yet unable to withdraw, and to encircle and harass with mounted archery. Alas, the enemy were well-equipped regulars, rendering such tactics futile. To hurl light cavalry en masse heedless of cost. Impossible, their longbowmen could drop horses cleanly at 100 paces. What if the Khan led his elite guard joined by other Burts, and their Dalhans in a desperate charge of heavy cavalry? Still unviable. The enemy possessed heavy cavalry of their own. Once their knights locked onto Cuman formations, Ares' formidable infantry would follow close behind, turning any such charge into suicidal folly. We hold for one final day. If no decisive change occurs, we withdraw immediately. And seeing the overwhelming consensus, the Khan refrained from unilateral rule. After deliberation he brokered a compromise, each side conceding ground to reach accord.